she was a disabled angel beast despised by the entire world. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on her, I decided to form a contract with her as my first beast companion. Witnessing this, everyone mocked me as a lunatic, since only a fool would contract a blind angel as their beast. Little did they know, I had awakened a divine-level prepayment talent. No matter how powerful a divine skill was, my angel beast could use it in advance, even prepaying bloodline evolution to become the apocalypse god among angels. To achieve this, I prepaid her basic evolution method as the proficient evolution method, and the debt only required her to execute it 100 times before I could prepay the next stage's evolution method. At this moment, to pass the official Beastmaster test, I quickly arrived at the academy. However, the moment I stepped onto the campus, I drew many curious gazes. Ha, look, isn't that a crippled angel following that guy? The feathers on its wings are almost all gone, probably scammed by some shady beast dealer. The crowd glanced over, their eyes filled with ridicule. Ignoring their mockery, I strode straight toward the testing grounds. Inside the testing grounds, murmurs filled the air. I'm so nervous. My ironwood monkey failed twice out of 10 attempts at executing the evolution method yesterday. I don't know if I'll pass this test. If I fail, my beast will be erased, and I'll be stuck as a laborer for life. Humble brag much? An 80% success rate is already good. Some people can't even complete a single execution properly. Hey, have you heard? Zhang Quan's beast is of a very high tier. It mastered the basic evolution method long ago. Rumor has it he sold a disabled beast before the exam to save up for a high tier one. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd wore expressions of surprise. On second thought, though, it fit Zhang Quan's reputation. He was notorious for treating his classmates as special projects to mess with, but since it wasn't illegal, no one could do anything about it. At this very moment, Zhang Quan arrived at the training ground, followed by a medium-sized red-furred battle ape cub, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A red-furred battle ape worth at least over 500,000. The crowd couldn't help but cast envious glances. Why hasn't it started yet? Just go through the motions and take first place, why the delay? Zhang Quan basked in the crowd's admiration, as if victory was already assured. The red-furred battle ape he had bought was precisely for this moment after all. It was only by selling that defective creature that he had the money to purchase it. Little did he know who the unlucky fool was that bought that crippled angel. Just as he was thinking this, I appeared under the gaze of the crowd, with a golden-haired girl trailing behind me, clutching tightly to my clothes, her eyes concealed beneath a strip of silk. Ignoring the astonished looks around me, I calmly stepped into the midst of the crowd. Fong Ran, is this your tamed beast? What's wrong with her eyes? Don't tell me Zhang Quan sold this beast to you? That's really unethical of him. Don't lose heart. I heard there's a new policy allowing a 1-year extension for the test. Can your beast master the basic evolution technique? Several friends asked with concern. They were close to me, often hanging out together, and at this moment they were quite displeased with Zhang Quan. It's fine, I happen to like angels, I explained with a smile, but to everyone else, my words sounded like forced optimism. After all, it was common knowledge that I came from an ordinary family and was even living under my uncle's roof. After learning that I had little chance of becoming a beastmaster, many classmates stopped talking to me, leaving only a few longtime friends still by my side. A moment later, a fair-skinned young girl with a ponytail stepped forward. This test determines whether you can become an official beastmaster and enter Winsong Academy. The top scorer will receive the Academy's reward, a custom evolution method tailored for their beast. Those who fail must leave immediately and send their beasts to the association for termination. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in commotion. A custom evolution method, the most suitable for one's own beast, was something you couldn't even dream of acquiring on the market for less than 500,000, and I was even more astonished. After all, the cheapest custom evolution method for the celestial race cost over 5 million. This academy is practically handing me money. Observing everyone's reactions, the girl was quite pleased. Let me first explain the test content. It's the basic evolution method distributed to you a month ago. You'll have 10 attempts, and passing requires successfully executing it 7 times in full. I'll demonstrate it for you first. With that, she snapped her fingers, and in an instant, a radiant light descended as a pale moon wolf materialized. This handsome battle beast had everyone's eyes gleaming with admiration. Battle beast, pale moon wolf. Level, high late stage. Skills, howl, pale wolf claw. Basic proficient evolution method. Evolution path, howling moon frostwolf, high tier tamed beast. Seeing this, I was somewhat surprised. I remember the ranks of tamed beasts are respectively, common, high, lord, transcendent, monarch, and emperor. Even if one masters their basic evolution method, it would take 3 years to advance a tamed beast to the high tier. As the Frost Wolf was about to perform the basic evolution method, many teachers from other teams gathered around. Suyu's Frost Wolf has the most proficient grasp of the basic evolution method. Her basic evolution method is even more formidable than some tamed beasts' exclusive evolution methods. You all should watch carefully, this isn't something we usually get to see, one of the proctors reminded. The surrounding students immediately focused intently. The next second, with a hum, as the Frost Wolf activated its skill, streams of moonlight manifested around its body. External manifestation of moonlight, a sign of the evolution method reaching the proficient level, drawing gasps of amazement from the students. Noticing this, Suyu smiled and said, "You don't need to reach this level, just perform it completely is enough." After speaking, she scanned the crowd, but her gaze eventually settled on my tamed beast. This is a celestial? But it has physical defects. Her eyes flickered with surprise, though she inwardly shook her head as a proctor. She couldn't make exceptions for anyone. Let's begin. As Suyu called out the names, everyone began the test in an orderly manner. Xiao Tian, it's about to start. Are you nervous? I turned to ask the angel. Nervous? Though she said this, her heart was surprisingly calm. At that moment, a firm resolve rose within her. Unnoticed by anyone, a sacred power began to gather in her eyes. Moments later, many failed the test, with some even breaking down in tears on the spot. Seeing this, those who hadn't been tested yet grew tense and anxious, except for me and a few other trainees with expensive beast companions, who stood among the crowd as mere spectators. Suyu also noticed my demeanor. Was it confidence in victory? Or had I simply given up? With this thought, she announced the next group of names. Next test group, Fangran, Zhang Quan. Hearing this, I led Xiao Tian toward the center of the testing area. Fangran, what does it mean to fully execute the evolution method? Xiao Tian tugged at my clothes and asked in confusion. Zheng Quan overheard this. Fangran, has your beast never succeeded even once? He wore a look of relief. Good thing he sold this angel in advance. Otherwise, forget about the bonus, he might not even pass the test. As soon as the words were spoken, Zheng Quan's red-furred battle ape took the lead, striding toward the center with such imposing vigor that it caught the eyes of several examiners. The red-furred battle ape, I've heard its offspring can naturally advance to high rank just by growing up. What's your name? The examiners asked. I'm Zhang Quan, he replied confidently, lifting his head. The examiners nodded in approval. With a beast of this caliber, he stood a real chance at claiming the top spot. The moment the words fell, all eyes turned to me. A humanoid beast? The examiner's eyes immediately lit up. An angel, no less, an A-rank beast, with some variants even reaching S-rank. With proper nurturing, its future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. I've heard the Star Valkyrie of the Beast Tamer Association contracted a six-winged angel, capable of annihilating regional beast tides with a mere flick of divine might. Wait, something's off. She doesn't have the divine radiance of the Celestial clan. Her wings aren't full, and there's silk wrapped around her eyes. They quickly noticed the flaw. Hearing the examiner's discussion, I honestly replied, Xiao Tian has a condition, she's blind. The group was stunned, their earlier excitement fading into calm. For the Celestial clan, those divine eyes were the foundation of their power. Without them, her strength would be severely diminished. Then, Suyu spoke coolly, alright, you may begin. At her signal, the red-furred battle ape and Xiao Tian simultaneously activated their basic evolution techniques, their cells gradually awakening along specific pathways. The red-furred battle ape's body pulsed rhythmically, as if slipping into a peculiar state. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, stood calmly, as if he had settled down. After a long time, the red-haired war scarlet then completed its first run. A heat that surged through the body. Not bad. It's not skilled yet, but it's okay, Suyu faintly said. After all, it's only been a few months of learning. They can't be expected to do it overnight. Saying that, her gaze turned to Xiao Tian, who was on the side. Only a faint layer of golden light surfaced on her thin body, which then faded away in an instant. It was too fast, even so fast that Suyu hadn't been able to see it. Her pupils widened. It's holy light outreach? This was a symbol of the basic evolution method reaching the proficiency level. Just like his pale moon wolf, a layer of lunar splendor would emerge when he ran the basic evolution method. This is related to the life level and attributes of the favored beast. Could it be that I'm looking at it wrong? Suyu's pupils shrunk. Crippled imperial beasts. How is it possible to be proficient in evolutionary law? It took even her a few years to stabilize it successfully. Could it be looking at me? As the two stood in one place, the look in Suyu's eyes made Zheng Quan's heart darken. See it? This is the strength of the red-haired war scarlet. One full run of the basic evolution method at the proficient level is necessary. Succeeding once would elevate his score in the eyes of the invigilator. It's all worth it as long as you get the exclusive evolution method. Even he has something to earn. Thinking. Zhang Quan then began to force the red-haired War Scarlet in his mind. In the meantime, an invigilator, smiling, came closer. Suyu, there's a genius on our side. 3 out of 10 runs have shown signs of proficiency level. He had a smug look on his face. These trainee Imperial Beastmasters would have to come under their tutelage in the future. Mixing it up while invigilating the exams makes it easier to take someone under your wing. At this time, Suyu ignored him. Instead, he gazed at Goten. Under his breath, he murmured, 3 times now, all at the proficient level. She watched as Xiao Tian ran the basic evolution method and succeeded every time. And without a hint of procrastination, it was like completing a set procedure. She dared to say that just those few times were also far above the level of her pale moonwolves. Yeah, it worked 3 times, why are you so serious today? His side has been messed up into sets. Several invigilators gathered to comment on that genius. All want to be taught personally so that their path to promotion is smoother. I was going to remind you of that, but since I don't want to mix it up, I'll go ahead. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. On the way out, eyes flicked to Goten. The blinded angel made him wince. And Zhang Quan, who was supervising the red-haired war scarab, heard that someone had succeeded 3 times. For a moment there was more tension inside. But there was also some celebration. Luckily I didn't get a team with that guy. Otherwise one is definitely out of luck. And their group was either some cheap imperial beast or some crippled one. It seemed that he, Zhang Quan, was set on this exclusive evolution method. A small day aside. The body is pregnant with holy power. In just 10 minutes or so, he had run the proficiency level basic evolution method 10 times. Rank, first order 15.6%. Remaining obligations, 10-100. The effect of the proficiency level is more than twice as high as the introductory level, and in less than a week, Xiao Tian will be able to evolve into a second stage angel. Fong Ran looked at the attribute panel and muttered to himself. Not only is the effectiveness improved, but the efficiency has been increased as well. The holy power that was birthed was almost twice as much as before. It's hard to notice if you're not very familiar with this. After all, there is a 3, 6, 9 levels of proficiency level, and the one given by the system, I'm afraid, is a 10th level of proficiency, just one step short of stepping into the realm of mastery. Examiner, we're done. Fong Ran looked at Suyu and said. At this point, Suyu was still in a daze. It's true, it's not that she's misreading it. This angel's basic evolutionary method was much more skillful than what she, the pale moon wolf, had mastered. Running it 10 times in a row, each time she couldn't pick a fault. Well. Suyu bowed her head, recording her grades in her book. Fong Ran, 100 points. That kind of talent. It was much stronger than any genius she had ever seen. It's just a pity that this angel has a defective body, and I'm afraid it will cost a fortune to restore it. But that still doesn't hide her glory. At least in Suyu's mind, the number 1 this time was already out. But after all, she was the invigilator, and she couldn't reveal anything before the answers were announced, so she could only cross over to the red-haired ape and look at Fong Ran nodding her head in relief. Looking at Suyu's demeanor, Zhang Quan took a sharp breath. Steady. All steady. And Tiny Sky after finishing the quiz. With a nervous face, she came to Fong Ran's side and tilted her head to look at him. Those eyes were dull, like bright mirrors that had lost their luster. May I? Well behaved. Getting Fong Ran's affirmation. It took a moment for her to calm down a bit inside, and she gave a small smile. It's alright bro, when I become a sentinel, I'll get you a job. When my flaming eagle advances to higher, I'll help you teach that kid a lesson. The brother on the side walked forward and patted Fong Ran's shoulder in relief. Coming down so soon. It does seem a bit humiliating. After all, a complete run of the basic evolution method was impossible to do without 5 or 6 minutes. There was only one explanation for Fong Ran coming down so fast: he had failed multiple times in a row. The results aren't in yet, there's no rush. Fong Ran looked afresh into the distance. There was a crowd gathered there. Surrounded by a pretty-looking girl, with a butterfly made of flames. Fire Elemental Imperial Beast, this is a top-tier Imperial Beast that can't be bought without tens of millions of dollars. That team was also unlucky to meet such a tycoon. Yeah, the exclusive evolution method, it's just a sidekick to her, right? I heard that Shin Yun is a descendant of a royal beast family, and her grandfather was also a monarch royal beast master. Fake, right? Monarch level? I've never even seen it on TV. A few people murmured. Many of the trainees looked at it with straight eyes. The girl was wearing special sportswear, but it outlined her body even more perfectly, as if she could suck people's gazes away. It was a pity that her grandfather was a monarch royal beastmaster, and there was no way he would look at them, these poor slobs. The idea of crossing the class line by evening a rich woman is not going to happen. Suyu, are you finished on your side? Well, almost. Suyu nodded. The moment she saw Fong Ran, she wanted it to be over, but the process that needed to be followed couldn't be left untouched. Good, after the rankings are announced, take him to see the director. With Shin Yun, we've picked up a treasure this time in Yuching. With that, the man turned and left. Suyu looked at the crowd with expectant faces. Chapter 6 Clueless Fong Quan, Meeting the Vice Principal. I have recorded all of your ratings. Among those eliminated were. Suyu read out the names of a group of people. At this point, almost all of those who were eliminated left first. And those who still have doubts about their results are jittery. A group of students whose names were not read were beaming. Become an official Imperial Beast Master. It's their first step in crossing the class line. Fong Ran, I can't believe you weren't read. You passed too? Yeah, how did you do that? A few people realized that Fong Ran hadn't had his name read to him either. The mind was full of puzzlement. But the heart is also happy for him. It was just that their attention was on Zhang Quan's red-haired battle scarab. Almost 9 out of 10 times his Imperial Beasts succeeded, and there was even one time when he nearly revealed his divine light outwardly, which was just too outstanding. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to Fong Ran's Imperial Beasts. Not to mention, it's half an hour long, and no one's going to be staring the whole time except the invigilator. Luck. Fong Ran smiled. I thought, of course I am because I'm hungover. Lu San, 76 points. Zhang Quan, 89 points. Suyu read out the name. Zhang Quan was the first to score over 80 points. And in the presence, only Shin Yun got a rating of over 90. It looked like Shin Yun should be the best talented Imperial Beast Master in their class. Compare. Everyone else is somewhat dwarfed. It seems the end is doomed. Zhang Quan sighed in relief. Step forward, ready to claim your own exclusive evolutionary method. However, up until this point, Suyu hadn't put down the notebook in her hands. Fong Ran. Her gaze went to Fong Ran, who was not far away. Zhang Quan instantly froze. Everyone present looked at Fong Ran with doubts in their hearts. Why did you read his score at the end? Can't it be higher than Zhang Quan's? 100 points. Suyu smiled at the duo. These words, however, were like a thunderbolt that struck the hearts of the crowd. Many people turned their heads in dismay and looked at Fong Ran and his crippled angel. The mind can't believe in a million ways that he can get a perfect score. You know, this is Suyu invigilating the exam. She had the most skillful grasp of the basic evolution method, and it was the hardest to get a perfect score in her hands. Holy! Fong Ran, your kid actually hit it so deep? I said, why were you so calm just now? Could it be that you're really that one in a million genius? Quickly tell me if it's your Imperial Beast that stole the basic evolution method a long time ago. A few trainees who were on good terms with Fong Ran walked forward. There was a flurry of cozying up to him. Fong Ran also responded one by one. Except, of course, for those who are disingenuous. Let's go, I'll take you to see the director. Suyu looked at Fong Ran affectionately. They have always valued this kind of talent more. As for the flaws of the Imperial Beasts? Just change it later. And not far away. Zhang Quan stiffly turned his head to look at Fong Ran, who was surrounded by people, his heart filled with unbelief. Cheating. It was the only thought that crossed his mind. Aside from cheating, he couldn't think of a reason why Fong Ran could beat him. That's impossible, that's clearly a crippled Imperial Beast. Zhang Quan clenched his teeth. It took a lot of work for him to get that angel in the first place. If it was really stronger than the red-haired War Scarlet, why would he need to make a big detour? It's just luck, it just so happens that she works harder. Luck? Any luck getting a perfect score on the quiz? This was unbelievable to the crowd. And it's a good thing someone sold it to me, otherwise where would I have gotten the money for the angel? I didn't really do anything but let her train. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Goten was a little embarrassed. Just in front of outsiders. She still maintained the cold demeanor of a heavenly god. And hard work and training on your own, you're more than lucky. Could it be that this is actually a high-ranking angel? It's just been buried. Makes sense, only the rumored higher-ranked angels have that kind of learning ability. An envious gaze fell on Fong Ran's body. That's picking up the slack. Who would have thought that a disabled angel would be a high-ranking angel? Keep in mind that every time an angel moves up a level, the price is followed by a zero. High-ranking angels, many of which existed for a price, were simply not, and could not, be put up for sale. Listening to the crowd. Zhang Quan and the crowd couldn't believe it. What kind of anger should he be in if he really lost his high-ranking angel? It can't be, that's a low-ranking angel, how else would it be crippled? He roared in his mind. The evolution method was snatched away by the imperial beast that he had discarded. It left Zhang Quan in the middle of a mess. Clowns. Looking at Zhang Quan's figure, Fong Ran secretly laughed. No more attention. Fong Ran followed Su Yu and headed towards the Winsong Academy building. How did you train? Become proficient in the basic training method so quickly? Su Yu Road asked curiously. Fong Ran then smiled mysteriously. Effort, my imperial beast is trying very hard. Get this answer. Su Yu was non-committal. Is this a matter of effort? It's useless to work hard without talent. The angelic race, an exclusive evolution method, without $5 or $6 million, it can't be bought at all, can it? Su Yu secretly said in her heart. If the principal finds out about this, he'll be furious. The exclusive evolution method he had prepared for these geniuses was only a $5 million budget at best. A few minutes later, Su Yu led the way and arrived in the room in the middle of the second floor. In the room, there had long been several imperial beast masters standing. At the head of the group, dressed in sportswear, was Shin Yun. A few others, both male and female, and many of them left their imperial beasts outside the house. She's got bad eyes, I'd better take her with me. Fong Ran looked at Su Yu. Could be. Su Yu nodded. She was always forgiving when it came to genius. When they came inside, a number of invigilators nodded their heads towards Su Yu. As soon as Fong Ran entered the house, quite a few people looked towards him for a few moments, especially Xiao Tian who was following beside him. A few puzzled looks appeared on the faces of the crowd before they withdrew their gazes. Can come to this room. It's all genius. The family has more or less some status and energy in Yuqing. But I didn't expect a sparsely feathered celestial god clan. Shin Yun purposely glanced at the two men. That's how you get first place? There really doesn't seem to be much quality in this group. The young chairman of the Winsong Academy was probably not her. All here? The front of the crowd. A man with a handsome face and dressed in black sat in a reclining chair. He gazed around the crowd and nodded slightly. Laughing, he said, "Welcome to the world of the Imperial Beastmaster. My name is Xiejin, I'm your director and the vice principal of the Winsong Academy. The fact that you're here to see me means that you're an existence of both luck and strength. In the future, don't forget the cultivation of the academy when you become famous, and try not to mention the academy name when you cause trouble. At least don't mention me. Report the types of your imperial beasts, and I will help you get the most suitable and exclusive evolutionary method for you within a week." Chapter 7, Fong Ran 100, Do you want to change your imperial beast? Exclusive Evolution Act. Fong Ran's eyes were glowing. Finally. There was absolutely no way he could have bought the evolution method on his own. Leaving aside the question of money or not, he can't solve the channel problem alone. The class of Imperial Beast Masters and ordinary people are not the same, not the supermarket you run, want to buy something to find it yourself, but also have channels to do so. And the Academy has it all organized. Worthy of being an Imperial Beast Master, the treatment is top-notch. It's nice to be treated like that. Not only because of the status of the Imperial Beast Master, but also because they were the best among them. The crowd showed excitement, and one by one, they went forward to report the types of Imperial Beasts. Fong Ran heard him clearly. None of it is cheap. All of them are much more expensive than Zhang Quan's red-haired War Scarlet. There's money in it. All rich people from Yucheng. Otherwise, it was probably not possible to become an Imperial Beast Master. If Fong Ran hadn't obtained a divine grade talent, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to pass the quiz. President Xiejin, when will the freshman rankings be announced? Suddenly, Xin Yun stepped forward and asked. Her pretty face wore a touch of mesmerizing confidence. This attitude would be annoying if placed on others, but in her case it was even more charming. Also, since you're all here, why don't you report your scores and decide who's the chair student right here? Xiejin smiled. My flaming butterfly, it's 92 points. Xin Yun was the first to speak. A crowd of students gasped in awe. 92 points, looking at the history of Winsong Academy, no one had ever gotten such a high score. After Xin Yun, it was a group of students who came forward. Shocking Thunder Bear, 87 points. Stormhawk, 82 points. Listen to a bunch of low scores. Xin Yun waited quietly. Her grandfather had helped her get such an expensive flaming butterfly, and it was only right that she got first place. So eager, and not because she felt superior. Rather, it was her grandfather's birthday in a short time, and she wanted to become the chief student so she could give him a present. Thinking. A familiar-looking boy then walked past in front of him. He was followed by a timid angel with sparse feathers behind him. It's the luck kid. Xin Yun muttered. What's your name, classmate? Xiejin looked at Fong Ran and said. Fong Ran. Xiejin looked up at his words. Looked to the angel behind Fong Ran. The body was crippled, and it was never easy to repair it. But, it's pretty good to pass the quiz. Intensify your training, maybe you'll be able to repair your body when you break through to a high-class imperial beast in the future. Xiejin opened his mouth and relieved. The probability is not impossible even though it is low. Xin Yun added. The holy water to repair the gods I would cost at least hundreds of millions. She had heard her grandfather mention it. And after. Xiejin, however, suddenly thought of something like that. Showing a stunned look. Angel? Wouldn't that mean that he was going to buy the Heavenly God Clan's evolution method? Nima. That's $5 or $6 million worth of evolutionary laws. Xiejin fiercely looked at Suyu on the side. Suyu smiled and nodded with him. It seemed like a treasure had been picked up. Spend $5 million to raise a crippled pet beast? This. Xiejin's forehead was filled with black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, Student Fong, do you have any idea of exchanging a royal beast? The academy won't let you suffer, it can at least help you out with $2 million. These words. It made the student's face shock. $2 million for a royal beast? This was higher than the price of the imperial beasts for quite a few of them. And after. They instantly understood why, and it was all because of the rarity and costliness of the Heavenly God Clan's evolution method. Instead of spending money to cultivate a crippled imperial beast, it would be better to pay for Fong Ran to replace it. $2 million isn't really that much. $2 million, I would have traded it for sure. The initial imperial beast has to accompany itself for 4 or 5 years, if it can be replaced, fewer years less. There were whispers all around. It fell into Xiao Tian's ears. In the beginning. When she was sold to Fong Ran, it was just over $200,000. That's well over 10 times her price. If Fong Ran really agreed, it meant that she would be sent back to the middle of the beast cave again. But, what reason did Fong Ran have to refuse? His family was not wealthy, and it was impossible for him to give up his future for her, an imperial beast that had difficulty walking. Thinking of this, a sense of helplessness surged through Xiao Tian's heart. The whispers coming from around her were like a devil's claw that was clawing at her. And just in time. A flat voice came out. No change. That sound instantly shattered the surrounding demonic shadows. It made her feel more at peace than she had ever felt before. Fingers couldn't help but grip a little tighter. Fong Ran's thoughts were simple. What does the imperial beast have to do with him? Anyway, the old man has a hang-up. Even if you give him a pig, he can raise you to become the heavenly puff. Really changing the imperial beasts would instead make him start all over again, with more effort. What's more, this was an angel, and the chance to be able to harness the god of heaven as a blue star in his previous life, Fong Ran certainly wouldn't turn it down. Besides, you can't abandon your wife. Fong Ran's decision caused the surrounding crowd to look at each other in disbelief. In their opinion, Fong Ran was being intentional. In this situation, it was obvious that a different imperial beast would be more effective, and it would be a win-win choice for the academy. On the other hand, Xinyun, who was on the side, remembered what her grandfather had once said, that the first imperial beast of an imperial beast master was the original imperial beast, which was vital and could not be easily cut off once contracted. When she pressed further, her grandfather simply said that she was too young to be at that level. Could it be that Fong Ran also had such elders in his family? I was reckless. How many ratings did Suyu give you? If you lose money, you lose some, and it comes out of the principal's petty cash anyway. Not to mention. Put it in Suyu's hand. Fong Ran ratings are not destined to be too high. In previous years, there hadn't been a single person who'd fallen into her hands who'd rated as high as they could. Suyu gave me 100 points. Fong Ran opened his mouth. 100 points, that's rare. Xiaojun raised his head fiercely, looking towards Fong Yet then back to Suyu. It seemed to confirm that there was nothing about these two that looked alike. This rating had already surpassed several records of the Winsong Imperial Beast Academy. You're not kidding, are you? Xiaojun asked. Xinyun's beautiful eyes on the side were slightly shaken. If it's true, wouldn't the chief student be given to Fong Ran? 100 points. Suyu? Why did you keep quiet just now? Trying to keep it for yourself and sneak it in, are you? Could this be a little boyfriend you're keeping out there, opening the back door on purpose? Several invigilators were shaken in their minds. No wonder Suyu never came over just now. Turns out there's already a sweetheart. Roll. I'm not related to him by blood, it's just that his imperial beasts have a much more skillful grasp of the basic evolution method. Suyu explained. A few glances. They all landed on Fong Ran's body. A crippled imperial beast that could make even Suyu recognize it so much. Then there was only one explanation, it was that the master had taught them well, not that the imperial beasts were gifted. Such an imperial beast master would be welcomed everywhere he went. You'll probably have to wait for a long time, the heavenly god's exclusive evolution method is very expensive. Xiaojun spoke euphemistically enough. Not very expensive, but mega TM expensive. Chapter 8 D rank skills? Is it that hard to learn? There's no rush. Fong Ran laughed. It's not a loss if you can get it. I don't know how long it would take him to get it on his own. What about the status of chief student of the academy? Xinyun glanced at Fong Ran twice. She didn't have a high score, so she really wasn't necessarily better than Fong Ran. This is a matter for the principal to decide. Xiaojun smiled, and from his desk, he took out a light, huge note. It says Winsong Academy Imperial Beast Skills Collection. Your Imperial Beasts, however, have an understanding of skills that can increase the probability of being chosen. The moment that booklet was taken out, the crowd looked over in excitement. Imperial Beast Skills. Isn't contracting a royal beast all about skill? This is what makes the Imperial Beasts different from those wild creatures. What level of skills are in there? I've heard that a rank skills that reach the perfect mastery level can kill Imperial Beasts of the same level in seconds. A rank skills, unattainable, and we can't learn them. Yeah, the higher the skill level, the harder it is to learn. I heard that an Imperial Beast Master took 5 years to learn an A-rank skill before he was able to get started. A few people discussed it. I can see that. With a high level comes an increase in learning difficulty. But Fong Ran had no concerns in that regard. He can advance skills without needing Gnosis. Grade A? You guys think too much, the Winsong Academy only has C and D rank skills, and if you want a higher rank, only the chief student has a chance. An invigilator laughed. Yeah, and besides, there's enough D rank skills for you guys to learn for months. There are stupid students who lucked out and picked a C rank skill, only to not learn it for half a year and end up switching back to D rank. A crowd of invigilators, hilarious. Examples like this. Not uncommon in previous years. Some people overestimate the ability of the Imperial Beasts to learn, as well as their own ability to teach. And listening to the words of the invigilators, the crowd of young geniuses present also fell into deep thought. Until Xiaojun opened his mouth. You are beasts of prey and get first dibs on food. There are jackals out there waiting for you. Whoever has the highest score can be the first to come up and pick. Hearing Xiaojun's words, a crowd of gazes looked toward Fong Ran. Xinyun on the side clenched her silver teeth, it was supposed to be her priority. Fong Ran came closer, and his eyes landed on the tome that contained the skills. Grade C. Cracking earthquake strike, market price $300,000. Copper wall, market price $790,000. Thunder drawing claws, market price $2 million. Thunder-inducing claws are suitable for the thunder system, and imperial beasts with claw strikes don't pick towards the expensive ones. Xiejin reminded. Fong Ran didn't find the right one. Then looked to the next few D-rank skills. Grade D. Holy Citation Bow, market price $1 million. Power Increase, market price $300,000. Jump Strike, market price $700,000. Divine Attribute Skills. Fong Ran's two eyes lit up. Locked onto the Holy Leader Divine Bow. That's it. Seeing Fong Ran's decision, the group of instructors silently shook their heads. You're really picking towards the expensive ones. This kid. Are you planning to pull all the wool over their academy in one day? It's not that I won't let you choose, this skill is that goddess's specialty, it can shoot giant beasts to death from 1,000 miles away. But the difficulty of learning is also very high, ordinary people, it's hard to even get started without a few months. Su Yu added. She said it euphemistically enough. Actually, some people learn for a year without getting started. It was because of its difficulty to benefit ratio that it was downgraded to a D-rank skill. Won't you think about it again? The chief student, but the selection is in a month. Xiejin reminded. 1 month. If he hasn't learned it yet, that would be giving away the chief student position. Yes. Also, utilizing long-range skills requires a high level of vision from the Imperial Beast. Su Yu, who was on the side, continued. That's it. Fong Ran made his decision. Xiejin sighed slightly. Young and vigorous, or good, just enough to dampen his spirits. Maybe, after that, you'll be willing to replace the Imperial Beasts. Xin Yun was even more relieved. She was genuinely a bit afraid of Fong Ran taking an easy-to-learn skill. Now, Holy Invoking Divine Bow, but even that female god of war took a month to learn before she mastered it. Moreover, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast also had a crippling effect, so even if you were a genius, it would be difficult to master it within a month. I'm actually celebrating sense? Xin Yun was a bit incredulous. No, at least on the front, I won't be weaker than Fong Ran's Imperial Beast either. Your turn, Xin Yun. While Xin Yun, who had returned to his senses, picked. Many of the students in the room began to cozy up to Fong Ran. Each of them, almost all of them, had large and small family businesses in Yuqing. It can be said to be an unparalleled network of people. Fong Ran also responded one by one. A few minutes later. Martial Arts Arena. The crowd was hugging a book and trying to learn the skills in it. The first lesson of enrollment is to learn the skills of the Imperial Beast. And in front of Fong Ran's eyes, a panel quietly emerges. Do you advance the Holy Bow? Fong Ran smiled slightly. Tiny, give me your hand. Aha! Xiao Tian trusted Fong Ran. Fong Ran grabbed Xiao Tian's delicate hand and held it in one whole hand. Is this the skin of a heavenly god? It's really different from the norm. Of course, it could also be Fong Ran's psychology. Feeling his palms being rubbed together, Goten's heart beat wildly. But she knew that every time she was called over by Fong Ran, her skills would get a break. Wait until I pass on your divine power. Fong Ran said silently in his mind. Advance. In the process of advancing the Holy Bow. Acquired skill Holy Bow Introductory. Remaining debt, coalesce the Holy Leader's Bow 10 times. Sacred Leader Divine Bow Introductory, you have initially acquired the Sacred Leader Divine Bow, which allows you to utilize holy power to condense the body of the bow and shoot arrows that possess a scorching effect. A message. It surged into the middle of Xiao Tian's mind. It was as if he had practiced with Fong Ran countless times day and night. All the movements, lettered and etched into the flesh. Here, try to cast it once. Fong Ran let go of her small, warm hand. Goten nodded. One hand had 5 fingers in a false grip, while the other had 3 fingers on the string, as if there was really a substantial longbow in his hand. Xiao Tian instinctively mobilized the holy power in his body. A holy light. Points converge from the palms of the hands. And not far away, Su Yu and Xiejin stood by the wall. Looking at the several favored beasts in the martial arts arena that were constantly trying to use their skills, his face was helpless. Like a giant bear. The Imperial Beastmaster roared Earthcracker under his breath, and then the Imperial Beast hammered his hand red. You think skills are released just because you yell louder? Does power want a miracle too? Ugh, I can't really watch this. Huh, there's no rush, this is just the beginning, weren't you like this at first? Xiaojun laughed. Also, it's only been an hour, it would be nice to learn in a day. It's only an hour. No one can learn that fast. Guess who will be the first to initially learn the skill and then use it? It should be Xinyun, the skill she chose is fire, it fits better with the Imperial Beasts. I think so. Xiaojun suddenly thought of someone looking into the field. And then the pupils shrunk. Chapter 9 A clear stream in the martial arts arena, Suyu's scramble. Fong Ran? Hearing Xiaojun's words, Suyu turned her head and looked in Fong Ran's direction. Only to see, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast's single thin body stood there, his hands were like bending a bow and arrow, maintaining the posture of meditation. That serious demeanor was quite something. I thought he really learned. Xiaojun was startled. Turns out it was just posing. That would be a stretch for him to really learn. How can it be so fast? Even if he has some talent, he's still only a D-grade gifted person with a locked ceiling. Instead, it was Xinyun on the side. It's in the zone at this point. She chose the C-rank skill, Pyrokinesis, which was already taking shape. It was estimated that before the end of the day, her Imperial Beast would be able to fully master this skill. One could only say that it was worthy of being a fire elemental Imperial Beast. The control of fire skills was just much faster than an unusual Imperial Beast. Firefly, try again. Butterflies made of flame, waving their wings. A flame coalesced before his eyes. Yet all of them were instantly broken just as soon as they took shape. To precisely control the power of the elements, it was difficult to do so without prolonged training. Those elemental forces were like wild horses, extremely difficult to control. But she was already too far ahead of the game when she was able to coalesce her fledgling form. Xinyun wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Fong Ran, who was on the side. His Imperial Beast stood there. Not a single movement. It's like a physical and mental immersion. Suddenly, a holy light, as if guided, converged towards its palm. Ka-ching! Cracks appeared on the thin, cicada-like holy bow before it exploded on the spot. Xiao Tian gasped slightly as the holy power in his body was completely drained. Sorry, Master. She looked at Fong Ran with a resigned face. Due to the fact that the holy power was too barren, it was difficult to cast such a powerful skill. Well, keep up the good work, this skill is really hard to learn. Fong Ran relieved. Goten regained some of his spirit. It is the amount of holy power that is the basis for the survival of angels. And aside, Xinyun. Seeing that Fong Ran had already been able to condense some of his bow, his pupils shrunk. What a fast speed, reaching the same level as my fire butterfly so quickly. She'd have to pick up the pace. Otherwise, Chief Sang is really going to be taken away from Fong Ran. Keep practicing the basic evolution method. Fong Ran changed his mind. Prioritizing the enhancement of holy power now was the safest choice. Moreover, Fong Ran had heard that the evolutionary method could even operate on its own when practiced to the extreme. If Xiao Tian was able to master multiple evolutionary methods at the same time, wouldn't she be able to condense holy power while lying down? Xiao Tian continued to run the basic evolution method. Above the body, channels of light appeared and passed in an instant. Just a few hours later, Xiao Tian then ran the proficiency level basic evolution method nearly 40 times. Rank, First Order 31.9%. Remaining obligations, 57,100. It's much faster, you can complete your debt in a day and raise to the second order level in 3 days. Fong Ran's heart raced. No need to wait for the Celestial God Evolution Act. Xiao Tian was able to raise his skill proficiency to the highest level using only the basic evolution method. 50 runs later. The feathers on Xiao Tian's tail had begun to root new feathers, and his body had begun to emit a faint holy light. Fong Ran isn't training his skills, he's actually running the evolution method? Doesn't he want chief student status anymore? I've heard that the chief student has a chance to meet that Valkyrie. Students present. Fong Ran's behavior was a bit puzzling. A few teachers, in the distance, had also gathered. Most of them were the Imperial Beast Masters who had previously invigilated the crowd, and Fong Ran's unusual behavior naturally attracted their attention. Everyone else is practicing their skills the hard way, and he's there running the evolution method. Well, and it's been running for a couple hours now. How do you know? Suyu, you wouldn't have been staring at him for hours, would you? Hear these words. Suyu's face reddened and she coughed twice in embarrassment. No. She just marveled in her mind. Fongran really is a genius. His imperial beast, running the basic evolution method for hours, barely failed. To each his own. If you chose the most difficult D-rank skill to learn, you might as well raise the level of the imperial beasts first. Xiaojun expressed his understanding. It's impossible to master it in a month anyway, so it's better to take your time. At this point, Fongran was still smart. Let's divide the trainees? Whoever teaches, out comes the chief student bonus of $10,000. I want Fongran, Suyu said without hesitation. It's a good one, but he's definitely not going to be a chief student. However, we don't want to give it up to you easily. He is the first one to enroll with 100 points in the Winsong Academy. That's just it. Why should you be allowed to choose first? A few people said defiantly. Fongran was crippled despite the imperial beast. Doesn't mean he's not a steal. Instead, they valued him more for his talent and the reputation of being a perfect enrollment. I'm as familiar with the basic evolution method as Fongran. It's most appropriate for me to teach him. If I don't submit, we'll see you in the ring. Suyu faintly said. That choked a few people. Among them, the one with the highest imperial beast rank was Suyu. Her pale moon wolf was already a high-level late imperial beast and was about to step into the lord level. In a real fight, they're bound to get abused. Then you can't pick Xinyun again or it won't be fair. Deal. Suyu's two eyes lit up. No longer involved in the scramble afterward. She didn't expect it to be so easy to snatch. This was also thanks to the fact that she could see Fongran's proficiency in the basic evolution method. If one didn't reach the same level, it would be hard to see just how unbelievable Fongran's imperial beasts were. Mastering skills are trivial, the evolution method is the top priority of the imperial beast. Suyu Eshin said. Other than that, she had another purpose for snatching Fongran. Thinking. Suyu paced to Fongran. She was dressed in simple garments and had a clean, valiant look that pulled full force of seduction on the student ears. Fongran, my name is Suyu, I will be your substitute teacher from now on. Suyu was smiling. The surrounding crowd of students had envious faces. It was the dream of many of them to follow Ms. Suyu. Just looking at her every day can prolong your life. Reacting, Fongran looked at Suyu and immediately responded, Teacher Su, if you have any orders in the future, just mention them. Well, no need to be so polite, just call me Suyu. Looking at Fongran's polite demeanor, Suyu felt comfortable in her heart. Who doesn't like students who respect their teachers? Especially since he's also handsome. You're tired after practicing for so long, aren't you? Actually, I have an unfavorable request. What? A high-ranked imperial beast master, what could he possibly want from him? Fongran was internally confused. That is, I would like to have your imperial beast instruct some of the pale moon wolf's basic evolution method. Hearing Suyu's words, Fongran froze for a moment. Let me guide you? Are you the teacher, or am I the teacher? Chapter 10 promoted to the second order of angels and feathered. Looking at Fongran's reaction, Suyu thought he wasn't happy about it. So he was busy saying, don't worry, I won't let you teach for nothing, in the future, my training room can be used by you for free. And of course, I'll pay a fee. Suyu's eyes were glowing. It's impossible to think that you can be instructed for nothing. Especially the basic training method. It was known as the cornerstone of the evolutionary method, and no matter how strong an imperial beast master was, he would have dabbled in it. The imperial beast masters who had a deeper grasp of it were even more sought after. A little casual coaching can cost a fortune. That's fine, but I'll have to ask Tiny. For Fongran's request, she would hardly refuse. That's great. You can stay in the academy for the next few days, I'll go and let you know on the home side. Suyu said excitedly. Basically all imperial beast masters would choose to stay in the academy. There's more advanced knowledge here, better facilities, and no one's going to waste that. Let's go to the training room now. The two were one in front of the other. Towards Suyu's training room. The teachers at the academy all have separate matching training rooms. This was also the reason why they, the high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, were willing to come. Many old Imperial Beast Masters passing by marveled. I'm going, there's a new student following Ms. Suyu into her training room. Really fake? I'm not convinced. I've never even been in Ms. Suyu's training room. It's true, it's still a gigolo, and it's two people going in alone. You stop it, I'm going to drop my little pearls. It seems to be that Fong Ran guy. I heard this morning that he scored 100 points for enrollment. The crowd was talking. Curious about this new group of Imperial Beast Masters. Especially Fong Ran, who had gotten the favor of the goddess Suyu just as soon as he arrived, causing many boys to secretly gnash their teeth. And in the training room, sets are placed in sets. Treadmills, stretchers, all customized equipment for Pale Moon Wolf. To the side, equipment for the Imperial Beastmaster to exercise was set up. In the air, there was still a vague scent of sweat from the young girl's training. Suyu immediately summoned the Pale Moon Wolf. Can you demonstrate it in person? She looked to Fong Ran's favored beast. Goten nodded. And then ran the basic evolution method once. Suyu was watching very carefully from close range. Controlling the cells of the body to generate holy power. Goten explained silently. Since it's an advance, she naturally knew how to run it. Suyu listened very attentively, like a student listening to a teacher. Then with a look of excitement on his face, he let the Pale Moon Wolf start trying. Instead, Xiao Tian took this opportunity to continue paying off the debt of the basic evolution method. Until the night. It was only then that Suyu approached Shangran. I'll arrange accommodation for you, let's give you 200 a day for instruction, that's the market rate. It's actually so easy to make money as a Beastmaster? Is he considered a package deal? Fong Ran spat in his mind. But still, he accepted Suyu's kindness, and he didn't want Xiao Tian to train outside. The eye-catching images of her casting the evolution method can only be seen by herself. And after Winsong Academy. Day 1. It took 7 hours. Xiao Tian runs the basic evolution method 50 times and pays off his debt. A message surfaced before Fong Ran's eyes. Rank, First Order 76.9%. Remaining debt, Basic Evolution Method Proficiency 100-100. You can get another advance. So fast. The unexpected swiftness surprised Fong Ran. On the side, Xiao Tian was dripping with fragrant sweat, her golden tresses sticking to her white forehead. The mind was upset with itself. She remembered that when she first got the skill, she heard a bear in the martial arts arena cast it dozens of times in a row. And he yelled, "Earthquake! Little Sky, you can't disgrace your master either. Even if she's not as good as the bear." Nor could he at least disgrace Fong Ran. Xiao Tian wanted to prove to Fong Ran that he definitely did not choose the wrong Imperial Beast. Not yet. Fong Ran called Xiao Tian to his body while unleashing his advance ability. Advanced Basic Evolution Method Mastery. You have successfully acquired the Basic Evolution Method Mastery. In this field, you can be called a Grandmaster. Remaining debt, successfully run the Basic Evolution Method Mastery 100 times. A familiar feeling welled up. Xiao Tian felt much more enlightened. The Basic Evolution Method runs much more smoothly. Originally 50 times a day was the limit, but now she's up to 70. It was clear in her mind that this must be Fong Ran's natural ability. If it wasn't for Fong Ran, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to master the Basic Evolution Method. Day 2. Xiao Tian spent 9 hours and used the Basic Evolution Method 79 more times. The holy power in his body was majestic, and his rank rapidly increased. Rank, 2ND 1.9%. Remaining debt, Basic Evolution Method Mastery 94-100. Second Order Angels. A single ray of holy light nurtured her body and a pair of godless eyes. The feathers behind him gradually plumped up, tying in snow-white plumes, and a head of blonde hair showed some of its luster. Though the feathers are still petite. But the looks were a little more holy. Common Angel. Rank, 2ND 1.9%. Grade, Medium General. Skills, Holy Leader Bow Introductory, Basic Evolution Method Mastery, Pupil of Divine Light unlocked. Description, an unusual angel with 2 skills may have infinite possibilities. The Pupil of Divine Light? Fong Ran noticed that Xiao Tian had an extra skill. Unlocked, is it because of a lack of holy power? No matter how Goten at least has the possibility of regaining his sight. Fong Ran's heart was slightly agitated. The scruffy angel in front of him was primed for God. Even the breasts are fuller in the process of promotion. Xiao Tian, try the holy leader divine bow again. Goten nodded slightly. 5 fingers of the left hand are clasped in vain. A huge bow of holy light surfaced in Xiao Tian's hand. This time, there was no obstruction, and the majestic holy power quickly converged. The huge holy bow was almost as long as Xiao Tian's body. Holy bow 110. Progress has increased. Sure enough, it works. It takes quite a bit of physical strength and holy power to coalesce the sacred leader divine bow, and I'm afraid it can only be coalesced about 3 times a day. Fong Ran calculated in his mind. With the holy power of a second-order angel, 1 day was enough for her to cast the holy leader divine bow 3 times. A mastery-level basic evolutionary method can also increase your rank by about 10% a day, so you can pay off your skill debt and practice basic evolutionary method at the same time. Fong Ran was in a good mood. Everything's okay? At this point, Suyu suddenly walked in. Fong Ran, the city has been under martial law lately, so I won't be coming for a few days. Suyu suddenly approached Fong Ran. The serious look made Fong Ran realize that something had happened in the city. This is the key to the training room, take it first. I'm going to be operating with Yu Cheng's beast hunting team in the next few days. Cheer up, even if you don't get to be a chief student, your future accomplishments won't be bad. These past few days, Xiao Tian's efforts Suyu had seen it all. There was quite a bit of trust in him. Training for more than 10 hours a day, it was impossible for any imperial beast to be so obedient. Yet Fong Ran just did it, without even forcing her. Although the skills were going nowhere, at least the ranks were rising, and Xiao Tian wasn't like he was earlier. Chapter 11, Holy Guide Longbow Upgrade, 500,000 Reward. After Suyu left, Fong Ran thought of something. The presence of imperial beasts means the presence of wild ferocious beasts and even angels. And to fight against that, the imperial beastmaster is an essential combatant. But to actually be able to run into the city, doesn't Yu Cheng have a border defense? Fong Ran remembered. That female god of war was the imperial beastmaster of Yu Cheng. She's definitely not uncommon. It's not my place to care about that much. Fong Ran quietly continued his training. Goten gets up every day. The first thing to do was to exhaust the holy power and condense the holy guiding longbow 3 times. And then the remainder of the time is spent paying off the debt of the basic evolutionary method. Time flies. The boring training always goes by fast. 3 days later, the sacred guide longbow debt was complete. The same is true of the basic evolution method. Completion of the debt for the holy leader's longbow. Completion of basic evolution method proficiency debt. You can get another advance. Get the hint. Fong Ran couldn't wait. Advance the holy guide longbow, and the equivalent order of the basic evolutionary method. In advance. Acquisition of the basic evolution method into the subtle. Basic evolutionary method into the subtle. Your mastery of the basic evolutionary method has nearly reached its limit, your efficiency has been increased several times, and it seems to be difficult to advance an inch further. Remaining debt, 0-100. Acquired sacred guide longbow skilled. Remaining debt, 0-10. Sacred lead longbow skilled, sacred arrows can cauterize the opponent and kill normal late-stage ferocious beasts in seconds. In the training room, Xiao Tian releases the sacred guide longbow. A giant bow of holy light emerged, and she held it in one hand as she coalesced a sizzling rocket in the other. Almost effortlessly, the bowstring was drawn to the extreme. Fong Ran stood to the side. The beautiful picture is visible between the white arms. To shoot? Xiao Tian inquired with a face full of seriousness. Fong Ran walked forward and helped Xiao Tian to direct the arrow towards an iron stake. It's like putting up an equivalent human hand puppet. Okay, this is it, let go. The moment Fong Ran's words fell. Swish. Goten let go of the veiled hand. The bowstring propelled the blazing light arrow to fly out instantly. Like a laser, it pierced through the iron stake before running through the wall behind it. That iron stake, at least 50 centimeters thick. When an arrow really penetrates 50 centimeters of steel plate. Fong Ran had a new perception of the power of the imperial beast skill. That's more than artillery. Fong Ran thought. If such holy bows were fired in unison, how spectacular would the scene be? Feeling Fong Ran's excitement, Xiao Tian felt relieved. It's good that it didn't live up to its owner's expectations. Goten did a good job, take a break first. These days, Xiao Tian was more than a cow or horse, training almost around the clock. I'm not tired. Goten shook his head. If you don't have talent, you have to work harder. Compared to the seniors of the Imperial Beast Academy, she was still far from it. Not tired? That won't do, at least fill your stomach, right? Sure enough. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian's stomach rumbled. Fong Ran looked back at the training room that was a mess. I'll explain it to Suyu when she comes back. Big deal is losing some money. The two left the training room. Many of the resting Imperial Beast Masters noticed the duo. Fong Ran, practicing this late again? Everyone says you're a hard-working monster. I was going to touch the fish, but after what you did, everyone is scrambling. Hearing the words of several people, Fong Ran just smiled faintly. Wenjie, it's my Imperial Beast effort, not me. Xu Wenjie, also a former classmate of Fong Ran. Of course, it is a predecessor relationship. Gossip, Xinyun's Imperial Beast has already learned the C-rank skill, pyrokinesis. Everyone's counting on you now, and you're the only one with the best chance of winning over her. Well, how's your skill practicing going? A few people looked forward to it. I want to get some information from Fong Ran. After all, he was hunkered down in Mr. Su's training room every day, so no one knew how his progress was going. Exclusive training room. This kind of treatment was only available to Fong Ran alone. It's okay, it's been a handful. Fong Ran didn't hide it either. However, a few people, were in disbelief. Blow it out your ass. Who doesn't know it's hard to learn that skill of yours? It wasn't until Fong Ran left that the crowd muttered. Have you guys noticed how much better his Imperial Beast looks than before? It's a little different, and the aura on his body has changed. The Imperial Beast beside Fong Ran. It seemed to be much more confident than the previous timidity. When they got to the cafeteria, Goten ate svelte, but it took a long time. It didn't stop until a slight bulge in the belly. Ordinary meals, it seems like it's hard to satisfy the consumption of the evolution method. Fong Ran pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to raise Little Sky to become a fatball sky god. Must find a way to get some money to buy ingredients for the Imperial Beasts. Otherwise, we'll have to eat for 7 days and 7 nights every time we eat in the future. It just so happens that I've dabbled in the basic evolutionary method, so why don't I become a teacher? Thinking of this, Fong Ran had a thought. To say that his mastery of the basic evolutionary laws, there shouldn't be many people in Yucheng who were stronger than him. He pulled out his cell phone and registered an account on the Imperial Beastmaster Forum. And then tagged on, Yucheng, face-to-face teaching of basic evolutionary methods. Price 200 LWH. Fong Ran did the opposite. Instead of being marked cheaper, it boosts the price. Wait for my ingrate. No, not an ingrate. Rather, it's the honored customer that's right. In order to attract people, Fong Ran also wrote the message that any level could be taught. Da! Suddenly, a phone rang. It was his aunt calling, and Fong Ran clicked to answer. Xiao Ran, come back quickly, your uncle he. What? Fong Ran asked hurriedly. On the side, Xiao Tian's heart was also tightened. He accidentally fell on his leg and said he wanted you to hurry back. Just fell on your leg? Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Auntie's tone of voice scared him into thinking something had happened to his uncle. Okay, I'll take a trip back then. Fong Ran was just about to hang up. And there came my uncle's voice. Give me your cell phone, Ran, and don't cross that side of Doffing Plaza when you come back. That's a martial law area now. Doffing Plaza, where Fong Ran remembers his uncle from the predecessor working. All of us in the unit are on temporary home standby. There's a ferocious beast there that's been put a bounty of $500,000. $500,000? Fong Ran gulped. So much money? Yeah, you don't want to pass through there. I hear a lot of people have been hospitalized. It's been on the news. Uncle thought that Fong Ran was scared, so he continued. I'm afraid that he's just become an Imperial Beast Master and he's drifting away. He had seen that monster with his own eyes, and it was by no means something that Xiao Tian's thin arms and legs could handle. It was not easy for their Fong family to produce a beast royalist, and they had only been happy for a short while. He did not want to lose it just like that. Don't worry, I'm not passing through there. Fong Ran hung up the phone. Took a deep breath. 500,000. Not knowing what level the monster was at yet, he wouldn't act rashly. After all, Xiao Tian's sacred leader Divine Bao was only capable of killing ordinary late-stage ferocious beasts in seconds. Whether or not it had any effect on high-level ferocious beasts was unknown. Stay away and go back first. Chapter 12 Out of the Blue, shocked Suyu, terrifying skill power. Leave the academy. Fontaine took a cab. To the West End. That's going to be a detour, and, well, the tolls might be a little more. The master obviously knew about the road closure. All the way. He's all about talking to Fong Ran about it. That monster is ferocious, the army can't deal with it at all. I heard that there's a $500,000 bounty being placed on it, and quite a few Imperial Beast Masters have gone over there. That's $500,000. The master driver sked. That's not a small amount of money. He doesn't know how many years he'll have to run before he can save $500,000. But he wouldn't go looking for death. That was a high-level ferocious beast that wasn't even afraid of hot weapons. No wonder a few teachers have left the academy. Fong Ran muttered. They are also looking at the money. Teaching at the academy is purely and simply a side job. Stop right here in this neighborhood. Fong Ran didn't go straight back. Instead, they came near the blockade. You two should be careful, ordinary people are absolutely eaten when they shine. With that, the master took off with a kick of the gas. It seemed as if they were afraid of being plastered in the face by a ferocious beast in the next second. Just around the corner. Xiao Tian suddenly said. What? The ferocious beast is nearby, I can feel it. Goten pointed his finger in one direction. In front of her eyes. In the midst of a boundless darkness, besides Fong Ran's light blue aura, there was also a pitch black aura. The scent was growing in size and seemed to be running wild in that direction. Find a roof to go up on first. Give it an arrow first. The big deal is running away. With the identity of the Imperial Beast Master, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian arrived at the roof of a building. Perfectly overlooks the neighborhood streets. Waiting period. Fong Ran was a bit puzzled. How do you know where it is? I can see a scent that seems to be from yesterday. Yesterday. Xiao Tian just advanced to the second rank yesterday. Could it be a sign of recovered vision? After a long wait. Coming. Xiao Tian suddenly pursed his lips. In the palm of his hand, a sizzling bow manifested. A golden ponytail hung behind her, bouncing in the wind. Bend your bow and strike your arrow. 3 arrows of sizzling light surfaced. Next. Lower street corner. A figure suddenly scurried out. Upon seeing the figure clearly, Fong Ran's eyes widened. It's Ms. Suyu. Suyu rode on top of the Tsonyu wolf's body and ran wildly towards the outside of the blockade. Half of the pale moon wolf's white fluffy fur was dyed red with a pitch black color, which was congealed blood. Goten certainly didn't let go. She couldn't see Suyu. All that could be seen in his eyes was the black shadow. Woo! With an overcast wind. A ghost-like, nearly 2-meter-tall black shadow emerged. It ran wildly on its feet, its 2 arms grasping towards Suyu, and the distance between the 2 of them was almost stretched to the limit. Pale moon, turn. Suyu frowned. Demon Shadow was a Yin attribute demon, and her pale moon wolf couldn't deal much damage. But that demonic shadow was also heavily damaged by her, so she just had to wait for support. And on top of the tall building, Xiao Tian's palms trembled. She was afraid she'd miss and shoot one of her own. In the next second, Fong Ran stepped forward and grabbed her hand, controlling the direction of the bowstring. As an Imperial Beast Master, his physical quality had long been different from normal people, and aiming was even easier. Swish! Swish! 3 light vectors broke through the air, as if they sounded at the same time. 3 lasers ran through the demonic shadow. Gah! The dark demonic shadow was instantly pierced through 3 large holes, emitting channels of thick smoke. Accompanied by miserable screams, the pitch-black body gradually began to burn. This is the burning effect of the light vector. And after 3 arrows go down, Xiao Tian's holy power was also completely depleted. Wait, Asuka! Feeling the screams behind her, Suyu turned back. When she saw the black shadow's miserable appearance, her red lips slightly opened. The pale moon was like receiving instructions. Scampered over. Raise the sharp claws. Pale moon claw. Swish. With the flash of 3 moon-colored lights, the pitch-black demonic shadow dissipated in an instant. A black bone that fell to the ground. Ending the battle, Suyu took a deep breath and calmed her extremely fast-beating heart. Which Imperial Beastmaster helped me? We can negotiate the loot. She shouted. That attack just now. It instantly hit the demon's shadow hard. By no means could a mediocre Imperial Beastmaster do this. At the very least, it was someone on the same level as her, if not stronger than her. Ms. Suyu. Fong Ran waved his hand from the roof of the building. Suyu looked up, her face puzzled. What's this kid doing here? When Fong Ran came down from the roof, Suyu came up and gave him an education. What are you doing here instead of practicing your skills? Don't you know the neighborhood is under martial law? It's dangerous. She had just killed the monster and was in a good mood. There was no intention of punishing Fong Ran. It's already practiced. Fong Ran said. I'm not talking about the basic evolution method, I'm talking about the holy. Before Suyu could finish her sentence, she suddenly choked. She thought of something. That arrow of light just now, wasn't it precisely the sacred guide Divine Bao? Moreover, the direction was also shooting down from the sky. Could that person be Fong Ran? Suyu looked at Fong Ran with disbelief, and then looked at Xiao Tian who was on the side, and felt her mouth dry up. You? Did you kill that demonic shadow? That's a high-ranking ferocious beast. Even if she was seriously injured, it was still not something that Fong Ran could deal with as a student. No, I just weakened it a bit, that attack was probably just scratching at it, right? Fong Ran looked at the black skeleton and said. It also amounts to an admission. Scratch? You were about to shoot it to death and you call it scratching? Suyu suddenly felt a little pity for that demonic shadow. I can't believe I was tickled to death. But this talent of Fong Ran's was something that really shocked her. How long has it been? A week? He's actually able to kill high-ranked ferocious beasts already. On the contrary, other students are still struggling to learn the skills. Let's get out of here before a paparazzo catches you. Suyu picked up the pitch-black bones on the ground. Take Fong Ran and leave quickly. Being famous too early is not necessarily a good thing for Fong Ran. And not far from the crowd. A photographer looks at the photos in his hands with excitement. Big news. Definitely big news, I'm going to be famous, haha. That photo. The two figures of a man and a woman overlapped, and the huge holy bow in their hands couldn't be more conspicuous. It's a blur to look at, but it's a total shocker. In particular, he shot the ghost. At this point, Suyu led Fong Ran to a brightly lit high-rise. There were quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who were talking about it. There were men and women among them, and a few of them were teachers from the Winsong Academy, but Fong Ran was sure of one thing, they were all basically Beast Masters. My pale moon wolf has suffered a small injury, so I'll send it to heal first. Suyu handed the Tsong Yu wolf to a few white-robed men. Suyu. Did you get the stuff? Chenwei, he went to back you up, he's not back yet. The damn thing won't let it get away, will it? Looking at the worried looks of several people, Suyu smiled slightly. A dark bone floated in his hand. Chapter 13 First Bucket of Money, Shocked Aunt and Uncle. Well done, not bad for Suyu. It was said that your pale moon wolf was going to advance to the lord level, so it seems to be true. This black bone is worth $500,000. It's already enough for your pale moon wolf to gather enough materials for advancement, right? Who's that guy next to you? Looks pretty young. Several Imperial Beast Masters surrounded the front. Words of either admiration or envy. Then he noticed Fong Ran, who had been following Suyu. Fong Ran, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at school? And you have to come out here to make a scene? Several of the male instructors frowned. Finally got a chance to clean up this kid. Staying with Suyu all day and granting access to her training room had turned many male teachers' jealousy upside down. After all, Suyu would be a royal beastmaster who could be promoted to the lord level in the future. Admirers could line the streets. Still a student? Then indeed I shouldn't have come running. I guess I watched the news and got excited about ferocious beasts? The people who learned the truth looked at Fong Ran. No wonder it's so young. Not bad looking. They almost thought it was Suyu's boyfriend. I was able to be so relaxed this time thanks to Fong Ran. Suyu patted Fong Ran's shoulder. The crowd was flabbergasted. What do you mean, thanks to Fong Ran? What use could he be as a full-fledged Imperial Beastmaster who had just enrolled in school? Oh. Got it. It was probably using Fong Ran as a meat shield to attract that ghost. I have to say, this is a really bold operation. For a while, the people looked at Fong Ran with a hint of pity in their expressions. I'm going to share some of my proceeds with him this time, too. Said. Suyu signaled Fong Ran to follow. The two made their way to the depths of the floor in full view of the crowd. Behind the huge, spacious counter sat a lazy girl with messy tresses. Seeing Suyu's two eyes lit up. Suyu, did you get that prey? Nah. Suyu took out the black bone. The girl took it quickly. Good stuff, $500,000 will be in your account in a minute. Give Fong Ran $250,000, he gets credit for that too. Suyu looked to Fong Ran who was on the side. Gesturing for him to take out his bank card. Give me $250,000? Fong Ran was a bit surprised. He didn't feel that he could take half the credit for hunting a high-level ferocious beast. Looking at the injuries of the pale moon wolf, he could tell that he had probably been entangled in the fight for a long time. Right. Why should we give him $200,000? Isn't your pale moon wolf just one material away from being advanced? The lazy girl was in a hurry on the spot. Seems to be on good terms with Suyu. Moon spirit is unattainable, I can't buy it even if I have money for the time being, so I can only wait for someone to auction it off. Suyu spread her hands. Besides, I've been waiting for 3 years, and I'm long overdue. Saying that, Suyu sighed. Looking toward Xiao Tian behind Fong Ran. She stood quietly, her face calm, as if she were a recluse who did not ask about the world. Just a tight grip on Fong Ran in his hand. If it was so difficult for the pale moon wolf to advance, what could she do with the materials for her advancement? At this moment, Fong Ran also realized this. Are the materials for Imperial Beast advancements so scarce that you haven't been able to buy them in 3 years? Fong Ran marveled. With Little Sky's advancement speed, it won't take long to get to the late beginner stage. When the time comes, no money can even buy evolutionary materials. Suyu, you're also good at making excuses, what favor can he do for you as a student? The lazy girl looked at Fong Ran for a moment. It's quite handsome to look at. But there were quite a few handsome men chasing after Suyu, there was no way she could look at the penniless Fong Ran. Pass the bank card over. A few moments later. Fong Ran's cell phone jumped on the text message. Bank card tail number arrived $250,000. Look at the long list of zeros in the back. Fong Ran's eyes widened. As if to make sure it's not true. Remember to return to the academy early. Suyu was in an excellent mood. Took in a good student. You can get a bonus from the academy yourself. This time, the chief student is probably non-Fong Ran. Aha! As soon as Fong Ran's front foot left, a crowd of people with microphones poured in. It instantly blocked Suyu. Ran is really getting ahead. Yeah. Such a young formal Imperial Beastmaster surely has a great future ahead of him. I've always said this kid has it in him. I even hugged him when he was little. Fong Ran's home. A number of neighbors came to congratulate us. Become a Beastmaster and at least you won't be poor anymore. But, this also meant that it was difficult for Fong Ran to make progress, and the Imperial Beast was the most costly profession. Send the crowd away. Uncle Fong Chihua, sitting on the sofa, one leg bandaged, but his heart is very comfortable. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so much money, and Fong Ran had become a royal beast master. Luckily, little Tian is also competitive, practicing hard every day and every night. The two men lamented in their hearts. A voice rang out. Fong Ran pushed his way in. The aunt and uncle instantly beamed with joy and pulled the two of them to sit down. Seeing his uncle's appearance, Fong Ran asked, "Why are you injured?" "Don't mention it, I was terrified by that monster at the time." Uncle described it in colorful detail. Auntie, who was listening, turned pale. "Xiaoran, you two should hide far away from that monster when you encounter it in the future." "Yeah, that thing isn't even human to deal with." The two had their hearts in their mouths. "I will protect Fong Ran," Goten said stubbornly. Hear these words. Uncle shook his head. Xiao Tian will definitely be able to do it in the future, but right now? Look at your little body, it's not even enough for that monster to eat in one bite. That's right, from now on, when you two see a ferocious beast, you must hide far away from it. In the minds of the two, Goten was a crippled imperial beast after all. It was naturally impossible to deal with a true ferocious beast. The two of them would be satisfied just to be able to work peacefully as ordinary imperial beast masters. On TV at the moment, it was broadcasting the news of the day. The huge black shadow, with Suyu's figure, replayed in the screen. There's even a video interview with Suyu as a teacher at Winsong Academy. This was tantamount to giving publicity to the Winsong School. This hunt is also thanks to the help of one of my students. Suyu responded with a smile. Obviously not the first time. Students? It's true that there's a world outside of people. At the same age as Fong Ran, they were all able to go hunting ferocious beasts. At the very moment when the aunt and uncle were thinking like this, the screen suddenly switched. It turned into a picture. This is the footage captured at the scene. This genius of you city effortlessly shot and wounded the high-level ferocious beast. That picture. Fong Ran embraced Xiao Tian in his arms and shot an arrow. Today's technology is advanced. In 4K HD with post-correction, Fong Ran's figure is exposed. The aunt and uncle froze instantly. The whole room, unexpectedly, fell silent. Only the sound of the announcements among the TVs, looping in and out. The two couldn't believe it. Isn't this Xiao Tian? Aunt Sang Xuelan spoke first, a touch of disbelief in her tone. Uncle's legs were even shaking. Chapter 14, Friends and Family Come to the Door, New Exclusive Evolutionary Method. The characters in that TV picture. Without a doubt, it was none other than Fong Ran and his imperial beast. Is it really you, Tiny? She can actually hunt ferocious beasts now? The two still had disbelief on their faces. The impact of this matter on them was no less than Fong Ran becoming a full-fledged imperial beast master. The day my uncle got the news, he even broke the bank and spent money on drinks and dinner for his co-workers. Looks like it too, especially Sky's Wings. The duo's eyes repeatedly flicked back and forth between the TV and Goten's. There was absolutely no mistaking those mutilated feathers. And no one would be dumber than a nephew to date a crippled angel. Transient. The excitement of the two overflowed. Not bad, I knew little Tian would be able to do it. Worthy of being a heavenly god, so powerful even with broken wings. The duo surrounded Xiao Tian and Sked. Who wouldn't be excited to see their nephew get ahead? I'm just doing a small favor for Ms. Suyu, and I got $250,000 bounty. Fong Ran inserted himself into the conversation. Look at the uncles and aunts gathered around Goten affectionately. Those who didn't know thought that Fong Ran was a royal beast and Xiao Tian was a royal beast master. It's also true that at your level, it's good if you don't drag Xiao Tian down. I have to find a chance to thank Ms. Suyu. The two responded. And after suddenly noticing something, there was an important message in Fong Ran's words, 250,000 bounty. In an instant, the two froze in place. You said, you got $250,000? Affirmation from Fong Ran. The aunt and uncle had a momentary pang in their hearts. That's $250,000. Although at first, in order to gather money for Fong Ran to buy the imperial beast, he had also spent several $100,000. But it was what they had saved over the years, and what they had borrowed from relatives. Fong Ran, this is money that only took one day to get. I'm going to give the money to my aunt to manage and improve my life first. Fong Ran opened his mouth. No way. You've just become an imperial beast master, and it's the right time for Xiao Tian to replenish his body, so I can't let you waste your money. That's right, this money is also earned by you too, Xiao Tian, so you should keep it for her too. The two men immediately opened their mouths to object. The two were very sensible. Knowing that he couldn't give Fong Ran too much help, he couldn't at least drag him down. If he didn't have such a notion, he wouldn't have borrowed the money to let Fong Ran become a royal beast master in the first place. Still a real nephew? Fong Ran was speechless. Doesn't he have to work hard to move his mouth to open it? Don't say that, without Fong. Master, I couldn't have gotten this far. Master? Fong Ran, you're going to flip out, aren't you? Xiao Tian, uncle will do it for you, just call him Fong Ran from now on. Well. I'll go ahead and train then, I haven't finished today's mission yet. No way. Rest today, with uncle as your master, I'll see who dares to bully you. The two men listened to Xiao Tian's address. A face stared unkindly at Fong Ran. It was as if Goten was being exploited for his sins. For a while, Fong Ran's figure and the Blackheart boss's figure gradually overlapped. No wonder Xiao Tian is progressing so fast. Hoping that behind her back Fong Ran was whipping her with a whip. The corners of Fong Ran's mouth twitched. This is jumping into the yellow river can't be washed away. Into the night. Goten started his training routine again. Accompanied by a unique rhythmic breath, a holy power merged into Xiao Tian's body from the void, nourishing her body. Watching her efforts, her uncle and aunt were even more sure of what they had in mind. Finding Fong Ran for a heart-to-heart talk, he told him to treat his imperial beast well. No matter how Fong Ran explained it, it was useless. The two were relieved until he nodded in agreement. The next day. Fong Ran's deeds. It made headlines in the local paper and was featured on the news. For a while, it also generated a fair amount of attention. Just one day. The threshold of the home was then trampled. Came a bunch of relatives who had hugged Fong Ran. Even the leaders of the uncle's unit ran to Fong Ran's house with gifts and took a group photo. Shihua, I don't think you'll need to work in the unit anymore. I can't. Where did I go wrong? Uncle was confused. It's a condescension to be able to raise such a gifted child as a basic level employee. I've decided to let you manage the warehouse for the time being. Hearing the words of the old boss. The uncle's face was joyful. Their warehouses hold all the supplies for the imperial beasts. That's an easy job and a lot of grease. This is a promotion for him. Xiaoran, when you graduate, you must come and sit in our group when you have time. The most welcome thing to us is the imperial beast master. After pacifying the uncle, the old boss immediately began to get close to Fong Ran. A royal beast master like him was bound to have no low achievements in the future. After graduation, it is also a sought-after talent by major conglomerates. Behind all the big conglomerates, there are basically royal beast masters sheltering them. Of course, the premise was that Fong Ran's imperial beast had a future. I've been trying to find a job just recently, and I've actually dabbled in basic evolutionary law. Basic evolution method? You can instead ask on the Imperial Beasts forum. There are many Imperial Beast Masters trading there. After all was said and done, the crowd left in droves. Only a field of gifts was left behind. For a while, the uncle and aunt looked at Fong Ran more smoothly. Imperial Beasts were Imperial Beasts after all, and these big shots had definitely come to the house to find Fong Ran. Night. Fong Ran opened his cell phone and browsed the Imperial Beasts forum. The first thing that comes to mind is 4K 100 high-definition pictures of different races. Could it be battle pictures? Fong Ran clicked in. For a while, it was hot to watch. Even many of the owners of the pictures have become famous and have a lot of fans. For example, Red Dragon Lady Ling Ling, Cat Lady Dusty. There was even a celestial god race that was just like Xiao Tian's, with an exaggerated to outrageous figure. It's a nifty welfare beast. The Imperial Beasts actually have stars, and they can actually make money like this? Fong Ran admitted. His imagination was still too barren, just like Goten's boobs. Of course, Xiao Tian was still developing, so naturally he couldn't be compared to them. Fong Ran couldn't help but look at Xiao Tian, who was running the evolution method. He treats Tiny Sky. As if treating her own daughter, it was naturally impossible to let her sell. Besides, although her base was good, her evolutionary level was too low. It couldn't be compared to those imperial beasts that were piled up with money and had a very high rank. With that in mind, Fong Ran clicked into the middle of the skill transfer forum. I have been studying the basic evolution method for 50 years, and I have long reached the realm of the celestial. If I talk about the basic evolution method, I can claim that no one can beat me. 5,000 words omitted. After some blow-by, Fong Ran sent it up. After a long time, one more reply appeared below, and Fong Ran's two eyes lit up. Blowback. Night. A message was delivered. Suyu, Fong Ran, come to the academy tomorrow. The principal of your exclusive evolution method has already bought it for you. Fong Ran returned the favor. In my mind, I spit out, is that so realistic? Goten is in the news 1 foot and the principal buys the exclusive evolution method the next? Is there such a thing as coincidence? No, I can't over-speculate on the principle. In case it really was a coincidence then, after all, it was a known fact that exclusive evolutionary methods for angels were hard to find. Chapter 15 Angry Little Sky, Chief-born Identity. The next day. Fonzan took a cab. Master, to the Winsong Academy. I'll be damned, laddie, why you again? That driver looked at Fongran. The heart was slightly shaken. It was the same person who had brought Fongran around the Forbidden Zone last night. If only my son was as successful as you. His heart was filled with shock. Enviously, he looked at Fongran's imperial beast. Strong and good-looking, the lad is truly blessed. I'll count you in for free this time. He brought Fongran to the front of the Winsong schoolhouse. One after the other with Xiao Tian, they stepped into the gates of the academy. Immediately, it drew several gazes from the academy. Fongran's face was handsome and resolute, and on the side, Xiao Tian, who had fair skin, quietly followed behind Fongran, her face as cold as ice. The two of them were like a pair of people, but it was a pity that Xiao Tian's body was defective. He's Fongran? That freshman. It was on the news yesterday, helping Mr. Suyu kill a hired demon shadow. Fake, right? He's only been enrolled for a week and he's learned skills? And he was able to injure a higher fierce beast? Really? Someone got a picture. Awesome, our academy still has this kind of ruthless person. The hearts of the people were either in awe or skeptical. But more than that, it was disbelief. After all, Xiao Tian was not an unusual imperial beast, and there must be some kind of secret for him to be able to learn the skill so quickly. Entering the class really drew big stares. A group of girls gathered in one place, curiously sizing up Fongran and whispering. And the boys looked more envious and jealous. Zheng Quan, in particular, was repenting his bowels at the moment. Fongran. I heard that the principal is going to give you a new imperial beast. I can pay to get her back. Zheng Quan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to go farther with a more gifted imperial beast. He said with excitement on his face, but there were some bruises on top of his torso. Seems like he just got into a fight not too long ago. Oh. Want to go back now? What are you dreaming about? Fongran smiled coldly and was about to respond, when Xiao Tian on the side was already covered in frost. The Tao of holy power converged in his hands. A feeling of oppression surged through Zheng Quan's heart. The red-haired Scarlet beside him was even more trembling, not daring to move at all under the pressure of the skill. Zheng Quan didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth again, he would be pierced through the heart with an arrow in the next second. Her skills could even kill higher fierce beasts. Not to mention he's a human. Fongran, let me say one more thing. If you don't know where she's from, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Zheng Quan forced himself to hold back his fear and opened his mouth. Xiao Tian stepped forward and a slap landed. Pop. Zheng Quan instantly had his face swollen by the whip and touched his face in disbelief. However, looking at Fongran's imperial beast, he forced himself to hold back and turned away in a grayish manner. This world is all about the weak and the strong. It was no longer possible for him to threaten Fongran. Fongran, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Tian with some surprise, not expecting her to actually lose her temper. Fongran and Xiao Tian were connected by heart and soul, he could feel it. Xiao Tian really wanted to kill Zheng Quan just now. The farce is over. During class, Xiao Tian still ran the basic evolution method. It was as if nothing had just happened, except that she'd gotten harder. It seemed to be afraid of being replaced by Fongran in the next second. Tiny, do you remember what happened before? Your eyes? Fongran suddenly inquired, and Xiao Tian shook his head. Don't remember. She didn't have that memory in her head. Fongran, on the other hand, was thoughtful. Angelic races are very rare. Not to mention in a place like Yucheng. Where did Zheng Quan he get the angel from? Even the ones with mutilated bodies are hard to get without channels, right? It's time for class to end. A number of girls came forward. Ask Fongran for tips on how to learn skills. A number of days had passed among them, and they had not even learned the skills yet. Facing the crowd's inquiries, Fongran responded as best he could. Although he couldn't see it, Xiao Tian could sense that his master was very popular and had a lot of girls adoring him. It made her brow furrow in discomfort. Well, it didn't last long before Fongran was called away by Suyu. It's Ms. Suyu. It's getting prettier and prettier. With Imperial Beasts feeding back, the Imperial Beast Master will also be improved in his body. Alas, envy, Fongran and the others have gotten the exclusive evolution method of the Academy. We're still using the basic evolution method. Teacher Suyu also used the basic evolution method, isn't it the same to advance to the Lord level? That's true. There are no wasteful evolutionary methods, only wasteful Imperial Beast Masters. The crowd came to confidence. One after another, they began to run the basic evolution law. Along with the unique breathing, the cells in the body of the favored beast continued to draw nutrients to evolve. A few moments later, Fongran, along with a group of teachers and students from the academy, arrived outside the principal's office. At this point, there were already a number of honors students waiting. One after another, they greeted Fongran. Fongran? Come here for a moment. Xinyun stepped forward and called Fongran to a deserted place with a flat face. Reaching out, he then took out a black card from his pocket and shoved it into Fongran's hand. 200,000. Her face was calmly square. Today she was dressed very plainly, and her teenage figure was already exposed, especially those exaggerated breasts that did not match her age. This is trying to wrap me up. Sis, I'm not selling out. What? I asked you to sell the identity of the chief student. Xinyun frowned her pretty eyebrows and said. She had long investigated Fongran's family. $200,000 is definitely a tantalizing fortune for him now. She hadn't wanted it to be like this, but Fongran was too famous this time, and the chief student status was no longer available to her. Hear this. Fongran was a little lost inside. Thought I could just go on with my life. Our party is not such a person. The status of chief student not only symbolizes an honor, but for someone like me, it's a rare honor. What's more, this identity was earned by Xiao Tian's efforts over several days and nights, without sleep or rest. Fongran said righteously. He looked at little Tendo, who was not far away, waiting uneasily. Like this? Xinyun was shocked. The eyes that looked at Fongran carried a hint of impressiveness. I'd rather sell my body than my honor. I didn't realize that he was such a person. Then give me the card and stop clutching it. Xinyun reached out to tug at it, but found that Fongran was holding it rigidly. I mean, for the sake of Tiny, you'll have to raise it too. At the very least, the skills that the chief student picks, I'll have to take. That's a good one. Skills and, for Xinyun, can be bought with money. I just didn't expect Fongran to flip so fast. Have fun working together. If you need a skill business, you can come to me as well. I usually teach people skills on the side. Okay, I'll think about it. Xinyun inwardly sighed in relief. Luckily, Fongran agreed. As soon as he gave up his status as chief student, the chief student would naturally fall on her head. That way, it will still be available when the day of Grandpa's birthday party comes around. Xiao Tian, who was waiting in the distance, looked at Fongran's light blue figure and felt uneasy inside. She didn't let go until the figure came from far away. Chapter 16 Holy Fire Evolution Method. Female War Goddess's Student. Looking at Fongran's returning figure. A few honor students were curious as to what Xinyun had said to him. But they didn't dare to ask. After all, Xinyun was much stronger than them. Come on, let's go see the principal. Ms. Suyu poked her head out of the house. The crowd was excited. Being able to meet the principal of the Wind Song Academy could be called an honor. Several people stepped inside, only to see the room filled with various books. Behind the desk made of fresh wood sat the figure of an older man. Who's Fongran? The old man inquired. Fongran stepped out of the crowd, and the old man's gaze instantly landed on him. And then for a change, a smile piled up on his face. Well, a talented person, good. Worthy of being my Wind Song Academy's top student. It's not in vain that I spent an hour last night, helping you find the evolution method. An hour? It's really temporary, isn't it? The principal also seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, so he hastened to find a remedy. In fact, this principal has helped you find many evolutionary methods used by the angelic race, but I'm not satisfied with any of them. That's why, last night, I purposely approached an honorary alumnus of my school to help you get the sacred flame evolution method she used back then. It wasn't even a special search. It's just a coincidence that that person came to Yucheng. However, The principal's words, however, caused the crowd to catch their breath. Headmaster. Is that the talented girl from Yucheng? Could it be her? I heard that she was in the Winsong Academy back then, and was only a chief student for a year before she got into the Imperial Capital Academy, which is the top of the 5 great academies. Is it really her? What realm has she reached nowadays? Imperial Academy, she's the only one in Mayu City who has succeeded in these few years, right? And it was specially recruited to go. Several universities took the initiative to invite. Listening to the crowd in awe, Fong Ran also became interested and asked, "Is it her?" "Yes." The principal nodded heavily. "Is it really her?" "Of course." The principal nodded again. "Can you say the name?" Fong Ran looked at a few people. He didn't remember, at all, what the alumni of the Winsong Academy were called. Lin Xinghuan came back to Yucheng this time to cultivate a few talents who can enter the 5 great academies. It just so happens that when I mentioned it, she lent me the evolution method she used before. The principal smiled and stroked his beard. It seemed to be taking pride in the fact that it was a big face. The crowd of students looked at Fong Ran enviously. Dog luck. How come they're not so lucky? But Fong Ran was keenly aware of the word borrow. What do you mean borrow? It's nothing really, it's just for you to pay back the money later at the market price. It's only $30 million to get the sacred fire evolution method, blood money. Hearing the principal's words, Fong Ran was petrified. 30 million? Can you be a human being? However, the reaction of the surrounding crowd was actually the same as that of the principal. Only 30 million? I've heard that the sacred fire evolution method, bought separately, requires at least 50 million to be enough. This is saving you $20 million, Fong Ran. It's enough to buy 10 of my exclusive evolutionary laws. So expensive? It's at least an A-ranked evolutionary method, right? The crowd showed envy. Especially Shun Yun. That's a lot of money, and it's a waste of money for her. Fong Ran could sort of see that he was the only one who was the poorest here. Tens of millions of dollars is not an unaffordable price for these people. Headmaster, can I change my evolution? Fong Ran looked at him and said. Why? This is already the most suitable evolutionary method for angels. The principal was puzzled. And it's not even out of your pocket, is it? Fong Ran can't afford the 30 million. It would be more comfortable to just give him a free evolutionary method. You're worried about money? Lin Xinghuan also added before he left that if you can get into the 5 major academies, the fees for the evolution method will be completely waived. After saying this, he looked at Fong Ran. At this moment, Fong Ran was silent. He still had plenty of time. By the time the unified recruitment started, Xiao Tian, with the evolutionary method, would have long ago not known to what extent he had advanced to. The 5 great academies, are they good? Over the past few years, only senior sister Lin in our Yucheng has gotten into the imperial capital. Shin Yun added. There were hundreds of thousands of imperial beast masters in Yucheng's millions of people, and only one of them had succeeded in so many years. Wouldn't the chance of success be only a few 100,000 to 1? It's a pity that Suyu is past her age, or else she would still have a chance. A teacher added. Miss Suyu, actually just graduated not long ago too? Fong Ran was a bit surprised. Not much older than you, but the 5 academies only recruit those under 20, and you have a chance until you're 20. Suyu looked at that teacher with a bad expression. Most recently, it would have been a few months later. I'm afraid Fong Ran won't be able to make it in time, so he'll have to wait for next year's unified entrance examination. Well, what if I don't get in and I can't pay back the money? Fong Ran inquired. Oh, then you're in for a rude awakening. The principal hemmed and hawed. Fong Ran always felt that he wasn't too serious. The heart is gross. Alumnus Lin said that if you can't pay back the money, you'll have to work as a teacher at the Winsong Academy for 3 years to pay off your debt. As a teacher? Fong Ran looked at the group of teachers. This group of people, they wouldn't also owe that Lin Xinghuan money to become teachers, right? Feeling Fong Ran's eyes, the crowd averted their gazes. Fong Ran's heart was in the right place. Still, senior sister Lin was really looking out for Yucheng. Whether he succeeds or not, it will be good for Yucheng. There's also Xinyun's fiery flame evolution method, which several of you. The principal solemnly removed the box. Hand out the exclusive evolutionary laws of the crowd one by one. 1 hour to memorize the contents and not take away the original. For each evolutionary method, there is only one copy of the original. So the search is difficult. But it also eliminates the possibility of piracy. Fong Ran and the others picked up the evolution method while observing it. In Fong Ran's hand, there was a thin page called the Holy Fire Evolution Method. What was inside, on the other hand, was a screen. A body like an angel's, nurturing the holy power within. Sacred Fire Evolution Method, practiced to the extreme it can breed sacred fire, and the speed of condensing sacred power is increased exponentially. It's a pity that his imperial beast can't see the chakra map. The principal shook his head imperceptibly. The most important thing about the evolutionary method is the chakra chart in it. That's why the original was used. It is difficult to replicate the evolutionary method that is duplicated to replicate the divinity of the chakra diagrams in it. Give him a couple more hours. The principal commanded. After all, Fong Ran was going to narrate it to the imperial beast. Do you advance the Sacred Fire Evolution Method introductory? A piece of data that surfaced in front of Fong Ran's eyes. Advance. Acquisition of the Sacred Fire Evolution Method introductory. Sacred Fire Evolution Method introductory, gulp holy power, nurture the divine body, can strengthen the power of holy power to increase the power of skills. Remaining debt, successfully run the Sacred Fire Evolution Method introductory 100 times. This is an evolutionary law that increases the power of attacks. Just for a moment. Xiao Tian then felt that he had already tried the Sacred Fire Evolution Method countless times. At this time, it is even more completely grasped the laws of its operation. Chapter 17 The Pupil of Divine Light, the evolutionary law that operates automatically. I'm done reading. At the moment when the crowd is still watching and remembering, Fong Ran handed over the original. That fast? The principal was slightly alarmed. No more familiarization? A man can't be so quick. No, I've memorized it. Or have learned. Fong Ran said in his heart. But surely it can't be told, or it would be too shocking. Xinyin looked at Fong Ran and hurriedly lowered her head to watch the skill book, and her speed was much faster than before. How can he remember so quickly? Could it be the printer reincarnated? With such a good memory too, I'd really like to recommend you to practice with Alumni Lin. The principal stroked his beard. Principal Jiang Rui, Lin Qinghuan has already come to Yucheng? Su Yu was surprised. Yes, she came with a mission from the Imperial Academy to pick a few good seedlings under the age of 20 and focus on cultivating them. The only requirement is that the exclusive evolution method for Imperial beasts reaches the proficiency level, and the mastery of the basic evolution method also reaches the proficiency level, and there are quite a few Imperial beast masters from the neighboring counties that have already gone there. The exclusive evolution method reaches the proficiency level, and quite a few people can do it. But the basic evolution method reaches the proficiency level. That's not too much to ask. Among their Winsong Academy, the only Imperial Beast Master who had reached the proficiency level was Su Yu. Moreover, most of the students in their academy were too rich, and basically no one bothered to specifically practice the basic evolution method. What's more, this evolutionary method is difficult and not very effective. Principal Jiang, Fong Ran's basic evolution method is also at the proficient level. Su Yu suddenly said. Proficiency level? But he's only just started learning the basic evolution method, right? Jiang Rui looked fiercely at Fong Ran. No wonder the Imperial Beast was crippled, yet it was valued by Su Yu. Unfortunately, if you want Alumnus Lin to guide you, you'll have to at least practice the exclusive evolution method to the proficiency level as well. It's a good one. What he valued was not Fong Ran's evolutionary method practicing degree. Rather, it was the time it took Fong Ran to practice to this level. It was just a pity that it was too late to practice the exclusive evolution method to the proficiency level. After all, it was unlikely that Alumnus Lin would stay here for too long. And Fong Ran's basic evolution method was still the most difficult offensive evolution method. It's a pity that you enrolled too late, many seniors still have a chance to work hard, you freshmen are missing out. Jiang Rui sighed. Hear this. Many of the students present had a look of mistaken billion. It was the dream of how many of their Imperial Beast Masters to have that female war god instruct them. In the past few years, what they had heard the most was the rumors of this female god of war. It was rumored that she had defeated countless opponents in the Imperial Capital Academy and became the Academy's chief. Rumor had it that she was always at the top of the list in the academy, much more than second place. It was Yu Cheng's most promising, Imperial Beast Master. Is she? Fong Ran remembered the image on the poster. Even his predecessor had that poster taped to his bed. Leave the principal's office. Fong Ran passed by the martial arts arena and found quite a few Imperial Beast Masters, practicing the basic evolution method. It's like a bunch of fanatical stargazers who would do anything for their goddess just to meet her. Didn't linger too long. Fong Ran brought Xiao Tian to Suyu's training room. You run the sacred fire evolution method once. Goten sat on the couch in the training room, adjusting his breathing, with the circulation of holy power, according to what was in his mind. Unlike the basic evolution method, this holy fire evolution method was extremely violent, and the holy power continuously impacted Xiao Tian's limbs and bones. It ravaged the unavenged places, as if to break through all the confines of the body. Fine sweat dipped from Goten's clean forehead. Until half an hour had passed. Boom! A subtle ray of holy fire manifested. This holy fire had no temperature and was completely condensed from holy power. Sacred Fire Evolution Method Introductory 100. Rank 2 and D 2.3%. It's harder to learn a high-level evolution method, but more efficient. Running it once every half hour increases the equilibrium by about 0.5. It was just an introduction to the basic evolutionary law mastery level of progress. An angel's rank and holy power are closely related. The higher the rank, the higher the holy power ceiling. Fong Ran found the blind spot. And the holy power bred by the holy fire evolution method was significantly more domineering. At this moment, Xiao Tian only felt that it was as if he was being burned by flames at his eyes, stinging incomparably. Pupils of divine light 13%. This skill, can it heal both eyes? Fong Ran saw the skill's prompt and looked forward to it in his heart. Let's practice the basic evolution method to the next level first and see how it works. Compared to the difficult holy fire evolution method. The basic evolution method, which can be upgraded in a day. Fong Ran also carries a hint of anticipation for automation. Xiao Tian ran the basic evolution method at an extremely fast speed. In 5 minutes, it will run once, and the debt will be completed in a few hours. The basic evolution method reaches its limits. Completion of basic evolution law mastery debt. You can get another advance. Advance basic evolution method inception. Basic evolutionary method into the subtle. Your mastery of the basic evolutionary method is unrivaled, and your body can operate naturally without your conscious mind. Basic evolution method inception 0-100. Advanced success. The holy power within Xiao Tian's body began to circulate unintentionally. This is slow, but better than not having to work at it. The body is contained at all times. How long does it take for it to cycle automatically? Fong Ran told Goten to rest. Instead, he stared at the panel. Although he couldn't see it, Xiao Tian could feel Fong Ran's gaze. At first, she was a little shy, but after a few minutes she got used to it. Basic evolution method inception 1-100. Half an hour. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. In half an hour, it was run automatically. Equal order progress, on the other hand, went up by 0.1%. After all, it was the second rank, and the holy power needed to reach 100% was naturally different from the first rank. That is to say, one day can automatically grow 2.4% of holy power, 1 month, that's more than 60%. That's a speed that's been pretty amazing. Not to mention, Fong Ran, however, still had an exclusive evolutionary method in place. With the 2 evolutionary methods added on, one could release the sacred guide Divine Bow at least 5 times a day, and the skill could be upgraded in 2 days. My first priority is to upgrade the sacred fire evolution method to the proficient level. Fong Ran was thinking. Many messages suddenly came from the cell phone. It's here to learn the basic evolution method from me? Chapter 18 Xinyun's Invitation, the Autistic Coach. Overnight. From being unattended, it now has 99+ messages in the background. Is this the celebrity effect? Fong Ran said to himself. There are stars in this world too. But not those unusual people, but the Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beasts that possess strong strength. Lin Xinghuan is obviously what's known as a star. Just came to Yucheng. It then set off a craze for Imperial Beast Masters to learn the basic evolution method. Along with that, even Fong Ran himself was affected. Big brother, I want to learn the basic evolution method, do you have time? I'm a student, can I get it cheaper? The price is negotiable. As long as you can teach to the proficiency level in 7 days. Any amount will do. Come to find Fongran. Basically, they were all Imperial Beast Masters from the Academy. The phone has the latest news on it. In 7 days, Lin Qinghuan will be recruiting under 20-year-old Royal Beast Masters to teach in U City, with the goal of sprinting to the top 5 academies? Fongran's heart was beating wildly. In time. It was expected that famous geniuses from all the academies would come, and I was afraid that the competition would be very fierce. No wonder all these people are so crazy. He was even offered $100,000 to beg him for a week, but demanded that he be taught to the proficient level. There are still 7 days left for me to practice the Holy Fire Evolution method to the proficiency level, just right. Fongran pondered. And by the way, you can earn some extra money teaching classes. Go back first, Tiny. Goten still nodded. Following Fongran, he left the training room. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a delicate figure came into view. Fongran, can you teach me the basic evolution method? The visitor was none other than Xin Yun. The price is all negotiable, just the market rate, 300 an hour? Xin Yun's eyes held anticipation. She knew that Fongran's basic evolutionary method was of a high grade. Even Mr. Suyu recognizes him. To be able to take the basic evolution method so quickly and practice it to the proficiency level, Fongran must have his own techniques. And not far away. The boys who saw this scene were confused. I said, who is Goddess Shin waiting for here, so she's waiting for Fongran. Standing here waiting for a couple hours, what's so great about this Fongran kid? Dogs, he must be filmed to expose him. Jealousy has turned their faces away. There was a flurry of cell phones out to take pictures. Well. No, I can raise the money. Xin Yun looked at Fongran's silence. Thought he didn't want to. I can, I just don't have much time, I have to train during the week. Hearing Fongran's words, Xin Yun's 2 eyes lit up. Then go straight to my house. The two spoke not too loudly, just enough for the crowd not far away to hear them. In an instant, a large swath of licking dogs were petrified on the spot. This is going to the house? Just so happens to be there for about 7 days, I'll arrange your lodging. Click. The petrified crowd cracked on the spot. Not only to bring home, but to live there? Next step, isn't it time to meet the parents? Well, my grandfather has a birthday coming up, so you can stop by the party too. The hearts of the people hanging in the air were completely dead. Fongran, however, still had a hesitant look on his face. This made a bunch of lickspittles furious in their hearts. What are you hesitating for? I'd have to say yes straight away. That would be fine, but I need a quiet training room. This effort freak, he's going to live with a goddess and he's still thinking about training? Deal. Xin Yun's 2 eyes lit up. Immediately obliged. And then, under the jealous gazes of the crowd, he and Fongran left the academy. A male trainee suddenly folded his hands and said with a face full of Buddha's light, I've come to realize that as long as I train with one mind, the goddess will come to me of her own accord. Dishen manner. Xin Yun led Fongran to a top-notch training room. Just about to start practicing. Xin Yun's cell phone rang, and after picking up the call, she frowned slightly and said, Wait a minute, my grandfather is calling me. Said. Then he left the training room on his own. Fongran then observed the various devices in the training room. The Imperial Beast Detection device? Fongran came to an instrument. And then tapped start. A beam of light swept over Goten's body and data surfaced. Race, Angel. Holy Power, 9.3. It actually displays holy power in real time, this is even more refined than my system, huh? Fongran was shocked. And then looked at the panel of the small sky. The panel at the moment, surprisingly, also had an additional value. Holy Power, 9.3. Do I have to have tested it myself for the data to fill in? Fongran pondered. Just then, a handsome-looking coach suddenly came into the training room. The moment he saw Fongran, his eyes were filled with hostility. Where are you the instructor from? Teaching basic evolution too? Know my big name? I advise you to hurry up and leave, or you'll have something to be ashamed of later. Hearing the coach's words, Fongran did not respond. Instead, Xiao Tian was allowed to train the basic evolution method right away. And in the meantime, Xin Yun came to the hospitality pavilion. Two figures were sitting in the center of the hospitality pavilion. On one side was a white-haired old man with a hard body, while on the other side was a short-haired woman with a tall figure and a stunning face. The woman's appearance was such that even Xin Yun could not help but freeze for a moment when he looked at her. So pretty. Xin Yun is here? Come and meet your senior sister Lin. Sister Lin. Xin Yun greeted immediately, realizing that the one in front of him was Lin Qinghuan, the female war god of Yucheng. Well, you're also a student of the Winsong Academy? How are your grades? Lin Qinghuan said expressionlessly. I've been enrolled for a week, and I've already practiced the entry-level basic evolutionary method, and the exclusive evolutionary method is just beginning. Hearing Xin Yun's words, the white-haired old man revealed a satisfied smile. Lin Qinghuan, on the other hand, nodded slightly. It's a pity that you enrolled too late in school, otherwise I could have taught you. Choosing a day is better than bumping into it. Why don't we instruct my granddaughter now? The old man hurriedly said. He was a monarch imperial beastmaster though. But this one in front of him, his future achievements were bound to be more than just at the monarch level. Although he was still the one with a higher status, he didn't dare to instruct Lin Qinghuan, and was still more like a pair of oblivious friends. I've already found a trainer for her. He has the highest track record in U City and has taught hundreds of imperial beastmasters the basic evolution method at the skilled level. Lin Qinghuan responded. Ha! But I found a classmate to teach me. Xin Yun was surprised. And no one informed her. Just push it off, no one in Yucheng teaches better than him. Lin Qinghuan's face was cold and clear, his pupils were like an ice mirror. Her words were not commanding, but they carried an air of imperiousness. Yes, how can a student's experience compare to that of a battle-hardened imperial beastmaster? Also at this time, a figure, lost in thought, came to the waiting pavilion. Several people looked over at once. The figure, coming to Lin Qinghuan with one step at a time, said, Senior Lin, I'm quitting and going back to take the sign off. Watched the new coach run the basic evolution method. It completely destroyed his fighting spirit and his years of confidence. But before I go, I'd like to ask, who is that coach? Hearing the coach's words, several people were filled with confusion. Chapter 19 Shocked old man, surprised Lin Qinghuan. What coach? You're the only one I got. Lin Qinghuan responded. These words. It also made that coach completely freeze. I'm the only one invited. So who was that guy just now? Wasn't he a fellow traveler? It's my classmate, his name is Fongran. Hearing his granddaughter's words, the white-haired old man revealed a thoughtful look. Lin Qinghuan, who was on the side, had some doubts in his heart. It's a senior? If one has been enrolled for 2 or 3 years, it is still a possibility. The main thing he was looking for in this visit was also the soon-to-be graduated Imperial Beastmaster. Still a student? That coach just felt like he had been stabbed in the heart again. He's actually worse than a student? No, it was enrolled with me. Xin Yun explained. Hear this. The coach that was called was instantly petrified. What? You're saying that person is a freshman from the Imperial Beast Academy? How is this possible? His skillful method of basic evolution. It's definitely well beyond the proficiency level. Vaguely, he could even feel that energy flowing automatically within his body. It's possible that the mastery realm has been reached. Go on and show me this classmate of yours. I'll go too. The two big men rose. Xin Yun hurriedly led the way in front. That coach, on the other hand, left disoriented. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, How is this possible? How is this possible? Inside the training room, Xiao Tian sat upright, accompanied by exhaling, his cells continuously squeezing out holy power. A sound of misplaced bones rang out. The feathers behind them danced. At this moment, the white feathers behind Xiao Tian were already half the size of normal feathers. It is also being run on small days. Several figures came to the house. First is Xin Yun. And after that, there was a majestic white-haired old man with gray hair but a still firm body. Behind it, there was a tall girl with short hair, her pupils were cold, and her appearance was so stunning that Fong Ren also froze for a long time. Prettier than the teachers I watched in my last life. Fong Ren was shocked. Not only were the looks amazing, but the temperament was equally rare. At first glance, it looks like it hasn't had any setbacks, or is in a high position. Fong Ran, this is my grandfather, and this is senior sister Lin. Xin Yun presents. Fong Ran hurried forward. Hello grandpa, hello sister Lin. Monarch Imperial Beastmaster. Put in Yuching, it's an emperor-like existence. You are Fong Ran? Is that your imperial beast? The old man was very flattered. The angelic race. She doesn't have enough holy power to support the operation of her twin pupils. Lin Xinghuan saw Xiao Tian's predicament at a glance. Same with the angelic sentinel. She knew the angelic race best. What she's running is my holy fire evolution method. Lin Xinghuan recognized the evolutionary method that Xiao Tian was running. For a while, Fong Ran's impression improved a bit. The holy fire evolution method? We just got the evolution method originally today, huh? Xin Yun froze. Looking at Fong Ran, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Is that too fast? She was just getting started when Fong Ran ended it. Just got it? What progress have you learned? The old man asked in amazement. I haven't started practicing yet. Xin Yun was a little embarrassed. As I recall, you're already at the top of the list in the academy, aren't you? Yes, I was always number 1 in the freshman class. Hear these words. The gazes of the two men looking at Xiao Tian even took on a color of appreciation. So fast that he learned the sacred fire evolution method in one day. How long did you use it in the first place? The old man inquired to Lin Xinghuan. Half a day. Her red lips parted. It seems to tell a truth. But it made Xin Yun even more autistic. Half a day to learn. Lin Xinghuan is also a top genius. However, Fong Ran's imperial beasts were blind. If the dual pupils worked, they would at least be geniuses on the same level as Lin Xinghuan, right? At this moment, that old man's thoughts were the same as his granddaughter's. In the future, the two of you will have more contact and imprint on each other in order to improve. The old man smiled and looked at Fong Ran. It's making a statement. Gotta leave him with a good impression. I can help you by getting her to open her eyes. Lin Xinghuan suddenly said. Really? Fong Ran was excited. But it's not like I'm going to be in debt again, is it? It's just a matter of lifting my hand. It's not a lot of effort. It's nothing more than using a bit of holy power. Thank you, senior sister Lin. Lin Xinghuan didn't care, but Fong Ran couldn't help but be thankful. Next. Lin Xinghuan's pupils closed slightly, and a holy door opened wide, from which a six-winged angel with a holy face emerged. She was different from the poster. At this time, she was not wearing battle armor. Instead, she was covered in a light veil, looking at Fong Ran's blood spurting. Imperial Beast Space. When will I be able to open the Imperial Beast Space? Xin Yun was filled with envy. When your Imperial Beast advances to a high rank, you'll be qualified to open the Imperial Beast Space, otherwise you won't be able to withstand it. The old man explained. And then he looked at Lin Xinghuan's angel with emotion in his heart. It's gotten stronger again, soon even I won't be a match for this heavenly god. The six-winged angel landed behind Xiao Tian. A holy ring fell. Asylum. The next instant. The eyes of Xiao Tian, who was running the sacred fire evolution method, burned. The holy power in his body surged, continuously pouring into the place where his pupils were. A few minutes later. She wore a pained expression. Fong Ran couldn't bear it. It's not over yet? Lin Xinghuan was also a bit surprised. It was only logical that a little bit of holy power would be enough. Perhaps, her pupil power is of a higher grade. The angelic race. There are also grades of pupil power. Her angel is the S-rank pupil power, which allows her to easily learn skills and penetrate the enemy's movements. The highest grade of pupil power, which was at the god level, was something she had never seen before. Aha! Goten stifled a grunt. Shelter effect ends. Her pupils slowly opened and everything around her took on color. See? Seeing that, a wave of surprise welled up in Xiao Tian's heart. And then jerked his head around, searching for the figure that gave off a blue aura. The moment she saw Fong Ran, she was able to put her heart down. And at the same time, Fong Ran also saw Xiao Tian's light golden pupils, a faint golden holy power draped around them. This is An S-class pupil power, comparable to my imperial beast. Lin Xinghuan finally moved. In this small county, there's actually an angel with S-class pupil power? And in Feng Ran's eyes, it is a different sight. Pupils of divine light can be advanced. Pupils of divine light, unforgettable, enhances control of holy power, can see through illusions. Is there an advance on advancement? Required material, 10 gene points. Pupil power can be advanced too? Doesn't that mean that it can still evolve to SSSSSSSSS, omit 10,000 S's? But what does gene point mean? Kill the rest of the creatures and get gene points. A voice rang out. Feng Ran understood. It meant there was no rush now. After all, he didn't have a single gene point. The only time he hunted a ghost, he was also robbed of his ghost head by Suyu. S-rank pupil power? Within a week, can you advance the sacred fire evolution method to the proficiency level? The old man was also curious about the angelic race. It's hard. When I first practiced to proficiency, it took me more than half a whole month to succeed. Lin Xinghuan faintly said. She couldn't do it, and I'm afraid no one in Yuqing could either. Chapter 20 Advancement Materials, Incipient Micrograde Sacred Leader Divine Bao. Moreover, his imperial beasts haven't reached high level yet, and the promotion materials are a problem. Hearing Lin Xinghuan's words, the old man nodded heavily. It's also true that quite a few of those senior imperial beastmasters have advanced to higher. It's hard to compete with them if it's just an ordinary level. The imperial beast is promoted to higher. It is a necessary requirement for admission to a university institution of learning. The most important of these was the advancement materials for the imperial beasts. No wonder you're here as a coach, you're saving up evolutionary materials, right? The old man looked toward Feng Ran. Actually, no. He's just short of money. Thinking of this, Feng Ran spoke. Yes, I want to choose a good evolutionary direction for Xiao Tian. I do have angelic advancement materials in my special training class, but I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up. Lin Xinghuan said. Wanted to be a week later. Practicing the sacred fire evolution method to the proficiency level was nearly impossible. Even if he really practiced it, how would Feng Ran get together the evolutionary materials in a short period of time? He wasn't Xinyun. With her back to the family, the so-called evolutionary material was nothing more than an opening for her. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. When Lin Xinghuan's words fell, the six-winged angel immediately disappeared. The old man left the training room with the duo. Before leaving. And don't forget to close the door. What do you think? Xinyun asked Feng Ran. It looks good, even better than on the poster. What? I didn't ask you that. Hearing Feng Ran's response, Xinyun said with displeasure. A small day aside. Instead, he kept staring at Feng Ran's face. It wasn't until Feng Ran looked at her that she withdrew her gaze. Any discomfort with the light? Do you want me to get you some sunglasses? What are sunglasses? Goten wondered. Something to block out the light. Good. Stop smooching and teach me the evolution method. Xinyun crossed her arms. I'm paying for it. Good, my training is rigorous, so you'll do as you're told. Feng Ran took a good precaution first. Subsequently. Then he let Goten guide him up. 7 days remaining. Every day, Feng Ran stayed in the guest room of Xinyun's house. Let Xiao Tian try the sacred fire evolution method while upgrading the sacred guide Divine Bao. There was only less than an hour in the evening to correct Xinyun's mistakes. The difference between the two's imperial beasts was simply too great. After a while, her firefly seemed to be a bit autistic. Feng Ran was enjoying himself. Her progress had skyrocketed since Xiao Tian's eyes had been restored. Without the need for an advance, the holy fire evolution method progressed much faster than before. Day 6. Xiao Tian's sacred fire evolution method then reached a bottleneck. As for the holy leader Divine Bao, it had risen 2 levels in a row. Angel. Rank, second 73.2%. Rank, late general. Skills, Sacred Leader Divine Bow Introductory, Basic Evolutionary Method Introductory, Sacred Fire Evolutionary Method Proficient, Pupil of Divine Light. Evolutionary Routes, Oracle Angels, Angels of Holy Light, Angels of Healing, Angels of War. Description, an unusual angel of outstanding strength. Sacred Leader Bow into the subtle, shoots arrows 100 times, can inflict sustained burns, reduces opponent's healing effect, drastically reduces the amount of holy power consumed, and inflicts a lot of damage on high-level ferocious beasts. Sacred Fire Evolution Method Proficient, can rapidly accumulate sacred power and slightly increase the power of skills. Sacred Fire Evolution Method Proficiency, 3-100. The Sacred Guide Divine Bow has also been practiced to its limit, and the Sacred Flame Evolution Method, 2, has reached the proficiency level. Xiao Tian's Holy Leader Divine Bow. Already able to kill and injure high-level ferocious beasts. And the effects of the Holy Fire Evolution Method are obvious. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Tian had already reached the limit of the ordinary rank, and could advance to high at any time. I can actually see evolutionary routes? Oracle Angels, Angels of Holy Light, Angels of Healing, Angels of War. Every single one. All unheard of evolutionary routes. Especially the Angel of War among them, the advancement materials required were simply outrageous. Stone of Killing, Evil Tiger's Bloodheart, Clear Heartgrass. The latter material is okay. For each one, it's just a few million, tens of millions, bite the bullet and buy it. But what the hell is a killstone? Fongran was practically unheard of. This isn't progressing into an angel, this is progressing into Athena. Is there an advance on advancement materials? After advancement, repayment is sufficient within 1 month, or the rank will be withdrawn. A sudden prompt popped up. Caught Fongran off guard. What? Advanced materials too? Fongran gulped, and the price that could not be repaid was simply the retraction of the realm. It's a real interest-free loan. Fongran watched carefully for a moment. Whatever, just the Angel of War. This is the strongest evolutionary route. Fongran immediately advanced. Advance in progress? This advance is taking far longer than usual. And it was early in the morning, and Goten was lying in bed asleep. Originally, Shin Yun had prepared 2 rooms for Fongran, but Xiao Tian said nothing and had to watch him. Hopeless. Fongran could only sleep on the sofa. He can't get into a warm bed. Of course it wasn't that Xiao Tian wouldn't let him go, but he was afraid that his aunt's clairvoyance would see him. It wasn't until Xiao Tian woke up that Fongran's advance was successful. Is the advance withdrawn? Don't take it yet, wait until we get back. Definitely can't advance here. Otherwise. Isn't it awkward for Shin Yun to suddenly break in? How would Fongran explain it then? I can only show my cards and stop pretending, but actually my imperial beast is possessed by an empress. She was naturally proficient in all kinds of feats, so naturally practicing them was like a godsend. Go back first, it's time to say goodbye. Fongran found Shin Yun. Explained the purpose of the visit. Good teaching, my firefly skills are progressing fast, except for her emotions, which are a bit off. Shin Yun was also generous. Straight away, he paid Fongran for 7 days of work. Around $50,000 hit Fongran's account. It's a miscalculation of money to teach only 1 hour a day, isn't it? Not bad, sort of. I'll wrap you up for this one. Sounds like a rap. Fongran shook his head, shaking out the unrealistic thoughts. On the way out, Shin Yun specially called a vehicle to send Fongran back. Back home. The essence of my uncle and aunt is really very different from before. The duo was especially surprised to see the recovery of Xiao Tian's eyes. Specially made a big meal for Tiny. Table. Xiaoran, I've heard that the advancement materials for imperial beasts are very expensive. Yes, there are quite a few people who are stuck at higher promotion and can't even promote their imperial beasts to higher. The two were filled with sadness. It seemed that they were the sentinels of the little sky. Fongran is just a surrogate. And, I heard from next door today that his son took out a few million imperial beast loans in order to evolve. But he said it was all worth it, and that the evolutionary route was chosen so that the millions could easily be earned back later. The ant gazed at Goten. Obviously there's a loan in mind. Chapter 21 Advancement to Higher War Angel. Recruitment begins. Xiao Tian hasn't arrived yet, why are you in such a hurry to advance? Uncle doubtful. Still not in a hurry? Recently, all the Imperial Beastmasters in the city have been preparing for the special training class in the Imperial capital. I heard from the granny next door that you need at least a high Imperial beast to go there. Listening to the duo talk, Fongran understood. Auntie was trying to get him and Little Sky to try it too. Higher Imperial beasts? Fong Ran has only just enrolled in school, how can he progress so quickly? Those who went to the recruitment are all sophomore and junior Imperial Beast Masters. Fong Ran just became an Imperial Beast Master, how can he compete with them? Uncle rolled his eyes. Do you think your nephew is the god of war? Not to mention the rank requirement, but even the skill proficiency requirement, Fong Ran couldn't meet it. Compared to the ant. Uncle Fong Chihua obviously knew something about Imperial Beast Masters. After all, it's a man who doesn't want to be a mighty Imperial Beast Master. When he was bored on weekdays, he would often flip through the Imperial Beast G and read the secret stories in passing. If you don't fight for it now, what if you get another chance later? Won't you miss it again? Sang Shuelan said unwillingly. Angel advancement materials, the cheapest healing angel costs 3 million, how can I borrow it? Uncle's words fell. Sang Shuelan froze instantly. So expensive? She obviously didn't expect that the requirements for Xiao Tian's advancement were so high. And the uncle was privy to it. Looking at the way the two of them were looking out for themselves, Fong Ran couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Don't worry about me, I'll figure it out on my own, and I'll just try out for tomorrow's recruiting. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Uncle sighed in his mind. It's okay to try. At least gag the wife. Otherwise, she always fails to recognize reality and puts too much pressure on Fong Ran. Into the night. Inside the Fong Ran house. He took out all the materials and placed them one by one in front of him. This is material for advancement? Goten was slightly startled. I don't know where the owner got it. Each and every ingredient exuded an extremely strong life force, and was by no means an unusual item. Especially the black and gold stone in the center, the overriding intent in it was almost ready to burst out. Yeah, I took care of that for you. Fong Ran looked at Xiao Tian. Swallow the cooked tiger heart. A huge amount of energy surged into the limbs. The killing intent carried in the tiger's heart also followed and ran into the middle of Xiao Tian's mind, and then took the clear heart grass to neutralize the killing intent in it. As Xiao Tian ate an expensive food and herb, visible changes began to appear in the body. LOL. The sound of bone remodeling rang out. Goten curled up on the ground with a pained face. The black goldstone block on the side was as if it had melted, and obediently attached itself to Xiao Tian's body, forming a complex pattern. On the way to the clean white spine, a pair of white feathers grew rapidly, while a layer of black lines were attached. At this point, the feathers didn't look like wings, but rather like blades. Until a few minutes later. These changes are only over. Angel of War. Rank, second 83%. Grade, pre-higher. Skills, Sword of War Introductory, Steel Body Introductory, Sacred Leader's Bow Introductory, Basic Evolutionary Method Introductory, Sacred Fire Evolutionary Method Proficient, Pupil of Divine Light. Introduction, an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be specialized in punishing backstabbers. The Angel of War stands. Behind him, the steel feathers unfolded. In his hand, he held a plain, broad iron sword. The eyes carried nothing but a hint of pity and ruthlessness. It was the moment he looked at Fong Ran that a hint of a different emotion flowed from his pupils. I'm stronger. She let go of her palm and her finger iron swords transformed into Tao holy power. The feathers behind him were retracted, as if they had never existed from the beginning. I can see that, come on, get dressed first. Fong Ran handed over a new set of clothes. Goten was expressionless. There was no cover to take the clothing while it was fully clothed. It was as if being seen naked by Fong Ran was nothing more than a trivial matter. Why does it feel like the more you advance, the heavier the divinity gets? Fong Ran muttered in his mind. But that's a good thing. It means that his sentinel has become stronger and can do more. Fong Ran turned to start looking at the two newly acquired transfer skills. Sword of War Introductory, an unusual blade coalesced from holy power that can slash at long range and increase damage against creatures of darkness. Essence of Steel Body Introductory, the body is made of steel and can withstand ordinary cold weapons. A pumpernickel weapon. Another one. Fong Ran tried. The kitchen knife cuts a little without reaction, really hard. I'm afraid that the blade will be split and rolled. But it was flexible, icy, and warm when you pressed it with your hand. Do you want me to go to recruiting tomorrow? Xiao Tian's mirror-like eyes gazed at Fong Ran. Out of the period of weakness, unconsciously Fong Ran had become dependent. Well, try it anyhow. Fong Ran made up his mind. Though the opponent was a sophomore and junior imperator. But after Fong Ran's various advances, it had been equivalent to getting the strength of the sophomore and junior high school in advance. Translated, he still has a good chance. The point was, Lin Xinghuan had said that the special training camp had little Sky's advancement materials. After advancing, you will have to repay the advance materials. With my strength as a higher Imperial Beastmaster, it shouldn't be too difficult to gather these materials, right? Fong Ran muttered in his mind. The next day. The place of recruitment was arranged at a huge arena. Outside the doors of the arena, there was a huge crowd. There was even a large crowd gathered at this time. All of them were fanboys and fangirls who wanted to meet Lin Xinghuan. On the other side, there was the location where the entrance qualifications were tested, and all Imperial Beast Masters had to be tested here to see if they were qualified to enter. Requirements: the basic evolution method has reached the proficiency level, and any one of the exclusive evolution methods has to reach the proficiency level as well. Fong Ran brought Xiao Tian closer. Xiao Tian's white face and golden hair immediately attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful foreign horse! What foreign horse? It looks like a local face. This is Yu Cheng's royal beast master? Why is there a man beside him? The crowd murmured. Those who took the same batch of tests as Fong Ran came up to strike up a conversation. Dude, what city are you from? Local? You're not from Yucheng? Yeah, I'm from the next city over. I came here when I heard that Goddess Lin was going to teach in person. The man exclaimed. It's worth it in this life to meet Goddess Lin. Look at him like this. Fong Ran laughed. What can I do if I see it? He even talked about it. Rather, he didn't expect that Lin Xinghuan was actually so famous that he had fans outside of Yucheng. But, the price of attracting so many Imperial Beast Masters was that the competition would be fiercer. Think about it. Special training in the 5 schools. Attractive in itself. A couple of minutes passed. Fong Ran had already seen a few Imperial Beast Masters that had met the standard. All of these people's Imperial Beasts, without exception, were all high grade, and there were even a few mid-grade high grade. This had far exceeded Yu City's quality, and I'm afraid that the opponents this time were not limited to Yu City's Imperial Beast Masters. Chapter 22 Speed 3rd? Lin Xinghuan's first class. Look, that guy is Lu Yong. His Imperial Beast Demon Bull Beast is incredibly powerful, and the evolution method he uses is also of the domineering strength system. Isn't he the top 3 of the Wind Song Academy? Actually came here as well? There's also Jiang Yuan. I heard that he's the top genius in the next city. Also a famous beast master in the academy. Holy, they actually all ran to Yucheng? Is it good luck to be in a group with us, or is it bad luck? Fong Ran's surroundings. Many Imperial Beast Masters were nervous. It would be their turn to test in a moment, and if they didn't play well, they wouldn't have a chance at all. Brother, look familiar? Are you from here? A slightly stout Imperial Beast Master came forward to strike up a conversation with Fong Ran. Eyes glanced aside at Xiao Tian. The girlfriend is still so beautiful. Or a foreign horse. No wonder this kid has a false look on his face. I'm just taking my chances. Hearing Fong Ran's words. That Beastmaster clearly thought of him as a hilarious one. This time, we've attracted quite a few Imperial Beastmasters from other cities, all with top strength and talent. But it would still be a breeze if I didn't miss. The big one laughed. You're that good, old man? Fong Ran looked surprised. Seeing that you're also quite young, work hard. If you miss this opportunity, you may not be unable to turn around in the future. The big man patted Fong Ran's shoulder. And then twisted his head. Let's go, it's our turn. A group of people were led forward and summoned their Imperial Beasts from the Imperial Beast space. And then, it began to run the basic evolution method, with another evolution method. Brother, call out your royal beast. The big man looked toward Fong Ran. Confused as to what he was still frozen for. It's already here. Fong Ran gestured. The big one twisted his head to look at Xiao Tian, while his pupils widened. A humanoid Imperial Beast? In an instant, his gaze toward Fong Ran became strange. He had only heard rumors that the Imperial Beast Masters would have a chaotic relationship with their Imperial Beasts, but he never thought that he would actually see it with his own eyes. Stop mingling and start. The examiner in charge of recording their scores shouted. The big man shut up immediately, while Xiao Tian also ran the evolution method in place. It only took about 20 minutes to run. Then came the invigilator. Over? Not bad, you're third in speed. The invigilator had a kind look on his face. Good seedling. Third? Fong Ran twisted his head to look. It was discovered that the two geniuses that were being talked about were already gone. The sacred fire evolution method still takes too long, compared to my basic evolution method, which is a bit more skillful. Fong Ran didn't care. Just pass it. As he was leaving, he returned the big one's words. Go for it, old man. Hearing this, the big man's eyes went wide. Third place, just behind the Winsong Academy's third now. But he'd never heard of Fong Ran? Where did this genius pop up from? Is he hiding himself because he has a weird fetish? In the envious eyes of the crowd. Following the passage, Fong Ran arrived in the middle of the hall. In this huge arena, there were already quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who had passed the test who had arrived here. Huh, you actually passed? I remember you're also from our Winsong Academy, right? A sophomore? Lu Yong looked at Fong Ran with some surprise. He had met Fong Ran at the Winsong Academy. Hee, so what if you pass? Lu Yong, your Winsong Academy's Imperial Beast Masters are destined to be no match for our Heavenly Dragon Academy. Zhang Yuhuan, who had a wisp of bangs, laughed. I'm the one best suited to be taught by Goddess Lin. Turns out it's another dog licker. Fong Ran thought to himself. Don't pay any attention to him, this kid is a mad dog who bites people on sight. Lu Yong didn't bother to talk to him. However, he was angered by these words. There were quite a few people present, but they were all students of the Winsong Academy. Just at the moment when the crowd was ready to quarrel, a voice suddenly rang out. Silence. Lin Qinghuan appeared. The moment her figure appeared, the crowd's breath couldn't help but lag. Those icy eyes calmly swept over the crowd. And after. It actually paused here in Fong Ran for an instant. It's him? What's he doing here? Lin Qinghuan was slightly startled in her heart. Fong Ran not only came, but reached the request. He had literally spent a week practicing the sacred fire evolution method to the proficiency level. And the Imperial Beast has advanced to high, that's too fast. Could it be that the healing angel was chosen? The two main evolutionary routes for angels, healing and oracles, the former being a secondary route only. With Fong Ran's talent, it was unwise to choose this route. Think about it. Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but move her gaze away in disappointment. This pause, however, was keenly captured by Zhang Yuhuan. Goddess Lin is looking at me, definitely looking at me. He roared wildly in his mind. Just feel your heart thumping. On the side, Lu Yong's mouth was slightly hooked. My aura, is it really unusual? Even with such a low profile, God's attention is drawn to it. The two were excited in their hearts, but on the surface, they were very calm, maintaining the low profile of geniuses. This is now my first class, and those who have not completed the tasks I have explained leave here and now, and every day after that. Lin Qinghuan's cool voice rang out. This. One missed assignment and you're fired? That's nifty. That's too strict, isn't it? But when you think about it, it does fit in with what the Empire is doing. I've brought a large number of trial-type mechanical Imperial beasts from the Imperial capital. The grade is around the middle of the higher. If you can win, the first lesson will be considered passed, and I'll instruct the top 5 individually. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Individual instruction? To be able to be guided by such a talented Imperial Beast Master. The boost to one's Imperial Beasts is absolutely huge. Yuryu City's Imperial Beast Masters still presumed to be taught by Goddess Lin? A yin and yang voice rang out. It was none other than Zhang Yuhuan who had taunted earlier. Elder Lin, I want to conduct a test first so that they can know the gap. Hear this. Lin Qinghuan nodded. Enter the room in the arena that holds the trial mechanical Imperial Beasts, no need to hold back, hit it until it's scrapped and you'll pass. Mechanical Imperial Beasts, which were meant for people who couldn't contract an Imperial Beast. If you can't even beat the students, that's also residual. There's no point in staying. What's more, these mechanical Imperial Beasts knew no pain and were by no means something these students could injure. Hearing this, the crowd jumped at the chance to enter one of the rooms towards the arena. Let's go. Lu Yong excitedly stepped forward. Finding a room at random, he walked in. Fong Ran did the same and stepped inside a separate room. In the entire arena, Lin Qinghuan was the only one left in an instant. Within a short time, Zhang Rui, the schoolmaster of the Winsong Academy, arrived beside Lin Qinghuan. Alumnus Lin, what do you think? How many people can we pass in the Winsong school? 7 or 8, I think. Hiss, so hard? Can't you accommodate a little water? Those mechanical imperial beasts, the preset level is high late. So you've let it go, have you? And that's all it took to get through 7 or 8? Chapter 23 Trigger Combat Mode and Advance 2 Skills. And in the meantime, Fong Ran who stepped into the room. There was a 2-meter-tall werewolf with a full-body mechanical composition in front of him. In its chest, there was an Iron Man-like core operating device that emitted light. It's like one of those games. Shoving weaknesses in players' faces. Training mode activated. Target, Fong Ran. Current rank, High Intermediate. Ka Ching. Huge machinery running. It looks formidable. Xiao Tian quickly came in front of Fong Ran and protected him. A steel sword emerged in his hand. High Intermediate, I'm afraid the alloy on his body isn't something that can be easily broken. Fong Ran's mind turned. Try it with the Sword of War first. Get Fong Ran's order. Xiao Tian raised his slender arm and raised his greatsword to slam down. Swish! A holy power turned into a sword wave and charged forward. The huge-bodied mechanical werewolf lunged, reaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. This terrifying might was enough to scare the legs out of those with an unusual unsteady mind. However, sword waves flashed by. Ka! One of the werewolf's mechanical arms was thrown away on the spot. In just one move, he cut off one of his opponent's arms. The mechanical werewolf even stopped under the force of the impact. Only at this level? This mechanical beast really has a mid-high level? Can you raise the rank to the late higher stage? Fong Ran frowned. Crisp as tofu. How else was he going to test the power of Xiao Tian's skills? Drip. License in effect, open combat mode. The level has been raised to the late higher stage. Ka Ching. With a sound. The mechanical werewolf stabbed 3 sharp blades out of his palms. Above the body, a mechanical skeleton covered it. That pair of light blue pupils also gradually turned into a deep red color. It went from Iron Man to Wolverine. That's more like it, Tian, try your stance, don't play it up. Good. Xiao Tian's face was as usual. In her eyes, the mechanical werewolf's movements were as slow as a snail. Even in close combat, I'm afraid I'm no match for her. Even if you do get hit, it's hard to say if you can break the defense. As a precaution, Fong Ran immediately advanced 2 skills before the battle. Advanced the Sword of War, and the proficiency of the fine steel physique. Acquired Sword of War proficiency. Sword of War proficiency, sharpens iron like clay, light and light, can store holy power for long-distance chopping. Acquisition of Steel Body proficiency. Essence of Steel Body proficiency, can spend holy power to resist a portion of the physical damage taken. Next. Xiao Tian's body lit up with a bright light. And the plain, unadorned iron sword in his hand was covered with layers of complex patterns. Sword of War, 100 swings. Essence of Steel Body, consume holy power and take 100 blows. Wait, Skydo rushed to him up first. Fong Ran's pupils were excited. In the meantime, the rest of the Imperial Beast Masters. The scenario at the time of the challenge was very different from Fong Ran. Less than a minute had passed before student after student came out of the house with their heads hanging down. Holy, that mechanical Imperial Beast is definitely more than just a mid-high stage. Yes, my Imperial Beast, it took 3 skills to break its defense. What kind of alloy is this using? The rank is just 1 level higher than me, and the defense is so perverted, who can pass? Half of the people were eliminated in the first session, huh? This training is too harsh. Who can pass this? The difficulty is a bit too high. Listening to the crowd complain, Zhang Rui couldn't help but be a little curious. These mechanical Imperial Beasts, what materials are they made of? Adamantine iron. This batch of mechanical Imperial Beasts are all made of adamantine iron, while the core is built by a mechanical Imperial Beast Master, High Intermediate, which is almost equivalent to a normal pre-High Imperial Beast Master. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, The principal sucked in a cold breath. Adamantium? It's a material that only the troops can use. It was supposed to be used to make armor for the Imperial Beastmaster. Strong enough to block 10 attacks from a higher fierce beast, and now it's used to make a mechanical Imperial beast? Who can break this? The adamantine iron consumed alone was estimated to be an astronomical sum. The intensity is just the middle stage of high, normal Imperial Beastmasters should be able to pass, right? Normal Imperial Beastmasters, meaning Imperial Beastmasters from the Imperial Capital Academy? Jiang Rui coldly said. Lin Qinghuan froze. By the look on her face, could it still be true? 10,000 Grasnymphets raced through Jiang Rui's mind. You're really taking the standards of the Imperial Academy and training this group of trainees, aren't you? Watch the eliminations mount. Jiang Rui's complexion was also getting more and more out of place. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the first trainee to pass stepped out. It's him? Xiao Hong is the top scorer in our Winsong Academy. But by the looks of it, Xiao Hong didn't have an easy time getting through either. But when he saw that no one but himself had passed, he suddenly revealed a look of relief. This meant that he was already able to accept Elder Lin's teachings. Xiao Hong, you did well, you didn't disgrace our Winsong Academy. Principal Jiang finally smiled in relief. 5 minutes, barely passing. Lin Qinghuan commented. Barely passing? Is this speed just barely passable in the eyes of seniors? Xiao Hong was deeply frustrated. Sure enough, there are people in this world. But here in Yuqing, at least no one is better than him. Thinking about this, Xiao Hong regained his confidence. Go and take your royal beast and heal, you have a lesson later. Understood. In the envious eyes of many, Xiao Hong took the favored beast and went to the medical room. Another few minutes passed and more people passed the quiz. Among them were Lu Yong, who was in the top 3 of the Winsong Academy, Zhang Yuhuan of the Tianlong Academy, and several students who were also ranked in the top 10. Hee, Lu Yong, count yourself lucky this time. Zhang Yuhuan sneered twice when he saw that Lu Yong was faster than him. But the good thing is, he happens to be 5th. Lu Yong gave him a look and shook his head. Childish. The top 5 have already been confirmed, right? Principal Kong inquired. Well, in a moment I will watch the battle records of the mechanical Imperial beasts and select 5. This method does make sense, and it's the actual fighting that reveals the talent more. Jiang Rui didn't object. He had seen quite a few talented Imperial Beast Masters who turned out to be scared and weak-kneed when faced with an enemy. Instead, they were not as good as some of the Imperial Beast Masters who were less talented than them but acted calmly. Going to confirm the record now? There's no rush, there's still a few people left. Lin Qinghuan looked toward a door. It was the room that Fong Ran entered. In addition to him, there were several other cadets who stayed in the same. It's been almost 10 minutes and it's still not out, it can't be fainting in there, can it? Jiang Rui spat. Not in combat mode, even if the stunned chaperone is knocked out, the mechanical Imperial Beast will automatically alert the police. Lin Qinghuan explained. She really didn't expect Fong Ran to last this long. It was reasonable to say that a healing Imperial Beast couldn't even break the defense of a mechanical Imperial Beast. Could it be that Fong Ran had found some trick? He's only learned my sacred leader Divine Bao, and a proficiency level wouldn't be able to pierce adamantine iron before. Lin Qinghuan muttered. The mind is curious. But to have lasted this long was far beyond her expectations. Having only just advanced to higher, he was able to maneuver around a mid-higher mechanical Imperial Beast for so long. As long as it lasts 10 minutes without being defeated. Let's say he passes. After all, healing Imperial Beasts really don't have much fighting ability. The end result is nothing more than getting knocked out all over the place. But Fong Ran had just become a Royal Beast Master not long ago, and to be able to come to such a point, his talent was definitely worth the effort she had put into teaching him. Prepare some healing medicine in advance. Lin Qinghuan privately ordered. Chapter 24 Holding out for 20 minutes, the longest lasting man. Roar. Inside the house. The mechanical werewolf, 2 meters in size, wielded a sharp blade in its hand. The grid crossed like a storm of sword blades, covering Xiao Tian in it. Xiao Tian gripped the iron sword and flipped his wrist. Clang. The sound of swords clashing came out. The mechanical werewolf's attacks were parried one by Xiao Tian. Among the air, violent golden sparks flashed. That was fast. The mechanical werewolf had only one arm left. But in the eyes of the angels, it is still like a toy. All the blows that landed on Xiao Tian were then blocked by a shield of holy power. As Xiao Tian slashed out with his sword. Sword of War Proficiency Repayment Progress, 100-100. You can get another advance. Malfunction. The mechanical werewolf twitched a few times. Then the lights in both eyes disappeared and stopped moving. That's bad? Fong Ran looked disappointed. Only just finished paying off the Sword of War debt. Before he could repay the Essence Steel body, the mechanical ferocious beast couldn't top it. Get out first. Fong Ran was disgruntled. Goten nodded obediently. The sharp blades in his hands transformed into points of holy power and merged into his body. Still not out? This person is from your Winsong Academy, right? It's been almost half an hour in there being an asshole? Called what? There's a chance you can get through and you'll surrender? You know people are from Winsong Academy? Did you turn on your perspective? Hee, who doesn't know that your Winsong Academies likes to be a cuckold? The crowd was at swords drawn. Among them, the one who screamed wildly was Jiang Yuhuan. So Enki, isn't it time for all of us? Wasting half an hour, how can the goddess guide me later? While he shouted, he also looked at Lu Yong, who was the third in the Winsong Academy, but didn't dare to mess with Xiao Hong, who was the first. The unusual students, on the other hand, didn't dare to go against Jiang Yuhuan. He was also in the top 3 caliber in the Sky Dragon Academy, not many people could beat him. Who was in that room? Principal Jiang was inwardly puzzled. That's holding out too long. Those who didn't know would think he was in there liaising with that mechanical imperial beast. Fong Ran. Which Fong Ran? Zhang Rui froze for a moment. That freshman, his imperial beast advanced to high level. He didn't take out alone, did he? Zhang Rui was confused. In his heart, Fong Ran was the most talented freshman in the Winsong Academy. Now you're actually taking out alone to force the imperial beasts up to higher? And all that was to get Lin Qinghuan's guidance? It's a great way to temporarily get stronger, but it greatly reduces the ceiling. He raised the exclusive evolution method to the proficiency level within a week, and as a result advanced into a healing angel? Zhang Rui's face twisted as if he had eaten a lemon. That's just it, healing angel or not, it just so happens that Yu Cheng lacks healing royal beast masters. Zhang Rui reassured himself. He had originally wanted Fong Ran to go farther. And didn't want him to stop at a district Yucheng. But I didn't realize that he had blocked his own path. Over 20 minutes. How did he do that? Lin Qinghuan's pupils shrunk. Just in time. That door opened. At this moment, everyone's gazes coalesced. Wanted to see which berth it was that had kept them waiting so long. However, what came into view was a blonde woman with a cold face. She scanned the crowd, her pupils devoid of any emotion, like a fallen deity. The noble aura emanating from her body made the crowd realize that she was not human. It made a lot of boys secretly swallow their saliva. What a beautiful imperial beast. It doesn't matter if you waste more time, does it? Next. A man emerged from behind her. Instantly the crowd's thoughts of tolerance and forgiveness went up in smoke. Alright, you guys wait here, I'm going to go check the battle logs with the principal. Lin Qinghuan stepped forward. The crowd nodded. Her gaze swept over Xiao Tian's body and her face was slightly shocked. It's too clean to be true, not a hint of having been through a major battle. Not even a single wound can be seen on the body. Did you pass? Lin Qinghuan inquired. Fong Ran nodded. Seeing the goddess take the initiative to question him, Jiang Yuhuan was burning with jealousy. Half an hour, you're not running a marathon and draining it of power, are you? Hearing Jiang Yuhuan's words, many in the crowd began to stifle their laughter. Lin Qinghuan, on the other hand, was shocked in his heart. Passed. It also meant that Fong Ran had killed the mechanical ferocious beast. Who all has passed? Take me to your rooms and I'll check them one by one. The brunt of it. It is Jiang Yuhuan. Open the door to the room. Stacked in the center of the room was a mechanical iron scarab with a shattered core. Lin Qinghuan's assistant. The battle recorder among the mechanical imperial beasts was taken out. And then it was in the middle of the screen that the battle footage from just now was shown. Jiang Yuhuan's ice prison crab. Find an opportunity to clamp down on the mechanical gorilla's arm while freezing its core. Not bad. Lin Qinghuan review. The assistant then takes the opportunity to record the evaluation. Rather good at taking advantage of the situation. Zhang Rui stroked his beard. Very happy with his students. Next room. Lu Yong, on the other hand, his demonic bulls were more violent, and the mechanical imperial beasts were more heavily damaged. Playback screen, almost rampant, pinning it in the corner on all fronts. Still good reviews. This batch of students is of good quality, and they are not timid in the face of ferocious beasts. It's just machinery, they know it won't hurt. Lin Qinghuan shook his head. And after. Came to a room. It's the room that Fang Ren just challenged. At this time, a number of cadets were waiting outside the door to gossip. Talk about, for the first session, who gets the highest rating from the goddess. Who? It must be Qiao Hong. I heard that he even pierced through the body of that mechanical imperial beast. That's not really true, there are quite a few geniuses from other academies that are here as well. If you ask me, I don't know who's first, but I sure know who's last. Ha ha, are you talking about that marathon runner from Winsong Academy? Better than a cadet who was eliminated in the first class, right? Lin Qinghuan pushed the door of the room open. In an instant, he was shocked by the sight of it. Only the center of the room was littered with broken parts in scattered piles. Cut arms and iron armor, scattered everywhere. It's almost like a mechanical homicide scene. This kid, go get the recorder out, let's see what he's done. Zhang Rui was also shocked. I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me. This mechanical imperial beast was made of adamantium iron, and it was actually dismantled in a big way. You know, those few high intermediate imperial beastmasters didn't even manage to do it, so how did Fang Ren manage to do it? Lin Qinghuan took out the recorder among the scattered parts. It was then opened up. Since it's a recorder, it plays the first moments of the mechanical werewolf, naturally. At the very beginning, Xiao Tian condensed an iron sword in his hand before swinging it out. Swish! An arm tossed. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Rui looked at Lin Qinghuan in shock. Only to find that she, too, looked puzzled. One blow broke his arm, so why did Fang Ren stay here for a whole half hour? Without waiting for them to think carefully, they heard an unhurried voice ring out. Can you bring the level up to late higher? Chapter 25 Shocked Principal, First Place Fang Ren. Can you bring the level up to late higher? Is this kid crazy? Principal Zhang Rui was shocked. But on second thought, he calmed down again. I'm sure that mechanical imperial beast won't grant his request. After all, it wasn't like Fang Ren had permission. Yet the next second. In the image, the mechanical werewolf's eyes were red, his arms sprouted 3 sharp blades, and his body was covered in iron armor. Combat mode has been activated. Zhang Rui opened his mouth. Accident, this is definitely a serious teaching accident. The mechanical imperial beast actually turned on its battle mode on its way to sparring with a student? The mechanical imperial beasts in battle mode show no mercy, and their strength has been raised to high late. In case something really happened to Fang Ren. He, the principal, is also responsible. Make it stop. Zhang Rui looked at Lin Qinghuan. Only to find her frowning and silent. It was at this point that he suddenly realized. What's playing in front of you is just video, not a live broadcast. In other words, this battle mode mechanical werewolf had already been disposed of by Fang Ren. How is that possible? Did Fang Ren give the imperial beast a forbidden drug? Or Fang Ren went to the black market to take out a loan and sell hooks to buy the evolutionary route? His imperial beasts' evolutionary routes are neither healing angels nor oracle angels. There was a tremor in Lin Qinghuan's tone. It was a line of evolution she had never seen before. These words. It further confirmed Zhang Rui's thoughts. Some evolutionary routes have unique methods, and even the required recipes cost money to purchase. Did Fang Ren really run off to the black market to take out a loan? What did he mortgage? The two men's hearts sank. The look on their faces. As the video plays, the changes get bigger and bigger. Especially the school principal, Zhang Rui, when he saw Fang Ren testing his skills with a mechanical werewolf, he completely tensed up. Make us wait outside for so long and you end up playing house inside? Especially that mechanical werewolf attack. When it fell on Xiao Tian and was blocked off. Even more so, Zhang Rui opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. He wouldn't question the strength of the mechanical werewolf's attack. It definitely had the strength of a higher late stage. Surely it couldn't even break a small defense? How exactly did Fong Ran evolve his imperial beast? If he goes all out, he'll be able to dismantle that mechanical werewolf in less than 30 seconds, right? That's speed. It's already comparable to some of the top geniuses. Train Fong Ran with all your might, he might be able to enter the 5 great academies. Lin Qingwan's words excited Zhang Rui. How many years have passed? Will another genius be able to enter the 5 great academies? Until the video is played. The two were still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen. After a long time, a group of participants who had not been eliminated gathered together. Originally, there were hundreds of Imperial Beast Masters, but at this moment, there were only about 60 left. An Imperial Beast Master, with a list in his hand. Looking down at the crowd of eagerly awaiting geniuses below. 5th place, Ma Weiwei. This statement was made. A young girl was filled with excitement. Those in the know recognized that she was also a top student at an Imperial Beast Academy. Those who were able to stay were all the top 10 ranked geniuses from each school, and had even privately sparred with each other a few times. 4th place, Lu Yong. 3rd place, Zhang Wei. 2 names were read out. All of them are students of the Wind Song Academy. A helpless look appeared on the faces of the group of trainees. Not being chosen was expected of them. Lu Yong, I won this time. Zhang Yuan bared his teeth and laughed. On the side, Lu Yong's face was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Yuan was actually ranked higher than him. Could it be because the way I resolved the fight was too rude and didn't use much skill? Lu Yong began to reflect in his mind. If he expected it to be good. 2nd place should be Zhang Yuan. As for the first, naturally, it was Chao Hong, who had topped the list for 2 years in a row in their Windsong Academy. Not only was his Imperial Beast a top breed, he was also the son of the mayor of Yu City, so it could be said that his status was pulled full circle. Losing to such a kryptonite player. Luong wasn't surprised. Ugh, again. Chao Hong said calmly. He came in gently and then took 1st place gently. It's so unexpected and unsurprising every time. Can't we just have a master? To make a ripple in his ancient life? This pretentious appearance caused many students to secretly slander. 2nd place, Xiao Hong. The man's words fell. Xiao Hong froze instantly. He looked incredulously at the Imperial Beast Master on the stage. Did you read it wrong? In terms of time, he's the fastest. Even Goddess Lin gave him good reviews. Why isn't he number 1? No, this was written down by Elder Lin himself. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. For the first time in his life, he was actually being pushed down by someone in Yucheng? It's not a good feeling, really. It also made him even more curious about the status of number 1, who was stronger than him. Ha ha ha. I knew that my talent, in Elder Lin's eyes, is the strongest. Zhang Yuhuan's face was red with excitement. First, he was a force in his first class. If this matter is spread back to the Heavenly Dragon School, it was bound to make his name, in the academy, rise. Looking at his maniacal appearance, the Imperial Beastmaster who was holding the ranking list showed an odd expression on his face. First, the crowd quieted and crossed their fingers. Zhang Yuan even took 2 steps forward, seemingly victorious. Fong ran. The words fell. The whole room was silent as a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other as if they saw doubt in each other's expressions. Who is Fong Ran? I remembered. It's that student who's been dragging his feet for almost half an hour. How could it be him? Does the ability to take a beating count as a talent? His royal beast, it seems to be an angel. Could it be that face points count as points? My troll was eliminated because he was ugly? You're not far off the mark, and if it were up to me, I wouldn't pick your ugly troll. The crowd's eyes. All of them fell on Fong Ran and Xiao Tian. He's number 1, so what number am I? Zhang Yuan's face was full of disbelief. You? 6th? 6th? Wouldn't the 6th mean that he just happened to have his spot topped out by Fong Ran? Zhang Yuan's face showed a look of unwillingness. I'm not convinced. What makes him take first place? It clearly took longer than any of us. Next. Zhang Yuhuan actually summoned the ice prison crab in public. The ice prison crab, which had a huge body, with its pincers resembling the front end of a giant car, violently rushed towards Fangran. This unexpected scene caused the crowd to scatter. Only Xiao Tian, who took 2 steps forward to block in front of Fangran. A giant sword covered in lines emerged in her hand. The ice hell crab actually stopped in front of Fangran. Zhang Yuhuan followed closely. I'm the third of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, Fangran, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? If you lose, you have to give up your spot. Upon hearing this, Fangran was immediately delighted. Then why don't I just stop fighting you? If you win, you can ask for any Lord-level advancement material you want. Hearing Zhang Yuhuan's words, Fangran's complexion suddenly became serious. Chapter 26 Shocking Strength by killing Zhang Yuhuan in a second. Lord-level advancement materials? Zhang Yuhuan still has this kind of channel, any one of them costs millions. Don't you forget, angels are a class imperial beasts, and the advancement materials are even more expensive. The crowd whispered. The heart was full of disbelief. Zhang Yuhuan, on the other hand, was confident. He was certain that Fangran must not dare to accept his challenge. Even if he did accept it, just by wasting so much time with a mechanical imperial beast, he was bound to be no match for himself. Where did you get the Lord-level materials? Hearing Fangran's inquiry, Zhang Yuhuan laughed twice. I'm in the top 3 of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and every year I can be rewarded by the Academy with a Lord-level material. Where do you think I got it? Look at the reaction of the crowd around you. Doesn't seem like a lie. There's still this kind of use for Academy rankings? Fangran suddenly had an idea. If you're afraid, give up your spot early. It's not yours, after all. Zhang Yuhuan spoke the thoughts of the crowd. There are quite a few people that don't understand. Why did Fangran get first place? Even if it was hand-picked by Lin Xinghuan, they felt that there was bound to be something fishy in it. After all, earlier, Fangran's performance was still fresh in his mind, and no one knew him in the circle of geniuses. Getting your head stomped on by such an outsider. Naturally, it upset a bunch of geniuses. Even if Zhang Yuhuan didn't say anything, it was inevitable that someone would say something in the future. The words of the surrounding crowd caused Xiao Tian's face to grow colder and colder, and his fingers could not help but clench in fire. Well, Lord-level materials, and 1 instruction from Senior Lin, that's a pretty equal bet. I agree, but don't blame me if you get hurt. Fangran responded. Zhang Yuhuan froze. And then nearly laughed out loud. Injured? He's actually afraid that my ice prison crab will get hurt? Isn't that an insult? Zhang Yuhuan decided that he must teach Fangran's imperial beast a lesson. Ice prison crab, there's no need to hold back. The surrounding crowd made way for an open space so that Fangran could confront Zhang Yuhuan's ice prison crab. Xiao Tian stepped forward, and before her was the huge ferocious beast that was several times larger than her in size. However, the aura on her body, was something that no one dared to underestimate. Physically, the angel looked to be the weaker party, but they felt she was the stronger one. You could tell from the way she stood that she was terribly strong. Roar! The ice hell crab charged hard. Like a giant truck, it crashed into Xiao Tian without reservation. The next instant, an iron sword with complex patterns emerged in Xiao Tian's hand. As she swung out, a sword wave composed of holy power shot out. Ice armor! Zhang Yuhuan hurriedly ordered. The ice hell crab immediately shrunk into a ball, and above its body, channels of cold ice condensed. Bang! The attack was blocked, and the ice prison crab fell back frequently as it was impacted by the tremendous force. But in the next second, another sword wave flew. Ka-ching! Following the gap, the ice prison crab had 1 pincer, which instantly broke off. Seconds. Zhang Yuhuan covered his shoulder, his face filled with pain. He received feedback from the spirit of the imperial beast. But it was his heart that was more shocked than his body. Skilled level ice armor that couldn't actually block her attacks? What level is that angel's skill? So hard. Fangran was equally surprised. No wonder mechanical imperial beasts weren't popularized, the fact that they couldn't use skills was enough to get them crushed by imperial beasts. If it was one of those mechanical imperial beasts, a single strike from Xiao Tian would be enough to cut off its mechanical arm. Fong Ran's exclamation was like a mockery in the ears of the stunned crowd. Hard? You call that a good hard? Do I have to be cut to death by you in one stroke? The next instant, the figure whose body emitted holy light appeared above the head of the ice prison crab. The iron sword in his hand, in the next instant, was about to land in his head. Xiao Tian had ice coldness in his eyes. Not the slightest hint of sympathy. Anyone who dares to seize the master's position is looking for death. Swish! The iron sword fell. And then instantly bounced out. Lin Qingwan's figure emerged beside Xiao Tian. That's fine, point taken, Zhang Yuan, remember your promise. Hearing Lin Qingwan's words, Zhang Yuan nodded with a pale face. Just now, he was really going to be scared to death, and regret had already sprouted in his heart. If the ice hell crab is really killed, his spiritual power was also going to be damaged, which would seriously affect his ability to contract imperial beasts. Even, he was no longer qualified to take the 5 great academies. It's just a broken hand, which can be put back on at any time with today's medical conditions. As for the Lord-level materials, although it was a meaty pain, it was far better than losing one's native imperial beast. Pity. Goten muttered. Only by making an example of them can we get some ungrateful ones to stop harassing their masters. A crowd of people below, their faces were shocked. Did you guys see how she struck? The Angel clan, among the humanoid imperial beasts, is also in existence with top combat power. Damn, I usually read Welfareheim, and I thought the angels weren't outstanding in battle. He's the top 3 of the Celestial Academy. He was just seconded like that? When did our Windsong Academy have such a ruthless person? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? The crowd whispered. Especially the Windsong Academy crowd. With a face of reverence, he looked at Fong Ran, no longer having the playful attitude he had before. Seeing this kind of strength and still being able to laugh is also a godly man. Xiao Hong looked at Fong Ran. Without realizing it, his fingers were actually trembling a bit. Am I afraid of him? That can't be true, I must have been caused by the excitement of the chess match. As the number 1 in the Windsong Academy, how could I fear others? Lu Yong because he had met Fong Ran earlier. Then it is quite hot. Brother Fong, how come I haven't seen you in the academy before? Have you never come to the academy? Well, I've just come to Windsong Academy. Oh. Turns out it was a transfer student. I said, why haven't I seen it? Lu Yong's mind was clear. How are your angels trained to be so powerful with their skills? It's just her trying. Fong Ran smiled faintly. On the side, Xiao Tian's eyes were lowered and his face was flat. Lu never let go of the feeling in his heart that it was worthy of being a heavenly god clan, so bland in every move. To each his own, at least I'm a bit freer by not contracting a heavenly god. He vaguely remembered. Many of the heavenly god clan's imperial beast masters were in turn ordered by the imperial beasts. Some of those star angels, in particular, had trained the royal beastmaster to be a dog. Thinking about Lu Yong was scary. With Xiao Tian's strength, it was estimated that Fong Ran would have to eat and drink well on weekdays. Thinking. Lu Yong's mind then came to mind. The image of Fong Ran being slapped in the mouth by Xiao Tian after making a wrong remark. Xiao Tian, next time don't strike too hard. Auntie. It's a good thing you didn't stab down. Otherwise, I can't afford to pay for it even if I'm sold. Can't we kill him? Can't. Okay, I know, I won't next time. Koten's attitude of recognizing his mistakes. To the surprise of Lu Yong, who was on the side. It's not quite right. Did Fong Ran still have special beast taming skills? Could it be that the angels were conquered by some aspect of their personality that was more impressive? Thinking of this, Lu Yong's expression as he looked at Fong Ran brought with it a hint of awe. Chapter 27 Holy Fire Giant Sword. Opening the S-ranked Imperial Beast Space. A few moments later. Fong Ran, all 5 of them, were brought before Lin Qinghuan. Facing this senior, the pressure on the crowd was not small. Fong Ran, why don't you put your Imperial Beast back into the Imperial Beast Space? Lu Yong inquired. Xiao Hong, on the other hand, frowned. Are you showing off for me? The contracted Imperial Beasts are rare angels, but unfortunately, Brothers Imperial Beasts are also of the A-class variety. Flaunt? Fong Ran was a bit confused. Showing off that he doesn't have a royal beast space? He'd like to, he just doesn't have the opportunity. Just as the people were testing each other, Lin Xinghuan spoke up. Summon all your imperial beasts. Hear this. Everyone had summoned their favored beasts from the royal beast space. Under a beastly roar, 4 ferocious beasts of ferocious size emerged. Fong Ran's imperial beast was small in size though. However, after that battle just now, the crowd did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. I forgot, you haven't opened up the imperial beast space yet, have you? Lin Xinghuan looked at Fong Ran and said. Yes. Fong Ran nodded. You haven't opened up the imperial beast space yet? The crowd looked at Fong Ran with surprised faces. But not too surprised. It was true that there were quite a few among them who had yet to open up the imperial beast space, but they were all in the minority. Usually when one became a high imperial beast master, they would find a way to open up an imperial beast space. Just in time, before that, I'll help you open up the imperial beast space. Lin Xinghuan turned around and left. It was walking, but it was incredibly fast. A moment later, a bracelet-like device was brought over. I'll put it on for you. Lin Xinghuan walked forward and tied the bracelet around Fong Ran's wrist. Inevitably, there will be physical contact during this time. This scene made the eyes of a few people blaze. Hate to take over. Alright, unleash your natural ability. The divine stone in your bracelet will assist you in opening up the imperial beast space. Lin Xinghuan took a few steps back. Fong Ran looked at the bracelet. And then closed his eyes. Advance. Advance Sword of War Mastery. Holy Fire Sword Mastery. Spend 20% of your holy power to attach holy fire to the sword, increasing its power tremendously. Attach holy fire to the giant sword and attack 100 times. The name of the skill has also changed. That's a first. Fong Ran was slightly startled in his heart. But the effect is undeniable. Today, his skill proficiency has surpassed that of all his classmates. Their skills were already beyond imagination when they reached the proficiency level, and Fong Ran had even reached the mastery level. Sacred fire surged in Xiao Tian's pupils. The memory of swinging a sword flooded his chest. In using the Sword of War over and over again, she attached holy fire to it and comprehended a new ability, the Giant Sword of Holy Fire. Along with Fong Ran's use of his natural ability, the bracelet began to tremble violently. In Fong Ran's spiritual world, a side of the world was opening up. It was like destroying the world, almost unhindered. What level would Fong Ran's imperial beast space be? The size of the imperial beast space is naturally related to the talent level, and with my A-rank talent, the imperial beast space I opened up is a rank. Xiao Hong bashfully pretended to be AB. Class A imperial beast space. It's already pretty good. Its size, equivalent to a soccer field or so. And that's just at the higher levels. As the level rises, the imperial beast space will continue to grow. And by running the evolution method in the A-class imperial beast space, the efficiency would be increased by more than 2 times. Class A? So powerful? The man named Zhang Wei with long hair said in shock. His name is popular, but his strength is not. He was known as the first Zhang Wei of the Windsong Academy. My imperial beast space is just B+ grade. I heard that those who can enter the 5 grade academies are at worst A+ grade spaces. The speed of evolution can get nearly tripled. The girl named Ma Weiwei, who wore glasses, added. The strength of the space of the imperial beast. It almost determines the strength or weakness of the imperial beast master. Regardless of how powerful the evolution method was, there was at most a 2-fold difference between an S-rank evolution method and a C-rank. However, the gap between the S-class royal beast space and the C-class could be sufficiently drawn to about 5 times. Therefore, there are many imperial beast masters who will open up their imperial beast space long after they have contracted an imperial beast. In this way, with the added strength, the possibility of opening up a more powerful imperial beast space will increase. So say the experts. Fong Ran's strength is good, and his imperial beast space is bound to be no weaker. Lu Yong thinks highly of the fellow student. Just based on Fong Ran's performance just now, it is enough to show the strength of his talent. After all, although Jiang Yuan was obnoxious, his imperial beast space was also A-ranked. That's not necessarily true. There is also a relationship between the size of the imperial beast space and the imperial beast. I heard that the larger the body size, the larger the imperial beast space. As soon as I heard that, Xiao Tian immediately pricked up his ears. The pale golden eyes stared nervously at Fong Ran. He was afraid that because of himself, he would affect Fong Ran's ability to open up the Imperial Beast space. Drip! Of course, the machinery on his wrist made 2 beeps. A lavender light spread out. Purple, it's opened up to a C. The corners of Lin Qingwan's mouth hooked up imperceptibly. If she remembers correctly, Fong Ran's talent was a D-level physical overdraft. To be able to obtain a C-class royal beast space was already beyond the realm. With Xiao Tian's talent and hard work, even if he was dragged down by his master's C-class imperial beast space, he was destined to have an unlimited future. At this moment, Fong Ran had his eyes tightly closed. The body and mind have been immersed in the spiritual world. A few geniuses, on the other hand, looked surprised. Just C grade? They could be at least B grade imperial beast space. Next, a golden light flashed. Grade B. It's opened up again. Lu Yong marveled. The B grade has been pretty good. Even in the Winsong Academy, there were only 100 people who possessed a B-class imperial beast space. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. An orange light manifested. The surrounding crowd instantly widened their eyes, especially Chao Hong. This glow was simply more than familiar to Chao Hong. It was the very sign of a Class A Imperial Beast space. Back then, after he obtained the A-class Royal Beast space, his status and position immediately changed drastically. Picked by his own father, out of dozens of siblings, he poured out his resources to raise them. It could be said that Class A Imperial Beast space was the ticket to the so-called genius. As for his Imperial Beast, it was even more so with its fast evolutionary speed, and in just 2 years, it had advanced to the mid-high stage and was approaching the late stage. Relying on rank crushing. Reigning as the first-place winner of the Winsong School for several years. Grade A? My Imperial Beast space is still far from this level. And look at this glow grade, it's still A+ grade, a plus, but it has close to 3 times the evolutionary speed added. Holy, another A+ grade Imperial Beast space. This is our Winsong Academy, the first A+ grade Imperial Beast space, right? While the crowd was inwardly shocked, the light on that wrist actually shifted once again. Chapter 28 S-Class Imperial Beast Space? Xiao Tian's ranked customized recipes. At this very moment, in Fong Ran's spiritual world, his soul floating in a blank space. It's already more than a soccer field, isn't it? He remembers. Xiao Hong said that the Class A Imperial Beast space was as big as a soccer field. The Imperial Beast space before Fong Ran's eyes could not be seen at a glance, and was even expanding. Could it be that in this world, it's Imperial Beasts playing soccer? Fong Ran's mind. An image of a group of ferocious beasts, playing soccer in their tracksuits, surfaced. A kick that went straight to the soccer ball on the spot. And then, an image of Goten and a bunch of fey nymphs in their tracksuits surfaced. Fong Ran suddenly became somewhat interested in soccer again. And these Imperial Beasts, after all, are still ferocious beasts and demons by nature, jumping 10 stories high. It makes sense for them to use a soccer field that's slightly larger, right? Finally, in a few minutes, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast space stopped expanding. And on the pocket watch on his wrist, the glow grew hotter. Tick-tock. The detection equipment has reached its limit. A voice rang out. Fong Ran's bracelet emitted a gurgling sound. It was a spare pioneering bracelet that could only detect the fluctuations of S-ranked Imperial Beast space at most, which was a 4 to 5 times increase in evolutionary speed. S-class space. Lin Xinghuan's tone carried a slight shock. Not only rocking the S-class space, he was even more shocked that Fong Ran's weak talent was able to open up S-class Imperial Beast space. This meant that he had broken the Imperial Beast space, the law associated with talent. WH. What? S-class space. Lu Yong was completely confused. He was afraid that Fong Ran wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace when he possessed a C rank. But when he got the S-class space, Lu Yong was confused again. This was going to throw him off completely. How is this possible? Is it possible that that bracelet has been used for too long and malfunctioned? Xiao Hong uttered the words. Even he couldn't believe it. Fong Ran had really gotten an S-ranked Imperial Beast space. Placed in Yuqing for the past few years, he is the second. The last one to receive such a powerful space was still Lin Xinghuan's S+ rank. And on the same day that he obtained the Imperial Beast Space, Lin Qinghuan was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy on an exceptional basis. It also proved that an Imperial Beastmaster with such a powerful space was destined to not die out, and in just 1 month, she became the chief student of the Imperial Capital Academy. Fong Ran opened his eyes. Then he saw the crowd around him looking at him with shocked faces. Looking down at his bracelet, all the bright frames topped out and he instantly realized what had happened. S-Class? It seems he misjudged. It is indeed a soccer field for human use. In that case, his Imperial Beast Space was even more than S-Class, and I'm afraid that it had already surpassed all previous space classes. The reason it shows an S rating is because the bracelet can only detect up to an S rating. And it's all thanks to his newly acquired natural ability. S rank. Fong Ran, what level was your previous natural ability? Yeah, how in the world did you pioneer S-Class space? The several geniuses only felt that their perceptions were refreshed. And then there was some celebration. He hadn't been invoked earlier. If they could befriend such a genius, it would greatly benefit them in the future. Fong Ran, we can spar sometime. Xiao Hong suddenly spoke. He let go of his inner pride. In the presence of such talent, pride doesn't work anymore. Over time, the gap in talent would gradually manifest itself in the Imperial Beasts. I'll get you all up to speed in a few days. Lin Qinghuan looked at Fong Ran and felt much smoother. The same Imperial Beast. In the same city as Fong Ran again. She and Fong Ran were already somewhat close. If you're lucky, the Imperial Capital may support you with some resources, but only if you aim for the Imperial Capital Academy. Hear this. The surrounding crowd was envious. Being presented with the list is almost the equivalent of an inside job. However, S-rank talent really deserves this kind of treatment. It's not quite the same as S+, which is being coveted by a slew of academies, but it's definitely an early sign of good things to come. Senior Sister Lin, an S-rank talent, how much can you increase your evolutionary speed? Fong Ran inquired curiously. S-Class? I've heard it's about 7 times that, I'm not too sure exactly. Senior Sister Lin should have seen quite a few S-Class Imperial Beast Space Imperial Beast Masters. Several people looked at Lin Qinghuan. They are also curious. S rank? It's about 5 times, at most 10 times higher, and my Imperial Beast Space is 10 times higher, being rated as S+ rank. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, the crowd was secretly staggered. 10-fold enhancement. It was also good to also evolve to consume the energy of the cells in the Imperial Beast's body, and the faster the speed, the faster it was consumed. Otherwise, if they stayed in the Imperial Beast Space 24 hours a day, they wouldn't have to fight. So how big is your Imperial Beast Space? Hearing Fong Ran's inquiry, the crowd's hearts jumped. It's a taboo question that no one would normally ask voluntarily. However, having gained such a gifted trainee today, Lin Qinghuan was in a good mood. So the response was, about 10,000 square meters. 10,000 square meters? His Imperial Beast Space was at least several times the size of this. Thinking of this, Fong Ran's heart thumped. Well, you are the trainees I have selected for special care, and I will have a ranked recipes made up based on your Imperial Beasts. Lin Qinghuan took note of the types of Imperial Beasts of several people. Exclusive recipes. Again, the key to faster evolution. Grade A recipes, the ones my father helped me formulate, are only grade B recipes. Xiao Hong secretly gulped. I've heard that the A-grade recipes and the ingredients are so strict that you don't need to eat again for months after eating them once. But it's also expensive, and having a professional royal beast nutritionist customize a recipe is supposed to be a luxury. Fong Ran looked at the awestruck looks of the several rich youngsters. Knew he'd come to the right place. Something that even they can enjoy, that's definitely good. Soon. There were then several professionals, with equipment, who began to measure the weight and preferences of several favored beasts. As for Fong Ran here, it was Lin Qinghuan himself. The crowd was envious though. But it's not good to say anything more. After all, Fong Ran's Imperial Beasts and school sister Lin's were both equally of the angelic race. Let's use the same one for your Imperial Beasts as I do. The most important thing the Celestial God Clan needs to feed on is food that is full of energy. This set of snowflake dew, white forest deer meat. The total price is only 300,000 a meal, yet it allows your Imperial Beast to stay in the Imperial Beast Space for a month without eating. Lin Qinghuan spoke lightly. 300,000 a meal. Fong Ran did have it in his hand, and it happened to be around $300,000 as well. Without channels, it was impossible for him to buy this level of ingredients in Yuqing. So he could only nod and oblige. I'll help you guys procure ingredients, and as soon as possible, I'll raise the realm of your imperial beasts to the higher late stage. Chapter 29 3 Stages, the toughness of S-Class Imperial Beast Space. In the meantime, Shen family household. Shen Yun, remember to absorb the Fire Spirit Stone, it will greatly benefit your Imperial Beast. Understood, Grandpa. Shen Yun nodded. Fire Spirit Stones, the price of one, reached around $100,000. However, this was only the daily consumption of Shen Yun's Imperial Beasts. I've heard that junior friend Lin's side is over, and that 5 good seedlings have been selected, with the intention of focusing on cultivating them. Grandpa's words. Shen Yun already had the guidance of a late-stage Sovereign King's Royal Beastmaster, so naturally, she would not envy others. But a hint of goodwill rose. How does Elder Lin plan to train them? Well, I guess it's better to improve the food first and then train it step by step. The old man guessed. Better food? Shen Yun froze. Her imperial beasts, having grown up eating professionally customized ingredients, had long been accustomed to this. So I didn't realize that there was so much to the imperial beasts' meals. Who all passed the test? She asked again. Got a little curious about the characters on the list. However, it is at this point. A message popped up right on the old man's cell phone. The old man looked at the message with a frown on his face, before the look on his face suddenly became uplifted. Such a change made Shen Yun curious about the contents. Genius, genius. Another genius who has pioneered the S-Class Imperial Beast Space. The old man sounded agitated. Even stood up in excitement. This sudden change surprised Shen Yun. It had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather look like this. No matter what he was facing, he was always ancient. S-Class Imperial Beast Space? Had someone pioneered an S-Class Imperial Beast Space? It wasn't until a long time later that the old man sat back down again. Grandpa, someone has pioneered an S-Class Imperial Beast Space? Shen Yun's pupils quake. Her Sentinel Beast Space, too, was only A+ grade. Yes, and it's also one of those 5 from the Windsong Academy. Just. Out of secrecy, Lin Qinghuan didn't tell him the name first. Instead, he intended to report to the Imperial Academy first, lest he be fought over. Who is it? Also in our academy? Shen Yun exclaimed. This is an S-Class Imperial Beast Space. The increase in evolutionary speed brought about would not be comparable to the norm. It was also fortunate that the man was feared to be a sophomore or senior Imperial Beast Master, not on the same level as her. Her goal, as long as she could surpass Fong Ran, was enough. In a few days, I will take you to start the practical course. Go hunt real demonic and ferocious beasts, and within a week, I'll train you all to become real beast masters. Of course, you can also choose not to go. Lin Qinghuan's words were deafening. It made the dozens of remaining trainees present all look excited. And after. Everyone couldn't stop laughing. Lin Qinghuan's training was simply at a devilish level. Not only did they train the Imperial Beasts, but they also required the Imperial Beast Masters to run cross-country long distance every day, exhausting the crowd upside down. And while training, the materials Fong Ran needed were also found. Back home, Fong Ran was already tired and sweaty. After casually eating a few bites, he brought Xiao Tian to his room. On the tabletop, carefully wrapped top-notch ingredients. Just by taking a whiff of it, Fong Ran felt the cells of his entire body tremble. Master, won't you eat? Xiao Tian looked at Fong Ran and said. Today she is in shape. There was no longer the miserable look of earlier, and the talking had become more frequent. I'm not hungry. Fong Ran smiled. Eat? How do I eat? One more bite and he'd explode. The energy in this is far beyond what humans can handle. In the end, under Fong Ran's urging, Xiao Tian ate all the ingredients one bite at a time. A hot current spread throughout his body, causing Xiao Tian's body to burn. Fong Ran reached out and placed his hand on top of his forehead, and the scalding heat caused him to hastily retract his hand. But at the same time, Xiao Tian's holy power was also increasing at an extremely rapid rate. Stay in the Imperial Beast Space. Fong Ran's mind moved. Xiao Tian and his spiritual power, at the same time, came to the Imperial Beast Space. Although she was in an unfamiliar environment, seeing Fong Ran, she felt relieved to run the evolution method. Just a few hours. Xiao Tian's holy power then grew by leaps and bounds. At least about 20 times what it was before. Fong Ran was alarmed. 20 times the rate of increase. This was twice the speed of Lin Xinghuan's imperial beast space. 1 day is equivalent to 20 days of progress, that's not too fast. It was also good for the A-list package. Otherwise, a normal meal would hardly support such a large energy expenditure. Time flew by, and without realizing it, Xiao Tian stayed in the imperial beast space for a full 24 hours. Rank, 3 RD 1%. 1 day. The rank was then raised by 20% to 3rd order angel. The holy power is also more than double what it was earlier, so you can shoot at least 20 times a day. This gives Khoten sustained combat power. Swish. Leave the imperial beast space. The feathered wings behind Xiao Tian unfolded, with a wingspan of 2 meters long. In those pupils, the holy fire was scorching hot, and the holy power in his body was filled with aggressiveness. Fong Ran walked forward and touched the 2 white feathers. Smooth in the hand, unlike unusual birds. Xiao Tian felt Fong Ran's touch and his body trembled, accompanied by the subsequent contraction of his feathers. Uncomfortable? Fong Ran stopped moving. No. Xiao Tian hurriedly denied it. But seeing that Fong Ran no longer touched it, she couldn't help but feel a little lost inside. It doesn't really matter if the owner is a little more daring. Is the leveling up just an increase in the holy power cap, which is the blue bar? Fong Ran found the blind spot. However, it actually brings more than that. As for where the specialness was, Fong Ran didn't find it either. Into the night. The uncle and aunt returned home, and the moment they saw Fong Ran, they immediately piled on the smiles. Ran, back so early? Well, how did the trial go? Uncle asked absently. Think about it. Definitely can't get through. He'd heard from his colleagues in the unit today, and the ones who'd gone to it were sophomores and juniors, and geniuses from other urban areas. Those were all Imperial Beast Masters who had practiced 2 or 3 years ahead of Fong Ran. The advantage was too great. Over. Fong Ran downplayed it. Well, you don't have to be discouraged, after all, over. Passed? Fong Chihua's eyes widened. Auntie, on the other hand, smiled and stepped forward. I told you that my nephew is a genius and will definitely pass, and you still don't believe me. Luckily I had Xiao Tian and Fong Ran try it out. Sang Xuelan deliberately glared at him a few times. It made my uncle look embarrassed. It can really pass. Could it be that my nephew is really a once-in-a-century Imperial Beast genius? He faltered inwardly. After all, Lin Xinghuan is a character you can only see on TV. And the fact that his nephew had actually come into contact with such a character gave him a few surreal feelings. Little Tiana? Auntie wondered. She's in the Sentinel space. Fong Ran said truthfully. As long as you don't use the evolution method, you won't be able to codify your energy in the Sentinel space. Chapter 30 Perfect Grade Skill. Beast Hunting Mountain Range. Imperial Beast Space? Fong Chihua had only heard of it from certain very powerful Imperial Beast Masters. Those people talk condescendingly to their superiors. All he could do was watch from a distance. This seemed to the 2 men to be nothing short of divine tactics. Worthy of Xiao Ran, I told him to try it in the first place. In the midst of the duo's excited words, night fell quickly. Fong Ran lay on the bed, looking at the posters posted on the wall. Angels with 3 pairs of huge feathered wings look like gods descending. Next, a pair of soft wings covered Fong Ran. Fong Ran was startled, and when he turned his head he saw Xiao Tian's delicate face. How did you get out? I'm afraid you'll be attacked, it's safer this way. The words fell. A pair of feathers gradually tightened. Wrap Fong Ran in it. This soft touch is going to be better than all the quilts in the world. At this moment, Fong Ran only felt like an egg that had been forcibly pressed underneath by a chicken's mother. Can you loosen up a bit? This is a legal society, how can it be dangerous? Fong Ran said. However, Goten was already asleep. Lightly closed eyes, tightly pressed against Fong Ran, through the close his arm could feel a massive softness. A few moments later. Under the darkness. A figure made its way down the dilapidated block to the outside of the house. At this moment, there was already a silhouette waiting there. Well. Yes, it's the same angel you sold. Why don't we just charge right in? Grab and run? The angel hasn't had that thing taken from her yet, and if you hadn't sold her out, would we need to take that risk? The black-clothed man at the head of the group said angrily. The man behind him touched his head with a helpless look. So I'm not out of money? Hear this. The black-robed man in the lead had a look of anger and sorrow. What we did was a big deal. Is it a big deal for you to go to a lady? It's not a lady, it's a cat lady. Now that he's become famous with Lin Xinghuan, we're bound to be targeted by her if we make a move. The two fell into a brief silence. The two men were too much of a shadow to Lin Xinghuan. Or rather, their entire organization is. Get the stuff ready in 7 days, remember, only snatch the imperial beasts, never hurt anyone, or we're all doomed. The two nodded heavily. Then, disappeared into the darkness. Fong Ran was still sound asleep. On the side, Xiao Tian's pale golden pupils gazed at him calmly. Sensing that the figures around her had disappeared, she closed her eyes again. 6 days. Early every morning. Fong Ran all took Xiao Tian to Lin Xinghuan's place for devilish training. With the added bonus of a list recipes. Xiao Tian evolved extremely fast. At the same time, the Holy Fire Giant Sword, with the Essence Steel physique, and the Holy Fire Evolution method skills, had also received a qualitative leap. Sacred Fire Giant Sword, upgraded to perfect grade. The Essence of Steel body is just as perfect grade. The only one that was left was the Sacred Fire Evolution method, which had only been upgraded to the entry level, just one step short of perfection. Holy Fire Excalibur Perfection. After endless practice, you have perfected this skill, which allows you to turn your sword into holy fire, boosting your attack power by a huge amount. Heavenly God's Physique Perfect. Holy power can operate on its own, resisting all damage. Sacred Fire Evolution Method Inception. Your understanding of the Sacred Fire Evolution Method has reached the level of the Pioneer, and the Sacred Fire Evolution Method can operate on its own. 2 evolutionary laws. It operated on its own within Xiao Tian's body. It's only a tenth as efficient as it was earlier, but it's better than being completely white-knuckled. Even if nothing is done, Little Sky's rank will continue to rise. Angel of War. Rank, 3rd 27%. Grade, pre-higher. Skills, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Perfection, Essence of Steel Body Perfection, Sacred Leader Divine Bow Inferior, Basic Evolutionary Method Inferior, Sacred Fire Evolutionary Method Inferior, Pupil of Divine Light. Introduction, an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be specialized in punishing backstabbers. Swish. Goten lifted his arm lightly. An exaggeratedly huge sword burning with holy fire emerged. And her body was covered with a strange layer of holy fire patterns. From a distance, it looks like a war goddess. At this point, Xiao Tian's body was no longer thin and weak, and there were initial signs of plumpness. Blonde hair, braided into a ponytail, and pale golden pupils with no visible emotion present. And only when alone with Fong Ran. It's the only way to feel that humanity exists. Not bad, with your strength, you shouldn't be afraid even if you're facing a lord level. Fong Ran quipped. Goten smiled slightly. Retracting the holy flame from his body, he restood by Fong Ran's side. Inside, it was shocked at the increase given by Fong Ran's natural ability. Just 1 week. It then increased the skill to an unimaginable level. Today is the practical course, and with senior sister Lin watching over it, it should be fine. Fong Ran's pupils were agitated. He remembers what the system demanded, the material for upgrading the pupil gene points. These gene points could only be obtained when killing other ferocious beasts. 10 minutes later. Fong Ran sent Little Sky into the Imperial Beast Space and arrived at the special training location. At this moment, a group of Imperial Beast Masters had gathered together early. Compared to before, they are obviously much more honest now. There were even quite a few Imperial Beast Masters whose skin had darkened a bit. Fong Ran, you're finally here? Lu Yong greeted. The same was true for the group of Imperial Beast Masters. Fong Ran, on the other hand, responded one by one. As a character who was explicitly given special care by Lin Xinghuan, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to get on good terms with Fong Ran. Seeing the crowd arrive, it was only then that Lin Xinghuan finally showed up. I'll take you to the beast hunting range today, and I'll record your performance. Those who perform well will be nominated to the Imperial Capital, and the top few will receive Lord-level evolutionary materials from the Imperial Capital. The previous rewards given by the Imperial Capital were devoid of Lord-level materials. It was because he saw Yu Cheng's potential that he raised the reward content of this special training. For a while, quite a few Imperial Beastmasters whose families were not wealthy looked at Fong Ran with gratitude in their eyes. But get the premise. Also, they can behave well. I don't know if the Lord-level materials can be exchanged for high-level materials. For the other side ran. Repayment of higher materials is only necessary. As for the Lord-level materials, when the time comes, just advance them and be done with it. Go! Lin Xinghuan led the crowd. Get on an exclusive bus. Along the mountain road, towards the outskirts of Yucheng. The crowd didn't say a word along the way, and it was obvious that they were very nervous. But not everyone was like that, and some Imperial Beastmasters were more excited because of it. Hunting ferocious beasts meant getting paid. And the payoffs are often very generous. After all, those ferocious beasts were treasures all over their bodies, and any one of them could make them a fortune. A few hours later, the vehicle was parked outside a reception on the side of a hill. And on that reception, a few big words were written: Beast Hunting Mountain Range. Chapter 31 Gene Point. The two bigwigs of Yucheng gathered. Elder Lin. The vehicle just stopped. Immediately they were greeted by several people dressed in the same attire. By the looks of it, it seemed to have known that Lin Xinghuan was coming. It's already prepared for you. Within the beast hunting villa, there are at most high late-stage fierce beasts. Heard the two talking. All Fong Ran wanted to say was, "Is this a zoo?" Unexpectedly, however, this was overheard by Jiang Yuhuan on the side. The injuries that had been inflicted by Fong Ran earlier had fully recovered. It's the beast hunting ground of the Yu City's military precincts, and as long as there are ferocious beasts that exceed the grade, they will be disposed of by the Imperial Beast Masters. What we've come to this time is presumably the higher beast hunting ground, and there's a fee to enter it. That I understand. Fontaine fishes a lot. Nature understands that there are such venues. You don't think that we're going to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild, do you? Jiang Yuhuan smiled disdainfully. But think of the hand that was broken by Fong Ran. Tensing his face again. Could it be that the ferocious beasts here are more challenging? Fong Ran wondered. That's not true. It's just that the higher ferocious beasts in the wild are all dependent on the Lord Ferocious Beasts banner. If you rashly go and slaughter the people under its command, will that Lord Fierce Beast spare you? The name is Lords. Naturally, he would command a group of higher ferocious beasts. And they tend not to fight alone, but are instead directed by the Lord Feral Beasts. Walking while talking. The crowd had crossed the gate without realizing it. Entering it, one person will be able to return their capital by killing 3 higher ferocious beasts, but it's naturally impossible for us to do so to this extent. They're just students. It's not like it's a professional beast hunting team. So, they're just here to give away money to the beast hunt. No wonder that beast hunting factory boss had a wicked smile on his face. Fong Ran looked not far away. The one who was talking to Lin Xinghuan, the big-bellied beast hunting factory owner. He had a fat face, and at the moment, it was as if he had seen a big fortune, and he was excited. A few moments later, Lin Xinghuan just came back. Go ahead, there aren't many Imperial Beastmasters in the higher beast hunting grounds. The goal for each of you is to hunt a higher fierce beast, and the bracelets given to you will record the number and your vital signs. Press the hand ring immediately if there's danger and I'll be there in 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Flying Thor? Remember, don't cross the mountains. Next. The group of Imperial Beastmasters then began to gang up. Working in tandem with each other, the success rate of the hunt will naturally increase. Although the Imperial Beasts and the Fierce Beasts were at the same level, their combat experience was completely unequal, and one-on-one they would almost certainly lose. Fong Ran, are we together? Brother Fong, can you join me? My Imperial Beast has auxiliary skills. Just for a moment. The crowd then began to pull Fong Ran in. Fong Ran's strength in beast royalty was obvious to all, so if he could join him, it would naturally be a lot easier. However, in the face of these invitations, Fong Ran refused them one by one. Hunting beasts together? Wouldn't that be splitting it with them? After rejecting the crowd, Fong Ran crossed the cordon after signing over the Beast Hunt's no responsibility contract. Looking at Fong Ran's back, the crowd couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Is this genius? Sauce for confidence. And after stepping into the depths of the mountain forest, Fong Ran's surroundings were empty. Faintly, one could still hear the roar of a burst of beasts coming from the depths of the mountain forest. Goten! With Fong Ran's voice falling, a holy figure appeared on its side. Feeling the threat around him, Xiao Tian frowned his good-looking eyebrows and looked around. It's dangerous here. She smelled danger. Fruity. Next. A white wolf covered in skeletal armor emerged from behind the mountains. It bared its fangs and stared excitedly at the two Fong Ran. Skeleton Wolf King. Grade, pre-hire. Skill? Description: a wolf king covered with a hard skeleton, with swiftness and amazing defense. Roar. Not waiting for Fong Ran to react, that skeleton wolf king let out a gurgling roar. A substantial sound wave spread out, instantly shaking Fong Ran's surroundings. It exerted force on its hind legs, and the ground instantly shattered. It flew towards Fong Ran like a cannonball. Holy sword. Goten quickly whispered. A giant sword of holy fire emerged in his hand. A casual wave of the hand. Put. The flying skeleton wolf king immediately broke in half. Blood spilled on Fong Ran's sides without a single splash. Gene points +1. A never-before-seen beep came out. Gene points. Fong Ran muttered to himself. Not surprised that the fight was over too quickly. The skeleton wolf king was at the same level as Xiao Tian though. However, Xiao Tian's skills had almost reached their limit. It was only normal for a sword to kill a ferocious beast of the same level in seconds, and it was strange that it didn't. And in the moment of killing the ferocious beast, the bracelet also detected the message. At the reception. On one screen, the number of ferocious beasts hunted was recorded. Fong Ran owns number 3, which reads 1. Someone succeeded so soon? Your batch of students is of good quality. The owner of the hunting ground laughed. This deal is down. He'll make at least another couple of $1 million. Lin Xinghuan really was rich, actually spending tens of millions of dollars to have a group of students come to practice? With just them, it would be harder than climbing up to heaven to earn enough money in this beast hunt. Even if a pro team comes in, many times it's a bloodbath. Number 3, I remember Fong Ran. Lin Xinghuan muttered in a low voice. She hadn't been wrong about anyone. It was just unknown whether Fong Ran hunted alone or in a group with someone. Just at the moment she was thinking about it, a familiar silhouette, escorted by the crowd, arrived outside the beast hunting ground. Why is she here? Lin Xinghuan was in doubt. However, he saw an old man following him as well. Little friend Lin, why are you here too? The old man was a bit surprised. Senior Lin. Shen Yun stepped forward. The beast hunt director on the side, looking at the two bigwigs of Yu City, could only accompany them with a smile. One was a monarch royal beastmaster and the other was a future monarch royal beastmaster. Both were existences that could make Yu City tremble with a stomp of their feet. Oh, I'll bring Shen Yun here every day to practice a bit. Real battles can only test the results. What are you here for? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xinghuan, on the other hand, told the truth. Training that group of cadets? It should be all sophomore and junior cadets, right? The old man looked up. The panel where the scores were recorded had only one participant who had received a score. Number 3, could it be the genius who got the S-Class Imperial Beast Space? It's him. Lin Xinghuan didn't deny it. And hearing the duo's conversation, Shen Yun also looked up. The pupils were full of challenges. Her opponents were no longer of the same age, and she was challenging the stronger Imperial Beastmasters. Number 3, even if my Imperial Beast evolves for 1 or 2 years less, I'll still be able to catch up with you just the same. Saying that, Shen Yun put on top-notch equipment worth tens of millions of dollars. Stepped into the middle of the beast hunt. Not far away, the beast hunter's face bounced with fat, his eyes straightening as he watched. There's money in it, this equipment, going to fight higher ferocious beasts is like a cannon hitting a fly. Chapter 32 Gene Point Upgrade, Grade B Skill, Storm Bow. An hour passed. In the beast hunting mountain range, a number of cadets have accomplished first kills. But, there were also quite a number of people who were eliminated from the game just as soon as they faced the ferocious beasts. There were even some Imperial Beast Masters who had not taken proper precautions and were attacked by ferocious beasts, resulting in serious injuries to the Imperial Beasts. But the good news is that there were no casualties. On the big screen, number 3, at the head, is very conspicuous. 3, 3. 3, representing the number of higher ferocious beasts hunted. Is this person really a student? The owner of the hunting ground marveled. Over the course of an hour, that number grew and grew, going from 1 to 3. At this level, even if a professional team came, it would be nothing more than that, right? And the number 13, which represented Shin Yun, jumped above 1 at the moment. Rather, I didn't expect him to move so quickly. Lin Xinghuan had admiration in her eyes. But this was only reaching the basics of a high Imperial Beast Master. She knew, those top cities' Imperial Beast geniuses, basically every one of them could do this kind of speed. Fong Ran, however, was still young and had only a short time to become a Royal Beast Master. Being able to make back your money is pretty excellent. Already have the capital to compete for the 5 great academies. Shun Lao commented. The head of the hunt, on the other hand, rubbed his chest. It's also okay that it's just a payback, more students are still losing money. There's no way he can make back everyone's losses on number 3 by himself. Finally, it got me. Fong Ran came to the depths of the mountain range. In the middle of an extremely remote depression, several high skeleton wolves were wandering around. They seemed to know that as long as a lord-level ferocious beast appeared, it would be dealt with by the mysterious powerhouse. Here, there are no stronger predators to grab resources. Naturally. Then it became a paradise for the higher ferocious beasts. They even form a group and move together. Xiao Tian, shoot these 2 sentries first. Fong Ran whispered. Goten nodded. Find a hidden spot and bend your bow. Swish. The arrows with hot holy fire flew out, instantly piercing through the skulls of the 2 skeleton wolves. Gene points +1. Gene points +1.3. 2 messages popped up. Proof that the 2 ferocious beasts were dead. It's only a pre-higher stage ferocious beast, I'm afraid there are still quite a few ferocious beasts hidden in the lair. Fong Ran took Xiao Tian with him. Continue to burrow deeper into the depression hidden by the trees. A moment later, as if they had sensed the intruder, a violent hissing sound came out from all directions. Xiao Tian's wings unfolded behind him, protecting Fong Ran with his holy sword in hand. However, those ferocious beasts were hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. A few moments later. Swish. Swish swish. A spike that shot towards Fong ran from the bushes. And at the same time, a figure that had been hovering for a long time swooped down in the high sky. And you know how to tackle a thief. Fong Ran's gaze glanced over and 2 pieces of data surfaced. Stone Hedgehog. Rank, High Medium. Skill, Flying Stab. Introduction, a hedgehog whose body is as hard as stone. Venomous Flying Snake. Rank, High Medium. Skill, Poison. Introduction, a Flying Viper. Amazing, isn't it? 2 high intermediate fierce beasts. Fong Ran was alarmed. If I hadn't discovered their lair myself. These 2 ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that they won't leave until they'd meticulously reached the late advanced stage, or even the lord level. Unfortunately, caught by himself, Go's wish to become a god was not destined to come true. Phew! Goten's chest rose and fell. The holy fire in his hand burned even hotter. The white feathered wings spread out, instantly bouncing off the incoming flying spikes. And at this point, high in the air, the winged flying serpent also fell. The slender tail violently curled towards Fong Ran's body. However, a sword mark flashed by. The tail is severed and the severance burns with holy fire. Hiss. The flying snake let out a miserable hiss. A large amount of venom was sprayed out towards Fong Ran in a desperate manner. Seemingly having seen Xiao Tian's toughness, the 2 ferocious beasts turned their heads and tried to run away. However, 3 scorching arrows flew. 100 shots instantly penetrated the body of the high-flying snake. Gene points +2. The rest of the stone hedgehogs naturally couldn't escape. Xiao Tian moved his feet and flew close like a phantom, and his holy sword fell indifferently. In the next second, the stone hedgehog turned into cold numbers. Gene points +2. Crimson blood splattered on top of the feathers. However, she didn't care at all and quickly returned to Fong Ran's side. There's a lot more cubs in there, Goten reminded. Fong Ran followed her and stepped into a cave. Skeletons all over the ground, with a dozen or so ferocious beasts the size of lions and tigers, were gnawing on the bones. There was even a ferocious beast among them that hadn't broken and was struggling in pain. You call this a pup? It could have killed me in one bite. Little Sky, send them to be reunited. The holy angel froze, then stepped forward. The holy sword in his hand fell without a trace of mercy. However, the dozen or so cubs that brought Fong Ran less than one gene point. And after. Fong Ran then waited at the entrance to the pits. As the saying goes, you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. He felt that there were definitely more than just these few ferocious beasts here. At the same time, Fong Ran observed the usage of gene points. He swept his gaze over to Koten's panel. Basic evolutionary law of subtlety can be upgraded. Sacred bow can be upgraded. The skill of this path. Again, the limits of proficiency were reached. Leveling up? Could you get a whole new skill? Fong Ran's heart thumped. And then clicked on the basic evolution method. Does it cost 10,000 gene points to ascend the basic evolution method? Fong Ran's gene points nowadays were just 11 points. 10,000 points? How can you be so lionized? Is it hard to believe that the other one is the same? Fong Ran quickly tapped down the sacred leader divine bow. Does it cost 10 gene points to upgrade the holy bow? Upgrade. With Fong Ran's voice falling. The holy leader divine bow, on the other hand, quickly changed into another brand new skill. Storm bow proficient, spend a large amount of holy power to shoot a powerful storm arrow. Storm bow, isn't that a B rank skill? Fong Ran had an impression. It is a superior replacement for the holy lead longbow, a B rank skill worth tens of millions of dollars. And the proficiency level went straight to the proficiency level. It seems to have inherited the proficiency of the holy leader divine bow. Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat. The only downside. That is, as soon as you get this skill, you have to pay off your debt 10 times. Storm bow 010. Tian, try the new skill. No need for Fong Ran to say. Xiao Tian could then perceive that additional forbidden knowledge had been added to his mind. She recurved her bow and an arrow, a very different bow from before, appeared in her hand. As she snapped the bowstring. At the arrow, it was like the eye of the storm, crazily absorbing Xiao Tian's holy power and everything around him. At this point in time, Xiao Tian. It is like the eye of the storm. The fallen leaves and debris around them floated up and rotated around the arrow. Even her blonde ponytail was bouncing wildly at the moment. Chapter 33 Collapsed Beast Hunting Factory Manager, hire late stage fierce beast. 2 more have been added, he's already exceeded his quota. Many of the Winsong Academy's Imperial Beast Masters marveled. Even some idle Imperial Beast Masters. It also shook me inside when I learned what had happened. Is this a student? That's more than me and my partner have killed in a day. That's too much. Do students roll like that already these days? Yeah, it's already almost as good as those big city geniuses, isn't it? Worthy of being a student taught by Senior Lin, his strength is truly first-rate. Could it be that Yuqing is going to produce another Imperial Beast Master who can pass the examinations of the 5 great academies? Listening to the crowd's successive exclamations, Lin Xinghuan only felt soothed. After all, Fong Ran was nominally taught by her as well. Who is this number 3? Shen Lao inquired. Fong Ran. Hearing this name, Shen Lao visibly froze for a moment. Didn't he just start school? That's too fast of an improvement. It's already on par with Shen Yun. But Shen Yun had his personal guidance, plus the family's resources to cultivate him. It could be said that one could have whatever one wanted, and the conditions were no worse than those geniuses from the prestigious academies. But what about Fong Ran? He had investigated long ago, and Fong Ran was penniless. It would be a miracle to become an Imperial Beast Master. Could he be your brother? Are you secretly supporting him? Shen Lao stroked his beard. Lin Xinghuan's face darkened. No, but I'm afraid his Imperial Beasts are related to the organization that sells them. You came to Yuqing to investigate them, right? Shen Lao Dao. He should have thought that Lin Xinghuan didn't just come back simply to teach students. Rather, it was to uproot, the organization that was secretly selling forbidden imperial beasts in Yucheng. They secretly sold ferocious beasts of great ferocity, and even deliberately raised some imperial beasts and took important parts of their bodies as a way to profit. This has seriously violated the regulations of the Imperial Beast Association. And as a member of the Sentinel Society, Lin Xinghuan then came. Yes, but I volunteered to clear them. Because among the imperial beasts victimized this time were the angelic race. Lin Xinghuan had to be mindful of his imperial beast's feelings. Feel free to say if you need any help. Shen Lao responded. Times like this, one has to show an attitude to do that. 10. He's already got 13 points. Didn't hear the two big guys talking. The head of the beast hunt only felt his heart breaking. How come this kid can kill so well? It was 3 just now. It hasn't even been an hour and it's already jumped to 13? Did the ferocious beasts, like a pig, stick their heads out for him to chop? That doesn't make sense either. The ferocious beasts in the beast hunting ground could still be wild and ferocious. They would even take the initiative to hide when they saw a stronger imperial beastmaster. How could this kid find them all? Dad, can you not kill it? The fat man's face had twisted into a twist. It's not a loss of money, though. But for the money lover, less is a loss. Fong Ran was going to lose at least several $1 million with this operation. And that's just the beginning, hell knows if he'll keep adding to the number later? In that case, Fong Ran's imperial beast was also bought from the black market. Shen Lao inquired. I'm afraid so, otherwise he wouldn't have the channels to buy an angel. In the imperial capital, the angelic imperial beasts that are openly sold are not only expensive, but they also require the consent of the angels themselves before they can be used. Lin Xinghuan said indifferently. The imperial beast is for sale. It's also an extremely large market. Well, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. In the beast hunt. In front of the two black-clothed men, a mountain-piercing armor that was 3 meters in size and clad in heavy scale armor was standing there. And on top of its body, another storm giant lion, firmly pressed on top of its body. The pangolin couldn't move and was terrified. It a higher late-stage fierce beast. What virtue to mess with a lordly class? The man in black, the leader, threw the liquid in his hand, along with the glass, into the pangolin's mouth. Drink! Watch as the pangolin swallows the potion. The man at the head revealed a satisfied expression. Well, it's no big deal to eat an angel when a frenzied high-level late-stage ferocious beast kills the beast hunt's imperial beastmaster, right? To remove the eyes, the boss said, that's us goods, can't afford to lose a few $100 million. The man at the head of the group nodded, and the lion lifted his foot, while the pangolin slipped away in flight at the sight of it. With the strength of a late advanced stage, it was easy to abuse this group of students. The key thing was that it could be disguised as an accident and not be discovered by Lin Xinghuan. The two were close behind. That mountain-piercing armor's 2 eyes gradually turned red and became very furious. Roar! Violent roaring and trembling. It instantly attracts students who are still around. There's a sound. Go check it out. Zhang Yuan led a few people. Excited to come forward. By the sound of it, it was at least the middle stage of higher. After killing this ferocious beast, his ranking would definitely be very high. The rest of the trainees did the same. The violent roar was so loud that it was hard not to hear it. Even Shen Yun heard the voice. It made her do a double take. Firefly, come on, let's go check it out. Follow the voice. Just for a moment. The crowd then gathered to the place where the piercing armor was. The huge mountain that was 3 meters tall stood there, and the pressure emanating from its body caused the bodies of the people's imperial beasts to stop trembling. What's wrong, Ice Hell Crab? Zhang Huan, you sensed the imperial beast's fear. That monster, its rank far exceeds that of our imperial beasts, I'm afraid it's about to break through to Lord. A voice came from behind him. Zhang Huan Yu turned his head back. It was Lu Yong who had followed him. He was currently sitting on the back of a huge iron ox. Lu Yong. His imperial beast isn't afraid at all. For sure, Lu Yong's iron bull is a high intermediate. The higher intermediate does have only some resistance to the intimidation of the late intermediate, doesn't it? Looking at the crowd's envious gazes, Lu Yong smiled faintly, but his heart panicked a batch. If it wasn't mandatory to order it in the brain. Iron Bull ran away a long time ago. Lu Yong, you're going to hunt it? looking at the calm iron bull and his own shivering ice crab. Jiang Huanyu couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration within himself. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid," Lu Yong suddenly said. "Just kidding, I'm not an idiot." His imperial beasts, however, were only of the higher intermediate rank, unless he had 3 higher intermediate rank imperial beasts to stand a chance. Just as he was thinking of point moments, a sneering voice came out. "Lu Yong, why have you become such a wimp now?" The person who came was none other than Xiao Hong. Beside him, a snake-headed dragon lion was emitting a hissing sound. "Do you guys deserve to be called the geniuses of the Winsong Academy?" Upon hearing this, many people blared angrily. A beautiful figure emerged in front of the crowd, and beside it, a flaming butterfly was dancing. So pretty. But what's with the poisonous mouth? When did our Winsong Academy have this kind of beauty? I remember her, like she was a freshman in high school. It's the Miss Shin family. The equipment she's wearing. I remember correctly, it's the 3.0 generation skeletal soft armor, right? It costs tens of millions. And the bracelet, also the VIP model, comes with one-time protection. Xinyun seemed to have long been accustomed to the crowd's awe-inspiring gazes. After all, it's not the same world as her. Freshman, has the Imperial Beast advanced to higher? Even Xiao Hong, who was known for his kryptonite, had to bow down at this moment. It was worthy of having a grandfather who was a monarch-level royal beastmaster. This financial power, even he didn't dare to compare. Chapter 34 Invincible Defense, Fleeing Crowd. Which one of you is number 3? Xinyun looked to the crowd. The beautiful body made many Imperial Beast Masters look straight in the eyes. They still have this kind of beauty in Winsong Academy? Number 3? The crowd looked around. Wanted to see which gosh darned one had secretly met the schoolgirl. Yet, none of the bracelets were number 3. Even if you don't recognize it, no one should have a higher score than me after killing this ferocious beast. Xinyun smiled. Within the beast hunting ground, 10 points could be gained from hunting a high late-stage fierce beast. And for ordinary ferocious beasts, it would be impossible to get 10 points. Roar! Not waiting for a few people to respond. The ferocious pangolin then charged towards the crowd with red eyes. With each step it took to land, the ground left a huge depression. Firefly, use pyroclasm. Boom! Xinyun's words fell. A blazing flame, like a lance, spun and stabbed forward. A skill of this level had reached at least the proficiency level. Yet she was still a freshman. This talent, it's almost as good as Fangran. Lu Yong marveled. Boom! With a violent explosion. The fire flame art only left a black crater on its thick scales. This action instantly angered the pangolin armor that was still in a state of rage. Ho ho ho! With a roar of fury. The scales on top of its body were upside down, and its hands sprouted extremely long and sharp claws. Afterwards, it instantly disappeared into the ground, transforming into a mound that violently rushed towards the crowd. Rumble! Facing this sudden onslaught, the crowd also had to come up with strength to deal with it. Ice prison crab, ice wall. Zhang Yuan hurriedly called out. The ice hell crab's double pincers plunged into the ground, and a huge ice wall instantly stood up. The Imperial Beast Masters standing behind him couldn't help but feel relieved. Or are you enough of a turtle? Meanwhile, the remaining few Imperial Beast Masters were putting on whatever skills they had. Flames, blisters, earth spikes, a large amount of elemental power, covered towards the mound. However, these skills, are like scratching an itch. It only throws a light on the scales of the pangolin. How come it's so hard? This is a high late-stage fierce beast. Unless the skill reaches the proficiency level, it can't even create damage. Hit the gap where the schoolmarm struck through, the defense is weak there. The people present. Only a handful of people had reached the proficiency level in their skills. More, it is learned in the evolutionary method. However, the crowd's frantic attacks only slowed down the traveling speed of the mountain-piercing armor, and were of no use. These students are really crazy enough to dare to confront a higher late-stage fierce beast head-on. Stop laughing and look for it. Where is the angel? In the middle of the woodland in the rear. The two watched the battle ahead, their eyes searching for the angel. However, not to mention angels, there wasn't even a single person who looked like Fangran. Didn't find it. Could it be that you have bad eyes? No way. That kid is so handsome, he's definitely conspicuous. The two were nervous as hell. Stealing someone under Lin Xinghuan's nose. There's absolutely nothing to be gained by being caught. As fellow Lord Imperial Beast Masters, the two of them combined were not enough for Lin Xinghuan to fight alone. First, we'll cripple a few of these students, then we'll go find Fongran. Roar! Just as the two were thinking about the moment, the pangolin had already broken through the crowd's defenses. The thick ice wall could only manage to withstand 2 of its claw strikes. And above its body, it was only Shen Yun and a few plucky students that had done some damage. This angered it even more, and with a few claw strikes, several unlucky Imperial Beastmasters came close to losing their own pet beasts. The moment they just realized there are also gaps at the higher levels. Pyroblast. The fire butterfly flapped its wings and a huge fireball exploded violently, instantly causing the pangolin to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. This is AB rank skill. The hearts of the Imperial Beast Masters present were shocked. Although it was still at the entry level, the power was utterly amazing. If it was at the skilled level, it was truly possible to injure this ferocious beast. That didn't work? Shen Yun looked at the mountain-piercing armor that was staring at her and lightly bit her shell teeth. Lu Yong, who hadn't made a move, smiled faintly. It's come to this, Tainyo, I'm afraid even I can't stop you. The crowd looked at Lu Yong, who was riding an iron ox. Can't stop you anymore? Had Lu Yong been hiding his strength? Faced with such a crisis, you finally couldn't help yourself? However, in the next second, they saw the iron ox under Lu Yong turn around and charge towards the distance without hesitation. With a firm gaze, it fled with an unshakable will. The unbreakable alliance shattered. The crowd cursed in their hearts and fled by harnessing their favored beasts. However, how could the huge-sized pangolin let them go? It hissed and chased wildly behind Shen Yun. It seemed to recognize the girl who had hurt him. There can be no surrender, at least not now. Shen Yun ran while looking at the pocket watch on her wrist, dismissing the idea of asking for help. However, while passing through a mountain forest, it seemed to smell something and suddenly stopped chasing Shen Yun. Instead, it rushed wildly towards the depths of the mountain forest. What's the situation? Shen Yun froze. Then with a clench of his teeth, he trailed off. The other Imperial Beast Masters who were still watching did the same and followed. There were only a few Imperial Beastmasters who chose to give up for the time being due to their favored beasts being injured. And right now, a mountain forest. The ground in front of Shao Tian was as if it had been bombarded by mortars. An extremely long gully was left behind, with large broken trees. Her right hand, on the other hand, trembled slightly. So powerful, is this the master's ability? Goten's heart was pounding. She didn't dare to imagine that she could use such a powerful skill in the pre-advanced stage. Even the impact was so powerful that she couldn't help but let her fingers tremble. How is it? How's the holy power in your body? Consumed a fifth. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Goten responded quickly. A fifth? It meant that within 2 days, Fong Ran would be able to increase his proficiency again. It didn't even take 2 days, and with the 2 evolutionary laws added on, Shao Tian's holy power recovered at an astonishingly fast rate. Unfortunately, some of the hits were off, or the proficiency level wasn't high enough to control the direction. Fong Ran pondered. It can only be used as a face-posting skill. This is the most powerful and will not be dodged. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sound of violent tremors came from far away. From afar, Fong Ran saw a huge-sized pangolin running wildly. On top of Fong Ran's body, there seemed to be an antidote for it to fall into madness. Finally back. Fong Ran grinned. And Goten had been ready for it for a long time. Among her wrists, a stormwind bow emerged. The holy power was like flowing water, constantly injected into the bowstring, and in just a few moments the surrounding area was like a change in the wind and clouds. However, at the moment, the pangolin was already swept away. It smelled the blood of the child and had gone completely mad. Defiantly, he rushed towards Fong Ran. Come straight to it. Chapter 35 Killing Higher Late Stage in a Second. A shocked Shen Yun. Rumble. The huge-sized pangolin armor disappeared into the ground and charged violently in Fong Ran's direction. In his eyes, a piece of data floated to the surface. Spiny scale pangolin. Rank, high late. Skill, Description: the king of this mountain range, possessing a strong ability to hide from the world. Higher late? Can you block an arrow from Xiao Tian? Just as Xiao Tian gathered his strength, the two black-clothed figures also noticed Fong Ran. The two of them immediately did a double take. Boss, that's him. In such a short period of time, even his eyes were cured. No wonder this kid was taken by Lin Qinghuan. Yeah, his imperial beast has a strong energy fluctuation. The two marveled. Even as a Lord Imperial Beast Master, one also had to recognize Fong Ran's talent. But that proves the importance of that angel all the same. It's only a basic that the Imperial Beast Master has talent, but you also need an Imperial Beast of the same strength to go with it. We'll strike as soon as that piercer wounds the angel, and we must be quick. The two were poised. And in the meantime, the huge mound had rushed to Fong Ran's near front like a truck. Release the arrows. As Fong Ran's voice fell, Xiao Tian sank the arrow violently and shot it at the ground. Boom! It's a huge force like a cannon. Propelled Goten into flight. Two pairs of feathered wings instantly sprouted behind her, stopping her backward momentum. The mound on the ground, on the other hand, was as if it had suffered an explosion, instantly rumbling and then exploding. The Pandalin armor, which had a huge body, followed suit. Fong Ran looked forward. The Pandalin armor that flew out backwards had a huge spiral wound in its abdomen that was very clear. It was like being strangled by a storm. Roar! A violent hissing sound surfaced. A sharp claw violently slashed towards the top of Fong Ran's head. However, it was blocked by a holy sword. Dang! It was only at this point that the Pandalin dropped its palms feebly. Gene points +3. The moment he killed this monster, Fong Ran's score increased by 10 points. And not far away, followed closely by the crowd of people moving around the mound. All that could be heard was a violent roar, and the screams of ferocious beasts. It was then seen that the huge body of the mountain-piercing armor was prostrate on the ground. Who is it? Could it be another Imperial Beast Master? Lu Yong gulped. They made too much noise just now. It had already attracted quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who wanted to hunt this high late-stage fierce beast. But I didn't realize that this monster was actually hunted down by someone else? Looking at the power of the skill just now, it was definitely non-trivial. Zhang Yuhuan and the others also gathered over. Unfortunately, it's been shortchanged. Look at his shamelessness. Lu Yong snorted twice in his heart. Just now, it was you who ran the fastest. After all, he was only riding the Iron Bull for a second, which didn't count as running away. Go over and take a look. Xin Yun was a bit reluctant. Follow the crowd up and away. However, she froze when she got a good look at the standing figure. Fong Ran? Why is he here? Shen Yun was confused. Then quickly figured it out. I'm afraid the debt collectors are after him and he wants to come here to try his luck and make some money? This was too irrational. Even if he had just broken through to hire, he couldn't be so reckless. If you're really short of money, just ask me for a loan. You can't joke with your life. She then quickly walked up with the firefly. Fong Ran. It's you? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. However, when he saw the exquisite equipment on Shen Yun's body, his heart shook slightly. It looks high-end. Definitely pricey. What are you doing here? I've come to hunt the ferocious beasts. Fong Ran responded. Are you blind? Can't you see such a big pangolin lying there? However, the truth was so outrageous that Shen Yun did not dare to think in that direction for a while. And hearing Fong Ran's words convinced her even more of her inner thoughts. If you're really short of money, I can ask my grandfather to lend you some for now. Well, not selfishly. Rather, Fong Ran is really worth investing in. Fong Ran is indeed quite short of money. He wanted to borrow a few $100 million first so that Xiao Tian could eat SSS-rated recipes for every meal. So that he can quickly evolve into a heavenly god and take him to pretend and fly with him. Just when he was seriously thinking that this plan was not feasible. By the way, where is the person who killed this ferocious beast just now? Have you seen him? Shen Yun inquired. She suspected that the man was number 3. Perhaps, his imperial beasts would have been in the higher late stage long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of such caliber. Fong Ran? At this point, The few Imperial Beastmasters that followed later followed closer. Looking at Fong Ran, he then looked at the corpse of the huge ferocious beast. So it's you, just how much more stuff are you kid hiding? If I'm not mistaken, your Imperial beasts are no more than pre-advanced, right? What kind of skill is that? Could it be B rank? It's at least a proficiency level to have that kind of power, right? Accompanied by the exclamation of the crowd. Fong Ran smiled faintly. It was just a fluke. However, these words, in the ears of the crowd, had the suspicion of pretending. It's just that being able to kill a higher late-stage fierce beast alone did have the capital to pretend. Until then. They are still in the midst of their inner turmoil. Can't believe what's happening in front of me. A higher late-stage fierce beast, which they could only injure its skin when they join hands, was killed by Fong Ran in seconds. That gap. Let the crowd despair. Zhang Yuhuan, in particular, murmured. So he stayed his hand. His Imperial beast can really kill me with his hands. In just an instant, his eyes cleared. The sliver of separation in his mind also completely dissipated. Xiao Hong, on the other hand, roared even more furiously in his mind. This monster is definitely Lin Qinghuan's illegitimate child, otherwise how could he be as powerful as her? You? No Fong Ran? Looking at the crowd's reaction, Xin Yun was completely confused. She looked at Fong Ran incredulously. Opened his little mouth. Looking to the side, Xiao Tian just gasped for breath, and the fallen ferocious beast. An impossible thought came to mind. This ferocious beast was killed by Xiao Tian. How? How can that be? You're not. Xin Yun had thought that he could already compare himself to the second and third year senior Imperial Beast Masters. However, he didn't realize that among the Imperial Beast Masters who had enrolled with him, there was a high mountain. You guys know each other? Fong Ran is a student of Elder Lin's special training camp. He came in with us a few days ago. Lu Yong explained. It's not enough to have strength, but it's actually attracting the likes of rich women. However, if he was a rich woman, he would definitely like Fong Ran's type as well. Special training camp? Your sacred fire evolution method has reached the proficiency level as well? Xin Yun only felt chiseled again. That person was Fong Ran. For 1 week, pushed the sacred fire evolution method up to the proficiency level. And while she did it, it was only with a lot of resources and teachers who nurtured her. But Fong Ran, without any assistance from anyone. Proficiency level? In fact, Fong Ran had gotten into the weeds. The so-called proficiency level is just his threshold. Chapter 36 The Imperial Divine Assembly, Lin Qinghuan strikes. Didn't Fong Ran he just become a royal beast master? That's absolutely right, it's been less than a month since the angel eye sold it. The thinly built man responded. He had a knife-like face, like he was on drugs. The man at the head of the group, on the other hand, had an inch head and a much more robust body, and beside him was the massive tiger. In such a short period of time, you're already able to kill a higher late-stage fierce beast? Great talent, it would be great to join us. He stared at Fong Ran with both eyes. A better way seems to have occurred to me. Wait until he's alone and we'll strike. Can't come out in public. Otherwise you'll be screwed if you're seen. They couldn't just kill all the Imperial Beastmasters here. These were all geniuses of Yu City. If something happened to all of them, the two of them would definitely not survive. So you know each other, are you brother and sister? Lu Yong raised an eyebrow. Brother and sister? Xin Yun frowned at the crowd. Didn't they know that Fong Ran was a freshman? Better not tell them. Lest they too explode in mind. Drip. The crowd's bracelets made a sound. The time for them to enter it had come and gone, and now they must leave the beast hunting ground immediately. Alas, chasing after this higher late-stage fierce beast all the time has caused me to kill only one even now. Many people opened their mouths and sighed. But Lu Yong laughed. Luckily I killed enough of the 3 higher fierce beasts ahead of time. I'm afraid there aren't many who can reach the same level as him. After all, they've wasted too much time here. The crowd was in a group. Xin Yun, on the other hand, followed behind Fong Ran and from time to time looked at Xiao Tian who was on the side. She remembers that Goten had a problem with his eyes before, but now they've recovered. Xiao Tian's eyes, do they possess top-notch pupil power, otherwise how could they be so strong? She clenched her teeth lightly. Really let Fong Ran pick up the slack. I've heard that angels with top-notch eyes learn skills with half the effort. On the contrary, although his own fire butterfly was an elemental system imperial beast. However, it can only learn fire skills. Fangran, how did you train your imperial beasts? Shin Yun wondered. Training? I let her learn it all on her own. Fangran laughed lightly. Hear this. Shin Yun only felt sour. She's exhausted and can't teach the stupid butterfly. However, as soon as Fang ran through the skill, the imperial beasts would be able to learn it on their own. Wouldn't Fang Ran become a lying dog then? No, and my master has taught me a lot. Goten said modestly. What did he teach you? Help me recite the evolution law many times. Goten responded after thinking for a moment. It was true that Fang Ran hadn't taught her much. It's all direct infusion. Those things, it seemed, were etched into her muscles from the start. However, she couldn't just expose her master's ability, she still understood this point. Just read the evolutionary law? It's not just a lying dog. Shinyun only felt a tightness in her chest and didn't want to talk anymore. And just in time. The duo's ahead. But out stepped two figures dressed in black. Fang Ran. Xiao Tian blocked in front of Fang Ran, frowning as he looked ahead. She remembered the scent of these two people, the ones who spied on Fang Ran that night. After obtaining the Divine Light Pupil, anyone who spied on her would be noticed by her. Are you interested in joining our Royal God Society? The man with a robust figure at the head spoke. With your talent, you shouldn't be resigned to Yuching. A big string of words down. It stopped both Fang Ran in their tracks. Mikoto. Gashinko? Shinyun, do you recognize them? Shinyun shook his head. Don't recognize it though. However, he could sense that the duo were by no means high-level Sentinel Beast Masters, but rather Lord-level. But how would a Lord-level enter a high-level hunting area? Moreover, it seemed like she had heard such a middle-of-the-road name as the God Hunters Association somewhere before. Can I be president if I go? Fang Ran opened his mouth. That. It instantly put the two men in question. It should be possible, right? If you can keep up the talent, there's still a chance of being a vice president. But there is a price for your membership, just some small price, don't you want to hear it? The two went on. At what cost? Seeing Fang Ran being so cooperative. The man in charge also stopped beating around the bush. Hand over the eyes of your imperial beast and I'll consider taking you to the chairman. That's it? I thought you wanted blood wheel eyes. Fang Ran had a surprised look on his face. Xiao Tian's heart tightened and then relaxed. She sensed that her master's state of mind had not changed in the slightest. Don't talk nonsense with this brat, grab his imperial beast and go now. The man behind him sensed something was wrong. Like a bolt of lightning, the Lord-level tiger instantly moved in front of the two Fang Ran. It's too fast. That's incredibly fast. Its sharp claw, without hesitation, fell towards Xiao Tian. Bang! Xiao Tian was slapped out and the holy power in his body was instantly emptied. Fang Ran cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for the perfect grade heavenly god physique. At this moment, Xiao Tian had already been reduced to pieces under that tiger's claw. What? The Imperial Beast Master in the lead shook violently inside. That time just now, he was sure that his Imperial Beast didn't hold back an ounce. That was the full force of a late Lord Imperial Beast, killing this pre-hire should be as simple as crushing an ant. The truth, however, was that it was all in her defense. The holy power in her body is depleted, make up another blow, we don't have time. The sinister, thin man warned. The tiger turned and ran wildly towards Xiao Tian. However, he was stopped in his tracks by Shin Yun on the side. Looking at the expensive equipment on her, the owner of that fierce tiger's eyebrows jumped. Bang! Fruity! The attack fell and was immediately blocked by a curtain of light. Being worn down for so long by two high Imperial Beast Masters made him extremely grumpy. Black tiger with storm claws. Roar! The huge-sized tiger hissed. A claw was slashed out in the air in Xiao Tian's direction. 3 pitch-black claw marks flew towards the front as if they could cut through mountains. However, just then, above the heads of the crowd, a golden holy light fell. Worship! Boom! The falling holy light was like a mountain range, weighing the tiger down heavily. And Shin Yun and Fang Ran, who were in the middle of it, were like a spring breeze. Fang Ran raised his head. An angel with a light veil and 6 wings on her back, holding a book of holy light in her hands. As she flipped the pages of the book in her hand, a mountain range made of holy light continuously smashed down on top of the black tiger's body. The ground around it, on the other hand, continued to sink as the mountains fell. Little Sky's direction. The old man's figure emerged. A huge beast's claw emerged and blocked the attack unharmed. Without waiting for Fong Ran to see it clearly, the monster with a huge body disappeared into the surroundings in an instant. It all happened so fast. Even less than a few seconds. The 2 Lord Imperial Beastmasters were then instantly subdued. Chapter 37 Perfect Grade Heavenly God Physique, Equal Talent to Lin Qinghuan. The Goshinkai, it's really them. Lin Qinghuan tied the 2 of them up. The symbol representing the Goshinkai was searched. It's a good thing Xinyun pressed the alarm fast enough, or else we really wouldn't have made it in time. Shen Lao had an afterthought on his face. It wasn't that he was afraid that something would go wrong with Xinyun. With the equipment she had on her, it was impossible for her to end the fight in 5 seconds even if she came herself. The fear was that something would go wrong with Fong Ran and his Imperial Beasts. After all, Fong Ran was their target. So it's this girl. The Imperial Beastmaster in the lead narrowed his eyes. No wonder the 2 came so quickly. Well, caught by us and not cutting yourself? Shen Lao laughed. Self-employment? What's the point of fighting for your life with that small salary? Just put us in jail for a few days. That's it. The 2 smiled smugly. Seems to have taken this in stride. What are you guys doing grabbing angels? Lin Qinghuan asked as he stepped forward. What for? Can I get credit for what I said? To take credit for a crime? Don't worry, I'll start. Upon hearing that he was going to be robbed of his credit, the man at the head of the group hurriedly opened his mouth. It's the president of the Goshinkai, he wants to collect the angel's eyes. Go to. Go. Put. Just for a moment. It was as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he generally sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a worm crawled out of its throat. Put. The sacred fire falls. The bug went up in smoke in an instant. Those with frail faces on the side were so scared that their faces turned pale. When did they put the compulsion on us? Could it be that time? He gulped, afraid to speak again. These Imperial Beast compasses. It is a very sinister tactic to stab him in the throat whenever certain key words are heard. Are they still in Yucheng? Lin Qinghuan then pursued. However, the frail figure refused to speak up. Elder Shen, can you remove the parasites from his body? Take it back and give it to the Yucheng Imperial Beast Association. Shen Lao responded. Hopeless. Lin Qinghuan could only walk towards Fong Ran. At this moment, Fong Ran was constantly checking little Tian's injuries. Touch it from top to bottom, even the wings should be checked clean. Well. Are you really okay? Well, it always feels a little uncomfortable in the abdomen. Goten pointed to his stomach. Fong Ran reached out and touched it. It's very bouncy and flat and doesn't look like something is wrong. A little further down. The feathers behind Goten flapped twice. With an expectant face, he looked at Fong Ran. Ahem. That's enough, I'll get her to a vet in a minute and describe in detail what just happened. Lin Qinghuan pursued. On the side, Xinyun rushed forward. We were planning to go back on our way when we met these 2 people. They said they wanted to invite Fong Ran to join the Imperial God Society. I pressed the alarm on my bracelet the moment I heard the name. However, he then suddenly made a move on Xiaotian. Luckily he didn't manage to kill her at once, and I used my level 3 energy shield to help her block it once more, and here you guys are. Hearing Xinyun's narration, Lin Qinghuan's pupils shrunk. That black tiger, it was a ferocious beast of the late Lord stage. It's more than a level away from Khoten in the middle. She actually relied on her body and hardened herself against one of the black tiger's attacks, even unharmed? It's a perfect grade heavenly god physique. The 6-winged angel behind him spoke. The eyes that looked at Xiao Tian were filled with admiration. Perfection level? What level is your heavenly god physique? Lin Qinghuan asked busily. Same. She responded faintly. The voice was like heavenly music. However, it set off monstrous waves in Lin Qinghuan's heart. The fact that Fong Ran did not have the time or possibility to train Little Sky meant that the little angel was born with a perfect grade heavenly god physique. Even more, she possessed superior angelic eyes and was a true high-ranking angel. If he grew up, he would never be inferior to himself. So what's her evolutionary direction? Same as you? Lin Qinghuan inquired. But that angel stopped responding. Lin Qinghuan could only sigh helplessly. She and her imperial beast were not in a pure master-slave relationship. That being said, many times angels will turn their backs on her if they disagree with her. In this regard, she was still somewhat envious of Feng Ran. It's good that it's okay. Feng Ran sighed in relief. Luckily, he'd always made Goten practice hard and diligently. Otherwise, it's not really possible to carry this one off. Think about it. Feng Ran walked to Xinyun. Thanks a lot. If there is anything you need, just look for me. If Xinyun hadn't helped her block the way, Xiao Tian really might have been in danger. No. It's fine, it's just a level 3 shield, it's only tens of millions. Xinyun was thanked by Feng Ran to his face and was suddenly a little nervous. Several tens of millions. Walking around with tens of millions? The same perfect skills he worked so hard to learn are just your daily routine? However, this also allowed Feng Ran to become cognizant of Xiao Tian's skills. Perfect grade heavenly god physique. It's the equivalent of a level 3 shield. It can block the full force of a Lord Imperial Beast. But it will also be emptied of holy power after that. You two go back first, Elder Shin and I will follow later. Lin Qinghuan looked at Feng Ran. Remember to chat more. Shen Lao added. Not far. Piles of huge pangolin carcasses. Lin Qinghuan and Elder Shin couldn't help but secretly smack their lips as they looked at the huge wounds on the ferocious beast. Whether it was defense or attack skills, Xiao Tian had already reached the standard of a genius. What a surprise, this genius actually let you pick it up. Well, I've reported him to the tutor admissions office. How do I respond to you? Shen Lao raised his eyebrows. Fairly. Is this just still okay? Shen Lao froze for a moment. He wasn't acting like that when I reported it. However, I'm going to continue my search for the Goshinkai. My imperial beasts are upset with their behavior, Feng Ran. That's all for now. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, Shen Lao expressed his understanding. Sometimes. He also had to consider the feeling of the imperial beast. They were more like friends than master and slave. And right now, Lu Yong, who was riding the black bull, was incredibly excited. He already imagined the glorious moment of walking out the door with Lu Yong's name written second in the rankings. By then, I'm afraid all the schoolgirls will look at him differently. As for who's number one? Of course it's that pervert Feng Ran. Being able to kill a higher late-stage fierce beast, a single one's score exceeded theirs. How many points do you think Feng Ran will score? Zhang Yuhuan was curious. Him? A teeny bit, I'm afraid. 12 points. It was already a score that a team of professional imperial beasts could only hunt with luck. It is truly unbelievable that this score appeared in a student. And they had only just reached the door. Then I heard a gasp from outside. Who is this person called Feng Ran? This score, it's already broken the record of the higher beast hunting grounds, right? Is it hard to hire the imperial beast troop and let him harvest alone? It can't be the imperial beast corps. Didn't you see that the owner of the beast hunt was crying? Ha, letting him rush us every day in a pinch, it's time for an expert to cure him. Chapter 38, Redeeming S-Rank Evolutionary Materials, Body Technique Skills. What master? Feng Ran? Lu Yong quickly stepped out of the beast hunting grounds. Just see, high up on the sign, it says number 3, 23 points. One higher fierce beast was around $1 million, 23 of them would be $23 million. If Feng Ran came here every day to hunt beasts, the owner of the hunting grounds would still be crying out. Lu Yong felt that his eyes were narrowed. Feng Ran's talent for royalty of beasts had already exceeded human boundaries. What's wrong? What are you waiting for? Zhang Yuhuan looked at the frozen Lu Yong and raised his head. And then the eyes widened as well. The one with the highest score was Feng Ran, and below him was the group of professional imperial beast masters. These imperial beast masters, who were basically in the late advanced stage, went hunting ferocious beasts like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. However, even they. The highest was only in the teens. Boss, check out. The crowd handed in their bracelets in turn. The face of the obese-bodied owner of the beast factory had wrinkled. His heart was dripping blood, as if it felt like someone had cut a piece of flesh off of him. Alas, by the way, I heard that quite a few students came to the beast hunt today as well. Students? You mean the group that Lin Qinghuan taught? Yeah, they're being led by Goddess Lin to come here for practical training. That's tragic. Today's higher ferocious beasts have all been rounded up by that number 3, they probably don't stand a chance. Yeah, we haven't even encountered a few ferocious beasts, boss, why don't you throw a few more in there? The crowd was disgruntled. They're regular customers anyhow. Is it reasonable to pay money to come in and not encounter a few ferocious beasts? Don't fart, all the ferocious beasts in my hunting grounds are wild, what put? Besides, with the number of people coming today, isn't it normal for the ferocious beasts to hide? The owner, who had an obese frame, rolled his eyes. He has to have the strength to captivate the ferocious beasts. And come running to the rodeo? The money earned is basically supplied to the Lord Imperial Beastmaster. Not many of them actually fall into their hands. There aren't too many people today, it's just some students, so what threat can there be? I see you're getting stingy, no wonder there are powerful Imperial Beastmasters that come to earn your money. The crowd was talking and laughing. And in the meantime, Fong Ran also brought Little Sky and left the beast hunting ground. He removed his hand ring while handing it to the owner of the hunting ground. The surrounding Imperial Beastmasters had obviously noticed Fong Ran as well. Angels? Where do rich people come from? A student by the looks of it, rather young. Students come here to hunt beasts just to lose money, there's no way they can make a profit. A few people exchanged words. Watch as the owner of the hunting ground takes the bracelet. And then looked at them. He's number 3, you guys don't think, really, the Imperial Beast Corps, do you? The fat boss put the bracelet into the testing instrument. Fruity. Next. The data for number 3 on the screen then disappeared. Gone with it was the money in his pocket as the owner of the hunting ground. His brow furrowed in heartache at the thought. The few Imperial Beastmasters, on the other hand, froze. Students? A student who managed to kill 23 ferocious beasts in a period of 6 hours? Ignoring their shock, the beast hunt boss only focused on settling the scores of the remaining students. No surprise, Fong Ran was the highest scorer. In the meantime, the two of them, Lin Qinghuan, also left the beast hunting ground. Fong Ran, what evolutionary direction do you plan to choose when your Imperial Beast reaches the Lord level? Lin Qinghuan inquired. Winners. You can get the Lord level materials rewarded by the Empire. And the Lord level materials required for angels are extremely expensive for their class. Although the surrounding Imperial Beastmasters were envious, they felt that only Fong Ran was worthy of going for the selection. I don't have an idea at the moment, can I get a different reward? Fong Ran responded. Yes, but it can't be exchanged for money. Lin Qinghuan added. Money isn't important to you right now, and you should know that there are some evolutionary materials that only the top academies can get as well. Shen Lao reminded. The difference between the Imperial Beastmasters of the 5 great academies and the unusual Imperial Beastmasters was there. The S-class evolutionary route was naturally not comparable to an unusual evolutionary route. With the same rank in Imperial Beasts, the S-class evolutionary route could abuse the same level of ferocious beasts, but with the C-class evolutionary route, it would even take 3 people to fight against the same level of ferocious beasts. And certain key materials cannot be bought even with more money. I know, I just want to switch to a lower level material. Fong Ran added. What do you want to change? Lin Qinghuan's expression eased a bit. Clear Heartgrass, Evil Tiger Bloodheart, and the Stone of Killing. They are all high-grade materials, the S-grade Clear Heartgrass, the S-grade Evil Tiger Bloodheart, and the extremely rare material, the Stone of Killing. Elder Shen was secretly shocked. Lin Qinghuan, on the other hand, had his pupils dramatically shaken. These materials, in the higher Imperial Beast evolution, were all top-notch. You're really looking in the right place too, the Stone of Killing is a forbidden material that only the Imperial capital can get. Shen Lao responded. Certain darkness-based materials that advanced out of the Imperial Beasts were too fierce. That is why these materials are called forbidden materials and their use should be closely guarded. Yes, but these materials are too expensive to ask for anything else. Lin Qinghuan didn't know what Fong Ran wanted these things for though. But since he mentioned it, getting it for him is. Yes, I have no more requests. Fong Ran's heart was relieved. It's nice to be able to trade for it. He didn't want Xiao Tian's realm to fall. Moreover, in order to prevent exposure, he purposely replaced some unimportant materials with low-grade ones. Fong Ran, I'm going to teach you another B-rank skill. Lin Qinghuan suddenly said. What skill? Fong Ran came to be interested. It's about stance, which allows your angel to dodge many attacks and run even if you can't beat them. Lin Qinghuan's words caused the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters to be extremely jealous in their hearts. A B-level skill, and you're just going to teach it for free? He's really your brother, isn't he? This stance, named Light Feather Instant Shadow, is most suitable for your favorite beast, and was also the one I used back then. Practiced to the extreme, it allows your Imperial Beast to instantly detach itself from the battlefield, with a light feather on its back like a shadow. But it's also very difficult and takes a lot of practice to get it right. Difficult? It's nice to have something to learn. What more do you need a bike for? If I had the money, I'd have bought myself 10,000 skills to full level a long time ago. Fong Ran only dared to spit in his heart. You don't have to stress too much, just think of it as, well, buying it with the money you saved me. Lin Qinghuan's words were meant to make Fong Ran relax. Don't feel like you owe her anything. Subsequently, in an uninhabited place, Lin Qinghuan utilized his holy power to display the skill's chakra mapping in front of Fong Ran's eyes. It was a phantom-like silhouette, and although she did not move, Fong Ran felt that she had been moving slightly. No need to use skills. With a mere glance, Xiao Tian kept it firmly in his mind. Obtained, Light Feather Instant Shadow Introductory. Chapter 39 Upgrading the Realm Breaking Skill. Imperial Capital's a rank skill. Light and Feather Instant Shadow Introductory. Memories flooded into his mind. Xiao Tian immediately attempted to follow the chakra diagram to run his holy power. The holy power wrapped around his feet and lightly tapped the ground, his speed more than doubling from earlier. So quick to learn, but there's still progress to be made. Lin Qinghuan commented from the sidelines. Xiao Tian possessed top-notch pupil power. Learning is the way to go. It's just that bodywork has always been difficult to practice. Without a few months, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even step into the proficiency level. In particular, this Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow was particularly difficult to step into the proficiency level. However, once practiced, when moving during battle, one can leave a residual shadow behind them to confuse the enemy. Advanced Proficiency. Fong Ran unleashed his ability. Advancing Light Feather Instant Shadow Proficiency. Acquired Light Feather Instant Shadow Skilled. Remaining debt, utilize skill level Light Feather Transient Shadow daily to dodge attacks for 90 minutes for 1 week. Just for a moment. A memory was integrated into Xiao Tian's mind and body. It was as if she had practiced the Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow thousands of times, day and night. It took months to fully ingrain it into the muscles so that it could be used skillfully at any time. Master has helped me again. Xiao Tian did not move to receive the memories. Why aren't you moving? This stance is indeed quite difficult, but with your level, it shouldn't take you more than half a month to practice to the proficiency level. Lin Qinghua laughed. Okay. It's also difficult for Khoten to learn skills. In fact, half a month she had already exaggerated. A B-rank skill, to a proficient level would take at least a month. It is different from ordinary body techniques, focusing more on confusing the opponent than on its own enhancement, knowing this will make learning twice as easy. Lin Qinghuan was guiding from the side. It was at this point that she got a sense of what it was like to be a teacher. I know. Khoten nodded quietly. And then it was as if it had been performed countless times. In an instant, it moved from in front of Lin Qinghuan to behind her. In the middle of the path, an illusory figure formed by holy power was left behind. This was the sign of Light Feather Instant Shadow, reaching the proficiency level. WH. What? Lin Qinghuan blinked. His face, which had always been cold, could not help but appear frozen for a moment at this moment. She shouldn't have been wrong about the skill level Light Feather Instant Shadow. Had her guidance worked? She had heard that certain imperial beasts were so well suited to the skill that they could use it at a proficient level just after learning it. But it can only be cast once at most. This move does fit well with angels, it should. If it was true that he had just learned it and reached the proficiency level, it would be too much. This kind of perception of skills is also a superior horse in the imperial capital. Xiao Tian didn't know the shock that was going through Lin Qinghuan's mind. And surprise yourself with the swiftness of your actions. It's like a bird that's never flown before suddenly has its own wings. I'll report your matter to the imperial capital and help you ask for more resources. Go back to Yuching first, I still have to interrogate them. The crowd got on the bus. Soon, back to Yucheng. Fangran, on the other hand, quickly brought little Tian and rented a training room. Gene points, 31. With 31 gene points, there are a lot of skills that can be upgraded. A panel appeared before Fangran's eyes. Angel of War. Rank, 3rd 47%. Grade, pre-higher. Skills, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Perfect, Heavenly God's Physique Perfect, Storm Bow Proficient, Basic Evolutionary Method Subtle, Sacred Fire Evolutionary Method Subtle, Pupil of Divine Light. Introduction, an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be specialized in punishing backstabbers. Sacred Fire Evolution Method into the Subtle, 100 gene points advancement. Pupils of Divine Light, 10 gene points to advance. Giant Sword of Holy Fire Perfection, 10 gene points advancement. Celestial God Physique Perfect, 10 gene points advancement. The holy power has also automatically grown quite a bit, it's just a pity that the evolution method takes too many gene points. Fangran had no choice. You can only proceed to upgrade your skills. Advanced Divine Light Pupil, Sacred Fire Giant Sword, Heavenly God Physique. With Fangran's voice falling. Gene points are consumed. The 3 path skills were thoroughly upgraded. Pupils of Divine Light LV2 can detect the flow of the opponent's breath and have a fine control of holy power. Giant Sword of Holy Fire Realm Breaking, spend holy power to summon a Giant Sword of Holy Fire to fall. Heavenly God's Physique Broken Realm, increase the recovery speed of holy power, gain a shield of holy power that can withstand fatal damage. Realm Breaking Level. An ordinary person who could practice a skill to perfection could be called a master of it. Broken Realm Level, I'm afraid it's far beyond the scope of the original skill. The power is also absolutely amazing. And the debt of the 2 realm breaking skills is the same as releasing the skill 10 times. Pupil power, on the other hand, has no cost and does not need to be repaid. Subsequent times. Xiao Tian participated in the special training while repaying the proficiency of the Storm Bow, the Holy Fire Giant Sword and the Heavenly God's Physique. It took a whole half-month to repay the proficiency of the 2 boundary-breaking skills in full. The rest of the time will be used to increase the proficiency of the Storm Bow. Xiao Tian's evolutionary method will work on its own. It's just a shame that there's no longer any money for the ingredients in the top recipes. Otherwise, Xiao Tian's evolutionary level would follow and rise again. And looking at Fangran's Imperial Beast efforts. The people in the special training camp only felt that they had chosen the wrong Imperial Beast. How in heaven's name could there be a favored beast that works so hard? Tian, do you want to take a break? No, I have a lot to learn. Goten shook his head. The feeling of constant uplift and evolution was somewhat addictive to her. All she had to do was keep repeating the workout, and I'm afraid the owner paid more. Birth. How do you train her on a regular basis? Lu Yong couldn't look away. It's been practiced to the point of obsession. And at this point, Lin Qinghuan, who was wearing special clothing and had short hair, suddenly appeared. Fangran, news has come from the imperial capital, they're going to raise your treatment. Improve my treatment? That's right, the Imperial Admissions Office appreciates your talent and intends to send you a copy of the A-ranked skill, and it comes with 3 months of Imperial Beast meals up to the A-ranked recipe level. Lin Qinghuan narrated. But it made the students eavesdropping around them prick up their ears. What kind of treatment is this? That's an A-rank skill. This is a truly extremely rare ability. Skills that you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy even if you had the money on a normal day are just given away for nothing? Add 3 months of grade A recipes and the value has definitely gone over $1 billion. At this point, they hated to agree for Fangran. However, all of this is conditional. Lin Qinghuan suddenly laughed. After accepting the resources, you must enroll in the Imperial Academy and cannot choose another academy. What kind of offer is that? Begging Fangran to go to the 5 great schools? The crowd was confused. It was as if the untouchable goddess of their hearts was frantically licking Fangran's feet. Chapter 40 Dragon Soul Fusion. An unlearnable A-rank skill. What if I don't get in? Shouldn't I have to pay off my debt anymore? Fangran was afraid that he didn't get into the Imperial Academy. And then you'll be in debt again. After all, the little geniuses had just begun to evolve, and it wasn't so easy for their evolutionary levels to catch up with those geniuses who had started cultivating them long ago. You don't have to worry about that. If the level is qualified, the Imperial Capital will test your qualifications in advance soon. Hearing Lin Xinghuan's words, Fong Ran then put his heart down. Having captured the Sentinel Society, I'm afraid I won't have time to teach you guys for the next few days. Lin Xinghuan said. That was the main purpose of her trip. The Goshinkai? They specialize in capturing imperial beasts and forcing them to serve, even captive breeding imperial beasts to sell their organs for profit, and privately selling forbidden materials, and there are quite a few imperial beastmasters who have bought their imperial beasts and died from the backlash. Hearing Lin Xinghuan's words, selling forbidden materials, no wonder he dares to take the risk. The organs of certain imperial beasts are highly valued. It is a necessary evolutionary material. As long as they can get it, they won't be afraid to sell it. They captured Xiao Tian for the same thing. Fong Ran didn't dare to imagine. What happens if Goten is taken? To them, I'm afraid that every part of Xiao Tian's body has a price tag on it. Don't worry, in a few days I'll bring along Yu City's Imperial Beast Association and clear them out. Lin Xinghuan calmly said. The tone of voice was as if he was going to trample an ant to death. When the time comes, you'll be along for the ride, just follow me. These words. It made Fong Ran's heart flutter. Can I come? You already have the strength to fight against higher late-stage fierce beasts, which is stronger than most imperial beast masters. Lin Xinghuan responded calmly. She brought Fong Ran there mainly because of Xiao Tian. The only way to not affect an angel's promotion is to see the organization that holds them captive fall apart. A few days later. Training room. Goten stood still. The feathered wings behind him unfolded, emitting a faint holy power. Fong Ran, who was on the side, was holding a dart in his hand and throwing it. However, no matter how they were thrown, the darts that flew out brushed against Xiao Tian's body. What a powerful effect! Fong Ran didn't throw it crooked on purpose. This kind of dart, even if it hit Xiao Tian, would be blocked by the holy power shield. Yet Little Sky did not move in his eyes either, as if he had thrown it askew. Light Feather Instant Shadow Inception, Feather folds light, interfering with the opponent's field of vision and lowering the hit rate of surrounding enemies. Entry-level Light Feather Instant Shadow. It took a few days for the young genius to practice. That's a pretty exaggerated speed already. If it is unusual, it is difficult to do it without a few years. Whereas in front of Fong Ran's ability, there was no threshold for fully learning a skill. That way, even in close combat, you don't have to rely entirely on defense. Just as Fong Ran was getting excited about this, Lu Yong, however, suddenly entered the training room. Fong Ran, Sister Lin is calling you. He had a sultry look on his face. Every time Lin Xinghuan would call Fong Ran away alone, it was as if they were just here to accompany and mainly to teach Fong Ran. Okay, I'll go right away. Fong Ran responded. And then he sent Little Sky into the Imperial Beast space. Quickly heading towards Lin Xinghuan's office. Enter the room. Lin Xinghuan's two eyes immediately lit up. And then, pretending to be calm, he said, coming? The Light Feather Instant Shadow I gave you, how's the practice going? Little Tian is very suitable for this stance and has almost completely mastered it. Fong Ran reported truthfully. Mastery level? Not bad at all. Lin Xinghuan commented lightly. Inside, there were waves. Mastery level, how long has this been going on? Although she had seen all of Xiao Tian's hard work, this was too fast. Not mastery level, full mastery. Fong Ran said silently in his mind. However, looking at senior sister Lin's expression, it seemed as if mastering the level was no big deal, so he didn't say anything. The reply from the Imperial Capital came, they gave you the most universal A rank skills, as for the money for the recipes, I credited you, remember to use it only for beast food. Already received. Fong Ran nodded. What about A rank skills? Fong Ran inquired. That's the key. A rank skills, he had never seen that in Yuqing. Here it is. With that, Lin Xinghuan took out, from behind him, a curled-up chart. Grade A skill Dragon Soul Fusion. I'm sorry about that, after all, you're not a student of the Imperial Capital yet, it's normal for them to have a problem with it. Lin Xinghuan slightly blamed herself in her heart. This Dragon Soul melt was quite expensive. It was even hyped up to hundreds of millions of dollars at one point, yet very few people practiced it. There was no other reason, simply because of this skill, which had to be enhanced by using dragon blood. and Titus chose this skill. It was probably expected, except that no one could learn it. That way, they don't go back on their word. When you become a student of the Imperial Capital, they'll naturally fill you in on the new A rank skills. I've only been able to come here recently because I've taken the time to do so, otherwise, explaining the situation, they wouldn't have chosen this skill for you. Looking at Lin Xinghuan's slightly self-condemning expression, Fong Ran was moved in his heart. The time he had known Lin Xinghuan was probably not as long as the time she had stayed in the Imperial Capital. And yet just because he's from the same place, he's so close to him. It's fine, it's all from Sister Lin's heart. Xiaotian, go take a look. Fong Ran stepped forward. Casually, he opened the chart of Dragon Soul melting. In addition to a large string of obscure text, in the center was a Deathwing-like dragon silhouette. In a flash, an extremely strong sense of intimidation greeted him. That's an A rank skill. Sure enough, there is a world of difference between that and AB grade. Does it advance Dragon Soul Fusion Introductory? Dragon skills, and Xiaotian can learn them too? Fong Ran was inwardly shocked. Suppressing his inner excitement, his shoulders couldn't help but shake. It was a skill that had picked up hundreds of millions of dollars for nothing. Could he not be excited? It's okay. Lin Xinghuan walked forward and touched Fong Ran's head. Titus really went too far. It made Fong Ran shiver with anger. It was her fault that she hadn't made it clear to Titus in the first place. She had to find a chance to make it up to him. Advance. Fong Ran whispered. Learning Dragon Soul Fusion requires high-quality dragon blood to pour into his body. Is there an advance on the dragon's blood? Dragon's blood? Fong Ran froze for just an instant before making his decision. Give me an advance on the finest dragon blood. Pure Black Dragon King's blood has been advanced. Remaining debt, 1 drop of pure dragon blood. Just for a moment. A drop of crimson blood then appeared in the middle of Fong Ran's mind. It can be removed at any time. As for Lin Xinghuan on the side, the phone suddenly rang. Took it out? Good, wait for me to get over there. Without being able to take the chart with him, Lin Xinghuan left the special training camp first. I can see that she's really busy. It seems to be something related to the Goshinkai. Right on time to go, take the chart to the training room. Fong Ran turned around and walked away. Chapter 41 Promotion to Higher Intermediate, Government Tasks. The chart is in front of us. Advanced Proficiency in Dragon Soul Fusion. With Fong Ran's voice falling. Advanced Dragon Soul Fusion Introductory. Debt, running 10 Dragon Soul meltdowns. Consuming pure dragon's blood. Debt, repayment of pure dragon's blood. A drop of dragon's blood emerged. And then it merged into Xiaotian's brow. In a split second. The overbearing power in it surged into the limbs and bones, strengthening Xiaotian's body. This was a skill that increased the strength of the physical body. It can make Xiaotian's body less weak. Dragons, after all, were born with the strongest physical bodies. And this A rank skill was to allow other imperial beasts to have a physical body comparable to that of the dragons. Dragon's blood rages. Xiaotian ran the melting and casting method. The dragon's blood in her body was consumed somewhat in a moment, while at the same time, her body was strengthened. And naturally, Fong Ran, who was a royal beast master, also received feedback. Physical strength has increased. Fong Ran clenched his fists. He was already physically capable of killing a cow with 1 punch. Dragon Soul Melt, 110. A lava-like color flowed through Xiaotian's pupils. Every move added an inexplicable majesty. It's really different from unusual A rank skills. Fong Ran whispered. The practice is also extremely difficult. The item of needing pure dragon's blood alone, how many people could not get it? Time flies. Another week passed. Xiaotian runs the Dragon Soul Melt daily. And consuming ingredients from A-ranked recipes, it evolved in the space of the imperial beasts. Finally. After a week, consume the dragon blood in your body. Finished at Dragon Soul Molten 1010. Just at the entry level, it completely improved Xiaotian's physique. In particular, the evolution method paired with the A-ranked recipes caused Xiaotian's rank to be raised as well. Angel of War. Rank, for TH 11%. Level, High Medium. Skills, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Perfect, Heavenly God Body Perfect, Dragon Soul Melting Introductory, Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow Proficient, Storm Bow Proficient, Basic Evolutionary Method Introductory, Sacred Fire Evolutionary Method Introductory, and Pupil of Divine Light. Introduction: an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be specialized in punishing backstabbers. Higher Intermediate. After the leveling up, Little Sky's body was even whiter. However, it didn't give birth to two pairs of feathered wings like ordinary fourth-order angels. Instead, the feathers behind them became sharper and larger. A vein that looked like metal on the soft body became more and more visible as he ran his holy power. Is this an angel of war ability? Fong Ran touched that one hidden vein and said, "These veins can fully strengthen my body with holy power." Goten explained in a small voice. In reality, it's just the appearance of holy power, these traces don't exist. Really? No wonder it's so soft, I thought it was for defense. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Goten's face reddened slightly. The golden hair, set off by the holy power, looked very holy. At this moment, she was like a true god that one could not bear to blaspheme. With the feathers retracted, the mark on Xiao Tian's body dissipated. Night. Fong Ran returned home. The aunt was standing in the living room, helping her uncle straighten the black suit he was wearing. What's this for? Fong Ran wondered. The company is having a meeting and the leader said that I should represent our department to talk about the progress of the work. Fong Chihua raised an eyebrow. A look of triumph. Work in progress? Letting you go? Fong Ran revealed a questioning look. Can he not know the standard of his uncle? Talking about current affairs is fine, but when he really talks about work, he immediately wilts. It must be the boss who sees him as hardworking and willing to do his job and gives him more space. In the past few days, there have been no shortage of home visits to our house. And often asking where you are. Hearing this, Fong Ran was thoroughly understanding. This company, it seems, is determined to pull him in. But I guess I was afraid he'd get bored, so I started at home. This kind of thing is not uncommon in this world. Fong Chihua looked at Fong Ran and said, "Do you know what I did with my PowerPoint this time?" What? Fong Ran actually didn't want to know at all. It's hard to believe that it's my genius Imperial Beast nephew? As it turned out, Fong Ran guessed half right. The topic is the relationship between Imperial Beasts and work. But, looking at his uncle's growing color, Fong Ran didn't say anything more. He knew that the prosperity before him all came from strength. High Imperial Beast Master only. There are plenty of them in Yucheng. As a medium-sized company, it wasn't Fong Ran's equal rank that was valued, but the potential. Once he was able to enter the 5 great academies, there were bound to be countless olive branches of all sizes. And once it fails, all that will come to nothing. After all, the top employees of those companies graduated from prestigious schools. But the significance of the 5 great academies is completely different. Where is Xiao Tian? Quickly let Xiao Tian come out. Why do you always imprison her in the Imperial Beast space? The ant said with a disgruntled look on her face. In the eyes of the ant, Fong Ran guessed that the status was inferior to Xiao Tian's. After all, he's not much of a powerhouse. He's a soft touch. What do you mean, imprisoned? The corner of Fong Ran's mouth twitched. Along with a holy light falling, Xiao Tian's holy body followed and floated into the living room. In an instant, the uncle and aunt looked stunned. At this time, Xiao Tian was very different from when they first met. It was like a legendary character that appeared in front of the eyes to be amazing. How come you're so pretty? It's even better looking than the actresses on TV. Sang Shualan immediately stepped forward to move her hands. And it's gotten bigger. Does evolution have that effect? And at this point, Yucheng. An interrogation room. Don't let me out, I've said all I need to say, please put me in the Imperial Beast prison. The weak-faced man opened his mouth to wail. It was the first time the people in charge of the interrogation had heard such a request, and they all wore a strange look. Elder Lin, look. Let it be as he wishes. Yes. Hear this. The frail-faced man revealed a look of relief. Luckily, he almost thought he was going to be acquitted, and luckily he had the bright idea to give a full account of his search for Ms. Imperial Beast. Lin Qinghuan no longer paid any attention to him, instead he looked at the few people to the side. You are all higher late-stage Imperial Beast Masters, right? The opponent only had 2 Lord Imperial Beast Masters at most. She was enough to deal with on her own. Find someone just to prevent escape. Yes, they are all teachers from the Winsong Academy. Suyu responded. This time it's a mandate from the government. It is possible to get advancement materials. Well, you're the only ones I can trust. Lin Qinghuan nodded. She had also studied at the Winsong Academy. It was natural to look for the royal beast masters of the same Winsong Academy. Leaving now? Suyu inquired. No, there's someone else to pick up. Pick up? Suyu couldn't remember that there were any more trustworthy people in Yuqing. Chapter 42. Returning to the Winsong Academy, shocked fellowship. Winsong Academy. As soon as Fong Ran stepped through the school gates, he drew a crowd of gazes. Look around the school gates. There was no sign of Lin Qinghuan. Asked me to come to the academy, and the person disappeared. Fong Ran had quite a feeling that he had been stood up. Hopeless. He had to go back to class first. Passing around the martial arts arena immediately drew the attention of many people. They were all Imperial Beast Masters who had enrolled with Fong Ran. After more than a month, they had basically perfectly mastered the operation of the exclusive evolution law. Brother Fong Ran, why are you free to come to the academy? I haven't seen you for a month, I thought you'd disappeared. Yes, the chief student has been snatched away by Xinyun. A few people in front of me. Count yourself among the top students at work. The attitude towards Fong Ran at this moment was very different from earlier. Even the Imperial Beast Master in charge of their class came over. Fong Ran, if you haven't been coming to the academy for so long, you can't do it on your own behind closed doors, you need to communicate more with your classmates. That teacher said in a serious tone. I'm sorry, teacher, I've been too busy training lately to really have time. Fong Ran responded. It seems they don't know that he has gone to the special training camp. Lin Qinghuan wasn't a teacher at the Winsong Academy either, so there really wasn't a need to tell them. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the teacher's face also slightly eased. Well, just don't come and take a vacation later. He will not embarrass a talented student. And so much for giving him face. Several Imperial Beast Masters wailed inwardly as they looked at the stark disparity. Just take a vacation? How come it's so hard for us to take off work with a cold? It's a good thing that Fong Ran is just a top student. If he went to the special training camp, would you still kneel down and be his grandson? Also at this time, the entrance to the martial arts arena was suddenly in commotion. A large number of female cadets gathered around. Sister Lin is here? How can that be? If it was Goddess Lin, she probably wouldn't be able to get in at the school gates. Someone rolled their eyes and said, You underestimate the gravitational pull of the goddess of the forest. It seems to be Senior Lu Yong. It's really him. I remember Senior Lu Yong was always in the top 3 of the Winsong Academy. Yeah, I remember not long ago, Lu Yong was even taken to a special training camp by Lin Qinghuan. Then wouldn't you be able to see Senior Sister Lin every day? Or a real person? Senior Lu Yong seems to be coming over. Several freshmen were excited. The old-timer of the Winsong Academy. Or a top-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. In the future, he will definitely be a dignified figure in Yuqing. Many of them were afraid that they would only be able to come into contact with geniuses of this level when they were in the same academy. In particular, he was recruited away from special teams. That was the Imperial Academy, a special training camp specially opened in Yuqing. The existence of the upper 3 of the 5 great academies was as if the god of imperial beasts was incarnated on Earth. To be able to go to such a place was to have a connection with the god of the imperial beasts. And at the entrance to the special training camp, Lu Yong, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a smile on his face and seemed to have recovered the confidence he had lost from Fong Ran. That's right, he was still a genius of the Winsong Academy. How can you give up on yourself just because you got hit once? However, just turned his head. Then he saw Fong Ran's figure. With a beat on his face, he walked in the direction where Fong Ran was. Senior Lu Yong is coming over, we have to let him coach us a few times. Do either of you know him? I've mentored Lu Yong a few times before, not forgetting his teacher is a good student. That teacher, with a smile on his face, looked at Lu Yong and nodded. The few people around him looked as if they had come to a realization. It's amazing that a teacher can teach a top 3 genius. No wonder you're here to take them, the freshmen. Brother Fong Ran. Why are you here? Lu Yong walked over and opened his mouth to greet him. This reaction. Jean's teacher's face froze while the crowd looked puzzled. Senior Lu, do you and Fong Ran know each other? A student curiously said. Recognize? Why not? What are you doing here, teaching this group of freshmen? Lu Yong looked at Fong Ran with a puzzled expression. The words. Leaving several students even more confused. Teach us? Although Fong Ran's level is higher than theirs, he's not at the level of a teacher yet, right? That. Fong Ran, he's here for class. The teacher responded stiffly. I'm the teacher. Are you mistaking me for someone else? Classes? Fong Ran, he's not going to the special training camp and comes here to take classes? I'm sorry, I'm not saying you're not teaching well, it's just that following Elder Lin is more promising, right? A word from Luong. It confused a few people. Special training camp? Elder Lin? Fong Ran has entered the special training camp? How long has it been since then, and Fong Ran was able to meet the requirements of the special training camp? That's a requirement for both evolutionary methods to reach the proficiency level in all of them. Some of them were even just learning the evolution method. Fongshan, did you actually run off to a special training camp by not coming for a month? Are you still human? Did you use some kind of forbidden secret technique? Quickly teach me. Impossible, my imperial beasts, but I learned for 20 days to get started, this is already fast, Many of the imperial beast masters who had enrolled with Fong Ran. At the moment it just feels like going autistic. Their hard work is put on someone else and it's worthless. And right now, people more autistic than they are standing right in front of them. Listening to the words of the crowd, Lu Yong only felt that his still unenlightened mind was becoming clearer and clearer. The crowd in front of him seemed to be familiar with Fong Ran. No. No way? Is it hard to believe that Fong Ran has just enrolled in school? What a shame for him who has been studying for 2.5 years. It's not like you guys are in the same class as Fong Ran, there's no need to be so self-absorbed, right? Lu Yong tried to inquire. He watched a few people wistfully. Afraid of the language that would pop out of his mouth that he couldn't understand. And yet the worst fears came true. How come Fong Ran is in the same class as us? He enrolled with a perfect score. The sky is falling. At this moment, Lu Yong only felt that the sky had fallen. Fong Ran had really only just enrolled in school. He was just thinking, you guys are in your first year of high school, Fong Ran doesn't even know how long he's been enrolled in school, it's normal to have a gap, do you need to be so self-absorbed? Now, however, that most self-absorbed of people had become himself. And full marks for enrollment. No wonder he felt something familiar about Fong Ran. It was because the name was familiar, only he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Fong. Brother Fong Ran, I was the one who spoke too loudly just now. At this moment, Lu Yong only wanted to respond in this way. And the teacher on the sidelines beat me to it. Fong Ran, there's no need to give me time off in the future, just make yourself at home. However, as long as I'm still at Winsong Academy, I'll always be your teacher. The teacher who led the class just felt like a great addition to the resume. While the crowd was shocked, a figure wearing a mask quietly arrived behind Fong Ran. Fong Ran. A crisp voice sounded behind Fong Ran. Fong Ran looked back. It was the tightly wrapped Lin Xinghuan. Despite the mask and sunglasses, the figure was unmistakable. Chapter 43, Searching for the Royal Society of God, no one wants to take me? Do you need to wrap it so tightly? Fong Ran spat in his mind. However, once he remembered Lu Yong's appearance just now, it seemed that it was necessary. After all, Lin Xinghuan was considered a household star when placed in Yucheng. Even in the imperial capital, there was a certain amount of fame. As an imperial beast genius from a grassroots background, all the way to becoming the imperial capital's chief imperial beast master, the inspirational experience casually wrapped up was very inspiring. Looking at Fong Ran's departing figure, someone asked a question. How did you take the Fong god away? Who is that man? Doesn't look like a good guy wrapped up like that. The body is good, though. It's senior sister Lin, I won't be mistaken. Luong responded. I just don't know what he's looking for Fong Ran for. As the words fell, Lu Yong had sensed a silence falling around him. In the meantime, on a slender, bus-like vehicle, sitting there were several high-late imperial beastmasters. They could almost represent the backbone of Yucheng. Suyu, could it be that Lin Qinghuan went to look for old Zhang? No, old Zhang is only in the middle of hire, so he won't be able to be of any use. That's going to old Cho? Old Cho? Not really, he's been out of the academy on sick leave lately. Who's that? Who is it? Suyu was not clear in her mind. What trustworthy and powerful people are there in the Winsong Academy? But no matter what, after this job, she would surely be able to advance to the Lord level. In time. If one was lucky, one might not be unable to impact some monarchs. And it all depends on whether this ally gives a damn or not. She would never take care of her opponent in a fight if it was a dragger. After all, this trip was dangerous and there was a possibility of losing her own Imperial Beast. Coming. The Imperial Beasts behind them looked out the window. Only to see that Lin Qinghuan was followed by a young and handsome-looking Imperial Beast Master. That familiar face moved Suyu. And a few people behind them even stretched their heads and whispered, "Suyu, isn't this your student?" "Yeah, Lin Qinghuan asked us to bring a student to hunt down the Imperial God Society?" As I recall, there are rumors in the academy that Fongran is Lin Qinghuan's real brother. I wonder if that's true or not. This is for us to take him to gild the lily? So that he'll be better off in the future? Really her brother? No wonder he was able to enter the special training camp at such a young age. A few people exchanged words. Just now on their cell phones, in a group of teachers, they learned that Fongran had entered the special training camp. I didn't really believe it, but now it seems like a real possibility. Suyu, when someone comes later, you can just refuse. Right, if we all refuse, Lin Qinghuan is too embarrassed to force it on us. For this group of teachers. This kind of birth and death is naturally impossible to take a student you don't know very well. After all, it's not like he's his own son. In case he loses his own Imperial Beast because of him, it will be hard to advance in this life. He went to a special training camp? Is it really by connections? Suyu looked at the handsome figure with a frown on her face. She doesn't think so. Of all the people present, she was the only one who had seen Xiao Ti on strike. In such a short time, mastering the extremely difficult C-rank skill Sacred Guiding Divine Ba was by no means like something a connected person could do. Lin Qinghuan had just gotten into the car. Then a royal beast master spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Senior Lin, I remember that this student has only just enrolled, right? Hear this." Lin Qinghuan responded with a smile, "You all have also taught me that it's fine to call me Qinghuan. As for Fongran, in the future, he will have to take the Imperial Capital Academy exams, and he will inevitably have to come into contact with the Imperial Gods Association, so it's a good time to bring him here for some training. Moreover, his Imperial Beast has something to do with this matter, so if she doesn't go it will affect her future advancement." Yoo-hoo! Even thought of an excuse. Imperial Beast Masters are judged by their strength, and since you are strong, you are naturally a senior. No. Would either of you like to take Fongran and tend to him for a bit? Lin Qinghuan scanned the crowd. Only to find out. Many people's eyes looked away. However, following their gazes, they realized. They were really looking at beautiful women. "I'll do it," Suyu calmly said. These words. But it made several people in the room turn their heads. Unbelievably, he looked at Suyu. Teacher Suyu? Fongran was a bit surprised that Suyu was among them. Suyu, on the other hand, responded with a calm face. "When the time comes, stay behind me and don't let little Sky out. You've only just become a Sentinel Beast Master, the actual battle is far more complicated than you think. Take advantage of this." Fongran sat on the seat beside Suyu. The vehicle started with it. "It's okay, I'll just shoot from a distance and not go over." "Okay." Suyu reluctantly agreed. "Those people are a bunch of outlaws, so if you're in danger, just let them go and you'll be fine." Suyu's words were clear enough. It's for Fongran to dodge if he can. In the words, there was concern for Fongran everywhere. Hearing a group of male teachers behind him gnashing their teeth. This kid, coming up and sitting so close to Suyu. They didn't even dare come up and sit directly next to it. These are the teachers of the Winsong Academy. If there's anything you need to do, just go and ask them for help. Suyu introduced Fongran one by one. The slightly chubby one named Jiang Zian is in charge of the catering class, while the tall one is the physical education teacher named Tan Zhe, and the other one Fongran has seen before is the invigilator who came to talk to Suyu when he enrolled in school, named Jiang Yao. Hearing Suyu dumping packages on them, there was a fake smile from the crowd. Fong Ran could feel it. They hated to shove him out the car window. It's just a shame that this is a special vehicle, able to resist the attacks of ferocious beasts, and the windows won't open. After a long time, the vehicle drove into a busy neighborhood. And then it was parked on the side of the road and waited until nightfall, when the neighborhood became illuminated. Everyone follow me in to break out. There may be 2 Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters inside, higher Imperial Beastmasters not counted. Fong Ran, you and Suyu go to the east and intercept the escaping Imperial Beastmasters. Listening to Lin Qinghuan's arrangement, the crowd stepped out of the car. It was obvious that the task of breaking out was the hardest, while Fong Ran and Suyu just needed to sit back and enjoy the ride. I'm afraid there aren't many in Yuqing who can escape Lin Qinghuan's grasp. Besides, even if you can't beat them, you can still let them go. After all, he was his own brother, and they all understood. I just regretted that I didn't bring Fong Ran at that time, or else the one who lies to win would be myself. Several teachers looked at Suyu with envy. Suyu, on the other hand, led Fong Ran to the eastern street. Fong Ran quickly summoned Little Sky. This was the benefit of the humanoid Imperial Beast not being easily recognized. Suyu, on the other hand, had hidden her favored beasts in the Imperial Beast space, so that she could be summoned at the first opportunity when she encountered a commotion. Looking at the figures entering and exiting from the east door of the clubhouse, and several humanoid Imperial Beasts, Fong Ran couldn't help but feel that the evening breeze was a bit sluggish. When Lin Qinghuan goes in later, will he make them hold their heads and crouch down? Fong Ran suddenly asked. We're here to intercept people, breaking out is Lin Qinghuan's job, Suyu said with full concentration. Finally. After 10 minutes or so, the street ahead and at the east gate began to become tumultuous. Apparently, a big battle had started inside. This group of outlaws, captured by the Imperial Beast Society, would not end well, so they naturally fought back desperately. In just a few moments, there were 3 or 4 silhouettes that began to flee along the only gap. Chapter 44 Second Kill Level Skill. The Clueless Congregation. Hurry up! Boss, help us drag it. A few normally dressed Imperial Beastmasters. They summoned their tiger and wolf Imperial Beasts and desperately fled. And behind them in the vault of heaven, a 6-winged angel, high above the sky, holding a thick holy book and chanting. The extremely strong pressure caused the crowd to not dare to approach. In the center where the holy light blazes the most, a skeletal giant composed of black bones all over its body, as tall as a 3-story building, was resisting the onslaught of holy power. Evil Bone Beast. Only the Imperial God Society would contract this kind of extremely ferocious Imperial Beast. Fong Ran, pay attention to the immediate, Suyu reminded. As Fong Ran looked high into the sky, those few royal beast masters, riding their favorite beasts, had already rushed close to the 2. Pale Moon Wolf. As Suyu's words fell, a silver-white wolf emerged with the sound of a wolf whistle. The moment the Pale Moon Wolf appeared, the few fleeing Imperial Beastmasters noticed the place. A woman, a child, choose this way to run. Suyu, I remember her, higher late stage only, the 2 of us will go install her. Old Zhang, you go ahead and take care of that student. Quickly go and return, the 3 of us in the middle stages of higher levels are more than enough to hold her back in the late stages of higher levels. 3 Imperial Beastmasters. One with a purple sable beast and one with an iron-clawed storm bear pounced towards Suyu. Both of them Imperial Beasts were high intermediate and wouldn't be intimidated. The other person, on the other hand, chased after Fong Ran in his direction. Swish! Coyote swings away with a strike. The iron-clawed storm bear immediately wrapped his arms around him. Bang! The Pale Moon Wolf's attack only left a few claw marks on its arm. This thick defense caused Suyu's eyes to gradually become gloomy. 3 higher intermediate. Even if she could handle 2, that Fong Ran that? Fong Ran. Remember what I said, Suyu shouted. However, when he turned his head, he saw that Fong Ran had already begun to pull out his legs and run wildly. This caused Suyu's heart to tremble. Good thing too, it's the right thing to do. And seeing Fong Ran fleeing, the other 2 let out a few snickers. So wimpy that you have to come and surround them in the Royal Gods Association? A few minutes later. Kid, don't run. With your Imperial Beast, how long can you run? The Imperial Beastmaster behind him was panting in pursuit. That humanoid Imperial Beast, which ran faster than his bladed panther, made his mind quite puzzled. It was also fortunate that the softy didn't keep running away. finally stopping at an open factory. And after that, angel surprisingly turned his head. Without hesitation, he gathered holy power. A huge bow of storms emerged between its palms. Phew! The terrifying power of the storm. Curling around everything above the bow. Everything around us was happening so fast. Even in the darkness, it sends shivers down the spine of the pursuer. Looking at the exaggerated arrows in front of him, he secretly gulped. Not a student? Not a soft touch? What the hell kind of skill is that? Blade Leopard, don't let her shoot it! He shouted hastily. Yet it was too late. The proficiency level storm bow doesn't take long to build up its power and shoots out in a flash. He only felt a strong wind coming at him, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness when his eyes went black. Gene points +2. When the native Imperial Beast is seriously injured, the Imperial Beastmaster will also be fed back mental energy, resulting in fainting. Fong Ran looked at the fainted Imperial Beastmaster. Didn't pay much attention to it. Turning his head, he headed in the direction where Suyu was. The storm bow is powerful, but it cannot be used in areas with dense concentrations of buildings. Otherwise, he'll have to pay for it when the time comes. With Little Sky's feedback, Fong Ran acted very swiftly, bringing Little Sky quickly back to the place where he was just now. In the meantime, the two remaining Royal Beast Masters' faces changed the instant they saw Fong Ran. His presence here proves that the person who was taken out was old Zhang. Your Imperial Beasts are already in the high intermediate stage? Suyu was pleasantly surprised. Fong Ran ended the fight too quickly. Old Zhang, this loser, no wonder he can't even become a full member. Looking at Fong Ran, who went and returned, the pressure came to the other two. Go on, charge through. Roar! The two rode the Imperial Beast. It then came barreling over in Fong Ran's direction. However, with Suyu's Song Yu Wolf in the way, trying to touch Fong Ran's close proximity was something that was simply impossible. Sacred Leader Divine Bao. Xiao Tian gathered holy power. The arrow shoots a vector of light that carries the power of holy fire. Instantly piercing through the black bear's arm, the holy fire attached itself to the top of the wound and continuously burned. Roar! The black bear instantly went berserk. The power of this. Is it a mastery level skill? Those two people's pupils suddenly shrunk. However, several more lighted vectors came from the face, hitting his hands and legs again with unerring accuracy. The strong penetrating power made Suyu look dumbfounded for a while. Her pale moon wolf couldn't even break the defense. Fong Ran's attack actually worked so well? Not at the mastery level, but at the subtle level. Seeing this, the two of them quickly took their Imperial Beasts back into the Imperial Beast space, lest they lose their natal Imperial Beasts. Surrender! We surrender! This appearance of the duo caused Fong Ran to feel slightly disappointed. Why not struggle to the end so he can add more gene points? Give me your hand. Suyu stepped forward. Tie the two men down completely. And then he looked at Fong Ran, who was on the side, with a complicated face. How long has it been since we've seen each other, and Fong Ran has grown to such an extent? She had heard of a few young high-intermediate Imperial Beastmasters, but she had never seen a few Sacred Leader Divine Bows at the entry level. Presumably, even the founder who created this skill was no more proficient than that? I was the one who underestimated you, and actually thought to let you hide. Suyu laughed awkwardly. Now it seems. It's the God Hunters who should be hiding. Drip. The two went to their cell phones to receive the message again. This time, it wasn't sent by Lin Qinghuan, but a bounty from the Imperial Beast Association. A clear price is offered for the fugitives of the Goshinkai. There was even a late Lord Imperial Beastmaster among them. One higher late, 100,000. One higher intermediate, 50,000. One advanced pre-professional, 20,000. One late lord, 1 million. Although this person is seriously injured, he must report the news first after learning the location. It's all money. Fong Ran's eyes glazed over as he watched. While on the side, Xiao Tian's eyes saw a dark aura in the city. There are 3 there. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. The Sentinel Society obviously had other avenues of escape. At this moment, it had been thoroughly dispersed around the city. However, the aura on their bodies could not escape Xiao Tian's eyes. Go get them. Fong Ran offered. Suyu nodded. The duo followed Xiao Tian's guidance and indeed found 3 disguised followers of the Imperial God Society. And since the other party wanted to disguise themselves as ordinary people, Fangran and Suyu were all tied up almost without a fight. I can't believe it's really here, the angelic race still has this kind of power? Suyu was slightly startled in her heart. Chapter 45, Rounding Up the Congregation, Walking a Million. At this point, the center where the Goshen Society is located. 2 Lord Imperial Beastmasters, badly injured, were tied up in one place. Instead, the 2 had disdainful smiles on their faces. Lin Xinghuan, what can you do if you capture us? The stuff was given away a long time ago. You don't think that you can get all of our members back, do you? Do you think you have perspective? As long as the benefits remain, even without us, there will be others to captivate the Imperial Beasts. Hearing the words of the duo, the few Imperial Beast Masters around them revealed impatient looks. And to the side of them, a host of scantily clad catgirls and fey Imperial Beasts all crouched against the wall with their heads in their hands. These are just superficial businesses they use to cover their tracks. Behind the scenes, the Goshen would raise Imperial Beasts in captivity, slaughtering them when they reached adulthood and selling their organs. They even sell extremely evil beasts that are difficult to tame to the Imperial Beast Masters. The bloody scene in the basement echoed in several people's minds until now. How are Suyu and the others doing? Nothing will happen to her with Fangran, right? Shouldn't be a problem, our priority right now is to get the remnants of their party. You can make a small profit, it's just a pity for Suyu. A few people sighed. Take Fangran. Suyu was afraid that it would be difficult to spare her mind to hunt down the Imperial Gods Association. When the time comes, it's not good enough to perform well enough to get the materials for promotion to Lord. It's just a shame that a patriarch was let off the hook. Lin Qinghuan frowned. She hadn't expected that there would be 3 Lord Imperial Beastmasters here. Just a little inattention allowed one of them to find a chance to escape. Looking at Lin Qinghuan's self-blaming appearance, the crowd couldn't help but sweat a little. 1 against 3, seriously injuring all 3, and you're actually blaming yourself? What are they then? It's basically a roundup for arresting people. So the Lord Imperial Beastmaster, what level of strength is he at? Do a few of us go up in one piece, by any chance? Yeah, wasn't he seriously injured by Senior Lin? A few people moved. After all, there is $1 million reward. The most crucial thing was that it would make their rating in the Imperial Beast Association rise, and might be an opportunity to enter it. Only by joining the Imperial Beasts Association would you not have to buy rare materials in those auctions. Or go to the black market and be in the same boat as the Sentinel Society. Even if I injured him, it's still not something a high Imperial Beast Master can catch. Lin Qinghuan saw through the crowd's thoughts, speaking up to discourage it. His Imperial Beast was promoted with forbidden materials, and his strength is far beyond normal. These words really put the crowd off. It's okay to think about it. No one's going to risk their lives. Not to mention a big class difference from the other side. Instead of thinking about the $1 million, why don't you think about how to catch a few more followers of the Goshinkai? As the crowd pondered. A street. What? I'm tutoring with Ms. Suyu. Where are you tutoring this late? You must have taken Xiao Tian out to fool around? Ms. Suyu is right next to me, don't believe me. Fangran handed his cell phone to Suyu, who was at the side. She took it in hand. And then with a smile on his face, yes, I'm helping Xiao Ran with her homework, don't worry about it. If you can't, you can stay at my house, no hassle, no hard work. Hang up the phone. Suyu's smile disappeared instantly. Fangran, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. Ugh. Suyu shook her head. How long has Fangran just been enrolled? I can't believe that she, a teacher, has been brought out to make extra money. If Fangran's family knew about this, they would be furious. However, since Fangran had joined, she had also earned really much. It's just under 2 hours. It's already captured at least a dozen of the Sentinel Society's congregation. This is getting close to catching all the people, isn't it? Suyu looked at the side of the road, at the crowd that was tied up. There is the pupil power of Xiao Tian. These Imperial Beastmasters who had evolved with evil methods could not escape her pair of eyes. The most crucial thing was that her skill proficiency was so high that even in terms of long-distance output alone, she was already stronger than Pale Moon Wolf's melee combat. The only weakness, I'm afraid, is the fear of being approached by the other side. At this point, some of the congregation peeked at the guarding Xiaotian, looking for a chance to escape. However, when he met those eyes, he suddenly winced and didn't dare to move again. Those pale golden pupils seemed to contain the gap between races, and even between human and gods. It's like a mortal looking up to the gods. It made him unable to resist. Tian, can we still find anyone? Fong Ran inquired. Xiao Tian sniffed and looked high into the air. A rushing black gas spread in churn not far away. Looking at that pitch-black chi caused her tattered memories to surge in the middle of her mind. A fuzzy voice that kept ringing in his ears. How did you get in here? Don't give up, let's find a way to escape. You can't see with your eyes, I can, I'll help you see. Get out, you can ask for help from your own kind, they'll help us. Go find the Imperial Beast Master, and contract it so you don't have to be hunted down. She had just been captured when she met one of her kind. Although I couldn't see anything in the pitch black, I was much more at ease because of it. And after that kindred spirit was taken and returned, she couldn't see it. Within a few days, Xiaotian could not hear her voice, and no matter how much he called, no one responded. Until someone comes to the front of the cell. Bad luck, I can't believe I cut myself. Take the body down and sell it for some money to make up for the loss. Everything that ever was. It kept echoing in my ears. It made Xiao Tian's fingers unable to resist twitching a few times. She wanted to go, but Fong Ran was only a human, so if she went there she would most likely be in danger. Sensing Xiao Tian's mood, Fong Ran guessed something. You found him? Goten nodded slightly. It's that Lord Imperial Beast Master. Hearing this, Fong Ran took a deep breath, a walking $1 million. This was Yuqing. Even if Fong Ran caught him, he probably wouldn't dare to go all out if he was wanted. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured, he could run even if he couldn't beat Fong Ran. Go, take me to him. Dangerous. Goten discouraged. She wasn't saying she was in danger, but Fong Ran was. Don't be afraid, I'll hide farther away and trust your Imperial Beastmaster. Fong Ran patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. She nodded slightly at that. After finding a reason, Fong Ran searched through the night. After crossing several streets, he finally found the bearded man with a slightly thin frame at a 24-hour business store. In Xiao Tian's eyes, the black aura on his body was thick to the extreme. It's just twisting and turning from the injuries. It's you! The man was across the street, and when he saw Xiao Tian both his eyes instantly exploded with light. Ah, pupil of divine light. Our masterpiece was so close to you that it actually delivered itself to the door. He couldn't contain his inner excitement at the moment. Because of losing the divine light pupil, it caused him to be chastised by that sect leader, who no longer gave him forbidden materials for promotion. Say what that, $1 million for my walk. Fong Ran was equally excited. Chapter 46 Hunting a Lord-level evil bone beast, a severely injured lord is worse than a dog. A walking $1 million? The man gave a lurch. Then the face gradually turned into a sardonic smile. Although he didn't know what Fong Ran was saying, he could hear that it was mocking him. Moreover, Fong Ran's eyes irritated him. It was the kind of greedy look he'd only ever seen on those wilderness Big Johns. What, you think because I'm hurt, you're eating me up? He looked to Fong Ran. Pity, I'd given up on that, you brought her to me yourself. He looked at Xiao Tian, his face gradually becoming greedy. Just grab her. The Godfather will then forgive himself. Perhaps, it could even make his evil bone beast go further. Since adapting to the evolutionary speed of the evil laws, he could never honestly evolve again. Goten. There was no need for Fong Ran to speak. A holy bow had long since surfaced in the hands of an angel on the side. 3 arrows burning with holy fire flew out. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out almost simultaneously. Evil bone beast. Boom! A huge evil bone arm crossed in front of his body. The arrow with holy fire hit the arm, and then exploded with fierce holy fire, spreading and burning crazily. The man hiding behind the evil bone beast's arm was slightly startled in his heart. Rather underestimating you. The ability attached to the sacred fire evolution method very much restrained his imperial beasts. Coupled with the extremely high skill level, even he felt his arms tingle. Rush over and get her first. Patriarch wants to make this quick. The arm that the evil bone beast had transformed into immediately surged in Fong Ran's direction. The huge skeleton was placed horizontally like a wide shield, blocking all incoming holy vectors. However, the holy fire left behind by the holy power. Yet it was also searing the black bone. To have cultivated to this level in such a short period of time, it really is a sacrificial angel that the bishop values. The power of the skills is not bad either. Although his strength was damaged, he could only summon part of the evil bone beast's body. But anyways, it was still a lord-level creature, with at least pre-lord strength. Xiao Tian utilized light feather instant shadow to pull away while condensing the storm wind bow. The distance is still being closed though. But enough for her to gather holy power. Swish! The storm bow, like a tornado, rushed towards Blackbone. Between that storm, a strand of burning holy fire curled among them, turning into a monstrous fire in an instant. Bang! The sound of a violent collision came out. High above the surrounding towers. A crowd of people were so horrified that they didn't even dare open their windows to see. Fearing that if he saw the face of the Imperial Beast Society people, he would be held in hatred by the other side. But there were quite a few bold members of the public who even picked up their cell phones and secretly started videotaping at the bottom. Ka-ching! The sound of black bones shattering came out. The man hiding behind his arm blushed. It shattered, albeit a gash, but his opponent's skill was far more powerful than he had thought. We can't delay any longer. The commotion just now has been heard. Evil bone beast, charge closer with all your might. The man opened his mouth to command. Since it relies on long-range attacks, then she's bound to be weak in melee combat. In this world, there were no creatures that were strong from a distance or even up close, not even dragons. Roar! A dark mist filled the air. The evil bone beast with a tattered body that was as tall as a 3-story building emerged from it. Almost half of its torso had disappeared, and the brakes were seared by channels of holy power, and even only a right arm remained. But even so, the terrifying pressure caused the residents and the nearby floors to tremble. Bang! Bang! The evil bone beast stormed over. A few steps down brought the distance to a close range. The right hand violently grabbed towards Xiao Tian. Its movements, however, were as slow as a snail in Xiao Tian's eyes, and he was even able to predict the trajectory of its attack. Swish! A flash of light. The evil bone beast grabbed a handful of air. How is that possible? I clearly caught her just now. This is Lin Qinghuan, that pugilist's skill. The patriarch's eyes widened in anger. He actually pestered a high imperial beast master for so long. Saying it out loud would definitely be laughed to death by your peers, and even carved on a pillar of shame. 3 minutes to end the battle. Cover attack. The evil bone beast grew bone spikes from its palms and violently shot towards Xiao Tian. And at this point, a faint curtain of light also emerged above Xiao Tian's body. Realm-breaking level heavenly god's body. At the same time, a dragon's shadow emerged behind his body, and his golden eyes were like lava infused. Dragon soul fusion, though entry-level, could bring her physical strength and power not weaker than that of a dragon. Add buffs and I'll see what you can do. Fong Ran hid on the roof of a distant building and watched. As soon as the battle started, he started looking for a place to hide. Otherwise, if you are found by the opponent and Xiao Tian has no skills to protect him, you can easily be stolen from your home. Brother, you come to see the theater too? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Fong Ran. He turned his head and it was a stoic-faced middle-aged man with a cell phone in his hand who was recording down below. Under his breath, he muttered, "Power. A battle between Imperial Beast Masters, 2 of them are already at least Lord level. This is rare material, go online and you can't buy it without thousands of dollars." Lordship. To ordinary people, it was already the realm of the heavenly god. It's a pity that you didn't become a royal beast master in the first place. Seeing as you're still young, you'll have to work hard, little brother. Aren't you in danger here? In case he sees you. What are you afraid of? This is a rare scene, it's just not a loss if you die. Eyeing him without a care in the world. Fong Ran didn't bother worrying about others and continued to look down. Swish. Dao Dao black spikes crashed into Xiao Tian. But as if it hadn't aimed at all, most of it landed on its side. Even if some of them hit, they were all consumed by the shield of holy power on their bodies. At this moment, the heavenly god's body, coupled with the 2 naturally functioning evolutionary laws, slowly replenished Xiao Tian's holy power. It's just like the blood pills in the game, or the power of the green dragon. In the middle of a fight, Xiao Tian's figure pranced. almost able to dodge many attacks. The body of a heavenly god that could withstand deadly damage also allowed her to act more boldly. While dodging, the holy fire giant's sword in his hand kept falling. It left scars on its only arm. The life force of a lord level is actually this tenacious? Fong Ran couldn't help but marvel. That angel is also a lord level, right? But the attacks are still weak, and the restraining dark creatures are able to pester her for so long. The attack she hit had at least 1.5 times the damage. A master commented from the sidelines. Obviously. His store of knowledge was even better than many Imperial Beast Masters. Is your holy power inexhaustible? The slim man's eyes were bloodshot. I just felt a sweetness in my chest that nearly rushed up my throat. He felt like he wasn't fighting a high Imperial beast, but a fellow lord level. Even if he was seriously injured, taking down a higher Imperial beast should be easy. The truth, however, is quite different from the idea. Chapter 47 Realm-breaking level skill. Capture the head of the Sentinel Society. Close combat actually doesn't faze you? A few minutes. On the evil bone beast's body, various large and small wounds had appeared. The holy power that burned in the wound was like an attachment that was difficult to remove. On the contrary, little Sky. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. It wasn't that he hadn't seen flexible Imperial beasts before, but those Imperial beasts' attacks were difficult to harm him. However, the holy sword in the angel's hand was like a royal beast that restrained it, and every time it swung out, it landed a wound. Not heavy or deep, but just enough to wear him down. The evil bone beast doesn't need to hold back, use its full strength. He gritted his teeth. Originally, I was afraid of hurting those eyes. But now it seemed that the one who didn't need to give his full strength to hurt himself was likely to be him. Heavenly Bone Prisoner. With the fall of his voice, the evil bone beast skeleton was inserted into the ground, and then transformed into a black bone that drilled out of the ground in a circular shape. In just an instant, it imprisoned little Sky with it. B-rank confinement skill, I practiced it to mastery level a long time ago. Let's see how you can run. If I can't run, then I won't run, it's the perfect time to try out the realm-breaking level holy sword. Fong Ran whispered. Goten let go of his grip. The holy sword in his hand gradually dissipated. The great sword of holy fire. She clasped her palms together, her voice clear and cold. The holy power in his body was like a swarm of bees flying towards the high sky. In just a few moments, a huge sword of holy light was hanging high above the evil bone beast's head. The holy sword was lofty and huge, emanating strong holy power all over its body, and its blade burned with an undying holy fire. Just looking up, it caused the evil bone beast's body to stop trembling. Sacred power is most restraining of and evil things. At the moment, the cage it set up has become its own graveyard. How is this possible? This is an S-rank skill? The man's body trembled slightly. And on top of the tall building, looking at the huge sword of holy light floating in front of him, the man who was still videotaping gulped. Damn, I knew the Imperial Beastmaster was a god. Otherwise, how is it possible to build such a weapon out of thin air? You won't be able to escape either. If the holy sword falls, you and I will both end up the same way. The patriarch went completely insane. It was impossible for him to lose to a high Imperial Beastmaster. Even if he was seriously injured and only had one breath left, that would never be allowed to happen. He'll go down in history as a perpetual contrarian. Who said I was running? Goten's mind recalled what had happened in the prison. Swing down without mercy. At this moment, the holy power in her body was nearly depleted, and the only thing that remained above her body was a curtain of light. The huge holy sword fell in response. Swish! The massive evil bone beast was instantly chopped off its only right arm. And then, the massive holy sword instantly exploded, and the holy power completely engulfed the evil bone beast. Gene points plus 19. A prompt came out. Under the majestic holy power, the 3-meter-tall evil bone beast was reduced to nothing on the spot. The shield on Xiao Tian's body also cracked in response, offsetting most of the impact. The patriarch looked at the evil bone beast that he had spent so much effort to cultivate and fell to his knees heavily. The connection between the spirits was severed, causing him to suffer a severe injury. However, after leaving the evil bone beast's mental link, his eyes cleared up a lot. And not so long ago, Suyu, who was guarding a bunch of loot, looking up not far away. There, a huge holy sword floated high in the sky. The holy light above the sword was almost hard to keep from being noticed in the darkness of the night. What's more, the location of the incident was not far from where Suyu was. Is this an A rank or S rank skill? Someone caught the patriarch? Suyu was alarmed. This kind of powerful skill, she had only seen it on the lord level. And, isn't Fong Ran going in that direction? Pale Moon Wolf, come with me and check it out. Before leaving, Suyu made a special call to ask her fellow officers to take over for her first. She didn't feel comfortable leaving until the other person came hastily closer. The royal beast master who rushed over was none other than the invigilator along with Suyu, Zhang Yao. As he looked at the dozen or so people tied together, he couldn't help but look at the back of Suyu, who was rushing along on her pale moon wolf in the distance. Suyu, you can't get carried away and kidnap a few innocent passers-by to take the blame. Lin Xinghuan had the list in her hands. Whether or not it was the Goshinkai, she knew as soon as she was a pair. Zhang Yao simply didn't believe that Suyu alone could capture so many congregations of the Royal God Society. After all, these people were just ordinary people who couldn't be found by hiding in a crowd. They'll catch one or two at most. Besides, didn't she bring Fong Ran along for the ride? It would be even more inconvenient to move around. And while he was in disbelief, on the roof of a building. Holy big news, the God Hunter Society's godfather has been arrested. An excited voice came from beside Fong Ran. And then the sound of a cell phone taking a picture. One-handed information, and you can still make a fortune selling it to Imperial Beast News. Did you see that skill just now? It's definitely a Lord Imperial Beast Master. I've never seen such a powerful skill before. He looked at Fong Ran in awe before looking downward. Then the face froze. Only that angel looked up and looked here. Pale golden pupils with a lava-like red color, a pair of huge white feathers sprouted from his back, and carrying the mute head of the church in his hands, he flew straight towards the roof of the building. I didn't mess with the camera, I'm not trying to kill anyone, am I? In the panic, his cell phone fell to the ground with him. However, the deity-like figure did not pay any attention to him and instead landed in front of Fong Ran and gathered the feathers behind him. With a thud, he threw the long-collapsed patriarch to the ground, ignoring the frozen man on the sidelines. Fong Ran walked up and began to feel the patriarch's pockets. A lighter, a box of dazzling catgum, and a rag with strange formations drawn on it. What do you want with Goten? The man just moved without any response. Playing dumb? Or really stupid? After some clubbing from Fong Ran, it was realized that he was truly stupid. Although he caught the man, he didn't find out where the angel was, but luckily there was still $1 million in prize money and gene points, so it wasn't a wasted run. Are you a sentinel? A slightly trilling voice came from the side. He looked at Fong Ran excitedly before taking out his cell phone. Can I take a picture? Yes. Fong Ran smiled slightly. After getting the consent, he immediately ran in front of the apathetic Xiao Tian and took a selfie. And then, coming back to the clueless patriarch, he grabbed him by the neck and took a selfie with a stoic face. He then looked at the expectant Fong Ran, smiled, nodded, and turned to leave. A smile froze on Fong Ran's face. Go downstairs. Coming up is certainly not easy. But going down is much easier. Carrying one in one hand, with Xiao Tian's near dragon-like physique, grabbing two people was a breeze. Just as he landed on the ground, he heard the sound of a wolf whistle coming out from the distance. Fong Ran lowered his head and not far away, Suyu was riding on the body of the pale moon wolf. The figure came from far away. Chapter 48 Envious Teachers, Suyu caught someone? Suyu came close and leapt off the back of the Tsongyu wolf. Looking at the devastated street, and the man thrown to the ground. This man is the head of the Yucheng Imperial God Society? I saw that he was badly injured and grabbed him on the way. Fong Ran was like recounting a small, uneventful matter. Injured? It was indeed mentioned in the intelligence that he was seriously injured by Lin Xinghuan. Suyu looked at the patriarch, whose face was swollen into a pig's head, and accepted this for the time being. However, that holy sword hanging high above the ground did not look like Lin Xinghuan's means. Could it be that Fong Ran had secretly learned some skill on his own? Fong Ran, even if he's injured he's still a Lord Imperial Beast Master, next time you definitely can't be so reckless. Suyu reprimanded. Having only just become a higher Imperial Beast Master, he dared to come and capture the Lord Imperial Beast Master. It was also fortunate that he wasn't in full bloom, or else she wouldn't have dared to think of any consequences. But even if it wasn't in full bloom, what Fong Ran had done was enough to subvert perceptions. With a reprimand on her lips, Suyu was happy in her heart. Perhaps, he can really get into the 5 great academies? Suyu shocked herself after she said those words. Those who are able to go to the 5 major academic institutions are either rich or wealthy. How could Fong Ran, a grassroots person, compare with them? Those geniuses, just like Shinyun, had a monarch royal beast master behind them at worst to teach them, while Fong Ran could only be taught at the Winsong Academy. The gap is small now simply because the resources needed for the imperial beasts are not enough. As the level rises, the sky-high prices of promotion materials will only cause one to despair. Just like her. One could only rely on the missions of the Imperial Beast Society to earn money. The moment. The center of Yucheng. A building, blue and white in color, stood in the middle of the city. And at the bottom of the building is the wide hall. This was the center of the Imperial Beast Association, specializing in dealing with the conflicts of the Imperial Beast Masters, and issuing quests for wanted criminals. Zhang Yao, where did you grab so many people? It wouldn't be for headcount, would it? I'm telling you, there's a list for this wanted. Oh, these can be the people on the list. Zhang Yao enjoyed the envious gazes of a group of his peers. And then looked to an inspecting Imperial Beast Master. Let's see what they're worth. The inspector walked up excitedly. Compare the photos of the crowd one by one. Chen Wei, Zhao Feng. 11 in all. 3 higher mid, 7 higher pre, 1 higher late. A total of 390,000. A total of 30 points of honor value. You're getting all the people who escaped? I thought it would take at least a couple months. You've got perspective? That inspector rocked. It was even suspected that he was not colluding with the Goshinkai to split the bill 55 after turning himself in. But the thought of the punishment the Goshin would get for getting caught put that idea to rest. Oh, brother is a divine detective, no evil can escape my eyes. Zhang Yao laughed, feeling the adoring eyes of the girls around him. He then coughed twice and explained, actually, it was Suyu who captured it, I was just watching it for her. Hear this. The crowd rolled their eyes. Suyu is possible, after all, she's a higher late-stage Imperial Beast Master. Yeah, it's normal for these Goshinkai to be captured by Suyu since they're not up to par. 30 honor value, Suyu has almost saved enough honor value to buy Lord-level materials, right? Holy, then won't she advance to the Lord level and become a Lord Imperial Beast Master? Why does it always feel like the gap with her is getting wider and wider? The crowd murmured. Somewhat envious of what Suyu has gained today. With these honor values, her promotion to Lord was almost a done deal. And when you become a Lord, it's really different, and there will be countless companies throwing in the towel. Just by hanging your hat under the company, you can get an extremely lucrative paycheck. Hee, same high-level late stage, she can catch old me? A member of the Imperial God Society smiled disdainfully. Same as the higher late stage. If he wanted to run, it wouldn't be easy? If it weren't for the fact that the Angel's light vectors hit almost 100 times, he would have run out of sight long ago. Yoo-hoo, by the sound of your voice, you're still not convinced? Are you allowed to talk here? In the face of the crowd's mockery, he was naturally barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. You can't even catch me flying over water by tying you pigs together, so don't sully my reputation. This arrogant gesture. It amused a few people in the room. Can't catch you? Then why are you tied up? However, in the face of the crowd's skepticism, he snorted coldly and said, it's just 2 against 1. 2 against 1? It seems like Suyu is carrying a freshman, right? Hear this. The faces of the people of that Royal Divine Council froze. A student? They got caught by a student? At the thought of this, a wave of shame bubbled up in the hearts of the crowd. Take them down for questioning. Lin Xinghuan came closer and said. Yes. A few people stepped forward and took all of the congregation to the interrogation room, where the professional inquisitor was waiting. But at that moment, the looks on the faces of the people were not relaxed. Lin Xinghuan came back empty-handed, indicating that he hadn't chased after the patriarch. If he was let go, sooner or later he would establish another new Imperial God Society in Yuchang, and as long as there was profit, it would be difficult to eradicate it. The whole city is searching for him, he surely can't get far. Lin Xinghuan's eyes, however, carried a hint of coldness. A captured congregation is no more useful than a head of a congregation. Only the patriarch had access to the core information about what the Goshinkai were going to do with the angels they were taking captive. This was also the mission given to her by the Imperial Academy, and if she couldn't catch the patriarch, she wouldn't even get an A grade. I'm afraid it's too late for that long. Yes, although there are quite a few Lord Imperial Beastmasters in the city, many of them have contracts with the company and can't strike at will. Moreover, they wouldn't mess with the Imperial God Society for no reason. No one would mess with a desperate Lord Sentinel. What's more, a $1 million bounty isn't that high. The Lord Sentinel wouldn't be short on that kind of money. As for them, the High Imperial Beastmasters? It was possible to kill them in seconds, even if they were a wounded Lord class. Suyu is back. Jiang Yao opened his mouth. The crowd looked to the gate with the voice. Behind Suyu's side followed Fong Ran, and beside Fong Ran, a hunched-over congregation member was bound. It wasn't until the two came closer that the crowd got a good look at the congregation. Isn't he the patriarch? Many people were there at the time and naturally recognized the patriarch. The head of the Imperial God Society was actually caught by Suyu? Suyu, you can do it, you. Tonight is going to be a great night for you. A number of people opened their mouths, and a few of his fellow officers even stepped forward to greet him. That's a big credit. Definitely praised by the president himself and even rewarded with skills. Naturally, Suyu's promotion to the Lord level was justified. And behind the crowd was Lin Qinghuan. The tightly furrowed brow stretched even further. She never expected that Suyu would actually be able to capture someone back. Chapter 49, It's Fong Ran's Catch, B+ Evolutionary Act. In the face of the crowd's compliments, Suyu just smiled. No, and thanks to Fong Ran helping me. Hear this. The people in the room just thought she was joking. Fong Ran is just a student, what can he do for you? If Lin Qinghuan hadn't insisted on bringing him, they wouldn't have even brought him. When Suyu said that, it was just because she wanted to share some of Fong Ran's credit. Suyu, you're at a critical time to be promoted to Lord. Yeah, you've been waiting for 3 years, you can't afford to take anyone else into account. Promote to the Lord level first, we'll talk about any problems later. Several people spoke up. Fearing that Suyu would share the credit with Fong Ran and affect her own promotion. Everything I said is true, and the patriarch was also brought by Fong Ran, it has nothing to do with me. Suyu blinked. How to watch them react. Like you're kidding yourself? She didn't mean to make a joke either, did she? Besides, there's no need for you to worry, catching 1 or 2 of them would be enough for my honor value. Suyu responded. And then he turned his head to look at Fong Ran. Fong Ran, this time there are 11 people, count me in for 3, and the head of the sect will be counted on your head. Is this appropriate? Fong Ran didn't feel it was all his fault. With Suyu leading him to search for those ferocious beasts, but it was a lot easier. He just needs to be responsible for shooting arrows from behind. Appropriate, you start saving up your honor value now to exchange for Lord-level materials so that it won't affect your pet beast's advancement in the future. Suyu said attentively. She just built up too late. It led to a delay of 2 or 3 years before I could save up enough honor value and money to buy the Lord's materials. Fong Ran, like her, was not considered to be a wealthy family, so naturally he had to plan ahead. COU's fellow officers, on the other hand, had a look of displeasure. In their minds, these people can all be captured by Suyu. Why should I share it with anyone? Whether it's honor value or money, it's never too much. Fong Ran, did you really capture this patriarch? Lin Qinghuan's beautiful eyes flashed. As a person involved, she naturally knew how heavy the hands were. Although that sect leader's strength had been cut by more than half, he was not something that a high imperial beast master could touch. Not to mention Fong Ran, even if it was Suyu, she didn't quite believe it. Just as the crowd was about to open their mouths, an exclamation suddenly came out. Holy guys, look at this, the most played video on the Imperial Beast Station. A sentinel held his cell phone. It drew the eyes of the crowd. Only a heat spike video showed the huge evil bone beast standing in the center of the street. And the filmmaker was even more excited to open his mouth from high above the building. Holy, the ground is shaking, can you guys feel the screen shaking? The Gobbler station automatically searches for videos of interest. And being in Yucheng, naturally, you'll be recommended nearby videos that are soaring in popularity. What's more, battles between Imperial Beastmasters were too rare and attracted the attention of many of the people. It's Goten? Lin Xinghuan stepped forward and grabbed the phone, staring intently at the picture in the center. Absolutely right, it was the evil bone beast in Little Sky. And at this moment, a group of teachers also looked at Fong Ran with disbelief. Is it actually true? A man fighting a Lord Imperial Beastmaster one-on-one? On that street, other than Xiao Tian's figure, only the huge evil bone beast remained. The crowd all came together. In the picture, between flashing and moving, Xiao Tian dodged the evil bone beast's grasp several times, watching in Suyu's heart jumping. Once caught, it's definitely a dead end. It looks like the evil bone beast was seriously injured and missed Fong Ran's Imperial Beast several times. Yes, so close, rubbing shoulders so often. Elder Lin really hit him hard, knocking him out of his old eyes. They couldn't watch a Lord-level fight. But Lin Xinghuan could see clearly. It's not the evil bone beast hitting crookedly, it's the light feather instantaneous shadow of the lesser heavenly proficiency level. Lin Xinghuan said in his heart. How long had it been since she taught Xiao Tian the B-rank stance? Just practiced to the proficiency level already. However, as the picture progressed, it was as if the filmmaker was shocked by something. At the end of the scene, all the crowd could see was a holy sword, standing over the city. A long silence fell over the crowd. Until Fong Ran finished redeeming the rewards. Fong Ran, in the future, if you have any learning problems, just come and ask me. Just don't bother Ms. Suyu. I'm at the academy on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Ms. Suyu, she'll be leaving the academy soon, so I'll be the one to take you from now on. You? Your Imperial Beast and Fong Ran don't fit well enough, and if we're talking about theoretical knowledge, it's still me who knows more. Just kidding. This talent is at least a seedling of a first-tier academy. How could they possibly give it away? As long as I can take Fong Ran to graduate successfully. They would be famous teachers in Yuqing in the future, and there would be an endless stream of student resources. Who said I'm leaving the academy? Suyu said with a smile. Aren't you going to be promoted to the Lord level? Why are you still staying at the Winsong Academy? I can work part-time. Looking at Suyu's smug expression. A few people couldn't help but regret it a little. If I had known that I would have brought Fong Ran in the first place, with this battle power, it's fine to say that they are a drag. If Fong Ran really went to the 5 great academies, they could follow their chickens. It's in the account, 1.3 million. Fong Ran suddenly felt that he had become a rich man. With that much money, I guess you can buy a Lord-level material? I'm going to exchange for Lord-level materials, don't come looking for me for a while, here's the key to the training room. After Suyu gave an explanation. Follow the reception of the Imperial Beast Society towards the elevator. It was so hard to be promoted to the Lord level, it was impossible to say that she wasn't excited at this point. And Fong Ran. Instead, he was led by Lin Xinghuan to the Yuchang Imperial Beast Association, the president's room. You caught the man? The president had dark hair and looked no more than 30 or so. Yes, thanks to senior sister Lin injuring him. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the president laughed lightly twice before looking at Lin Xinghuan. Still quite modest? In a few months, it'll be the day of the unified enrollment of the various university campuses, and we, Yuqing, have been chosen as one of the unified enrollment locations. At that time, the nearby surroundings, the geniuses from all the cities will come over in advance to acclimatize. That fast? Lin Xinghuan was surprised. Yeah, let's hope that the group of senior Imperial Beastmasters from Winsong Academy won't disgrace us. The president is not expecting this. After all, theirs was considered a poor zone, and it was only when Lin Xinghuan became the chief of the imperial capital that she was chosen as the location for the unified recruitment. Fong Ran, I'm going to honor you in public, whether it's a pickup or not, you're considered to have crossed the line of defeat. You can pick a B+ grade evolution. Count it as my gift to you. B+ evolution method. Fong Ran's heart was excited. He's just missing an evolutionary method right now. Thank you, President. No need, this is what you deserve, you're much better than the group of students from Winsong Academy. In a year or two, there is a chance to go to the 5 great academies. At that time, just don't forget about us, Yu Chang. The point, of course, is don't forget me as president. He valued Fong Ran's talent. It was natural to cultivate him in advance before he rose to power. Chapter 50 Learning a New Evolutionary Method. Brace yourself. Xinhuan, take him to the Imperial Beast Association's skill bank and pick a B+ grade evolution method. The president looked at Fong Ran with a smile and said. Okay. Lin Xinhuan signaled Fong Ran to follow. The duo arrived at the skill bank of the Imperial Beast Society. A huge electronic screen displayed all the evolutionary laws held by the Imperial Beast Society today. Search for AB+ evolutionary method. Lin Xinhuan's voice fell. The screen immediately began to jump. Then, there were only a handful of evolutionary laws left. Thunderstorm evolution method level B+. Spirit snake evolution method grade B+. Iron wall evolution method level B+. How much would these evolutionary laws cost to buy? At least a couple million, maybe, and the expensive ones could be close to 10 million. Lin Xinhuan responded. The efficacy of these evolutionary methods doesn't look as good as the holy fire evolutionary methods, huh? Fong Ran was a bit torn. The holy fire evolution method can greatly increase the power of a skill. Even after attacking, one could use holy fire to scorch the opponent, yet these were only increases in physical strength. Sacred flame evolution, it's a grade A offensive type of evolution. All the angels evolution methods are at least grade A. Yu Cheng only has a grade B+ evolution method. Class A evolutionary laws are hard to come by, and not everyone can afford to use them. Lin Xinhuan was trying to get the sacred fire evolution method. It also took a lot of effort at the Imperial Academy. Unexpectedly, Fong Ran actually began to resent the B+ grade evolution method. So that's it? Why don't we go with the spirit snake evolution method? Fong Ran was self-conscious of his embarrassment as his gaze fell on it and a message popped up. Spirit snake evolution accelerates evolutionary speed, strengthens reflexes, and increases stance skills. The other two evolutionary laws. The effect of the thunderstorm evolution method is an increase in lightning resistance, and the effect of the iron wall evolution method is to harden the skin, thus increasing defense. While universal to many imperial beasts, it's not quite right for the little sky. I'd recommend picking this one up, too. After taking out the evolution method, its original diagram was sent through the channel to Fong Ran's eyes. Opening it up, a green serpent's figure emerged in it. Goten. Summon little sky out of the royal beast space. In front of Fong Ran's eyes, a prompt immediately surfaced. Does it advance the spirit snake evolution method? Not yet. Fong Ran did not choose to advance immediately. Instead, they let the little days learn on their own first. With the proficiency of the basic evolution method in place, she was fully initiated in just 10 minutes. This amazing speed forced Lin Xinhuan to be surprised in his heart. Advance. As Fong Ran's voice fell, the system immediately began to advance proficiency. Advanced Spirit Snake Evolution Method Proficiency. Acquisition of the Spirit Snake Evolution Method Proficiency. Remaining debt, skillfully run the Spirit Snake Evolution Method 100 times. A memory flooded into Xiao Tian's mind. It was as if she had used this evolution method hundreds of times, and she had become skillful. The body followed suit and became a little lighter, taking on a hint of the flavor of a spirit snake. The duo left the skill bank. After saying goodbye to a group of teachers, Fong Ran returned home. By now, the uncle and aunt had long since gone to sleep. Xiao Tian then operated the spirit snake evolution method on his own, and along with the Tao of holy power entering his body, a transparent spirit snake silhouette appeared behind Xiao Tian. The outward manifestation of holy power is a characteristic of the evolution method reaching the proficiency level. 5 minutes later, Tiny Sky managed to run one. Rank, 439.3%. The growth is not as effective as the Sacred Flame evolution method, yet it surpasses the basic evolution method and can be practiced to full level. Fong Ran thought to himself. Early the next morning. The video from last night then went viral in Yuching. This, coupled with the fact that the Imperial Beast Chairman personally honored him, caused Fong Ran to become slightly famous in Yuching. But more than that, they were still focusing on Lin Xinhuan. After all, she was the one leading this operation. The aunt and uncle, who had a rare day off, even helped the two of them cook a sumptuous meal. Fong Ran, this time when you went to arrest the Black Forces, you also went? At the dinner table, Uncle Fong Chihua inquired. Last night, he called and said he was tutoring homework, but it turns out that he actually took my nephew to such a dangerous place. Sang Xuelan said with an exasperated face. It was Elder Lin who wanted me to go, saying that he wanted me to go and grow up, and that I didn't have to worry about having someone to protect me. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Uncle gave a look like that. Worthy of being my nephew, his natural talent is superb. This was definitely being looked at by Elder Lin. Otherwise, why didn't she go to someone else and let Fong Ren gain insight? And he had a strong feeling in his heart that when he went to the office tomorrow, he would be given a raise in pay and a promotion because his left foot was in the door first. After all, this time it was on the news, and the neighbors came running to ask about it in the morning. If not, the two of them would still be in the dark. That won't work either. What if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong with you as a royal beast master, won't Xiao Tian be dragged down by you as well? Said Sang Shualan, about to redden her eyes. Fong Ran stopped his chopsticks. So that's the problem? I actually got a commendation from the Imperial Beast Association this time, giving me some bonus money. Hear this. Both stopped moving. In unison, they looked at Fong Ran. Bonus? You get a commendation from the Imperial Beast Association for visiting? How much? Tens of thousands? Two people inquired. To them, Fong Ran was just a student. The bonuses are nothing more than a few $1,000s, more tens of thousands. 1.3 million. Fong Ran faintly said. 100. 300,000? The two were sure that what they heard was not $130 or 130 cents, but the whole $1.3 million. Fang Shihua froze in place. 1.3 million, he saved so long. Savings is only a few $100,000. And Sang Shuelan was even more shocked. She had never seen so much money. Until Fong Ran showed them the deposit. It took the two to be completely convinced. It's really 1.3 million, why would the Imperial Beast Association reward you so much? President Imperial Beast looks up to me, saying that I'll have a chance to take the 5 great academies in the future, giving me support. In order to keep the two from worrying, Fong Ran made up a random excuse. Yet the words. But it was like thunder striking the two. Chairman of the Imperial Beasts, what level is that? The great man who was far away in the clouds, whom they had never even seen, actually appreciated Fong Ran? At this time, Fong Ran's image in the hearts of the two gradually emitted a bright light, gradually taller, and even vaguely outperformed Xiaotian. Never in a million years did he expect that his nephew would actually become a royal beast genius. Luckily, the duo was unwavering in their support of him in the first place. After the meal, in Fong Ran a burst of insistence, the two only reluctantly agreed to take away a few tens of thousands of dollars, and then say anything more will not be accepted. And while Tiny Sky was training, Suyu called Fong Ran's phone. Come to the academy for a trip. Principal Jiang has invited Imperial Beast Masters from other academies to come to the Winsong Academy to instruct and spar, and he named you to come and support the scene. Other academies? This is coming to kick the bucket? Exchange and sparring is only, it is inevitable that someone will get hurt, not to mention that you are a senior, you don't need to go on the field, but they are all competitors in the high school entrance exams, so it's not a disadvantage for you to know a little bit in advance. Su Yu's words were relaxed. Having obtained the key material for promotion, she was in a good mood. I'm going now. Fong Ran didn't stop hoofing it and quickly rushed to the Winsong Academy. Chapter 51 Dueling, I want to expose Fong Ran's true strength. Winsong Academy. Fong Ran had just stepped through the school gates. Several Imperial Beastmasters who had enrolled together had 2 eyes that lit up and immediately surrounded them. Brother Fong, you're here too? The martial arts arena is cutting through that right now. Those geniuses are too strong. There are so many skills used that I've never even heard of. You're not talking nonsense, those are all geniuses from famous academies, you can feast your eyes on them. Hear this. Fong Ran immediately headed towards the martial arts arena with a group of people. As soon as he stepped into the martial arts arena, he saw that the surrounding area was filled with students from various universities. Principal Jiang Roy, on the other hand, stood in the same place as the teachers sent by the other academies. Zhang Yuan is also here, I remember he's from the Heavenly Dragon Academy? Fong Ran saw a familiar face at a glance. And Zhang Yuan felt the gaze and looked back at him before silently withdrawing his gaze. This mother of Fong Ran, he almost forgot that this kid was a student of the Winsong Academy. Luckily, though, he was a senior and didn't have to fight him. Shame on him, as a genius in the top 3 of the Celestials. You're actually afraid of a freshly enrolled Imperial Beast Master? Don't worry, in 2 months it will be the unified recruitment, I will arrange accommodation for all of you in advance. It's just right to let some Imperial Beast Masters live in the Winsong Academy, so as to boost the morale of our academy's Imperial Beast Masters." Principal Jiang Rui laughed. A group of teachers on the sidelines either chimed in or were expressionless. After all, the Winsong Academy was just a third-rate academy in their eyes. None of them would have condescended to come down to earth if this hadn't been the chosen location for the TUF. At this moment, however, Jiang Rui seemed to have suddenly noticed Fong Ran, and both of his eyes lit up. "Fong Ran? What are you waiting for? Come over and meet a few teachers. Let me introduce, this is Fong Ran from our academy, the student who followed alumnus Lin to destroy the Imperial God Society a few days ago. Moreover, he entered school with a score of 100, and was even honored by the president of Yuqinggashan." Jiang Rui was like presenting his resume to the interviewer. In one breath, he boxed Fong Ran. Until then, it took a few teachers to look up and notice him. "That's quite a sight. I've heard of you since I first arrived. It's still Principal Jiang who has educated you well, it's just that Fong Ran has only just enrolled in school, right? However, it's good for him to see the cuts of the senior Imperial Beast Masters in advance, and to gain some insight." Several people were forced to open their mouths to comment on the face of Principal Jiang Rui. As for Fong Ran's assistance in destroying the Royal Society of God? This is the kind of crap they won't even believe. It was nothing more than an attempt to add to Fong Ran's glowing resume. As for why they think so, it's because this kind of thing they've become so familiar with that it belongs to the leftovers of the game. Even though you're a senior, you can still cut and coach. Jiang Rui laughed. "Who is the number one in your academy? Why don't you start with a sparring match now? Show him." A female teacher with a cold face and glasses, who was not easy to get along with at first glance, said silently. Completely ignoring Fong Ran. "It's just senior year, how many talented senior year sentinels end up obliterated?" "Xiao Hong?" Jiang Rui's eyes signaled. Xiao Hong, who was standing in the direction of the Winsong Academy, walked out of the crowd. And then, it came to the center of the martial arts arena. Xiao Hong has been number one in our academy's score for several consecutive months now, and his realm is about to break through to the middle stage of higher as well. Jiang Rui introduced. "Li Ming, this is the second place winner from our Iron Tower Academy, now at the higher late realm. I'm sorry, the students I brought are all going to the 5 great academies, there's really no realm lower." That female teacher's words fell. A well-built young man came in front of Xiao Hong. These arrogant words caused many people present to show their faces in awe. Late higher stage, it is indeed the minimum requirement to go to the 5 great academies. This evolutionary speed is too fast. Have you taken a genetic drug? The Iron Tower Academy, every year there are Imperial Beast Masters who get into the 5 great academies. It's also a top 10 prestigious school. There's also the Qingtian Academy, they have dozens of students who enter first-tier academies every year. I heard that Iron Tower Academy's number 1 Wang Yan is already in the late advanced stage now that he's only a sophomore. At this very moment, Principal Jiang Rui suddenly had some regrets. What monsters are these, one and all? They're Imperial beasts, I'm afraid, grew up eating a great recipes from a young age, otherwise how could they evolve so fast? Beryl Storm Bear. Venomous Tooth Scorpion Lion. Xiao Hong summoned his own Imperial beast. Next, Beryl Storm Bear rushed up in a few steps. Grabbing the venomous tooth scorpion lion's tail, he hardened himself against the attack and violently threw it towards the outside of the martial arts arena. The venomous tooth scorpion lion was almost unopposed the entire time, and instantly fell. Xiao Hong was pale. He knew he would lose, he didn't expect to lose so dryly. Although there was a realm gap, the realm was not raised step by step. There's no need to be discouraged, you're actually already pretty good, placed in our Iron Tower Academy it's at least top 30 caliber. Li Ming opened his mouth. Though the other guy was polite. However, the words were even more solid. Might as well open his mouth and insult him a few times. And he thought he was talented enough to always be number 1. This was the second time he felt the gap, the last time was from Fong Ran. "Lu Yong, you're on." Jiang Rui continued. "Me?" Lu Yong pointed to himself. He had no choice but to walk up to the stage and summon his magic bull. However, in the face of the stormy bear's power, his demonic ox was as if it was moving a mountain. It simply couldn't shake it in the slightest. But Luong is known for his toughness, after all. His magic bull looked powerful, but it was more flexible. Dodging the storm bear's grasp several times caused Li Ming to frown slightly. Finally, Stormbear found an opportunity and slammed into the demon bull. And after that, he added a heavy punch before throwing him off the sparring ring. This series of attacks hit the magic ox ribs or even broken a few. Without a weak time, I'm afraid it is difficult to recover. Lu Yong also had a tightness in his chest and nearly spurted out blood. We agreed to cut a deal. Why are you still in a hurry? And after defeating Lu Yong, Li Ming even looked in Fong Ran's direction and said, Senior Fong, I heard that you defeated the Lord Imperial Beastmaster by crossing the ranks. Why don't I come and guide you a few times as well? Li Ming's words fell. A few murmurs came from the field. Defeating a lord level over the ranks? Even though it was a heavily injured lord, all of them didn't quite believe it. Let's just forget it, Fong Ran, he just went out on a mission and is already tired. Jiang Rui hurriedly refused. Definitely can't let Fong Ran go up there. He was young and vigorous now, wouldn't it be a blow to his confidence if he lost? Not to mention, what's the outcome of playing a senior and a junior? I'm just a higher late stage, not to mention it's just a sparring match. Li Ming smiled and said, It's just a genius created by a small town. Just because she was in the same place as Goddess Lin, she let her take such care of her. This made Li Ming's heart burn with jealousy, so he at least took this opportunity to expose his true strength. Chapter 52 Mastery Level Storm Bao, shooting off both arms. It's just a matter of the senior instructing some schoolmates, Principal Jiang shouldn't refuse, right? The teacher with the glasses smiled. Jiang Rui's face stiffened. Is this an attempt to overpower us? But he could only accept it by saying, We are in the same place, it is time for us to instruct each other. Fong Ran, go, and let the senior give you some pointers. Hear this. Fong Ran nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Imperial Beast space was opened. Tao of holy light emerged, and an angel almost indistinguishable from a normal human emerged from it. For a moment, many people's breath caught in their throat. What a beautiful angel! I didn't expect that someone in a place like U City would actually be able to contract this kind of Imperial Beast. It's actually the same as Senior Lin's Imperial Beast. No wonder he's so highly regarded. Li Ming said to himself. It's just a pity that Elder Lin taught the wrong person. Yu Chang was netted with untalented Imperial Beast masters who couldn't even catch a single move from him. Let Senior Lin take a good look today to see if he has taught the wrong person. Elder Lin, when I get into the Imperial capital, I will definitely catch up with you. He leaned in with admiration in his eyes, while his mouth shattered. Fong Ran had come close. How do you intend to instruct me? I'll let you strike first, so let me see how powerful your Imperial Beast attack is. Li Ming said with a slight smile. With a wink of his eye, the Iron Barrel Tyrant Bear immediately took up a defensive stance. The skin on his body turned into the color of steel in an instant, like a piece of iron barrel. It's hard to watch. Luyan smacked his lips. While in the direction of the Iron Tower Academy's crowd, the leader, a stout Imperial Beast master with a short stature that only came up to the chests of the others, laughed softly twice. AB-ranked defense skill, Li Ming has practiced to the mastery level. With this handful of skills, it's only because he's able to rely on Stormy Bear and hold down the T2 spot. He, on the other hand, was the number one in the Iron Tower Academy, the one who had the most hope of getting into the 5 great academies. When the crowd heard his words, they couldn't help but look at the iron barrels in the field. Mastery level skills. It is difficult to practice a skill to mastery level if the Imperial Beasts are not compatible. Even if the phases match, the hard work that has to be put in is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Come on, feel free to make a move, even one step back is considered a loss for me. Li Ming spread his hands and said. It seems to say, you hit me? Mastery level defense skill? My Storm Bow, which is only up to the proficiency level, coupled with the realm gap, I guess it's hard to break through the defense. Fong Ran muttered. But his Storm Bow had paid off its debt. Advanced Storm Bow proficiency. Fong Ran read in his mind. Advancing Storm Bow proficiency. Acquire Storm Bow mastery. Remaining debt, use 10 mastery level Storm Bows. Storm Bow mastery draws the power of the storm, allowing you to gather your power in a single point and reach the peak. Again, it's the master's ability. Goten's eyes flashed. Already I could feel the breeze blowing in the air. She raised her wrist, and a storm bow, even more elaborate than before, engraved with storm patterns, emerged. Who? The original windless martial arts arena. At this moment, however, there was a breeze that blew in the direction of Xiao Tian from behind the surrounding crowd. Unlike the furious performance at the proficiency level, the storm bow at the mastery level appeared extremely calm and introverted. Teacher Chen of the Iron Tower School's pupils shrunk slightly. Always felt a chill on the back of my neck. And Principal Jiang Rui. It was more of a tiger. This is? What kind of skill is this? Why can't he read it? Wasn't the skill he gave Fong Ran a C-ranked holy leader divine bow? How did it become like this? And an uninformed group of cadets. When he saw this bow and arrow condensed by holy power, he instantly lost interest. The Iron Tower Academy is the most defense-heavy, and you're probably hard to hurt even a hair if you're firing 10,000 arrows. But, after all, it's a senior. He can't be expected to win by crossing 2 levels, can he? The others didn't know, but Li Ming had a feeling that his hairs were standing on end. Being pointed at by that bow and arrow always gave him the urge to turn and run, or hide. Relax. It's just a freshly enrolled student, a mid-high-level Imperial beast. Li Ming gritted his teeth. Tell yourself it's all an illusion. But the slightly trembling fingers betrayed his heart. Whoosh! A handful of storm arrows. Spinning and charging toward the barrel. Next. Dang! A violent muffled sound exploded. The sound waves that came out were like materializing and spreading out, shocking the crowd's eardrums. The Imperial Beast Masters who were close by even stumbled twice under the impact, nearly falling. The arrows composed of holy power propelled the barrel storm bear in front of them to keep retreating. It left an extremely long gully in the stony ground. Li Ming at this time. The arm had lost all feeling. There was a hint of disbelief on his face, along with a look of hindsight. Luckily, it was good that he had used his base card at the critical moment and added a layer of skill protection. Otherwise, the arrow could definitely pierce through his arm. Even shoot through his storm bear. The scene. It caused a long silence to fall over the surrounding crowd. Worthy of being the Iron Tower School, the skin is thicker than a pig. Fong Ran marveled. These words. It fell impartially into the ears of the people of the Iron Tower School, causing their faces to twitch. Senior, is it your turn to do it next? Fong Ran inquired. Cold sweat dipped from Li Ming's forehead in the distance. No. There's no need, schoolmate is already very good, I should go train. I'll teach you again when I have time. Besides, since my storm bear was repelled, it's considered a win for you. Training is actually bull. Only because Stormy Bear's hand bone is broken. The mastery level B rank skill padding, coupled with the defense skills he had hidden, actually failed to block this arrow. The skill Fong Ran had just used, could it be that it was an A rank skill? Li Ming only felt regret. Why talk too much or even let him fight first? Well, I'd like to come back to that a couple more times. Fong Ran had a look of pity on his face. What a great sandbag. Li Ming's pupil shrunk. How many more times can you come? What a joke. Well, point blank. Jiang Rui laughed the hardest. Fong Ran won, and Li Ming wasn't going to lend a hand in practicing, which was the best possible ending. He was afraid that if he continued to slice and dice, Fong Ran wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. After all, his Imperial Beasts weren't known for their defense. The power of your skill is quite good, I'm impressed that your school is willing to put in the effort. Teacher Chen said. It's just that the skills need to be practiced more, so that we can have a chance to reach the same level as the seniors in the future. Seeing that the Wind Song Academy also had students of notable strength, Mr. Chen's attitude instantly changed for the better. That's right, more cutting when you have time. Jiang Rui patted Li Ming's shoulder. Li Ming's face instantly went white, and he forced his twitching face to say, I have to go train. Although it wasn't his hand that was fractured, the pain was felt in equal measure. What's wrong with you, are you not feeling well? Jiang Rui said suspiciously. Then, as if thinking of something, his face changed and he said, I see. You're in a hurry to get to training, aren't you? That attitude, worthy of a student from a prestigious school. He said and gave 2 more hard taps. Chapter 53 Holy Spirit Evolution Method, Unified Recruitment nearby. A few moments later. Li Ming returned to the Iron Tower schoolhouse with an iron expression on his face. Not satisfied? The short man on the sideline said faintly. After all, it's not even the same goal as ours, so it's only natural that we can't hit the ground running. Their purpose was one of the 5 great academies. As for the Winsong Academy, it would have to burn high incense to produce a few first-tier academy students. Senior Wang Yan is right, our enemy should be the geniuses from the same prestigious school. Celestial Academy's Lei Tianren counts as a rival. I've heard that his Imperial Beast has practiced the exclusive evolutionary method to the mastery level. Wang Yan isn't too bad, right? Senior's Armored Dragon evolution method is also at the mastery level. Hearing the compliments of the crowd, the short Wang Yan was in a good mood. However, on his lips, he still said modestly, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Senior Lin practiced the evolutionary method to the entry level when he went to the imperial capital. We still have a long way to go. Hear the crowd talking. The crowd of students at the Winsong Academy only felt as if it was a mirage. Mastery level? Entry level? These were all words that could only be heard from a Lord Imperial Beastmaster. As for their Winsong Academy, most of them had exclusive evolutionary methods that were at most only at the proficiency level. Although it was one step short of entering mastery, this level was difficult to overcome without enlightenment. Is this the Imperial Beast gap? Their Imperial Beasts, all of them are a grade and have the most suitable evolutionary method. It's simply not possible without tens of millions of dollars for this set. A gap of 1 rank saves a few years, and the gap will only get bigger in the future. I've heard that when the 5 great academies enroll students, the most important thing they look at is the grade of the evolution method. The evolutionary method is what the Imperial Beast relies on to survive. It is also an indicator of the strength of a favored beast's talent. Li Ming, why don't you say anything? It's not because you're moping about losing to Fangran, is it? Wang Yan looked at him and inquired. This wasn't like Li Ming's usual state. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, Li Ming's face suddenly turned white. Don't touch it, it's broken. Bone. Broken bones? Wang Yan froze. Find me a vet. Beryl Stormbear has a couple broken bones in his hand. He'd better be able to recover by tomorrow. It can't interfere with training. Li Ming's words. It made Wang Yan a bit incredulous. That's not possible, is it? Fang Ran's Imperial Beast was only in the middle stage of higher. How could it hurt Li Ming, who had practiced his B-rank defense skill to mastery level? The two of them had also sparred often, and he was well aware of Li Ming's thick skin. His skills are at least A rank, and the evolution method's rank isn't low either. Otherwise, Li Ming really couldn't figure out why he was still injured despite being scared out of his bottom card. Looks like I underestimated him, only a freshman in high school and he's of this caliber. Wang Yan looked at Fang Ran with a burning gaze. Already thinking of Fang Ran as a rival. At least it's the same as the group from the Qingtian Academy. Close to a week. Students from several academies were interacting with each other at the Winsong Academy. The strength of the famous school's Imperial Beast Master was even more humiliating to the students of the Winsong Academy. Especially the Celestial Academy's Lei Tianren. As well as Wang Yan of the Iron Tower School. One was a thunder-attributed Imperial Beast with extremely high attack power, while the other was known for its defense, which was almost unbreakable. This was just the beginning. As time passed, there were constantly students from the rest of the academies arriving early in U City. And those who can be brought by the academy to acclimatize in advance are invariably the best of the best. The smell of gunpowder in the academy intensified. Even fighting and competing with each other has become a daily routine. And while the academies were cutting and climbing over each other, Fang Ran, on the other hand, went through the motions. Daily, Xiao Tian was allowed to practice the green snake evolution method that he had just obtained. In a day or two, you can raise the rank once. And at the same time, Fang Ran didn't forget to empty his holy power and pay off the debt of the storm bow. A week passes. The green snake evolution method then got completely advanced. The rank was also raised to the entry level. The Stormbow, on the other hand, had completed its debt just as well, and had likewise been upgraded to the entry level. Stormbow Inception, drawing the power of the storm, it can shoot 3 arrows at the same time, inducing a giant tornado. Green Snake Evolution Method into the subtle. The increasingly practiced Green Snake Evolution Method has become as natural as breathing, and can operate on its own. The 3 evolutionary laws were slowly operating within Xiao Tian's body. Yet they have an impact on each other. Even, it affects the running pulse of each other. It would be nice if the evolutionary laws could be fused with each other. Fang Ran frowned. A prompt suddenly sprang up. Does it advance a brand new fusion evolution method? Cost, 50 gene points, Sacred Fire Evolution Method subtle, Spirit Snake Evolution Method subtle. Can it really be fused? Fong Ran had exactly 50 gene points. It was still from earlier, hunting the Lord-level evil bone beasts, and from those believers. Just one evil bone beast had provided him with a full 19 gene points. Fusion. Fong Ran said without hesitation. Advanced fusion experience in progress. You have gained deep insight into the two evolutionary laws and created a brand new A+ grade evolutionary law, the Holy Spirit Evolutionary Law. Holy Spirit Evolution Method into the subtle, increases body speed dramatically, and can burn holy power briefly to strengthen attacks. A+ evolutionary method. That's extremely close to the top of the line S-class. After running through the small sky a few times, Fong Ran realized that this evolutionary method did not have much of an improvement over the previous one. However, the vacant position would allow Fong Ran to learn new evolutionary methods without conflict. Moreover, there was an extra skill of burning holy power. The proficiency cap has also been raised. The previous evolutionary method could only advance up to the entry level at best. The Holy Spirit Evolution Method, on the other hand, continues to advance proficiency. Except that after fusing the skills, he has to pay off a new fusion debt, again by running the evolution method for 100 fusions. There's no more conflict in the holy power. I'm about to break through to the higher late stage. Xiao Tian's face was elated. Thanks to the Tutor Academy's A-list recipes. This, coupled with Fong Ran's top-notch Imperial Beast space, allowed Xiao Tian to quickly catch up with these senior Imperial Beast masters. Just a little over a month is equivalent to a year's worth of effort from the Winsong seniors. In 3 to 5 months at the most, it would be possible to fully catch up with the evolutionary level of the senior geniuses. Well, in a few months it's the unified recruitment, so I'm going to give it a go no matter what. Fong Ran said silently. Until then, it is necessary to level up Xiao Tian to the high late stage. Only top-tier academies could obtain stronger skills and advancement materials, and even dragon blood. And while Fong Ran was paying off his debt, Winsong Academy. It had become a training ground for the geniuses of the rest of the academy. Even the martial arts field where the crowd trained daily was divided without their knowledge. Fong Ran, on the other hand, became the only Imperial Beast Master in the Winsong Academy who was a senior, but alone, with an entire training room. So much so that he drew a large crowd of stares just as he walked out the door of the training room. Lu Yong was even quicker to run closer. Fongshan, you finally come out. Chapter 54. The martial arts arena was overrun with test items from previous years? Fongshan, can I borrow the training room? Lu Yong opened his mouth. Behind him, there were also a few Imperial Beast Masters from the Winsong Academy. Fong Ran recognized that it was the group of cadets who had enrolled with him. It's not that I don't want to borrow it, I only dared to come because Ms. Suyu agreed. Fong Ran responded. It's the truth. This training room isn't his either. And he's in no position to agree for anyone else. No, why don't you guys go to the martial arts field? Isn't there equipment there specialized for Imperial Beast training? Fong Ran wondered. A martial arts arena? It's long since been occupied by that group of geniuses from the prestigious academies. Lu Yong said in exasperation. Forcible occupation? Principal Jiang Rui will let them? It's not like they're taking it by force. Their lead teacher said that instead of letting those of us train, it would be better to leave it to Imperial Beastmasters who have a chance to get into the 5 great academies, so that they'll have a chance to expand their territories from the ferocious beasts in the future. Damn, it's too bullying. Could it be that we won't be able to get into the top 5 academies? Even if we can't pass the test, can't we fight against the ferocious beasts? Even if you can't fight the ferocious beasts. Stop it, if you say it again, it's really the end. Lu Yong reminded in a small voice. The crowd raged. Even if they are right. Doesn't the principal have any responsibility at all? Fong Ran sort of heard that they weren't disobedient, they were just reluctant. After all, with 2 months left, who wouldn't want to get into a better school? The countdown to the 100-day sprint is still hanging on the school building, and anyone who looks at it has to be a little more urgent. They're at the martial arts arena, setting up the test programs from previous years, and only those with high rankings are eligible to go in. The top few places are almost all Imperial Beast Masters from the top-named academies. Xiao Hong, he couldn't even get a ranking, now he's probably practicing hard at home. Fongshan, do you want to try? It's not like we're going to lose out anyway, so consider it an early drill. The crowd looked at Fong Ran expectantly. Whether they could go to the martial arts arena or not, they could only rely on Fong Ran. Okay, Xiao Tian. Let's go and try it. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Goten nodded silently. Then following Fong Ran, the crowd quickly arrived at the martial arts arena. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, the Iron Tower School was training its resistance to blows, the Green Sky School was running the evolutionary method, the Celestial School only had the Lay Celestial testing the attacking ability of the favored beasts, and on the other side, there was a school that Fong Ran had never seen before. As soon as Fong Ran entered, he drew the attention of the crowd. He's still a bit of a celebrity in Yucheng. Not waiting for the crowd to react, Fong Ran immediately arrived at the area where the Celestial Academy was located. At this moment, the corner of Jiang Yuhuan's eye, who was training the ice prison crab, twitched and deliberately turned away. Yet it was still caught by Fong Ran. Why are you here too? Hee, I'm in the top 3 of the Celestial Academy, where am I if I'm not here? Jiang Yuhuan rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to him. I brought Little Sky to try out the skill power, is this a test item? Fong Ran looked at the instrument in front of him. A dark, smooth plane, wrapped in a huge instrument stood by the wall. And in front of the instrument, a thunderstorm beast with a body glittering with thunderlight, like a brown bear and like a fierce tiger, was ready to go. Thunderstorm strike. The man with the hedgehog head, with a calm face, gave the order. The thunderstorm beast instantly raised its fist wrapped in lightning and heavily smashed it on the pitch-black plane. The black plane rippled like water, and whether it was the lightning or the force, it was absorbed as much as it could. 1,138 points. A numerical value surfaces above. Only then did Lei Tianrun reveal a satisfied expression. But in a whirlwind, he immediately put away his smile. That's not good. Lighten up, Ray Skyman. Only a poker face would reflect my well-traveled and heroic nature. 1,100 points. Brother Lei has broken through the ceiling again. As I recall, last year's average UAA score was 1030, right? Yeah, and there's still a few months to go before the uni, so I guess I can still improve. If there's a strength testing program, Ray's almost a sure winner, right? It's hard to say, the test questions for the UCI vary from year to year and they're going to get harder and harder. The crowd of the Celestial Academy revealed envious expressions. It was worthy of being a top-tier favored beast, the Thunderstorm Beast. With purple fur all over its body, it can be ranked as ranked among the Thunder Attribute Imperial Beasts. There were rumors that the Thunderstorm Beast, after advancing to the Monarch level, was even able to evoke a rain of thunderstorms, instantly destroying large swaths of ferocious beasts. And looking at Lei Tianrun's score, even Jiang Yuhuan couldn't help but puff out his chest with pride. See Fong Ran? What a true genius of the Celestial Academy. This is last year's test program, Fong Ran, do you want to try? It was so hard to make Fong Ran suffer, he had to take the initiative. And at that moment, Lei Tianrun also noticed Fong Ran and the angel behind him. The angel race? You're Fong Ran from the Winsong Academy? The characterization is too obvious. Senior Ray. I heard that you're only in your first year of high school and you've gone after the Imperial Gods Association. It's a pity that you're not a royal beast master of my Celestial Academy, otherwise there's still a chance to teach you a few moves. Lei Tianrun's first impression of Fong Ran was good. It all depended on the good image the Goshinkai had in his mind. What? Are you here to experience the test program from previous years as well? It's a good idea to try, for senior year. 900 points would be about right, it's the standard of a first-tier academy. Lei Tianrun was refreshing. Back then, when Lei Tianrun had just entered the Celestial Academy, he had only gotten 900 points out of it. This score, in fact, was already very high, which meant that recognizing Fong Ran as an equal talent to himself, Lei Tianrun would say so. No more. Fong Ran immediately had Xiao Tian come forward. Not far away, Li Ming, who was training the Imperial Beasts, couldn't help but look over. With Fong Ran's caliber back then, he could at least reach the standards of the 5 great academies, right? Use the Storm Bow, it's a skill that's best suited for attacking. He was afraid of using the Holy Fire Giant Sword and having to pay for it if he directly stabbed the instrument. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian went up. Holy power coalesced in his hands. Not 3 holy vectors were shot, but 1. Accompanied by the depletion of the holy power in his body, the arrow was like a clay ox entering the sea. The infused holy power was absorbed on the spot. How many points? Lei Tianran and the crowd of the Celestial Academy looked up. The stats spiked while devouring the holy power of the arrow. In just a moment, it went from 0 to just over 900. It's already surpassed my senior year numbers back then. Lei Tianran said. The data is starting to get slow. It didn't stop completely until it reached 979. It hasn't reached the unification line yet. Fong Ran was a little disappointed. He had thought that relying on the mastery level Storm Bao would be enough to handle the test. It didn't even allow Little Sky to burn his holy power to increase his attack. If this thought was known to the onlookers, I'm afraid they would scold him for being born. Phew, okay. Jiang Yuhuan watched the soaring score stop before 1000, and couldn't help but gently caress his chest. Just don't break 1000, or the gap is too desperate. And although Lei Tianran's face remained slate, his heart was slightly shocked. It's only the middle of higher, and you can get almost 1000 points? If the Imperial Beasts evolved to the late higher stage and their physical strength was increased in all directions, wouldn't they break the historical record of the unified recruitment? As soon as he thought of this, Lei Tianran made up his mind that he must have a good relationship with Fong Ran. Rather unexpectedly, a flower came out of the cesspool. Chapter 55 Lordly Relationships, Promotion to Higher Late Stage. Brother Fong, leave a contact. Lei Tianran took out his cell phone. Quickly coming to Fong Ran's front. Add a dragon letter. With his body, coupled with his cold face, Fong Ran almost thought that Lei Tianran was going to hit him with his cell phone. After adding the communication, Lei Tianran even directly smiled coldly and said, "You don't need to call me senior in the future, just call me Lei Tianran." "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry." Being called directly by name helps to enhance the relationship even more. That attitude. It left the crowd of Celestials on the sidelines in a daze. No. Is this how you usually treat us? At times like this, shouldn't one's face go black and 2 words, no, or 3, not even close, come out of one's mouth? However, you won't be able to catch up with this year's session of the Unified Recruitment. By next year when you evolve to the late advanced stage, I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Academy. Lei Tianran naturally knew where Fong Ran would go. After all, the Imperial Capital Academy had Lin Xinghuan, a senior, to cover him, and it was a no-brainer. The more the two chatted, the more familiar they became, and vaguely they even let go of the barrier between the academies. When Fong Ran brought up the matter of the training grounds, Lei Tianran was even more generous. In the future, if these brothers want to come and train, just come directly to our Celestial Academy here. Hearing this, Lu Yong and the others immediately looked at Fong Ran with gratitude. It's close to just calling daddy in public. That's the beauty of having power. They were being kicked like a ball by a bunch of geniuses from the academy. But Fong Ran was able to call himself a brother to the number 1 of the Celestial Academy. Although the senior looks face-palmed and cold, he's quite a good talker. A few people from the Wind Song School secretly said. On the contrary, the Iron Tower schools looked warm and welcoming, but was actually not easy to get along with. No, this isn't his level, 970 points, how can he break through my Iron Bear's defense? Li Ming learned about Fong Ran's score. Full of disbelief. No matter what, it's a royal beast master worth pulling in, why don't we go and climb a few words? Wang Yan opened his mouth to propose. There's no need. Our Iron Tower Academy can have students who get into the 5 grade academies every year, so why degrade ourselves? Li Ming was injured by Fong Ran and had to forcefully pretend to be calm, so he naturally had a grudge. Wang Yan glanced at him and stopped talking. It was also true that the 5 grade academies were just that, and they might not be unable to go up. There were quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who had manifested their first year of high school, and as a result, they hadn't progressed much in 2 or 3 years. The understanding and learning of the evolutionary laws was the truly powerful capital of the Imperial Beasts, with skills coming second instead. Didn't bother testing any other items. Fong Ran already had a bottom in his heart. It's not the big 5 he wants, it's the number 1 in the UAA. As long as Xiao Tian could evolve to the higher late stage, getting the first place in the unified recruitment was not impossible. Another half a month passed. Xiao Tian runs the Holy Spirit evolution law daily. The holy power in his body climbed upward, quickly coming to the bottleneck of the 5th rank. Holy Spirit evolution 39-100. The A+ grade evolution method, running it in full once was laborious, but the effect was several times that of before. I'm going to evolve, but it's going to take some time. Xiao Tian looked toward Fong Ran, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had a premonition that the life force was breaking through the bottleneck. I'm just afraid that Fong Ran will encounter any danger during this time. Also, after experiencing what happened in the Royal Society of Gods, Fong Ran had also become a little more defensive about this world. What's more, the fact that he had captured the head of the Sentinel Society was known even to the people in the next city over, greatly increasing the possibility of being backstabbed. Why don't we wait for Teacher Suyu to break through the Lord level and ask her to help you advance? Fong Ran thought. Another few days later, Fong Ran just received a call from Suyu. Xiao Ran, I've advanced to the Lord level. If you're free, you can come to my house for a gathering. Suyu's tone was filled with delight and a surge of confidence. After 2 or 3 years of repression, finally reaching the Lord level was sure to be a treat. Having invited Fong then, it was only then that the fellow Imperial Beast Masters were invited. Yes, I'll be there. Fong Ran's 2 eyes lit up. The next day, he and a group of Imperial Beast Masters came to Suyu's home. As an Imperial Beast Master, it was naturally impossible for Suyu's family to not be able to accommodate them. In addition to the invited higher Imperial Beast Masters, there were even a number of Lord Imperial Beast Masters who sent gifts of Imperial Beasts, and there were even some who arrived in person. The dining room table. Suyu, congratulations, don't forget us when you get rich. Yeah, just over 20 years old and you're at the Lord level, won't you advance to the Monarch level in the future? I've never seen what a Lord Imperial Beast looks like, summon it for us to see. Hopeless. Suyu could only call out the pale moon wolf. With a wolf whistle, a large, majestic wolf with fur like the moon appeared in front of the crowd. In just a moment, a few people sobered up quite a bit. A Lord-level Imperial Beast, just by staying by its side and not exuding malice, made people not dare to slack off. And upon seeing Fong Ran, the pale moon wolf even came directly in front of him and rubbed its head against him. It remembers Fong Ran. This is my student Fong Ran, it's thanks to him that Songyu Wolf was able to advance to the Lord level so quickly. Suyu opened her mouth and introduced herself. Apparently, Pale Moon Wolf knew it too. Hello teachers, I'm Fong Ran from the Winsong Academy. Fong Ran responded one by one. These are the things that will help later on. Despite their low rank, they exist in all walks of life in Yuchen. What's more, as the Imperial Beast Senior, Fong Ran deserves to be called a teacher. If you have any difficulties in the future, just call us. If they can't solve it, it's fine to come directly to me. Suyu added. After drinking some wine, Suyu was already slightly drunk. His face was very rosy and all of a sudden he looked good. While the crowd envied Fong Ran for being able to familiarize himself with the Lord Imperial Beastmaster, their hearts were also filled with emotion. Among them, there are quite a few people who are Suyu's admirers, but it's a pity that the level gap is too big now, and the relationship will only get fainter and fainter without intersections in the future. After sending off the crowd, Fong Ran stayed alone. Looking at the drunken Suyu, he didn't know how to speak. Why don't you leave? Come to sleep with me? She smiled and looked at Fong Ran with some mesmerizing look in her eyes. With that, he got up and came to Fong Ran's side. Unapologetically, she wrapped her arms around him and whispered. Help me to the house. A stream of alcohol, with its scent, was spat into Fong Ran's face. This made Fong Ran more or less want to bully his teacher. Unfortunately, the next second a silhouette came from the side and picked up Suyu. I'll do it. Xiao Tian said with a cold face. She really couldn't watch it anymore before she came out of the Imperial Beast space. Having just arrived on Xiao Tian, Suyu's eyes instantly sobered up quite a bit, stood up straight, and said. No, do you have anything else to say? Fong Ran did not pursue the matter of her sudden awakening. After all, he was a Lord Imperial Beastmaster, how could he get drunk so easily? Xiao Tian is going to advance to the late higher stage, but he needs to Nirvana for a while. Nirvana? Your angel is going to advance to the higher late stage? Suyu's trace of drunkenness was also completely gone. The beautiful eyes looked at Fong Ran, filled with incredulity. Chapter 56, Clients of Titus, the beginning of the unified recruitment. I'd like to participate in this year's unified admissions. Fong Ran's words were not shocking. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked Suyu. Participating in this year's unified enrollment meant that Fong Ran would have to face Imperial Beastmasters far beyond his own. Are you really thinking about it? If you stop for another year, with your talent it's definitely enough to make the 5 great academies compete for it. But If Fong Ran really succeeded, he would be the first Beastmaster in Yu City to enter the 5 great academies in his first year of high school. I've thought about it, it's just that Xiao Tian needs time to advance, and she's rather weak during this time. Fong Ran's calmness. It made Su Yu's heart beat continuously. It's just that Tian, who's on the side, suddenly seems a bit of an eyesore today. Well then, I'll leave the training room vacant and have Pale Moon Wolf on constant watch. Fong Ran still trusted Su Yu. In the training room, as Xiao Tian mobilized his holy power, a holy power condensed into a feather, completely wrapping Xiao Tian's body. The Pale Moon Wolf, on the other hand, was summoned by Su Yu and stood guard at all times. Fong Ran, on the other hand, stays at Su Yu's home. The next day, there were still Imperial Beast Masters, coming in an endless stream to congratulate them. Even Lin Qinghuan had found her way to Su Yu's home. Seeing Fong Ran here, Lin Qinghuan was only surprised for a moment. In a few days I will be returning to the Imperial Academy to resume my duties. Fong Ran, I got quite a bit of useful information from that sect leader that is related to Xiao Tian. Lin Qinghuan's words fell. Signaled Fong Ran to find a deserted place. Summoning the 6-winged angel, she was completely relieved. They captured the angel to give the angel's eyes to a client in the Empire. A client? Who is it? Fong Ran frowned. He had no reason to think of a saying from his previous life. No sale, no killing. Lin Qinghuan shook her head and continued, to the client, Xiao Tian is the most important one, her eyes are unique. And the angel's eye is used for nothing more than the evolution of the imperial beasts to resist the phantoms. At this point, Fong Ran suddenly remembered something. From his pocket, he drew a piece of cloth, while unfolding it. This was seized from the head of the sect, I forgot to give it to you. Fong Ran handed it to Lin Qinghuan. Keep the token of the head of the Goshinkai for yourself, I have another important favor to ask of you. What is it? Fong Ran wondered. Will you be able to go to this year's unified recruitment? That patriarch was slurred by your beating, and his mouth kept talking about the unified enrollment. Lin Qinghuan intended to cut off the roots. No possible pitfalls are spared. I'll make it up to you. Moreover, you only need to go and take a look at it, and you can abandon the examination at the first time when you encounter danger, and then relay the message to me. There was a problem, and it was probably not something that Fong Ran could see. It was just Lin Qinghuan mentioning it in passing. Moreover, getting used to the rhythm of the UEC in advance will help Fong Ran later on. As for the question of ranking, Fong Ran had only just been a freshman in high school, so she naturally didn't expect Fong Ran to get any good rankings this year. And that's a good thing? Fong Ran agreed in one bite. He was going to go to the UEC anyway, so he went along for the ride. I'm sorry for making you help me so much, I'll return the favor when you go to the imperial capital in 2 years. Lin Qinghuan said in a soft tone. It wasn't until Lin Qinghuan left that Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It's steady. Everything's steady. Before he even went to the Imperial Academy, he hugged the biggest thigh in the Imperial City. At that time, wouldn't he become the crown prince of the Imperial Academy? Time flies. More than a month passed. During this period, Fong Ran barely rested. Instead, they are in the training room, performing basic physical exercises on a daily basis. To ensure that when he was being chased by a ferocious beast, the meat was tasty enough to be good enough to stuff into the beast's teeth. Ka-ching! Fong Ran, who was exercising, heard a strange noise and looked into the distance. The feather of holy power that encased Xiao Tian finally began to shatter. Fong Ran came closer. The pale moon wolf also tilted his neck to look up. Ka-ching! The shell completely shattered apart. Xiao Tian's white arms stretched out, followed by a body that looked like a sculpture, wrapped in the huge feathered wings behind him to rise up. Seeing Fong Ran, her cold face finally moved slightly as she stepped in front of her and faintly said, "Does Master want to check?" Said he was about to unfurl his feathers. As soon as the well-proportioned and tight abdomen appeared, Fong Ran hastily pulled back. No, I'm not a vet. He laughed awkwardly. Already the image of his aunt whipping him with her shoe came to mind. Yeah? Goten looked regretful. Not being able to be honest with your master is not considered a qualified imperial beast. Here, put your clothes on. Fong Ran took out the clothes he had prepared long ago. This is the clothing that is exclusively provided to the angelic race, so as to differentiate them from humans. Xiao Tian reluctantly put it on, somewhat envious of that Song Yu wolf on the side, who could not be bothered so much. They can also run into their owner's arms to rub and lick their hands. Special recruiting is in a few days, and I'm really afraid you've been sleeping too long. Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't bring an egg to the exam. Otherwise, the invigilator will surely ask him, what the hell are you taking the test for? Imperial capital. A confined room. The man, whose face could not be seen, was half kneeling on the ground. The desktop, on the other hand, held a video call that had been connected, and a female figure was vaguely visible in the darkness on the other end. Lord Chief Sect Leader. Lin Xinghuan is still in Yuqing, and the head of the sect has been captured by her. She's gone, and I've got a new head of the church. Picture. A magnetic female voice came out. Hearing that Lin Xinghuan had already left, the man instantly said with joy. So how do I contact the new head of the church? On him, there is the identification of the patriarch, so you will know when the time comes. Thank you, Lord Sect Leader. I wonder, when will I be promoted once more? Hear this. A silence fell on the other end of the line. It was only after a long time that he spoke quietly. After this incident, I will help you advance your evil beast to the monarch level. Whether or not you can achieve it depends on your destiny. Getting a response, the man prostrated himself in excitement. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Not to mention the monarch level, even a lord-level imperial beast master, he used to have to bow his head and kneel down when he saw one. But since a few years ago, after meeting the sect leader of the Goshinkai, she then allowed herself to go from being an ordinary person to becoming an imperial beast master that was admired by millions. And from the imperial beast master, all the way up to the current lord-level imperial beast master, the people who used to look down on him now need to bow their heads and talk when they see him. This feeling of soaring into the sky allowed him to experience the joy of an imperial beast master for the first time. And the cost? It's just a matter of killing a few imperial beasts and creating a bit of chaos. Although a few people might die this time, what did it have to do with him? For the sake of a human's future king imperial beastmaster, what's the big deal about sacrificing a few people? He kept psyching himself up, not realizing that the bottom line had collapsed step by step. Go on, get to Yuqing on the same day. If you're late, you'll be late. The corners of the woman's mouth hooked slightly. Once the pleasure of a dramatic increase in strength is savored, there is absolutely no stopping it. I'm afraid they wouldn't refuse even if they were actually told to go straight to the killings, right? Chapter 57, Formal Examination. Fong Ran is the head of the Royal Divine Council? A few days later. Unification Day. Fong Ran, just play to your original strength. Yes, the mindset of the big exam is the most important. As long as you play to your original strength, you can at least pass the unified scoreline. Uncle opened his mouth to encourage. It's different than before. The duo has an inexplicable confidence in their nephew after all they've been through. Although he was only a senior in high school, he still felt that Fong Ran would be able to pass the scoreline of the unified entrance examination. Don't worry and go to the exam. Even if you don't place well, next year it's just a matter of paying more money. Yes, think of it as going for training. With Xiao Ran's talent, the goal should at least be a first-tier academy. Fang Qihua smiled and rubbed his stubble. Inside, there was immense pride. A royal beast master from a first-tier academy. What an honor it was, and it made him wish he could write a copy of My Nephew of the First Line of Learning right now. It's just a shame that it will be 2 years before he can put pen to paper. But it still didn't stop Fang Qihua from fantasizing now. Get permanent immunity to questioning in front of relatives and friends in the future and backfire 100% of the time. Sang Xuelan's mind was a bit more simple, just letting Fong Ran give it a try wouldn't hurt. I'm outta here. Fong Ran had his pass with him. Arrived at the Yuqing Unified Recruitment location, in a gymnasium. At this moment, the streets were filled with a crowd of Imperial Beast Masters waiting to enter. The more forward perimeter leaves a large area empty. The ones standing were all top-notch Imperial Beast Masters. A young girl, very noticeable. It's Xinyun. I heard that she became the chief Imperial Beastmaster of the Winsong Academy right after she enrolled, and that she has already evolved to the middle stage of higher a few days ago. Chief Imperial Beastmaster? She didn't enroll with that Fong Ran. Doesn't that mean her talent is even higher than Fong Ran's? For sure, with a Monarch Royal Beastmaster teaching us, the gap will only grow wider in the future. I don't think that's necessarily true. Fong Ran has confronted a Lord Imperial Beastmaster head-on and won. It's not even certain if this is true or not, but sooner or later the two will enter the 5-grade academies in the future, and I'm afraid that their grades won't be bad this time either. The crowd looked at Shin Yun and talked. Just looking at it from a distance gives one a sense of distance. It made some of the uninformed students from the surrounding academies feel pressurized. It's a bit too confident to come to the UEC when you're only a freshman in high school. On the contrary, those people around her, Lei Tianrun, Li Ming Wang Yan, each and every one of them was a top genius from a prestigious academy. Fong Ran is here. Suddenly. I don't know who shouted. Exposed Fong Ran completely. Shin Yun and the others looked back and all saw Fong Ran's figure. Humph, you're really here too. The corner of Shin Yun's mouth hooked up. Her goal for this unified enrollment was to at least score higher than Fong Ran. Brother Fong. Come this way. Lei Tianrun beckoned. Hearing Lei Tianrun's words, the crowd really stopped crowding and really made way for Fong Ran, allowing him to walk directly into the crowd and stand in one place with them. Academic Brother Fong, daring to come to the unified recruitment at the middle stage of higher courage is commendable. Wang Yan laughed. For the Iron Tower School, Fong Ran was not considered an opponent at all. However, Wang Yan did not want to cross paths with the future geniuses all. After all, he had tested earlier and hadn't even passed the average, and trying to improve that much in 2 months would be impossible unless he evolved to the late advanced stage. Shin Yun, on the other hand, was on good terms with Fong Ran, and after a few words of conversation with each other, the gate opened. I am your examiner this time, you can call me Qin Xiong. The man, dressed in black, stood in front of a freestanding doorframe, looking affable. Qin Xiong? I know of him. Rumor has it that he only became an Imperial Beastmaster at the age of 30, and it took him a few years to advance to the late Lord stage, and he's been treated as a benchmark figure in the Imperial capital as a late bloomer. Shin Yun obviously knew quite a bit of information and began to reveal it to Fong Ran. 30 years old and you can still be a beast royalist? Fong Ran hadn't heard of this. Well, I wondered the same thing, maybe he has his own secrets. Shin Yun's words fell. The crowd came forward and went through the scanner. No metal objects or even paper are allowed on the body. Even Lei Tianrun's metal pants were swept out. The crowd originally wanted to laugh, but when they saw his serious face, they held it back. When it was Fong Ran's turn, the metal instrument once again made a sound. What's in the pocket? Qin Xiong frowned. Some impatience rose with this group of candidates. What kind of quality is this? Don't you even know what you can and can't carry? Fong Ran touched his pocket and then took out a black cloth. Oh, I forgot to have this. Fong Ran smiled awkwardly. Last time Lin Xinghuan returned it to him, he actually forgot to leave it at home. However, when he saw the symbol on the black cloth, Qin Xiong's breathing suddenly became a few points thicker. The whirlwind quickly calmed down. This student, this will not happen again, put it away quickly. Looking at Fong Ran's back as he entered it. Qin Xiong's gaze was deep. Is this the new patriarch? It's true that you know who it is when you meet it. But I didn't expect him to be so bold as to actually dare to identify with him in public, and to come to the site of the unified recruitment. Well, youthfulness, and only this kind of arrogance is qualified to become the head of the Imperial God Society. Qin Xiong couldn't help but nod his head. The thought of what he was going to do next, the amazing things he was going to do down the road, couldn't help but get a few moments of excitement. As long as this matter was successful, he would be able to surpass the Patriarch to enter the true core layer and receive the right to advance to the level of a monarch. A few moments later, a crowd of candidates entered. Qin Xiong stood in front of the crowd, picked up the microphone, and said, There are 3 exams in this test, each full of 1,000 points, totaling 3,000 points. The first item is about the proficiency of the basic evolutionary method. Qin Xiong's words fell. The crowd present instantly clamored. The basic evolutionary method, many of them were not familiar with it. This is still a program that has never been tested in previous years. Time total 60 minutes, the person who runs the most times is the winner, where the issued testing device on the Imperial Beast to check the number of times. Let's start. Qin Xiong's words fell. The crowd summoned their royal beasts. And then they put on their detectors and each ran the basic evolution method in place. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, nodded to an old man on the side. Master Wang Long, I didn't expect that this time, you would actually be allowed to personally supervise the examination. The old man named Wan Long nodded with a serious face. Wang Long, who had been immersed in the basic evolutionary method for decades, had long since reached a state of exaltation. Although he himself was still at the Lord level, every year in the imperial capital, there were monarch imperial beastmasters who asked for advice on the basic evolution method. Arguably, in this area. When Wang Long said second, no one dared to say they were first. Sky, watch the score control. Fang Ren gestured to Xiao Tian. Don't ever use your full strength, or it will be too shocking. Control the score. Controlling the score to a perfect score won't be enough. Goten closed his eyes lightly. Fang Ren was on his arm, wearing a sensor. The basic evolution method at the entry level was running, the conspicuous features had long since disappeared, and the holy power was almost absorbed by Xiao Tian. And at the same time, in the rest of the area of the field, there were quite a few favored beasts whose bodies were emitting different bright lights. Divine light manifesting externally, this is a manifestation of enhanced life force, indicating that their basic evolutionary methods have all reached the proficiency level. Wang Long looked at the few students and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 58 Super Full Score, shocked Wang Long, misunderstanding deepens. Master Wang Long, what are the requirements to achieve a perfect score in the examination? Xin Xiong inquired. Full marks? It's a perfect score if you can run it 10 times in an hour, but I don't think anyone's going to make it. Wang Long sighed. He had heard that the basic evolution method was created by the Imperial Beastmaster. But I didn't realize that not many people were willing to train anymore. There were at least thousands of Imperial Beastmasters who came to take the test, and as a result, there were only those few hundred who were able to reach the proficiency level. 10 times an hour, wouldn't you have to reach the mastery level to do that? Not many people should be able to succeed, right? Xin Xiong was slightly shocked in his heart. He doesn't know anything about evolutionary law. Favored beasts went the wrong way, but knew how hard it was to reach the mastery level. Moreover, he had just seen that the Patriarch's imperial beast had also failed to function successfully, so it seemed that he was in the same situation as himself. This made Xin Xiong even more convinced that Fang Ran was the new sect leader. That's not necessarily true. There are quite a few people who can get perfect scores in the unified entrance examination every year. The potential of the top imperial beasts is not something you can imagine. Wang Long has seen a lot of things. The scene was very quiet. The Imperial Beastmaster, who knew nothing about the basic evolution method, was already having trouble. Not to mention 10 times, it would take them at least half an hour to run it in its entirety. And on the contrary, others. For example, Lei Tianrun of the Celestial Academy. It was successfully run twice in just 10 minutes. It's fortunate that the Celestial Academy has requirements in this regard. Celestial Lei laughed. He's kind of past this hurdle. And the same was true of the crowd at the Tower School. Being a top school, how could you not be prepared for this aspect? Among them, there were even imperial beasts that had already practiced the basic evolutionary method to near mastery level. And while the Firefly ran the basic evolution method, Shin Yun couldn't help but think of Fang Ran. Turn your head and look. However, he saw that Xiao Tian's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was in meditation, and there was no sign of a trace of holy power showing outside his body. How could this happen? Fang Ran, he forgot the basic evolution method? Shin Yun was slightly startled. And when Li Ming saw this scene, he laughed even more lightly. A lower school is a lower school. The trainee won't even know the basic evolution method. On the contrary, Lei Tianran was not too surprised by this. It's normal to be negligent, but with Brother Fang's talent, 2 years is enough time to practice to the mastery level. It's just that it's not certain whether or not you'll be assessed when the time comes. However, the data on Goten's arm, however, was jumping hard. In a little over half an hour, it had reached 18. Wang Long picked up the tablet in his hand, which displayed the number of times each imperial beast had run. Lei Tianrun, 7 times. I didn't realize there were good seedlings in this area. Wang Long's 2 eyes lit up. He had thought that this place was too far away from the core city for anyone to be familiar with the basic evolution method. But I didn't realize that there were really quite a few people who could master it. With a stroke of Wang Long's finger, another piece of data caught his attention. Xin Yun, 5 times. She's Elder Shen's granddaughter, right? Only a freshman in high school and she has such talent, her future is unlimited. Wang Long bragged about it. Tap down to sort by count. His fingers twitched violently as he looked at the number of times it was located in first place. Invigilator Qin, your instruments, are they out of order? No, it's all the latest purchases, there's no way anything could go wrong. Then who is Fang Ran? Hearing Wang Long's inquiry, Qin Xiang's heart immediately tightened. When he looked down, he saw that after Fang Ran's data, it showed 18. Brother, you can't cheat like this. Do you think people are idiots? It's possibly, this Imperial Beast Master's count is actually 8 that? Qin Xiang hurriedly looked for a remedy. That way, you don't get first place, but you don't overachieve either. However, Wang Long didn't believe him at all and instead took a step to follow the guide to Fang Ran's side. The mere fact that he was standing here made the surrounding group of Imperial Beast Masters tense up. Wang Long's gaze fell on Xiao Tian. However, not a single trace of holy power could be seen externally, and after another 10 minutes or so, Xiao Tian showed no signs of running successfully. Something really wrong? Wang Long was surprised. Randomly, summoned his Imperial Beast. A huge deep-sea serpent that stood off to the side. This sudden scene scared the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters. Could Fang Ran have been caught cheating? Sea Serpent, see how her holy power works. The Sea Serpent nodded lazily, and a purple light emerged from his eyes, landing on Xiao Tian's body. The trajectory of the flow of holy power in his body was reflected in his eyes. A few moments later, the Sea Serpent's body couldn't stop trembling. Entry into the subtle level. This is a sign that the holy power is working on its own. This is it, and Wang Long, who had been drilling for nearly decades, both wanted to reach the realm that only that Imperial Beastmaster had reached. In that instant, the Sea Serpent could no longer contain his inner relation, and his tail couldn't stop snapping at the ground. Bang! Bang! This huge force. It shook the nearby Imperial beasts that were still assessing and made them jump. Sea Serpent, don't mess around. Wang Long sensed the royal beast's excitement. It was always steady, why did it suddenly become like this today? Roar! The Sea Serpent roared. It actually sprinted directly in front of Fang Ran. Qin Xiang, who was watching from afar, broke out into a cold sweat. Could it be that Patriarch Fang's identity had been exposed? However, it just stopped its head next to Fang Ran and stopped moving. This was a sign of showing favor to Fang Ran. Wang Long didn't understand why his royal beast would show favor to a student. But soon, he knew the answer. As the Sea Serpent spat out its letter, a message flooded into Wang Long's mind. In that instant, Wang Long's eyes first showed a hint of incredulity, and then trembled. I can't imagine that I've been chasing the Emperor for decades. Today, I actually unintentionally met in a small town. What's wrong, Master Wang Long? Did this royal beast master cheat? Qin Xiang ran closer and hurriedly inquired. Wang Long didn't say anything, only shaking his head gently. However, Qin Xiang saw that the corners of his eyes were actually moist for a few moments. No one cheated, I just saw hope that I wouldn't have seen in this life. No cheating? How can a record of 18 times not be cheating? It's hard to believe that Master Wang Long is also a member of our Royal God Society. Little friend, after the examination, I have the audacity to invite you to a gathering. I don't know if you're free? Wang Long nervously looked at Fang Ran. Free, of course. Fang Ran said indifferently. A wave of joy immediately surged through Wang Long's heart. He then bent down and thanked him. This scene, watching Qin Xiang became more and more convinced of the idea in his heart. What was Wang Long's status? In the imperial capital, even the monarch royal beastmaster had to ask for advice, a figure that he as the examiner didn't even dare to be reckless. However, he actually bent down to a high imperial beastmaster. Worthy of being a lord sect leader, you're just considerate. Nonetheless, he allowed the patriarch to participate in the unified recruitment, and even bribed all the examiners. 3 wolves controlling the field, I'm just asking, how else can you lose? Chapter 59, turning in a blank answer sheet? Qin Xiang's identity was exposed. The first test ended quickly. A good half or more of the trainees were complaining. Complain about the tricky test questions and the anomalies. Shen Yun came even faster to Fang Ran's nearness and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you too nervous?" Luckily, it was just an attempt. If something goes wrong in his senior year, Fang Ran won't have a chance to enter the top 5 academies in the future. Nervous? A little bit, yes, but it's okay. Fang Ran knew that he had stabilized himself and wasn't really that nervous. Not to mention Koten. If she wasn't beside Fang Ran, she wouldn't even have any expression on her face. You can't be like this in the next game, Adjust your mindset. Xinyun clenched his fist and encouraged. This intimate appearance caused many of the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters to think about it. Standing behind Fangran, Xiao Tian's good-looking brows were slightly furrowed, but she still chose not to speak. The crowd rested until the afternoon. And then were gathered together. The first test is over. Now start the second test. Qin Xiong shouted. The crowd of Imperial Beast Masters immediately stopped communicating, waiting for Qin Xiong to announce the second quiz. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, took out a sealed bag, cut it open and took out a bunch of test papers from it. Number 2, the Imperial Beast Culture Test, 1 paper per person, 60 minutes to complete. Qin Xiong's words fell. The crowd below breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was another weird test, but it turned out to be just a literature test. They can go to the Imperial Beast Academy. Naturally, at the time of enrollment is a passing grade. Only Fangran's face instantly darkened. Now his goal wasn't number 1 anymore, he'd be successful if he made the top 10. The people were divided into individual rooms, took their seats, and began to answer the questions. Fangran was the only one, staring at the test paper and remembering some bad memories. System, advance Imperial Beast knowledge points. No response. It doesn't seem to be working. Without a textbook, Fangran couldn't advance his knowledge of the Imperial Beasts at all. Also, there is no option for advance answers in the immediate future. There was no choice but to look at the exam questions. What is the role of the Sentinel? What to do when tempted by an unknown Fey Mother? Please list 3 different ferocious beasts and their weaknesses. Oh, think you can beat me? Fangran writes furiously. In just 10 minutes, one side of the paper was done. And then, with a great deal of force, turned it over to the other side. The sound of flipping was ear-splitting in the quiet chamber, causing the group of Imperial Beastmasters to tense up, and the room was filled with the sound of a large number of nibs sliding around. Damn, this birth, do the questions so fast? Lu Yong just happened to share a piece with Fangran. He prides himself on being a top academic. Without ever thinking about it, he looked like a baby in front of Fangran. The geniuses from the rest of the academies clenched their teeth even more. Being geniuses at a prestigious school, they don't allow themselves to be inferior to others in terms of culture. So quickly, he put his head down and started writing furiously. However, just 2 minutes later, Fangran stood up. So fast? Qin Xiong raised his eyebrows. Picking up Fangran's test paper, Qin Xiong scrutinized it. Almost more than half of them are blank, and the only few answers, and they're all wrong. As it turns out, as long as I fill in the remaining blanks with the correct answers, I have perfect control over my score. If I get all of them right, I should be able to get around 800 points. Qin Xiong narrowed his eyes. At this time, Fangran didn't know that his test paper was being tampered with. An hour's time passed, and a group of Imperial Beastmasters walked out of the room in a state of disorientation. The crowd started looking for someone to cross-reference the answers. Where's Fangran? Lu Yong, who was facing the question, inquired about his fellow Imperial Beastmaster. Seems to be gone, the third quiz isn't until tomorrow. Gone? So confident? Lu Yong vaguely remembered that Fangran was the first to hand in his paper. Leaving the exam room, Fangran had a helpless look on his face. It's time to go back and get an advance on knowledge related to the Imperial Beasts before anything else goes wrong. However, he had 0 points in this one, so I guess it was hard to pass the scoreline of the 5 major academic institutions. Fangran! A voice called out to him. Qin Xiong's figure was approaching from afar. Examiner Qin? Can I help you? Is it because of the fact that I turned in a blank paper? Fangran said in his heart. Qin Xiong turned his head to observe the surroundings, and when he saw that no one was there, he immediately laughed. Patriarch Fang became the head of Yucheng at a young age, there's no need to be so modest. I am Qin Xiong, the sect leader sent me to assist you. Saying that, Qin Xiong took out a red cloth from his pocket that was almost identical to Fangran's. It's a form of identification that only the Goshinkai have. Fangran's heart instantly tightened, remembering what Lin Qinghuan had explained. Unexpectedly, the royal god sect actually took the initiative to come to the door. How do you know I'm the patriarch? With that piece of cloth? Fangran deliberately suppressed his voice. Hearing this, Qin Xiong instantly said triumphantly, I have paid attention to you before I came here, coming from a poor background, yet you are at the top of the list in the academy. and you have deeded to the most crucial angel of the ceremony. The key thing was that Fong Ran was able to capture the former head of the sect. Shin Xiong thought that this was bound to be a play he was putting on to gain Lin Xinghuan's trust. Otherwise, with Fong Ran's strength of a mere mid-higher, how could he possibly pose a threat to the lord level? And by sacrificing the former sect leader, it would free Fong Ran from suspicion. In order to trick Lin Xinghuan out of Yucheng. That's a bloody good move. As long as this plan comes to fruition, you and I will both have a chance to break through to Monarch. Yeah? I kind of can't wait. When is the plan going to be implemented? There is no hurry, you will naturally know when the time comes. Shin Xiong smiled and said. Subsequently, no matter how Fong Ran condescended to ask, he all beat around the bush and didn't come right out and say what the plan was. The only useful information was for Fong Ran to note that the location of tomorrow's quiz was located directly to the east of Yu City. Send off Qin Xiong. Fong Ran then wanted to inform Lin Xinghuan. But on second thought, it's a little too late. The Goshinkai infiltrate all walks of life, and as long as there's a benefit, ordinary people will join in, and now there's no one worth trusting. Fong Ran hoped it to find Xin Yun, who was still in the exam room. Xin Yun, your grandfather's? I have something to find him. What do you want with my grandfather? Xin Yun looked disappointed. Thought Fong Ran was on fire to invite her to celebrate. But look at his serious look. She still brought Fong Ran and arrived in the middle of a mountain villa of the Shin family. At this time, the Shin family's old man, the only monarch royal beast master in Yucheng, was swiping his cell phone in the courtyard to watch the welfare beasts. Seeing Fong Ran's arrival, he hurriedly put his cell phone away. Ahem. What are you doing here? Weren't you two taking a test? Finished. Elder Shin, Yucheng is going to be in danger. Danger? What danger can there be with me? This remote place, 100,000 and 80,000 miles away from those demon cave divine kingdoms, would hardly be targeted by two strong ferocious beasts. It was more than enough to have a few Lord Imperial Beastmasters stationed there, let alone him, a monarch Imperial Beastmaster. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the earthly emperor of Yucheng. Chapter 60 Fusion of the Heavenly Gods, Final Quiz. It's the Royal Gods Association. The examiner Qin Xiong who came to Yu City this time is from the Royal Gods Association. He took me as the head of the Royal Gods Association in Yu City, and said that he wants to make a move tomorrow, and that if we do it, we'll both have a chance to advance to the level of a monarch. Fong Ran's words were too informative. It made the beautiful eyes of Shin Yun on the side widen. Shin Lao's brows directly furrowed. He was appointed as the Vice City Lord of Yu City, second only to the President of the Imperial Beast Association, but with far more power. If there was a terrorist attack on Yucheng under his jurisdiction, he was absolutely not to blame. You tell me in detail what happened. Shin Lao said with a grave expression on his face. Fong Ran recounted what had happened. And then added, he said that Xiao Tian is the most crucial sacrifice. Fong Ran wouldn't presume to fight against a true Lord Imperial Beastmaster. One can only ask for help. Tomorrow is indeed a great time to strike. Shin Lao had a huff on his face. By then, a large number of Imperial Beast Masters in the city would be there to participate in the examination and maintain order. Luckily, Fong Ran had made a mistake, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just don't know. The location of the strike was to the east or in the opposite direction. Perhaps Qin Xiong deliberately deceived Fong Ran to try to trick me out of Yucheng? Think about it. Shin Lao shook his head. Qin Xiong couldn't possibly think that Fong Ran could reach him. Even a Lord Imperial Beastmaster would find it hard to see him on a normal day. What's more, Qin Xiong had only become a Royal Beastmaster at the age of 30 and had been hoodwinked by the Royal Gods Association, so his talent and IQ wouldn't be that high. Not even being able to discern a lie like advancing to Monarch, no wonder he was treated as an outcast. You tell Qin Xiong to meet me outside Yu City this evening, and you will give him the angel. Understood. Time flew by and it was nighttime. Outside of Yu City, in the middle of a forest, Fong Ran waited quietly. It didn't take long for Qin Xiong to appear from behind a tree stump. Where are the angels? Qin Xiong asked excitedly. Fong Ran then summoned Little Sky. The look she gave Qin Xiong revealed an uncontrollable disgust. Good. With her, we'll be able to control the ferocious beasts in a 100-mile radius and evoke a beast tide. Qin Xiong was still dreaming of his monarch. Follow me. Qin Xiong clasped his hands together, and an elephant-sized three-headed skeleton evil dog emerged. The duo sat on the skeletal Malamute and ran wildly through the forest. Late Lord Ferocious Beasts, running at speeds exceeding high-speed railroads, quickly came to a hidden pillar of ritual. Qin Xiong took out a key and found a basement between the stone pillars, and Fong Ran stepped into it after him. As soon as he entered, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. At this very moment, before Fong Ran's eyes was a huge prison cell. And in it, there was a huge monster that was trapped by countless chains. It bore 8 feathers on its back, and in the center was an unidentified lump of flesh, with densely packed eyes of terror. Angel of Intention. Level, Late Lord. Skill? Description, an angel evolved using forbidden materials and methods, extremely unstable. The moment he saw Xiao Tian, that angel of intent trembled violently. This time, you'll be my eyes. A large number of arms reached out as if they wanted to drag Goten over and melt into them. The familiar voice caused Xiao Tian to freeze in place. Masterpiece. As long as we have the divine light pupil, we can have it advance to the monarch level, and then all the ferocious beasts in a 100-mile radius will go into a frenzy. Only the Goshinkai are the hope of humanity. Ask the rule-following Goshinkai if they can evolve such a god? Qin Xiong shouted excitedly. His pupils were filled with streaks of blood. Can't wait to see that scene, it seems. Quickly, let her eat your imperial beast. With this last evolutionary material, she'll be able to advance to the monarch level. In the face of Qin Xiong's urging, Fong Ran was indifferent. The heart, on the other hand, was angry to the core. If it wasn't for chance, had Little Sky become part of this lump of flesh? Quick! What do you want? Betray the Goshinkai? Evil dog? Qin Xiong called out to the evil dog that was guarding the door. But the only thing that responded to him was a sharp mental tingle, with a violent tremor. His evil dog was killed, and moreover, it was killed in a single blow. Qin Xiong seemed to realize something as a hint of fear flashed through his pupils. In Xiao Tian's hand, a sort of holy light emerged. She took a step towards Qin Xiong, dropping her light blade without a hint of mercy. Blood splattered against the walls and the shroud of holy light. A few moments later, Shin-san walked down from the stairs. Even he couldn't help but freeze for a moment at the sight of the creature. The forbidden method of evolution. Little Sky, end their suffering. Fong Ran's words fell. A holy vector hit the creature's heart. Gene points plus 21. You've done well this time. I'll inform the Imperial Beast Association about this. Shin-san patted Fong Ran's shoulder. Only, there was still a hint of doubt between his eyebrows. Back to Yucheng. At this moment, Lin Qinghuan, who had just shrunk under the covers, reached out to get the ringing cell phone. Fong Ran? What's the matter at this late hour? Upon hearing Fong Ran recount what happened, she jerked up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Luckily, Fong Ran took care of it for her, otherwise it would have been fine if her score had gone to 0, and it would have been dangerous if they had really realized Yucheng. To control the surrounding ferocious beasts in a 100-mile radius, around Yu City, there doesn't seem to be any monarch-level ferocious beasts, right? Lin Qinghuan was puzzled. Elder Shin was a monarch royal beast master. There was no way that the Goshinkai wouldn't know about this. With him around, what's the point of having more Lord Beast Tides then? Early the next morning, the news of Qin Xiong's death then spread in Yucheng. However, the last examination was still held as scheduled, only that the examiner had become Wang Long. A crowd of people were talking at the assessment site. Have you guys heard? Qin Xiong is a member of the Royal God Society. I said how he advanced so fast, so it's because he used a forbidden method. Have even the examiners been infiltrated by the Goshinkai? Yes, and for that matter, the Imperial Beast Association's scrutiny has become stricter recently. I've heard that this matter of Qin Xiong being a member of the Royal Divine Council was still discovered by one of the candidates. The surrounding crowd revealed a look of awe. There was a lot of speculation as to which godly person it was. Shin Yun, on the other hand, looked toward Fong Ran, who was in the crowd with a calm face. Quiet. That Qin Xiong deserves to die, don't affect your play. Wang Long's words fell. The crowd did quiet down quite a bit. Yes, how Qin Xiong and they have little to do with it, the immediate examination is the key to the future. Soon, in the hands of all the people, they were presented with a skill book. This one tests the learning ability of the Imperial Beasts. This E-rank skill, called Illumination, has a distinctive feature that appears with each level up. In 30 minutes, a thorough introduction to it will be considered a pass, and reaching the proficiency level will be counted as a perfect score. Chapter 61, Advanced Skill, Upgrade Illumination. Illumination? The crowd picked up the pamphlets in their hands. Although it was an E-rank skill, the chakra diagram was unusually complex. Is there a need to learn? Shin-yun spat. Her imperial beasts, naturally emitting bright light, all serve to illuminate. Even the effect is far more. This skill, one of the questioners spent an hour coming up with it just to verify the learning ability of the imperial beasts. Begin! With Wan Long's words falling. The crowd of imperial beast masters, they got serious. It was just an E-rank skill, and it was expected that many people would be able to get started, or even become proficient, within an hour. Skills actually have commonalities, and the more you learn, the easier it is to master new skills when you get them again. Oh, it looks like you haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. Wan Long looked at the relaxed crowd and laughed lightly. Unusually ranked skills are simple, to be sure. But this skill is different. That's right. This is a skill that was created specifically for the test. That questioner, on purpose, peppered the skill with a large number of obstacles. The slightest error in the operation of the veins would result in the loss of the previous work. The difficulty of getting started was in no way worse than some C-rank skills, and if one didn't have a fine-to-home mastery of energy, one would never be able to reach the proficiency level. Even. The questioner had also threatened. The number of those who can reach the proficiency level in this great examination will never be more than a handful. Sure enough. It's only just 10 minutes past. Some of the Imperial Beastmasters were then sweating profusely. No matter how the energy is run, something always goes wrong at the critical moment. It even, for a moment, made the crowd suspect that something was wrong with the skill. However, in one corner, a blinding white light appeared. Lei Tianran's face was cold. In the Thunder Beast's hand, a white light floated up, clearly reaching the introductory level. Wang Long was slightly startled, his pupils emitting purple light as he looked towards Lei Tianran. Using a large amount of energy, directly filling up the complex veins, a force that breaks all laws. Wang Long nodded. This skill would not be able to stop an extremely high-energy Imperial Beastmaster. Soon, there was a constant stream of Imperial Beastmasters who discovered the problem. Wang Yan relied on his skillful use of the skill, the second one, to reach the entry level. Shen Yun, on the other hand, stepped into the initiation step by step with the talent of the fire butterfly. Geniuses from several prestigious schools. It's almost hard to stop them. Xiao Tian looked at the chakra diagram in his hand, a divine light flowing in his eyes as he quickly inscribed it in his heart. Illumination Technique Introductory. Pop. Her fingertips rattled. A subtle fluorescent light surfaced. Unlike the others, this fluorescence was like a holy fire, burning on its own. Advanced Illumination Proficiency. Fong Rant's words fell. Advanced Illumination Proficiency. Remaining debt, unleash 10 proficiency level illumination spells. That's an overly simplistic request. It took half an hour. Goten then finished paying off his debt to illumination. The glow of the proficiency level was unusually conspicuous in the examination room, several times brighter than unusual skills. This really caught Wang Long's eye. Proficiency level now. He really does have the talent. Wang Long nodded in relief. How could a Sentinel Beastmaster who could practice the basic evolutionary method to the extreme be stopped by a mere lighting technique? It was within his expectation that Fong Ran would be the first to reach the proficiency level. This just proved that his basic evolution method relied solely on the talent of his favored beasts. Fong Ran? I can't believe you're learning so fast again. Shin Yun was surprised. This kid, he really does have a great future. Lei Tianran lamented. That's a speed of learning skills that could very well be top of the list after 2 years. 2 or 3 years is enough time for me to change a lot in the 5 great academies. Li Ming said confidently. And at this point, Fong Ran hadn't stopped learning this skill. Advance. Skill has reached its limit and cannot be advanced. Whether or not to spend 1 gene point and insist on an advanced skill. A forced advance? He remembered that the Holy Guide Bao was like that. Fong Ran came to be interested. Stick to advances. 1 gene point spent. Successful advance illumination. Skill acquired illumination. Illumination releases a ball of light that follows the user for continuous illumination. That moment, the vein patterns in Xiao Tian's mind changed drastically. All the complex and useless veins disappeared as much as they could, and in their place was an extreme use of energy. She brushed her fingers lightly. The chakra diagrams in the illumination manual then changed radically. The original blurred silhouette had now transformed into the silhouette of an angel. Ding! Time's up, put down the manuals you're holding, they'll be collected afterward. Wang Long's words fell. Eye sweep. The crowd dropped the pamphlets in their hands. These are just clones, not instants, and are not worth anything. Besides, it's just an E-rank skill, you can search for free ones on the internet, so it doesn't matter even if you do lose it. After the appraisal, the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters were relieved, and then came the anticipation. If you don't play well this time, you'll just be able to pass the scoreline of a second-tier school. Tier 2 is good enough, I'm just getting started with the basic evolution method and I'm already desperate. You believe him? He said the same thing about the last midterm, and when the scores came out, he was still in the top 10 of the school? These born questioners, is this a test that a human being can come up with? What's wrong with taking a test, actually taking a test on basic evolution? And learning skills now, I%. Outside the arena, walking Fong ran, he could hear 2 shouts of curses every now and then. And in this neighborhood, the crowd gathered was even larger. Water delivery, food delivery, free transportation, and a host of Imperial Beastmasters hiding in the shadows. Lu Yong's figure, tense and nervous, came to Fong Ran's side. Fong Ran, how did you do on the exam? It's a good thing I initiated the lighting technique at the last second, or else I'd be absolutely finished. Me? Guess it's hard. Fong Ran sighed. He's not kidding. With the 3 tests, I'm afraid the combined scoreline is around 2,300. Fong Ran scored 0 points in the second game, and even if he played well in the other 2 games, he would only score 2,000 points at most. Don't be discouraged, we can only blame the questioner for being too born this time. Lu Yong patted Fong Ran's shoulder comfortingly. And then suddenly it occurred to me. This doggy is just starting school, there's still plenty of time and opportunity. He's the one who really doesn't stand a chance. Consolation, my ass. And in the meantime, wait for the crowd to leave. An invigilator, who was responsible for recycling skill manuals, delivered a skill manual to Wang Long. Elder Wang Long, we have discovered that some Imperial Beast Masters have been scribbling on the chakra diagrams. Scribbled chakra charts? It's just a replica. Wang Long didn't care. The assessment results, which are scored by a machine, and the choropleth charts are not sent to a human being. What's more, there were no names on the chakra charts, naturally eliminating the possibility of cheating. Bring it to me. Just in case, Wang Long still decided to take charge to the end. Chapter 62 Shocking Wang Long again, ranking announcement. Yes. The invigilator sniffed and handed over the skill book in his hand. Wang Long took it obediently. Examiner Wang Long, what do you think of the talent of the Royal Beast Masters around here in Yu City? Talent? Don't call it talent yet. Wang Long said silently. Lei Tianran and the others are considered talented compared to ordinary Imperial Beast Masters, but if we compare them to those sons of emperors and S-class gifted people, what kind of talent is considered talented? Wang Long had seen too many geniuses. In the Imperial capital, he, a Lord Imperial Beastmaster, didn't dare to be too reckless. Yeah, I've seen the geniuses of the Imperial capital from afar before, it's really daunting. That invigilator lamented. He had seen it from afar once, a heavenly daughter of the Imperial capital. That aura and the stunning beauty under his genes was something he hadn't forgotten to this day. However, to say that Yuqing really doesn't have any top geniuses, I don't think that's necessarily true. Wang Long laughed. In his mind, the figure of a young man emerged. If he is given time, he will not be worse than those people. Even, its natural talent may be far superior. Saying that, Wang Long looked at the booklet in his hand and then watched it with a stretched brow, and a moment later, Wang Long's brows furrowed. Give me another booklet. Hear this. The invigilator hurriedly handed over a new one. Wang Long took the 2 booklets and unfolded them in front of his eyes. Obviously identical clones, at the moment, had very different chakra maps. It's changed. Even the veins in it have changed. Wang Long observed meticulously. He could even hear his heart beating. Under his breath, he murmured, "This is impossible. In just 1 hour, a new skill can be deduced?" This is a question that tests the control of energy flow. However, this chakra chart directly improves the art of illumination, taking it from cumbersome to simple and even more effective. What's wrong? The invigilator on the side looked at Wang Long's face that was green for a while and red for a while and asked nervously. Genius. Whose booklet is this? I'm going to recommend him to that questioner. Hearing Wang Long's words, the invigilator looked incredulous. The questioner, that's the top man in the imperial capital. One had to be at least at the monarch level to be qualified to give questions to the unified recruitment, and they had to be the best of the best. It seems to be a royal beast master named Fong Ran. The proctor responded. Because Fong Ran was a quick learner of illumination and the imperial beasts were very recognizable, he remembered him in his mind. And upon hearing this name, Wang Long froze on the spot. It's him, no wonder. These words made the invigilator accompanied by the side even more puzzled. It's as if to say that if it's him, it's taken for granted. Imperial capital. A high-rise building, in front of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. A cold-faced, tiger-backed, 2-meter black man sat on the sofa, looking down at the night scene without anger. Beside him was another handsome man with layers of bone armor and an inch hair. In order to lock the two of us up, we actually rented out the entire hotel. It must have cost quite a bit of money, right? The armored man sked. Even the cups on the table, they're antiques. Pack up and sell this place for tens of millions less. Just business. The 2-meter, black-clad, burly man said silently. The two are superb. If they hadn't refused service, there would have to be 200 or 300 people circling around them on these upper and lower floors. No one in the imperial capital could trap a monarch imperial beastmaster unless they stayed here voluntarily. This is so because the duo are the questioners for the UCI. Baojun, do you think that there will be a full score of imperial beastmasters this time for the unified recruitment? With me asking the questions, do you think there will be anyone who can get a perfect score? Yu Baojun grinned, confidently. You said your illumination technique? You'd make things difficult for this group of imperial beastmasters, they'd have to curse you to death behind your back. Hear this. Yu Baojun just smiled without responding. This puzzle was never designed for people with mediocre credentials. Rather, it's about sifting through it to find the true geniuses. Therefore, the difficulty is much higher than the previous questions and I am afraid that very few people will get full marks. If he guessed correctly, I'm afraid that those who could get a perfect score could only be the geniuses of the imperial capital. Both of you, the unified recruitment is over. A voice rang out. The two were as relieved as they could be. Only then did Yu Baojun glance at his cell phone. A message came out like a tidal wave, and the phone vibrated like crazy. The daughter of the White family scored a perfect score on the third test. It's her. SS grade talent. I heard that the imperial beasts are also S grade. This time the first place in the unified recruitment should be hers, right? There are also a few geniuses from the imperial capital, almost all of them have near perfect scores. There are quite a few geniuses in this unified admission. It's much more competitive than in previous years, and I'm afraid the scoreline is going to go up by a couple dozen points. Fong Ran, a royal beast master from a small town? Yu Baojun suddenly froze. The handsome man on the side, hearing about the small town, was also a bit curious. Scored a perfect score on the third, but in a different way, he improved my illumination. Yu Baojun's palms clenched. Nearly pinched the phone on the spot. A small border town can still have this kind of character? The handsome man was surprised. Good natural talent, if he can make it into the top 10, he's a good seedling. In his mind, Yu Baojun silently memorized this name. Nowadays. I'm afraid that all the Imperial Beast Masters are paying close attention to the announcement of the rankings of the unified recruitment. If Fong Ran's other two scores were also high, he would inevitably stand out. Top 10? You really dare to think, not to mention the top 10, even the top 100, almost every year are geniuses from these cities in the imperial capital. It's not so much that they're less gifted, but the disparity in resources and environment. Only the geniuses of the imperial capital could enjoy the extreme tilting of resources. A bet? I bet he's bound to make it into the top 10. Yu Baojun said confidently. Let's bet on it. If I lose, I'll send him 10 million resources as a way to train geniuses for the Dragon Kingdom. The two laughed. A genius who can make it into the top 10 of the Unicom. It didn't even need them to make a move, and there was no telling how many people would take the initiative to pull the strings. Besides, this is a genius from a remote place, not a genius from the imperial capital, with a family behind him that supports nothing. It's times like these when a little random favor can make the other person remember. In the Imperial Academy. Lin Xinghuan looked at the webpage in his laptop and waited for the scores to be announced. For some reason, at this time, she was actually more nervous than when she had participated in the Unified Entrance Examination. Fangran, as long as you can make it into the top 100, I'll have a way for you to come to the Imperial Capital Academy. Her eyes burned. The right hand refreshes the page from time to time. The heart was even more nervous. She lost her confidence when she learned about the candidates who participated in the UEC this time. I'm afraid that if she were to take part again, she wouldn't even be able to guarantee that she would get first place. And right now, Fangran, who was in Yuqing, did the same. Accompanied by my aunt and uncle, I clicked on the website to check my score. Fangran's face was expressionless, as if he had already guessed the ending. On the desktop, there was also the textbook he had just ruthlessly advanced, Encyclopedia of Imperial Beast Weaknesses and Geography of Imperial Beasts. Chapter 63 Rankings announced, Fangran is in the top 10? Out. Fangran's two eyes lit up. Xiao Tian, who was sitting beside him, followed suit and tensed up. Fang Qihua stood up and came closer, and Sang Xuelan was even more nervous as she gripped the things in her hands. Although seeing Fangran's disappointed look, the two knew that the result would not be too good. But there was still a glimmer of hope. With Fangran refreshed, the page flashes. All the scores are out. Ranking? First item? Second item? Item 3? The two froze. How come there are no results? Is there something wrong with the site? It's hard to believe that it's been taken over by the also-ran website? Immediately, Fang Qihua looked like he had thought of something, and suddenly his head trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. I know, the top 10 results will not be announced to the public. Ran got the top 10? The aunt and uncle were stunned. Staring incredulously at the page, it was a bit overwhelming for a moment. How could this be possible? Fangran had only just enrolled in school for a short period of time, and he was able to get a top 10 score. Could it be that he really was a royal beast genius, and that he was the kind of royal beast genius that was 1 in a million? Or maybe the grades suck so bad that the system doesn't show them? Great! Xiao Tian happily turned his head to look at Fangran, but he saw him frowning, seemingly unable to comprehend what was in front of him. Is it really necessary to take the initiative when you meet a Fey Lady Temptation? That's not true either. He turned in blanks on more than half of his papers. Even if he got all the answers right, there's no way he'd make the top 10 in the UCI. There's another possibility. The intelligence of all the Imperial Beastmasters in this world has dropped 10,000 times, and I'm the only one who remains unchanged. Otherwise, nothing in front of me makes sense. But he cut his way into the top 10. And except for the top 10, whose information would be kept secret, the rest of the Imperial Beastmasters would be displayed publicly. Now, the 11th ranked Imperial Beastmaster, his score was 2,650. That meant that Fangran's score was much higher than that. And at this point, in the middle of the Wind Song Academy, the school, Zhongrui, was tallying the scores of a group of Imperial Beastmasters from the second and third years of high school, with the academic institutions they were able to travel to. Not only is the reputation of the schoolhouse at stake, but also the wallet of him, the principal. Pick out a couple of sophomores, gifted sentinels, who can stay another year and try out. Headmaster, this time more than 130 of our academy have passed the scoreline of the second-tier academy. Basically 90% of the Imperial Beastmasters can go for further education and are expected to be promoted to Lord. Several teachers assisted Jiang Rui in tallying the scores. None of that matters. How many of them have passed the scoreline of a first-tier school? Except for the top 10 information. The test scores of all remaining Imperial Beastmasters can be accessed directly on the Imperial Beast Network. There are Lu Yong, Xiao Hong have all passed the scoreline of a first-tier academy, and there are 7 of us in the top 10 of the academy, all of whom have passed the scoreline of a first-tier academy. Hear this. Zhang Rui nodded in relief. Then he thought of something and frowned. Keep scrolling up and see if there are any more people from our academy? Upon hearing this, the crowd froze. They have, in past years, stopped at the first line of statistics. Further up, you have the top 5 academies, and the top 100 range. Only back then, when Lin Qinghuan examined God's capital, he had set foot on that forbidden row. That's not necessary, is it, Principal? The senior sentinels are all tallied up. Yeah, and only a couple of sophomores passed the second line, so I'm afraid it's going to be another year before we get a chance. Isn't there still senior year? Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow. The crowd was just about to retort, but suddenly thought of someone. Yeah, they haven't met Fong Ran or Elder Shen's granddaughter's name yet. These two, but nowadays, they were both little-known Imperial Beast Masters in U City, and Fong Ran had even been funded by the Imperial capital. Think about it. Several teachers slide their mice excitedly. It didn't take long to actually see a familiar name. Shen Yun. She's ranked 98th, that's already in the top 100. My god, a score of 2,580 has passed the level of the 5 great academies. To be able to pass the scoreline of the 5 major academies in your first year of high school is worthy of being from an imperial family. She hasn't even stepped into the academy yet, and she's already cultivating her own favored beasts. This resource is not comparable to ordinary people. At this age, it can already be compared to the geniuses of the imperial capital. The crowd was shocked to the core. Inside, there was more excitement. The 5 great academies, is there finally a royal beast master in Yucheng who is going to enter the gates of the 5 great academies? Yes. Zhang Rui was energized. He's going to take this opportunity to make a big splash. They, the Winsong Academy, were also capable of raising a 100-strong level Imperial Beast Master. Although, Shen Yun basically didn't live in the academy and was taught by private tutors and sovereign royal beast masters, but at least there was a name. The crowd of teachers was similarly energized. With this natural talent, he would be able to advance to at least the monarch level in the future. At that time, their alma mater as a monarch Imperial Beast Master would also be blessed. Where's Fong Ran? What place is he in? Zhang Rui asked after him. Shen Yun's ranking was in the top 100, so wouldn't Fong Ran, whom he was more optimistic about, be higher? However, after the crowd had rummaged through it, they couldn't find that name. No? Zhang Rui froze. Then pursued the question, could it be that you have omitted his name? He knew it was nearly impossible, the Sentinel's eyesight was amazing, and omissions were rather rare. However, Zhang Rui more than anything else still didn't believe that Fong Ran's ranking would be low. There really isn't one, Headmaster, we went through the rankings and couldn't find Fong Ran. No means no, you don't think he's going to make the top 10, do you? Sooner or later, with Fong Ran's talent, 2 years. No. In a year's time, he'll at least make it to the 30th place. The content of this UEC is also very sick. In the past, the 11th place could get more than 2,800 points. I don't blame Fong Ran. I'm afraid that in the future, all of the unified recruitment will have nothing to do with Imperial Beast evolutionary levels, and will be more oriented towards a test of talent. The crowd was talking, fearing that Fong Ran would be struck down. Geniuses tend to be very confident in themselves, which leads them to be more fragile. They didn't want a seedling of the 5 great academies to just suddenly sink. Is it hard to believe that he really made it into the top 10? Zhang Rui's brain trembled. Dare to believe it for yourself. Rushing into the top 10 amongst a crowd of geniuses and tycoons of the Imperial Beast Masters was something he couldn't even think of. The top 10 places will not be made public until everyone has decided on their chosen academy. There's no rush, we should see it tomorrow. In the past, it had happened that after the rankings were made public, several academies competed with each other for Imperial Beast Masters. Nonetheless, the price of the Imperial Beast Master was raised extremely high. And much friction with each other. The monarch level could cause great damage even in a small way. The next day. Until all sentinels are filled out. The top 10 spots were only completely publicized among the website. Chapter 64, Second in the Nation. The second Imperial Beast is prepared. Imperial Capital. Yu Baojun and his best friend, standing on the street. In the screen in the center of the Imperial Beast Society, the rankings of the unified recruitment were announced. First place, Bai Lingshang 2910. Second place, Fong Ran 2890. Third place, Iron Jiao Xan 2889. Ninth place, Lei Tianren 2690. 10th place, Zhao Zimo 2683. Rankings are published. The Imperial Capital, the crowd waiting for the roster was slightly shocked. 10 men, 9 of whom were characters they had mentioned from time to time, the only one they hadn't heard of was the second. Gao Jiugun, it's my win. I told you that this kid is never simple, right? Yu Baojun wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the shocked crowd around him. A sense of superiority arose. That's his keen sense of smell. As the saying goes, there are often thousands of horses, but not often you bull. You really let you guess? The handsome-looking Gao Jiugun opened his mouth. Is this okay? What kind of luck did Yu Baojun pick up? And, the top 3 scores were surprisingly consistent, all around 2,900. Who is this Fong Ran? Have you guys heard of him? No. Looking at the address, it seems to be a royal beast master from the Winsong Academy in Yu City? Winsong Academy? What third-rate academy that also produces such geniuses? The daughter of the emperor whose score is second only to the Bai family, cheated or not. Tai Jiuxin is also an imperial beastmaster of the imperial family, and he's actually being pushed down, a miracle. The imperial beastmasters of the imperial capital were energized. How many years had it been, and there was actually a pheasant school imperial beastmaster in the top 10? I've checked, his first and third tests, they were both perfect scores. The only one that scored 890 points was the second imperial beast's cultural course. Yu Baojun's words fell. Gao Jiugun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He scored a perfect score on the basic evolution method and the learning ability test? He vaguely remembered that Bai Lingxiang's basic evolution method could only be 910 points. That is to say, if it wasn't for the points deducted from the Imperial Beast's culture class, Fong Ran would even be able to get 3,000 points from the unified enrollment. Good seedling, his talent is even above Bai Lingfang. Outstanding level of actual combat, and the Imperial Beast culture score didn't get it all right, so odd? The two of them looked stricken. It doesn't make sense. Whoever made it to the top 10 doesn't have a 100 culture score? Yet this kid, on the contrary, deducted points on the easiest subject. Since I lost the bet, I'll be punished for financing him. You're too good to be true. If you want to fund it, it's lousy who will fund it first. Yu Baojun glared. You're taking advantage of everything? Anyone with long eyes could see that Fong Ran's talent was definitely worth number 1. To be able to fund and pull in such a future powerhouse, no one would turn it down. Besides, this genius was discovered by Yu Baojun first, letting someone else fund it first. He always felt a sense of being green. And right now, in the Imperial Academy, Fong Ran, second place? Lin Qinghuan looked at the rows and completely froze. She thought about Fong Ran being eliminated, but didn't dare to think that he could make it into the top 10 or even get second. What's wrong, Qinghuan? Who is this person? Second. It seems like he's from the same place as you, right? Behind Lin Qinghuan, the veiled woman marveled. I didn't expect it. You went on a trip to Yuqing and actually taught a genius on the sly? No, I didn't actually teach him much. Lin Qinghuan muttered to himself. It just felt like a constant heartbeat at the moment. The results Fong Ran had gotten had far exceeded her expectations. It didn't even have to be a year or two later. It wouldn't be long before Fong Ran arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy, and at that time she would also be able to. Looking at Lin Qinghuan's slightly flushed cheeks, the woman behind her was suspicious in her heart. How is Qinghuan different from her usual sexually cold appearance? It was just as she had expected. Just one day. Fan Qihua then sensed that the house was small and bad. Not only was the house filled with gifts, but there were mountains of them outside. The moment the rose appeared, Yuqing's newspaper then published Fong Ran's name. Even the owner of the beast hunting factory outside of Yu City had placed a photo of Fong Ran and him outside the front door. Qihua, our boss has opened a new company in the imperial capital and has decided to entrust you with a heavy responsibility to take over the same position with double the salary. The company director smiled and shook Fong Qihua's hand. Director Yu, this can't be done. The imperial capital is expensive. We won't have a place to stay if we go there. No need to worry. I've prepared a staff dormitory for you, 300 square feet, so when the time comes, your family will move right in. 300 square feet? Is this your staff quarters? Fong Qihua was confused. The superintendent looked at him with a nervous face, afraid that he would refuse. The old boss entrusted him with a promotion and a raise if he could deliver the house. Thinking of this, he hastily added, "It's okay if you don't live there, just put it away for now, and you can rest your feet when you're free to travel." Hearing this, Fong Qihua actually nodded unconsciously. The superintendent was overjoyed and hastily took out the deed to the room behind him. A few moments later, Fang Qihua, still in a trance, has an extra suite. Being able to go to a place like the imperial capital was his lifelong pursuit. And right now, it suddenly became very noisy outside the house. A lengthened luxury car, parked on the side of the road, Jiang Rui dressed in a black suit from which he walked out. Many of the people who came to this place hurriedly moved out of the way. Even the executives of the companies didn't dare to go up and talk to Jiang Rui when they saw him. Mutual identity is not a star difference. It's Principal Jiang Rui, actually coming here in person. For sure, Fang Ran is the second place in the unified admissions. He hasn't seen many big names these days. I heard that even the Imperial Beast Chairman has sent someone to send a banner. Wait until the crowd is done taking pictures. Only then did Jiang Rui smile with satisfaction before stepping into the house. The moment she saw Principal Fenggu, her uncle and aunt were shocked. The Imperial Beast Master was already an extremely high-status existence, and this person in front of him was the one who cultivated the Imperial Beast Master. No need to be polite, just treat me as Fang Ran's teacher. This time I came, mainly to check the situation. Jiang Rui laughed. Being a teacher is worth it. Nowadays, the name of his Wind Song Academy had resounded through the Dragon Kingdom. He, the principal, naturally followed suit and made a name for himself. And it was all thanks to Fang Ran. Principal Jiang. Fang Ran walked out of the house and greeted. Xiao Ran, when you go to the imperial capital, don't forget me as the principal, and make a name for our Yucheng. Right now, there's no telling how many eyes are on you across the country. Skepticism is also inevitable. Jiang Rui was in a good mood when he saw Fang Ran. The two talked for a long time before he reluctantly left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Fang Ran a copy of his B-ranked exclusive skill, Heavenly Vault Sacred Spear, as his personal patronage. It wasn't until much later that the home calmed down. Xinyin invited me to go with him to the imperial capital in a few days. I heard that there are more routes to advance to Lord. Fang Ran returned to his room and muttered to himself. At the Lord level, Fang Ran would be able to contract a second favored beast. Class F favored beasts, not only rare but also expensive. It was hard for him to get them without any money. He had to plan ahead. Chapter 65. Fang Ran cheated? Elder Shin's will. Imperial Capital. The Ministry of Education of the Imperial Beasts. The old man with white hair and glasses examined the test papers of the first 100 Imperial Beast Masters. Behind him, 2 young students served with great humility. Although the old man was not a royal beast master, he was a researcher of the history of royal beasts and knew almost everything about them. Elder Bai, the family said that they want you to scrutinize Fang Ran's test paper. I will naturally scrutinize it, but also be absolutely impartial. The old man's last sentence was deliberately emphasized. Cheating is never allowed with him. Since he had reviewed the Imperial Beast Master examination questions, there were almost no cheaters in the top 100 who had managed to escape the test. But if someone wanted to bribe him to deliberately frame some innocent candidates, that would never happen either. Fang Ran, a royal beast master from a small, remote town, actually managed to get second place. His eyes tightened. Watched the exam questions meticulously. The answers to the exam questions were on the table, but he didn't glance at them. For the old man, perhaps the answers in the paper were not as correct as he himself was. Well, only the culture class didn't get a perfect score? Bai Zhengshu raised an eyebrow. It was still the first demerit paper he had accessed. The other Imperial Beastmasters had almost perfect scores in their culture classes. He's not doing his job, or is he too biased? Bai Zhengshu proceeded to look down. When he saw the answer that Fang Ran answered, he took a deep breath in anger. It's so wrong, or the first few questions are simply scribbled. As for the latter answer, although it was intentionally imitated, with Bai Zhengshu's experience, he could tell at a glance that it was not the same handwriting as the former. Really cheated? But why? Bai Zhengshu's heart shook slightly. Did someone tamper with his test papers? The cheating methods were too low level, making Bai Zhengshu somewhat afraid to jump to conclusions for a while. After all, countless pairs of eyes were now staring at him. There were even fewer who were jealous of Fang Ran. Seal his test papers temporarily and don't let anyone touch them, Bai Zhengshu ordered. This seriousness caused a slight shock in the hearts of the 2 students. This is the kind of thing that has an immeasurable impact when it leaks out. When the Empire releases the acceptance notices and that group of students gets here, I'll draw up another paper and have him redo it. Bai Zhangshu said silently. If it's really cheating, you'll be caught red-handed. If not, he, Bai Zhangshu, would personally apologize to him. Hearing Bai Zhangshu's words, the duo's faces changed. Is this really going to work? No one has ever gotten a perfect score on an exam paper designed by Elder Bai before. Even if you didn't cheat, you definitely couldn't reach the UEC score, right? A few days later. Yu Chung. Heavenly Vault Holy Spear Inception generates several holy spears that, when shot, can cause a burning effect within a range. A few days. Fong Ran practiced his newly acquired skill to the intrigue level. And the acceptance notice from tutor, as promised. Only Shin Yun and Fong Ran managed to enter the 5 great academies. As for the Royal Beast Masters of the Winsong Academy, there were quite a few that had reached the level of a first-tier academy. Uncle and Auntie have also gone ahead to the imperial capital. Since he finished his examination. The two just couldn't wait and took advantage of the company vehicle to get to the Empire. Now that the family is all alone, it's just him and Xiaotian. Fong Ran, the caravan is leaving, come to the East City Gate of Yucheng by 2 p.m. Shin Yun sent a message. Fong Ran started with a thank you. And then, it quickly arrived at the East City Gate of Yu City. At this point, there are already a number of vehicles parked here. One of the black giants was extremely conspicuous. Many of those who hadn't left yet, such as the Imperial Beast Masters from the Iron Tower Academy and the Celestial Academy, had also departed from Yucheng. Brother Fong Ran? I didn't expect it, you actually made it into the top 10 of the Unified Recruitment Program. Lei Tianren saw Fong Ran and went forward to greet him. There was still a hint of incredulity in his heart. He hadn't even considered Fong Ran as a rival, but he hadn't expected that Fong Ran was going to surpass him. On the other hand, the crowd of the Iron Tower School was more disbelieving. They were in the same exam room as Fong Ran. Obviously he didn't shine. Turns out it actually made the top 10 when it showed up? At the first moment he received the news, Li Ming only felt that the sky had collapsed. To be able to enter the 5 great academies in the first year of high school, this kind of talent, when looking at their academy's previous years, there were not many people who could do it. Ugh, take care of yourself, Li Ming. Wang Yan couldn't touch his shoulder, so he could only pat his butt. On the contrary, Fong Ran's direction was already surrounded by Imperial Beast Masters. Brother Fong. I'm from Winsong Academy, do you remember me? Fong Ran, you didn't say a word, but you were actually accepted by the Imperial Capital? Is there a notice? Show us. The crowd gathered around Fong Ran in excitement. Fong Ran took out the notice and the crowd was in awe. Lu Yong was envious, but at least he wasn't bad. At this very moment, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. It only felt that the distance between him and Fong Ran was getting farther and farther away. Fong Ran, when we get to the battlefield later, I'll give you assistance. Lu Yong clenched his fist and said. Alright, when we can't beat them, our Winsong academies will ride your ox and run away. Fong Ran laughed. A few people jostled each other for a few moments. This rustiness is also fading away. A moment later, Fong Ran arrived in front of the Shin clan's giant beast. Coming? Shin Yun's 2 eyes lit up as she moved aside her seat and gestured for him to sit beside her. Elder Shin, who was waiting outside the vehicle, instantly revealed an expression of relief. Shin Yun, on the other hand, blushed slightly and said, Grandpa, go back quickly. Alright, this trip is going to go around to Windy City first, then to the Imperial Capital, almost 2 days, I've arranged it all for you. Shen Lao said. The main thing was to bypass the area where the ferocious beasts were entrenched. The vehicle started, and the 2 Fong Ran sat in the back row, so it was inevitable that there would be some friction. The next night, to the Windy City. As Imperial Beast Masters from the 5 great academies, plus having a grandpa at the monarch level, the 2 naturally received a warm reception. You say there are no more empty rooms? Sure it wasn't my grandfather? Shin Yun gritted her teeth and could do nothing about it. No, please do stay here, the Windy City can be dangerous at night, and I've heard there are ghosts in human form out there. The hotel manager warned. How could such nonsense fool the Imperial Beast Master? Fong Ran casually made an excuse and arrived at the roof of a building. Behind him, Xiaotian spread his feathered wings and wrapped Fong Ran in them. I'm afraid you're cold. Xiaotian said nervously, afraid that Fong Ran would refuse. Lame excuse, higher Imperial Beastmasters already have some resistance to cold, even if they don't sleep for days. Besides, you don't have to put your hands on me even if it's cold, do you? Fong Ran felt more and more that he was actually an egg now, just waiting to be hatched. Suddenly, Little Sky violently tightened his feathers. Master, there's a black gas coming. A black aura floated through the streets in her eyes. This is a characteristic of the Goshinkai, the use of evil magic to control beasts. With Xiao Tian's perverted pupil power, as long as there was a royal divine council out and about in the Windy City, it would be captured by it. It's just the right time to make some extra money, arrest him. Fong Ran said calmly. Chapter 66 Stabbing Through the Imperial Gods Association Offhand, Imperial Capital's Interception. In the streets below. A man in black was in hot pursuit. Don't run, be honest, save wasting my time. The evil beast beneath him ran wildly on 6 legs. Ahead, a barefoot girl drew up her legs and ran wildly, at great speed. A moment later, the evil beast violently spat out its tongue and wrapped the stunningly beautiful-looking young girl around it. The picture. Fong Ran had only read about it in the book. Shoot it. In the next second, the evil beast was pierced through by a holy vector and completely turned into flying ash. Gene points +3. The Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial God Society behind him had a pained look on their faces. The feedback, which was like a mental tear, caused him to completely faint before he could speak. Goten put away the holy vector. The feathers behind him closed in. A message surfaced before Fong Ran's eyes. Slime. Rank, Late General. Skills, Imitation, Digestion. Evolutionary route, Lava Slime, Poison Slime, Slime Queen. Description, a self-proclaimed slime queen with the unique ability to transform into any form. Late Normal? I remember slimes not having the ability to evolve. Fong Ran said darkly. However, she has the unique ability to shapeshift. I'm afraid that's what the Imperial Gods Council saw in it, and that's why they came running to capture it. However, Fong Ran was able to see its evolutionary path, so it was hard to believe that the system was still able to make slimes evolve. This made Fong Ran more or less interested. Thanks. Her body shook like a sieve as she looked toward Fong Ran. In the teachings of the family, the Beastmaster is a demonic being who will only skin and bone them and enslave them for all eternity. Have you ever seen anyone else like this? Fong Ran pointed at the fainted members of the Imperial God Society on the ground. He didn't want to say much to this weak creature. Hearing Fong Ran's words, her eyes instantly lit up. This human looks strong. It can be utilized. As long as we can save the Patriarch. See? Take me there, just bring me to that neighborhood. Fong Ran laughed. Behind him, Koten leapt to his feet. The Sentinel Society, the organization she hated the most. If Fong Ran wasn't watching, I'm afraid that even abusing her would have been done. In Xiao Tian's eyes, they were no longer considered human, nor were they worthy of the same as their masters. Good. She froze for a moment, always feeling as if the human in front of her was a bit different. But she quickly came back to her senses. Must have been seduced by my appearance. After all, I'm still in human form. If he knew I was a ferocious beast, he would have killed me long ago. A few moments later. As Slime waited apprehensively. In the street ahead, the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts hissing came out. In just half an hour, the guards of Windy City gathered here in large numbers. Fong Ran, on the other hand, tied up the dozen or so people he had captured. The security service was then dialed. The captain of Windy City's guards stepped forward quickly. Fong. Royal Beast Master Fong, why did you make a sudden move without saying hello to us? Old Zhang. Why did you join the Imperial God Society as well? Damn, you. I said how come every time we get detected before we even make a move? The Royal Beast Masters of Windy City were shocked inwardly as they looked at the captured members of the Royal Divine Council. Nonetheless shocked that there were members of their guard among them. Even more shocked by Fong Ran's strength. They had fought hard for several years, but they hadn't been able to completely uproot the Windy City's Royal God Society, and Fong Ran had arrested most of the people on the wanted list as soon as he arrived. Settle the bill as soon as possible, I'm leaving soon. Fong Ran urged. Relying on Xiao Tian's ability, the lowly members of the Imperial Gods Association were no different from running around naked in his eyes. Yes. Definitely. Several officers were shocked. Is this the genius of the 5 academies? When they first heard about it, they had some disdain in their hearts, thinking that they were flowers in a greenhouse. Now that I look at it, it seems like they're the flowers in the greenhouse. Especially Fong Ran's imperial beast, with a beautiful blonde hair tied into a ponytail and a tall figure that made a lot of people look straight in the eyes. Compared to certain imperial beast stars they had seen, Fong Ran's imperial beasts had a unique and overpowering aura. The bounty on these people, totaling 390,000. The captain quickly transferred the money to Fong Ran's account. Wait until Fong Ran leaves. The guard enters the grotto. Instead, they found that all the cages in the Goshinkai stronghold had been opened. And the ferocious beasts that were hidden in it all disappeared, leaving behind only a puddle of slime. Windy City Station. Where is that car going? The girl inquired of the man beside her. The man didn't want to pay attention to it, but when he saw its stunning beauty, he came to express his desire. Beauty, you don't even know this? That's a car going to the Imperial capital. It's full of geniuses from the Imperial Academy. What is the Imperial Academy? She said in confusion. 5 great academies, huh? The Imperial Beastmasters who can go there are all first-class geniuses in the world. Understand? First-class Beastmasters? Hear this. She looked toward the vehicle, apprehensive. The matriarch said that the only way for a fierce beast to survive is to become a royal beast. But they were just slimes that couldn't evolve, and going to the most dangerous imperial capital was a death wish. Moreover, a first-class genius wouldn't look at a weak creature like them. Give up, if you were in the shape of a ferocious beast, you'd be dead by now. The Sewers clan relieved. Aside from her, none of the regular clan members possessed the ability to transform. Who's talking? The man looked around but saw no one. Imperial Academy. A luxury car pulls up in front of the tall school gates. In a place like this, you won't get a cold shoulder from anyone, even if you're on a bike. Is that kid here yet? A teenager, waiting around. Not here yet. White, did he really cheat? Don't worry. Elder Bai has said it himself, and sealed his test papers. This matter is true, don't believe me. Don't you still believe Elder Bai? The teenager spoke up. A stinky out-of-towner. I can't believe they all ran in the top 3 of the leaderboard. Even, the strength was second only to his sister, Bai Lingfeng. Wouldn't that mean that one could win over his genius sister without relying on the family's resources? I checked long ago, he's from a poor family and even turned in his papers at the beginning of the exam. Sure. Above all, it was his own servant who delivered the message. Said Bai Lao looked grim at the time, sealed the test papers to prevent the scandal from coming to light, and intended to deal with Fong Ran personally in private. No need for Bai Lao to deal with it, this matter, just let him Bai Xiaoyu deal with it. As for the fear of scandal? Isn't this a good time to promote the integrity of their unification program? A few moments later. Outside the imperial capital, a station. Fong Ran and Xin Yun stepped out of the vehicle, and several silhouettes instantly came into view. At the head of the group was an old man with white hair. Little friend Fong, my name is Bai Zhangshu, I'm the person in charge of grading and reviewing this unified enrollment. I have some objections to your second test and would like to ask for your cooperation. Bai Zhangshu's attitude was humble, and he didn't have the slightest bit of a stance. Chapter 67, Self-Exculpating, Self-Condemning Bai Zhangshu. Fong Ran immediately changed his face. He was actually a little curious as to how he had gotten such a high score. Fong Ran, don't listen to them. I'll make a video call to my grandfather. Xin Yun gasped. I can't believe I'm saying that Fong Ran is cheating. This caused a nameless fire to rise in Xin Yun's heart, and the first thing he did was to invite out the old ancestor. Pick up the video. After Xin Yun added fuel to the fire and gave a cry. Xin Lao's nonchalant voice really came out from the cell phone. Running around intercepting people without evidence, treating my Yu Chang as no one? What? Come all this way just to bully my granddaughter? So it's Sovereign Xin, long time no see. Bai Zhangshu said politely. The hearts of the people following behind them were slightly shocked. At the monarch level, there were monarch royal beastmasters sitting behind these two. In just a moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Xin Yun were completely different. Monarch level, in the imperial capital is also an extremely rare existence, can have a monarch level backing, need at least to call a sentence Xin Jin. Bai Zhangshu? What's wrong with my granddaughter? Bai Zhangshu was also a little famous in the Ministry of Education, and Shenlao naturally knew it. That's not true, we just suspect that there's something wrong with Fangran's grades. This made Shenlao silent for a moment. If he was looking for trouble with Shenyun, he could still say a few words, but if he was looking for trouble with Fangran, he would have no reason to open his mouth again. Grandpa! Fangran, he won't cheat! Shenyun shouted, as if she had tears in her eyes. No cheating? So what's he nervous about? The crowd behind Bai Zhangshu could see it. As soon as Elder Bai opened his mouth just now, Fangran visibly tensed up. What would you have done if Fangran hadn't had a problem? I'll naturally make amends in person. Bai Zhangshu responded. That's what he would have wanted to do. He'd give anything to keep the 0% cheating rate. Xiaoran, what do you think? Shenlao began to ask his son-in-law. One can't ask for much more than that to make amends to a big man known for his reputation. This solicitation caused the crowd to look at Fangran and speculate about his relationship with that monarch. Could be. He retaliated after the exam by advancing all the knowledge of imperial beasts. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a walking imperial beast generalist. A few moments later, Fangran was brought to a separate room. There was only a table, a chair, and a test paper. This test paper, obviously not quite the same as the previous one, the questions were all many times harder, but in Fangran's eyes it was as if they were fill-in-the-blanks questions just waiting for him to fill in the gaps. Goten stood behind him, looking around warily. The other side of the wall. Elder Bai, this paper is worth 1,000 points, how much can Fangran get to prove his innocence? He took 890 points in the unified admissions, so naturally 890 points counts as a pass. 890? That's not right, is it? The crowd knew. Elder Bai himself had issued the questions, and the difficulty was bound to be not at the same level. It's just that if you get the top 100 in the UCI to do it now, there aren't many of them that can get over 900 points. What's more, Fangran just didn't have a high cultural score, but the other two could be perfect scores. In terms of practical combat talent, he wasn't necessarily inferior to the first-place winner, Bai Lingxiang. Let me see your true level. Bai Zhangshu looked at Fangran and said in his heart. Fangran's test paper, a few wrong questions were almost intentionally wrong. This made Bai Zhangshu somewhat suspicious of whether he was intentionally controlling points. It would take at least an hour to finish a whole set of questions, and the crowd took turns to monitor it while Bai Zhangshu began to close his eyes and recuperate. After only 10 minutes, Fangran knocked on the wall. The cadet who was in charge of the surveillance got up. Done. Done. Are you done? Brother, it's only been 10 minutes. It crossed his mind that Fangran was going to find an excuse to go to the restroom, or simply give up the struggle. But I didn't realize that he had already finished the paper? Wait for what? The paper's already done, and Shenlao could have just said for me to cooperate with the questions. Hearing Fangran's words, the cadet was speechless. You can only take the test paper and wake up Bai Zhangshu. Bai Zhangshu got up and looked at the contents of the test paper, his brows furrowed into a ball. Doing it so fast, it's almost indistinguishable from the time it takes to get to uni. Saying that, the more Bai Zhangshu looked at his brows, the more they stretched. Even as tricky as he was, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. A moment later, he violently flipped to the back and quickly read through it, before straightening up and taking a deep breath. Where is Fangran? Quickly take me to him. A few moments later, the two of them, Fangran, arrived in front of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this time, outside the Imperial Capital Academy, there were already quite a few Imperial Beast Masters arriving. A luxury car, parked in an exclusive parking lot. Cars under $1 million have instead become a rarity. Park the car here first, Fangran and I will report to the academy. Shenyun was in a good mood. The two were so good-looking that they attracted a lot of attention just as they arrived at the school gates. Especially Fangran, his picture had long been spread online, and there were quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who recognized him. It's Fangran, the second best in the Imperial capital, much better looking than in the picture. I heard he just got second place in the UAA as a freshman? So young? Doesn't that mean I can call him my senior? Second? Fangran just doesn't have a high culture score, with his strength he may not fail to get first place. Really? He can be even more powerful than Bai Lingfang? The Imperial capital had recruited over 300 newly enrolled Imperial Beast Masters. At worst, they'll be in the top 1,000 in the UAA. However, Fong Ran's ranking had already surpassed them by too much, and coupled with his young age, there were quite a few schoolmates who were secretly moved by their hearts and were somewhat jealous of Shen Yun, who was on the sidelines. In the dark, many eyes looked towards the duo. Especially Bai Xiaoyu. When he heard the crowd say that Fong Ran was even more powerful than Bai Lingfang, it caused him to frown slightly. In the Bai family, his sister Bai Lingshan was the pride of the entire clan. It was not to be denigrated by anyone. Even if his sister slapped him, it was his face's fault. Give him a kick, he's afraid to dirty his face on his sister's soles. Such an existence was actually said to be inferior to a cheater from a small border town. Go, he's Fong Ran. Bai Xiaoyu brought a few Imperial Beast Masters wearing the uniforms of the education department and stopped in front of Fong Ran. This scene instantly attracted many people to stop and watch. Student Fong Ran, I'm the Inspector Sub-Minister of the Imperial Beast Education Department. I now suspect you of serious cheating, please come with us. The Inspector General of the branch took out his identification. On the side, Bai Xiaoyu laughed lightly in his heart. But he didn't dare to step forward. As a higher preliminary Imperial Beast Master, he still knew how many pounds he had, and didn't dare to touch base with the top 100 geniuses. Who are you calling a cheater? Begging for a fight? Shen Yun frowned. Triple blocking. If she hadn't been afraid of violating the laws of the Empire, she'd have gone and piggybacked him in the morning. Just in time. A vehicle, also from the Ministry of Education, was parked in the parking lot of the Empire. Bai Zhangshu, along with a few others, stepped out of the car in a hurry. Quick, go find Mr. Fong. He does not allow cheaters to exist, and naturally he does not allow good people to be wronged. As an in-depth practitioner of the Imperial Beast culture, Bai Zhangshu inexplicably felt a sense of closeness towards geniuses in the same field. Chapter 68 Bai Zhangshu, it is not cheating if there is no cheating in the subjective consciousness. You call cheating cheating? Fong Ran raised his eyebrows. An attitude of indifference. A number of people around him were watching, and whispers kept coming out when they heard his words. There were quite a few people who were shocked in their hearts and felt a bit unbelievable. And Lei Tianren happened to be in the middle of it, and he had only just arrived here. It's impossible for Fong Ran to cheat, I was in the same exam room as him, I can testify. Lei Tianren's words fell. There were also people in the crowd who recognized him, also a genius in the top 10 of the unified recruitment. There was just something so fierce on their faces that they didn't dare to look at them much. Bai Xiaoyu frowned and added, with Bai Zhangshu, Professor Bai testifying, even if you don't believe me, you can't not believe Professor Bai, right? Bai Zhangshu, the collector of the history and culture of the Imperial Beasts, who made millions of candidates scared? Many of the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters obviously knew Bai Zhangshu and had all cursed him in secret. This statement makes the facts a little more believable. Cheating in the second of the UEC is big news when it gets out. Oh? Did Bai Zhangshu say that? When Fong Ran heard this, he immediately understood. So, this kid doesn't understand anything, and he's just pulling a big flag here? You? Shen Yun was just about to say something, but she saw Fong Ran stop her with a meaningful expression. Then he looked at Bai Xiaoyu, as if to say, you proceed with the show. But I can vouch for Elder Bai's credibility that this matter is absolutely true. Bai Xiaoyu was being watched by a crowd of geniuses, and felt lighthearted. Birth. Whose credibility you say you take? A trembling voice, from not far away. Elder Bai's eyes widened in anger. Seeing that the prestige he had built up over decades was about to be destroyed. He took 3 steps and jumped to Bai Xiaoyu's side, swinging his palm up and hitting him. Pop. After the fight, his palms trembled in his mind in celebration. It was a good thing he chased after him fast enough, or else he might have known how far things were going to go when he came later. Bye. Grandpa Bai. Bai Xiaoyu covered his red and swollen cheeks. A wide-eyed look of disbelief. Wasn't it you who said he had problems? Why did you whip me instead? And the inspector branch minister on the sidelines, seeing today's picture, as a human being, how could he not know what was happening? Hurriedly, he spoke, Elder Bai. I always thought it was your order. He said with a look of anger and sorrow. And then he quickly came to Fong Ran, I apologize to you, it's because I didn't know right from wrong and was tricked by a villain. Looking at his reaction, Fong Ran just wanted to say pretty. 2 words and you've picked yourself clean. And the branch minister was glad in his heart that, fortunately, he hadn't said anything excessive to Fong Ran. As the second top genius of the unified recruitment, he was bound to grow into a behemoth he could not hope to reach in the future. It was just a pity that after experiencing this incident, he would not be able to draw closer to Fong Ran. Uncle, why are you also? Fellow student Fong Ran, tomorrow I'll send him to the detention center for a month, what do you think? Bai Zhangshu opened his mouth. Casually slandering the top 10 of the UAA is just as likely to result in a public safety penalty. Bai Xiaoyu immediately had a look of disbelief. Going to a place like that for a month would be worse for him than killing him. Not good. Fong Ran said indifferently. In fact, Fong Ran had a bit of a heart attack. After all, he really did turn in a blank paper. This operation by Bai Zhangshu instead proved his innocence. No way, Fong Ran, you're a man who wants to achieve empire by hard work. Upon enrollment, you'll be advancing to the Lord level immediately, and I'm willing to compensate you for 3S rank Lord level evolutionary materials. Bai Zhangshu solemnly said. In fact, he could understand Fong Ran's feelings. As a small towner, it was hard to make it to the much-desired Imperial College through hard work. As a result, just as soon as he came, he was suspected and embarrassed by him, and after honestly cooperating, he was blocked twice, and there was inevitably resentment in his heart. This compensation is only a small token of appreciation. In the future, he was afraid that he would have to lose a lot of money to barely comb the thorns in his heart. However, the surrounding group of Imperial Beast Masters were wide-eyed. They're not mistaken, are they? This old man actually apologized to Fong Ran? Although the dead old man deserved to die, he was at least a famous figure in the Imperial capital. 3S rank Lord materials, how much does that cost? For the cheap ones, at least around 50 million. If it's rare, I'm afraid I can't get it without hundreds of millions. Damn, the Bai family is really rich, worthy of being a family with an Imperial Beastmaster. I heard that the first thing you do after enrollment is to advance to the Lord level, so it's not a waste of time? What kind of Lord wants hundreds of millions of evolutions? Are the Imperial Beasts made of gold? The crowd of Imperial Beast Masters were envious. They can spend tens of millions of the family's dollars to evolve, and that's the limit. More Imperial Beast Masters even had to go for loans to have the money to buy evolutionary materials. Not satisfied? Bai Zhangshu looked at Fong Ran's furrowed brow and said with apprehension in his heart. That's not true, it's just that although I didn't actively cheat, is it possible that I unintentionally cheated that? Fong Ran somewhat overreacted. Unintentionally? Had he guessed that someone had tried to harm him by tampering with his test papers? Or he thinks hiding all the knowledge in his head and bringing it into the exam room is considered cheating? The brain circuits of geniuses are really unusual. Bai Zhangshu hid his inner shock, took a deep breath, and said, cheating without subjective awareness is not cheating. Hearing this, Fong Ran was instantly relieved. The master has said so it doesn't count. A few moments later, Bai Zhangshu left with the teenager whose face was a twisted mass on the verge of crying. The surrounding crowds of royal beast masters became more and more curious about Fong Ran's identity. Is he really a beast master from a small town? Why, even Bai Zhangshu is so polite to him. At this point, in the midst of the Imperial Academy, Fong Ran is already here? Lin Xinghuan's heart sped up a beat. What? Xinghuan, aren't you going to look for him now? The bestie beside her, duh. If you don't hurry up, the grass will be eaten by other old cows. Hear this. Lin Xinghuan said with a normal face. He won't, he. The fetish is rather peculiar. Besides, freshmen are ranked right after enrollment, and I wanted to see how far he'd last. Nope. I won't eat him either. Lin Xinghuan hastily added. Xiaoran, he's only just in the late advanced stage, right? This is too dangerous. The best friend at the side said silently. Lin Xinghuan reacted instantly. Yeah. Fong Ran is just a freshman in high school. His current rank was only just at the higher late stage, and he was too far from those people. An evolution level that was too low would likely prevent Fong Ran from keeping up with the group of Imperial Beastmasters. The freshman totaled over 300, and he's still staying in the top 10 after a month? The best friend was even more skeptical than Lin Xinghuan. The resources of the imperial capital had always been skewed towards only the top 100, the higher the ranking the stronger the strength, and the stronger the strength the higher the ranking. In the first month, the critical time for promotion to Lord rank, rankings are of utmost importance. And how could an Imperial Beastmaster whose evolutionary level was at a distance from everyone else's grab the Imperial Beastmasters who had long since entered the late advanced stage? Then, as long as he can keep the 100th place, I'll go help him again. Lin Xinghuan gritted his teeth. How can we see the rainbow if we don't go through the storm? If you intervene at the beginning, you don't see that the other side is good. Chapter 69, the first course, the forbidden line of evolution. In the Imperial Academy. Inside a huge stepped classroom, even though hundreds of people were seated, it didn't seem crowded at all. While the back row was crowded, there were only a handful of people in the front seats. Why don't you go to the front? Why don't you come to the back? All descendants of Imperial Beastmasters, all powerful corporate forces. I get stressed just looking at them, let alone sitting in one. The crowd whispered. The Emperor level only existed in their imagination. The gap in status caused the group of Imperial Beastmasters to spontaneously shrink into one place. Especially by Ling Xiang, at the head of the table, no one dared to sit in the same row as her even without saying a word. Her pupils sheer water, a head of black hair spread out, the end of the bundle into a ball, the waist is slender but not weak, eyes like a mirror made of ice look forward to the light. To be able to talk to her, one would have to be from a family that started with at least tens of billions to qualify. A few moments later, Fang Ran and Shen Yun, one after the other, came into the latter classroom. Countless gazes fell on Fang Ran. It even overshadowed Shen Yun's brilliance. If placed in the past, Shen Yun was bound to be the most noticeable one, but now there was an even more perverted presence. But at this time, Shen Yun did not care about this. It's him? That genius who is ranked second only to Bai Lingfang. I've heard that Fang Ran's talent isn't necessarily worse than Bai Lingxiang's, is that true? Impossible, Bai Lingfang has been taught by the Emperor since she was a child, and also entered the Imperial Capital Academy in her first year of high school. We'll find out in a month, and the unified recruitment is just a knockout for the monarch level. Yeah, the first month's ranking will decide everything. Bai Lingxiang merely glanced at Fang Ran. Talent first? Bai Lingxiang had been number one since she was young, no matter what she did. With the Emperor's patronage, even her parents didn't dare to disobey her. She didn't think that anyone's talent could win over her, and if they did, they would only catch up briefly and would soon be thrown off by her, and Fang Ran was only one of them in her opinion. Fang Ran brought Shen Yun to the 5th row of seats. A few moments later, a flowery white figure came to the front of the stage. My course is Imperial Beast Evolution, and the first lesson I will teach you is to advance to Lord. The advancement levels of Imperial Beasts are divided into ES grades. The higher the grade, the more expensive the materials consumed, and the higher the upper limit of the Imperial Beasts after advancement. With that said, several different options surfaced on the screen behind him. The evolutionary paths of the DS class, respectively. I'll give you different ratings when you advance to Lord level. A score of S gets you a rating of 100 for the ranking rating in a month's time. Mandate given. The crowd of Imperial Beast Masters got up and headed towards the martial arts arena. They all carried enough evolutionary materials and expensive evolutionary routes. In the end, only Fang Ran and Shen Yun were left in the classroom. We've only just reached the higher intermediate stage, it'll take us a month or two to advance to the late stage, we can't take this score. Shen Yun smiled bitterly. At least, there are points to be taken from other teachers. Fang Ran summoned Xiao Tian out and gazed at her panel. Angel of War. Rank, V 1.2%. Rank, High Late. Skills, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Broken, Heavenly God Body Broken, Dragon Soul Melting Introductory, Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow Proficient, Storm Bow Introductory, Basic Evolution Method Introductory, Holy Spirit Evolution Method Introductory, Heavenly Vault Holy Spear Introductory Pupil of Divine Light. Introduction, an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be used to punish backstabbers. It's already at the bottleneck, at most 3 days to advance. Fang Ran got up. The flowery white old man, however, came to him. Classmate, is this your Imperial Beast? As a professor specializing in the field of evolution, he had been chosen by the Imperial capital to guide them on the route to advancement, but at this point, he was very confused by Fang Ran's Imperial Beast. Yes, she's just in the late higher stage now. Fang Ran spoke bluntly. She? How did she evolve? An oracle angel? Or a healing angel? I changed some of the material and went a different route. Hearing Fang Ran's words, that professor's eyes twitched. There are some evolutionary routes, and the materials required have swung, and a trade-off can make the Imperial Beast's combat power soar. The ones that can be disclosed to the public are all stable evolutionary routes, but again, the effect is not up or down, probably 3 Imperial Beasts of the same level that can fight against one of the ferocious beasts. But, there is another forbidden line of evolution. Even if the same materials are used, they will have different effects on the same Imperial Beast. Extremely dangerous and at the same time possessing an extremely high ceiling, but each advancement was like a gamble, likely to go in an unknown direction. He could see that Fong Ran's Imperial Beast was using some sort of forbidden evolutionary route. Can you tell me what materials you used when you advanced to higher? The professor desperately wanted to verify what was going on inside. This was the first time he had ever seen an Imperial Beast that could take the forbidden route. This. Fong Ran hesitated. Can you say that? His evolutionary route, but the system gave Xiao Tian the best choice, God knows if others can use it? But without saying it, it would seem even more suspicious, so Fong Ran brewed up a bit and then revealed the materials used for Xiao Tian's advancement. The gradual overlap with the inner thoughts caused the professor's fingers to tremble. The forbidden route. There's no turning back if you choose the forbidden evolution, a slight mistake will turn the Imperial Beast into an unnameable monster. No wonder. No wonder the family didn't have any advantages, yet he was able to surpass the Emperor's son and become the second in the unified recruitment. The Imperial family has an evolutionary route designed by the Imperial Beast Master, and without elders, isn't it just a matter of mutation? But, the forbidden route comes at a price. Once you use it, you can't go the known route. There were only a few examples throughout the ages of those who were able to successfully rely on forbidden materials to advance to higher levels. Although their battle power far exceeded that of Imperial Beasts of the same level, every single one of them had accidents during their advancement. Almost none of them make it to the Imperial level unscathed. There's no turning back when you go down this road. The professor sighed. The probability of Fong Ran being able to peacefully advance to Lord was less than 1 in a million. Even if Fong Ran succeeded by a fluke, the Imperial Beast might not become stronger, and might even fall into a seizure and become addicted to its master. This was the reason why that group of people from the Imperial Gods Association were being hunted down by the Imperial Beasts Association. You made Xiao Tian use forbidden materials? Xin Yun was busy asking anxiously. Don't worry, I have my measure. Fong Ran said indifferently. With the system in place, it was impossible for him to have an accident when he advanced. Have a sense of proportion? I asked my grandfather to help you advance, so don't mess around. Xin Yun was afraid that something might happen to Xiao Tian and Fong Ran. It's useless, even an Imperial Beast Master can't do it to deduce the forbidden route. The professor said indifferently. Relying on luck could only go a short way in the end. Fong Ran could have chosen to remain in higher, and would have been able to outperform many Imperial Beastmasters of the same level. But once a gambler has won once, he thinks he will win again. Chapter 70 Promotion to Lord Level. Critical Special Scoring. Leave the classroom. Fong Ran followed the address sent by his uncle. Soon arrived in a separate 2-story house. Back. Fong Chihua said happily. Having just arrived in the Empire, the two hadn't spent much time wandering around the city. He quickly arranged a room for Fong Ran that was twice as big as the original, and the king-sized bed was big enough for 2 people to lie down and roll around. Underneath this building, there are also training rooms that can accommodate Imperial Beasts up to 5 meters. Listen to your uncle. Fong Ran knew it. This is for him. Otherwise, who else would have staff quarters with training rooms? Going down into the training room, which had everything needed for training, it was even more luxurious than Mr. Suyu's. Run the Holy Spirit evolution method and advance to the Lord level in 3 days. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Xiao Tian nodded slightly and immediately did as he was told. 3 days passed quickly, and Xiao Tian's rank almost reached the higher late stage limit. Similarly, the stance followed the progression. Light feather instant shadow into the subtle, illuminate feathered shadows behind your back, which can increase your speed to the extreme. A new evolutionary route surfaced before Fong Ran's eyes. Evolutionary route, Blood Angels, Oracle Archons, Ruling Blazing Angels. Even if you use forbidden materials, you can still go back to the common evolutionary route. Fong Ran once again saw the power of the system. 3 evolutionary routes. The strongest of them all, naturally, was the Ruling Blazing Angel. The amount of advancement materials consumed was several times more than the other two routes. The most different of all, however, is the blood contract angel. To bathe the blood will even change the character of the imperial beasts as a result, making them more violent. Goten can't turn out like this. Fong Ran stroked her hair. The feathers behind Xiao Tian followed and flapped. If it wasn't for the fear of Fong Ran's anger, he wouldn't even have to advance into the blood contract angels. The Heavenly God clan had never been a benign race, or else there wouldn't have been a Heavenly God and a Royal Beastmaster switching identities. System, Advancement Ruling Blazing Angel. Required materials, Heart of Inferno Bowl, 10,000 gold smelting stone, Jade Dragon Bamboo. A full 16 channels of Lord-level material. Moreover, 13 of them are S-rank materials and 3 are forbidden materials. Advanced materials. Fong Ran's words fell. A prompting sound came out, and perfect quality materials appeared in front of Fong Ran's eyes. In just an instant, an extremely strong aura filled the entire room, especially 2 of the forbidden materials. Brings the room temperature up to about 50 instantly. If one wasn't an Imperial Beast Master, it would be hard to endure the heat, and the temperature was even rising. Xiao Tian stretched out his white arm. Huge amounts of holy power surged out and instantly began to scorch. After only an hour, all the materials were absorbed by Xiao Tian as much as possible. Aha! Goten stifled a grunt and curled up on the ground. Fong Ran stepped forward, yet just as he touched it, his palms were stripped of a layer of skin by the scalding temperature. It's hot. Fong. Master, don't touch me. Little Sky whimpered. Searing blood boiled, and the holy power within her was being sublimated to the extreme. Behind him, a different from the past, as if the holy fire composition of the wings gradually emerged, as if the blazing flame burning crown floating on the top. It wasn't until half an hour later that the pain tapered off. Xiao Tian opened his eyes, and the world suddenly became clearer. Holy power increases. Even the spiritual power will be scorched. The evolved holy power got an even more powerful ability to scorch the spirit. She lightly tapped her jade feet to get up, behind her 2 feathers composed of holy fire burned, a crown of fire floated above her head, and her body was also covered by clothing composed of holy fire. At this moment, Xiao Tian held his white palms and only felt a powerful and incomparable strength. It made her heart slightly excited. This power was far more than those of her kind. Even the person she was before would be instantly decimated. At this moment, she was more like a god, with holy fire in her eyes that looked like it could scorch one's soul. Its master's ability. Xiao Tian raised his eyes and saw Fong Ran, who was equally happy, walking towards him. She reached out and took his wrist. Feeling the fragility of human beings, just like tofu, which crumbles at the slightest pressure. If they were hit by a ferocious beast, they would absolutely turn into pieces. But the master is so weak, he can't resist anything I do, right? A wave of possessiveness was born from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Tian, how does it feel? Is there any feeling of mutation? Fong Ran hurriedly inquired. Fearing that the system would make a mistake and really let Xiao Tian evolve into Cthulhu and grow 3 heads and 6 arms. However, he realized that Xiao Tian was holding his hand without letting go, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but in any case, the way he looked at him was a little scary. It took a long time to slowly let go. Fong Ran's hand had been scratched with a circle of red marks. Ruling on killing angels. Rank, V 1.2%. Level, Pre-Lord. Skills, Ruling Sun Will Rusty, Sacred Flame Fire Feather Rusty, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Broken, Heavenly God Body Broken, Dragon Soul Molten Introductory, Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow Introductory, Storm Bow Introductory, Basic Evolutionary Method Introductory, Holy Spirit Evolutionary Method Introductory, Heavenly Vault Sacred Spear Introductory Pupil of God's Light. Introduction, an angel with strong individual combat power, rumored to be specialized in punishing backstabbers. Ruling Wheel of the Sun Rusty, can withstand attacks with the help of holy power, and possesses the ruling power of a blazing angel. Sacred Flame Fire Feather Rusty, burning a fire feather will give you a small speed boost and a small attack boost for a short period of time. 2 new offensive and defensive skills. The quality is obviously higher than the Holy Fire Giant Sword. It's at least an A rank or higher, or even an S rank skill. Fong Ran said to himself. Only skills of this level could be raised to the realm-breaking level. At this moment, Fong Ran, who had received feedback from Xiao Tian, had already reached a superhuman level. His spiritual power, sublimated, was fully capable of bearing another contract. Lord level, you can contract a second Imperial Beast. In the Academy. 3 days passed. Nearly 90% of the freshmen have reached the Lord level. At this moment, the rankings of the new students, on the other hand, were publicized in the screens and forums in front of the Imperial Capital Academy, which were constantly changing on a daily basis. First place, Bai Lingshan, 302 points. Second place, Iron Joe Xin, 300 points. 3 days passed. There were quite a few sentinels that had passed several professors' assignments and gotten course grades. As for Fong Ran, other than coming to listen to a class on the first day, he didn't stay at the Imperial Capital Academy for the rest of the time. This genius who just came in and made a big deal out of it. At the moment there is no one in sight. Inevitably, the voice of the obliterated was heard in the Imperial Academy. And Bai Lingxiang was equally confused as she inquired the evolution class professor in disbelief. I passed the S-rank evolution, which is the optimal evolutionary route, so why haven't I been given a special grade? In the hands of each professor, there is a special rating of 1 point. That's what determines rankings. Wait until the end of the month and I'll choose the right person. The professor responded lightly. Do you have another candidate? Bai Lingxiang didn't believe that anyone could pick a better route than the Imperial Beastmaster. At the end of the month, won't the 1 point fall on her just the same? Chapter 71 The Importance of Evolutionary Routes, Ranking Up. Early the next morning, Fong Ran arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy Martial Arts Stadium. Immediately, it attracted the gazes of many Imperial Beast Masters. Fong Ran? You haven't evolved to the Lord level yet? Fong Ran is only in his first year of high school, it's normal for his evolution to be slower. Isn't Bai Lingfang too? There are quite a few geniuses who come to the Imperial Capital in less than a year. Despite what the mouth says. However, they had to admit that Fong Ran was the one who had become a royal beast master for the shortest period of time. In the crowd, Shen Yun and Lei Tianran and a few others who were acquainted with each other were curious when they saw Fong Ran. Brother Fong, after disappearing for a few days, what have you been doing? Lei Tianran was curious. Fong Ran, come and spar, I can't find anyone to accompany me. Shen Yun said eagerly. Only Fong Ran was on her level. I'm afraid it won't work, Xiao Tian has already advanced to the Lord level. Fong Ran shook his head helplessly. You took the medicine? Shen Yun's fingers trembled. How is it that after a few days of not seeing each other, Xiao Tian has advanced? Without realizing it, there was a barrier between the two. What evolutionary route did you choose for little Tian? Can you get the materials together? Shen Yun suddenly said. Evolutionary routes are important. Lei Tianran reminded. Being able to befriend a genius like Fong Ran, Lei Tianran naturally had to take the initiative to enhance his relationship. Unlike the others, he knew better that Fong Ran was not obliterated, but merely plagued by evolutionary equilibrium. In the future, his achievements will not be inferior to his. I guess today, the rankings are going to surge. The evolutionary route of an S rank is going to outperform an A rank by too much, and unless the gap between Imperial Beastmasters is too great, an A rank is bound to lose. Lei Tianran opened his mouth to add. He chose the A-level evolutionary route. S-class, with hundreds of millions of evolutionary materials, the average tycoon couldn't afford it. Not to mention, like Fong Ran, he had come from an ordinary family with 10 million assets. Sure enough. It didn't take long for Lei Tianran's words to fall. A royal beast master then turned pale and admitted defeat with a muffled grunt. Quite a few people looked over. Zhao Zimo, count me out this time. The man spoke. Zhao Zimo, Fong Ran remembers that he was the 10th in the unified recruitment. Zhao Zimo, with a slender figure and a small braid left behind his head, nodded silently. This is just the beginning. The higher the rank, the wider the gap in evolutionary routes. The probability of an S rank advancing into a monarch is as high as 50%. A rank, however, only about 10% of Imperial Beastmasters can succeed. It should be grade A. Angel's grade S route can't be bought without millions. Shen Yun spoke. She knew Fong Ran was shy. A rank is not bad, after all, your Imperial Beast is also an A rank, and you can win over the unusual S rank route by experience, and also, it's up to the standard of the evolution class. Lei Tianran said. Thankfully, he wasn't the only A in the top 10. At least he had the company of his good buddy, Fong Ran. Let's not talk about that, I haven't passed those 3 tests yet. Where are those professors? I'll take you there. Shen Yun said. She was uncomfortable staying here anyway, so she might as well take Fong Ran for a walk. Go and return quickly, I'm still waiting to spar with you. Lei Tianren said. He was a little stupid. Being of the same A class, which was stronger, his Thunder Beast or Fong Ran's Angel? The two previous quizzes were the professor in charge of the evolutionary method, and the professor in charge of the bodywork course, respectively. The two of them, Fong Ran, found where the professor was in turn. A few minutes later. The first, an evolutionary law course. Unfortunately, my exclusive points have already been given out, otherwise I could give them to you. The professor of evolutionary law admired Fong Ran. But he also only had one special score in his hand, which he couldn't give to both, and it wouldn't be appropriate to take it back now. The second, on the other hand, is a bodywork course. Fong Ran is just as full of it. However, this professor was very unhappy with Fong Ran's skipping class, and it was only after Fong Ran explained again and again that the professor let him off the hook and demanded that he come to all of his classes afterward, or else he would have his grade deducted. Just 10 minutes. Fong Ran's ranking then appeared on the leaderboard. Fong Ran, 200 points, 279th. The scene. It attracted the Imperial Beast Masters in the Academy to stop and watch. That genius from U City has advanced to the Lord level. Where did he get the evolutionary materials? This evolution speed is a bit too fast. Already got perfect scores on 2 tests, can it be that he's going to be in the top 10? I heard he went to the Imperial Beast evolution test, and the most he could get was 100 points, right? Exclusive points are what's necessary to compete for the top 10, the first place should go to the non-white goddess. Quite a few Imperial Beast Masters. For Fong Ran's score was concerned. As the genius of the small city and the second in the unified recruitment, he was used by many as a tool to step on by Ling Xiang. This, coupled with the fact that Bai Zhangshu had personally recognized his level of Imperial Beast culture before, had pushed him even further into the limelight. There are even remarks that Fong Ran was afraid that the Imperial Beast Masters would lose face and deliberately controlled the score to give them some face. People on the internet are even watching and constantly bragging about it. At this point, at another institution of the Imperial Academy, it's already Lord level, luckily he evolved fast enough. Lin Xinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least get the top 10, otherwise, Fong Ran is definitely going to be left behind by a large margin. The ranking had little effect on the Clan Sentinel. But it was big for Fontaine. Only into the top 10. It's only then that you can get an S-rank exclusive recipe provided by the Empire, boosting your evolution by several times. These rewards could help him save several $100 million a year in expenses. I won't be able to get the first place A-ranked evolution method, but I'll at least get the top 10 S-ranked recipes and A-ranked skills. Now Fong Ran, if he wants to get the first place. Bai Ling Xiang has so many exclusive points, 5 courses, she alone has 2 points. The others, even if they got 2 points as well, would only equal her at best. At this point, in the office, the professor in charge of evolution is viewing the books. Instead, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Enter. His words fell. The 2 figures, then, came in front of the body. In the past few days, a number of people who had advanced to the Lord level had come to him to assess their course scores, and he had become accustomed to it. However, when he removed his glasses and saw the party in front of him then, he still couldn't help his fingers from trembling. He rose violently. The sound of chairs shifting came from the office. With a hint of disbelief in his voice, he inquired, You advanced to the Lord level? Yes. Fong Ran nodded. The professor opened his mouth, and his mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. Fong Ran had succeeded. This meant that his Imperial Beast had become a Lord-level forbidden Imperial Beast. This was an evolutionary route that far exceeded the S rank, and the battle power was even better than all the evolutionary routes. A few moments later, Fong Ran summoned Little Sky out. Her face was clear and cold, not unlike before, but with an additional inviolable aura. Just looking at her gave people the urge to kneel down. You really succeeded, how is this possible? He secretly gulped. How low the probability is, only he, the professor, knows. However, Fong Ran had already succeeded for the second time. Chapter 72 Exclusive Score Scramble, The King's Course. 101 points, I'll give you my exclusive score. The professor's words fell. Xin Yuan, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. She knew very little about the forbidden route, only that Fong Ran had used forbidden materials. and Grandpa had strictly forbidden her from touching related matters. But never thought that Fong Ran would actually get an exclusive score. The moment. Fong Ran's ranking skyrocketed extremely fast. In an instant, it climbed from 279 to number 2. The moment. Empire's leaderboard. First place, Bai Lingxiang 302. Second place, Fong Ran 301. Third place, Iron Joe XAN 300. The top 3, or top 10, are just 1 point apart. But half a day passed. It then triggered the entire imperial capital. The exclusive rating of the evolutionary route was actually obtained by Fong Ran. It was a bit disconcerting to everyone. Didn't it say a rank evolutionary route? The corner of Lei Tianrun's mouth twitched. Just now it was said that the PP route. And it ended up scurrying to second in half a day? He, Lei Tianrun, swore that he would never believe Fong Ran's bull again. And a young man with a piece of iron wrapped around his right hand couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the rankings on the leaderboard. Fong Ran, I won't give in to you in the next match. Tai Jiuxin looked resigned. This wasn't what he thought college life would be like. As a descendant of the Imperial Beastmaster family, he had put in more effort than everyone else. In order to be in the Imperial capital, to catch up with Bai Lingxiang's pace, and even to be called the Imperial capital double pride alongside her. Even. In the future, they will also be able to fight together in the 4 great schools and hunt ferocious beasts. As a result, the UCI was exactly 1 point short of being crushed by Fong Ran. Now it was again exactly 1 point short of being pressed into third by Fong Ran. The discussion that was supposed to be for him to enjoy had turned into a comparison between Bai Lingxiang and Fong Ran, and he, the son of the emperor, had no one to discuss it with instead. A few moments later, Tai Jiuxin called. Prepare me beast blood supplements, I'm going to increase the amount of training for the imperial beasts. In the meantime. The same training room. Bai Lingxiang looked at the information coming out of the imperial capital, still looking as normal. Ms. Bai, if Fong Ran gets another exclusive score next, you'll probably be robbed of first place. The coach on the sidelines warned respectfully. Should we up the training? No need. Bai Lingxiang had no expression on her face. It seemed to be oblivious to Fong Ran's threats. Just a few doubts in the back of my mind. Why? The exclusive score for the evolutionary route was given to Fong Ran? Her evolutionary route was one that the Imperial Beastmaster had taken, an optimized S+ grade route. In a way, the evolutionary route she had chosen was far superior to the unusual S-rank evolutionary route. What exactly had Fong Ran evolved the angel into that could make the other party approve of him so much? Is it hard to conspire? No matter what, in the end, I'll still win, just like before. Bai Lingxiang was not in a hurry. Sooner or later, she'll walk to Sister Lin's side. Become the next chief student of the Empire. Half a month passed. Every day, Fong Ran would follow a group of Imperial Beast Masters and come to the academy for classes. At the same time, let Koten train the other 2 newly acquired abilities. Ruling Sun Will Introductory, with the help of Holy Power, you can resist attacks and unleash one of the ruling judgments. Sacred Flame Feather Proficiency, burning a fire feather can give you a large speed boost and a large attack boost for a short period of time. Ruling Day Will After Entry. Above Xiao Tian's flame crown, an extra cross of small crossed star swords appeared. Weekdays. In addition to the mandatory fractional courses, the Tutor Academy has different enrichment programs that correspond to various walks of life and reality. However, these courses are unattended. Hardly anyone goes on it. For one thing, there are no score ratings that mean anything to them. The second was that the person in charge of the course was just an ordinary person, and as a Lord Imperial Beastmaster with a high heart, he naturally wouldn't go to listen to a weak person's lecture. But today, more than 200 Imperial Beastmasters were almost all gathered in the middle of the latter classroom. On top of the podium, a tightly dressed, fleshy woman with waves on her chest that made people suspect that she could crush the table was standing on the stage, observing the crowd below. She had a head of black hair like a waterfall cascading down to her waist, her face was white, a pair of huge black horns with spikes sticking forward on her head, and her pupils were also a golden color. Why are there so many people? Fong Ran was surprised. Today they were surprised that none of them spoke up. This is a monarch creature, the Imperial Capital Academy. Only a few of the course teachers are at the monarch level. Lei Tianrun, who was at the side, reminded in a low voice. Ever since Fong Ran had been promoted to lord, several of them had sat in one place. Fong Ran noted. Lei Tianren wasn't talking about the sentinel, but the creature. Sure enough, he gazed forward and a piece of data surfaced. Dragon Blood Knight. Rank, Late King. Skill? Description: a dragon man with a dragon bloodline, whose physical strength can reach the ultimate in the world. Apparently, she was a ferocious beast, not a beast master. It wasn't even a royal beast that had been contracted by a human. Fong Ran had heard rumors that there were humanoid races that left their species and came to human cities. Just like those welfare beasts, or the sky god clans that were packaged by brokers, both male and female sky gods would have a large number of suitors. However, these ferocious beasts were at most at the lord level. It's a monarchical creature. The Imperial Beast Society, actually allowing a monarch creature to walk around the city at will? Hello guys. Her voice was very crisp. However, none of the Imperial Beast Masters present dared to respond. The gap between each other was too large, causing the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters to feel awe and fear from the bottom of their hearts. The test is too much of a hassle. How about this? I'll give all of you a perfect score. How about that? She scanned the crowd. She wouldn't even be here if the principal didn't have to make her take one class a year. The Imperial Beast Masters present looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to say no. What about exclusive scores? Bai Lingxiang inquired. The exclusive score is only 1. How about this, you guys go 1v1 and I'll give the score to whoever wins at the end. This made Bai Lingxiang breathe a sigh of relief. I'm afraid she'll just walk away and bleed the score empty. Isn't there any reward? Fong Ran suddenly spoke. Like dragon's blood or something. He hadn't upgraded his dragon soul fusion for a long time. Reward? Winning is a reward for fighting me. As soon as her words fell, Bai Lingxiang's brows furrowed deeply as she gave Fong Ran a dissatisfied look. Why do you have to talk too much? Just get the score and leave. To actualize the battle? Let's go, waste of time. Yeah, if it's any other test we might have a chance. How can we win an S-rank evolutionary route in real combat? There's always a chance to try, and by relying on combat experience and attribute restraints, it's still possible to win. Can you win against Bai Lingfang? It's good to take a look. It's been a long time since I've seen Bai Lingxiang's Imperial Beast. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so Imperial Beastmasters were gone. For the rest, half of them wanted to see Bai Lingxiang make a move. Among them, there were even those who were curious about Fong Ran's Imperial Beast evolutionary route. Taijiu Xian confident smile. Fortunately, he increased the intensity of training in this half-month. Really talk about the actual combat, not necessarily worse than Bai Lingxiang. Chapter 73 Dragon Soul Melt. I'm strong enough as my power. The others shouldn't waste their time, just abstain, leaving only the top 30. The dragon lady said indifferently. The thick tail behind him tapped the ground. The group of Imperial Beastmasters hesitated for a moment, and when they saw Bai Lingxian, they shut their mouths at once. Unless the luck is very good, they have so much as a glimmer of hope of getting exclusive points. Besides, even if they were lucky enough to be recognized by the Dragon Man, there was another scoring course to follow, and even if they won, they would only be equal to second. Among them, there were also quite a few Imperial Beastmasters who had entered the top 30 who had given up the fight. Their original goal was to get full points, and now that they've gotten them, there's no point in fighting for them. In the end, there were only 22 people left in the room. On one side of the staircase classroom, there was a field dedicated to fighting. Bai Lingxiang was surrounded by a crowd. In front of Fong Ran's eyes was the 10th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster in the Unified Recruitment Ranking, Zhao Zimo, who Fong Ran had seen in the martial arts arena when he had won against another ranked evolved Imperial Beastmaster. Fong Ran, let me see what evolutionary route your Imperial Beast has chosen. Giant Bone Inferno Bear. Zhao Zimo's voice fell. A 3-meter-tall giant bear with blazing flames burning from its limbs surfaced. Roar! The giant bone Inferno Bear's claws were strangely large, like a digger, and its body was still burning with a scorching flame. A plus-class Imperial Beast, it's an S-class Inferno Bear evolutionary route. Xin Yun, who was watching, marveled. None of those who could make it to the Imperial Academy were inferior. Goten. As a holy light emerged, Xiao Tian was dressed in a long white and gold gradient dress, as light as mist, with a starfall silk tied around her waist, clothing that belonged exclusively to the celestial god race. As soon as Xiao Tian appeared, he caused the breaths of several nearby Imperial Beast Masters to stop, this inexplicable divinity was intimidating. Angelic race, same A class as my Imperial Beast, but it seems that his Imperial Beast is not an S-class evolutionary route? Zhao Zimo had seen several top-level evolutions of angels. Those angels, all of them had white feathers on their backs, and some of them even had divine rings on their heads. Fong Rance is obviously not one of them. But Zhao Zimo wouldn't be careless, an evolutionary route that could be recognized by the professor was at least S-level. Giant Bone Flame Bear, go, no need to hold back. With Zhao Zimo's order, the huge-bodied Inferno Bear immediately jumped into action. Having just evolved to the Lord level, it hadn't fought enough. None of those Imperial Beasts that were also in the martial arts arena could make it enjoy itself. Knock, knock, knock. The Inferno Bear rushed like a truck to a violent stop in front of Xiao Tian. 3 meters in size, waving a huge claw like a digger swung out, the sound was horrifying. Split rock heavy claw. Swish. It was accompanied by a sound of breaking wind. The giant Bone Flame Bear's attack was blocked by a curtain of light. Its huge arm trembled constantly, as if it was blocked by a wall of air. No matter how hard it pushed, it was hard to move an inch. Xiao Tian felt the faint flow of holy power, and in the next second, he unlocked the protection. Zhao Zimo instantly lit up with both eyes. The angel race's least skill is close combat. Seize the opportunity. Regardless of the direction of evolution, being hit by his Inferno Bear would determine victory or defeat in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The giant Bone Inferno Bear began to furiously launch an attack. Dao scratches, like fishing nets, spread throughout the entire battle area. However, they were dodged one by Xiao Tian's dexterity. Her body was as sensitive as a residual shadow, a feathered wing made of holy fire emerged behind her, and 2 body skills made her speed even faster. Sacred Flame Plume skilled, 31 minutes 90 minutes. The large increase in speed caused even the giant Bone Flame Bear to become a bit clumsy. Coupled with the enhancement of pupil power, the opponent could be rendered helpless by speed alone. Why do you keep dodging and not fighting back, or is it that you can't fight back from my Imperial Beast? Zhao Zimo said silently. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was like a phantom, moving around the giant Bone Flame Bear. Every time the attack was just right, it was dodged, or the giant Bone Flame Bear simply missed. 10 minutes. Most of the Imperial Beastmasters had decided on a winner. Only not here. The giant bony inflamed bear stood up humanly, sticking out his tongue and panting, holding his knees. Attacking Xiao Tian made it recall the painful memory of going to catch a snake wasp when it was a child, only to be stung with a nose bag. Its stamina was about to run out, and it hadn't been able to touch a single hair on the other side. Bear, don't rest, come on. Goten hooked his hand at it, his face expressionless. This caused a trace of fear to appear in the pupils of the giant Bone Inferno Bear. Behind him, Zhao Zimo's mouth twitched. Can you stop running? How about just splitting the winners and losers with power? When will it be the end of the line if you run like this? In his opinion, the only reason Fong Ran didn't fight back was because he couldn't attack. Is there a rule against running? Stance is part of the actual battle. Fong Ran explained. No more running, let's split the victory with power. A figure topped with a dragon's horn arrived at the duo's side. If Fong Ran kept dragging his feet, he didn't know how much time would be wasted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zimo's eyes instantly lit up. Being able to eliminate Fong Ran as the second would make it much easier for him afterward. No way, teacher. Zhao Zimo's Imperial Beasts are of the strength lineage, wouldn't Fong Ran be at a disadvantage compared to strength? Xin Yun hurriedly spoke. Zhao Zimo, you attack, Fong Ran you defend, only one move to split the victory. Her face was as usual, and the words she spoke seemed to be unquestionable. At this moment, there were already quite a few Imperial Beast Masters looking over. Begin. Her words fell. The giant Bone Inferno Bear used all its strength and swung its giant fist down. Goten stretched out his arm to fend it off. Bang! The ground beneath his feet cracked in webbing patterns. That weak and white arm would have been broken by a slap anyway, yet it was hardened to block the attack. Within Xiao Tian's pupils, a lava-like color flowed, his holy power increased, and his body was fully strengthened. She frowned slightly. The power of the giant Bone Inferno Bear was truly not to be underestimated. After all, the proficiency of Dragon Soul melting was not high, and it all relied on the heavenly god physique and holy power to support it. However, if she was allowed to use her attack skills, it would only take one move to end the battle. Yet the image stunned the crowd. Not far away, Zhao Zimo even murmured. Admit defeat. The dragon lady watching from the side had her tail wagging, staring at Xiao Tian with interest. Unseen angels and a hint of their kind. Bai Lingxiang, on the other hand, had a flashing eye. Crushing the 10th place on all fronts, whether it was speed or strength, it was clearly Fang Ran's angel that was superior. The same imperial beasts as Lin Qinghuan, could it be that there was something different about the angelic race? Tai Jiuxin on the side gritted his teeth. The 10th of the unified recruitment is only the 10th, and they are not at the same level. Even if he is allowed to go, he can win just as easily. After all, the only strength-related test in this unified recruitment was the evolutionary method proficiency. 11 people, Fang Ran, you stay and let the others decide the winner. The dragon lady was impressed with Xiao Tian. Let him get the extra spot and go through the round empty. Chapter 74 by Lingxiang's Imperial Beast, the final showdown. Getting empty over rounds. The remaining few decided the winners and losers, and in the end, only 6 people, including Fang Ran, were left behind. Bai Lingxiang, Tai Jiuxin, Lei Tianren, Tong Jun, Yuan Lingfeng, Fang Ran. Among them, Bai Lingxiang and Tai Jiuxin came from the imperial family. The other 3, except for Lei Tianren whose family was relatively poorer, the remaining 2 had Fortune 500 companies in their families in the Dragon Kingdom. Tong Jun's royal beast, the evil spirit earth dragon that was also on the S-rank evolutionary path. The dark attribute was perfectly restrained by Xiao Tian's holy power. In the middle of the battle, Tong Jun still couldn't touch Xiao Tian even once. Until it dragged on enough for 30 minutes, the evil spirit earth dragon still couldn't defeat Xiao Tian, and in the end, the teacher counted Fang Ran as the winner. This made Tong Jun very unconvinced. Can't we fight head-on? He held his tongue. Tried to fight, but couldn't touch Goten even a little. It gave him a deep sense of frustration, even more so than being spiked. In his opinion, Fang Ran's imperial beast was nothing but running or defense, not even a little bit of aggressiveness. Can it be that when you go to the battlefield, you'll tire out the ferocious beasts as well? Body technique is also a part of actual combat. Fang Ran spread his hands and sighed. It wasn't that he didn't let Xiao Tian do it was mainly because he was practicing his skills in the meantime, and really seconding him would be detrimental to his classmates' physical and mental health instead. This appearance made many of the Imperial Beast Masters present look at him with itchy teeth. At this time, the other 2 battles also ended. My Imperial Beast was restrained by White Lingfeng. Lei Tianren came close to Fang Ran, his eyebrows frozen white. But forced not to shiver, still face like a statue. I'm sure that would be more indicative of his resilience and reliability. He lost to Bai Lingxiang. It was only normal for an A-class evolved Thunder Beast to lose to Bai Lingxiang. Tai Jiuxin, on the other hand, defeated Yuan Lingfeng, and in the end, only the 3 Fang Ran were left. Tai Jiuxian looked at Fang Ran and the expressionless Bai Lingxiang duo, his gaze slightly condensed. 3 people, whoever fights first will suffer. The strength of the Imperial Beast Masters of this term are all good. The Draconian flicked his tail, obviously excited to see it. The belligerent blood in his body stirred. My human name is Dragon Rain. Long Yu looked toward Xiao Tian and introduced himself. She was brought back to the city as a child, captured by humans, and rescued by the principal. Due to its strong spiritual power and its hatred of humans, no one has dared to contract Dragon Rain so far. This was the first time Long Yu had encountered an existence whose talent was no weaker than that of a dragon blood being, and that angel was more different than all the creatures she had ever seen. The hearts of the group of Imperial Beast Masters were slightly startled. The direction Long Yu was looking at was Fang Ran alone. She had always been condescending and would only speak her name to those she recognized. She had been here since the beginning of the establishment of the Imperial Capital Academy, and there were no more than 10 people in total that she could name. Did this mean that Long Yu was already planning to split the exclusive points with Fang Ran? Bai Lingxiang frowned slightly. This feeling of being ignored made her uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, she couldn't say much in the face of the monarch level. Even if he was the descendant of an Imperial Beastmaster, when he met a monarch Imperial Beastmaster in his normal life, Bai Lingxiang would still refer to himself as a student. The difference is incomparable. One day you are not a king, you are a student for the rest of your life. To be fair, the 3 of you will mix it up, and I'll watch from the sidelines. I'll give the rating to whoever fights the best. Long Yu's golden pupils gazed at the 3. Standing at the very front, it was like a vacuum area around them. A few moments later, the 3 Imperial Beast Masters, coming to an empty area of the martial arts arena, stood in a triangle. Surrounding them were the hundreds of freshman Imperial Beast Masters in the academy. Bai Lingfang's Imperial Beast is the descendant of an Imperial creature, right? It's the offspring of that nine-tailed ice crystal fox king. I heard that it was that Emperor Senior who made a pact with the other side and took one of its heirs for her to contract. Taijoshin is also a dragon blood being, that lava earth dragon, likewise must be nurtured from early childhood. Look at it this way, only Fong Ran comes from a poor background, and the Imperial Beasts are just common angelic races. Fong Ran's Imperial Beast can run, he won all the previous one-on-one fights by dragging his feet, so I guess he won't be the first to lose. The crowd was talking. Can you run? What's the point of running? Mr. Long Yu has said that it's only about actual performance, not who stands last. Of course, those that make it to the end are bound to perform not too badly in real life. Ice Fox, can you use your full power? I want to eliminate both of them, this point is important to me. Bai Lingxian looked at the Imperial Beast and spoke. Her Imperial Beasts were of Imperial bloodline, cold in character, and usually had to be negotiated when they struck. However, the Ice Fox was strong and powerful, and just taking out half of her level would be enough to make her stand proud. Beings that could advance to the Emperor level could not be classified by grade long ago. At this moment, a petite, adult husky-sized, ice-colored fox with 3 tails behind it was wagging its ice crystal-like tail. I'm tired after fighting for so long. Her voice was such that only Bai Lingxian could hear it. There's no need for me to contribute to dealing with them. It glanced faintly at the mixed-blooded lava dragon, versus the ordinary angel in front of it. Thinking about his origins, he couldn't help but raise his chin. And the other side. Taijoshin was also coaxing his lava earth dragon. Xiaolong, fight well, and you'll have enough seafood meat for you then. Seeing the earth dragon finally hit the ground running, Taijoshin then sighed. His eyes looked towards Bai Lingxian, and when he saw that she wasn't much better, his heart felt a bit more comfortable. I heard that the Heavenly God clan was even harder to serve, thinking. Taijoshin looked in Fong Ran's direction. He froze. It was only that the angel stood on the sidelines listening to Fong Ran lay out his tactics, nodding his head as he listened. The look was like when he was a child when he was set on a task by the lava earth dragon. This made Taijoshin suddenly have some heartbreaking feelings. Impossible. It must be that his angelic equilibrium is not high enough to have pride. When he gets stronger and stronger in the future, sooner or later, he'll have to kneel down and lick his shoes. Taijoshin gritted his teeth. Don't believe it's true. Begin. Long Yu's words fell. The lava earth dragon took the lead. A mouthful of scorching flames was violently sprayed in by Lingfang's direction. In his opinion, taking the lead in Fong Ran peace and resolving Bai Lingxian was the best plan. Ice crystal field. Bai Lingxian's words fell. The temperature around them dropped extremely fast, and the tail behind the ice fox kept wagging as if it was creating an ice storm, chilling the sky and freezing the ground. A channel of lava, before it flew in front of Bai Lingxian, cooled down most of the way and completely lost its power. The thunder celestials standing around silently backed away. The cold was like bone marrow, and it was impossible to keep it out with clothes. The holy power of Shao Tian's torso operated on its own, resisting the encroaching cold. It's not the cold, what's in this air is its elemental power. It was a skill similar to her sacred fire ability, its power transformed by the evolution method into a bone-crushing cold. Chapter 75 The Angel of Judgment, dealing with 2 people at once. The ground of the martial arts arena, frost spread. Icy cold, almost freezing the air around them. On the other side, the lava slayer dragon's hard body was constantly flowing with red to shiny lava, resisting the cold air. But after all, it was affected, causing it to become a little slower in its mobility. On the contrary, on the other side, the cold air blew beside Shao Tian as if it had melted away, counteracted by the almost invisible holy power hanging down from the top of his head. The ground beneath his feet, an area outside the circle, had long been covered with a thin layer of frost. Great as skill, it has reached the mastery level. Even if your stance is good, you will become increasingly sluggish in this field. Bai Lingxian seemed to be stating a fact. There was not a trace of emotion in the words. Her Imperial Beast was the offspring of an Emperor Grade 9-tailed ice fox ferocious beast. That Emperor Grade 9-tailed ice fox, just by residing in the desert for a few days, had turned it into an ice plane Jedi. And the 3-tailed ice fox as its cub, even though the bloodline has been passed down from generation to generation, it still has a similar power, and is likewise a unique Imperial Beast. It can't be delayed, its skills will erode the flesh and blood, slowing down Fong Ran's Imperial Beast's movements across the board. Lei Tian Rendo. The range of this skill is also too large, how can Fong Ran's Imperial Beast win without an advantage? Shin Yun was worried. Okay, just use your skills to block the walk, I'll see how he runs. Tong Jun was happy to see it. After being teased by Fong Ran, he always felt that he had lost in vain. If his angel hadn't ducked and engaged him squarely, he wouldn't necessarily have lost. Xiao Tian, try Bai Lingfeng's level first. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Since it's all about presentation, wouldn't it have been better for him to beat up both guys? Use the storm bow. Goten raised his hand. A magnificent bow surfaced. His right hand tapped the bowstring, and 3 arrows made of holy power were hitched. In just an instant, the surrounding frost was windless, forming an eye of storm at the place of the arrow. And the direction aimed at was exactly the direction of Bai Ling Xiang. The right choice, it's only preferable to settle her with me piece by piece now. Taizhou Xin couldn't help but be a little impressed with Fong Ran. Being able to recognize your own shortcomings is a rare quality. Not to mention that Bai Ling Xiang had restrained him. Whoosh! With arrows flying. The 3 storms entangled in one place, causing their power to skyrocket. Even the ground of the martial arts arena was somewhat unable to withstand this huge force and began to tremble continuously. Facing the sudden attack, Bai Ling Xiang looked toward Fong Ran. Being in the middle of the attack, she could feel that the power of Fong Ran's skill was extraordinary. Cold River Giant. The 3-tailed ice fox stirred its tail feathers. Frosted ground, a massive frost giant sprang forth. Crossing his arms, he blocked in front of Bai Ling Xiang. Bang! A violent explosion came out, and the frost giant's arms snapped off, and a large spiral hole appeared in his chest. This caused the 3-tailed ice fox's slender eyelashes to stir, somewhat surprised. My innate skill, which is at least A-ranked, was actually pierced through. The opponent's skills were bound to be equally A-ranked. Or it's AB rank skill practiced to the max. But it preferred to believe that it was an A rank skill rather than AB rank. So hard, the storm bow was no longer enough. Fong Ran frowned. Skills obtained by upgrading C rank skills could only reach the B rank level at best. It was no longer enough to deal with Imperial beasts that were also considered top of the line in the Lord class. Good. Well played. Wait for me to assist you in a while. Taizhou Xin dropped the barrier at this moment. Was about to look in Bai Ling Xiang's direction. Unexpectedly, however, Xiao Tian raised his arrow and aimed at him this time. At this moment, Taizhou Xin had a bellyful of doubts. But before he could say anything, that same attack was in sight. Lava Dragon. Without him having to say anything, the Lava Earth Dragon had already slapped out a thick piece of molten earth from the ground and managed to block the attack. With 2 long-distance attempts, Fong Ran probably had an understanding of the strength of the duo's Imperial beasts. I don't know how many times stronger it was than what I had encountered earlier. And the Imperial Beast Masters present. On the other hand, he was puzzled by Fonzen's behavior. Attacking 2 Emperor's sons at the same time is too unwise. Yeah, in this situation, the greatest threat to him, Bai Ling Xiang, should be dealt with first. Can it be that Fong Ran is planning to use long-range attacks to brush up his damage so as to get the highest rating? Dream on, Senior Long Yu is here watching that. You can only get a high score if you are recognized by her. Unwise, unwise. They didn't understand what Fong Ran was doing. On the other hand, Tong Jun, who was on the side, had his pupils shrunk. These 2 skills, for him to receive them hard, could he carry them? Could it be that Fong Ran's Imperial Beast not fighting back earlier was really giving way? Long Yu, motionless, watched. Seems to be doing his job, but is actually fast asleep. The battle strength assessment is almost done, you 2 go up one by one. Fong Ran's voice was not too loud. But it fell clearly into everyone's ears. For a while, the crowd looked towards him, especially the 2 geniuses standing in front of him. A man who has to deal with both of them at the same time, the son of the emperor? I thought you had something in mind, it seems like you're really crazy. Taizhou Xin shook his head. These words also caused the pupils of Bai Lingfeng, who was not far away, to be covered in frost. She was enraged by Fong Ran, as a proud child of heaven, what she hated the most was being looked down upon. The next moment, the Lava Earth Dragon then charged violently in Fong Ran's direction. Although its body was huge, its entire body was covered with long train muscles, just like a truck moving at full speed, and in an instant, it crashed into Fong Ran's near front. Without resisting hard, Xiaotian leapt up and dodged the impact. The lava earth dragon braked sharply and turned its head to spew out a jet of lava. At the same time, the three-tailed ice fox not far away also condensed a channel of bowl-sized ice spikes, like a rainstorm stabbing at Xiaotian. Swish! An exaggerated holy sword floated in his hand. The aura of burning holy fire reflected all over his body, and the plume of fire composed of holy power unfolded. The giant sword flew, and between the awe-inspiring light of the sword, it disconnected the lava and cut through the ice thorns, and the holy flame feather and dragon soul melting casting took effect at the same time, and the strength and speed instantly received a nearfold increase. Even the ice-spiked lava that missed was warded off by the holy power of the holy crown dropping down. What's happening in front of us? To an outsider it seems but an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xiaotian, who was in the midst of a crisis, resolved the danger. The appearance of that whole body burning with holy fire and dragging a huge holy sword in her hand was exactly like a female Valkyrie standing under the dome of the sky. The surrounding Imperial Beast Masters were stunned. The heavenly god at this moment was simply not the same person, not the same species, as the angel from earlier. If Xiaotian was closer to a human under normality, he was instead closer to a god when he was not suppressing his power. Chapter 76 The Power of the Ruler, get an exclusive score and tie for first place. What evolutionary direction is this? Fong Ran is hiding it so deeply? Lei Tianren couldn't strain that serious look anymore. Even he had to marvel at the fact that this kid was too tolerant. No wonder, the evolution course can be rated as S grade. Xinyan gulped and clenched her showy fists. Without realizing it, Fong Ran was already so far removed from her. She's also going to her grandfather to increase the intensity of her special training. Unusual scent. Dragon Rain's tail flicked. Opened his drowsy eyes and looked at the angel in the air. It had been a long time since I had seen such a promising lord-level creature, only just reaching the pre-lord stage, and possessing a strength that far exceeded that of its peers. Moreover, as a draconian, she had always looked down on all lower creatures, yet she felt no such feelings towards the angel. This. Fong Ran actually hit a hand, Earth Dragon, take this opportunity to finish him off first. Tai Jiuxin urged. That angel gave him a very dangerous feeling. And the other side. The three-tailed icefox's fur exploded. Not going to hide your power anymore? Bai Lingxiang was surprised. Fong Ran's imperial beast had actually given it so much pressure? Roar! The earth dragon underneath him was just about to raise its head when Xiaotian violently dropped down and stomped it back to the ground. The holy sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Dang! The lava earth dragon's body was instantly covered in iron armor, bouncing Xiaotian's holy sword away. It's hard to do effective damage relying on the skills you get at high levels. And not far away, the frost that condensed on the ground recreated three weapon-wielding frost giants that slashed towards Xiaotian. Dodging the chopping attack, Xiaotian chopped out the holy fire giant's sword in his hand, and the three frost giants were cut off at the waist. Consuming the frost that condenses around you and using it to unleash a skill? Fong Ran noted. The frost on the ground decreased. At this moment, the only attack skills that Xiaotian counted as ranked were the Blazing Angel's Power of Judgment, and the two Realmbreaker rank skills. Giant Sword of Holy Fire. Xiaotian did not hesitate, and the holy sword in his hand dissipated. At the same time, an equally huge sword of holy fire surfaced high in the sky. This exaggerated ability caused the surrounding group of Imperial Beast Masters to open their mouths wide. Is this still a Lord-level Imperial Beast Master? Why is it different from the fight between them? Drop! Xiaotian waved his hand and his holy sword smashed into the lava earth dragon. On the side, Long Yu leapt up and quickly jumped above the head of the lava earth dragon, and with a mere flick of his fingertips, the massive holy sword instantly shattered. You lose. She looked at the pale-faced Tai Jiuxin. The lava earth dragon underneath shivered and was stepped on, but it didn't dare to move a bit. This kind of being, even if she didn't do any exercise and grew naturally, she would be able to reach at least the transcendent level, let alone the fact that she was a monarch level. Teacher Longyu, my lava earth dragon can block this blow. I still have my bottom card. Tai Jiuxin said in defiance. The faces of the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters changed. Daring to speak to a monarch level like this, if this was on a normal day, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But unexpectedly, Long Yu did not get angry and said flatly, "Can you block it 10 times?" Long Yu's words pierced into his heart like a needle. This meant that Fong Ran's skill, at least, could be released at least 10 more times. The lack of a strike was already the result of mercy. This annoyed him to no end. As the son of an emperor, could he only go so far? Even if you can't win against the 26th brother, can't you still set an example for the 28th brother? Miss Ao, can you win? For the first time, Bai Lingxiang felt unsure of herself. With 2 people clamping down, Fong Ran actually still won against Tai Jiao Xian. Of course I can, it's just an angel. The 3-tailed ice fox's words had not yet fallen. The figure had come close. The holy sword in his hand chopped down. A foxtail stretched out and instantly flicked the holy sword away. The other 2, on the other hand, were coated with thick frost, turning into 2 ice blades that stabbed at Xiao Tian's chest. The 2 attacks, however, were all resisted by the dissolution of the holy power of the halo falling. There's still less than half of the holy power, it's enough. Xiao Tian thought to himself. Next move, decide the winner. The 3-tailed ice fox had a serious face. 3-tailed ice pick. The 3 ice crystal tails entwined in one place, turning into a sharp ice spear. The energy in his body, as much as it could, surged towards his tail, and the space around him seemed to be frozen. At this moment, its tail had been transformed into a frozen rule. Swish! The tail of the ice cone stabbed at Xiao Tian. A sense of crisis arose from the bottom of Xiao Tian's heart. Ruling! She whispered with a frown. Above the halo of holy fire, a cross flashed. A holy fire, like a pillar of light, descended on top of the 3-tailed ice fox's body. The sprinkling of the Tao's holy power was like warm sunlight, descending on top of the sinful man's body, purifying his body while scorching his soul. Gah! The 3-tailed ice fox ate the pain. The tail that had coalesced behind him instantly dispersed, and burning holy fire began to continuously emanate from his body. This. What kind of skill is this? My ice crystals can't defend against it. Its eyes were horrified. Attacks that ignored defense. No matter how it fled, that pillar of light followed it like a shadow. It is like a judgment from the gods, and there is no other way but to be punished obediently. Next. The 3-tailed ice fox was then carried by Long Yu and detached from the battlefield. You lost. Long Yu said silently. It froze in place, its ice crystal looking for scorching, as if it couldn't believe that it had used its full power and still lost. Not far away, Bai Lingxiang hurriedly came closer and looked at the 3-tailed ice fox. White, I want to exercise, I want to get stronger. It murmured and whispered. It's never worked out since it was born and crushes everything with its supermodel stats. But I never thought that I would fall into the hands of an angel today. And in the middle of the drill hall. For his part, Goten sighed in relief. The halo, the only cross, became dimmed. Fortunately, he was quick enough to interrupt the 3-tailed ice fox's skill, but at this moment, the holy power in Xiao Tian's body was almost depleted. I won. She said as she looked towards Fong Ran, who was walking towards her. Don't mess around next time. Fong Ran looked towards the halo above Xiao Tian's head, reached out his hand, and curiously grabbed it. That god ring burning holy fire, but did not hurt Fong Ran, but like a magnet that attracts each other is very difficult to move. Beyond a certain range, it will slowly move back, pulling over the head of Xiao Tian will follow the head of the small sky to stretch over. Stop playing. There are too many people here. These words made the surrounding crowd feel like spitting out blood. We can't play in a crowd, so we can play in private, right? The moment. Empire State's freshman rankings change. First place, Bai Lingxiang 402. Second place, Fong Ran 402. The 2 tied for first place. But since Fong Ran came later, he was still in second place for the time being. Brother Fong, awesome. Lei Tianren stepped forward and couldn't help but praise. One man, taking on both the first and the third, and the descendants of 2 imperial families. Who wouldn't envy this record? Fong Ran, who had been a schoolmate before, now said that no one would probably doubt that he was his senior. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of Fong Ran. The score is for you. Long Yu stared at him with a burning gaze. Looking at Fong Ran, his heart fluttered. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his foul mouth a little. Chapter 77, the second best company in Imperial City, selling favored beasts. Imperial Academy. Chief raw privilege in a separate residence. Lin Xinghuan was holding a cell phone in one hand, and a serious voice kept coming out of it. Xinghuan, I've asked, and the void illusion spider has also been booked a long time ago, as have the pet beasts of the same level. Sister Wang, can't you think of a way? He'll definitely make it into the top 10 freshmen. Lin Xinghuan gripped her cell phone tightly. To get Fong Ran a good imperial beast, his ranking would be crucial. It's the gifted sentinel that's worth investing in, but it's only worth investing in, and it doesn't make much of a difference to the company. The S-class imperial beasts are all booked, and those with imperial bloodlines are even fewer, so now there are only favored beasts below B-class in the company. Sister Wang continued. As a company that breeds favored beasts, their quality favored beasts are often sold out before they even bring them back. A favored beast with an emperor's bloodline, even if there was only a trace of it, would cause people to go crazy. Many, even paying tens of millions of dollars in advance deposits for reservations. By the way, our macro beast boss said he wants to meet you and have dinner together to chat. Maybe he has some more channels. Sister Wang suddenly mentioned. The owner of the imperial capital Hong Beast Royal Beast Company was a transcendent level royal beast master. It's not necessary. Lin Xinghuan hung up her cell phone. The clients they come into contact with are all transcendent, and even monarch-level existences. If she hadn't been in Yuqing and saved up enough honor value to have a high probability of advancing to the transcendent level, it was estimated that the macro beast company wouldn't even want to care about her. What's wrong? Rejected again, isn't that normal? With Bai Lingxiang around, your little brother definitely won't get a good ranking law. I'll be able to win over her by family, why can't Fong Ran? Lin Xinghuan retorted. These words immediately silenced her girlfriends on the sidelines. That goes without saying. It must be different if you're a genius. But it also made her realize something was wrong. When did Lin Xinghuan care so much about others? If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have advanced so smoothly. Lin Xinghuan whispered. In passing, he clicked on the ranking of the Imperial Academy. First place, Bai Lingxiang 402. Second place, Fong Ran 402. At this very moment, two names tied on the list with identical scores. This caused Lin Xinghuan to freeze. She remembered that when Fong Ran had enrolled not long ago, he was still in the middle of higher to come. Same as the Bai Lingfang score, I guess there will be quite a few companies looking for him to invest. Second place? Still 1 point short of the exclusive score, Fong Ran will get first place for freshmen? Lin Xinghuan was still a bit incredulous. Not long ago. The goal she had given Fong Ran was only the top 100. As a result, in such a short period of time, he rushed to second place. It was much faster than she had expected. I read the forums, Fong Ran, he alone won over the two sons of the emperor, Bai Lingfang and Tai Jiuxin, and it's an A-class Imperial Beast Reversal S-class A. And the picture, which was posted in the forums, and a lot of people are talking about it like crazy. What a fierce Imperial Beast, what direction is his angelic evolution going, do you know? What Gorgon? Lin Xinghuan looked at the picture and revealed a puzzled expression. This was an evolutionary route she had never seen before. Could it be that Fong Ran had chosen the forbidden route? Only a few moments had passed. A phone call then came back. Xinghuan. Although there are no more S-ranked Imperial Beasts, we still have a few A ranks here, are you free to come and take a look? Also, I wanted to ask if you said that person's name was Fong Ran? I'm sorry Sister Wang, I don't need A and so on. Lin Xinghuan hung up the phone decisively. If she wanted to help Fong Ran, how could she only contract A class? That would be too far behind others. Besides, what they leave behind is mostly what others have left. In the A grade, it's all the weakest of the bunch. At this point, Sister Wang, who was hung up on, revealed a helpless look. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man with a dragon's walk and majesty, the establisher of the Hong Beast Royal Beast Company, Hong Zhang. Well, did she agree? Seeing Sister Wang shake her head, Hong Zhang nodded. That angel I read doesn't belong to any mature evolutionary system, using what I'm afraid is a forbidden route. I've never seen an Imperial Beastmaster who can use the forbidden route and evolve to the transcendent level. It was especially dangerous to use those materials, which were extremely likely to aggravate the violent and negative emotions of the favored beasts. Count him lucky if he succeeds. Also, did you sell that void illusion spider yet? Remember to find a reliable Imperial Beastmaster, it's good for our reputation as well. Sold to a genius from the Mordor Academy, who also finished in the top 3 of the freshmen. Well, making a good relationship will greatly benefit our company in the future. As for Fongran, if he comes, it's better to recommend those A-class favored beasts to him. There are competitions for the second Imperial Beasts in all the academies in all the years, so I'll know that my investment was right when the time comes. Without enough financial support, cultivating 2 Imperial Beasts at the same time would only be an empty endeavor. Not to mention, having to deal with the relationship between the 2 favored beasts, some Imperial Beastmasters didn't handle it well and directly became slaves of the 2 Imperial Beasts. The moment. In the midst of the Imperial Academy, Fongran was helping Xiao Tian with the bruises on his arms. Applying a salve designed for use by Imperial Beasts accelerates cellular repair of damage to the body. As much as Tiny wanted to say that there was no need to wipe it, she could recover quickly. But thought better of it. You're strong, however, inexperienced in actual combat and too clumsy. The dragon rain's tail on the side swung and said. Even though she had suppressed her strength to Lord level, it took her tens of minutes to win. In this, it relies on instinctive combat experience and skillful use of skills. And then, of course, there's vigor for miracles. Thank you, Teacher Longyu, for your guidance. Fongran opened his mouth to thank him. The consequence of a bad mouth is that he gets grabbed and brutally beaten up and he has to say thank you. Reluctant? There used to be a monarch Imperial Beastmaster who spent millions on me to instruct a lesson. Hearing Longyu's words, Fongran instantly felt that the fight was worth it, and that he had to let Mr. Longyu fight more. It was just a shame that no blood was cut from her, the scales on her body were simply harder than a king's shell. Longyu naturally did not know what Fongran was thinking. Otherwise he's probably going to get hung again. As I recall, you practiced having a dragon soul fusion. I don't think you're a dragon man, are you? No, it's the master's ability. Xiao Tian didn't want to reveal too much. Longyu nodded with a thoughtful look. It seems that this human is not useless. It was the first time that she had ever encountered a creature that wasn't a draconian, but was practicing dragon soul fusion, and she came to have a slight interest in being a teacher. I'll be in the back of the Imperial capital on weekdays when I'm free, so I can help you train your practical combat skills. Then can you adjust the defense to Lord level as well? Fongran tried. Longyu did not respond to him, completely treating Fongran like air. This made Fongran's eyebrows twitch. This was too arrogant. Fongran suddenly experienced the pain of those Imperial Beast Masters who were dominated by Imperial Beasts. If he contracted Longyu, he would probably have to sit as a stool for her every day. At this point, Fongran's cell phone suddenly rang. Waiting for you to drop a few more strokes, waiting for you to play a few more songs. Chapter 78, The Second Imperial Beast's Choice, Up. It was Lin Xinghuan who called. Hey, Sister Lin. This was the first time Lin Xinghuan had taken the initiative to look for her since he came to the Imperial capital. Is this finally going to let him have a hug? Fongran, I found a few beast pet companies and stores for you. Do you have time to take a look? The cost of the beast pet, they'll help you waive 80% of it. Lin Xinghuan opened the door. The ranking of the top 5 academic institutions is being watched by many. Therefore, there are quite a few beast pet companies that have taken the initiative to come to the door. Because the second Imperial Beast also had a competition, and it was a competition between the major different academies, the rewards that could be obtained were far more than the unusual rankings. However, the competition is just as fierce, with the minimum being Imperial Beasts rated A. This represented the upper limit of the favored beast, and even more so, its noble bloodline. I'm free, but I don't have that much money on me for now. Fongran said. You can owe it first, and after that, go to the Beast Hunting Factory, or the Imperial Beast Association to pick up missions, and go to work part-time. You've reached the Lord level, can be titled in the company. The two talked for a long time. By the next day, at the school gates, Lin Xinghuan wore a white shirt, with a straight black suit, simple decoration but more emphasized the advantages of the body. Every move is very eye-catching. In the surrounding area, there were quite a few newly enrolled Imperial Beastmasters who peeked over. It's the chief student of the 3rd year of the Imperial capital, Sister Lin Xinghuan. Holy, I used to come to the Imperial city just to chase after senior Sister Lin, and I've finally met her in person. Chasing after school Sister Lin? School Sister Lin will soon be promoted to the Transcendent level and go to the border city to take up her position. What kind of clown are you? Transcendent level? So soon? I remember she's only in her early 20s, right? Transcendent is as transcendent as it gets. I'd rather be humiliated by her stepping on my feet. In an instant, the crowd looked at the man with a look of disgust. What's wrong with that ambition? Can't you advance to transcendence and catch up with your senior sister's pace? Soon, the crowd noticed that she seemed to be waiting for someone. When she saw Fangran, Lin Qinghuan smiled slightly, and the crowd immediately stopped talking. It's Fangran, he won against Bai Ling Fang yesterday, and now Goddess Bai is still training at the Celestial Training Center. There's also Tai Jiuxin, I heard that he was taken back by the family for Devil's special training. Why don't they all grab the first place in the monthly exam? Are you devastated? Originally, the crowd was still a bit jealous of Lin Qinghuan and the others. But when see the party then? It felt reasonable again. Riding in Lin Qinghuan's car, the two of them, Fangran, quickly arrived at the first store. The stores that cultivated pet beasts were all made very luxurious, just like a superstore where people came and went. How can I sell this sun leopard? It's only a great imperial beast, selling it for $20 million? Why don't you go and rob it? Are there any listers that are already booked? It's a year away, it's really our turn. You guys are raising this imperial beast to be so cranky, can you do it cheaper? Is there a humanoid? It doesn't matter if it's a lower level, I'm asking for a friend. There were also a number of imperial beast masters in the hall, looking at the tablet in the reception hand. Imperial beast masters who could reach the lord level would be received with emphasis. A few were people who had just become Lord Imperial Beast Masters, while many more were ordinary people who wanted to contract Imperial Beasts and become Imperial Beast Masters. As for Fang Ran and Lin Qinghuan, as the geniuses of the Imperial Capital Academy, and having gotten the top 3 rankings of the freshmen, they were directly brought to the area of the A-class Imperial Beasts. In the face of the crowd's dissatisfaction, relying on the 4 words Imperial Capital Academy would shut them up. These are A-rank Imperial Beasts, newly entered. The girl at the reception said with a look of urgency. It made her a little nervous to be in contact with such a genius. The moment. Across the screen, Fang Ran was able to see the information of several favored beasts. And their recorded figures. Werewolf statue. Level, pre-ordinary. Golden monkey power. Level, pre-ordinary. Nightjar beaver. Level, pre-ordinary. All a class, but they're all cranky creatures that are hard to tame, no S-class? Lin Qinghuan inquired. This is to see that they have been picked out, and the well-behaved ones have long been taken away. Sorry, no more. Ignoring the receptionist, Fang Ran summoned Little Sky out under the astonished gaze of the maid. To contract an imperial beast, it was natural to deal with the relationship, so why not ask Xiao Tian from the start? I believe she is still more reasonable. What do you think? Xiao Tian was puzzled, and when he heard that Fang Ran wanted to contract the second imperial beast, his heart thumped. I scanned the screen before shaking his head. Then he pointed at the golden monkey power demon, who was just plain stupid looking. How much? Fang Ran inquired. The receptionist looked at Xiao Tian, who had only returned to his senses at this moment, and hurriedly said, 79 million, and it can come with a month's worth of C-ranked recipes. 79 million? Fang Ran looked to the side at Lin Qinghuan. But she saw her high-flying cheeks twitch. Come on, let's go check out the next place. Seeing a few people leave. The receptionist sighed. Standing next to Xiao Tian made her so stressed that she didn't dare to breathe. Angels that could contract such a heavy weight of divinity naturally couldn't look at the lowly Class A imperial beasts, but the higher level ones had been bought 2 or 3 days ago. In order to participate in the competition for the second imperial beast in the imperial capital afterward, there were quite a few clans that prepared ahead of time, and would have stocked up if they were still in the weekdays. Turn to a few more expensive veterinary pet stores with the same result. There are only flawed A-class favored beasts, and they all cost tens of millions of dollars. Khotan is no exception, the pics are all stupid. It was Fang Ran who could tell even if he was stupid that she was doing it on purpose. It's a little too expensive to pay off my debt, I don't know how long it will take to pay it off. The imperial beasts have not yet been raised, but it's okay to be in debt first. Moreover, tens of millions of dollars Lin Qinghuan most likely couldn't take out, just look at her expression. I guess I didn't expect the price of favored beasts to go up so quickly in the last few days. You guys go back first, I'll take another look myself. Fang Ran dismissed Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan instantly felt a bit clueless, her cheeks slightly red. Good, I'll find you a suitable one when I reach the transcendent level. This time. In the middle of a chaotic marketplace in the imperial capital. Shrunken slimes, confined in narrow glass cages, squashed into squares. At the moment, it was a little tearful as it rose and fell. If I had known, I would have listened to Brother Clan and not come to the imperial capital. As soon as I ran over, I was caught and arrested in the black market. It didn't know what it was expecting. That person was the pride of humanity. Even those higher existences would desire to be contracted by a genius, right? A silhouette came to the front of the stall, and instantly both eyes lit up and said, "Boss, your goods aren't working lately, they're selling. Buy it or get out. I never raise prices here, and I caught this little thing by accident, so I'll give it to you if you buy one." The stubbled Imperial Beastmaster grunted coldly. "Why are you still being gracious? A little thing that can't be advanced, what's the point of him buying it for? It's too much to feed his Imperial Beasts." Chapter 79 Second Imperial Beasts Competition, Fong Ran's Choice. A few moments later. Even if I'm in the top 3 of the Imperial capital, most of them would only be willing to recommend me for an A grade. Fong Ran sighed. As it turns out, it's still rash to try to buy and compete with those tycoons for resources. At this moment, he also realized that it was already a blessing and misfortune to be able to indenture Xiao Tian. It was also thanks to the fact that she was so weak that she wasn't as good as a C-ranked favored beast at the time. The moment. Fong Ran suddenly had a flash of insight. Little Sky has managed to win a favored beast of the Emperor's bloodline. What more do I need from a bicycle? Fong Ran decided to switch his thinking. Cheap Imperial beasts have a cap on their level, but paired with his ability, that cap doesn't exist. Instead of spending tens of millions of dollars on a loan to buy an A-ranked Imperial beast, and then spending tens of millions more to train it up, it would be better to take that money and invest in a low-level favored beast. It's like those Sentinel Star Scouts. The Imperial beasts bought for a few $1,000,000 can also be made into internet celebrities with hundreds of millions of followers, drawing in countless amounts of money. Without realizing it, Fong Ran arrived outside a favored beast store. A random, young but old-looking Imperial Beastmaster finally asked for something. "Bro, are there any cheap and good Imperial beasts?" "That will have to wait until evening," I said. "The contract second Imperial beasts use, it doesn't matter if the level is lower." Hearing Fong Ran's words, the man couldn't help but look at him twice. Don't make a hasty decision on a major life event, rather take out a loan that? The second Imperial beast must also be contracted at least C-level A. As soon as he heard this, Fong Ran knew he had found the right person. It means there are lower than C-class. It's okay, I don't mind. You're not doing this for afterward, the competition for the second Imperial beast of each academy, are you? Which academy are you from? Anyway, we Imperial Beast Masters from the second and third tier academies will be serving as companions to the 5 major academies if we go, so why bother? He looked at Fong Ran suspiciously. Looking at him, he didn't look like someone from a first-tier academy, where all the Imperial Beastmasters were rich second generation. Casual contracted Imperial Beasts were all A-ranked or above, and S-ranks had them booked. Just take me there and pay you. Fong Ran endured the pain and took out a $100 red dragon coin. Okay, get in my car. The man did a double take. It's a big mistake, this is, so eager to contract the second Imperial Beast, is it trying to turn the tide by the tournament afterward? He had seen a lot of this kind of Imperial Beast Masters, and in the end, they were invariably crushed by life, and neither of their 2 favored beasts was raised well. An unusual Imperial Beast Master like them should be even more cautious and focus on the cultivation of their own Imperial Beasts. A few moments later, the two arrived at a sparsely populated industrial area on the edge of the empire. The youth chattered on the way, making Fong Ran reacquaint himself with the differences of this imperial capital. This is it, there are quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who will sell some of their captured cubs here, as well as advancement materials, at a fair price, not to mention the quality. The two stepped out of the car and pulled up to an abandoned street. Vehicles outside the streets have piled up to the point of being considered crowded. Get into it. Many Imperial Beast Masters were traveling in groups, looking at the goods for sale on both sides of the street. Sentinel materials, as well as protective gear, and veterinary medicine, it's really much cheaper than in the mall. The Fong Ran duo went deeper and deeper. Finally, I came across the sale of favored beast cubs. Those favored beasts, unlike in the shopping mall, were not pampered, but just casually kept in special animal bone cages. It looked like it was still afraid of its surroundings. After all, it was a being with some intelligence now. Boss, what level are these favored beast cubs? How do I sell them? Fong Ran inquired. There's no level, you pick a favorite, 3,000 apiece, all of them are bred by our farm at great expense. After the stall owner finished speaking, he reclined back. 3,000 apiece? These favored beasts, some with blood on them, sure you didn't just pull them out of their nests? The stall owner looked at it, that is, the strength of the lord level or so, the cubs that can be caught are bound to be of a low level, and Fongran didn't see any that he was satisfied with. I can only decide on my own, a place like this, calling Little Sky out would probably cause a commotion. You watch first, I have to go buy some beast food. The youth departed. Fongran wandered around alone. On the way, he met quite a few Imperial Beastmasters who were also in different academies in the Imperial capital. There were quite a few people like him who had run to contract the second Imperial Beast for the tournament afterward. Even Fongran encountered a few acquaintances from the Winsong Academy, and their first reaction when they saw Fongran was an expression of extreme surprise. Fongshan, what are you doing here? In the crowd's opinion, everything should have been arranged long ago for a proud son of heaven like Fongran. This was true, it was just that Fongran couldn't look at those A-class Imperial Beasts and didn't want to be in debt. However, in order to save face, Fongran could only respond. I'm going to contract the second Imperial Beast and go to the competition to prove that there are no useless Imperial Beasts, only useless Imperial Beast Masters. And then, he spilled out and left amidst the gazes of the crowd with a look of astonishment and envy. These words thrilled the crowd. Worthy of being the proud son of the Imperial Academy. The moment. In front of a booth. Don't waste your breath, it's pure crystal glass. If you wait a little longer and no one buys it, I'll make you into a material and sell it. The stall owner said leisurely. Kiki. Slime was dumbfounded. It has a number of clansmen that have been made into binders. As a race that couldn't advance, even seeking a place to live in this world was difficult. Originally, it wanted to revitalize the race, but it wasn't about to fall apart in the middle of the road. Boss, I heard that in this area, you catch the best Imperial Beasts, do you have any recommendations? Hearing that business was coming, the stall owner was in high spirits. And the slime that was held in the crystal looked up and froze. That familiar silhouette was the one who had saved it earlier. I'm afraid that even if I want to repay him now, I won't have the chance to do so, and like the stall owner said, giving it away would be considered a favor, not a repayment. And it was a human he knew, too, not me. Its soft body went limp again. What Fongran had saved was also a human, not a strange monster. However, Fongran's gaze fell on it instead. Surprised, he couldn't help but spit out in his heart, was this slime queen born to die? Why is it that every time we meet, she is the one who gets caught? It can't be the same as the Windy City one, can it? Boss, as I recall, it seems like slimes can't evolve, right? Fongran asked, pretending to be careless. That's for sure, this kind of low-level creatures, their rank is fixed when they are born, at most, they are just lord level. Yet he could see the evolutionary route. This reminded Fongran of the slimes and skeleton monsters in the Western fantasy anime he had seen before. Isn't this a high-ceiling Imperial Beast? Fongran had a decision in his mind. How do you sell this stuff? 500. Is it that cheap? It's just pure crystal glass, it's not that expensive. I don't mean the glass, I mean what's inside. 350, even if it's off the slime, it can't get any cheaper. The stall owner frowned. This kid, too, is too good at bargaining, but this glass is also he received $5, $6 to sell it will not be a loss. Chapter 80 Contracted Slime, Become Little Skies Look Alike? Here. The stall owner handed the pure crystal cube to Fongran. Fongran dragged it with one hand, weighing almost the size of 2 buckets of water. However, Fongran was physically stronger than a sportsman, and with the feedback from the Imperial Beast, he was able to lift it with ease. And inside that glass cube, the writhing slime, somewhat incredulous, looked at the figure holding it up, its body involuntarily trying to touch but being blocked by the pure crystal. What's he going to buy me for? As filler material? Or as a lubricant? The silky body couldn't stop trembling at the thought. That's just it. Just repay the favor with my life. I hope that in the afterlife, I can be a carefree black dragon. She was just afraid that the clan would follow her and find their way to the Imperial capital, giving up their lives for nothing. Fongran returned to the vehicle and waited a little. Finished? What is this, a slime? Are you planning to deed this thing? The youth asked with a smile. Yeah, I'm going to take it to the second Imperial Beast competition. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the youth shook his head non-committally. Taking slime to the annual National Scholastic Competition? Hell no. Keep a friend, maybe we'll get together in a couple months when the contest opens. The two at each other as friends. Toward the inner city. Only after sending Fong Ran to his home in the imperial capital did the youth drive away. Fong Ran came inside and placed the crystal on the tabletop. Ran? What did you bring? Sang Xuelan was curious. Slimes, and some people call them mud monsters, there are a lot of them that don't have a spirit. Fang Qihua, who was watching TV, explained. You bought it for another purpose, didn't you? Could it be that Tiny wants something sticky for a change? In terms of knowledge of defending beasts, he still knew quite a lot. However, a ferocious beast of this level was bound to be unqualified to become his genius nephew's favored beast. Hearing Fang Qihua's words, the slime trembled as if electrocuted. Don't eat it alive. You'll get diarrhea. A few moments later. Fong Ran opened the lid. The jelly-like mass climbed directly onto Fong Ran's hand. This startled the ant aside. Because that's how slimes eat. Its body is viscous and dense, like a muscle, and seems to control itself. Fong Ran muttered to himself. The palm of the hand was completely wrapped in smooth slime. The mass of slimes, which seemed to be dependent on him, also had no intention of escaping or secreting digestive juices. Slime. Rank, Late General. Skills, Imitation, Digestion. Evolutionary route, Lava Slime, Poison Slime, Slime Queen. Description, a self-proclaimed slime queen with the unique ability to transform into any form. I can help you evolve and get stronger, but everything is at my mercy. Fong Ran whispered. He was sure that the little thing could understand him. Sure enough, the writhing slime paused, seeming to tremble slightly in disbelief. It was all set to sell its meat to repay the favor. Is the heavenly creature in front of you actually willing to contract it? Xiaoran, don't joke, although I don't know how to control beasts, but isn't there no way for slimes to evolve? If we don't have the money, we can take out a loan and pay it back later, isn't that what happened in the past? A class imperial beasts cost a minimum of 30 million, and they are of poor character, and for other S-class cubs, hundreds of millions are even more common. Fang Qihua said silently. When she heard her uncle's words, her aunt shut up. With this amount, even with a loan, they have nothing to collateralize it. Just by virtue of the so-called genius name, it was still difficult to cross the ranks and compare to those transcendent imperial beastmasters. Don't worry about me, little Sky wasn't as weak before, I have a way to nurture it. Hearing Fong Ran's words. The two were as if they had been given a shot in the arm. Yeah, they still have goten. Ran, do you have a way to evolve a slime? Or else picking a D-rank imperial beast would be fine. Just listen to Fong Ran, let's not interrupt if we don't understand, trust him. Fang Qihua interrupted. They had gotten this far, mostly thanks to Fong Ran and Xiao Tian. He believed that his nephew wouldn't cut off his future for no reason, and he wanted to become a grand imperial beastmaster more than anyone else. A few moments later. Underground training room. Fong Ran dripped his blood and contracted the slime without any hindrance. In that moment, it felt like it was dreaming, and everything in front of it seemed unreal. Skills, Mimicry Introductory, Digestion Introductory. Evolutionary route, Lava Slime, Poison Slime, Slime Queen. Upgrade your skills first. Fong Ran whispered. The mass squirmed a bit, as if nodding. Advanced Imitation, Digestive Proficiency. Fong Ran's words fell. A non-existent memory surfaced in Slime's mind. Mimicry Proficient, can take the form of the rest of the creatures and possess a part of their temperament. Remaining debt, imitate an object for 24 hours. Digestion Proficiency, devour objects to speed up the rate of corrosion. Remaining debt, devour any item, totaling 20 pieces, each averaging no less than 1 kilogram. Slime's mind perked up. It's upgraded its skills? This is the proud son of the imperial capital. No. Master's power? The slime tilted his head to look at Fong Ran with a look of adoration. Start with your mimicry and stick with it for 24 hours. The slime began to swell, and after 10 minutes or so, gradually transformed into a human form. 20 minutes later, an angel almost identical to Goten appeared. The only difference was that she mimicked Xiao Tian, who was in the Windy City, with a pair of snow-white feathered wings behind her, while her appearance was almost identical. Lord. Man. She said cautiously. The voices are also exactly the same, you can just recognize the difference in the temperament. Fang Ran tried touching it twice, and the skin wasn't as good as Xiao Tian's. Awesome. In this way, he can be imitated in battle to fake him out. Before Fang Ran's words fell, the slime looked behind him with a horrified expression and instantly shrunk back. Even when it turned into a puddle, it still shuddered and shivered. Fang Ran turned his head, only to see that Xiao Tian was staring at it with cold eyes, his body naturally radiating a lord-level pressure, causing it to tremble like a sieve. In the future, if you dare to become like me again. Her words were like commands, daring the slime to resist. Simply being stared at by that angel gave it the feeling of being on the verge of death. It was unknown how many times stronger than when it had seen it in Windy City. Xiao Tian, don't mess around, I'm just teaching it to practice its skills. Hearing Fang Ran's words, Xiao Tian withdrew the indifference on his face and busily said, No, I'm just helping my master to temper it, this kind of wild ferocious beasts will backfire if they don't listen. I protest. She definitely tried to kill me just now. Slime thought in his mind, but didn't dare to say it. One can only think indignantly in one's mind. The angel became strong so fast, it must be by the master's ability, when I evolve too, the master will optimize you sooner or later. Chapter 81 Slime Evolution, Daughter of the Void Sea. It seemed to be reading its mind. Xiao Tian's eyes grew colder and colder. I'll help you evolve to higher, and you can't slack off after that. Hearing Fang Ran's words, Slime nodded vigorously. It wants to be strong so badly. It would give anything to be stronger. There were still imprisoned clansmen in Windy City that were still waiting for it to free them. But will it really allow me to advance to higher? It had never seen the clan evolve. Even the strongest slimes in the clan were at that level from their lifetime. Fang Ran looked at the panel. A series of progression directions surfaced. Evolutionary route, Lava Slime, Poison Slime, Slime Queen. In addition to the different attributes of the slimes. Only the Slime Queen is more special and has a unique title. I brought money from Winsong, it should be enough for it to evolve to a higher level. Advanced Slime Queen material. Fang Ran's mind moved. Advances made, Cursed Heart, Date Fruit Bamboo, Black Thickness Slimestone, Slime Flower, Thunder Sand. Lack of realm-breaking level digestive skills. 5S ranked high materials landed, including a forbidden item, the Cursed Heart that emanated a black aura. It required the realm-breaking skill, and an unusual slime, it was probably impossible to upgrade the skill to the realm-breaking level. The skill level is not enough, so you can only practice by digesting food. From the Imperial Beast space, Fang Ran took out a piece of meat that had been prepared long ago. Gulp! The slime devoured the meat and began to digest it. It's a food specifically designed to breed slimes, which can increase in size extremely quickly. One piece digested for an hour is almost enough for one day. Fang Ran counted the time, he would be able to practice to the Realm Breaker level in about 5 days. After all, it's just a crap skill that won't last long. Looking at Fang Ran's dutiful appearance, the slime was touched inwardly, and then looked to the side at the angel, who had already begun to operate the evolutionary method, his body emitting a shimmering light. The evolution method. When will it practice the evolution method? It's something it couldn't even think about before. Noticing that it was being stared at, Xiao Tian gave it a faint glance and said, I hope you're not wasting the master's time. The second Imperial Beast, even if it breaks the effect on the master won't be too serious. Unlike the benthic Imperial Beast, the future of the Imperial Beast Master was at stake. Thinking about it, Xiao Tian couldn't help but angling up his white and greasy chin. These words obviously stimulated the slime, and it instantly soldiered on digesting the food in its belly, with more bubbles coming out of the meat in its belly. A few days later, Fang Ran repaid the advance on the evolutionary materials, depleting the $1 million of savings he had on him. In addition to going to the academy on a daily basis to listen to lectures, he would also take Xiao Tian to the back of the mountain on weekdays, looking for Long Yu to train. Xiao Tian's level of actual combat followed suit. Finally, on the 5th day, Slime's skills, too, had reached the Realm Breaker level. Imitation mastery, skillful imitation of an object and possession of some of its temperament. Digestion broken realm, can quickly digest items, converting them into part of the body. In the basement, Slime turned into a giant bottle of Coke that was bubbling. And in the midst of its body was food that was rapidly being digested by it. Gulp! Slime retracted quickly. It became several times larger than before. The more you eat, the bigger it gets. Will it fit in this house later? No, master, I can control the size. The slime quickly shrunk and changed back to its original form. But the body is clearer and more solid. I used to be afraid to eat much in the city, I'd get caught and arrested. Well, be good, swallow these materials, it's time for you to evolve. Fong Ran took out the previous materials. Before throwing it, something suddenly came to mind. Advance, digestion breakthrough, skill. Does it consume 10 gene points to advance the digestion skill? Okay. Fong Ran still had 20 gene points to use. Acquire the skill Devour Proficiency. Devour Proficiency, when you devour an object, you can gain 10% of its nature. Remaining debt, swallow 20 objects and digest them. 10% in nature? At this moment, the slime only felt the digestion of the meat inside its body, causing its torso to gain some strength as well. It was as if, assimilating some of that power. It was also at this time that the Slime Queen's evolutionary direction transformed. Daughter of the Void Sea. Without waiting for Fong Ran to act, the slime swallowed Fong Ran's hand whole and slid away with all the evolutionary materials in his hand. While the Tao evolution material was being digested, the ability of the Cursed Heart was also assimilating its body. Devouring Proficiency, 620. Zip. Searing Power. It caused its gelatinous body to steam continuously. Digest all the materials. Fong Ran reminded. The slime, who was in agony, instantly quieted down for a moment, and then soldiered on digesting the material. Thinking about everything it had been through, it instantly felt that the pain of the moment was nothing. Even aside. Xiao Tian, who had been running the evolution method, couldn't help but look at it twice. 10 minutes passed. The slime's body had gradually transformed into an ethereal purple color. With a silhouette like a melting wax figure, a slime arm wrapped in flowing slime, and a face that is mostly covered by sticky hair, only a hidden eye and pursed lips can be seen, and a stream of melting wax water flows on the ground, forming the lower half of his body. If you walk down the road at night, you'll be scared out of your wits. Daughter of the Void Sea. Grade, Pre-Higher. Skills, Mimicry Mastery, Devouring Proficiency, Void Sea Field Initiation, Void Spirit Spell Initiation, Void Stab Initiation. Description, a slime queen that exists at the border of the Void Sea and can command lower slimes. Realm of the Void Sea Beginner, expand the Realm of the Void Sea, from which you can summon cursed slimes for attack and defense. Void Spirit Spell Introductory, all living beings that taint their bodies are stacked with Void Spirit marks, which can be tracked and triggered to inflict damage. Void Spike Intro, summons a spike that corrodes the object it hits and stacks with Void Spirit marks. Slime reached out and looked at the flowing purple slime. Incredulous at what was happening in front of me. It's really evolved. The power within its body was like nothing it had ever felt before. Well, how does it feel? Fong Ran inquired. It reached out. A spike made of purple slime flew out from under his feet. The solidified spikes instantly pierced through the wooden sofa, leaving trails of corrosion on it. With a wave, the spikes instantly retracted and refilled the body. Such attack power was something it had never dared to think of before. Can it change back? Or can it only stay like this? Fong Ran inquired. Slime tried, the diminutive humanoid silhouette gradually dissolving into a basketball-sized ghostly purple mass. It's the same form as Khoten that can confuse people. Fong Ran was satisfied. The Daughter of the Void Sea was, at the very least, a favored beast far beyond a class. And it only cost him just over $1 million. Thinking of this, Fong Ran had some meat pains. He was now penniless, even Xiao Tian's promotion debt had not been paid off, and as a result, he had raised another living ancestor. Chapter 82, Yu Baojun, the Last Fraction Class. The next day. Imperial Academy. In the middle of the martial arts arena, almost all the Imperial Beast Masters were gathered. This is the last session of the month and the one that determines rankings and has the last exclusive score. On the high platform, an extremely tall, mountain-like man stood in front of the crowd. He looked at the crowd and introduced himself. My name is Yu Baojun, your teacher is physically ill, so I'll be teaching this class instead. His gaze lingered here at Fong Ran for a moment. The temperament is good, I didn't expect that, to be able to get the top 3 of the first month of the Imperial Capital in the hands of the Bai family. As long as he wins this class, Fong Ran will be qualified to represent the Academy to fight in the second Imperial Beasts tournament, to get more resources, and even to join the Imperial Beasts Association. It's you, Bao-jun. I didn't realize it was really him. I just said it looked familiar. Lei Tianran marveled, obviously thrilled and bad, seemingly holding him in high esteem. It was the first time Fang Ran had ever seen Lei Tianran show such an expression. Who is he? Yu Baojun is a famous monarch imperial beastmaster in the imperial capital. At the age of 70, he reached the monarch rank, and at the age of 80, he became a gold-ranked imperial beastmaster of the Imperial Beast Society. Gold rank in the Imperial Beast Association? I've heard that there are very few imperial beast masters who can join the Imperial Beast Association every year. Definitely, the Imperial Beast Society looks at rank and even more at talent. They won't want anything but geniuses. I heard that senior sister Lin is already a reserve member of the Imperial Beast Association? 20-something years old and able to become a reserve member of the Imperial Beast Association, envious. The crowd's hearts were beating wildly. Their dream was to one day join the Imperial Beast Society and ink 3 or 5 pens. The gold-level members of the Imperial Beast Association, in their opinion, were the top existence among the Imperial Beast Masters, and even more so, the pinnacle of power. Hearing the crowd murmur, Yu Baojun smiled. Want to join the Imperial Beast Society? It's not like you guys don't have a chance. Getting first place in this year's second Imperial Beast competition qualifies you to be lifted. This, he said for all to hear. It was also said to Fang Ran. As a gold-ranked member of the Imperial Beast Association, he represented the Dragon Kingdom and could not privately support any Imperial Beast masters and organizations, companies, but if Fang Ran joined the Imperial Beast Association, he was one of his own, which made a big difference. However, the difficulty of this is also extremely high. In particular, the second Imperial Beast is very money-hungry, and exceptionally so. But as it happened, Fang Ran was also the poorest ones in the Imperial Academy, which made it a bit difficult for Yu Baojun. Sure enough. Once these words fell, the crowd instantly boiled over. Being able to be cited by a gold-level member would greatly increase their probability of joining it. If you can be a reserve member your freshman year, won't you be a solid convert by your junior year? The resources in it were enough to support them to step into the transcendent level faster, and even dabble in monarch. They're not all white lingam. With only hundreds of millions of family fortune, cultivating 2A rank imperial beasts to the lord level was already a bit of a stretch. The path of the Imperial Beast Master, going forward, would only cost exponentially more money. I just saw that most of you have contracted a second Imperial Beast. How about this? For this class, you'll compete with the second Imperial Beast, and I'll get you a referee. Yu Baojun's words fell. A few moments later, several Imperial Beast Masters arrived at the martial arts arena. All reserve members of the Imperial Beast Association, the top geniuses of the Imperial capital. Sister Lin isn't here, she seems to be very busy lately, huh? It's my sister, she's here too. Bai Lingxiang pursed her lips in the crowd. Among the crowd, a woman who looked extremely similar to her, but with snowy skin, gave her a faint glance. Bai Ning, once the first-place winner of the Imperial Capital Academy, the unified recruitment. In the end, he lost to Lin Qinghuan in the middle of the academy and failed to become a chief student. A waste of time game. Bai Ning said silently. The second Imperial Beast test? To put it bluntly, it's all about who has more resources and more power. This kind of winning competition made her displeased, so back then she didn't accept the gift from her family. Instead, she privately contracted her own rank second royal beast to compete in the competition, and even though she failed miserably in the competition and disgraced her family, she felt a great deal of relief, an unprecedented relief. To this day, she vaguely remembers what her father said. You want to win by relying on an A-class Imperial Beast? The gap in skill can never make up for the distance in bloodline. Later on, it was also true to what my father had said. The ones that win every year are all favored beasts with imperial bloodlines. Well, those present, are there any contracted second imperial beasts? Yu Baojun looked around the crowd. Seeing no one speak, Yu Baojun then started grouping. To the side, Lei Tianran summoned his water elemental imperial beast. A plus-grade imperial beasts, together with his thunder beasts, could increase the power of the skills dramatically. And a bunch of imperial beast masters. One after another, they summoned their favored beasts. All are predominantly young pups, mostly in the late common period, with a few in the pre-higher period. And Bai Lingxiang's imperial beast attracted the attention of many. It was like a dragon cub, with water flowing all over its body. There's the water dragon, although it's not a top-tier S-ranked favored beast, it works with her three-tailed ice fox's domain. The choices of a great family are really different. This kind of rare imperial beast can also be found. I'm afraid the family has been setting her up for a long time. A gush of amazement emanated from the crowd. There was a look of envy in his eyes. Two imperial bloodlines would clash instead, and at times like this, it was more important to contract a better coordinated favored beast and separate the top from the bottom instead. The three-tailed ice fox's ice and snowfield, coupled with the water auger dragon's skills, that scene was terrifying to think about. Not to mention that S-Class is already 1 in a million. Fongran, what did you choose for your second imperial beast? Lei Tianrun inquired. This. Fongran held out his hand. A field puppy appears out of nowhere. What is this? Lei Tianrun was a bit confused. Puppy, but it's strong. I've got to get to my opponent. Lei Tianrun only thought that Fongran was joking. The moment. Slime Dog cautiously observes his surroundings. Fongran's hand flipped, and it hastily stuck to it, holding on for dear life, unwilling to let go. Quickly go down, it's time to start the fight. Xiao Tian's evolution method depends on you. Fongran shook his hand. Finally shook it off. The contract slime was still too appalling, so Fongran let it be hidden for a bit. Relying on the mimicry ability, it's hard to be seen if you're not hurt too badly. In front of Fongran, there was another Imperial Beast Master who had contracted an A-ranked fierce beast. Fongran, please instruct me. He summoned his Imperial Beast. The heart is excited. Looking at Fongran's favored beasts, I'm afraid they're at most A rank. This might be his only chance to win over the geniuses of the Imperial capital. You can take it out for bragging rights later, so naturally you go all out. Fire Leopard, go! That Fire Leopard cub lunged towards Fongran's slime dog. A claw of flames instantly slashed through the slime dog's body. However, it was instantly dodged with a twisting movement that was so incredible that it was simply beyond his cognizance. Chapter 83 Lin Qinghuan advances to Transcendence, slime exposed? Still airborne field dogs. With a twist of his body, the palm had slapped at the Fire Leopard. Even though they were cubs, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all, and the size of the two imperial beasts was almost indistinguishable from that of a medium-sized dog. Bang! Concentration of body size. The power of the slime was allowed to be enhanced, dramatically. With a single slap, the Fire Leopard flew out and rolled a few times to land at the feet of that Imperial Beast Master. Panther. The Imperial Beast Master picked up his favored beast and looked at Fongran with disbelief. What an awesome technique! He couldn't even see how the dog-like Imperial Beast could make a maneuver like swinging a fist. The top 3 of the academy, they really do have 2 skills. He took a deep breath. Eliminate the inner preconceptions of the other side. Originally, he thought that Fongran was only relying on that angelic talent, but now it seems that he himself has a talent for taming beasts in him. Brother Fong, what level is your Imperial Beast? How come I've never seen one before? That Imperial Beast Master inquired. A rank, it's a dark Imperial Beast. Darkness system? It really doesn't look like much when you're a pup. The man sighed in relief. Losing to an A-ranked Imperial Beast wasn't too humiliating. Due to the different ranks of the favored beasts. So the crowd was divided into 2 groups, the higher and the common class. Yu Baojun, on the other hand, relied on his understanding of the Imperial Beasts and his experience during the battle to judge the winners and losers. As time passed, more and more Imperial Beast Masters were defeated. Their Imperial Beasts, almost all of them, were around a rank. There's only a dozen left. On the other side, Bai Lingxian, due to her bad luck, had encountered several S-rank Imperial Beasts one after another and was already showing fatigue. On the contrary, Taijiu Xin, with excellent positioning, won by blowing up fish throughout. Fong ran that. Yu Baojun looked to the other side. Fongran's Imperial Beast, jumping nimbly, narrowly defeated his opponent's A+grade Imperial Beast. This caused Yu Baojun to nod his head and couldn't help but be moved by it. Fongran's favored beast. It's an A game, but it's a streak all the way. When facing Imperial Beasts of the same level, they almost always win within a minute. Flexible and powerful, he does know how to pick a pet beast. Yu Baojun appreciated. It's just a pity that Fongran's family is not well off. Even if you contracted an A-ranked Imperial Beast cub, it would be hard to go far on the second Imperial Beast. Compared to this, little, it's better to train his angels. Yu Baojun was right, Fong Ran was indeed a bit drained. After a series of battles, Slime became weaker and weaker, maintaining his morphing state, almost as if he was training with weights. 3 active skills, all of them are entry level, 9 times out of 10, I won't be able to win. Fong Ran frowned. Next. He'll have to play 3 or 4 more shutouts to get the exclusive points for this session. Even if you make it stop hiding, the odds of winning are slim to none. However, Bai Lingxiang wasn't much better, her Imperial Beasts were similarly not the top of the line, and coupled with extremely poor positioning, she lost to Taijiu Xian after a few moments. In the end, in Fong Ran's group, there were only 6 or 7 Imperial Beast Masters left. Other than him, all of them were S-class rated Imperial Beasts, with Taijiu being even more exaggerated, his favored beast being one with dilute Imperial blood. Fong Ran, I remember, the freshman who won Ling Frost. Bai Ning gazed at Fong Ran. How similar the scene is now to how she was then. Can you still win? There are still 2 days left to advance to the transcendent level. Lin Xinghuan didn't move an inch. In front of her, it was an angel bathed in divine light. Her eyes were lightly closed as she took the leap of life. Do! Xinghuan, the last test has begun, and it's Senior Yu Baojun substituting for the class. What about the content of the assessment? Lin Xinghuan asked with extremely fast hands. Elder Yu told them to use the second Imperial Beast competition, and the outstanding Imperial Beast Masters will most likely be chosen to represent the Imperial capital. Seeing these words, Lin Xinghuan's palms clenched violently. But Fong Ran hadn't contracted a second Imperial Beast yet. It's me who's too slow, I advanced earlier so I could help him make an appointment with an S-rank Imperial Beast. It was because of her family's lack of resources that she was slower than Bai Ning and the others to reach the transcendent level. Couldn't let Fong Ran be dragged down by this as well. But, it was too late to make him deed. Although the top 10 of the Imperial Academy were all rewarded with S-rank recipes, they did not have the exclusive A-rank evolution method. I've heard that the sponsor of this second Imperial Beast tournament has invested a lot and invited a lot of celebrities to build up momentum in advance. Moreover, ranking in the top 10 will also fund your second Imperial Beast's advancement to the transcendent level for free. Hear this. Lin Xinghuan took a deep breath. The resources to the transcendent level are more than hundreds of millions now. Well, when I reach the transcendent level, I'll go talk to those beast pet stores. After clicking send, Lin Xinghuan turned off his phone and focused on evolution. Transcendent level, she only had the qualifications to talk to those transcendent Imperial Beast Masters. And right now, in the Academy, the winners of the General Division have been decided. An A-class Imperial Beastmaster. And in the higher grouping, Fong Ran won another S-ranked Imperial Beastmaster in a close match. Only, Slime gets hit by his opponent a few times along the way, only to recover instantly and be helplessly forced to attack with his tentacles. It drew a lot of awestruck looks, though. But it was good that Fong Ran had said from the start that this was a darkness-type Imperial Beast, and instead sat on what he had said. If they were to know that their favored beast had lost to a slime, it was expected that they would be even more self-absorbed than if they had been abused by Xiao Tian before. Evolving the skill, it can be used as a killer weapon to take people by surprise. Fong Ran said to himself. Showing the enemy first gives slime a chance to go further. Advanced proficiency in Void Sea Field, Void Spirit Spell, and Void Stab. Have advanced Void Sea Field proficiency, Void Spirit Spell proficiency, and Void Stab proficiency. Domain of the Void Sea proficiency, maintain a proficiency level domain for a total of 48H. Void Spirit Spell proficiency, proficiency in detonating spells 100 times. Void Stab proficiency, use proficiency level Void Stab 100 times. Slime spat out his tongue. It's been a long time since. No, never fought with such intensity. At this point, it was completely exhausted as a dog. But also at that moment, a familiar memory flooded into his mind, causing his body to have a jolt, as if he had regained some of it. Woof woof. It looked at Fong Ran excitedly, its tail wagging desperately. Mastery level mimicry can only turn into a dog. Fong Ran tried to make it an angel as well. But it's fine when the action isn't intense. Once it gets too intense, the slime gradually reveals itself. Relying on the skills he had just upgraded, Slime won another Imperial Beast. This made quite a few people's gazes move over. Especially the White Nimbus. It's a bit unbelievable, a royal beast that doesn't look as good as an A-ranked one actually managed to make it to the finals, and its skill proficiency seems to be very high. To be able to practice to such a degree, it was bound to be without the supervision of the Imperial Beast Master. As for the next match, Fong Ran's opponent was Tong Jun, who had lost to him earlier, and was the same S-class Imperial Beast. Within just a few minutes of the fight, Slime's dog legs were broken. Chapter 84, $35 bought Imperial Beasts, shocking the crowd. A dog's leg, broken by an iron dragon crabgate. It fell to the ground with a snap. The crowd watching around them instantly panicked when they saw the accident that had occurred. Now take it to the Royal Beast Hospital for treatment and it can still be connected. Wait. Yu Baojun sensed something was wrong and reached out to stop the crowd. He stared at the dog's leg, and after some writhing, it actually grew back. In the next second, the field dog began to expand as if it had melted. This horrifying image confused the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters present. What the hell? Did you guys just see that? Look. See, its dog legs grew back. The crowd was sweating a little. Even Bai Ling Xiang, who had been eliminated, had some chills down her spine. And at this moment, its body gradually collapsed and disintegrated, turning into a puddle of humanoid purple slime body. The slime body reached out. Swish! 2 spikes shot out instantly. The iron dragon crab hastily raised both pincers to fend it off. Clang! The imaginary stab was blocked, but it turned into slime leaving trails on it. The daughter of the Void Sea clasped her palms in vain, not knowing what language she spoke. The Tao Void spirit imprints that remained on the body of the iron dragon crab actually began to expand, and then detonated at the same time. Bang! There was a loud bang. The iron dragon crab planted itself on the ground, and the wounds burned with ethereal purple marks. Phew! The daughter of the Void Sea let out a long breath. The limp body could tell that it was very weak at the moment. However, he still came to Fong Ran's side and looked at him with an expectant face. Only, it was not very large, at most it could only reach Fong Ran's waist, and it was impossible to see its face, more like an unnameable creature. Fong Ran reached out his hand to touch his head, but it ended up reaching directly into his brain. There was no choice but to remove it quickly. Good, take a break first. Hearing the compliment, the daughter of the Void Sea nodded excitedly, and then began to recuperate. After a few battles, it was already very weak. Also, without practicing evolutionary methods, it's hard to keep up with physical fitness. But it was still a pleasure to help Shang Ran. It was also at this moment that quite a few acquaintances present gathered around Fong Ran. Brother Fong, what kind of imperial beast is this? Why have I never seen it before? It can't be a slime, can it? I've never seen a slime in this form before. Slimes? What a joke! Would Fengshen contract that kind of low-level creature? Awesome, it can actually disguise its form, it almost fooled us all. What kind of creature evolved this? Quite a few people were curious. Even Yu Baojun and Bai Ning walked over. It seems to be slime? Yu Baojun was puzzled. It can't be, can it? We lost to a slime? The Imperial Beast Masters who were previously defeated by Fong Ran immediately had a eating expression. Can such a lowly creature, hardly worthy of the name, actually be contracted? Where did you contract this from? Don't you know that this creature doesn't have the ability to evolve? Yu Baojun secretly sighed softly. Bought it for $35 from a fairgrounds. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the martial arts arena fell into a rare silence. $3.35 for it? They were sure that there was nothing wrong with their ears. Fong Ran was really talking about $35, not $350,000 or $3.5 billion. Brother Fong. The choice of the second Imperial Beast is very important, how dare you be so hasty? Yeah, you're a good trainer, but you can't contract such a trashy creature, can you? It's not too bad, it's at least a grade level. It's still good that Fengshen cultivated it, slimes can be this strong. Alas, my uncle owns a store with favored beasts, Brother Fong, if you had said earlier, I would have recommended it for you. Many people wanted to take this opportunity to flatter Fong Ran. Although his second royal beast was a slime, the first royal beast was a strong one for all to see. And upon hearing the crowd's comments, the slime that was limp at Fong Ran's feet was instantly guilty. Seeing the other people's imperial beasts, it also recognized the gap between each other. If the owner hadn't spent a lot of money to help it evolve, there's no way it would have won. Moreover, there was no need for the master to choose it. It had heard that many royal beast masters were trying to flatter the master and recommend favored beasts to him. However, Fong Ran's next words caused it to be shaken. There are no waste Imperial Beasts, only waste Imperial Beast Masters, and slimes are just as capable of slaying dragons. Fong Ran clanked. Mentally, he added, provided there was a hang-up. These words caused the faces of the few who had lost to Fong Ran to turn red with shame. And Bai Ning, who was not far away, couldn't help but look at him twice more. In a thin, mosquito voice, he said, "Well said." "What did you just say, sister?" Bai Lingxian looked back. However, he realized that Bai Ning was looking at Fong Ran without a word, her gaze glittering. "Ha, that's a good point, you're lucky to be able to buy a slime of this level." Yu Baojun laughed. Then he turned his head and gave a secret command. "Check out that bazaar and see where Fong Ran bought the slime from." Not only Yu Baojun, Bai Ning also from the cell phone, arranged for manpower to go to the bazaar to check. There aren't really that many people who would sell slimes at the fair, and it should take a day or two to find out. By the way, Fong Ran, what level has Shao Tian evolved to? Pre-Lord. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Yu Baojun nodded silently. As long as there are still angels around, Fong Ran is still a powerhouse worth investing in and pulling together. By the way, there's one last game before the winner is decided. At this very moment. It was only then that the crowd noticed Tai Joshin in the distance. It was the original streak all the way through that made him the star of this course. However, he didn't expect that everyone gathered around Fong Ran, but instead, they were interested in Fong Ran's favored beasts. "It's just a slime, my Star Realm horned lion, it's a descendant of the Emperor's blood." Tai Joshin was confident. A few moments later, both of them summoned their royal beasts separately. The Star Realm horned lion, aided by the exclusive A-rank evolution method, still had its physical strength intact. The daughter of the Void Sea in front of it, on the other hand, looked much weaker. Sure enough, as soon as the battle began, the daughter of the Void Sea was at a disadvantage. Facing the swift attack of the Star Realm horned lion, it was difficult to recover the missing body. Relying on its physical capabilities today, it would be difficult to even unfold the Void Sea domain. However, in the middle of a one-sided attack, the daughter of the Void Sea actually found an opportunity to utilize two flexible void stabs and nearly reversed her defeat. However, in the end, it was still defeated by the Star Realm horned lion with its physical strength intact and with the evolutionary method hardened. Step back from the battlements. The slime looked at Fong Ran accusingly. It wasn't convinced, it was using up too much of its own stamina, and if it was at full strength it wouldn't necessarily lose. Go back and practice your skills more, and win it back later. Fong Ran took out a piece of meat. The slime raised its head and opened its mouth to swallow Fong Ran's palm, removing the meat along with it. It usually has a hard time eating meat and can't afford to waste an ounce of energy. Eats so clean. Fong Ran muttered to himself. Even the little bits of meat flakes that got on your hands were licked away, so you could call it a top-notch phone wash. No wonder there are some bathing centers that keep some slimes for cleaning. Only the cost is extremely high, and raising such creatures takes more than 1.5 stars of effort. That's fine, I've seen the way you guys fought, the top 10 in both camps, both with a perfect score of 100. As for exclusive scores, Yu Baojun glanced at Fong Ran and Tai Joshin. Many people looked at him with a look of anticipation. This point, however, determined whether Fong Ran could win over Bai Lingxiang and become the #1 freshman in the imperial capital. Chapter 85 Advantages of the Imperial Beast Association, Bai Ning's Invitation. Did Fong Ran win? Bai Lingxiang lightly bit her lip. A lowly creature that has made it this far. Anyone could see that Fong Ran was very talented in the art of beast control. It's a pity. Bai Ning Bing's gray pupils gazed at Fong Ran and whispered. Just a little bit, but a lot. The key to slime's poor growth and being a creature that cannot undergo evolution lies in the fact that it is difficult for slimes to upgrade their skills through exercise. Even if the Imperial Beast Master had 1,000 skills, he could not make up for the gap between the talents of the favored beasts. Only 2 months, no. In 1 month's time, the gap between the two will be unimaginably wide. Tai Joshin pretended to be calm, but he pinched his fingertips white in his pocket, and the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his heart. Losing to a slime would definitely get you laughed at by a few older siblings when you got back. He can only win, not lose. Yu Baojun glanced at the duo and announced the results. Winner. Tai Jioxin. This statement was made. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Bai Lingxiang and Tai Joshin. They came from imperial families and had been tutored by professional imperial beastmasters since they were young, and losing to an imperial beastmaster of humble origins was definitely something to be carved on the pillar of shame. However, after breathing a sigh of relief, Taijoshin didn't feel any joy. It's only right that I win. After all, my imperial beast is millions of times more expensive than Fongran's. But I won't slack off. I'll double my training of my lava earth dragon and sooner or later I'll surpass you. Taijoshin looked at Fongran. Think of it as a goal these days. The rankings on the charts change. Fongran and Bai Lingxiang were tied for first place, while Taijoshin was similarly in third place. The two of you tied for first place, and I'll report back on that piece by piece. Yu Baojun laughed. Even if the exclusive score went to Taijiu Xian, Fongran wouldn't be affected. Moreover, Taijiu Xian did win Fongran. The two of them seemed to be 50-50 at most. If he forced Fongran to give him exclusive scores, and then went to help him in the future, it would be easy for someone to catch him and use the opportunity to make a bad move. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Fongran said. He is very short of money right now and it would be best if he could back a big organization. In particular, there were many recruiters amongst the Imperial Beast Society that gave very high prices. Many Imperial Beast Masters were envious in their hearts. Being able to be cited by a gold-level member will greatly increase the probability of getting into it later. Many thanks, Senior Yu. Bai Lingxiang also opened her mouth to thank him. If she wanted to join the Imperial Beast Society, she had to do so on her own as well. Well, both of you have good talent. In the future if you enter the Imperial Beast Association you can work under me. Yu Baojun's words once again drew jealousy from the crowd. Senior Yu is a gold-level member. Joining the Imperial Beast Society and being able to be sheltered by a gold-ranked member is already half the battle. I've heard that those capital bosses, who hire gold-level members to shelter their mines once, need hundreds of millions in January to get enough. Listening to the crowd, Fongran had a preliminary understanding of the Imperial Beast Society. In a few days, the two of you remember to go to the Academy's Resource Management Department and receive your monthly resources. Yu Baojun reminded. The monthly rankings are not fixed until the end of the month. It was only then that the Imperial Academy would be able to prepare enough resources to distribute. The resources required to train hundreds of Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters were also astronomical, and only the top academies could afford to pay for them. Yu Baojun quickly went to the Imperial Beasts Association and cited the duo. Instead, the group of Imperial Beastmasters resumed their training. At this point, a figure walked up to Fongran's eyes. Fongran, my name is Bai Ning. When you join the Imperial Beast Society, I hope you can follow me in doing so. Her words were concise. The gray-blue glowing cold eyes were even colder than Bai Lingfeng's. Similarly, the figure was much stronger than Bai Lingxiang, especially the waist that was like a water snake, which one could not help but hold. Fongran seriously doubted that the Bai family would be crazy about the descendants of the KFC family, or else how come every one of them had a misanthropic face? Seemingly afraid that Fongran didn't understand, she then added, I have quite a few subordinates in the Imperial Beast Society, join me and I won't let you suffer. I haven't joined the Imperial Beast Association yet. Fongran said silently. Sooner or later, I've already reached the transcendent level, and I have a lot of resources in the Imperial Beast Association. You should be short of money, right? I can pay you a few million to borrow first. Bai Ning seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. Fongran is an excellent subordinate. If she could be recruited, it would help her advancement in the Imperial Beast Association. Well, I'll think about it then. Fongran did not hastily refuse. Rejecting a transcendent Imperial Beastmaster to his face was not a wise choice. Not to mention, there's a couple million, which isn't a small amount of money. I'll wait to hear from you. Bai Ning seemed to have thought of something and added, I have quite a few resources in the Imperial Beast Association. It's only with me that I have more opportunities for promotion. Lin Xinghuan, she's only a trainee member now. It was obvious that she was afraid that Fongran would be snatched away by Lin Xinghuan. Having been robbed of his chief student, he cannot be robbed of his subordinates again. On the side, Bai Lingxiang listened to the exchange between the two. The heart was slightly lost. Why didn't my sister come and invite her? The royal beast masters who hadn't left yet looked at Fongran, who was talking with Bai Ning, and couldn't help but envy him a little. Having just stepped into the lord level, he was able to come into contact with a transcendent imperial beast master and was even invited by the other party. And a transcendent imperial beast master of the Imperial Beast Society. The point is she's still a white. With the double identity, it was destined that there were countless people who squeezed their heads to get close to Bai Ning. However, in the face of such a senior taking the initiative to invite, Fang Ran was actually able to be so calm. If it was them, they would have already knelt down as a dog and begged their senior sister to take them in. A few days later. Among the bazaar. Name, age, how long you've been doing this? They all call me Wang Airdog. 39 up. I've been doing this for over 10 years. Did you catch a slime? Nope. These are cubs raised in the Imperial Beast Factory with visas. I never catch wild ferocious beasts, said the stallholder, pulling out the forged visa. It was handed to the two members of the Imperial Beast Society in front of them. However, the two men in that uniform didn't even look at the visa. At this moment, the crowds around the stalls had long since packed up their bunks and ran away. Being targeted by the Imperial Beasts Association definitely didn't have a good ending, especially under the premise that they had actually violated the law. Wang Air, I'll tell you the truth, it's a gold-level member who asked us to investigate you. Bam! This statement was made. Wang Erdog fell on his butt. Gold. Gold level. A gold-level member of the Imperial Beast Association, he had only seen it once on TV. Every gold rank member was a monarch-ranked Imperial Beast Master. I did catch a slime, but it's been sold. No. It was given away. Describe, in detail, the slime's physical features, and who you sold it to. The moment. Hearing the words gold level, Wang Airdog no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The details of what happened were told to the two members of the Imperial Beast Society in front of him. After hearing this, the two of them were slightly shocked on their faces. Chapter 86 Heavenly God Evolution Method, Lin Qinghuan breaks through Transcendent Level. The Imperial Beast Society. Elder Yu, as you know, the quotas for the Imperial Beast Association have been rather tight lately, and the descendants of several great clans are still waiting. These two people I've raised definitely have this strength. Of course, the top three geniuses of the Imperial Capital Academy, how could they not have strength? It's just that. 2 apprenticeships, not one less. Hearing Yu Baojuan's words, the man shut up at once. You're gold level, you're good, okay? But he still said quietly, it's just that those who came to nominate trainees this time, there was Yuan Qichuan from the Magic Capital Academy, and there were people from several university academies. As a rule, of 100 trainee nominations in the same session, only 10 can be converted. Yuan Qichuan was the number 1 in the Magic City Academy last year, and has maintained the number 1 position for freshmen for almost a year. Nowadays, it was already the chief student candidate of the Magic Capital Academy, and its strength was extraordinary. Even, it has been in the newspapers being touted as a new candidate for Monarch. What are the chances of being nominated in the same class as them and moving on? Hear this. Yu Baojun was thoughtful. Fang Ran's angel has just reached the Lord level, and the second Imperial Beast may also be dragging its feet, and the battle power will have to be even lower. If he waited a year, Fang Ran would inevitably succeed in his conversion and it would be devastating. But he wasn't the second generation of dirtbags, and resources were too important for the other side. Raise it, let Fang Ran join the Royal Beast Society as an apprentice. Yu Baojun solemnly said. His purpose was not so much to turn Fang Ran around, but to give him a reason to fund Fang Ran during this time of apprenticeship. After a long time, Yu Baojun walked out the door, and then let out a long breath. At this point, a message alert appeared on his cell phone. Yu Baojun lowered his head to check, and his brows immediately furrowed, turning into shock after a moment, and then deep doubt. A moment of green, this rich change of expression, to the people passing by are looking silly. It's just an unusual slime, it looks like Fang Ran has some kind of special ability. Every genius has secrets, and he doesn't delve into them. After a moment's thought, he then picked up the phone, take some of the funds from the bank for me, and make an appointment in advance. At this point, Tutor Resource Center. A group of Imperial Beast Masters crossed their fingers and got their resources. Fang Ran's reward. It's an A-rank exclusive evolution, an S-rank recipe for January, and a choice of A-rank skills. This was the result of Bai Lingxian's initiative to give up. After all, there was only one reward for first place. Thanks a lot. Fang Ran looked toward Bai Lingxian. She averted her face and said, it was my sister who said that, just go thank her if you want to. Hear this. Fang Ran instantly understood. This senior sister still hadn't given up on him and was showing him favor. The more I want, the more I'm controlled by her. I've got to keep my hands to myself. A few moments later, Fong Ran returned home to his underground training room. On the dining table, an expensive set meal was placed. Goten chewed slowly and looked to be in a good mood. A month's time, relying on S-ranked recipes, with several evolutionary methods, is enough for Xiao Tian to advance to the mid-lord stage. That's pretty fast already. The earliest time for an Imperial Beastmaster of the same grade to reach the mid-lord stage would take 2 or 3 months. And it takes even more time to get to the late lords, as little as a year or as long as 2 years. With the A-rank evolution method added, Xiao Tian will evolve even faster. Enough to surpass them. The most crucial thing was that Fong Ran's Imperial Beast Space, rounded up, had a nearly 10-fold speed bonus. Although most of the time, she didn't want to stay in the Sentinel space, especially at night, she still wouldn't gamble when it came to evolving. Fong Ran took out the evolution method he had obtained. The exclusive evolution method for angels, Heavenly God Evolution Method. This was an evolution method that only the higher angels could use amongst the angelic races, and it was much more effective than Fong Ran's Holy Spirit Evolution Method, the most crucial fit for the angelic races. Opening the scroll, the image displayed was that of a 12-winged heavenly god. Goten looked to the chakram. The pupils glowed with a light that mirrored theirs. Slime, on the side, looked envious. Unfortunately, the master helped it find the evolution method, and the only one suitable for Slime was D rank. In order not to waste this opportunity, I can only help Xiao Tian choose an A-rank evolution method. The Law of Divine Evolution Introductory. A few moments later, Xiao Tian then kept it in mind completely. And then it was the familiar feeling that flooded into his mind. Celestial God Evolution Method Proficient. Increase the purity of holy power in your body slightly and evolve the angelic class. Remaining debt. Proficiently run the Heavenly God Evolution Method 10 times. Xiao Tian's entire body relaxed, and a holy force held her body. It was like a floating sky god. A pair of feathered wing phantoms arose from his back. An hour later, the holy power in Xiao Tian's body had gotten partially condensed, and the level had increased by about 3%. The angel's exclusive evolution method is a bit more effective. Xiao Tian's autumn waves flowed. Ruling on killing angels. Rank, 5th 29.1%. Level, Pre-Lord. Skills, Celestial God Evolution Proficient, Ruling Sun Will Proficient, Sacred Flame Fire Feather Mastery, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Broken, Celestial God Body Broken, Dragon Soul Molten Introductory, Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow Introductory, Storm Bow Introductory, Basic Evolution Introductory, Holy Spirit Evolution Introductory, Heavenly Vault Sacred Spear Introductory Pupil of God's Light. Introduction, Blazing angels, possessing many kinds of judgmental powers, are said to have been used to adjudicate the gods of heaven. The ruling sunwheel, which hasn't recovered yet, will have to drain the small heavenly holy power at one time, and the sacred flame feather has advanced faster. Fong Ran looked at the panel and said. For a few days, Xiao Tian familiarized himself with the operation of the Heavenly God Evolution Law. The rank followed suit and rose by leaps and bounds. Slime, on the other hand, continued to upgrade his devouring and mimicry skills, increasing his slime reserves in the process, and training his 3 instinctive skills. With Fong Ran's talent in place, a skill level that would take a month to cross would only take a few days to cross. The know-how that could not be comprehended for several years was conquered in a day. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Fong Ran wondered. Who comes to the house at a time like this? It's me. Bai Ning's voice came from outside the door. At this point, a ray of light that landed in the separate villa area of the Imperial Capital Academy. The only people who live here are the chief students of the Empire, with a few professors. This is the aura of the Transcendent level. Another senior has advanced to the Transcendent level. It's senior sister Lin. She went to Yuqing the other day and gathered enough advancement materials. I'm afraid it's her. If she wasn't restricted by resources, she would have been the first senior to advance to Transcendent in the Imperial capital. The moment. In the basement. Lin Xinghuan, who had been locked up for several days, had finally loosened his spirit a little. While the favored beast advanced, the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual power was also connected to it and would suffer some of the pain. Relatively speaking, the thoughts of the Imperial Beast Master would also affect the Imperial Beast advancement. That's why, at the last minute, she was locked up here alone. Not bad, my holy power has increased by more than 10 times. A halo engraved with divine patterns emerged above the head of the 6-winged angel, gazing at Lin Xinghuan with satisfaction. Let's go to the Imperial Beast Association. Lin Xinghuan couldn't wait to get up. She was going to help Fong Ran contract the second Imperial Beast, and incidentally get him to join the Imperial Beast Association. At least, only if it was under her command. Chapter 87 Two People's Pull, Fong Ran's Choice. Fong Ran pushed the door open. Standing there was none other than the serious-faced Bai Ning. Behind her stood a male sentinel on each side, left and right. Xiaoran, stop practicing for now. Sang Xuelan urged. There was still a hint of suspicion on her face. One moment he looked at Fong Ran, and the next at Bai Ning. An image flashed through the mind of my aunt, who had watched countless stick shows. Bai Ning, you're responsible to the end. Fong Ran, knock it off. However, what was imagined didn't happen. The two said nothing, just left the training room and returned to the living room. I'm an iron-ranked member of the Imperial Beast Association, just call me Bai Ning. Bai Ning introduced herself. Mr. White. Uncle nodded. Ran has really come out on top. With this appearance, even if he said he was a star, he probably wouldn't have any doubts. In particular, Bai Ning's figure, with its slim, streamlined waist, was more striking than the stars. What's an iron rank member of the Imperial Beast Society? Auntie wondered. You don't even understand this? Iron rank, at worst, you have to be a transcendent level Imperial Beast Master to be one. And it's the best of the best, ordinary transcendent mortals can't even go there if they want to. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, something occurred to his uncle. So, your own nephew hooked up with a transcendental Imperial Beast Master? And the other party was also a member of the Imperial Beast Association. What's so great about his nephew? Apart from being handsome, does he stand out in any way? In the past, the old boss had also invited an iron-class member of the Imperial Beast Association to their company, and at that time, those who didn't know thought it was his own father. I've heard that just now you've become a trainee of the Imperial Beast Association, how about joining me now? Bai Ning said. The two men behind him opened the box they had brought. One held a bank card and the other a pile of advancement materials. It's just a small token of appreciation. The two royal beast masters who followed Bai Ning looked at Fong Ran and kept guessing his identity in their minds. The two of them were only supernumerary members of the Imperial Beast Association, and they had spent a lot of money in order to enter the Imperial Beast Association and follow Bai Ning. Fong Ran, however, was a trainee member, and was eligible for transfer. It makes sense to spend money on him in turn. The Imperial Beast Society? Ran. You're a member of the Imperial Beast Society now? Fang Qihua had never expected Fong Ran to enter the Imperial Beast Association. Yes, Xiaoran he is now a trainee member of the Imperial Beast Association. I want him to help me out so that he can be transferred in the future. Bai Ning said. This child is indeed quite good, very gifted in beast royalty. Since Senior is interested, Xiaoran you can just follow you. Uncle spoke hastily. He wasn't a sentinel, but this society was the same everywhere. After going to the Imperial Beast Association, with the transcendent Imperial Beast Master sheltering him, his nephew would inevitably have a better life. Yeah? Then it's a deal. I'll call you in a few days for a mission. Bai Ning got up and said. Wait. Fong Ran was flabbergasted. He hadn't even said a word yet, so how did he get sold? Also at this time, a phone call came in. Fong Ran, come to the Hong Beast Imperial Beast shop, I found the second Imperial Beast for you. I have guests here right now, so I can't go for a while, and school sister Lin, I've contracted my second Imperial Beast. Fong Ran responded. The Beast Master has excellent hearing. The first thing Bai Ning heard was who that person was. Contracted? You? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xinghuan understood. Fong Ran was inevitably forced to choose a low-level Imperial Beast. Once the second Imperial Beast was contracted and wanted to be discharged, it would inevitably be subject to spiritual backlash, and although it wasn't as severe as that of the original Imperial Beast, the consequences would still be unbearable. Fong Ran explained once more, but didn't say the contracted slime, but some are ranked Imperial Beast. Well then, I've already been transferred in the Imperial Beast Association, so why don't I put you under my name tomorrow? Lin Xinghuan said with some self-reproach. No need, Fong Ran has already decided to follow me. Bai Ning grabbed the cell phone and said. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xinghuan froze in a rare moment. The owner of the Macro Beast shop, looking at her somber expression, kept thinking back to what he had done wrong. Lin Xinghuan, what the Bai family can give him are resources that you can't. Bai Ning demonstrated again. If it were me, his second imperial beast would certainly not be weaker than S rank. Lin Xinghuan took a deep breath and said, "You're right, I'm not as good as you, but we still need to listen to Fong Ran's opinion, right?" After saying this, Lin Xinghuan then had some regrets. Bai Ning had turned earlier than her, and had numerous Lord Imperial Beastmasters under her belt. While there was no one under her, as long as one was a smart person, one would know that following Bai Ning as a boss was more promising. At this moment, Lin Xinghuan had a feeling of losing her mind. She advanced to Transcendence, but it was as if she had lost something. "Fong Ran, come with me, within 2 years I can guarantee that you will advance to the Transcendent level." Bai Ning gazed at Fong Ran and said, "Thank you, senior sister Bai, for your kindness." Fong Ran said. The two people behind Bai Ning froze. They never expected that the person in front of them would actually be able to reject Bai Ning. This senior, although he was very harsh in what he did, he treated them in every way. The room was very silent. Bai Ning's grey cold eyes gazed at Fong Ran for a long time before he continued, "Yes, you can, come to think about it, I welcome you any time." Sooner or later, Fong Ran would learn that the Imperial Beast Association was not as simple as it seemed. Relying on Lin Xinghuan would only delay his talent. "Why don't you say yes?" Uncle asked as he saw a few people leave, but he stepped forward. "That's a transcendental beast master. I'd better follow senior sister Lin, she's helped me too many times, and besides, I don't think the White family is quite right." Fong Ran did not want to get too deeply involved with such a behemoth. Sooner or later they will be KFC as long as they are favored by them. Besides, Fong Ran wasn't very familiar with Bai Ning, so Lin Xinghuan was a bit more believable instead. The Bai family? That man is from the Bai family in the imperial capital? Uncle also had an instinctive fear of the Bai family. "Keep practicing." Fong Ran sighed and re-entered the basement. A few moments later, Yu Baojun entrusted someone to send a black card. When it was stored $10 million in cash. "You're only a trainee, I can only support so much for now. Also, you'd better pick an iron-ranked member to follow, do some contribution on weekdays, and save up 100 contribution value within 2 years to be able to transfer, so I can help you more then." Eventually, Fong Ran still chose Lin Xinghuan. Not so much because she was capable, but because it was freer. Come to the Imperial Beast Mall. Utilizing his status as a trainee Imperial Beast Master, Fong Ran was able to buy many S-ranked materials at the Imperial Beast Society at a discount. Buying a few cheap S-rank materials, Fong Ran called Bai Zhengshu and picked up 3 S-rank Lord materials, almost making up more than half of the evolutionary materials that Xiao Tian had advanced. However, the forbidden materials in it were more difficult to get. "I'm still short of some money, and the slime's evolution method is still unsettled, so it's a good time to go to the Imperial Beasts Club to check it out." A month is almost up. Fong Ran had to get his resources together quickly. Chapter 88 wanted by the Goshinkai, Trainee Member Report. Yuqing Prefecture Level City in Shaanxi. The Imperial Beasts Society. In the hall of the Imperial Beast Association, Fong Ran authenticated his identity. His information is shown as a trainee member. And on top of him was Lin Xinghuan. After he got the contribution value, Lin Xinghuan's contribution would follow and go up by about 10% of his. "No wonder they want me to join," Fong Ran muttered to himself. Come to a screen. Many of the Lord Imperial Beast Masters stayed here. Signs indicate the Lord's area, while there are a number of receptions nearby. Fong Ran raised his head. On screen. Shows the needs of different people or companies. Requires the complete corpse of a Lord-class Ironblood Hedgehog, 1 contribution value, and 2 million dragon coins. Help guard the money transport vehicle, 3 contribution value, 500,000 dragon coins. Need one-on-one mentoring session, 1 contribution value, price negotiable. A few moments later, Fong Ran also wrote down the demand. An evolution method that slimes can use, 1 contribution, 500,000 dragon coins. After leaving a portion of the deposit, Fong Ran heard someone nearby talking. The Imperial Gods Association has recently become active in the Imperial capital again. Good thing, if you catch one of them, you'll get money ranging from 100,000 to 1 million, and some contribution value. Just by capturing a patriarch, you'll get nearly 100 points of contribution value. Don't even think about it, the head of the religion is a lord or higher imperial beast master, it's dangerous. Moreover, these members of the Goshinkai are usually disguised as ordinary people, so it's hard to be detected, and I haven't caught a single one in 2 months of squatting. Capturing the Goshinkai was certainly more money and a bit more contribution, but it was also very difficult. Moreover, it was easy to provoke retaliation from the Imperial God Society. But not everyone was afraid of them, like Fongran. These contribution values are enough for him to turn straight. Pick up a couple of wanted men from the Sentinel Society. On the way out, Fongran even saw that the capture of the sect leader of the Imperial God Society was wanted with a reward of 100,000 contribution points. Only, it was in the area of the Monarch Imperial Beast Master, which was equipped with several receptions, but no Imperial Beast Masters were present. Daytime. Fongran is studying in the Imperial capital. Let's slime train with Tiny Sky. At night, he took Xiao Tian and went to search for members of the Goshin Society based on the information. Relying on Xiao Tian's special ability, Fongran had captured nearly 5 people in just 2 or 3 days. He even summarized and also came up with some experience that certain alleys were the easiest for members of the Goshinkai to appear, and he often brought Xiao Tian to squat outside the special locations. There was even a time when a ruffian from the Royal Divine Council ran up to ask for a price. If Fongran hadn't stopped him, he would have already been beaten to death by Xiao Tian. I've earned over $1 million in 3 days, and 5 contribution points, if only I could capture the head of the sect. Fongran said silently. Unfortunately, this is not possible. The patriarch of the imperial capital is necessarily not in the same dimension as Yuqing's. It was only that catching the people of the Imperial Gods Association these days seemed to make both Xiao Tian and Slime extra excited and very much looking forward to the night coming. And Fongran's frequent fulfillment of the wanted had made him a little famous among the group of Lord Imperial Beast Masters in the Imperial capital. Many people called him the Goshinkai Nemesis. Because he only takes missions from the Goshinkai and always catches the other side with precision. Brother Fong, have you secretly planted spies in the Royal God Society? Yeah, how else do you always catch them? It's only been 3 days, and I've seen very few sightings of members of the Goshinkai. You deserve a lot of credit. I recently got a job, want to come along? Brother Fong has reached the Lord level at such a young age, could it be that he just graduated? A lot of people have a good feeling about Fongran, and they have flattered him. Especially when he's so young. But there were a few people, looking at him with gloomy and uncertain eyes among the crowd. Night. In the middle of a box. A maid with rabbit ears hanging down at her sides came into the room with a bottle of wine. On the couch, on the other hand, sat a young Imperial Beast Master dressed in a multicolored dress. Come on, have a few drinks with me. As the rabbit girl poured the wine, he reached out and yanked that other person into his arms. It was a few shivers of fear. She wasn't dressed up as such, but was a race of humanoid Imperial beasts, and although she didn't have a 100,000-year-old soul ring, she still maintained her lovely appearance. This guest, our Imperial beasts here do not provide special services. The few attendants who followed were alarmed. Get out. He spat out a word coldly. As a Lord Imperial Beast Master, a casual outburst of anger would scare a few people into going to the manager. Instead, he stepped forward calmly and closed the door to the room tightly. And then, slowly, he fell to his knees in front of the couch, burying his head low. The rabbit woman, on the other hand, sat up and watched him calmly. Recently, a lot of members of the Imperial capital seem to have disappeared? Yes. We've already found out that it's a Lord Imperial Beast Master named Fongran who's hunting our people. Fongran? It's him. The rabbit girl seemed to remember something. Do you want me to help you with him? If Yu Cheng had let me go that time, I would have gotten it done long ago. That youth spoke hurriedly, but in a humble manner. If this one hadn't helped him, he'd still be an ordinary hangdog. However, since joining the Imperial God Society, he had skyrocketed, climbing from the bottom rankings of the 5 great academies to the top of the academies, and even becoming a trainee member of the Imperial Beast Society. At the moment, it was already the loyal backbone of the Imperial God Society. Immediately, he will be the new head of the church. It's natural to look out for the organization everywhere. There's no need, it's just a Lord Imperial Beast Master, there's no need to care about him, instead it's Lin Qinghuan who's in danger. You just need to make sure you're not exposed and go to the Imperial Beast Association to turn yourself around. She remembered that there were quite a few geniuses among the trainee members this time, and it was only a matter of luck if they could be converted. Understood. And keep your head a little lower. As he buried his head low, the rabbit girl stepped on it with her smooth foot, and then kept exerting force until all his features were completely twisted and blood flowed out. The next time you reach out and touch me, it won't be that simple. A hint of disgust showed in her eyes. Lowly humans, too, dare to touch her with their hands. Without paying too much attention, she opened the door to her room and left, pretending to be teary-eyed. However, in the face of such an insult, that youth had a smile on his face, without the slightest bit of anger. At this point, it's nearing the end of the month deadline. Fangran barely went to the Imperial Capital Academy and spent the entire day soaking in the Imperial Beast Association. Finally, relying on the support of his good buddies, the Sentinel Society, he saved up enough money, with nearly 20 plus contribution values. After purchasing all the materials, Xiao Tian owed the advancement materials. There was only one forbidden material left, the heart of the Inferno Bull. Also at this time, Fangran received a notification from the Imperial Beast Association. He was told to arrive at the location designated by the Imperial Beast Association within 3 days. And Yu Baojun also sent a message to remind Fangran. All trainee Imperial Beast Association members must report to work within 3 days, or else their trainee status will be revoked. Chapter 89 Gathering of Trainee Members. As a Royal Beast Master, it's all the more important to dominate the battle of the Royal Beasts to sway the victory or defeat. A group of Imperial Beast Masters, as many as they could, gathered in the Imperial capital's martial arts arena. Excluding the first month of culture, the courses of practical combat training and simulated ferocious beast training gradually dominated. Why isn't Fangran here? Xin Yun looked around and wondered. She had increased her intensity over the past few days and finally broke through the Firefly to the Lord level at the end of the month. But ever since he came to the academy, he had barely seen Fangran's figure. He was here a few days ago, but I haven't seen him lately either. Lei Tianren stroked his chin. The classes after that can be a sign-up. How do you maintain rankings when you're not there every day? If you can't maintain your ranking, you won't get the monthly funding from the Imperial Academy afterward. With what kind of Imperial Beast Masters there will be what kind of Imperial Beasts there are. You all should learn from Fangran. Looking at a few people who were still swinging for the fences, the teacher opened his mouth to rebuke them. These words immediately made several Imperial Beast Masters unhappy. Teacher, Fangran, he hasn't come to the academy for several days. Yeah, well, at least I went to every class. Really, compared to Fangran, I'm still trying, right? Listening to the crowd, that teacher smiled softly, just waiting for you to ask me. Do you really think that geniuses are just putting up a fight if they don't come to the academy? A few days ago, Fangran had already been accepted as a trainee member of the Imperial Beast Association, along with several sophomore and junior seniors. This statement was made. The people present instantly fell into silence. Joining the Imperial Beast Society, hadn't Fangran just enrolled for a year? How is this possible? Didn't you used to enroll in school for 2 to 3 years before being raised by the Imperial Beast Association? Yes, a few days ago, there were a few seniors who were qualified and even passed the test to be accepted as trainees. Can't it be because of Senior Yu's recommendation? But how could it be so fast? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. One of the great strengths of the Big Five. It is after graduation that they will be used by the Imperial Beast Society as a key recruiting target. Compared to other unusual academies, the identity of a graduate of the Imperial Capital Academy had a great advantage. But if you want to be admitted, you can't just rely on referrals, you have to be strong enough on your own. Today Fangran still went to the Imperial Beasts Association for a test with a few senior brothers and sisters. As long as they can pass, they will be considered true trainee members. However, he was nominated to go, so it should be hard to compete with the seniors, but this experience is enough for you to learn. The teacher watched the crowd's reaction as he spoke. Sure enough, at this statement of his, it instantly stirred up a lot of people's desire to fight. Many of the Imperial Beast Masters began to get up and practice long-distance running, and there were also a few people who even coaxed and urged their favored beasts to train. Fangran, he actually joined the Imperial Beast Association? Xin Yun covered her mouth with one hand. She had just become a Lord Sentinel. It's so hard to start catching up, but it turns out that Fangran has already traveled her 2 years' worth of road? But she was still happy for Fangran inside. It's just a shame that Grandpa isn't in the Imperial Beast Society and there's no way to help him. Shin was once invited, but he declined because of philosophical discord. It was also because of that incident that he, a monarch royal beast master, had returned to the small city of U City. Out of sight, out of mind. Shen Lao said as such. The Imperial Beasts Club? I'll definitely be able to get in there too. Lei Tianrun's gaze was resolute. As long as you can stay in the top 10 of your grade, you will have a chance to be nominated for elevation at the end of the year. Just for a moment. There would be less murmuring in the arena and more sounds of instruments in operation. And in the meantime, the Imperial Beasts Society. Early in the morning, Fong Ran brought Xiao Tian to the appointed place, a building with an unusual blue and white color scheme. What a beautiful hall. A slime, mimicking a white dog with a red collar, looked around. Everything in the human world was incredibly new to it. As soon as you enter the door, immediately, someone greeted them. Is it Mr. Fong Ran? Come on in, they're all waiting here. Good. Seeing the white dog following him, he stopped in his tracks and said, You can't bring pets in here. This is my imperial beast. Fong Ran explained. I'm sorry, but imperial beasts must also be on 2 feet, reptiles are not allowed. Not waiting for him to continue speaking. White dog is already on his feet. Looking at him as if to say, Is this okay? After a long time. Inside a room. Hundreds of seats were set up with a host of Imperial Beastmasters sitting on them. Only a few Imperial Beastmasters from the Imperial Capital Academy recognized Fong Ran. There were about 30 people present, and many of them looked at him twice. The Imperial Beastmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy then waved at Fong Ran. Gesture him over. Fong Ran decisively walked over to take a seat. Fong Ran, I heard that you came here because you were recommended by a gold level member? Just came to the Imperial Capital and became the #1 freshman, talented. Ha, the freshmen nowadays are getting more and more powerful, in 2 more years they might even surpass us? Alas, I enrolled in school with Lin Xingyuan, Bai Ning and the others, and as a result, they're already transcendent and I'm still in the late lord stage. Don't compare yourself to them, you can count on one hand the ones that are transcendent level before they even graduate. A few murmured. One after another, they were getting close to Fong Ran. Even though he was a senior, a predecessor, he didn't carry a bit of a stance. Simply because Fong Ran had the monarch royal beastmaster behind him, he was no longer any weaker than them in terms of power, and was even stronger than most of them. In terms of talent, Fong Ran was also rare. The quiz in a bit, don't be nervous, just do your best. Yeah, and with this opportunity as experience, you'll have a better chance of making the switch later on. Several people imparted their experience to Fong Ran. Didn't think Fong Ran could really pass. Which of those who could become trainee members were not top 10 geniuses of the academy and top 10 of the unified recruitment back then? Even, a number of them had stood at the top of the academy at one time or another. Of those of them present, only Fong Ran was still in the pre-lord stage. Almost everyone who can come has arrived, right? A middle-aged man in special clothing came to the front of the stage. On his chest, he pinned a silver-gray Imperial Beast Society badge that was extremely conspicuous. I'll be in charge of your conversion. Just in case there's any favoritism, I'll give you another quiz. Remember, the Imperial Beast Association only looks at talent, even if you have an Imperial Beast Master behind you. Said. The man then gave Fong Ran a stern look. And then waving his hand, several men carried up a curled-up scroll of skills. Open up. The silver-level members signaled. Wow. The duo pulled back the scroll. They were also nervous about facing so many candidates. The picture of the scroll emerged, and in it, besides the complex text, there was also a human-shaped chakra diagram. This is a skill book for humanoid imperial beasts? An imperial beast master from the Mordor Academy inquired. No, it's a skill book for imperial beast masters, which was made by several imperial beast masters. It's a skill that's been tried out in the Imperial Beast Society for a few years now, it just hasn't been popularized yet. Hear this. Many people in the room found it a bit unbelievable. Chapter 90 Spirit Forging Method, Slime's Evolution Method. Imperial Beast Masters can use skills too? Hearing the doubts of the crowd, the silver-ranked member smiled. It may not have worked before, but this skill, it was carved down by several Imperial Beast Masters from other Imperial creatures. We've already tested it, and Imperial Beast Masters can greatly enhance their spiritual power when practiced. Enhancement of mental power? Is it hard to resist mental attacks? an Imperial Beast Master inquired. Some fierce beasts and Imperial beasts likewise possessed the means to attack mentally. It can be done by attacking the Imperial beasts, which in turn affects the Imperial Beast Master himself. Well, it has a certain effect, I guess. Spirit power determines the upper limit of the contract, and an Imperial Beast Master with a full enough spirit can contract a third Imperial Beast early. Hear this. Many of the Imperial Beast Masters present were excited. Contracting Imperial Beasts in advance, the temptation for them was just too great. Is it possible to break through the upper limit of human contracted Imperial Beasts? Fong Ran raised his interest. After all, it was never the level that prevented him from contracting, but the strength of his spiritual power. Since you guys are already trainee members, you can instead try practicing this skill, and you'll be qualified if you can practice to proficiency in 3 days. They're all geniuses and with lordly mental powers. Reaching the proficiency level in 3 days isn't that hard. Hear this. The crowd looked to the chakram. And the same goes for Fong Ran. In front of his eyes, a prompt appeared. Is it an advanced spirit forging method introductory? Spirit forging method introductory forges spiritual power, which can resist minor spiritual attacks, and strengthens the connection between Imperial beasts to increase the power of feedback. And increase the feedback from the Imperial beasts? Fong Ran's heart fluttered. Advance. Acquisition of the Spirit Forging Method Introductory. Remaining debt, use the entry-level Spirit Forging Method 10 times. This skill was learned from the ferocious beasts. The grade is naturally low. But Fong Ran was able to upgrade. It means far more to him than it does to anyone else. Normally you have to practice 100, 1,000 times to get to the next level. I only need 10 times. Fong Ran immediately closed his eyes. The mental power entered the space of the Imperial Beast, and the whole body was suffering from the pain of forging. Although it's far from reaching the level of a Sentinel Beast, as long as it can resist a punch from a Lord Fierce Beast, it's considered a success. Fong Ran looked at it very openly. Xiao Tian opened his eyes in the Imperial Beast space and looked at Fong Ran with doubts revealed in his eyes. She could feel that Fong Ran was suffering. It's okay, you practice yours. Fong Ran looked at her and said. Good. Goten nodded. Despite her master's pain, she could detect a deeper connection between the two. Along with that, even her spiritual power had been slightly boosted. Getting started so quickly, worthy of being a genius of the 5 great academies. The silver-ranked member looked at the concentration of the people in the room and had to admire it. Turning his head to Fong Ran, an unexpected color was also revealed. But just Lord level, and he's learning so fast? It seems that what Wang Long said was true, he has practiced his basic evolution method to the extreme. No wonder, Fong Ran was able to become the number 1 in this year's unified recruitment. The speed of this initiation is not unlike that of others. However, Fong Ran became a Royal Beast Master too much later than them. At least 4 or 5 years too late. I remember him taking the God's Capital Academy in his freshman year of high school. Think about it. Even he, a silver rank member, couldn't help but be shocked. It was a pity that Fong Ran had already joined Lin Xinghuan, otherwise, he would have had to invite Fong Ran to follow him. This talent alone. It's enough to draw a fight. Elder Yu really isn't someone who plays favorites, his choice really wasn't wrong. His heart gradually began to recognize Fong Ran. It's not that easy to turn around, though there are people here who are way older than you. Maybe there's a chance in a year or two. He swept his gaze over the Imperial Beast Masters present. And then, it landed on a tall, knife-like face, plainly dressed young man from Mordor. Yuan Qichuan, the number 1 in Magic City today. The person himself was even a double Lord-class Imperial Beastmaster. Cultivating 2 Imperial Beasts at the same time, and cultivating them to the Lord level at the same time, the amount of resources invested in them could be seen at a glance. And the other side. Instead, it was a handsome-looking young man in expensive clothing. Ding Han is the first-place winner of one of the 5 great academies, the Sacred Beast Academy. He also climbed from the bottom, step by step, to number 1 in the Sacred Beast Academy, inspirational. The silver-level members lamented. There were a few others among these people who were comparable, but they had to come here in batches. To squeeze into the top 10 from among them was as difficult as reaching heaven for Fong Ran. He relied on that angel, much less against a double Lord Imperial Beastmaster. After all, Fong Ran's second Imperial Beast was too low in rank. And to cultivate it to the Lord level, it would take hundreds of millions of resources at least. Without even the resources, it takes even longer. Unless Fang Ran can get first place in the second Imperial Beast competition, there might still be time to pull up the rank of the second Imperial Beast. However, that competition, too, was for a beast-robbing family like the White family. Secondly, Imperial Beasts, even if you have money, it is impossible to contract a good favored beast without channels. After a long time, the crowd opened their eyes. That's fine, you're all through. Next, I'll divide you up under different bronze level members, and at the end of the year when your contribution reaches 100, you can come and apply for a transfer. Hear this. The crowd was excited. As long as they could be converted, they were considered employees of the Imperial Beast Society. You can claim many scarce resources that you couldn't buy in the past. But correspondingly, they will also be assigned to different places with certain responsibilities. Can I go to Elder Bai Ning's place? There were a few Imperial Beast Masters from the Imperial capital who nervously inquired. Yes, but only if you ask Bai Ning, you can only go if she agrees. The man nodded. One time, many people present began to apply, wanting to join Bai Ning's team. Even Yuan Chichuan wanted to go to where Bai Ning was. Looking at Fang Ran, he was surprised for a moment. Is Elder White so popular? Elder Bai is treated well there, after all, he's a member of the Bai family, but he's also very demanding. Definitely, but we're just applying, it's up to Elder Bai to agree. Last year in our Imperial capital, there were thousands of Imperial Beast Masters who applied, and only a dozen were successful. But the dozen or so, they all turned out in the end. An Imperial Beast Master from the Imperial capital responded to Fang Ran. Demanding. Fang Ran was somewhat speechless. Besides, there's money to be made with a mission, and going to a good place gives you a higher probability of turning up later. Why don't you apply as well? You're also from the Imperial capital, so you can take care of each other when the time comes. Oh, I forgot, you're already following Senior Sister Lin. In fact, Senior Sister Lin is also very capable and famous in the Imperial capital. It's natural for us from the Imperial Capital Academy to follow our seniors from the same school. Fang Ran nodded while listening. The crowd exchanged a few moments and added each other as friends. And in Fang Ran's cell phone, a new red dot message jumped up a few hours later. Fang Ran reached out and clicked on it. The slime evolution method quest you need has already been picked up and completed. Chapter 91 Unusable Evolution Method, Last Material. It was you who sent the commission to the Imperial Beast Society? An Imperial Beast Master inquired. Fang Ran nodded. Then clicked in. Attachment, Blood Beast Evolution Method. A blood beast? Fang Ran remembered that it was a textbook, a ferocious beast that was mostly made up of blood. It's a lot like slime, but it's nothing like it. The evolution method you used to find slime? Suddenly, a majestic figure came close to Fang Ran. Yuan Chichuan, the chief student candidate of the Magic City Academy. Don't waste your time, slimes can't use the evolution method, and even though blood beasts are made up of blood, they have veins in their bodies. However, I have heard of slimes that evolve by devouring. Yuan Chichuan said. Devour? Indeed, Fang Ran had the infinite evolution devouring skill, so he didn't have to go out of his way to get closer. You're not going to, bring a slime to the competition, are you? Yuan Chichuan said. Shortly after that was the second Imperial Beast competition. Even though he's beyond the rank, he'll be following the competition. Simply because when the time comes, his favorite star will be there in person. Yes. There have been quite a few entries with slimes in the past. After all, these creatures are easy to catch and have fixed levels, so they can be used temporarily. Saying that, Yuan Chichuan took out his cell phone. Added Fang Ran friend. He uses a pink secondary avatar and even his name is mostly symbols. This is obviously a far cry from his image in the Magic City. Ahem, this is my borrowed number, let's use this for now. Yuan Chichuan explained. Then, without looking back, he left. Even though they were both trainee members of the Imperial Beast Society. It was also only those Imperial Beast Masters who were more hopeful of being converted that gathered together. Although Fang Ran was of a low rank, anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a high probability that he would be able to turn around in the future. So there were quite a few people who came forward to greet Fang Ran, and there were even quite a few Imperial Beast Masters who were going to participate in the second Imperial Beast competition together. Fang Ran, the tournament is after March, and those who make it into the top 100 are basically all veterans. Yeah, there are quite a few unscrupulous Imperial Beast masters who intentionally don't advance their second Imperial Beast and get stuck in the late higher stage just to take the competition rewards to cultivate their intrinsic Imperial Beasts. Of course, I did it because I didn't get enough materials together. After all, it's too much pressure to train 2 Lord classes at the same time. My second Imperial Beast is only in the middle stage of higher. It's enough to enter the top 100, and the top 100 will be able to get a notable reward. Higher middle stage, it's not easy to get into the top 100. There's too much catnip in the middle of it. Even they, the veterans, are not guaranteed to get a ranking. You just go for the long haul. In the competition, there are a lot of unseen Imperial Beasts. Getting to know more of them will also benefit you next time you participate. I heard that one spirit is going to be there for this competition, and I've watched the movie she made, The Station of the Human Spirit, several times. A few people looked excited. It was reasonable to say that this kind of star they usually couldn't see. Even if they were transcendent Imperial Beast masters, if they didn't have enough background, they wouldn't be able to see them. The crowd dispersed. Fong Ran returned to the Imperial Academy. As soon as he entered the school gate, he was stopped by Lin Qinghuan. Why didn't you tell me when you joined the Imperial Beast Association? Until this moment, Lin Qinghuan did not realize that there was an extra person under his hand. There was a hint of complaint in the eyes that looked at Fong Ran, along with a faintly imperceptible delight. There's no need for that, but do you know of a place that sells ferocious beast meat, senior sister Lin? Doesn't Xiao Tian have an S-ranked recipe from the Imperial Capital Academy? Lin Qinghuan wondered. It's my second Imperial Beast to use. Saying that, Fong Ran called out the slime. At this point, it was still in its camouflage form, which was used to improve its camouflage proficiency. Just one hand, turned into purple slime. Slimes. It's a mutated race. Lin Qinghuan recognized it at once. Among the slimes, there are some races that are able to reach a class level after mutation. But it doesn't change the fact that it's extremely difficult to evolve. You can go to the Royal Beasts ingredient store to buy it, high-grade ferocious beast meat essence meat. It's about tens of thousands of pounds. I know a few bosses, I can get them to give you some discounts. Lin Qinghuan had extremely wide connections. Many stores have to give her face. Thank you, schoolteacher. Xiaoran, it's too late for you to compete even now. You have to find another way to raise Xiao Tian's realm first. It wasn't that Lin Qinghuan looked down on slimes, she believed that Fong Ran would have his own considerations if he would contract. But, the truth was in front of us. 3 months, the favored beast's advancement to the middle stage of higher was a problem. How could they face those old farts? Xiao Tian's realm. I still need an Inferno Bull's heart right now. Do you have a channel, senior sister Lin? Fong Ran was somewhat at his wit's end about this matter. The stores he goes to are avoided with fear. This is a forbidden material that can only be obtained through private transactions. No one will sell it openly. Trading forbidden materials privately, and the heart of the Inferno Bull was even one of the forbidden items. Can you get it for me, schoolmarm? It's urgent. Looking at Fong Ran's eager demeanor, Lin Qinghuan hesitated. Whirling around, he remembered that he didn't seem to be doing anything to help him. So with a guilty conscience, he said, just this once. Lin Qinghuan had, previously, been packaged as a star, although she had ended up being delayed by her studies. But she could still get it if she used her past connections. Right now? Fong Ran stared at Lin Qinghuan. Now. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Qinghuan's beautiful eyes blinked. It's normal for Fong Ran to be impatient. In less than 2 days, Tiny will be a baby again. Though he can get another advance back, it's inevitable that he'll lose something when he comes and goes. Please, senior sister Lin. Kissing sister, just help me. Well. Alright. Lin Qinghuan blushed slightly and coughed lightly twice. A few moments later, Fong Ran arrived at the store designated by Lin Qinghuan. As soon as he entered, the owner, with 2 apprentices, personally greeted him. This boss, it's Elder Lin. Yes. Hearing Fong Ran's words, a smile piled up on the owner's face. Take your pick, freshly arrived Lord-grade meat, definitely not captive bred, pure wild. Just give a cost price. It's possible to hook up with the Transcendental Beastmaster. It's more than they can ask for their stores. If it was before, even if they wanted to go and deliver the money, they had no way to do so. Many of the nearby guests frequently looked at Fong Ran, and other than thinking that he was handsome, more than anything else, they thought of him as the descendant of some dignitary. Relying on the money he got from taking wanted and working in the Imperial Beasts Association, Fong Ran bought away nearly 100,000 Lord-class fierce beast meat. And, specially selected, ferocious beasts known for their strength, defense, and so on. So that the slime can utilize the devouring skill and get a portion of the nature. A few moments later, Fong Ran returned home. Seeing no one at home, Fong Ran quickly made his way to the training room. After that, he took out a few pieces of the ferocious beast meat in the Imperial Beast space. Chapter 92 Slime advances to higher middle stage, Uncle Crisis. After a few days of practicing, slime skills, progressing by leaps and bounds. Mimicry subtle, you can perfectly mimic the details of your opponent's movements. Devour perfect, when devouring an object, you gain 50% of its nature and accelerate the speed of digestion. 2 natural skills with extremely high ranks. The remaining 3 skills, on the other hand, were still at the proficiency level. Eat a piece of ferocious beast meat first. Fong Ran took out a piece. Then throw it to the daughter of the Void Sea. When it opened its mouth, it swallowed it into its stomach and quickly began to digest and decompose it. The energy contained in the meat of a Lord-level ferocious beast was far from being comparable to ordinary meat. A few moments later, the decomposed energy was then incorporated into the body of the daughter of the Void Sea. And the power in it, along with the nature of defense and other properties, were also absorbed by most of it. At this moment, the cells in its entire body were proliferating at a rapid rate, having never consumed this grade of meat before, causing it to be somewhat overwhelmed for a moment. Luckily, he quickly calmed down and did his best to digest the energy in the ingredients while compressing his body. What my master gave me, I must eat it all. A different recipe than the one exclusively paired with Khotin. Although slimes only ate the meat of ferocious beasts, they managed to absorb the energy in it perfectly. Not long ago, Lin Xinghuan had gathered enough materials for Fong Ran to pay off Xiao Tian's debt for his advancement, and after that came the funds needed for evolution. Half a month passed. Slime effect meets while paying off several skill debts. Its 2 natural skills, too, had been rapidly upgraded. This rapid increase in power excited the slime so much that if it were to train on its own, it would probably be difficult to make an inch of progress in a year's time. I'm going to pick up some work commissions at the Imperial Beast Society as well. Fong Ran was really poorly fed. He has to maintain his school marks and go out to work to earn money to support his 2 grandchildren. There was also time to practice the Spirit Forge, and every day was filled to the brim. Time flies. 2 months passed. There was only 1 month left before the second Imperial Beast competition began. In the underground training room of Fong Ran's home. Swish. Whoosh. The slime danced with dozens of imaginary thorns and violently stabbed towards Xiao Tian. The sound of breaking air came out, yet its attack was easily blocked by Xiao Tian. An oversight. A false thorn was then wrapped around Xiao Tian's white arm. Just as he was about to make further movements, he was instantly shaken into several pieces. I won! Slime exclaimed. It had been practicing against Xiao Tian for more than 10 days, and only today did it run into each other. The more powerful it is, the more it appreciates the terror of angels. Just by relying on the strength of his flesh, he was able to deal with its attacks at will. The massive amount of resources to cultivate her gradually turned her into an extremely powerful monster, but thankfully not an enemy. Increase the intensity of your training. How can you help your master in the future if you're only at this level? Goten grunted lightly. There was not the slightest hint of contempt in his heart. Anyway, I won this time. I'm going to make a request to my master. Slime retracted his spikes. Fong Ran, who was watching from the side, looked at the skill bar in his panel. Rank, high medium. Skills, mimicry broken, devouring broken, void sea field subtle, void spirit spell perfect, void stab perfect. Mimicry broken realm, memorized in battle, can briefly copy opponent's skills for 180 seconds. Devouring broken realm, devouring the target object restores a large amount of physical energy, which can be engraved into a mimicry memory. That skill. It's a perversion. It was hard to imagine that this was an ability that had evolved from a slime. Well done, what would you like to order? Fong Ran inquired. Rewarding the Imperial Beasts appropriately can also enhance the relationship. Though, Fong Ran felt that they weren't too lacking is all, it was more of a symbolic meaning. I don't want to sleep in the Imperial Beast space at night, I want to sleep on the bed too. Xiao Tian immediately frowned and refused. No, you're wetting the bed and Auntie has to wash it, and it's hard to wash the slime off you when it comes together. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Tian didn't want it to get too close to Fong Ran, having gotten used to a two-person world. I don't care. It spoke gamely, its face already bulging into a bun. If we really let it sleep, we'll have to change the sheets tomorrow. Just as Fong Ran was considering how to refuse, the phone suddenly rang. It shows that it's Sister Lin. The most sentimental is the spring garden. Fong Ran, there's another high contribution job in that area near you. Lin Qinghuan's voice came out from it. It wasn't the first time she had helped Fong Ran search for jobs at intervals. I don't have time now. Fong Ran looked at the gambling slime, still thinking in his mind how to fool it. It's more dangerous to mishandle a pet-animal relationship than it is to work. Aside from the Imperial Beastmasters who were stabbed to death by Imperial Beasts in a rage, there were quite a few who hated each other out of love. This time is different, there have been injuries. Moreover, that ferocious beast I suspect is related to the Imperial God Society. Now that I can't get through, I can only let you go. Lin Qinghuan said, looking at the information of the Imperial Beast Association for a few moments. It's now. It's still in Crane Fluff, and most of the people have been evacuated. Wait for me to come over. Fong Ran immediately hung up the phone. Crane Velvet Company. Uncle works for that company. It was also the head office that had once flattered Fong Ran earlier in Yucheng. At this moment, Fong Ran had never felt so eager. Xiao Tian, stop practicing for now and go to Uncle's company. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian was busy nodding his head. At this very moment. Streets near Crane Velvet. Surrounded by several guardsmen, dripping with water. And nearby, a large number of armored vehicles were parked. What's going on in there? Why are there so many people? A ferocious beast rushed in, and I heard that the people had finished evacuating. Bull, if the people had finished evacuating, that ferocious beast would have been caught long ago. There must still be people inside. Why hasn't the Imperial Beast Master come yet? This is the Imperial capital. That ferocious beast is Lord level and Late Lord. It's hard to deal with it without 3 Late Lord Imperial Beast Masters. It would be easy to get 3 Late Lords together, but it would take time to get 3 right away. Several of the guards were concerned. For now, it could only be temporarily surrounded to make sure it couldn't run away, but if the other side charged hard, without the Imperial Beastmaster relying on his firearms was just scratching its itch. After a long time. I am a trainee Imperial Beastmaster of the Imperial Beast Association, let me in. Fong Ran showed his identification. The guard immediately stepped forward. Is it really the Imperial Beast Society? Are you the only one? A few people looked at him suspiciously. So young, wanting to play the hero and take on a Late Lord ferocious beast all by yourself? It was reasonable to say that for a beast of the same level, 3 Imperial Beast Masters would be able to take it down without serious injuries. Although the crowd thought this in their minds, they did not say it out loud. This Imperial Beastmaster, it's better to wait for a while, we've already notified 3 Lord Imperial Beastmasters. They'll be here soon. A few people opened their mouths to warn. Have all the people inside been evacuated? Is there anyone named Fong Chihua? Fong Ran found one person to inquire. Manager Fong? I've seen him before, I even saw him saving people there before I left. A person who withdrew from it responded. Chapter 93 Corrosive Bone Wolf, Unresisting Fierce Beast. He didn't come out? Fong Ran asked sharply. No. No. Being pressed by Fong Ran caused the employee to panic a little. He's my uncle, and I wanted to ask if he's out now. Hear this. Many of the employees around were surprised. They had all heard that Manager Fong's nephew had gotten into the Imperial Academy. Unexpectedly, it was this handsome-looking Imperial Beastmaster in front of him. We haven't seen him since we came out. Yeah, 80% of them are trapped inside. A few people spoke up. Just at this moment, several Imperial Beastmasters, however, came here together. The guards were instantly elated, reinforcements had finally arrived. And one of them, Fong Ran, was even more familiar. Ding Han? Fong Ran spoke. The fair-faced, slightly handsome youth unexpectedly glanced at Fong Ran. It's you? Fong Ran of the Magic Capital Academy? Senior Ting, you know him? A few of the accompanying Imperial Beastmasters inquired. Well, we're all trainees of the Imperial Beast Society, Fong Ran. He's a genius in the Magic City, and he's still being called, what, the Imperial God Society Killer? As he said the last sentence, Ding Han laughed lightly twice. That's him? The second place winner in this year's UAA? Second? How come I heard Fong Ran was first? Several royal beast masters looked at Fong Ran with a look of surprise. It's all nonsense from them, but since there are enough people it should be possible to let us in, right? Fong Ran opened his mouth. Of course, but you're only in the pre-lord stage, schoolmate, so it's better not to just make a move. Why don't we add each other as friends, and when you find that ferocious beast, notify us at the first opportunity. Yeah. Add a friend first. A few people looked at Fong Randao with a smile on their faces. They were all in the academy, top-ranked geniuses. Almost every one of them was in the mid-lord stage for a long time, and quite a few of them even had late-lord stage imperial beasts. But when facing this genius of the imperial capital, one could not put up a fight. After a long time, the guards let it go. Don't be a hero, and let us know straight away if you run into that monster. Senior Fong, just go to the safer warehouse area, where the terrain is complicated and you can hide first in case of danger. When the time comes to call in a direct group call, we'll be there in a minute at the most. The crowd split up. Just stepped into the company area. Fong Ran immediately summoned Little Sky out. Her eyes flashed as she looked around the nearby space. The eyes that contained holy power searched the air for any remaining traces. Xiao Tian, come with me to the warehouse. Fong Ran spoke. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded, being affected by Fong Ran's state of mind, causing her heart to be anxious as well. Fong Ran ran towards the warehouse while pondering in his mind. A month ago, Xiao Tian's heavenly god evolution method was practiced to the entry level, and now it's only one step away from the mid-lord stage. It's just that it's not very difficult to save someone, and you might not even be afraid to face a late lord. He was only afraid that something had happened to his uncle. How about call uncle? Xiao Tian came up with the idea. No, it's better for us to find it. Fong Ran was afraid that his uncle's phone was not muted. Ringing the bell instead reveals the location. Those ferocious beasts, after all, had non-trivial hearing. At this very moment, in the middle of a building's restroom. Uncle Fong, what should we do now? It's been almost half a day and help hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, that ferocious beast is still hanging around downstairs in case. Speaking of which, the crowd was silent. Some of the female employees even showed a look of panic. Some of them would even cry out if they weren't afraid of being overheard. Knock knock. The crowd looked downstairs through the window. A thin, bony, skeleton-like giant wolf with corrosive scars all over its body was walking step by step in the middle of the park, looking very weak. A mere glance made several people cover their mouths and retreat. Manager Fong, didn't you say that your nephew is a royal beast master? Yeah, he's a beast sentinel genius. Can he bring it here to save us? Manager Fong's nephew just got into one of the 5 major academies and has just reached the lord level at most. How can he save us? A girl wearing glasses spoke up. She'd always had a hard time with the manager who didn't know anything about anything. However, the fact that he volunteered to stay and help evacuate the staff today had changed her opinion of Fong Chihua, but that was all. My nephew might know a powerful imperial beastmaster. I can ask him to help call them. Fong Chihua busily said. And then took out the phone and whispered, Ran? Uncle! Where are you now? I've brought Xiao Tian over. I'm in the restroom on the 3rd floor of Building 2, and there are a lot more people here. Fong Chihua hastily added, How many people did you bring over? Never come by yourself. I'm alone, don't worry, it'll be fine. Said. Fong Ran quickly hung up the phone. Toward the 2nd building level. And in the building, when the crowd heard that Fong Ran was the only one, the excitement that had just risen quickly faded again. Late Lord stage, it takes 3 Imperial Beast Masters to deal with it. It's okay, it's just a rescue, just take a detour and get us out of here. The girl with the gold-rimmed glasses said. However, next, the crowd then heard the sound of a ferocious beast hissing. Looking downwards, the figure of a young man had arrived in front of the floor. Corrosive Bone Wolf. Level, Late Lord. Skill? Introduction, bone wolves that corrode flesh and blood are extremely weak at the moment. Kill it. Fong Ran said silently. Yes. Xiao Tian immediately stepped forward. Roar. The corrosive bone wolf let out a hissing roar at the ever-approaching Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian stretched out his palm, and the Tao of holy power gathered into a huge holy sword. The majestic holy power was infused into it, causing its power to be multiplied. Roar! The corrosive bone wolf kept retreating. But Goten steps in and quickly falls into close combat. The previous combat training with Long Yu had taken effect at this moment. Above the floor, the crowd watched incredulously through the windows at what was happening below. The angel, whose entire body was bathed in divine light, was like a fluttering butterfly, dodging the attacks while almost mercilessly dropping the holy swords, causing wounds. It's Xiao Ran. Fang Qihua perked up. Is he really pre-lord? The eyeglassed girl's eyes flashed. She followed the forums of the Imperial Beast Masters from time to time, and it was reasonable to say that a fierce beast in the late Lord stage would require at least 2 Imperial beasts of the same level to fight for their lives in order to win. However, what was in front of her turned her perception upside down. The boy's angel, spanning 2 levels, was abusing the other. The wolf demon hadn't even touched her once. No, it's not that his angel is too strong, but that ferocious beast didn't even fight back. Why don't you fight back? The wolf demon's perverse behavior, however, caused Xiao Tian to frown slightly. A defense will only get you killed here. Xiao Tian's words were cold. The hand was laid down without any mercy. After all, the master's mission is to decimate. Roar! The corrosive bone wolf let out a guttural low roar. Above the body, a mark became clearer and clearer. Number 398. Xiao Tian's pupils shrunk slightly, slowly stopping his sword-swinging hand. She remembered that this was a tactic of the Imperial Gods Society, where they would leave a mark on captured ferocious beasts. Her mark was number 13. Goten recalled. The angel that had helped her. If Xiao Tian hadn't escaped fast enough, he would have been branded with a mark on his body as well. But that monstrous angel in the basement had no mark on it. Chapter 94 Black Box, Second Imperial Beast Tournament begins. Wait a minute, Tiny. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Goten stopped moving at once. As Fong Ran stepped forward, the wolf demon did not have any desire to attack, but only defended vigilantly. Sure enough, no desire to attack. It wasn't a ferocious beast, but an imperial beast that had been bred. Lin Xinghuan had also said that it was just someone who had been injured, and by all accounts, a normal person would absolutely rot into pieces when touched by a late Lord stage ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts would not have mercy on humans. The most crucial thing was that Lin Xinghuan suspected that this ferocious beast, or rather, the imperial beast, had a message from the Imperial God Society on it. Are you being held captive? Fong Ran inquired. That wolf demon, however, just stared at him warily. Don't be afraid, Xiao Tian has also been captured by the Imperial Gods Association. I don't share the same fate as them. Fong Ran's words fell. That wolf demon did react. On the side, Xiao Tian also stretched his eyebrows. Master is right, I've already killed quite a few people from the Imperial God Society. Little Sky added. As a Lord Ferocious Beast, it was bound to be able to understand Fong Ran's words. Roar! The wolf demon would believe it and slowly stepped forward. The wolf demon and Fong Ran gradually approached. Above Xiao Tian's head, a divine ring appeared in synchronization. And then his eyes signaled Fong Ran to stop walking. At this distance, even if it suddenly attacked, she would be able to save her master. And at this point, not far away, the crowd that heard the commotion of the battle arrived. However, he saw that Fong Ran was very close to the ferocious beast. Ding Han frowned slightly. Not good. Brother Fong is in danger. Black-scaled mountain-piercing beast. Kill it. His words fell. A ferocious beast with a body length of 5 meters and a height of 2 stories, clad in pitch-black scale armor, like a mountain-piercing armor, rushed out. It was as fast as it could be, and in the next second it came close. Roar! The bone wolf sensed the danger. The sharp claws slammed at Fong Ran, but were swiftly blocked by Xiao Tian. And then, it quickly tangled with the black-scaled mountain-piercing beast. However, how could it win first place in the Sacred Beast Academy as a royal beast in an extremely weak condition? Just a moment later, he was pierced through the abdomen by the black-scaled mountain-piercing beast amidst a hiss of pain. You! Little Weather's body trembled slightly. It wasn't anger that the bone wolf attacked Fong Ran. Rather, it was anger that beast master had killed the bone wolf that had no intention of fighting, and had even caused Fong Ran to narrowly escape being hit. This behavior and the owner's approach are very different. "How's it going, brother Fong, not hurt?" "Luckily I came in time, I told you not to rush." Ding Han stepped forward and patted Fong Ran's shoulder with a smile. "Never try to sensitize the ferocious beasts, those monsters only know how to camouflage." "Well, Dingo's right, you're just too young to be fooled by it. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different, don't compare your life with these ferocious beasts." Several people opened their mouths to persuade. Anyone could see that just now, Fong Ran had even tamed that ferocious beast. But, after all, the results had already appeared, and there was no need for them to offend Ding Han, who was #1 in the Sacred Beast Academy, anymore. "Don't worry about me," Fong Ran said with a slight frown. He was just a little curious. Ding Han was the #1 of the 5 great academies. Was he in such a hurry to grab the contribution value? "Brother Fong, the second Imperial Beast Tournament is also about to begin. I heard that you're going to compete as well?" Ding Han probed. Seeing Fong Ran nod his head, he instantly smiled. "Coincidentally, I'm also going to compete. After all, I don't have a strong person to back me up, I can only rely on myself. Ding's goal this time is to be first in the second Imperial Beast Tournament. I've heard that the first place winner this time even has a chance to learn S-rank skills, huh? I wouldn't ask for first place, just a top 100. This year should be my last entry. If I lose I'll have to advance to Lord, or my Imperial Beasts will be angry." A few people spoke up. Obviously, a lot of attention was paid to this competition. It is not only the nature of the game that leads to a large number of spectators. It's more because the organizers are so rich and generous. "If there's a chance, I hope to instruct you in the ring." Ding Han laughed. "Of course, that's not going to happen, I'm afraid." Fong Ran's second Imperial Beast was only a pre-hire stage. Moreover, he had privately investigated that the Imperial Beast that Fong Ran had contracted was just a slime. But if he did encounter one, he would be happy to step in and waste one of his Imperial Beasts. The crowd quickly separated. Seeing that no one was around, Fong Ran took out the black flat square box stained with saliva in the Imperial Beast space. It was spat out from the mouth of the Bone Wolf, only to be intercepted by Fong Ran at the last minute. "Ran!" Uncle led the crowd and came before Fong Ran. The people who followed behind them looked at Fong Ran with excitement, and many executives of the Crane Fleece Company, seeing that the people had been rescued, appeared one after another. "Beastmaster Fong. Thank you for lending a helping hand." A man in black thanked. "No, it's all proper, after all, my uncle is here." Fong Ran responded. The black-clothed man instantly saw Fong Chihua on the side and walked forward to extend his hand. Fong Chihua was a bit flattered for a moment, but having been a manager for a while, he still calmly reached out and shook his hand. "Old boss, when I was in Yuching, I often visited Fong Ran, you still remember me, right?" That branch boss in Yuching looked at the man in black and Fong Ran and smiled fawningly. Somewhat impressive. Fong Ran was surprised. Hearing Fong Ran's words, that president really looked at that old boss. The glance instantly excited him. "I'm glad I made the right choice before." "Leave the Crane Velvet Building." Dingham called through to an old cell phone. "Yes, well, I've taken care of that ferocious beast." Hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Ding Han's expression, however, grew more and more pious. "Your second Imperial Beast, I spent a lot of money training it. Make sure you find that S-rank skill, write it down, and bring it back. Hear this." Ding Han nodded frequently. "Master, I understand. Those Imperial Beast Masters, they are not my opponents, not to mention Yuan Chichuan is not in the competition. As long as I can win this tournament, my second Imperial Beast will also be able to break through to the Lord level." Hear the voice on the other end. Ding Han's expression grew excited. A few moments later, the phone was quickly hung up. And then his eyes burned as he said, "The second Imperial Beast competition, I will win." Time passes. Fong Ran returned to the Imperial Academy. Half a month later. The eve of the start of the second contest. It was also at this time that Xiao Tian's holy power gradually reached a bottleneck. Rank, 5th 100%. Top S-rated recipes add up. Together with the increase in Fong Ran's Imperial Beast space, it allowed Little Sky to evolve as quickly as flying. If it was an unusual evolutionary route, at this point she might have advanced to the late Lord stage. But the Blazing Angels require more holy power. It's hard to reach the mid-Lord stage by relying on 5th order holy power. And at the same time as Little Sky advanced, the second Imperial Beasts competition had already begun to be publicized in a big way. Chapter 95 One Spirit, the start of the auditions. In the basement, Xiao Tian's holy power broke through the upper limit. Above the sacred ring on top of his head, an additional crossmark appeared. Mid-Lord. 6th rank now. Fong Ran remembered that Lin Xinghuan's Imperial Beast was only at the 6th rank back then. The Little Sky in front of him, his holy power gradually internalized, becoming deeper and deeper, but also more dangerous. A piece of data surfaced as the eyes looked away. Ruling on killing angels. Rank, 6th 0%. Rank, Mid-Lord. Skills, Celestial God Evolution Method Perfect, Ruling Sun Will Proficient, Sacred Flame Fire Feather Perfect. Introduction, Blazing Angel, possessing many kinds of judgment power, used to judge the God of Heaven in the legend. Ruling Day Wheel advances to the Proficient level. One more brand new ruling power. And during this period of time, Xiao Tian had also evolved the Heavenly God Evolution Method and the Sacred Flame Feather to the Perfection level. For a rank skills, practicing to the Perfection level is the upper limit, and the only skill that can reach the realm-breaking level is the intrinsic skill. But that's enough. Today's Xiao Tian had 3 evolutionary methods stacked on top of each other. Even if one didn't deliberately run an evolutionary law, it was still equivalent to running an evolutionary law that was close to grade B all the time. This was already something that countless Imperial Beast Masters could only dream of. Your place? Fong Ran looked to the slime that was digesting the meat on the side. Skills, Mimicry broken, Devour broken, Void Sea Field perfect, Void Spirit spell broken, Void Stab broken. Void Spirit spell-breaking realm, can manipulate the bones of living beings that have died from carrying the Void Spirit mark. Void Thorn breaking realm, 20 Void Thorns can be summoned at once, activating the ability to briefly strengthen the hardness and damage of the Void Thorns. With Slime's skills, only the Void Sea Field is left to be perfected. Fong Ran rubbed his chin and said. However, its rank had already reached the middle of high. Uncle, I'm going to the academy afterward. Fong Ran came to the living room. Fang Qihua was sitting on the leather sofa, looking at the new ultra-thin 4K large color TV that had just been replaced. The image on the screen attracted Fong Ran's attention. A reporter interviews a coolly dressed elfin woman. Her appearance was extremely white and beautiful, a pair of pointed ears frozen slightly red was very striking, even that reporter's eyes were going to be hooked. I support player Chen Feng. Chen Feng? That genius from the Magic Capital Academy, who made it into the top 10 last year by relying on his higher intermediate Imperial Beasts? The two of them had a conversation with no nutritious topics. Uncle, of course, wasn't listening and stared at his legs the whole time. I've heard that this time, the rewards are also partly sponsored by the teacher? Yeah, it wouldn't be out of the question to have a dinner date with me if you win. She said with a slight smile. This statement was made. There was a shriek from the screen. It's a pity that it's not a one-spirit arts teacher. Fong Ran shook his head. Fong Ran recalled the anchors he had watched in his previous life, all of which were also selling meat, and he still preferred to eat a spiritual arts teacher. I also saw her movie that, I think it was called something like Human Spirit Station? Ran, can your slime go sign up? Uncle asked excitedly. It's nice to be able to, and I'm going to sign up for it. That's great. Remember to ask for a ticket for me when the time comes. The relatives of the contestants can also go to watch the game. Fang Qihua slapped his thigh and stared at the elf with unblinking eyes. As for whether his nephew will be abused? You can only grow by being abused. I can see that. A spirit was far more famous than Fong Ran had imagined. Not just a meat seller anchor, a big name between anchor and actor. It's not a bad way to evolve with traffic money, but it's easy to get wrapped up in the company. Fong Ran could see that. Her equilibrium is around transcendent. The time spent on daily work even overshadowed the time spent on evolution, otherwise it would have reached the monarch level long ago. Leave the house. Fong Ran. You haven't come to the academy for so long, what have you been doing? Xin Yun huffed. What? Once you're in the Imperial Beast Society, you're not from the same world as us? Brother Fong isn't that kind of person, I guess he's preparing for the Imperial Beast tournament afterward? Lei Tianrun inquired. Fong Ran nodded. Yeah, well, my grandfather isn't a monarch level, so I have to earn money for the baby's milk. He didn't tell a lie, though. All this time, running around, the contribution value is almost enough to make 50. Even so, it's a bit hard to make ends meet. That slime devouring skill level is too high and eats too much. But it had worked hard enough to get its skills almost all the way to full level in time for the start of the contest. No money. You can ask me for it. Shinyun was just about to open her mouth, but suddenly noticed something. You're going to sign up for the Royal Beast Tournament? Just on your slime? I also feel that there is something wrong. The level gap is too big. Instead of serving the purpose of training, it will also cause the slimes to shut themselves down. Lei Tianrun followed. It's fine, it's already higher mid. Fongran took out a rounded purple sphere. High mid stage, the energy required for slime to evolve is not that much, it's not that fast. Lei Tianrun's face didn't move, but his heart was already spewing furiously. His aquanauts had just practiced the evolution method to the proficiency level. You just scampered all the way to the middle of high? Even for a slime, that's a bit beyond normal speed. Damn you, you need to go back and increase the intensity of your training. If you can't match your talent, you can't match your effort, right? So fast. How did you raise it? Shinyun was surprised. It's just that the Imperial Beast is trying too hard. Hearing Fongran's words, Shinyun was still skeptical. I've heard that the contestants this time are all high-late Imperial Beast Masters. Will it be able to do it? Just going to give it a try. It's a bit of a relief to be in the top 100. Fongran touched the purple ball. Apparently, the slime had also heard Fongran's words. The meat it had been eating had been earned for it by Little Sky and its owner. Now it's time for it to return the favor. How can it just get the top 100? It wants to be first and take all the rewards. Good. I'll go support you when the time comes. It's even, the little waterman is still a cub. Lei Tianrun said. Soon after, Fongran was successful in registering online. He was ranked 3,890th, so you can see just how many people were in this race. Registration has only been open for about a day. I belong to the Imperial Capital Region. Fongran said to himself. In the Imperial Capital Region, the probability is that the venue of the competition will also be at the Imperial Capital Academy. As expected, the districts of the major cities were distributed the next day. Just like the unified recruitment, all the nearby Imperial Beast Masters had to compete in the districts. Brother Fong. The second Imperial Beast competition auditions are going to start. The venue is at the Imperial Capital Academy. Let's get together tomorrow. The Imperial Beast Master who had brought Fongran's contracted pet beast at him and sent a message. At this point, it took Fongran a moment to notice. He was pulled into a group chat by the other party, in the middle of the Imperial Beast competition. And among them, a dozen or so Imperial Beast Masters were chatting idly with each other. It was obvious that the crowd were players who were coming to the tournament and had signed up. Chapter 96 A Round of Fish Fry, Imperial Beast Master with Void Illusion Spider. Idle boredom. Fongran also responded with a few words. What happens if you get first place in this competition? This statement was made. An Imperial Beast Master whose avatar was Canon, who hadn't said anything, sent out a message. First? That's reserved for those old guys. We just need to enter the top 50 and that's enough. The rewards of the top 50 are enough for the second Imperial Beast to have an unimpeded path of evolution afterward. Obviously, the person who spoke had an extremely high status. The crowd waited until he had finished speaking. Cannonball is right, we're all just there to make it work, only Cannonball can get the rankings. Ha, I heard that Cannon's second Imperial Beast is also in the late higher stage. In the past, Cannonball was a first-tier academy, the top 10 of the Dengying Academy. We're also unlucky that we've been assigned to the Imperial Capital Academy's division this time, in the same subgroup as the master of that Void Illusion Spider. Don't worry, maybe we'll get lucky and not run into him? Void Illusion Spider? I remember it's not a royal beast of the Hongjung Corporation? The level shouldn't be high, right? Fongran remembered something. Lin Xinghuan had gone to Hongjang when she helped him contract his second favored beast. The opponent's S-rank Imperial Beast, which was none other than the Void Illusion Spider, was heard to be booked early. No. The second Imperial Beast tournament is a battle between those beast pet companies and the Imperial families. Every year, they get top S-class Imperial Beasts, train them to mid-high or late-high, and deeply bind them with some talented Imperial Beast Masters, using the second Imperial Beast competition to publicize for themselves. The Gun God obviously knows a lot. Straight to the heart of it. But you guys don't have to worry, we still have a chance to make a top 50. Provided that you don't run into these mines on the way. Sure. Even if you don't run into Ray. The odds are that the ones in this group won't even make the top 100 either. What kind of expert can be in a group that can still blow bees at this hour? However, he can, and God doesn't count. He was simply teaching the newcomers with great care, and in no way had he come because he had heard that his sister was plentiful. The people agreed on a time, and the next day they arrived at the imperial capital's martial arts arena. As soon as they met, Fong Ran recognized the man who had taken him to buy a slime. Brother Fong, coming so early? Yes. Fong Ran was tempted to say that he went to school here, but thought better of it. And of the dozen or so people who came here, a number of them were women. Several people's gazes fell on Fong Ran's face. So handsome. The key thing is youth. The match will begin in a moment, so get ready. The slightly burly Imperial Beastmaster named Cannon God reminded. The youth, on the other hand, came close to Fong Ran. Brother Fong, the Cannon God is a professional tournament player, it's right to follow him. He's 24 this year and won't be able to compete next year, but he's been in the top 50 of the competition for the last 2 or 3 years. As long as he can make it into the top 50 this time, the resources saved will be enough for his second Imperial Beast to break through all the way to the Transcendent level. The youth had a smug look on his face. Seems to be getting excited about getting to know this kind of character. It's also because of inviting the Cannon God that he was able to find so many sisters. It can still be played like this? Fong Ran was surprised. If you don't have the money, it really isn't a bad idea to get stuck with a Royal Beast level. After all, the rewards given by the tournament were too tantalizing, and much easier to earn than if you were born to die to earn it yourself. Where is your Imperial Beast? Brother Fong. The youth inquired. No. Fong Ran summoned the slime from the Imperial Beast space. What's this? Why is it a pile of purple? You didn't really contract that slime, did you? He was shocked. Suddenly, he remembered that Wang Erdog from the bazaar had been approached by someone earlier. With a royal beast of this level, wouldn't Fong Ran be eliminated on the first day? Day 1, the auditions. In the martial arts arena. Numerous rings were set up. A group of Imperial Beast Masters, on the other hand, decided their opponents by drawing lots. Each Imperial Beast Master, on the first day, plays 5 matches, and wins 3 matches to advance. Fong Ran's opponent was a Royal Beast Master from one of the remaining academies. Gale Leopard. Both of them summoned their royal beasts at the same time. That Imperial Beast Master was relieved when he saw Fong Ran's pile. Fong Ran, on the other hand, was similarly a bit surprised. Just AB? He thought that all the people who came to compete were fried fish, but he didn't realize that there were fried fish. But then he suddenly remembered that he was in the Imperial Academy after all, and his eyes were indeed a little higher. The man was humiliated and became irritated. What are you pretending to be, you contracted slime? However, both sides just made contact. Just for a moment. The Gale Leopard's figure then flew up high and smashed down outside the ring. Seconds. That Beast Master, as he walked out of the ring, still wore a look of disbelief. He lost to a slime, a purple slime. You win. The personnel in charge of record keeping at the side marked 1 win for Fong Ran. Want to take a break? You can take a 10-minute break each game. No, go on. The scorekeeper was a bit surprised. But, still, Fong Ran was given an opponent. You win. Winning. Another win? Fong Ran wins all 5 matches and advances to the next round. The person recording the results looked at Fong Ran's figure with a slight shock in his pupils. He'd seen fish frying before, not like this. For B-class favored beasts, 1 A-class, of which only 1 was in the pre-advanced stage, while the other 4 were all in the mid-advanced stage. But the outcome of the battle was unexceptional. Seconds. All the favored beasts that touched the slime were sent flying off the stage in a flash. It's not very damaging, but it is extremely insulting. Those few eliminated Imperial Beast Masters were fighting for their lives in the following matches. Afraid of not having the chance to meet Fong Ran again, leaving a lifelong psychological shadow. After the first round, many Imperial Beast Masters were complaining on their way. Too much luck to come up and meet a pro. Can't the organizers change the rules to allow only fresh Imperial beasts to compete? Just steal your joy. Just now there was an Imperial Beast Master who ran in to avoid Phantom Spider. One of them didn't confiscate the force, and the Imperial Beast was already poisoned into the medical room. The crowd sighed. And not far away, Fong Ran also noticed an Imperial Beast Master who was surrounded by a crowd of people and wearing the Imperial Academy's uniform. It was the Imperial Beast Master who possessed the Void Illusion Spider, the same top-tier Imperial Beast Master that ranked extremely high in the Big Three. Only geniuses who remained in the top 10 all year round in the 5 great academies would be valued by the powerful. How's it going, Fong Ran? Did you pass? The youth who was traveling with Fong Ran looked enviously into the distance and said. Just in time to finish winning. Fong Ran said. 3-2? You're lucky, slime can pass too? I'm also 3-2, but the ones I ran into were all freshmen. He looked at Fong Ran unexpectedly. As long as I don't meet any of the 5 great academies, I'm still confident of making it into the top 100. Of them, only Canon God was also passing 4-1, worthy of being a former top 10 of a Tier 1 academy. Take a break, the opponents after this will get stronger and stronger, you must always keep your favored beasts in the best condition. The Canon God reminded the duo. Once the auditions are over, we'll be considered in the top 100 for the main event. Chapter 97 Perfect Grade Spirit Forging, number 1 in the region? Top 100 in the main event? Several people heard this. It was exhilarating. A B grade evolution method, a B grade skill, plus the value of various resources is worth $10 million. Cheer up. I'll double my training when I get back tonight. The few Imperial Beast Masters who had managed to pass were excited. Tens of millions of resources. In their case, it has been a huge amount of money. 10 million, not nearly enough. Fong Ran thought in his heart. The resources consumed by slime evolution were in no way less than Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian had the backing of the academy, he only needed to maintain a high ranking. This slime is eating money straight out of his pocket. What are the rewards for the top 50? Fong Ran looked at Cannonball and said. Top 50? Cannonball swept Fong Ran up and down twice. And then continued, a rank skills, a rank recipes, and enough materials for your favored beasts to advance to Lord level. What about the top 10? Top 10 if you can make it into the top 10 you'll be nominated to the Imperial Beast Association and have a chance to become a trainee member. As for the rewards. And a ranked exclusive evolution method, S-ranked recipes, including 3 Lord-ranked materials of your choice and 1 Transcendent ranked material. The crowd was silent. It's not an area they can dabble in. But if they could get S-rank materials, their favored beasts would be able to become stronger after evolving. Unfortunately, when it came to the Lord level S-rank materials became extremely rare and could not be purchased even if one had the money, and even if one had saved up enough contributions, at most they could only be exchanged for rank materials at the Imperial Beast Association. The S-class materials are all monopolized, so you can't get them even if you want to. If I had S-rank materials, my Imperial Beast could even suppress an A-ranked favored beast after it evolved. It's the only way to bend the rules. It was at this point that Fong Ran realized that he was quite lucky. It was possible to get higher materials at the Imperial Academy, and there were also school sisters who helped him get them. Favors owed always have to be repaid, or we have to rely on ourselves. I will win. The slime stuck to Fong Ran's hand and cheered up. Night. Brother Fong, let's go get together tonight? They are all acquaintances in the group, and there are quite a few girls. The youth shouted to Canon and Fong Ran. I'll pass. Gunny shook his head. You're Fong Ran? I heard there were other races in that store. The youth's words fell. Fong Ran then had a feeling like a man's back. Though his body was already stupidly excited, his mouth still said, forget it, my aunt told me to go home for dinner. The rejection was already obvious, and the youth could only say helplessly, what's the point of putting up a fight? It's hard for us to get into the top 100 anyway, it's mainly about having fun. Cannonball, on the other hand, gave Fong Ran a somewhat surprised look. Get your strength up, stay in shape and you still have a chance to make the top 100. Leave this comment. He then turned away. Fong Ran did the same and returned home. Into the night. Fong Ran was in the Imperial Beast space, hammering away at his spiritual power. Spirit Forging Method Perfection. 3 months of practice. Fong Ran's spiritual power was already incredibly strong at this moment. My power, it's more than 2 or 3 times higher than before. It's not that he's gotten stronger. Rather, there was more feedback from the Imperial Beast. Opening his eyes again, he was in his bedroom bed, with a sleeping Goten lying on his left side. On the other side, there was a figure that was exactly the same as Little Sky, except that it still carried a pair of broad snow-white feathered wings behind it, and was looking at Fong Ran with slightly reddened cheeks. Until Fong Ran lay helplessly on the crowded bed. Only then did it pull over Fong Ran's shoulder and cushion it under his neck, while leaning back into his arms. What are you doing? On the side, Xiao Tian propped up his upper body and looked at it coldly. You were brought here so that you could protect your master. From Fong Ran's point of view, he could see a pair of straight up appearing in the line of sight, looking or not looking. But he suddenly reacted to the fact that Xiao Tian had been pretending to be asleep. It's better to be close for protection, how else can you react? Xiao Tian was stunned, and then fell into deep thought. It seems a bit reasonable. Early the next morning. In the martial arts arena. So tired. The youth had panda eyes, as if he had been overworked last night. However, he looked at Fong Ran at this moment and said, Brother Fong, why are both of your arms purple? Overworked last night. Fong Ran responded as he moved his arms. Stop chatting, it's about to start. Cannonball tip. It looks like it's in good spirits. After a long time, the crowd arrived in the middle of the martial arts arena. The opponent this time was also unsurprisingly much weaker than Fong Ran had imagined. He still had a 5-0 record and won to the end. And the youth. But he nearly lost to an Imperial Beast Master who was even weaker than himself. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5. The number of players in the auditions is getting smaller and smaller. Also on this day, Cannonball's favored beast, which had been poisoned, was taken to the infirmary for resuscitation. Luckily, due to his previous experience, he managed to salvage his favored beast. Damn, this grandson is doing it on purpose. The mouth even taunted me, saying that I couldn't beat him even if I was stuck in rank. Cannonball's face darkened and he cursed. Don't panic, Cannonball, the spots out of the lineup will be announced after today. The youth was nervous. In total, 25 games were played and he went 12-8. As long as he wins 3 today as well, he's still looking good. At this very moment. In the room where the spots for the auditions are calculated. At this moment, the boss of Hongjiang Beast Pet Company, Hongjiang, was together in the middle of this room. Well, how was Lu Wei's grade? With a higher Lake Void Illusion Spider, naturally it's crushing, 23-0, but this kid's heart isn't working, he's not getting off lightly. The teacher in charge of invigilating the exam frowned. Ha, geniuses are like that, said Hongjiang, smiling. Not a care in the world about it. As long as they could win and get him into the top 10, their Hongjiang favored beast shop would be able to use this to promote a game. As for how many Imperial beasts were poisoned, why don't we just pay them back? Those Imperial Beast Masters, growing up, were nothing more than stepping stones. But we found another good one. He's as good as 24-0. Several invigilators were excited. It's too strong, I've watched his videos, and almost all of his fights are over in a flash. Yeah. To be able to use a slime in such an out-of-this-world way, you might be able to make it into the top 10 of the tournament. Whether it's top 10 or not, at least our first place finish in the Imperial Tournament is still up for debate. Listening to a few people, Hirokazu instantly frowned. First in the division? That's not good. He even printed out the promotional page. Hongjiang Pet and Beast Shop's Royal Beast Master got the first place in the Imperial Capital competition. Wouldn't he lose a large sum of money if he was robbed at such a time? Moreover, even the publicity page he had already sent out. In case his peers see it, won't he be laughed to death? I think it's going to be a tough pick with both at 25-0, so why don't we let them battle it out? Hongjiang suddenly said with both eyes shining. Chapter 98, Battle of the Void Illusion Spider, the battle for the first place in the tournament. It doesn't fit, does it? Yeah, the contests are all randomized. What's more, Fong Ran's favored beasts don't seem to be of a high level, and they win every battle by trickery. A few people were a little hesitant. However, he didn't want to directly offend this transcendent Imperial Beast Master. What's in that? His grades are over the line anyway. Since we can compete with experts, it's only natural that we should compete with each other. Hirokazu laughed lightly. And let's not forget who sponsors this race. His words fell. Several invigilators, at once, stopped talking. Fair enough. It's just a contest, it won't affect the outcome. Let's arrange the last opponent for Fongran, let's go with Lu Wei. At this point, in the martial arts arena, defeating the last opponent, Fongran had the next spot in his hands. Will Lu? He remembers this man. A few moments later, a ring. Lu Wei, who had just won over another Imperial Beast Master, walked onto the stage. His hair was disheveled and he looked a bit shady, and his favorite animal was a petite purple spider that was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Even from a long distance away, Fongran could sense a hint of danger. Void Spider. Rank, High Late. Skill? Description, possesses extremely strong mental attack power, with mental toxins. Mental attacks? Fongran frowned slightly. A cloud of purple slimes appeared as the palm fell. Becoming a royal beast master of the Imperial Capital Academy, the other party did not recognize Fongran. He might have known of such a person, but had never met him in person, not to mention that as a third-year Imperial Beastmaster, he was usually very busy. Lu Wei was stunned. Slime? That's who Elder Hero told me to clean up? You're looking down on me, aren't you? But since it was his boss's order, he could only do as he was told. And as soon as the two of them met, the surrounding area attracted several people to watch. Even Cannonball's group was included. Brother Fong. Brother Cannon's Imperial beasts were all poisoned by him, don't try to be brave. It's better to just surrender, that spider is too bad to deal with. Yes, it's not worth taking the life of the second Imperial beast, and dying would be detrimental to your spirit. A few people below were talking. Started to persuade Fongran. In their opinion, even the pro Cannonball was no match. How could Fongran, who could only run to the small market even when he went to contract Imperial beasts, win? The Invigilator and Hongzhang, who were watching the battle, were also relieved. Fongran? Can it be that he's Lin Xinghuan's younger brother? He remembered something. And then through the intercom, he said, Lu Wei, don't fight to the death, just defeat him. Lin Xinghuan was a transcendent beastmaster and could not be offended no matter what. But he actually picked a slime contract? It seemed that he was right in choosing Lu Wei and rejecting Lin Xinghuan in the first place. Lu Wei had a chance to enter the top 10, while Fongran? Even if he was given the Void Illusion Spider, with his vision he could only go to the top 20, or even 30. Got it. Lu Wei responded indifferently. And then he looked at the person in front of him, begin. Swish. The Void Phantom Spider jumped forward violently. It has a small body and brings unrivaled agility and speed. Whoosh. In an instant, 5 imaginary thorns flew out from the slime's back, stabbing at the Void Illusion Spider at the same time. What kind of power is this? This was the thought in the minds of everyone present at this moment. However, the 5 imaginary thorns were about to penetrate the opponent at the same time. The Void Phantom Spider, however, suddenly disappeared before appearing beside the slime and spewing out a poisonous mist. Slime, supported by 2 false spikes, jumped back violently to avoid it. Swish! The Void Phantom Spider jumped up in the air and opened its fangs. Everyone's heart, in their throats. Get poisoned by it once, and you'll split the difference. However, in the meantime, another dozen or so Void Thorns appeared out of thin air, simultaneously stabbing at the Void Illusion Spider that was still in the air. Lu Wei's eyebrows jumped. Shock the spirit. Buzz. The Void Illusion Spider shrieked. Invisible fluctuations spread out in all directions. The surrounding Imperial Beastmasters felt a trance in their spirits. Fongran's spirit was similarly as if he had been struck by lightning, yet he recovered instantly. But it's such a gap. The Void Illusion Spider disappeared once again, and the dozen or so Void stabs fell short. So fast, what kind of attack is this? Lu Wei's brows furrowed furiously. With that hit just now, if he was hit, his Imperial Beast would definitely be finished. Also, Shock Spirit actually doesn't work. It was reasonable to say that even if the Imperial Beast's spiritual power was strong, it was only right that he, the Imperial Beast Master, would be affected. Instantaneous ability? Use the field. Fongran's words fell. Underneath the slime's body, purple slime began to spread towards the surroundings. In just a few moments, the ground in the area where the two were turned into a deep purple color. And the feet of the Void Phantom Spider. It was also sticky with channeled mucus. We can't keep our hands off, or we won't win him. Lu Wei's words. It reached the ears of the watching Hiroshima. It left a crowd of people in disbelief. A top-tier S-class imperial beast that can't beat a slime? How is this possible? Fong Ran is only a freshman, he must not be as good as Lu Wei in terms of experience. At the moment, Hiro was doubting himself a bit. Soon the conviction was strong again. He was the one who made Lu Wei stop, otherwise it would still be easy to poison a slime. No need to hold back, use your full strength. Without him having to say it, Lu Wei wouldn't let the Void Illusion Spider stay his hand any longer. Roar! Along with a concussive attack, the Void Illusion Spider's figure disappeared once again. As for Fong Ran and Slime, they both moved at the same time, but recovered quickly. 20 virtual stabs synchronized their attacks. It made it difficult for the Void Mirage Spider to get close to the other side. For a while, the battle was unexpectedly caught in a stalemate. The crowd watching from below, all of them secretly gulped in their saliva, unable to believe what was in front of them. A slime with 20 tentacles swung its roiling tentacles to whip the Void Illusion Spider, and the two of them even moved so fast that the crowd couldn't see clearly. Fong. Brother Fong. Brother Fong, is this still the slime you contracted? The youth was shaken. Suddenly there was some regret. Why didn't you contract this slime yourself in the first place? If he had known it was so powerful, he would have grabbed it first off. Finally, the Void Phantom Spider seized the opportunity and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist onto the slime. However, in the next instant, its imaginary thorn snapped off in unison, not giving the toxin the slightest chance to spread. That's it, little spider, get down on that tentacle. Lu Wei ordered. As long as it kept depleting its body, sooner or later it would not be able to give birth to tentacles. However, even though it keeps cutting the body, the slime's size, however, seemed as if it hadn't changed at all from before. Too tender class, trying to consume me, I've eaten a lot of meat in the meantime. Slime snickered in his mind and kept his distance. If you really let it poison you, you won't be able to eat it yourself. Chapter 99. First in the division, the astonished Hiroshima. What a fast regeneration speed, is this really a slime? It should be some kind of mutated species, this purple body, it can't be a creature of the Void Sea, can it? Impossible, the Void Sea hasn't moved for a few years now, otherwise we wouldn't be living so peacefully now. Inside the surveillance room, a couple of invigilators murmured. Hirokazu, however, calmed down a bit. Don't worry, the Void Illusion Spider's trump card hasn't been used yet. That's the root of its true strength. And while both sides were entangled, the feet of the Void Phantom Spider were, at some point, covered in slime. At the same time the slime broke off several tentacles. Don't give it a chance! Lu Wei shouted. The Void Illusion Spider was also at that moment, its figure instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, it was as if it had completely disappeared, and its figure could not be seen in the entire martial arts arena. Disappeared? No, it's its natural ability to blend into the void. The crowd below marveled. That's too much of a rascal. How can this be a fight? Void Illusion Spider, there's no need to keep your hand. Lu Wei coldly said. The boy must be taught a lesson. Letting him tangle with the slime for so long would be a disgrace to say the least. Looking at the slime's wildly dancing, haphazardly attacking tentacles, Lu Wei was in an extremely happy mood. I don't know if it was affected by the Imperial Beast. He loved watching his prey struggle. And then the look of agony in the midst of intense poison. It's now! Lu Wei spoke. The next moment, a petite invisible spider had landed on top of Slime's head. Its huge fangs, containing toxins fierce enough to poison all beings of the same rank, bit toward the slime. Yet the next instant, a thrilling feeling of extreme danger spread throughout Lu Wei's entire body. The Void Illusion Spider also had the panic of being targeted in this instant. False stabs, hardening. Fong Ran faintly said. Next, the 10 imaginary thorns extended by the slime hardened at the same time. The original purple virtual thorns had become even more slender at the moment, but they were even more powerful. Mamoru. Slime chanted a language from nowhere. Above its head, less than a few meters away, a purple mark exploded on the spot. Boom! 20 hardened void spikes shot away at the same time. Also at the same time, Lu Wei's face turned pale. The next instant, The slender imaginary thorns zapped on top of the void illusion spider's body, emitting the sound of gold and iron clanking together. Gah! The void illusion spider that was controlled in the air let out a gurgling scream. The body was hit by 20 different attacks, but at the moment, it was not pierced through. It's so hard, master, do you want? Do it! Fong Ran said. It was obvious that the other party had really wanted to poison his imperial beast just now. Since the other party had shown no mercy, what mercy would he show? Put! Accompanied by an imaginary thorn piercing. Lu Wei turned pale and fainted instantly. The body of the void illusion spider was pierced with a pitch-black thorn, and the toxin entered the body. Even if they don't die, they are still beaten into a disabled body. The game is over. Fontaine chopped his way to a 25-0 record to top the division. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to look incredulous. How did he do it? How does he know where the void illusion spider is? Yeah. I didn't even see the void mirage spider body, and the battle ended in the blink of an eye? This is definitely not a slime. It's at least some kind of S-class creature. That's right. The void phantom spider is considered to be outstanding among the S ranks, so how could it lose to a slime? It's also possible that, perhaps, his slime used some kind of special evolution? The crowd spoke up. There were speculations about Fong Ran's second imperial beast. The youth who was traveling with Fong Ran, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words, his jaw nearly falling to the ground. The few girls who followed him along were even more beautiful with flashing eyes. Hey! Zhang Buchuan, why don't you ask him to come and play at night? A few young girls shyly inquired. Zhang Buchuan swallowed heavily and said, he's not coming. These words immediately caused several people to look disappointed. Fong Ran walked off the stage. Move your shoulders a little. Well done, not looking for first place this time, just a top 10. Hearing his master's praise, Slime waved his tentacles excitedly. A few of them even directly wrapped around Fong Ran's legs and subsequently climbed up to his shoulders. Fong. Brother Fong. Didn't you say that you also barely won all of them? Yeah, barely 25-0. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the crowd fell silent. Barely 25-0, that does seem a bit too bare, and they mean excuses. Not far away, along with Lu Wei and the Void Mirage Spider being carried away, Fong Ran was also given the opportunity to compete in the main event. And in the surveillance room, the crowd couldn't believe it. What did they see? Slime got first place in the Imperial Tournament, the second Imperial Beast Tournament. Getting the first place in the tournament in a competition that symbolizes bloodline and talent by relying on an extremely lowly favored beast? If he takes the second Royal Beast Tournament. If this thing does happen. They didn't dare to think what kind of scene it would be. However, the probability of this would not be as high as it could be, because those who could participate in the main competition were all Imperial Beast Masters after the C election. Their Imperial Beasts, almost all of them were in the late advanced stage, of which there were even more S-classes, and even Imperial bloodlines were common. But even so, Fong Ran's performance was amazing enough. At this point, behind him, Hong Zheng's face was gloomy. Really losing, he had already imagined the scene of being ridiculed afterward. Fong Ran. Did I really pick the wrong one? It won't be, the Void Illusion Spider can still compete, as long as it makes it into the top 10 it won't be a loss. But, at least he had lost his hemp for this audition. Even, to a certain extent, it will affect his business. After all, those Imperial Beast Masters didn't care how he lost, they only knew that the S-ranked favored beast in his store had lost to a slime. At this point, in the infirmary, looking at his severely injured favored beast, Cannonball stroked his palm and sighed frequently. Doctor, it should be cured, right? Don't worry, the Flower Fairy's skill can inhibit the spread of the toxin, but it'll take a dozen days of recuperation. 10 days? Absolutely not, I'm going to the main event in 2 days. Cannonball's pupils shook. Unless you don't want to die. When the doctor finished, he turned away. Only Cannon was left with a look of helplessness. He had dragged his feet for 2 years in order to take the Double Lord Imperial Beasts and go to the special recruitment of the Imperial Beasts Society. If we cannot get this resource, I do not know how long we will have to delay again. In itself, his favored beast had been stuck in this realm for too long in order to participate in the second Imperial Beast competition. The moment. Several people suddenly rushed into the house. Brother Gun. Fong Ran, he's in a group with Lu Wei. SH. Fong Ran, has he surrendered already? Canon frowned. He didn't feel that Fong Ran was the hasty type. Knowing the gap between the two sides, and his previous experience, he should make a smart choice. No, and the game is over. Chapter 100 Grateful Canon, the main event begins. It's over? How's the kid? Gunny asked. Although he hadn't met with Fong Ran a few times. But at least in his heart he admired his courage to bring a slime to the competition. Back then, he even took out a loan to buy an A-class favored beast in order to compete before he dared to come. He won. I'm not asking Lu Wei, it's Fong Ran. Cannonball said. Lu Wei will naturally win. Could it be that the Void Phantom Spider could still lose to a slime? Fong Ran won. His Imperial Beast won the Void Illusion Spider, and he even seriously injured Lu Wei. Yes, we only just realized that Fong Ran is actually a Royal Beast Master of the Imperial Capital Academy. I've been meaning to say that for a long time now. I've seen him running off to a class at the academy before and thought he was just going to sit in on it. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Total disinterest. At this point, Cannonball was confused. How is that possible? Although he had a face of 30, he was actually only 24 now. Yet whether it was 20 or 30, he didn't think he could win against the Void Illusion Spider. The only way to realize the horror of the other side is to face it in person. One move, and it kills your Imperial Beast. Who can stand up to that? Tell me in detail, what happened? Gunny inquired. Zhang Buchuan instantly became interested. Seven Mouths began to talk about what had just happened. But the course of the battle, he didn't see it very clearly either, and could only roughly describe that the Void Illusion Spider suddenly disappeared, and then was stabbed right through by the slime. The words fell. Gunny froze. Smart as he was, he immediately thought that the Void Illusion Spider had hidden its strength when dealing with him. However, even though he was forced to put forth his full strength in the face of Fong Ran, did he still lose? However, Brother Fong's Imperial Beast is also heavily injured, and the grounds are littered with that slime's carcass. Zhang Buchuan staggered. For sure, no one can win against a higher late-stage Void Illusion Spider while keeping their hand. Canon said as he petted his injured favored beast. Fong Ran. That slime's skills are bound to be extremely practiced. It might even be at the entry level. Otherwise, how could it break the defense of the Void Illusion Spider? His Imperial Beast, even after using a mastery-level skill, failed to shatter the opponent's armor. At least if it was a B entry-level skill, it would be able to do so. Have the results come in yet? Has anyone crossed the line? Crossed the line, but I didn't. Zhang Buchuan said. But he wasn't too sad, after all. The original extravagant hope was just the top 100. If he fell in 100 in first place, then he would be the one to curse. Fong Ran's record is 25-0, with almost no losses in a single match. Hearing these words, Cannonball's pupils suddenly shrunk. This war record, he knew what it meant. Not losing a single match meant that the matchup time for each sparring match was extremely short, otherwise a will battle alone would have drained the Imperial Beast's stamina. Also at this time, Fong Ran's figure arrived in the medical room. You guys are there too? What happened to your Imperial Beast? Hearing Fong Ran's inquiry, Cannonball was obviously a bit surprised and quickly responded, mental damage, I guess I won't be able to participate in the main event. He didn't expect that Fong Ran would actually care about him. Although he had helped Fong Ran a few times, it was only a verbal reminder and not substantial help. If you want to cure it in a short time, it's probably hard to do so without a few $1 million. Gunny sighed. The Imperial Beast under his hand was gasping for breath, seemingly in pain. Is it a neurotoxin? You can let my Imperial Beast take a look for you. Fong Ran proposed. Xiao Tian's holy power, which also carried the effect of burning the soul, might be able to alleviate the mental toxin. Really? Cannonball was a little hesitant. The injuries his Imperial Beast suffered, even the Imperial Medical Laboratory couldn't cure them in a short period of time. And if he couldn't go to this year's tournament, his year of being stuck with the Imperial Beast rank would be wasted. Forget it, beating a dead horse, he couldn't give up on this competition. Thinking, Canon gave way. Fong Ran's mind moved. As a holy power surfaced, Xiao Tian appeared in the medical room. God Fong, is this your innate Imperial Beast? Zhang Buchuan was shocked. No wonder, he didn't come when called the other night. If he had an angelic sentinel, he wouldn't be looking for those mortal herbs at night. Angel. Fong Ran. You're the Fong Ran who was in the top 3 of the unified recruitment. Cannonball got up violently. The image of Fong Ran in front of him gradually overlapped with that genius. The top 3 of the unified recruitment program, even at his most glorious time, he couldn't compare to today's Fong Ran. At this moment, Cannonball suddenly remembered all his earlier reminders and felt his old face dry up. Xiao Tian, help it look. Fong Ran said. Xiao Tian leaned down and placed his palm on the body of that beastly imperial beast. In her pupils, she could see channels of toxins spreading in her meridians. As she injected a trace of holy power into it, the imperial beast underneath her instantly struggled in pain, but was trying its best to endure not only the pain, but also the fear of powerful beings. After a long time, Xiao Tian slowly got up. And then indifferently said, the toxin has been eliminated for the most part, and there are some dangerous areas where holy power cannot go. Having said that, Goten disappeared in an instant. Cannonball leaned down to confirm that his imperial beast was indeed much more relaxed, and instantly rose in excitement. Brother Fong, thank you very much. If you need me Zhang Songda in the future, just ask. Although Fong Ran might not be able to use him, he at least got the word out first. I'm just trying, I guess I can only alleviate it at most. Fong Ran responded. It's been a big help, at least I'm spending some money and have a chance to recover in time for the game. Cannon laughed. His mind went back to that angelic figure. The means of healing is not a healing angel, but a more dominating ability. Instead of healing, she was fighting poison with poison, and her ability was even more dangerous than the void phantom spiders. A few moments later, Fong Ran got the slime potion and left. The two men looked at each other. It's not easy for Brother Fong, the contract is such a high and mighty angel, he must serve it in a low voice on weekdays. Brother Cannon sighed. It's also true that I have nothing to envy. Zhang Buchuan's heart was instantly balanced. Just now, just a mere glance made him feel like his life was at stake. Even if Fong Ran really had an idea at night, he probably wouldn't dare to put it into action, or else he would be designated to become a eunuch. Night. After practicing the Spirit Forge method, Fong Ran opened his eyes and everything around him became clear. A small sky pretending to be asleep on the side, the small tentacles of the slime wrapped around his body, and the sheets soaked by it. After a day of plain and boring days, the second Royal Beast Tournament also officially began. The next day, Fang Qihua then put on a special costume and waited with his aunt to go to the field to watch the game. Fong Ran's ability to enter the main event was out of the duo's expectations. Especially with just slime. As I said, my nephew is the Imperial Beast Genius. Fang Qihua said. Chapter 101, Fong Ran's Special Fetish, the main event scene. Said. Fang Qihua took out the short sleeves he had prepared long ago and put them on. It was inscribed with a large line, a pig, which was a unique name for a spirit fan. The ant on the side, on the other hand, stared at Fang Qihua with a wary face. Don't worry auntie, people are big stars, Uncle Fong is just a normal star chaser. Fong Ran said. Yeah, don't you usually watch those stick figures? Fang Qihua spoke up. Until it is understood again and again. She was relieved when she learned that her uncle was just one of millions of pink pigs. The sheets have been sticky for the past 2 days, Xiao Tian, if you don't want to talk to your aunt, no one can force you. The ant opened her mouth to warn. Xiao Tian, who was following beside him, had slightly reddened cheeks, before silently nodding. Fong Ran looked at Xiao Tian's innocent expression and secretly said in his heart. You're nodding your head. Auntie, it was left by that slime, not little Sky. Slime? Sang Xuelan looked toward Fong Ran and secretly gulped. She had thought that her nephew was only mildly fury-controlled, but she didn't realize that it had gotten this bad. It's not a glamorous thing, and while it's been partially understood, it's still looked at differently. Genius, always a little morbid. However, while she could understand Koten, after all, she was prettier than even the stars, slime really couldn't take it. All Fong Ran wanted to say at the moment was, it really isn't. In case he was interviewed later and it was revealed that the genius of the imperial capital actually had a special fetish, would there still be a place for him, Fong Ran, in this world? Looking at Fong Ran's growing anxiety, Xiao Tian could only say with an expectant face, Master, it's my fault, punish me. No, slime, get out of there. Fong Ran pulled it out of the imperial beast space. And then it reveals itself as it was originally. The aunt and uncle were amazed to see how completely different it looked from before. It seems to have some human form? Fang Qihua said. Not only in human form, it can take the form of other people, like tiny sky, like a water fountain, a motorcycle exhaust pipe. With that, Fang Ran had it demonstrated. It dawned on the two watching. Fang Ran was relieved. See? It can take human form. The two looked at Fang Ran and nodded with a meaningful look. At this moment, Fang Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. The scene of the second Imperial Beast competition. It was chosen in the middle of a venue for a national broadcast. The only competing Imperial Beast Masters would be sent to the competition venue in advance of the competition. The moment. In the middle of the race. A group of Imperial Beast Masters, along with ordinary people, entered the venue in order and chose their seats. The front with the widest view was reserved for a group of sponsors, as well as a few transcendent Imperial Beast Masters. The owner of the Hongjiang Favored Beast Shop, along with the owners of several Favored Beast stores that Lin Qinghuan had visited, as well as several Imperial Beast Masters who were also at the transcendent level, had taken their seats. Why are you here? Bai Ning came to her seat and caught a glimpse of Lin Qinghuan's figure. Can't I come? Lin Qinghuan said with a cold face. The trolling is still fresh in her mind. Oh, I see, it's Fang Ran who competed. His talent is really good. He actually managed to enter the main round. Bai Ning said indifferently. It's a pity, if there were S-ranked favored beasts, Fang Ran might not be unable to enter the top 3. Her voice didn't rise or fall in the slightest. However, Lin Qinghuan heard a conspiratorial flavor. After waiting for a little while and seeing that Lin Qinghuan did not respond, Bai Ning felt bored. A few moments later. Several transcendent Imperial Beast Masters, entering together. The crowd greeted the two men and climbed into conversation. I heard that you found a good offspring, little friend Bai Ning, and took first place in the district, huh? A person inquired. It's called Chen Feng, right? Higher mid-stage, but now he's in the higher late stage, a strong contender for the championship. He was a candidate for the chief of the Magic Capital Academy last year, and he wasted a lot of effort in order to go to the Imperial Beast Association and join Bai Ning's ministry. The crowd spoke up. There was a lot of talk about who they supported. Almost without exception, they were all Imperial Beast Masters who had taken away S-ranked favored beasts at their favored beast store. If the favored beasts taken from their store could win over their opponent's store, there was no doubt that it could be proven that coming to the winner's place to buy Imperial beasts was the best. Little friend Lin, who do you support more? Fang Ran. Lin Qinghuan said silently. As these words fell, the crowd froze a bit. The 5 great academies, the top 10 geniuses of each term they would contact. But never heard of it, there is such a person. A moment later, they remembered. Is that Fang Ran, the one who was second in the unified recruitment? Wasn't it first? Did I misremember? Hiroshige in the middle of the crowd froze. It's really him, Lin Qinghuan even looked for me back then. At this moment, a trace of regret suddenly surged in Hong Zhang's heart. He's your student, little friend Lin, huh? What's his second Imperial Beast? To be able to come to the second Imperial Beast competition, the rank must not be low. It was contracted from the market, I heard it cost 35? Bai Ning inquired Lin Qinghuan. $350,000? Is a bit too cheap. It's $35, not $350,000. Bai Ning reminded. Now it was the crowd's turn to be silent. $35. What do you get for that price? A slime? A favored beast bought for $35 would have been anticlimactic to be on the same stage as them. Which of those who were able to go on stage didn't spend at least hundreds of millions of dollars to train their favored beasts? Wouldn't this be a disgrace to them if they lost to slime? However, thinking about it, it couldn't be possible. How could the favored beast they had spent a lot of money on cultivating lose to a slime? With 35 blocks, it may not be impossible to get into the top 10. Lin Qinghuan believed in Fang Ran. Back then, his angel was even weaker than a slime, but didn't he still walk to be the number 1 freshman in the Imperial Academy? However, for Lin Qinghuan's words. The crowd only paid compliments with their mouths, but they did not believe it in their hearts. Only Hong Zhang understood that Fang Ran was definitely a strong contender for the top 10. In the meantime, the other side. Fang Qihua and Sang Xuelan came to the reserved seats and took their seats. The group of people around them looked chatty, all of them were the families of the participating Imperial Beast Masters. I heard that the reward for the champion can make the second Imperial Beast evolve to the Transcendent level. I wonder if it's true. It's definitely true, but the top 10 will get nearly $1 billion in sponsorships. Alas, I do not know if my son can enter the top 10. Last year he was more than 30, unlucky to meet the first before losing. A lavishly dressed woman spoke up. The crowd inquired. The uncle on the sidelines excitedly searched for the star. Sang Shuelan, on the other hand, listened to the crowd's discussion with a sharp ear and inquired. Do you think it's possible that Xiaoran he can make it into the top 10? Hundreds of millions of dollars in resources, if they were to take it, they would not be able to take it. Moreover, ever since Fong Ran had become a royal beast master, she had often paid attention to things in the area of royal beasts, and knew just how much money it cost to cultivate a favored beast. Top 10? You know what kind of creature a slime is, right? Fong Chihua inquired. Don't be too greedy, Xiaoran he'll be lucky to get in the main round. Those who came to compete are seniors 3 or 4 years above him. Fong Chihua obviously knows a lot. It's also better to understand how hard it is to get up close and personal with the stars. You must take advantage of the opportunity that your nephew has earned for himself. Chapter 102 Robbing the Evolution Fruit, Slime's Ability. A spirit is coming. Audience. The crowd exclaimed. And Yuan Chichuan, who was in the middle of it and had his whole body wrapped up tightly, was also searching around with his eyes shining brightly. Finally, the figure of the elf in expensive jewelry was seen at the center of the stage where 4 live screens were placed. Even with a necklace, it doesn't look old-fashioned. Instead, it sets it off beautifully. Teacher, sooner or later, I'm going to walk beside you. Yuan Chichuan lightly stroked his chest with his right hand. Inside is a short sleeve with a pig painted on it to represent his heart. This time, the venue for the competition, instead of choosing a beast hunting ground, it's a real place where ferocious beasts reside. A spirit opened its mouth to introduce the rules. The ferocious beasts are not clanging amongst themselves and will only care about their own race. In that valley, there are a dozen primary evolutionary fruit trees. The more primary evolutionary fruits brought out from them, the higher the score. Of course, only the second Imperial Beast can be used, and if you're caught cheating with your own Imperial Beast on the way, not only will you be disqualified, you'll also be banned for life. A spirit spoke in a moving voice. Soothing. And this time, the rules have made the live streaming pop-ups fly wildly. As the top competition, every time it opens, the number of viewers will break the billion. Mr. Yiren, can I have dinner with you after winning the championship? This competition actually went against real ferocious beasts? It's time to increase the intensity. After all, these Imperial Beast Masters are going to face real ferocious beasts in the future, so they can get used to it in advance. Primary evolution fruit. I heard that if you eat one, you can shorten your evolution time by a month? It also depends on the breed of the favored beast. The higher the rank, the more energy it consumes to evolve. That's worth it. A single primary evolutionary fruit can be sold for millions. No wonder that area was blocked a few days ago. Quite a few people came back to their senses. Turns out it was in preparation for the competition. And someone actually managed to hold back from touching the dozen or so evolutionary fruit trees inside? The scene shifts. Floating outside a valley. Hundreds of Imperial Beast Masters, with their own favored beasts, were recording information. Among them, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast was very noticeable. Because it was a slime. Slimes? This player got into the main event on slime? A spirit froze. Still, it was the first time she had seen such a lowly creature in the second Imperial Beast tournament. And in that instant, the pop-ups skyrocketed. Haha, there's fun to be had. Can you actually bring a slime to compete? Let's just say that he had a good walk, so maybe he encountered some low-grade favored beasts. I bet in less than 10 minutes, this kid is going to be eliminated. 10 minutes? Aren't you a little too high on Slime's fighting prowess? Holy! Guys, I sold him his slime and he actually made it to the main event? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. There was not the slightest sense of respect for the Imperial Beast Master. After all, this is the internet and no one can find out about you if you curse. Some of the pop-ups that recognized Fong Ran, on the other hand, were instantly flooded by the crowd. And on the spot. As Fong Ran registered, he saw a few acquaintances. Ding Han, Lu Wei, and that short midget from the Iron Tower School? He didn't realize that a few others in the same grade had made the cut as well. Especially Lo. His void phantom spider has recovered? Seeing Fong Ran's gaze, Lu Wei silently turned away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Of course, it was best to never meet Fong Ran in the tournament as well, or else he couldn't afford to lose the honor of being hung up by the slimes in front of the cameras with hundreds of millions of people watching. Not far away, Ding Han silently looked at Fong Ran. Bear with me, the bishop said that this recent period is a critical time, so don't cause any trouble. Chen Feng similarly noticed Fong Ran. What exactly does Elder Bai Ning value about him? He had applied to join Bai Ning's team in the Imperial Beast Association not too long ago, only to be rejected on the grounds of unsuitability. It was only later that she realized that she had kept the spot just to invite Fong Ran to join. This caused Chen Feng's self-esteem to suffer a serious setback. But after this competition, Senior White should be able to see clearly, right? It was right to choose him, Chen Feng, he was the one who could get the first place. Brother Fong. Brother Cannon came close to Fong Ran. How is your Imperial Beast recovering? Fong Ran inquired. After spending some money, we can already officially compete. Cannon said with a smile, and then added with a serious face, try not to look for the evolution fruit in a while, there must be a lot of ferocious beasts guarding the place, waiting for these people to eliminate themselves, and our rankings will go up. These are the lessons he has learned from his many tournaments. Normally, even if someone paid to ask, he wouldn't say anything. Understood. Fong Ran nodded slightly. It's best not to face the ferocious beasts alone, even if you can win, you'll be scratched, the key to this race is endurance. A few moments later, an Imperial Beastmaster arrived on the scene. The ferocious beasts here are all in the late higher stage, there won't be any Lord level. If you are in danger, you can summon your native Imperial Beasts, but that would also mean elimination at that point. Next you will be given watches, and when you get the fruit of evolution, you will be able to record in them. The crowd removed the watch. And then they all put them on their wrists. Begin! That Imperial Beastmaster's words fell. The participants present, with their own Imperial Beasts, then rushed towards the depths of the valley. A dozen or so evolutionary fruit trees meant that the number of evolutionary fruits in them was limited, and the only way to grab more was to go early. Master, let's go too. Slime fought to move his body. It was a pity that it was completely unable to catch up with those people, and instead, it needed to hang on to Fong Ran and let him lead the way. Well, Brother Cannon is right, there should be many ferocious beasts near the fruit tree. Fong Ran calmly analyzed. Even if they went, they couldn't immediately take away the evolutionary fruit. Slimes, however, can rely on their mimicry ability to avoid the first wave of attacks, thus saving their stamina. Those ferocious beasts, instead, became Fong Ran's bodyguards. With that in mind, Fong Ran took the slime hanging around his neck and took a step towards the depths of the valley. This screenshot was clearly reflected in the live broadcast. It's as if the guide did this on purpose. Is this dude traveling? Why isn't he in a hurry? That's the smart person's choice, we can't compete anyway, why don't we grab a ranking score, maybe we'll make it into the top 50. Don't really let him get the reward, do you? How else can it be? Slimes can even make it to the main event, I should have known I'd be competing too. Don't dream about it, those who don't get the fruit by then will surely go ahead and eliminate the weaker ones, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. These words instantly shouted the crowd awake. Yeah, the first goal is naturally to grab the fruit. But what if you can't get it? The rest is endless killing. Until you have eliminated all the Imperial Beasts that would affect your ranking. A few minutes later, a knockout broadcast surfaced. In just a few moments, several Imperial Beast Masters fell under the ferocious beasts. And at that moment, Fong Ran finally arrived at the depths slowly. Chapter 103, Hunting the Saber-Toothed White Ape, Mimicry Ability. Someone was eliminated that quickly? Fong Ran looked down at his watch. It shows the rank, 97. He's up in the rankings, which means someone is out. It is estimated that they were all eliminated by the ferocious beasts. Fong Ran guessed. The world of the weak and the strong, the creatures that survive are the best of the best. And most Imperial beasts were not strong in their evolutionary direction, coupled with a lack of real-world experience, they were easily eliminated. However, this was not a problem for Fong Ran. His favorite beasts, the direction of evolution were all optimal. If they were placed in the wild, they would all exist at the top of the food chain as well. At this point, in the middle of the live feed, several Imperial Beast Masters had already clashed with the ferocious beasts. The fastest-running few, as Fong Ran thought, were attacked by the group and could only summon their native Imperial beasts to save their lives. Only geniuses with S-class Imperial beasts could fight against them. Among the images. In front of Ding Han, a humanoid, bizarre creature, dressed in a suit of iron armor, held a long blade suffused with black aura in its hand. It took 10 minutes or so to kill all the ferocious beasts guarding the fruit tree. Then take the 3 fruits of evolution above. Only 3? Ding Han frowned. It's okay. After all, there weren't many ferocious beasts in this vicinity, only 3 or 4 high intermediate. If they encountered a high late-stage fierce beast, even a ghost martial artist would have to pester them for a long time. As for the remaining few, they similarly picked a few evolutionary fruit trees with very few ferocious beasts to start with. Qin Feng is worthy of being a former genius of the magic capital, and the favored beast is also an S-class bloodline. I'm rather optimistic about Ding Han. His Imperial Beast ghost martial artists are also the toughest ones in the S-class. Be that as it may, they wouldn't dare to pick at those big fruit trees the hard way. Isn't this nonsense on your part? 2 higher late stage guarding a fruit tree, who goes there isn't giving it away? Where's that slime? Hasn't it been eliminated yet? A spirit followed the pop-up activity. Seeing that they were so concerned about slime. So to the guide, he said, turn the screen to this slime. Next. Live feed. An image of Fong Ran and the slime hanging on him then surfaced. It's Xiao Ran. Sang Shuelan whispered. Whose kid is this? He's quite handsome, but why has he contracted a slime? Yes, the second Imperial Beast is vital. If I were to take out a loan, I would buy my son a good Imperial Beast. Suffer no one but the child, or how humiliating to contract a slime at this competition. A few of the older women were talking about it. To the side, Sang Shuelan had an embarrassed look on her face. And then elbowed Fong Qihua, who was on the side, and said, You're still laughing. Your nephew is about to be eliminated and you're still laughing. Ugh, what's the point of panicking? It's not like Xiao Ran he's in any danger, and besides, one must be self-aware. Fong Qihua responded with a smile. But he had heard the words just now, and he did feel bad in his heart. Look guys, he's surrounded by several ferocious beasts. There were a few exclamations of surprise from around them. The aunt and uncle's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Also at this time. Among the images. Around Fong Ran. 3 ferocious beasts that had been tracking for a long time surfaced. Those were 3 ape beings with snow-white fur and extremely long arms that were baring their saber-toothed tiger-like fangs as they stared intently at Fong Ran. Saber-toothed white ape. Rank, high medium. Skill? Introduction, the white ape clan that guards the fruit trees and has great strength. 3 higher intermediate stages surrounded Fong Ran at the same time. The aunt and uncle's hearts were instantly raised in their throats. Having seen the battle between the Imperial Beast Masters just now, the 2 naturally knew how difficult these ferocious beasts were to deal with. With Xiao Ran's slime that could only hang on to Fong Ran, could he really deal with 3 ferocious beasts? Don't worry, with Xiao Tian around, Fong Ran won't be in danger. Fong Qihua was calm. And so it is. Fong Ran's biggest worry wasn't slime. Rather, it was Xiao Tian, who came out of the Imperial Beast space without authorization when he was not in danger. Don't hold back, use your full strength. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Only when you are absolutely safe can there be no accidents. It seems that Fong Ran is not very lucky and is a bit close to that tree king. A transcendent Imperial Beast Master spoke. Surrounded by 3 mid-high level, if I'm not mistaken, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast is only a mid-high level, right? A few of the previous eliminated Imperial Beast Masters just accidentally blundered into this area. Maybe there's still a slight chance of escaping, after all, they only guard the primary evolutionary fruit. Bai Ning opened her mouth to comment. In their opinion, it was only a matter of time before Fong Ran was eliminated, so there wasn't much fluctuation within them. Only Lin Xinghuan frowned slightly. Hongjin's pupils, on the other hand, revealed a hint of excitement. It's better to be eliminated so that there's one less candidate in the top 10. And at this point, the slime on Fong Ran fell to the ground. In the next instant, the purple slime, like a river, spread out in all directions, instantly covering the 3 ferocious beasts. The slime sticks to the body, making it incredibly difficult to move. Roar! The 3 saber-toothed white apes let out a roar. From 3 different directions, they rushed towards Fong Ran here. Void stab. Slime's body above. 20 extremely long imaginary thorns danced in the sky, stabbing towards the 3 saber-toothed white apes at the same time. Also at the same time, among the areas covered by the ground, spawning one slime after another with a virulent poison, crawling towards their bodies. Boom! The saber-toothed white ape pounded the ground. It instantly smashed the ground around it and turned it over. They grabbed the imaginary thorns with both hands and yanked them violently towards their sides. The slime was instantly yanked into an octopus, with dozens of imaginary thorns pulled straight. Kill one first. Fong Ran reminded. It instantly emerged from it in its original form, extending its arms to maneuver the remaining imaginary thorns and stabbing them violently towards a weaker one. Hardening. The 7 imaginary thorns strengthened in the air and twisted into a ball before instantly piercing through its chest. An attack that even the late void illusion spider couldn't block, breaking the defense of the sword-toothed white ape couldn't be easier. Put. Gene points +3. A prompt came out. A saber-toothed white ape was instantly killed in action. Roar. The 2 saber-toothed white apes went crazy, their bodies covered with a curtain of earth-colored light, and they charged towards the slime without any regard. However, the long-dead saber-toothed white ape, as if corrupted, rose violently and jumped between the 2 sides. It had pupils that took on a deep purple color. Like puppets on strings, they waited for orders. The scene. It even stunned the 2 ferocious beasts that were raging. It was even more so for the crowd that was still watching the live stream. What was happening in front of them was so fast that their brains couldn't even react in time before the facts were finalized. Fong Ran, who was still at a disadvantage, turned the tide of the battle in just less than half a minute. This. What kind of spirit is this? A spirit's pupils trembled slightly. Chapter 104 Saber-Toothed Ape King, approaching the evolutionary fruit tree. Roar. The 2 saber-toothed white apes reacted. But it was blocked by another, manipulated saber-toothed white ape. It was impossible to get close to Fong Ran for a short period of time. And by that short time, slime can then deal enough output to keep stacking void spirit marks. Even if they didn't go to detonate it, the physical strength of the 2 saber-toothed white apes no longer supported them to continue fighting. In the end, after the saber-toothed white ape was completely powerless to resist, Slime held out his hand. Along with a part of the body surging away, the saber-toothed white ape's torso was completely devoured. And then, in less than a minute, it was completely digested. Realm-breaking level devouring ability. It's a pity that the number of times it can be used is limited, and it can only be used to restore physical strength. Fong Ran muttered to himself. Sure enough. After devouring the saber-toothed white ape, the daughter of the Void Sea, who was still panting a bit, re-straightened her body. Granted, its body was originally flaccid, but it had at least recovered most of it. What about these 2? Can you devour them? Fong Ran inquired. The daughter of the Void Sea shook her head. No way, master, it's such a big one, it'll take ages to digest it. Besides, you don't want me to fight with my stomach on my head, do you? With that, it reached up and patted its abdomen. That's also true, but it's a waste to put it here, so why not put it away in the Imperial Beast space? Fong Ran held out his hand. The next instant, the bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts were then put into the middle of the Imperial Beast space. His Imperial Beast space, which continued to grow with Little Sky's strength, wouldn't have a problem fitting a warehouse. And at this point, above the audience, as a transcendent Imperial Beast master, a spirit claimed to have seen a lot. But Fong Ran's Imperial Beasts were clueless. Is this really a slime? That one tentacle-like thing she had only ever seen on the bodies of bizarre creatures. And in the area where a group of transcendent Imperial Beast masters were situated. This is... what kind of creature? Lin Xinghuan's beautiful eyes widened as she stared motionlessly at the creature in the picture. Yet none of the creatures matched up in her memory. Take a picture and ask around the clan. Bai Ning sent out a message. With his family's heritage, it wouldn't be too difficult to find out. And beside it, a group of transcendent Imperial Beastmasters had already clamored to the heavens. Taking on 3 mid-high-level ferocious beasts at the same time? And you even won? That ability to manipulate corpses is an ominous one, possessed only by dark creatures. Can't it be that he's joined the Imperial God Association? Impossible, he was recommended by Lin Xinghuan. Anyone who knows. What Lin Xinghuan hated the most was the Imperial Gods Society. It was naturally impossible to contact someone with ties to the Goshinkai. Then what's in front of us is too much to contemplate. Little friend Lin is really joking. How can this be an Imperial beast bought for $35? I didn't realize it was actually hidden so deeply, causing us to almost say something we shouldn't have. This Imperial beast is at least S rank, right? Or a being with Imperial blood? Facing the crowd's inquiries, Lin Xinghuan did not respond. And by now the pop-ups had completely erupted. Holy, slime is actually this awesome? Wasn't it said that Imperial beasts and fierce beasts are 3:1 combatants? How come it's reversed? Who did you listen to? As long as the Imperial beast is ranked and grows and evolves normally, it can go one-on-one with a ferocious beast of the same level. It's just that if it wins, it'll be seriously injured. Then Fong Ran is the opposite of 1v3? Is it possible that his Imperial beast is of Imperial bloodline? How can that be? Slimes are only a rank at the highest, right? The crowd spoke up, expressing the disbelief in his heart. What they had said earlier was like a heavy hammer hitting the heart. Win. Win. Fong Chihua was confused. He was prepared for Fong Ran to be eliminated, but it turned out to be a comeback? And the ant on the side was even more excited. The group of women who had made snide remarks just now shut their mouths at this moment. Although they didn't know anything about Imperial Beast Masters, they knew exactly what everything in front of them meant. This was not an unusual Imperial Beast. Instead, they were Imperial Beasts of extremely high rank. A few of them looked away. At this point, after devouring the saber-toothed white ape, the daughter of the Void Sea tries to take the form of her opponent. With the enhancement of the realm-breaking level mimicry, it was able to mimic one or two of its skills, not to mention its appearance. A few moments later, a lifelike saber-toothed white ape appeared. Behind it, there were 3 identical saber-toothed white apes. This scene, once again, filled the crowd with questions. Master, hide in my body, the daughter of the Void Sea suggested. How can this be hidden? Fong Ran frowned. But in the next second, it was yanked into the middle of its body by several tentacles. This scene, watching Lin Xinghuan's heart nearly stopped beating for a beat. It was important to know that these dark creatures were the most likely to go mad and devour their masters. But then she put her heart down when she whirled around and thought that the angel was still there. Fong Ran was pulled into its body, surrounded by a host of slime yet kept at a distance. Beside her was the body of the daughter of the Void Sea. It mimics form and movement with just its body. It's a Gundam? Fong Ran said unexpectedly. From his place, he could barely see the outside environment. Just to maintain her size, the space was too narrow, and almost part of the daughter of the Void Sea's body was wrapped around him, and she could even smell a hint of the ethereal scent of mucus. A few moments later, as the camouflaged troops advance, finally, Fong Ran saw the huge fruit tree. Above the fruit tree, there were nearly 24 evolutionary fruits. Around that huge fruit tree, a dozen or so saber-toothed white apes stood guard nearby. On top of the fruit tree, a huge white ape whose body size was more than 3 times larger than an ordinary saber-toothed white ape was huffing and puffing. Saber-toothed Ape King. Rank, high late. Skill? Description: the king of the saber-toothed apes and monkeys who possesses the power of giganticization and can call upon many saber-toothed white apes. Evolutionary fruit tree. Rank, none. Skills, none. Introduction: an evolutionary fruit tree born in 1,000 years, capable of producing fruits with abundant energy. 2 data panels come into view. Fruit trees are also living creatures. Is it possible that they can still be contracted? Fong Ran couldn't help but think. But contracting a royal beast with no battle power would only add stress to the spirit, right? So many ferocious beasts, no wonder no one of those beast masters dares to approach this place. Slime just got closer. Several saber-toothed white apes then came close and sniffed towards it a few times. It didn't stay too long though. But it was near the corpse that Slime was manipulating, and kept circling around. Finally, for insurance purposes, Fong Ran left a few corpses behind and only let the slime lead himself closer to the fruit tree. So many evolution fruits, if we let the slimes eat them, we'll be able to reach at least the late advanced stage. Fong Ran did a double take. Instead, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Primary fruit of evolution. Year 17. Is there an advance on the year? Chapter 105 Advance Years, Higher Evolutionary Fruits. Foot high on a fruit tree several stories high. Hanging a dozen or so crystal clear, apple-like, pale yellow fruits. Primary evolution fruit. Fong Ran whispered. These trees, absorbing the corpses and blood of ferocious beasts. Every once in a while, it would bear fruits that contained abundant energy, attracting a host of ferocious beasts to roam around. Obviously. These saber-toothed white apes are taking over. Looking at the number of ferocious beasts in the vicinity, other imperial beast masters were expected to be attacked at the slightest approach. But this tree, too, possessed the greatest number of evolutionary fruits. I didn't realize you could advance years, try stealing one. Fong Ran opened his mouth and proposed. The Ape King was asleep anyway. Yes. The daughter of the Void Sea said excitedly. Maneuvering the body that had manifested over, he stepped closer to the trunk of the tree. It seemed to be because, for the reason that it had brought a few minions with it earlier, it wasn't blocked. Even the sleeping Ape King didn't realize that his minions had changed long ago. Whoosh! A tentacle, along an unnoticeable angle, steals a fruit in an instant. The daughter of the Void Sea was extremely fast, and the moment she got it, she shrank into her belly and was not noticed. After all, it's just some high-level ferocious beasts that don't have too much perception. Fong Ran looked at his hand, the crystal-clear yellow fruit. Watch scanning, score increases by 1 point. And after. He tries to advance the year. 10,000 years in advance. The system is not responding. Advance 9,999 years. Still no response. 1,000 years? No reaction. After Fong Ran tried over and over again, he finally found the boundary. Advance 96. Year being advanced. Successful advance of 96 years, the limit has been reached. Fruit of advanced evolution. Year 113. Remaining debt, repayment for possession of 96 years of vintage evolutionary fruits. The moment. The evolutionary fruit in Fong Ran's hand changed drastically. The surface became more crystalline, even emitting a faint fluorescence, and a refreshing fragrance filled the narrow space. Advanced evolutionary fruit. The attraction for creatures is immense. Even Fong Ran couldn't help but gulp. But he still held back, because he didn't want to explode and die. The energy in this was not something the human body could withstand. Perhaps, only when Xiao Tian reached the monarch level would he be able to withstand it. The slime on the side looked on with a double take. But resisted the desire. This fruit. Placed in the outside world, it would definitely drive this group of apes crazy. It was even possible for that Ape King to break through to the Lord level. Master. Slime couldn't stop looking. But I don't dare ask for it. Little Sky's evolution is more important than that. You evolve to the late higher stage earlier so that you can face the fight afterward. Fong Ran handed it to the slime on the side. It froze for a moment before opening its mouth to swallow Fong Ran's hand with a determined gaze. The fruit of evolution was then shivered away without leaving a trace. Fong Ran froze. Is it possible that all slimes have this habit? It was also true that slimes had a hard time surviving in the wild, so naturally they couldn't afford to miss a single bit of energy. Gulp. Along with the digestion of the gastric juices, the fruit of advanced evolution gradually decomposed. A strand of energy turned into a hot stream, spreading from its abdomen to its entire body. It made it shiver. It's so cozy. It had never enjoyed such pure energy. This heat flow, stimulating its body, caused the rate of cell division to increase exponentially. Well. Slime couldn't help but grunt softly. Even the camouflaged body shook for a moment and was nearly exposed. The advanced evolutionary fruit had accelerated its evolution by at least a year or so. It does get stronger. Fong Ran could feel it. From the slime, the power that flows into the body. This massive energy shock caused it to hug Fong Ran's body, panting slightly. Fong Ran subconsciously reached out to soothe it. And then it felt like it was strangling tighter on his body. And at this point, the audience that saw Fong Ran steal an evolutionary fruit without any injuries instantly boiled over. It's still possible? Doesn't that count as cheating? This slime has the ability to camouflage, it really is a rare being. After all, disguise is part of one's strength, how is it considered cheating? Yes. This competition is a purely wild environment, how can it be considered cheating? Against the heavens, the other Imperial Beast Masters, tired of grabbing 2 or 3, the slime stole one effortlessly. Among the pop-ups on the global broadcast, a portion of the crowd was surprised at Fong Ran's ability to imperil the beasts. The other part, on the other hand, is questioning whether this is cheating. And a spirit that watched the scene. Then he opened his mouth and explained, according to the rules, as long as you can get the evolutionary fruits, recording them into the watch will be counted as a score. There are no restrictions as to how you get it. When she finished, she looked at the being in the picture. It seems a little hard to believe. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen those with camouflage skills before. But the other person's odor, or demeanor, is more or less noticeable. However, the disguise of the slime in front of her was perfect. Even if she were to be there in person, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to tell which one was disguised. With so many evolutionary fruits, it's bound to become a target afterward. A transcendent Imperial Beast Master said. Perhaps he could have the Imperial Beasts eat the evolutionary fruit in advance after the scores are recorded? Primary evolution fruits, higher Imperial Beasts eat at most 1 to 2 a day, but there are at least a dozen or 2 dozen or 2 evolution fruits on this tree. If he's too greedy, not only will he risk being discovered by the Ape King, but he'll also attract other Imperial Beast Masters to surround him. This is not a good thing. After all, a piker is a piker. Lin Xinghuan thought the same thing, but now he at least had the conditions to enter the top 10. Even a chance to hit number 1? However, she felt it was mostly impossible. Even if they picked all of these 10 or 20 evolutionary fruits, they wouldn't necessarily have as much as the rest of the people had accumulated. Furthermore, stealing one was close to being discovered, and taking all of them would definitely mean being hunted down by a swarm of saber-toothed white apes. With his strength in the middle of higher, it was impossible to deal with so many ferocious beasts at the same time. Over time, a few smaller fruit trees had long since been picked clean by a group of Imperial Beast Masters. And the number of evolution fruits in the hands of the crowd was skyrocketing. Ding Han, in particular, the number of evolutionary fruits snatched from his hands had reached about 20, and now ranked first. If you get first place, you're almost guaranteed to make the switch. Ding Han's eyes flashed slightly. Besides, more than 20 evolution fruits were enough for his favored beasts to go further. At that time, perhaps he would also have the opportunity to travel to a truly world-class academy. Becoming a member of the Imperial Beast Society was only his secondary purpose. What he really wanted to go to was a world-class academy with the most top-notch resources. For this, a polished resume was essential. And at this point, where Fong Ran was, after devouring a high evolutionary fruit and quickly digesting it, Slime looked at the tree again with some intent. Wait, take your time, don't be too hasty. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Chapter 106, Slime's Determination, Evolving Higher Late Stage. Remember, if you take away a fruit, you have to leave one on it. Fong Ran reminded. Whoosh! His words had just fallen. The tentacles then took away a fruit of evolution with great speed. As the slime clings to the roots of the tree, a tentacle grows from its body and moves along the surface of the bark. The blind spot of vision is hard to detect. Plus it moves fast. These ferocious beasts are not easy to detect. In just a few moments, the slime took away 6 or 7 fruits of evolution. And then, with a part of his body on top, he made an identical fruit. Master, these camouflage fruits, detached from the body, can only last for an hour. Slime reminded Fong Ran. Enough. Fong Ran nodded. On that branch, the forged fruit of evolution was too realistic. Even I couldn't tell the difference if I hadn't watched it put up. You should know which one is real and which one is fake, right? Fong Ran inquired. He was afraid that, in a moment, picking and picking, he would have more evolutionary fruit in his hand than the tree bore. Aha, I can feel it. It nodded its head in response, its gaze fixed on Fong Ran's face. In the past, it was difficult for it to eat a piece of meat, let alone an evolutionary fruit. However, since becoming the Master's Imperial Beast, even the evolutionary fruit, a thing guarded by ferocious beasts, could be eaten, causing it to become even more dependent on Fong Ran. Be sure to protect the Master. Slime thought silently in his mind. When it was small, it had several siblings that were taken captive by those humans without knowing where they were. If it had the chance, it hoped to return to the Windy City to find them, or at least spare its compatriots the fear of the Windy City. But it knew that it was impossible with its own strength, and even if it asked its master for help, it feared that it would only add to his troubles. At this moment, it suddenly thought of something. Those monarch-level, or even emperor-level beings. With his own strength, he was able to guard the clan from threats. As long as it could advance to the monarch level, or even the emperor level, it wouldn't need to bother its master. I'm going to be a monarch creature. Ambitious, but in the moment, it's better to steal the peach first. Fong Ran said silently. Realizing that it had accidentally said what was on its mind, it was instantly a bit bashful. So the hands became swifter. Just a few moments later, the entire evolution fruit tree was then stolen from under the noses of a few saber-toothed white apes. 17 evolutionary fruits, a good harvest, ready to go intercept the exit. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Yes. Slime moved instantly. Getting up, he left the roots of the tree and started toward the initial place. A few saber-toothed white apes just silently looked at it and stopped paying attention. And behind the crowd, on top of the huge fruit tree, the saber-toothed ape king rolled over and fell back into a deep sleep. 5th place, there are quite a few evolution fruits elsewhere. Fong Ran marveled while sitting on the Gundam. Then he looked at the fruit of evolution floating in the slime's belly. As long as it didn't actively digest them, these fruits wouldn't disappear, just like Fong Ran. Repay the debt. As Fong Ran's voice fell. 96 years of evolutionary fruits have been repaid. Next. In the slime's body, the 7 evolutionary fruits disappeared instantly. And naturally, Fong Ran had already scanned it once before paying off the debt. It can be repaid in installments. Doesn't that mean I can acquire primary evolutionary fruits in large quantities, and later advance them into higher levels and sell them? Fong Ran found a business opportunity. Transcendent level imperial beasts that consume primary evolutionary fruits are not effective. The only way to increase the cellular activity of their favored beasts was with the high evolution fruit. Therefore, the high-grade evolution fruits, with their inflated prices, were at least more than 10 or 20 times that of the primary ones. Subsequently, Fong Ran chose another primary evolutionary fruit. Advance Evolutionary Year. After a burst of attempts on his part, he finally succeeded. Successful advance on the 79 evolutionary year. Acquired, fruit of higher evolution. Remaining debt, repayment of the fruits of 79 years of evolution. Repayment. A bit of maneuvering. The remaining 10 fruits of evolution were instantly reduced to only 2 primary fruits of evolution, with 1 advanced fruit of evolution emitting a shimmering light. The fruit was crystal clear and appetizing to look at. Eat it. Fong Ran said. By letting the slime evolve to the late advanced stage, he would have the confidence to grab more fruits of evolution. After all, those imperial beast masters were also a pack of vicious wolves, not lambs to be slaughtered. This. Why don't we leave one for Goten? Slime hesitated a bit. As much as he wanted to eat it, his owner's favoritism scared him a little. And at the moment, Xiao Tian, who was in the imperial beast space, naturally heard its voice. Xinglang said, "Still have some heart, forget about hugging the master before." Tiny said she didn't need it. Fong Ran sensed Xiao Tian's inner thoughts. Slime accepted this. After devouring the remaining 1 evolutionary fruit, it gradually became lethargic and very dim-witted. There was no choice but to lift the camouflage state while clinging to Fong Ran's body. This is going to evolve. Fong Ran's 2 eyes lit up. In the meantime, see Fong Ran get the score without injury. The aunt and uncle were excited. Great! The fruit of evolution has been recorded. Even if Xiao Ran is robbed afterward, he'll still be able to secure a spot in the top 10. I didn't realize that Ran Contract Slime could have thought of this layer. The two were in an excellent mood. Especially Fong Chihua. But he knew what it meant. That's at least tens of millions of resources. It's just a matter of luck, maybe it'll be taken away from you afterward. To contract a slime for a little bit of resources is really an unwise choice. That's no ordinary slime, it killed 3 ferocious beasts in a row before, didn't you guys see it? This statement was made. The disgruntled women shut up. And at this point, live screen conversion. Several imperial beast masters had joined together in one place. Ding Han and Chen Feng were the main ones, while the rest had a few others following behind them, heading towards the territory of the saber-toothed white ape. Don't worry, both of you, there are at least a dozen fruits of evolution there. It's only a higher late-stage ape king. When the time comes, we'll split it equally after we get the fruit of evolution. One of the Imperial Beast Masters spoke. A few of them, all of them were at the higher late stage. Aha! Dingham nodded. He and Chen Feng, both were around 30, not a big difference. And the place guarded by the saber-toothed white ape was the key to deciding where the top 3 belonged. Actually choosing to go to the saber-toothed white ape? A spirit froze once again. That place, that fruit tree, has been stolen by Fong Ran-ah. All that was left was a group of ape kings who were about to become furious after realizing that the fruit had been stolen. A few people were obviously unaware of the situation, and hadn't thought for a second that the fruit tree guarded by a group of saber-toothed white apes would be easily stolen. Chapter 107 Ape King and Ape Mother, Chen Feng is confident. You guys are responsible for luring the Ape King away. Chen Feng and I will go pick the fruit of evolution. Ding Han spoke. Get the fruit of evolution and we can scan it together to increase our score. But it also depends on how much effort is put in. Rely on these dozen or so fruits of evolution. It could put a number of them in the top 10, or even 20. Yes. After some discussion, several sentinels agreed. They would have had to rely on both Chen Feng and Ding Han. It would be more than appropriate for the two of them to decide on the division of resources afterward. Besides, a few people didn't want to compete for first place, just increasing their rankings was enough. Said. A few Imperial Beast Masters then led the Imperial Beasts towards the side. And Dingham maneuvered his ghost samurai, waiting for his chance to strike. Chen Feng, who was on the side, also summoned his favored beasts out in a smooth manner and waited nearby along with him. Purple Gold Unicorn. Ding Han looked to the side at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's favored beast, a tiger-shaped imperial beast covered in purple scales with a wolf's head and snake's tail, looked expensive. I wonder, how would it compare to my ghost samurai? Ding Han said in his heart. Ghost warriors, raised by the Goshinkai using a forbidden secret method. Its battle power was even stronger than the Emperor bloodline that possessed some residual blood. What's more, for this competition, there are no Emperor blood imperial beasts competing. Some imperial creatures have extremely high desires but poor fertility, giving birth to heirs that are naturally rare to the extreme and will be closely guarded by them. As for the human world, the so-called Emperor's heir that can be obtained is actually his great-great-great-grandchildren that have been carried on for several generations, and the higher up the lineage of emperors he possesses, the more he has. It's starting. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Sure enough. Dingham looked back. The group of saber-toothed white apes in front of them were restless, and it seemed that there was a disturbance in the rear. Even the saber-toothed ape king on top of that huge fruit tree awoke with a start. What method was used that actually lured the ape king away? Chen Feng was a bit surprised. But there was no time for them to waste. Ghost Samurai, forward. Ziggy, take me to the fruit tree. Ding Han followed the ghost warrior closely, while Chen Feng rode wildly on the body of Zi Jinqi. Chen Feng naturally bore the brunt of the attack, taking the lead towards the evolutionary fruit tree. Being able to hunt more saber-toothed white apes and pick more fruits of evolution naturally counted as more contribution. Roar! Just for a moment. A large group of saber-toothed white apes then surrounded them. But under the black aura of the ghost warrior's lingering blade, one white ball after another flew up. A late high-level S-class imperial beast that hunted mid-high-level ferocious beasts was even faster than Fongran. And the same goes for Ziggy Kir. A claw strike went down. It is the limbs that fly. In a matter of moments, the two of them slaughtered several saber-toothed white apes. Hurry! There will be trouble when the Ape King returns. Chen Feng shouted. The ground crumbled as Zi Jinqi leapt up, his entire body carrying Chen Feng towards the fruit tree in a frenzy. Ding Han frowned slightly and could only fight on his feet to catch up. That's the one thing that's bad about Ghost Samurai. Can't ride. The two were also getting closer. Finally, Chen Feng was the first to arrive and leapt up to pluck a fruit of evolution into his pocket. And then, with great speed, he pocketed a dozen or so fruits of evolution before Ding Han arrived. Until then he took a long breath. Get comfortable, after scanning these fruits of evolution, I'll get first place. Chen Feng was in a good mood. He then lifted his head and showed a look of extreme confidence and seriousness as he looked at the camera high in the sky. Did you see that, Elder Bai? You didn't pick the wrong person. I, Chen Feng, am the top winner of this competition. That expression, with his handsome face. It's bound to charm thousands of young girls. However, At this moment, however, Bai Ning held her white forehead inside. Silly boy. You fell for it. The crowd of transcendent Imperial Beastmasters were speechless. It wasn't their fault, they could only say that Fong Ran was too inappropriate. That's what's going on inside the minds of viewers watching the live stream today. Roar. Not waiting for them to think much. A white ape fell from the sky. It was thinner than an ordinary white ape, but its fur was much longer. Its eyes instantly locked onto the bag in Chen Feng's hand, and upon seeing the fruit of evolution within, it immediately let out a mournful roar. The sound waves scattered in all directions, and a large number of sword-toothed white apes rushed out from the forest floor. Many of them were even only at the pre-higher, or even ordinary, levels. And also at the same time. The petite white ape, like a phantom, came before Chen Feng's eyes. Bang! A sharp claw that was enough to kill an ordinary white ape in seconds struck its body, emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing. Late higher stage, this is the Mother Ape King. Chen Feng was violently alarmed. Adrenaline spikes. Relying on him alone, trying to deal with the Mother Ape King? Roar! The female Ape King ate the pain and wrapped her hair all over her body towards Chen Feng. Ding Han! I still have the fruit of evolution in my hand, join me in dealing with him. No need for him to open his mouth. The ghost warriors on the side had already killed. The black blade light was sharp and cold, like a phantom falling on the female Ape King, and the white hairs in the sky were chopped off as much as possible. The two of them were entangled together, and for a while they were actually fighting hard. This scene caused Chen Feng, who was watching from the side, to be shocked. This ghost warrior is a bit stronger than my purple gold key. What are you waiting for? Run, it'll be too late when the Ape King returns. Ding Han shouted with a frown. It was only at this moment that Chen Feng reacted. That Ape King was held back from coming in the first place. The ghost samurai slashed above the ape mother's eyes, and Violet Gold Key released a puff of smoke that obscured the view. Taking advantage of this, the two of them quickly ran towards the far outside of the woodland and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! The ape mother swatted away the obscuring mist and raged. A few moments later, the saber-toothed Ape King was shocked and furious when he saw all the fruits on the tree disappear. For a while, the entire jungle was filled with the sounds of angry roars from the apes and monkeys, and a bunch of ferocious beasts scattered and fled. They know. In today's jungle, even a passing dog would be kicked in the face. At this time, in the middle of the live broadcast screen, the audience who saw this scene only felt that they couldn't wash themselves even if they jumped into the Yellow River. I suddenly have some pity for Chen Feng. I wonder what his expression will be when he realizes the truth. It's over, this time the Ape King is going to be furious, and will definitely pursue to the end. I guess I can't wash it away even if I jump into the Yellow River. After all, I saw the two of them putting the fruit of evolution into the bag with my own eyes. What is Fong Ran doing? Isn't he going to look for the fruit of evolution? Is there still a need to look for it? It's already enough to be in the top 50, after all, his Imperial Beast is only in the middle of higher midterm, capable of getting top 50 in a race and beyond. This has never happened before. See what Fong Ran is doing? A spirit reminded back. Nowadays, he's the center of attention in this match, so naturally he's going to get more shots. Screen switch. Fong Ran and Slime's figures appeared. Chapter 108. Jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away, frontal interception. Hand ropes, you know? Fong Ran sat on a smooth rock. Weaving a piece of rope from a slime's body, with a little curing, it can become stronger and more durable than normal rope. Put a loop of rope around your finger, one person pulls the rope, the other flips it, and the one who flips the rope loose loses. Saying that, Fong Ran gave it a demonstration. I see. Slime snapped out of it. With that, Fontaine had it posed and then flipped the rope over. Your turn. Fong Ran said. Slime stepped forward. Hook over the rope with 4 tentacle hooks. However, just when Fong Ran thought that the rope would fall apart, and then let loose a scoff. Instead, the rope hovered over its tentacles in a way that completely defied logic. It can still be like this? Fong Ran froze. You're cheating. At this point, the behavior of the two men was recorded on the live feed without any omission. Just now there was a war going on, but now the two of them in front of us are in the middle of the year. It's as if what happened had nothing to do with them. This It seems that this Imperial Beast Master has done a good job of education. It is said that the Imperial Beast Master is the second teacher of the Imperial Beasts, and it is indeed true. A spirit opened its mouth to find a remedy. The heart was amazed. The relationship between Fong Ran and the favored beast seemed to be good. But just because this slime is still weak, I guess, it may not be the case in the future. And at this point. Live feed. The group of royal beast masters who had messed with the Ape King had their royal beasts injured to varying degrees on their way to escape. At this moment, they could be said to have been pushed to the brink and could only run towards the way they came. It's too dangerous. The Ape King and Ape Mother, the combined strength is far beyond the late stage. There are too many saber-toothed white apes they can manipulate, and that's the point. Luckily we ran fast, but this time the harvest was great. With that, several people looked towards Chen Feng who had gotten the fruit of evolution. Even Dingham was like that. Let's take out the fruit of evolution first, one of us will scan it once. The only score that is a score is the one that comes to hand. Several people's favored beasts were all badly injured, and they didn't have the heart to go back to the battlefield. Especially Chen Feng and Ding Han, having been found by the Ape King several times, their favored beast's stamina had collapsed by more than half, and it was already impossible for them to fight again. Yes. Chen Feng was in a good mood. Remove the bag while opening it. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, his smile gradually stiffened before turning into shocked anger. What's wrong? Dingham stepped forward. Looking into the pouch, there was no sign of the fruit of evolution, only a puddle of slime. Where's the fruit of evolution? The crowd was shocked. Didn't they work hard to deal with the Ape King just to get the fruit of evolution so that the rankings could be raised? How is this possible? Chen Feng's face paled. He personally put away the fruit of evolution with his own hands. That hand feeling was definitely real, and at that time, Ding Han was also watching from the side. But it was also because of this that he was more suspected by Ding Han, who suspected him of misappropriating these fruits of evolution. After all, there were a dozen of them, enough to determine the sequential ranking of several people. In the end, under Chen Feng's repeated explanations, it took a few people to realize. Is it hard to believe that it's Fong Ran? Ding Han's face was gloomy. That purple slime was all too familiar to him. Other than Fong Ran's imperial beasts, who would produce this substance from their bodies? So it's here, huh? Not far away. Fong Ran's figure approached from afar. Beside him, there was a human-like purple slime. The gloomy aura caused several imperial beast masters to feel a bit creeped out, and the people's favored beasts let out low roars. Come here. Slime raised his hand. The fruit of evolution jumped out of the bag and wormed its way to its side before merging into its body. Seeing this scene in front of them, how could the crowd not realize that they had been tricked? Fong Ran? You dare to trick me? Ding Han gritted his teeth. It was a feeling that upset him greatly. As for Chen Feng, who was on the side, remembering the smile he had shown towards the camera earlier, he felt that he had no face. Fooled you? That's really not true, I thought a few apes picked it off. Fong Ran said. He just wanted to bring slime and come to the saber-toothed white ape for a real battle to try out the strength of the higher late stage. But I didn't expect to find them. But it's the same anyway, hand over the fruit of evolution you have on you. Fong Ran reached out for it. The slime on the side followed suit and said, bring it on. This arrogant attitude caused a few people to frown slightly. After all, Fong Ran was only their schoolmate, giving a few people the feeling that they were below them. You don't think that you can deal with several of us at the same time with your higher intermediate imperial beast, do you? Ding Han took a step forward. The ghost samurai followed suit, long sword in hand. Violet Gold Key, go and snatch back the fruit of evolution. Chen Feng said. Things had come to a head, the only way to save his face was to win against Fong Ran. Just get first place and any stains will be glorified. Contestant Fong Ran's choice seems a bit unwise, even if a few people are injured, there are a lot of people. A spirit spoke up. This behavior is tantamount to looking for death. Once you are eliminated, no matter how many fruits of evolution you get, it is useless. Irrational, Ah Shao Ran. Fang Qihua stood up. His attention had shifted completely away from the elf and into the game. Watching Fong Ran go step by step from being eliminated, to the top 50, to the top 10, Fang Qihua's heart was already beyond grateful. But now Fong Ran's behavior was pushing himself into the fire pit. The battle power of those people, which the crowd had just seen, was even able to fight against the Ape King, and was far beyond what a higher intermediate could deal with. Why be greedy when you're young and you can leave the race now and still get a place? He can't think that the fruit of evolution, which he got by disguise, was obtained by strength, right? A few spectators spoke up. Perhaps Fong Ran didn't want to just get the top 50 in the first place. Lin Qinghuan silently spoke. The eyes that looked at Fong Ran carried a hint of expectation. These words also made Bai Ning, who was on the side, look over with a complicated mood. Don't forget, you guys, he's not alone in his ability to manipulate the corpses of those white apes. Bai Ning's words caused the hearts of the group of transcendent Imperial Beastmasters to be startled. Yeah. Its ability is so bizarre that it's really possible to steal a chicken and succeed when there's a difference in information. By that time, an Imperial Beastmaster who had contracted a slime and got the first place in the competition, this news would definitely cause quite a shock in the Imperial capital and even the entire Dragon Kingdom when the news was spread. At the thought, a few people quickly picked up their phones and called whoever it was they were calling. And in the midst of it, Hiroshima had a sweetness in his throat at the moment. Could it be that he was really wrong to have rejected Lin Qinghuan in the first place? Not only did the relationship with a transcendent Imperial Beastmaster fade, but even, potentially, missing out on a second Imperial Beastmaster champion? Impossible. It's only the middle stage of higher, the difference is too great, unless he has already advanced to the late stage of higher. Hong Zhang roared in his heart. But that's impossible, nothing can make it skip years of evolution. As long as Fong Ran was eliminated, it proved that he wasn't wrong. Chapter 109, Hiring Slimes, 30 Fruits of Evolution once. Roar. Not waiting for a few people to come forward. Fong Ran sighed. Several manipulated saber-toothed white apes emerged from it hissing around the slime. Roar. Ding Han's face changed. Discovered? No. It's its Imperial Beast that's controlling these corpses. When these words came out, several Imperial Beast Masters had a creepy feeling. Manipulate 3 saber-toothed white apes at the same time? If they eat that fruit, will they be controlled as well? Up. His Imperial Beast is only a high intermediate. Several Imperial Beastmasters stepped forward at the same time. Also at this time, a purple slime emerged from the ground, covering several people. When Fong Ran first arrived here, he had it turn on its domain ability, which then filled the underground. Gulp. Gulp. One purple slime, after another, emerged from the ground. They carried humanoid features, as if they were wailing in pain, and rushed towards the favored beasts of several people. It's a cursed slime, don't get stuck with them. Someone exclaimed. Swish. The ghost warrior swung his sharp blade. One slime after another was chopped in two. It was at this moment that a sharp tentacle stabbed violently, and it hastily parried it. Dang! The tentacles bounced off. Ding Han looked not far away, and 20 sharp barbs danced above the slime's body. Beside him stood 3 saber-toothed white apes, along with an endless number of cursed slimes, a picture that caused his pupils to shrink. How is it possible? It's hard to believe that Fong Ran's Imperial Beasts are even stronger than my ghost samurai? Dingham didn't believe it. It was clearly just a slime. By what right could Fong Ran have evolved it to such a degree? Ghost samurai, free the armor! Dingham shouted. In the next instant, a purple ghostly shadow emerged above the ghost warrior's body, the armor on his body shedding off into shadows, and even the sharp blades in his hands became a few points larger. Whoosh! The ghost samurai swung his sharp blade, his movements clearly more than several times more sensitive. However, just after slicing off a section of tentacle, the next second that slime grew another section. Over time, the injuries on the crowd of Imperial Beasts were increasing. Our attacks have no effect, but its attacks are able to pierce through defenses. Chen Feng frowned. On the side, Zi Jinqi's sharp claws swung to block the attack. Dealing with the Ape King before took too much physical strength. A few people were in a sullen mood. This level of ability was by no means something that a mid-high level Imperial Beast could possess, and it was rarely seen even in the late high level. We have to rush over, close combat is the only way to have a chance. Whoosh! With that said, several people's Imperial Beasts rushed closer. In an instant, he was blocked by the corpse of the saber-toothed white ape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Slime instantly hardened the imaginary thorns before piercing the back legs, shoulders, and other non-fatal spots of several Imperial Beasts. instantly rendering it incapacitated. Hide if you don't want to get hurt, my imperial beasts won't be gentle next time. Fong Ran reminded. As expected, a few imperial beastmasters began to hesitate. There was really no need for them to fight to the end, and they had gotten the fruit of evolution anyway. I give up, don't hit me. Fong Ran, I will give you my 3 fruits of evolution to scan, don't make a move. Several imperial beastmasters had withdrawn from the battlefield. Slime was instantly relaxed. Good thing, or it wouldn't have enough stamina. Fong Ran had still underestimated the resilience of this group of imperial beastmasters. It was thought that a few people were badly injured, but now it seemed that at least half of the people in there were faking it. However, Ding Han and Chen Feng were presumed to be truly injured, as only the 2 of them had confronted the Ape King and Ape Mother head-on. How much longer can it last? Fong Ran inquired. Half an hour. Slime responded. There has been plenty of time. After only a few minutes, several imperial beast masters could not withstand the pressure and retreated. Only Ding Han, who was unwilling to give up, and Chen Feng, who was waiting for an opportunity to move, were left. Snatch their fruit of evolution. Fong Ran reminded. The slime stretched out its tentacles and rolled the fruit of evolution from the pockets of the several imperial beastmasters who had detached themselves from the battlefield. Several people were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Afraid that the next second, he'll be zoned for another attack. 32 pills, so many. Fong Ran was slightly shocked in his heart. Eat a few first to regain your strength. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Slime immediately stuffed 2 fruits of evolution into his mouth and began to digest them. Seeing this scene, Ding Han's face grew more and more somber, while Chen Feng on the side had the corners of his mouth twitching continuously. 1,000,000 primary evolutionary fruits, say eat them? Both were a little reluctant to give up. The evolutionary fruits in the hands of the 2 of them were worth at least $60 to $70 million combined. 3, looks like it's just you 2 left. Fong Ran looked down at his watch. He is ranked #3 today. Lifting his head again, Fong Ran looked toward the distant trembling woods and said darkly. Should be soon? A few minutes later. Then with a loud bang, a figure descended from the sky and landed steadily behind the 2. When they turned their heads, what they saw was the Ape King with white breath puffing out of his nose, almost furious, and the Ape Mother with her petite body on his shoulder. Quick, hide. Fong Ran hinted in a small voice. Slime instantly deepened the density of his body. Purple slime that completely blocked the evolutionary fruit inside. Roar! Haters gonna hate each other. The Ape Mother shrilled and leapt down, joining the Ape King in fighting the 2 men. In an instant, the surrounding trees were torn apart and the ground was chiseled out into large craters. The 2 only felt bitter. This Ape King decided that they were the ones who had robbed the fruit of evolution, and didn't pay any attention to Fong Ran at all. Even if they opened their mouths to explain, it's probably useless. If this had some brains, they wouldn't have let Fong Ran drop the fruit of evolution. These 2, they really have hidden their strength. Fong Ran marveled. Chen Feng, in particular, was actually fighting the Ape Mother. A single person was able to deal with the same high late-stage fierce beast. There was no doubt that his strength was the best amongst humans. Want to help? One person only receives 30 fruits of evolution. Fong Ran opened his mouth. The 2 men frowned slightly. 30 pieces, $40 million, please? Who do you think you are? A professional mercenary? Besides, it's Fong Ran's fault that they're in this situation. How can they still talk? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't ask Fong Ran for help. I can't be blamed. Who knew that you guys would pick those fruits of evolution? Fong Ran felt that it was all just a coincidence. However, he was a bit thankful that if a few people were really in their prime, he would probably be completely unable to defeat them. A few moments later, the 2 began to pant slightly. After a long time, the injuries on the duo's imperial beast were increasing, while the ferocious beast was fighting more and more courageously after being bathed in blood. It was also at this moment that a large number of saber-toothed white apes summoned by the Ape King gathered towards the surroundings. Chen Feng finally changed his face and shouted. Brother Fong, save me! Chapter 110 First place in the Grand Prix, 200 million starting resources. Go! With Fong Ran on board, Chen Feng only felt the pressure plummet. One could not help but look at Fong Ran's imperial beast. Is it really a slime? Never. After a few moments, the two imperial beasts cooperated with each other. The saber-toothed ape king's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Gene points +7. The moment he killed the saber-toothed ape king, Slime immediately took the evolution fruit in his pocket. 31, give you one back. Fong ran through him one and put the rest of the evolution fruits into the imperial beast space. And then, after Slime utilized his skills and devoured the ape king's body to recover a large amount of stamina. Once again, he came to the side of that ape mother, and at this moment, one person and one ape were both seriously injured. Slime kills the ape mother in passing. Gene points +6. After getting the gene point, Fong Ran had the slime go along with Ding Han's fruit of evolution as well. 42, that's a lot more. Fong Ran was somewhat surprised. Didn't it say 30? Ding Han frowned. Hearing this, Fong Ran turned his head back. That was the price of hire, now it's a robbery, it's not the same. Robbery? Slime looked at Fong Ran with seeming understanding. Little kids don't learn from nonsense. Fong Ran knocked its head. I'm not young anymore, I'm over 20. The slime tentacle rubbed its head and opened its mouth to retort. Over 20? Isn't that older than me? Fong Ran froze. And hearing Fong Ran's words, Ding Han only felt a tightness in his chest. The first place in this competition, he was destined to not get his S-rank skills. At that point he'll have to pay off the Ghost Samurai's debt. Thinking of this, a hint of fear appeared in Ding Han's eyes. That S-rank skill, which was very important to the next plan, could only be improved with it, and the person who invested in him was bound to be very furious now. In the meantime, among the spectator venues, there was a silence like no other. First? Xiao Ran really got first place? Fang Qihua slowly got up, his hands shaking as he held onto the railing. This was a national nature of the Imperial Beast competition, and he, who often paid attention to the Imperial Beast Masters, knew the gold content of it better than anyone else. First, what's the reward? The ant inquired. Although she was also happy for Fong Ran, she didn't know the significance of it. This is a national competition, it's something that counts for honors, and will help Xiao Ran join the Imperial Beasts Association in the future, or even go to a world-class academy. Fang Qihua knows little about world-class institutions of learning. All that was known was that they were built at the expense of various countries and were specifically designed to train Imperial Beast Masters who could fight against Monarch Fierce Beasts. You don't understand these, the rewards for the top 10 alone are already in the hundreds of millions. Upon hearing this, the ant finally understood. She opened her mouth, utterly shocked. Hundreds of millions. Can't even count the money. However, this money can only be used for the cultivation of the second Imperial Beast. Fang Qihua once again said. That was enough, their biggest worry was Fong Ran's financial problems in the future. Now it seems clear that his own nephew had planned ahead on his own. Many people in the neighborhood changed their faces and began to congratulate the duo. After all, it could be heard from all their tribe that there was a great relationship with Fong Ran. The few women who had talked about Fong Ran not long ago only felt as if they were on pins and needles, and they couldn't wait to leave the scene now. Not far. The crowd of transcendent Imperial Beast Masters were silent. They all looked at the image on the screen with burning eyes. Lin Xinghuan smiled brightly as she listened to the compliments of the crowd. Little friend Lin, you've really found a good student. With him joining you, how many people will apply below you by then? Yeah. To make it to the top of the second Imperial Beast competition using only slimes, hasn't been seen in 10 years. Once upon a time, the only person who was number 1 with an A-ranked Imperial Beast was that Imperial Beast Master, and since that day his Imperial Beasts have been rated S-rank. Several people sighed, unable to believe what was happening. It was also luck that a few people happened to be injured. Lin Qinghuan said. Injuries are still secondary, he's also bold enough to go and snatch food from under the eyes of a late-stage fierce beast, daring to rob an alliance formed by a few Imperial Beast Masters. After all, unlike ferocious beasts, Imperial Beastmasters have relatively weak bodies, and at times like this, they need even more courage. Yes, this guts, rare. Several people nodded frequently. Very appreciative of Fong Ran. At this moment, Lin Qinghuan was in an extremely good mood, glad that she had made the right choice. When he was in Yuqing, he almost unreservedly chose to help Fong Ran, and helping a crisis was far better than sending charcoal in the snow. Not far away, Ai Ning's slender fingers pinched white. She couldn't figure out, as a transcendent Imperial Beastmaster, she personally went to invite Fong Ran and the other party didn't even agree. Could it be that Lin Xinghuan had something better than her? In the past, she had been able to attract countless people who tended to favor her with her identity alone, and she had been able to pry people's hearts by virtue of their interests, but it had failed in Fong Ran's case. Is it hard to believe that he's still a face dog? I'm no worse than Lin Xinghuan. Bai Ning lightly bit her shell teeth. Glancing at Lin Xinghuan, who was not far away, and glancing down, the other places weren't bad either. Also at this time, a message rang out. Bai Ning picked up her cell phone in an extremely bad mood, but was instantly tugged at by the contents of it. We found out, a purple being, but not a slime. There are records. It's a long extinct being in the Void Sea. Rumor has it. The Lord of the Void Sea has long since disappeared for many years, and it is unknown if he ever existed. Even, some say, they disguise themselves as slimes to hide from their enemies. But I think it's nonsense. The beings in the Void Sea are far more terrifying than slimes. Beings in the Void Sea. Bai Ning looked towards the picture, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast. It was hard to believe that he had really picked up a runaway princess in a group of slimes? That couldn't be possible. Or maybe Fong Ran had some kind of special evolution and his angel was completely different from the others. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Hong Zhang let out a bitter smile. Forcing back the churning scarlet sweetness, he didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood until he reached the bathroom. The audience at the moment. Yuan Qichuan, who was in the middle of the crowd, wore a pig's costume and frowned slightly. Fong Ran, I didn't realize it was actually you who took the title. Wouldn't that mean he could eat with a spirit? Thinking of this, Yuan Qichuan only felt his eyes darken and nearly fainted. If I had known, I'd be stuck in the realm too. I'd have won a championship first. The moment. Fong Ran counted the evolutionary fruits in his hand. Not the least bit aware that the outside world was changing as a result of his behavior. Together with the previous ones, 106 primary evolutionary fruits, 1 million each, the total is? Hiss. Fong Ran sucked in a breath of cool air. How much is it? Slime inquired curiously. All in all, it's just a lot. If it's advanced into advanced evolutionary fruits, it sells even more. This competition had earned him at least 200 million in starting resources. Instead of worrying about slimes, you can even use the evolution fruits and exchange them for money to buy Xiao Tian's skills. Chapter 111. The first place winner of the second Imperial Beast Tournament, a spirit's invitation. The final results are in. A spirit looked to the screen. A few moments later, the rankings rolled up on the screen to reveal themselves. First place, Fong Ran 139. Second place, Ding Han 52. This was the moment that officially implemented Fong Ran's championship. The live broadcast instantly boiled over as countless pop-ups floated by. Holy! Fong Ran is also from Yuqing, he's in the same urban area as me, and I've even met him there. I told you he bought his Imperial Beast from my stall. Hee, I'm still Fong Shen's own son, why are so many relatives popping out? Slimes can win a championship? That's awesome. Awesome, I don't see the need for those Imperial Beast stores to stay open, go contract slimes all of them. Most of the people among the pop-ups are, in fact, ordinary people. Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, no matter how heaven-defying Fong Ran's Imperial Beast behaved, it was still a pile of slime and couldn't change its nature. The match became, Slime hung on to win the title over the S-Class Imperial Beast. The news spread, and in no time at all, it became a topic of gossip at the dinner table, in the office, and on the construction site. And as the host, a spirit was quite surprised. She serves as a sponsor for this contest. Naturally, I'm concerned about the winner. Originally, she thought that it would be Chen Feng, whom she was most optimistic about, but she didn't expect it to be Fong Ran. Fong Ran is the second of the unified recruitment and the first of the freshmen of the Imperial Capital Academy. A spirit looked at the news that the assistant had found out. So, he's just a freshman? A spirit was surprised. At such a young age, he was able to cultivate slime to such a level, there was bound to be some secret in him. But what surprised him the most was the evolutionary speed of Fong Ran's Imperial Beasts, which was a bit too fast. More than that. The assistant then added, he had jumped 3 levels in a row in the higher Imperial Beast Academy, and participated in the National Unified Entrance Examination in his first year of high school. Hearing this, even a spirit couldn't help but secretly gulp. Such a gifted Imperial Beastmaster was a dream of all creatures. A little over a year spans several years of resource dumping by those geniuses. We're guessing it has something to do with his mutated abilities. He was once tested to have S-class natural abilities. S-class? A spirit wondered. Yes, but that instrument can only test up to S rank at best. The words were meaningful and made a spirit think a lot. Possessing a talent that far exceeded S rank could indeed allow his Imperial beasts to evolve at a faster rate. The dinner party invited him. The dinner party visitors are all transcendent Imperial Beastmasters. It's not appropriate to invite a Lord Imperial Beastmaster, is it? You don't think he's worthy? A spirit frowned. That's not true, it's just that I'm afraid those transcendent Imperial Beastmasters won't be willing. Hearing this, her brows gradually relaxed as she said, "Don't worry about that, they're probably begging for it." As the first in the second Imperial Beast tournament, Fong Ran's talent was obvious to all, and it would only be a matter of time before he reached the transcendent level in the future. At this point, outside the playing field, the rankings have been announced, and the rewards for this competition will be handed out after testing the various stats of each of your Imperial Beasts. The Imperial Beast Master who brought the crowd here said. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Some Imperial Beastmasters hung their heads in shame, while others had already figured out how to distribute their resources. More uninformed people were puzzled by Fontaine. It's him? That freshman from the Imperial Capital Academy? It's actually him who took the title. Where are Chen Feng and Ding Han? As I recall, Fong Ran is merely a freshman enrolled in school, right? I've also seen his slime. Can it be that slime is really something? Number 1. I heard that there are S-rank skills, and I've never seen an S-rank skill before. Many people looked at Fong Ran with envy in their eyes. The Iron Tower Academy's Wang Yan, on the other hand, even sighed darkly in his heart. The gap is too big. The gap between him and these geniuses was getting wider and wider. Fong Ran's strength, I'm afraid, has already reached the level of the top 3, or even the first, in their academy's enrollment. Even if there is a cutthroat competition between the 5 great academies, I'm afraid Fong Ran won't be able to lose. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly as he listened to the crowd's chatter. The second Imperial Beast was only the second Imperial Beast, and it was ultimately the intrinsic Imperial Beast that determined the strengths and weaknesses of the Imperial Beast Master. But it's also a bit self-congratulatory to think that a loss is a loss after all. He looked away and didn't care too much. Compared to the second Imperial Beast, whether or not he could turn in the Imperial Beast Association was what he was most concerned about. Lost? Ding Han's pupils were godless. He had given everything, even giving that ferocious beast as a human pet, and he ended up in this situation. Brother Ding, don't be discouraged, you've joined the Imperial Beast Association. Why are you still so concerned about first place? Yeah, your native Imperial Beasts are almost at the transcendent level, that's the key. Second isn't bad, at least there are hundreds of millions of resources. Many of the Imperial Beast Masters from the same school consoled. However, these words were harsh to Ding Han's ears. He looked into the distance. Beside Fong Ran, a crowd of competing Royal Beastmasters surrounded him. Most of them were the top-ranked Royal Beastmasters from the 5 prestigious schools and first-tier academies. People were getting close to Fong Ran to add his friend bit. Being able to recognize the first of the contest. For them, it's also a privilege. The slime on the side looked at the crowd warily, and no one dared to reach out and touch it. This slime is too weird, in the eyes of the crowd. It's almost no different from the ghosts in horror movies, the kind that you have to be scared out of half your life when you see it at night. Just then, a car drove up to the crowd. Walking out, a few people quickly came to Fong Ran's eyes, took out an invitation and handed it to him. Royal Beast Master Fong, our boss has invited you to a dinner party. After all was said and done, a few people left without looking back. Fong Ran opened the invitation, and on it was written a spirit's drop. It's a spirit, and she's inviting you to a dinner party? Really? Isn't that the star? I've even seen her movies, Old and Beautiful. Not only is she a star, I heard that she has reached the late transcendent stage after living in human society for decades, and has even been pardoned by the Imperial Beast Association. I've heard that she's quite famous among the transcendent Imperial Beast Masters, and the ones she invited are all Imperial Beast Masters of the same transcendent level. Fong Ran took first place this time. She's the organizer, that's why she broke the rules, right? The crowd was puzzled and envious. The fact that these seniors had invited him was enough to prove the importance attached to him. and to meet that goddess that many of them had longed for day and night. I didn't realize that such characters, who only appear on screen, would be so close at hand. Actually really invited me? Fong Ran was also slightly excited in his heart. In his last life, he hadn't even seen many celebrities, but now that he could actually see them, it was impossible to say that he wasn't excited at all. But soon he calmed down, just face it with a normal mind. Chapter 112: The Dinner Party, The Champion's Reward. Back home, my aunt and uncle were thrilled. Especially after learning that Fong Ran was invited by a spirit, he was even more energized. The aunt even bought a table of food. Uncle was speechless with envy and only asked Fong Ran to help him get a signature. Originally, he wanted to give the clothes to Fong Ran and go get her to sign them, but was glared back by his aunt. Get the black coat his aunt bought for him. When Fong Ran wore it, she had an extra eloquent flavor that made Xiao Tian couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Can we not go? Goten murmured. I can't go, I'm afraid she'll dock me the reward. Fong Ran shook his head. After all, it is the sponsor's invitation. In case you don't go, it's not good for people to give you a little trick. I'll take a piece then, just follow you around. In no time at all, Xiao Tian changed into the new replacement clothes prepared for Fong Ran, and even though they were one size too big, they were held up by Xiao Tian's proud figure. Night. Fong Ran came to the designated place. After presenting the invitation, he was brought to the middle of the hall by the person watching the door. Along the way, he was frequently looking to the side at Xiao Tian, and the other party was showing some envy. In the dinner party, aside from a group of transcendent Imperial Beast Masters, Fong Ran quickly saw two acquaintances. Lin Qinghuan and Bai Ning, respectively, talked to different Imperial Beast Masters. Fong Ran, over here. The moment she saw him, Lin Qinghuan beckoned. This is Fong Ran. Lin Qinghuan opened his mouth to introduce. No, the winner of this second Imperial Beast tournament. A few people around them gazed at the blonde girl to the side. Only her face was clear and cold, as if all the surrounding discussions did not exist, and she stood quietly by Fong Ran's side. And this is? Little Sky, my intrinsic Imperial Beast. Fong Ran spoke. Hearing this, a few people couldn't help but look twice. The angels, it is true that there were many ferocious beasts attending the dinner, but most of them were in human form. After all, it was only ferocious beasts in human form that were more acceptable to human society. Like the host who organized this dinner party, a spirit, she was a beast of the elf clan, and after living in the human city for a long time, these beasts of the city life were also very good at hugging and warming up to each other. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, without saying much. Lin Qinghuan, on the other hand, looked at Fong Ran and said, You did a good job this time. Sister, what's the reward for first place? Fong Ran inquired. About 500 million in resources, but not in the form of cash. Instead it includes recipes, exclusive evolution potions and fruits, and an evolutionary path that a top Imperial Beast Master will help your favored beasts develop. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, Fong Ran sort of understood. Evolutionary route, it doesn't matter how much you mark it up, it's actually worth far less than it says. When will these rewards be handed out? What a waste of my evolutionary time to be a minute late. Now would be fine. A clear voice rang out. A spirit, dressed in extremely cool clothing, came pacing and stopped beside the crowd. You can get it now if you want, but don't you think it's more rare to get to have dinner with me? A spirit's skin was so fair that it seemed as if it could be blown away, and a head of hair was shiny. The pair of pointed ears in particular were striking. Being molested by such a creature would make anyone's heart race. It's beautiful. Fong Ran lamented. It is indeed much prettier than what you see on TV. Aside from itself, I'm afraid there are also benefits from evolution. Master doesn't have time, just get the reward and go. Xiao Tian, who was on the side, said silently. I couldn't see any expression on her face, but I could feel that she was holding back. A spirit dropped its gaze on her. Your Imperial Beast does have an air of divine eloquence. If you go and package it, you're guaranteed to make a fortune. A moment later, a spirit suggested. She runs her own company. Specialize in picking out vegetarians with good temperament to cultivate. In the past, she had encountered the angelic race. Every one of them is high and mighty and serves as a grandmother. But Xiao Tian was different. The introverted and tiger-like temperament she carried with her, a spirit had only seen it in some creatures with extremely pure bloodlines and extremely high grades. Being a star? I remember seeing your sister Lin's Imperial Beast, which was also packaged. Fong Ran remembered something. It was a good way to make money, provided that it didn't put Xiao Tian in danger. We'll talk about that afterward. I'll show you the bonuses we're offering you first. A spirit laughed. Said. Then he brought Fong Ran to the middle of a warehouse. As long as your second Imperial Beast reaches the high late stage, you can apply for Lord-level evolutionary materials, with a maximum quota of 5S rank materials, while the rest of the materials are supplied indefinitely, and valued at nearly 100 million levels. A spirit spoke. Only 5S rank materials? Fong Ran was puzzled. 5 channels is already quite a lot. Even the most advanced evolutionary route requires only about 5 channels of S-rank materials. A spirit reminded. Any random piece of Lord Grade S material would cost nearly $10 million. Think it's a cabbage on the road? And evolution potions. A spirit proceeded forward. A vine spread from its hand and opened the coldly steaming iron cabinet. In the midst of it, bottle after bottle of chilling potions were neatly arranged. An evolutionary potion made from the essence of a ferocious beast's bloodline, a bottle that can withstand months of devoured energy. Here's a total of 10 bottles with a total value of $100 million. Looking at the smoking cold potion, Fong Ran nodded. This stoicism was a bit of a surprise to one spirit. Come with me, next up is how your favored beasts are cultivated, and some exclusive skills. A moment later, a spirit led Fong Ran to a location where 3 Dao scrolls were stored. 3 A-rank skills, more suitable for creatures like slimes, were specially selected by us. Hearing the words of a spirit, Fong Ran curiously removed the scroll. Grade A skill, Thunderstorm Touch. Grade A skill, Corrosive Body. Grade A skill, Earth Dragon Backstab. Put it away first. Fong Ran put the scroll into the Imperial Beast space. If the skill can't be practiced, you can ask us to switch. A spirit reminded. Slimes, who could learn fewer skills to begin with, and they didn't know how good Fong Ran's Sentinel Beast ability was. As for the slime's evolution method, we found a Monarch Royal Beast Master who has studied the way slimes evolve, so I guess it won't take long to figure out an evolution method that slimes can use for you. Apparently, Fong Ran taking the title has made them a bit burnt out. Many of the rewards that champions can use are instead chicken feed when it comes to him. To compensate for some of the losses with discrepancies, I will transfer you an additional $20 million in funds. A spirit said. What about S-rank skills? Fong Ran opened his mouth. It's hard to practice S-rank skills here, and even if you have to learn them, it will take a long time, so try to be patient. With that, a spirit led Fong Ran towards the depths. Chapter 113, Devouring Archangel Spirituality and Learning Skills. S-rank skill. Fong Ran's mood lifted. Beside him, Xiao Tian had a curious look on his face. Elder 1 Spirit, S-class skills, how are they rated? Xiao Tian inquired. Icelia, or you can call me by my human name, Winchim. As creatures that survive in the human metropolis. Informing Fong Ran of his real name meant that he had already recognized him. A couple of people went forward, scanning the iris to open the vault. In the center of the metallic room, on a raised platform, sat an ancient scroll. Reverse Fate Sound. This S-rank skill was created by one of the 12 archangels, and each of them is a monarch-level existence. Opening the scroll, in it was the figure of a 12-winged heavenly god. In her body, veins converged as if they contained endless life energy. Xiao Tian was instantly attracted to it and immersed in it. A wind chime waited quietly. Talking to Fong Ran, if you want to memorize the chakra patterns, it will take at least a few months. It's a skill that few in the angelic race can learn, but there's no need to rush, you can come here every day and take your time learning it. As long as you have enough time, you'll probably be able to completely master your angel in less than a few months. They've checked Little Sky's past, and it's just a low-ranking angel. It would probably take a lot of effort to learn it thoroughly. Yet the next instant, the Little Sky in front of him had undergone a shocking change. She resonated with the energy in the skill book and a divine ring emerged. The figure in the skill book trembled violently, as if it was struggling against the binding of the divine ring. A moment later, it transformed into a green holy force that landed on top of Xiao Tian's divine ring, constituting a new cross-sword star. Aha! Xiao Tian opened his eyes that flowed with holy fire. A new skill that merged into her torso. This astonishing scene caused the wind chimes on the side to open their mouths, their pupils trembling as they looked toward Xiao Tian. You plundered the holy power left behind by the archangel. On top of the original of each skill, there was a portion of energy left behind by the original owner. Yet, this energy was plundered by Xiao Tian? Ruling Daywheel Mastery. Before Fong Ran's eyes, new data surfaced. The ruling sun will has been upgraded. The skill, is it possible that you have to suck the holy power of all the archangels in order to upgrade it? Fong Ran was slightly alarmed. I've learned, let's go. Xiao Tian tugged on Fong Ran's coat and said. It was as if everything that had just happened was an accident, making her a little embarrassed. Well, we'll be heading back then. Before leaving, Fong Ran didn't forget to take away the evolution potion, along with the 3A rank skill books. I'll give it back when I learn. The two men thundered on, causing a gust of wind in the chimes behind them. The S-rank skills that had been bought, after spending a huge amount of money, were now completely scrapped. It could be said that the original of this skill, after losing the holy power of the original owner, was basically no different from a replica. The price difference between the original and the replica is at least a few thousand times. The point is, she actually learned it so quickly? What is her level of equilibrium? A few moments later. Training room. 3 courses of skill books unfolded. Advance. The memories of the 3 skills flooded into Slime's mind. The Thunderstorm Touch Introductory, attacks have a slight paralyzing effect. Corrosive Body Intro, creates a corrosive doppelganger, and any living being touched will be plunged into a corrosive state. Earth Dragonback Spike Introductory, use your torso to create 12 ground spikes that spread out in front of you. Advanced Thunderstorm's Touch, and you need materials with thunder attributes? It's a good thing that Fong Ran received an additional $20 million. Instead of using materials, why don't we buy some thunder-attributed ferocious beast meat to give the slime a thunder-attributed ability? Fong Ran opened the Royal Beast Society store. Spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a piece of thunder-attribute fierce beast meat. Slimes with the ability to devour were bound to be able to devour the nature of the lightning attribute from the opponent's body. Master, my tentacles are electrified. The slime danced with 2 imaginary thorns, tipped with hints of lightning. Yang Yangshin, you're turning into a thunderbolt Dharma King? Fong Ran looked at it and said. What is Yang Yangshin? Did the master give me that name? Slime looked over with an expectant face. No. Fong Ran hastily corrected. He didn't want to share a bed with the Thunderbolt Dharma King, he would have nightmares at night. Seeing Fong Ran's denial, Slime was disappointed to the extreme. Without a name, does it mean the owner hasn't accepted it yet? Just the moment it thought so. However, it's not appropriate to keep calling you Slime, let me think of a name for you. Fong Ran thought for a moment, and said in its look of anticipation, since you're a slime by birth, let's call you Nyen Nyen, the harmonic word for sticky. Well. Fong Ran is a name-calling waste. It was the best he could do to come up with a pet name. However, her uncle and aunt had helped Xiao Tian think of human names before, but she didn't respond no matter how much her aunt called her. The only time the young genius would react was when he called Fong Ran by his unorthodox nickname. Ha ha! I'll be called Nyen Nyen from now on. It spoke with a smile on its lips. Like a little girl-like appearance, it gave Fong Ran the feeling of raising a daughter. But she's not the cute type, she's the spooky type. No face could be seen, and despite its silky appearance, it always reminded Fong Ran of some ghosts. Master, what she said about the star earlier. Xiao Tian looked at it twice and suddenly spoke. No go. Fong Ran shook his head. Goten hesitated slightly. After she saw that Nyen Nyen had helped Fong Ran get a large amount of resources, she didn't want to waste her master's resources either. However, seeing Fong Ran's attitude of not wanting to let her get into danger, she still felt a warmth in her heart. Fong Ran turned around, and from the courier, took out the warm meat with some mucus-like substance. This S-rank recipe, it's for slimes only. After you devour it, proceed to practice a few skills, and I'll help you advance when you evolve to the limit level. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Nyen nodded frequently. Being a slime and being able to evolve all the way through has surpassed too many people. At the Lord level. Should I mention the Windy City to my master? It reached out behind its back and scratched its head, apprehensive but not quite daring to speak. Also, the evolution potion, I heard that it's extracted from the blood essence of ferocious beasts, you should be able to devour different properties from it. Fong Ran took out a bottle of potion. Boo! Open the cap. A cold air emerged from it. Open your mouth. Ah! The colorless liquid flows into the mouth. A burning sensation that spread throughout his body moments later. The essence energy of the ferocious beast was too overbearing, stimulating and consuming the cells in Nyan Nyan's body at an extremely high speed. The pieces of fierce beast meat from the S-rank recipe were almost consumed between just half an hour. At this rate, within 3 or 2 days, it will be able to advance to the Lord level. At that time, with dual Lord class Imperial beasts, he would have more hope of turning in the Imperial Beast Society. The next day, Fong Ran arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy as usual. As soon as they entered the school gates, they were mobbed by a number of people. Chapter 114 Requirements for Jumping Levels in the Imperial City, Contribution Value for Transferring. In the Imperial Capital Academy's martial arts arena. Brother Fong, you're good. Sneaking off to participate in the Imperial Beast competition, and you even took first place. Holy! That was awesome. I watched the whole thing and thought I recognized the wrong person. Awesome, where did you get that slime? Can you tell me? Several Imperial Beast Masters of the same level looked at Fong Ran. Several people opened their mouths to inquire. Bought it at the market, the one on the outskirts of that petting store all the way west of Imperial. Fong Ran described it in detail. Several people nodded frequently. How much did it cost you then? 35 ah. Fong Ran said. 3? 50,000 or 35? Rather, it doesn't even matter, it's all a bargain compared to what we spent. Is it that cheap? But it's a slime after all, so it's normal to be cheaper. The key is still the evolution materials. How much did it cost for Fongshin to be able to evolve slimes to this level? Yeah, slimes are cheap, but the evolutionary materials needed must be expensive, right? A few people hesitated. As long as there were enough materials, even the trashiest slimes could evolve. However, it was hard to say what the evolved battle power would be, and it would be difficult to reach the level of an unusual C rank, or even B rank Imperial Beast. However, an S rank material cost millions and millions of dollars, which was enough to buy a B rank Imperial Beast. The material is actually simple. Fong Ran stated the names of the S ranked materials, but did not name the forbidden materials among them. The group of Imperial Beast Masters who heard his words only felt that the sky had collapsed. These S-class materials were either extremely rare or ridiculously expensive. With that kind of money, wouldn't it smell good for them to buy an S-ranked Imperial Beast? At this moment, the crowd finally understood why Fong Ran contracted a slime and was able to win the tournament. After a few laps on your own, Fong Ran came to the classroom. At this moment, countless people's eyes fell on him. Murmuring voices appeared, and a few girls frequently looked at Fong Ran, lightly laughing and snickering. He still came to sit beside Shin Yun. The Lei Tianran on the side couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. I didn't realize that you really took first place. He had thought that Fong Ran was just going to try. As a result, surprisingly, it won all the way to first place? It was just luck, there were no Emperor bloodline entries this term, allowing me to pick up the slack. Fong Ran said modestly. And even if it did, the ending would probably be pretty much the same. These words irritated Bai Lingshang, who was sitting in the front row, and Tai Joshin. There's no such thing as luck, you have to believe in your own strength. I'm going to catch up with you too. Shin Yun had a determined look. Her fire butterfly, too, was about to advance to the mid-lord stage, and even the second Imperial Beast had already been contracted. Today's ranking was 21st, and as long as he continued to train steadily, he would be able to reach the late lord stage in his junior year, and even advance to the transcendent level. Train and spar with me sometime. It was Grandpa who told me to look for you more often. Shin Yun's cheeks blushed slightly. It seemed to recall Elder Shin's words. That's fine, it just so happens that Xiao Tian and the others are missing a few opponents of the same level. Just as the two men were talking, a figure stepped into the classroom. The person who came was none other than Yu Baojun. Hello everyone. His voice fell, and there was instant silence below. I'm proposing to your principal that I be allowed to teach in my place from now on. He agreed painfully, so, for the time being, I'll be your primary teacher. These words fell. The crowd looked at each other for a few moments. Earned. To be able to have a monarch royal beastmaster personally teach them, they had definitely earned it. So this time, for your end of the year quiz, I'll be the one to come up with the questions. These words fell. The crowd was sitting upright. The year-end quiz is about their promotion. If you fail, not only will you be ranked down, but you may not even be promoted to sophomore. You've already reached the Lord level, so naturally it's impossible for you to remain in the academy. Flowers raised in a greenhouse aren't tough enough. The topic of this quiz is practical combat. I will give each of you a permission to accept the mission. In the Imperial Beast Society, up to 5 people, the higher the level of difficulty of the completed mission, the higher the ranking score they will receive. Ranked in the top 50, you can skip to sophomore year. Ranking in the top 3, I will nominate full members to the Imperial Beast Association. This statement was made. The whole classroom was instantly abuzz. A full member of the Imperial Beast Society, this was the key to going to the World School. The resources in it, the permissions, were what they, the Imperial Beast Masters, could only dream of. But the difficulty is also high. The quests of the Imperial Beast Association, the more serious ones, can kill people. How about take a D-ranked mission? Just help guard the mine for a bit. Then what if someone else takes a C-ranked mission? Won't we be surpassed? C rank, countless Imperial Beastmasters die and are injured every year. I've heard of several Imperial Beasts alone. Let's not jump levels for the first 6 months, take a D-ranked mission, it's safe and sound and you'll get a lot of money. There was a lot of talk. It started rolling before even picking up the quest. If you enter the sophomore year early, you can get the sophomore ranking rewards 1 step earlier, which is much more generous than the freshman year. But this time, the difficulty was also quite high. After all, it was given by the Monarch Imperial Beastmaster. At this very moment, many people felt that the Monarch Imperial Beastmaster didn't smell so good again. Although they are more experienced, the demands are not common. You guys need to learn more from Fong Ran. He's only a freshman and he's already a trainee member of the Imperial Beast Association. Yu Baojuan's words fell. Many Imperial Beast Masters fell silent. Yes, Fong Ran, who had enrolled with them, was now a trainee of the Imperial Beast Society. This kid is a little too perverted for his own good. Damn, it's just C rank. Is there anyone who will team up with me? The 5 of us, we're going to pick a few quests to do now. Looking at the mobilized crowd, Yu Baojun then smiled. Fong Ran was even more astonished. Nice guy. In 3 words, this pie was painted for them to lust after. Fong Ran, it would be best for you to take on a C rank or higher mission as well, so that after a month, your contribution value will be able to scrape together enough to turn around. Yu Baojun came closer and reminded. In a month? Fong Ran remembered that the Imperial Beast Society didn't turn so quickly. Yes, the turnaround is ahead of schedule. Most of your opponent's favored beasts are dual Lord level, and most are late Lord Imperial Beastmasters, so you'll need to level up your second Imperial Beast quickly as well. When Yu Baojun said that, it was as if he thought of something and couldn't help but praise it. You're smart enough to know to go to the second Imperial Beast tournament to earn resources. But time is compressed. In a short period of time, it was quite difficult to raise slime to the same level as those geniuses. Moreover, that angel was also a mid-lord, trying to deal with these late Lord veterans. A month is simply not enough time. Just do your best. After all, there are plenty of opportunities to turn around, and you're already much better than those of your classmates. Yu Baojun praised without reservation. This was a fact. Nowadays, the only 2 who had been nominated upon enrollment in the Imperial Capital Academy were Fong Ran and Bai Lingxiang. While Bai Lingxiang had the resources of the Bai family's reputation behind her, Fong Ran had done this on his own. Chapter 115 Group Quest, Slime's Clan. Ling Frost, let's join together. A few girls extended invitations to Bai Lingxiang. It was still easier to group up to accept a quest from the Imperial Beast Society. Yu Baojun also advocated for the crowd to team up for this. It's best to hug it out and live within your means. I'm opening up access to you guys only up to level B. Above level A the death and injury rate is too high. Yu Baojun reminded. Level B, what's the approximate difficulty? Fong Ran said. Grade B, that is, 10 Lord level Imperial Beast Masters, are able to complete the mission with a death and injury rate of no more than 10% over the years. Xin Yun explained. Her grandfather, although he hadn't joined the Imperial Beast Association, knew quite a few of them. As long as the mission level exceeds B, there is a possibility of dead or injured personnel. The higher the level, the higher the casualty rate. The Monarch class, Transcendent Class B rank missions have a death and injury rate of 30% and 27%. Lei Tianrun said sullenly. This meant that for every 10 Monarch Sentinels who took on a B-rank quest, 3 of their Sentinels, or even Sentinels, died. But don't panic, Monarch level B-rank quests are different in nature from Lord level ones, and usually involve the survival of a city. Hearing Lei Tianrun's words, Yu Baojun nodded silently and said, "He's right, I've been on B quests before." Speaking of this, his eyes gradually became gloomy, as if he had recalled some bad memories. "No, I just follow the Imperial Beast Society from time to time and admire the members within." Being praised by the Monarch Imperial Beast Master, Lei Tianrun couldn't help but scratch his head. There was an inner pang of exhilaration. However, he managed to hold back the expression on his face, still maintaining his stoic facepalm. It looked as if it really was just a bit of an itchy scalp and reached out to scratch it. It's pretty good to be nominated. As for becoming a trainee like Fong Ran? He didn't hold much hope in his heart. After all, Fong Ran was a pervert, and after crossing levels, he was still ahead of them, contracting a slime, which could be raised to abuse S-ranked favored beasts. Soon after. Fong Ran, are you still short of people? I ranked 13th last month. A girl, who came close to look at him with slightly red cheeks, asked with an expectant face. Sorry, I already have someone in mind. Fong Ran politely refused. The other man had a look of disappointment on his face. The likelihood of getting a high score would be higher if you could be with Fong Ran. Fong Ran naturally had his own reasons. An existence like Shen Lao had opened his mouth and asked him to take care of his daughter, so how could he not take the other party's favor? Moreover, Shen Yun had a good character, was progressive, and even enrolled at the same age as him, and if it wasn't for Fong Ran, he would inevitably be cultivated as a genius seed. If Shen Lao really has that kind of meaning, Fong Ran is also the one who earns money and blood. If not, there is no harm in being his sister. At this point. On the other side, Bai Ling Xiang and Tai Joxin didn't join any teams. With their backs to the family, the two of them were fully capable of hiring a professional team to take them through the mission. Therefore, the duo's desire to smoothly jump levels and even enter the Imperial Beast Society could be said to be a breeze. It was rejected by Fong Ran. It looks like he's planning to take his chances with the Wild team alone as well. Alas, it's a pity he doesn't team up, he's too confident in his own strength. Didn't you bring Shen Yun? I heard she climbed to the top 30 in rankings, and I was rejected in the teens. A few people were talking about it. There seemed to be a hint of sultriness in the words. If they hadn't been rejected by Fong Ran, several of them would have definitely joined in. Actually, if you're only doing this for my grandfather, there's no need to have to find me along. Shen Yun said with slight embarrassment. She is not a little cutie. Naturally, she could feel the slight hostility coming from the gazes around her. There were going to be more people with higher rankings than her, yet they were rejected one by Fong Ran. Hearing Shen Yun's words, Fong Ran paused. That won't be, purely because of you. Hearing these words, Shen Yun's face was already colored with a blush as she froze. So, where are we going now? Go to the Imperial Beast Club. At this very moment. Quite a few Imperial Beast Masters had already gone to the Imperial Beast Association. If you go late, some of the good assignments may have already been picked by someone else. Take my car. Shen Yun drove into the pitch-black luxury car and took Fong Ran on a wild ride. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes before they drove up to the gates of the Imperial Beast Society. We should be the first. Shen Yun said confidently. The tickets are also the most numerous. Hearing Fong Ran's teasing, Shen Yun smiled awkwardly. You can only pretend you didn't hear it. That amount of money for a ticket is not worth anything to her. Entering the gate and arriving at the Lord Imperial Beastmaster's posted solicitation area, a group of people instantly recognized Fong Ran. If it isn't Brother Fong. Why haven't I seen you lately? So pretty, is this your new girlfriend? It's really pretty. The genius of the Imperial Capital Academy, Shen Yun. Fong Ran deliberately did not explain and introduced. Hear these words. Everyone in the room froze. The Imperial Capital Academy, but it was one of the 5 major academies for Imperial Beast Masters. Those who were able to enter among them were all top-strength Imperial Beast Masters and even descendants of major powers. Fong Ran actually managed to find such a beautiful and capable one, making a few people really envious and jealous. You know them? Shen Yun listened to the conversation, his brows furrowed into twists. Also, listening to a few people. It's been a while. It was hard to believe that Fong Ran had started coming here to take on quests a long time ago. No wonder he never borrowed from me when he was so obviously short of money. Xinyun could not help but be a little more curious about Fong Ran in her heart. How much effort did he put behind it? Class B mission. Protect the underground facilities of Windy City. 100 contribution value and $30 million for one person? Windy City. It's the place we passed through on our way here on a detour. Fong Ran said silently. 100 contribution value is already enough for him to participate in the conversion. But the only problem was that the B rank mission was too dangerous, and bringing Xinyun along made it even more dangerous. Looked at it for a few more moments. The two didn't find the task satisfactory. We can only give up for now and go back. Fong Ran, let me go back and ask my grandfather first, so he can help. You can't rely on Elder Shen for everything. How can you grow up in the future like this? Fong Ran spoke. Xinyun suddenly realized something as well. After a moment, the tone was firm. Good. I'll give my opinion in a few days. After a long time, Fong Ran returned home. On the occasion of training in the training room, the slime suddenly stops moving and squirms to his side, as if he's a little desperate for words. What's wrong? Fong Ran inquired. Master, I want to go back to Windy City to see my people. And my parents and sister, they've been missing for a long time. Slime seemed to have summoned up enough courage to speak what was on his mind. In the past, it was not strong enough and did not dare to pursue it at all. But now, having Fong Ran backing it up gave it hope again. Windy City? Wait a little longer. Fong Ran remembered something. He had captured quite a few members of the Imperial God Society in the Windy City, almost more than he had captured in the Imperial capital. At first, he thought it was because the Imperial capital was more heavily guarded, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Chapter 116 Daughter of the Void Sea Promotion, Mysterious Little Disc. The holy power increases faster. Xiao Tian attempted to run 2 evolutionary laws at the same time. Her forehead soaked with sweat as her holy power surged. Rank, 6th 29%. Holy power today. Enough to sustain her for a long fight. At the very least, it was possible to utilize the skills to achieve parity when facing late Lord ferocious beasts. And a side of slime. Instead, they practiced the abilities they had just been given. Earth Dragon Backstab. It burrows its tentacles into the ground. A meter in front of his eyes, Dao Dao's virtual thorn stabbed out of the ground, reaching 12 before the last virtual thorn was retracted, and so tumbling forward. From a distance, it looked as if it was an earth dragon, traveling through the middle of the ground. Check proficiency. Thunderstorm touch proficiency, use thunderstorm 7-10 times. Corrosive body proficiency, devour the source of corrosion 3-10 times. Earth Dragon Backstab proficiency, proficiency in using Earth Dragon Backstab 4-10 times. The 3A rank skills, within a few days, synchronized to reach the proficiency level. Daily training. It all takes a lot of energy from the slime. The physical energy consumed by an A rank skill was far more terrifying than one could imagine. To devour thunder attributes, and objects with corrosive attributes, and to digest recipes for restoring physical energy. But fortunately, Fong Ran had 10 bottles of evolution potion that could speed up the rate of consumption, which in turn boosted the slime's physical recovery. This is the last bottle. Fong Ran took out the last bottle of evolution potion. The slime opened his mouth and caught all the outflow of the potion. It's so not durable, 10 bottles and it runs out so quickly. Fong Ran shook the bottle. There really isn't a drop left. As always, the slime stuck out his tiny, slender tongue and licked it clean. Afterwards, Fong Ran threw the medicine bottle into the trash can. Half an hour later, look at its panel again. There's been a change. Daughter of the Void Sea. Rank, High Medium. Skills, Thunderstorm Touch Proficient, Corrosive Body Proficient, Earth Dragon Backstab Proficient, Mimicry Broken, Devour Broken, Void Sea Field Perfect, Void Spirit Spell Broken, Void Stab Broken. Evolutionary Route, Queen of the Void Sea, Touch of the Ghost, Lord of 1,000 Throats. Description, a slime queen that exists at the border of the Void Sea and can command lower slimes. 3 different evolutionary routes, all of which are bizarre system-favored beasts. Fong Ran looked at them one by one. The other 2 evolutionary routes have the potential to change the nature of the favored beast. The only one who is the most stable evolutionary route is the Void Sea Queen, which is almost equivalent to today's race. Evolutionary materials needed, the Void Sea Gem, the Sinking Sea Relic, and the Eye of the Abyss. Great, coming up are 3 forbidden materials, 7 top materials, and more than 30 auxiliary materials. Fong Ran lamented. Luckily, though, these top-notch materials are common enough. These adjuncts, almost entirely, are used to keep their form intact and maintain sanity. It should be much simpler to go on a quest with 2 Lord-class Imperial beasts. Fong Ran said and chose to advance. Whoosh! Lots of material on the ground. The entire basement, in an instant, became bloomy. 3 forbidden materials, each exuding an unusual aura. A ghostly blue and incomparable gem emanated extreme coldness, a purple bead affected Fong Ran's spirit, and an eyeball that was still moving as if it had come to life. These materials were only available to the nobles in the Void Sea. And now, all of them had been advanced by Fong Ran. I'll do it, master. Slime extended his tentacles. The ingredients are rolled up and swallowed in order to synchronize the beginning of digestion. Its body did not change too drastically and obviously. It just gets progressively darker. Going to take a nap. The words were not yet spoken. The slime's entire body then collapsed, gradually wrapped into a ball by a cloud of purple slime. Fong Ran walked forward and placed his palm on it, and then after silently chanting, he temporarily sent it into the Imperial Beast space. The spirit came to Fong Ran in the space of the Imperial Beasts. Noticed something unusual. The black box, tiny, can you open it? Fong Ran remembered. He had gotten it from the skeleton wolf when he went to rescue his uncle. It swallowed it and kept it in its belly. I can try. Goten held out his hand. Fong Ran handed over the flattened black box. She looked toward the box, her pupils gradually burning. It's a circle, blade. Thinking. Xiao Tian's greenish jade fingers gradually exerted force, and the Tao of holy power was injected into them. As the black gas dissipated, a clicking sound came from the box. Something in it reveals itself. A. CD? Fong Ran froze. Nowadays, in the world of Imperial Beasts, technology is so advanced that there are actually such things as CD-ROMs? What is this? Xiao Tian looked at Fong Ran curiously. Fong Ran reached out and clasped the hole in the center and took the disc. Discs for playing certain small movies. Fong Ran understood. No wonder Ding Han cared so much about this disc. So it was because the little movie he had saved was discovered by the ferocious beast? Go back to the roof and rummage around. Fong Ran took out the old TV set that his uncle had stored. And then the disc is placed in it. The images on the television, after a rustle, soon began to play. The graphics are surprisingly very high definition. A figure dressed in black appeared. The experiment is going well, and we've collected enough of the key materials. According to the records in the ancient books, putting together all these forbidden materials is enough to create an incomparably strong existence, a being that far surpasses the 12 archangels. Yuqing's experiments have proved this, only there was a little accident. Said the character in the picture, making a gesture. The eye of the holy angel is now put together. The next moment, the whole TV became jerky. Fong Ran walked up and tapped twice, and the screen finally moved again. Get it together, next, it's time to sacrifice these captured ferocious beasts as well. The screen is turned around. Fong Ran saw one imprisoned ferocious beast after another. They bared their teeth and roared, but the color of fear was in their pupils, and each of them had a number written on its body, and among them there were a few angelic races that had their eyes gouged out, and a pair of feathers plucked out almost unclothed. At some point, Xiao Tian had already stood behind Fong Ran. Looking at the images in it, her expression grew cold and she couldn't help but clench her showy fists. It was luck that saved her, or she would have ended up like them. It's the Goshinkai, they use discs to exchange information so that they won't be monitored by the Goshinkai's vast information network. Fong Ran understood. Yuqing is just an experiment. What they were going to make out was far from something that could destroy Yu City, but an even more terrifying existence. Looking at it this way, Ding Han is also related to the Goshinkai. Fong Ran remembered the Windy City. Those members of the Sentinel Society, then, had been capturing ferocious beasts, even slimes. Chapter 117 A Drop of Dragon Blood, Long Use Situation. Think about it. Fong Ran handed the discovery over to Lin Xinghuan. A few moments later, word came back. Fine, I'll go investigate Ding Han, but he's after all a genius from a top academy, and without evidence, he can't just testify against him. By the looks of it, Lin Qingwan was also very attached to news. Rectification complete. Fong Ran arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, in the middle of the back of the mountain, a figure was dancing with fists. Each punch inspires a loud sound and every movement is full of power. Mr. Longyu. Fong Ran greeted. It's you? She turned back to Fong Ran, stopping her movements. That pair of golden-colored vertical pupils, just by looking at them, Fong Ran had a sense of oppression. Just in time to practice with you. There was no fluctuation in her tone. For Fong Ran, he was also only treated as a student who liked to seek advice. Fong Ran hurriedly nodded his head, then opened the Imperial Beast space and summoned Little Sky out from it. This was the first time in the recent week that Fong Ran had encountered Longyu in the back of the mountain. Elder Longyu, why haven't you been here lately? It's not your place to ask. She sounded like a teacher reprimanding a student. Fong Ran also had the sense to keep his mouth shut. But he had more or less guessed in his mind. A few days ago, the news said that a few transcendent-level ferocious beasts attacked outside of the imperial capital with a large number of ferocious beasts, but they were resolved in a day's time. Let's begin. This time I will suppress the defense. Longyu said as he held his wrist in one hand. Above his cheeks, channels of fine scales faded. Fong Ran looked at her, estimating the scales under her clothes and putting them all away one by one. More instruction. Goten is on fire. Sacred fire burned with the divine ring, so fast that only residual shadows could be seen. The huge holy sword slashed towards Longyu, but she easily dodged it. This time, Xiao Tian didn't retract the sword. Instead, he let go of the palm of his hand and allowed it to fall through inertia. A huge holy light giant sword regrouped in his hand and slashed towards the opposite direction. Swish! This time, Xiao Tian's speed was significantly faster. And at the same time, above Xiao Tian's divine ring, a cross emitted a bright light. Atonement! Boom! A huge force descended from the sky and pressed on top of Longyu's body like a mountain peak. Longyu, who was still dodging at extreme distances, didn't pay attention and was actually grazed on the cheek by the sword blade. A crimson blood dripped down. Fong Ran's two eyes lit up. Good chance. He had waited for this day. Repayment. As soon as his words fell, the crimson blood immediately dissipated. Debt for Dragon Soul Fusion Introductory has been paid off. Seeing this, Fong Ran was instantly relieved. But in the next second, Longyu came to him with a cold face and punched him on the head. It was so fast that Xiao Tian didn't even react. Ouch! Fong Ran immediately bared his teeth. A large bag had obviously risen on his head. But the good thing was that she didn't use her full strength, she just wanted to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, Fong Ran's head would have been opened by now. No more of this in the future. If you make progress, you can naturally ask for some rewards. Longyu warned. Fong Ran nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. I didn't think that a single drop of blood disappearing could be noticed by her. Alright, you go. Longyu gave an expulsion order. This is the monarch level. Xiao Tian murmured as he collected the holy power. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. If her master were to get hit like that during a fight, wouldn't she be unable to do anything? Thinking of this, a flash of determination passed through Xiao Tian's eyes. She was going to increase the intensity of her training. Until the two left. A figure with short white hair stepped out from behind the mountains. In his hand, he also held a bottle of dark blue potion. Longyu, you did well this time. Longyu frowned slightly and took the potion, opening and swallowing it before feeling more comfortable. My mental fissure is getting bigger and bigger, so I'll have to go to the front lines less often in the future. The potion's effect was minimal, but at least it would hold her for a little while longer. Alas, I can't, Longyu. The ferocious beasts outside of the imperial capital have been eyeing us lately. Without you, the pressure on the front line is too great. The old man shook his head and said, Who is that young man? Your newly identified imperial beast master? Just a student, casually instruct him. Longyu silently said. The heart was inexplicably chilled. The human had never thought of her as one of their own, but had used her as an expendable item, to be used once while they were dying. Don't worry, our recently developed new spirit forging method has been popularized in the Imperial Beast Association for 2 years, and has begun to allow the younger generation to learn it. The old man looked at her and said, By that time, there will be gold-level Imperial Beast Masters who can withstand your spiritual power, and as long as you have contracted an Imperial Beast Master, your damaged spiritual power will stop its decline. Trust us, the Imperial Beast Society will be able to have one more Imperial Beast in the late Monarch stage, and we won't refuse. Not to mention, it was an Imperial Beast that had hopes of advancing to the Emperor level. It was only a pity that Long Yu's spiritual power was too strong. An ordinary Monarch Imperial Beast Master, after possessing a Monarch and a few Imperial Beasts, could no longer withstand the contract of a being that had nearly reached the Imperial level. Perhaps, Long Yu also knew about her end, and it was only on her whim that she, who had never been able to teach her students, did so. At this point, in a building in the Imperial capital, Xin Yun was in an extremely luxurious training room. Right in front of her was her Imperial Beast, the Fire Butterfly. Boom! The Lord-level Fire Butterfly was half the size of a man, and the temperature of the flames was even hotter compared to before. After eating the Inferno Sunstone, you should be close to reaching the Mid-Lord stage. Xin Yun's eyes flickered. The Yin-Yang stone consumed by the Fire Butterfly was the most suitable material for its evolution. The price of each Inferno Sunstone had reached the tens of millions of dollars, and when combined with the Grade A evolutionary method that her grandfather had helped her buy, the Fire Butterfly's evolutionary speed could be considered to have skyrocketed. Floating beside it was her second Imperial Beast, a tiny elfin. The Firewood attribute pairing allows the Fire Butterfly's attack power to be boosted dramatically, and also helps it recover its physical abilities. While the native Imperial Beasts are inferior to Fong Ran, my elves are an A+ ranked race that can at least keep up with Fong Ran's second Imperial Beast. Xin Yun was confident. This elf race, raised with S-rank recipes from a young age. It has now reached the late higher stage, and was prepared for her long ago by her grandfather. "Miss, there's a call for you." Several servants came to the house. Every Imperial Beast Master would find a few servants of their own to help take care of the chores of life, let alone a family with a Monarch Imperial Beast Master. Xin Yun reached out, taking the cell phone that was handed over. "Imperial Beast Master Xin, the number of people for your mission has arrived and you can gather at the Imperial Beast Association tomorrow." "Got it." Xin Yun hung up the phone, slightly energized. Real combat, she was going to face a truly ferocious beast. Level B quests, there is still a possibility of death by Imperial Beasts, so it's best to bring some defense gear. Chapter 118 Level B quest, meeting Canon again. "Is that Beast Master Fong?" "We're all here and ready to head to Windy City." "Good. I'll be right there." Fong Ran arrived at the Royal Beast Society's building. In the wide and bright hall, several Imperial Beast Masters could be seen from afar. "Xin Yun, you're here already? So heavily armed." Fong Ran was surprised. The Xin Yun in front of him was wearing tight black clothes with bone armor in key areas. This outfit attracted frequent sidelong glances from the surrounding crowd. "This is a Lord-class bone armor, right? I've heard that it can withstand the bites of Lord-class ferocious beasts. Tens of millions of dollars. I heard it's made from the bones of extremely flexible ferocious beasts. Which family's princess has come out to practice again?" "Stop screaming, I don't think she looks like an unusual Imperial Beast Master, be careful of being heard." "That's rich, the most defense I've ever bought in my life was 100,000 or so pieces of iron." There was a lot of chatter around the crowd. "What's there to see, it's just bone armor, it's only tens of millions at most." Xin Yun muttered. Maybe." Fong Ran said. "Bone armor is certainly expensive and attention-grabbing." But what Xin Yun was wearing? That soft armor could barely pocket her figure, so I guess that accounted for some of it. "Let's go, the area where we're scheduled to meet is the station to Windy City." The station among the Imperial Beast Society is exclusively supplied to the members among the Imperial Beast Society. These vehicles were expensive, with the speed to evade the ferocious beasts and the defense to take a hard hit without being smashed flat. The price is an expensive fare. A few moments later, the two came to the station. In front of the vehicle heading to Windy City, there were several Imperial Beast Masters in their 20s or 30s standing. "Those two, why haven't they come yet?" A middle-aged man with steely eyes and a shallow scratch on his cheek said impatiently. "It could be that we came too early, after all, it's not yet the appointed time." A female Imperial Beast Master explained with a light smile. "This is AB rank mission, do you think it's a game? How can you know each other's level if you don't come over earlier?" The middle-aged man spoke again. The female stopped talking at once. "Where is Zhang Songda?" Went to the bathroom. Someone responded. Ha! Someone's coming over. It looks like it's still 2 students. Someone spoke, and the gazes of the 7 people present all looked into the distance. Only a girl in bone armor with a clear and beautiful appearance and a boy in black civilian clothes with a more handsome face but with a hint of gravity were seen coming towards the crowd. So handsome. The only female Imperial Beastmaster in the group marveled. Oomph, what's the use of being handsome? What we look at is ability. Look at the age. These 2 aren't still students, are they? It turns out that the recent rumors are true. The Imperial capital sent students to complete the mission, and I heard that they pitched a lot of their peers. Listening to a few people talking. That middle-aged man's brows also furrowed. He had also heard about this, and their Lord Imperial Beastmaster, in this area, had taken on quite a few quests recently. Those of the Imperial capital, a freshly Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster, who fancied himself a genius for not following orders and acting without authorization, ended up killing the favored beast of one of his comrades. This made him extremely unimpressed with this group of conceited geniuses. You too, this is a B rank mission, it's not too late to give up. The middle-aged man spoke. Up came these words. It caused Shin Yun and Fong Ran to be visibly stunned for a moment. No need, we are confident. Fong Ran said. Ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed, he had heard this too many times. The Imperial Capital Academy, there were hundreds of people who came out for practical exercises this time, and every one of them was a Lord Imperial Beastmaster. The impact on the Imperial Capital's mission market could not be said to be small. Almost every team had encountered a freshman Imperial Beastmaster coming out of the Imperial Capital. The weaker ones are 100 places away, and the stronger ones have teams prepared by the families themselves. So for them, the probability of meeting a strong Imperial freshman was not small. Chen Shang, you're out of luck this time, there are actually students from the Imperial capital in the team. Ha, Chen Shang, there's no such thing as walking on the side of the road all the time without wetting your shoes. Recently, the Imperial Beast Association has come up with new rules. You can either give up the mission or you can only take them with you. Looking around at the gloating looks of the crowd, Chen Shang could only sigh. He didn't want his Imperial Beast to die on the way to the mission. Granted, the Imperial Beast Society subsidizes the freshman team, as well as free medical insurance, but once a favored beast dies, it's far more than a subsidy can redeem. After all, at the Lord stage, the mortality rate of Imperial Beasts for B-rank quests was more than 5%. Each time a new favored beast is contracted, it takes a great toll on the spirit of the Imperial Beastmaster. Sorry little brother, there was a bit of an accident in the middle of this mission. Chen Shang hadn't finished speaking. A surprised voice then came from the sidelines. Holy! Why are you here, Brother Feng? A slightly majestic figure appeared, and Feng Ran almost didn't recognize it. It's me, they all call me Brother Cannon, I'll go back and shave my beard, isn't it younger? Zhang Songda said to himself. It's younger, but not too young. Feng Ran spat. 25 years old, with a 30-something face, you'd think you used to be in programming if you didn't know. Of course, if you really get a program, it's not 30, so I guess you have to add another decade. Look at the look of the two men. The crowd couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother Zhang, you know him? A young Imperial Beastmaster inquired. Zhang Songda, a senior of their academy, a former top 10 of the academy, was also one of the mainstays of their team this time. It could be said that if it wasn't for the two of them, Chen Shang and Zhang Songda, almost no one would have taken this mission. Recognize? Have you guys forgotten? I went to the second Imperial Beast contest before. It's because of Feng Ran that I was able to compete to the end. Zhang Songda's words fell. It instantly brought back memories. Not a moment later, a few people were suddenly shocked by their pupils. You're the winner of the second Imperial Beast tournament, is that Feng Ran? It's really him. It's exactly like the picture on the cell phone, you guys. Holy, I thought I recognized the wrong person and never dared speak up. Several Imperial Beast Masters were excited. What are the odds of that? It's almost like a 300-round guarantee and a one-shot SSR draw. Feng Ran? Chen Chang froze. If it was Feng Ran, then everything would be different. I've heard that you're a perennial number 1 in the Imperial capital, too? That didn't, just hovering between first and second I guess. Feng Ran rubbed his nose and said. He had been surpassed by Bai Lingxiong for a while. But it was because he had missed a few classes because he was picking up quests at the Imperial Beasts Society. Well, heroes come out of youth. But this mission is dangerous, you must listen to me and Zhang Songda's command the entire time, and we are the only two who are late Lord Imperial Beast Masters. Chen Shang didn't mention the abandonment again, but he did impose conditions on Fong Ran. After all, a student is still a student, and with a native Imperial Beast, it would be nice to have a pre-lord. He took Fong Ran, mainly because he was the future and worth investing in. Chapter 119 Arriving at Windy City, Possibility of Contracting the Third Imperial Beast in Advance? Trust Chen Shang, he's been leading the team for so many years, he's never made a mistake, basically completing the mission successfully every time, and many Imperial Beastmasters don't have the space to come here. Zhang Songda looked at Fong Ran and felt that he didn't seem too willing. Yes, by rights, one should also listen to the arrangement of the most powerful. Chen Chang is a dual Lord Imperial Beastmaster, one late stage and one mid stage, and Zhang Songda is also a dual Lord level. A few Imperial Beastmasters said. The gazes that looked at the duo were tinged with admiration. It's hard to get on this ride, and the contribution value is basically solid. Even for a Lord Imperial Beastmaster, there are high and low levels. Just for example, a double Lord level Imperial Beastmaster was much more desirable than an unusual Lord Imperial Beastmaster. After all, one more Lord class Imperial Beast in battle could be as good as two, not to mention the cooperation between the two Imperial Beasts increasingly grinding together. Normal missions are naturally fine, if we are intentionally assigned dangerous missions, then it definitely won't work. Fong Ran said. Don't worry about that, you guys are considered the weakest in the team, so naturally you'll be prioritized for protection. Zhang Songda laughed. Chen Chang, who was on the side, also nodded. Don't worry about that, if something happens to you guys, I'm still afraid that the Imperial Capital Academy will come to my door. Ever since he learned of Fong Ran's identity, his attitude had gotten a lot better. The car is here, let's go, the fee has already been paid by Kung. Django? If we fight the bears this time, it's designated as a sure thing. Fong Ran muttered. Several people split into batches and got into the heavy and metallic vehicles. Originally, I wanted to rent a substitute Imperial Beast, but there are too many of us, and renting two is too costly. Chen Chang opened his mouth to explain. Some of the Imperial Beasts are especially good for long journeys. Most of them are herbivores, docile and generally do not attack passengers. But it's also expensive, and also much more expensive than mechanically produced vehicles. Buzz. Vehicle starts. Fong Ran and Xin Yun sat in the back row by the window. He could just about see out the window, and occasionally smell the faint scent of a body off to the side. Lightly closing his eyes, Fong Ran's spirit entered the Imperial Beast space. Xiao Tian didn't run the evolution method. Instead, they are viewing several books. A month ago, Xiao Tian had asked Fong Ran to help him remodel the Imperial Beast space. So Fong Ran helped her get tables, chairs, sofas, and tons of books, and even training equipment, and a big, warm, soft bed. If it were an unusual space for the Imperial Beast. There's definitely no room for all that. Fong Ran sneaks behind him, overbearing Imperial Beast Master. Fong Ran hadn't finished reading the title of the book. Goten slammed the book shut, her cheeks reddening slightly as she looked back with a slight huff. No peeking. Don't be angry, I just came to see Neen. Fong Ran's gaze fell towards the center of the Imperial Beast space. A cloud of purple slime was suspended in the air. It's estimated that by the time we get to Windy City, it'll be at the Lord level. Thinking of this, Fong Ran did not see any outsiders at all as he sat down on Xiao Tian's bed and operated the spirit forging method. His spiritual power, now fully solidified, was much stronger than that of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. Perhaps, without Xiao Tian advancing to the Transcendent level, I'll be able to contract a third Imperial Beast. Fong Ran guessed in his mind. A few hours passed. The vehicle then arrived in the Windy City. Papers, please. Several heavily armed guards stopped the vehicle. Fong Ran gazed outward, many of the guards' faces were tired. Are there no Imperial Beast Masters here? Why are they all ordinary people? One of the members. Fong Ran's words were scoffed at. You don't know anything from textbooks? How did you get into God's capital back then? Even if there were more Imperial Beast Masters, there wouldn't be many of them when divided among the major cities, let alone a city like Windy City that doesn't have neighboring clusters of transcendent ferocious beasts. The truly powerful Imperial Beast Masters would choose more dangerous places. There lies the opportunity for them to evolve. Ugh, I'm really bad at theory, and I got more than 20 points deducted from the unified admissions, and I only took second. Hearing Fong Ran's Versailles-like words, the man's mouth twitched and chose not to speak. Everyone knows that the easiest way to get points in the UEC is the cultural assessment, and as a result of the deduction of points and still get the second, the gold content of this can be seen. We are the Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Capital. Chen Chang leaned on the car window and spoke. The Imperial Beast Master of the Imperial Capital? The watchman was busy looking up. The crowd of tired guards around them couldn't help but perk up a bit. Release. The mayor has prepared a rest area for you, so please hurry. The guard waved. The road opens up smoothly. As the vehicle drifted away, the previously depressed crowd swept away the gloom. It's the Imperial Capital's Imperial Beast Master, finally. With the Imperial Beast Master here, will those ferocious beasts dare to come back? I'm only afraid they won't come, there are too many factories being attacked by them these days. Those can be important facilities in the Windy City. The crowd arrived at a compound. Several men in suits followed the mayor as he came quickly into view of the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm the mayor of Windy City, and you're finally here. The mayor of the Windy City looks very vicissitudes. He was pudgy but had a straight face. After greeting the crowd one by one, his gaze turned to Fong Ran and said, "You are Fong Ran, aren't you? It was thanks to you that we captured the Imperial God Society last time." Fong Ran always felt that there was something in his words. Mayor Fong, what do you want us to do this time? Chen Chang interrupted. Several of our Wind City's industrial facilities are frequently besieged by ferocious beasts, and I would like to ask for your help in protecting them. I've prepared a house for you to stay in, we'll talk about the details tomorrow. Said. With a few people behind him, he then brought the crowd to the middle of a guesthouse that specialized in receiving Imperial Beast Masters. The room that was arranged for the crowd was nothing less than luxurious, with a small, separate training room in addition to the usual supplies. Wow! Frosted in the shower room. A delicate figure was faintly visible. A few moments later, the dripping wet Xiao Tian used the burning holy feather to cover his body and walked out from it, not treating Fong Ran as an outsider in the slightest. A few moments later, the fire feathers vaporized and dried up, and as the holy power dissipated, clean white feathers emerged from them. Her smoking hot figure. Looking at the youthful Fong Ran's hot blood surged. But that holy and unforgiving look suppressed a hint of lust within him. Is it good looking? Xiao Tian noticed Fong Ran's gaze and said silently. This caused Fong Ran to go into a trance and subconsciously nodded. Receiving Fong Ran's response, Xiao Tian consciously flapped his wings twice. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. With a cold look on her face, Sky put on the angel's special sarong with a sense of disinterest and tied her loose blonde hair in one place. Fong Ran, on the other hand, came back to his senses. Opening the door to the room, standing outside the door was none other than Chen Chang. Fong Ran, Mayor Fong sent me the facilities that need to be protected tomorrow, the most dangerous state-owned power, and I already have arrangements for the pharmaceutical factory. You and Shin Yun should just go to the back of the mountain, where the factory is the smallest, just a textile factory, but there's a chance of being attacked. Well, do you have any objections? If you're not satisfied, you can be switched. Fong Ran just nodded. Chen Chang was equivalent to protecting them in disguise. Just a few more questions in my mind. Yes, but are these ferocious beasts crazy? Why are they attacking the textile factory? It's hard to believe that ferocious beasts want to wear clothes too. Unlikely, Tiny usually didn't want to wear them at home, let alone those ferocious beasts. Chapter 120 Promotion to Void Sea Queen. Powerful Forbidden Symbiosis. Boom! It didn't take long for Chen Chang to leave. Fong Ran's spirit was lifted. A warmth flowed into his chest, making his frame more athletic. Neen evolved? Didn't wait for him to respond. A figure that had come before. The panel emerges with it. Neptune of the Void. Level, Pre-Lord. Skills, Forbidden Symbiosis Introductory, Black Tide Manifestation Introductory, Thunderstorm Touch Proficient, Corrosive Body Proficient, Earth Dragon Backstabbing Proficient, Mimicry Broken, Devouring Broken, Void Spirit Incantation Broken, Void Stabbing Broken. Introduction. The Queen of the Void Sea can order the children of the Void Sea of a lower status than her own to perceive the living beings within a certain range. Forbidden symbiosis introductory, can merge with a living being as a symbiote, can have most of one party's abilities with a small portion of one party's abilities. Black Tide manifestation introductory, enhanced version of the realm of the Void Sea, evoking a black tide that engulfs all beings and spreads forbidden spores. The slime in front of him could reach Fong Ran's waist. Instead, they have long purple legs and feet made of slime that look like humans. Behind it, 20 imaginary thorns formed the hem of the skirt, and hair covered part of the face, leaving only one lavender eye. When he stood still, the purple slime dripped onto the ground, making enough noise to drive a person crazy. Getting to be a child, a ghost child. Fong Ran reached out and touched the top of its head. The slime reached out and pressed his hand onto Fong Ran's hand, seemingly enjoying the feeling. That soulful purple eye stared at Fong Ran with a longing. A desire to devour everything. 2 new skills, Forbidden Symbiosis, and an enhanced version of the domain skill. Fong Ran sensed that the previous domain had disappeared. After all, it's a king's daughter now. Forbidden Symbiosis, can only operate dead creatures? Fong Ran subconsciously thought. After all, Nin got scarier the more she evolved. I can merge into the living and control them. Xiao Yan offered, Master can try, I can temporarily merge with you and become part of your body. Looking at her slightly eager eyes, Fong Ran hurriedly shook his head. Drilling through his mouth and into all his organs. It's scary to think about. But it does allow him to experience some superhuman feelings. After all, no matter how strong a human Imperial Beast Master was, it was impossible for him to reach the physical strength of a Lord-level ferocious beast. Once he thought of this, Fong Ran suddenly became somewhat interested again. Shall we try it first? Fong Ran's words fell. The slime came behind him instantly, and a moment later it covered his torso. The feeling given to Fong Ran was as if he was wearing a warm, soft and ultra-thin coat, but his body was being controlled. And beside its neck, a lavender eye emerged. I can't believe it wasn't drilled into my mouth. Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. I can't do it yet, I will later. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fong Ran suddenly felt a slight sting in his throat. But on second thought, if we could become one with Little Sky, wouldn't our battle power soar? Dreaming. Who's with her? The 2 imperial beasts snorted coldly at the same time. This couldn't help but give Fong Ran a bit of a headache. After all, if this kind of skill could be realized, it would definitely make the duo's battle power soar. It seems like we'll have to find an opportunity later on to acclimatize Goten to the feeling of having a slime drilled into his throat. Come on, let's go check out the facility we're going to tomorrow. Fong Ran couldn't sleep for a while. Footwork. The whole person flew out instantly, nearly hitting the wall. What a power. Master manipulation, only 10% of my ability. In addition to the limitations of the skill, there was also the excessive force that would directly tear Fong Ran's flesh. Of course, this restriction will fade away as the skill level increases. A few moments later. Between cities. Fong Ran was clad in a purple biochemical coat, and a single leap was more than 10 buildings high. This terrifying power caused Fong Ran to feel a boost comparable to Superman. If this were my own strength, I would be a Homelander in 3 days. At this very moment. Backcountry. Outside a textile factory. 3 employees, 2 men and 1 woman, were gathered around a fire. At each man's feet rested a bright flashlight. And send someone to keep watch, this hellhole, people won't even come, let alone ferocious beasts. How about a couple ghost stories? Otherwise I'm falling asleep. These words aroused the desire of one of the male employees, who squared his shoulders and said, Have you guys heard about this? Actually, this factory of ours used to be haunted at night, and often employees would disappear, but the government suppressed the news. Really? Another male employee had a nervous look on his face. Subconsciously, he looked toward the textile factory in the darkness in the distance. Of course it's true, there used to be an old employee who heard a mournful scream in the factory at night. I heard that he was still the model employee that year, and within a few days, he evaporated, and the report can still be searched. Also, the employees who disappeared were like us, they disappeared because they heard screams on the night they were on duty. Whoa! Suddenly, the man screamed, startling the other 2. You scared the out of me, holy! Playing God, I knew you were going to be like this. The female employee rolled her eyes, seemingly wary, but still startled by the jump-face shock. Woohoo! Snapped. Before the trio's words fell, a slight but mournful cry came out from the textile factory not far away. which had not yet opened its doors. The three of them jerked their heads back, and for a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, causing several people to secretly gulp. "You. Do you hear me?" The two don't talk. In the jungle behind them, but suddenly there was a wind-blown movement. Who? The three men took the flashlights in their hands, shining into the darkness in the distance. At this moment, pair after pair, green eyes emerged from the jungle. The frightening image startled him so much that he could barely hold the flashlight in his hand. Feral. Fierce beast. A ferocious beast has sneaked into the back of the mountain. The trio's souls were flying at the moment. They're just ordinary people. Not to mention a high-level ferocious beast, even an ordinary-level ferocious beast would be able to shred a few people into pieces. Roar! With a wolf whistle, a large number of ferocious beasts violently rushed out and headed towards the three. At this moment, there was only fear in the hearts of several people, and one of them was so scared that he became incontinent on the spot. Just as the mouth of one of the skeleton wolves was about to bite him. Whoosh! A spike, less than a few centimeters away from him, pierced its brain. As the spikes were drawn out, the skeletal wolf's body fell heavily to the ground. Gene points +1. In the darkness, a long, thin spike danced with a figure that looked like a humanoid. The hissing of the ferocious beasts, the sounds of screams, and the violent sound of breaking winds made the three of them so scared that their legs went weak and they didn't have the slightest bit of courage to run away. Until the movement in the darkness gradually calmed. Chapter 121: The windy city that was moth-eaten through, the factory that held the ferocious beasts. Gene points +1. Gene points +1. Gene points +2. A series of data prompts surfaced. Behind Fong Ran, 20 imaginary thorns danced and stabbed like whips. Every time it fell, a ferocious beast was killed in battle and a prompt surfaced. Just a high-grade level ferocious beast? It's actually lurking in the back of the mountain. Fong Ran shook off the blood on the imaginary thorn. A moment. More than a dozen ferocious beasts fell. The remaining ones, upon seeing him, quickly fled. There's a Lord-class skeleton wolf. Slime opened his mouth to warn. It can sense life within a certain range. There's no need to chase, the mission just told us to guard the factory. Thinking, of course, he turned back and gradually came to the three men. At this very moment, the three employees looked at the figure in front of them, and the fear in their hearts was amplified to the limit. The ferocious beast that was able to slaughter them at will was slaughtered by another even more terrifying monster. What's wrong? Fong Ran wondered. And then suddenly realized. One's own state today is really not very personal. Neen, go down. With Fong Ran's voice falling. Above his body, a purple slime gradually faded away, revealing his original appearance. Still, a few people weren't quite brave enough to move. After all, they've never seen anyone like this before. There's no need to be alarmed, I'm a royal beast master called by Mayor Fong to specialize in the security of this factory. Actually, Fong Ran had arrived long ago. The darkness also heard several people talking, as well as sensing creatures in the darkness. Hearing his words, the three looked at each other for a few moments until Fong Ran repeatedly explained that he was a human. The feeling of having survived the robbery caused his people to let out a fierce sigh of relief. This Imperial Beast Master Senior, is this your favorite beast? A few people looked at the slime beside Fong Ran. That human-like appearance made the three feel slightly close. Yeah, his name is Nyan, you guys can call him Nyan. Fong Ran reached out and stroked its head. Look at the good behavior. The three were fiercely envious. Such a strong existence, in the eyes of a few people, was an existence that was like a god, yet he was so well behaved in front of his master. As for calling it by its name? Seeing that ferocious appearance just now, they wouldn't dare. To actually be attacked at night, it seems that the ferocious beasts in Windy City have indeed been rioting lately. However, why did they have to attack the Windy City facilities? Fong Ran inquired. According to the analysis of the behavior of higher feral beasts, these ferocious beasts, unless they were extremely hungry, would not take the initiative to attack a human metropolis. After all, it was clearly more cost-effective to hunt herbivorous ferocious beasts, or the rest of the creatures, than a bit of meat from a human. As for taking over territory, it's even more impossible. How much space does Windy City occupy? That we don't know, it's just that the number of skeleton giant wolves has really been increasing lately. They've launched several attacks on Windy City, and the city is on level 3 alert. Facing an attack by a ferocious beast. Alert levels are categorized as 1 to 3. A level 3 alert meant that the city was being hit by a wave of beasts led by transcendent level ferocious beasts. Master, the underground of this factory also smells of ferocious beasts. Slime suddenly said. Well, I'm going to check out the factory, is that okay? Fong Ran opened his mouth. No, it's forbidden to enter the factory at night. Once found, not only will your salary be deducted, but in serious cases you will even be arrested and put in a detention center. It has to be time for the doors to open so we can get in. Listening to the duo, Fong Ran was a bit surprised. You're not even allowed to work overtime, and you dare to violate it and go to jail? Is it possible that the factory is run by Cybertronians? Realize there is something fishy going on. After Fong Ran pacified the three, he led the slime around to the side of the factory. Utilizing his body's slime, he easily opened the inner door after drilling into the lock hole. Do some searching. Aha! The slime body drips slime, which is then transformed into a living body. The huge number of living slimes scattered in all directions like a herd of rats. Until a couple minutes later. These living bodies are back on their feet. There's a basement, follow me. Slime's bare feet hit the ground, one damp footstep at a time. The sound of slime dripping from its body made the surrounding scene even more eerie. A few moments later, the duo arrived at the factory manager's office. The tentacles reached out and crushed his desk directly. And below, a locked iron door emerged. Go down there. Neen opened the iron gate. The two men stepped into it and headed down the damp, dank underground. It was very narrow at first, but after a few moments, a space even larger than the factory above emerged. Underneath the factory, almost completely hollowed out, 3 levels of prisons were built along the walls, each one holding a scaly beast, or even a human, in its midst. At this moment, this underground seemed unusually quiet. The ferocious beasts, along with a handful of humans in overalls, lay motionless in their prison cells, with only a few gasping for air. Dead, they had a toxin in their system. It was put down about 10 minutes ago. Slime spoke. Fong Ran nodded, his brows slightly furrowed as a nameless fire rose in his heart. Fong Ran finally understood why those ferocious beasts had come to attack the factory. They are taking revenge on the humans for the brutalization of the Sentinel Society. Just a small factory that imprisons so many ferocious beasts and humans, what about several other important facilities? Fong Ran realized something. Gotta tell Mayor Fong, and Chen Chang and the others about what's going on here. The Sentinel Society had infiltrated the depths of the Windy City. It's safe to say that the city has been completely hollowed out by them. No wonder, the last time I passed through, I caught as many members of the Goshinkai as I could. He had thought it was just luck. Now it seems that it is only because this is indeed their garrison. Yeah, maybe my people are being held in one of those places. Slime said grimly. The words were tinged with strong resentment. It was obvious that the slimes in the past hadn't been tormented by the people of the Goshinkai. Let's go back to your house first. Fong Ran suggested. After a long time, the two came to the outskirts of the slime's hideout, but the place was empty. At this moment, Fong Ran could clearly perceive the anger coming from the slime. And in the meantime, an underground facility. A large number of slimes gathered in a cage. Their bodies, at this moment, had nearly collapsed, far less than a tenth of their original size. Fortunately, it went to the imperial capital, and I hope the queen never comes back. The slime who had sent Neen off silently said. I've heard that the imperial capital is even more dangerous than here. Can it really find the imperial beast master? A couple of old slimes expected it. However, they knew in their hearts that it was impossible for a mere slime to find the imperial beast master. What's more, the imperial capital is far more dangerous than here. Perhaps the queen it has long been. Amma, we can melt together and fight for our last chance of survival. One of them suggested. Chapter 122. Another stronghold, the slimes that are being held down. Maybe they're just locked up. Fong Ran took out his cell phone. Asked Chan Kung about the location of several other facilities. After a while, a few other locations that needed to be focused on protecting the facility were sent over. Up this late? Fong Ran said. Come on, let's go check out a few other facilities in Windy City, starting with the power plant. Fong Ran suggested. The slime immediately clung on and controlled Fong Ran's body. he thought to himself as he jumped between the tall buildings. The level of the quest now should have been more than B. The original mission was just to protect the facility. But it was about his own imperial beast. Fong Ran can't report it yet. After all, this world's people's attitude towards ferocious beasts could be very different from their own. Once Nin's clan was taken, they were either cancelled on the spot or sold as new. After a long time, the duo arrived outside the massive power facility. There is a large military presence here, with loaded police and even machine guns and artillery. Power facilities, this is a ING military fortress, isn't it? Fong Ran looked at the heavily guarded power plant in the distance. Trying to get in there on your own is probably out of the question. Who can do experiments in secret with this kind of protection? Fong Ran wondered. It was reasonable to say that the ferocious beasts they used for experiments, and some of them had to be sold to the black market. It's a question of how to get it out, let alone how to get it in. Perhaps the textile factory is just a coincidence? Fong Ran felt that this guess was somewhat reasonable. But regardless, this place has been infiltrated to its depths by the Goshinkai. Master, I can't feel the clan's aura. A whisper came from beside his ear, startling Fong Ran. It sounded as if someone was lying down and whispering in your ear. Then look somewhere else. There's no way they're going to sneak in either. Even if we get in, how do we get the slimes out? There's an army stationed here. Besides, what if there's no underground facility in there at all? After a long time, one man and one M walks all over the windy city. Finally, at a factory with fewer guards, Nin reacted. Over here. I feel the clan's scent. Slime is excited. It was able to manipulate its surrounding homunculi, so naturally it could sense their presence as well. Get in there. The two bypassed the guards. The exact same basement was found in an office. Ka-ching. Slime skillfully pried open the chains. The duo was about to enter it when a figure in experimental clothing walked up and instantly saw Fong Ran. You. His words had not yet left his mouth. Already entangled in a tentacle, it was instantly paralyzed by electricity. Slime dragged him along, yanking him out of the downward staircase and dropping him in the middle of the office closet. There's someone here, change into his clothes first. Fong Ran opened his mouth. A few tentacles peeled off his tunic, which was then skillfully put on Fong Ran's body. A thin purple film gradually covered Fong Ran's face, transforming into a face that looked exactly like that person's. And this ability? The moment Fong Ran opened his mouth, he was startled by his low voice. The mimicry ability of the Broken Realm could not only mimic the appearance, but even the voice could be changed. It's not a proper voice changer. The key doesn't affect breathing or vision at all. Come on, master. Slime urged. The two entered the underground, and the two men guarding the doorway looked at him at the same time. Why is old Zhang back again? Smoking so fast? I told you to switch to e-cigarettes long ago. The old guard should have been eliminated long ago. Listening to the duo, Fong Ran nodded his head while walking inside. Looking at him in a sullen manner, the duo didn't say much though they were surprised. Fong Ran went down the steps. Step-by-step inspection of the jail cell. Among them were imprisoned, in addition to the ferocious beasts whose bodies were riddled with holes. There were even some, apparently in a very violent state, even monsters that grew tentacles. These darkness imperial beasts have extremely high battle power, but they are too unstable. But it can be sold to the underground coliseum, they love these. One member explained with a smile. There is a well-established industry chain here. Evolution using forbidden materials, captive breeding of ferocious beasts, and forcing them to breed. This was something that was expressly forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom, and even all over the world. Soon after, Fong Ran even saw a few angelic races with broken wings. There were men and women, and several had a black ribbon wrapped around their eyes. This caused Fong Ran to frown and couldn't help but think of Xiao Tian. At this point, exactly one member came out of it. He said with a look of intent on his face, "Hey, team leader Zhang, are you here to play with these angels as well? It's really different from humans, it's just a bit creepy without the eyes." As these words fell, Fong Ran felt a trace of icy killing intent emanate from his spirit. He could only feel part of what the favored beast felt, and at this moment, Xiao Tian was afraid that he was angry to the extreme. It's not necessary. It's also true that you don't have a special fetish, team leader Zhang. The man laughed, not caring in the slightest. Ignoring him, Fong Ran proceeded downward. These ferocious beasts with intelligence. At the moment, they are treated like toys, and life and death are only at the whim of a few people. More than 30 men, more than 30 watchmen at night alone. Fong Ran took a deep breath. It took a few moments to get to the bottom. Behind a glass door, the imprisoned slime is met. They squirmed and were dying at the moment, and as long as their size was less than a certain degree, they would collapse on the spot. Alas, lately the top has been asking for more and more ferocious beast materials, and without the angel's eyes, it's gone back to asking for slimes. A white-haired old man shook his head. These slimes, lately, have begun to refuse to procreate and have even begun to revolt. Zhang Dang-san, you go and finish them off. The old man handed over a door card. Fong Ran picked it up. Come to the glass door, place the card and the glass door slowly opens. How? What to do? Several slimes backed away in terror. There seemed to be some regret for the previous act of defiance. The strongest among them was only at the higher level, plus they were too weak, so any Imperial Beast Master could easily take care of them. Spell it out. At the head of the group, the light blue slime made an attack stance. The entire body compressed and shrunk into a ball, violently bouncing towards Fong Ran. Pop. He simply raised his hand and blocked it. Don't be alarmed, I'm here to save you. Fong Ran spoke. A part of the body separated out and transformed into Nian Nian's original form. Kindred? Several slimes were startled. They can feel it, an unquenchable urge to submit. The purple slime body caused several slimes to stop their bodies from trembling, as if they were going to be devoured by it in the next second. Pop. A footstep, from far away. Fong Ran turned his head and was already surrounded by the crowd. Why don't you do it yet? The white-haired old man laughed. Chapter 123 Slaughtering the Imperial God Association, Fong Ran is a dual Lord Imperial Beast Master? Roar! A group of members of the Imperial God Society summoned their own Imperial Beasts. Among them, there was only one, which had reached the Lord level, and the others were all high-level ferocious beasts. Old Changs? Several people asked. Fong Ran let out a light laugh. On the side, Xiao Nian had already come close, his tentacles dancing and blocking the way between the people. Lord level? Is it hard to believe that the government sent them? It can't be, it's just that you took the mission by mistake, right? There's no need to dilly-dally, just kill him. A few people sneered. The crowd of ferocious beasts immediately wanted to rush up and tear at them. Wait. The white-haired old man raised his hand to stop the crowd and said, join us, 1 month, $3 million. The surrounding crowd looked back in disbelief. Just him? 3 million? That Lord Imperial Beastmaster said unwillingly. He's been dying for the organization, and he's only getting $1 million a month. Not satisfied? I can raise you to 5 million, no one can say no to money. Yet Fong Ran remained unmoved. A purple field that began to spread from the ground. Looks like you're planning to fight to the end? The old man's face gradually turned grim. Kill him. The next instant, a crowd of ferocious beasts immediately rushed forward. Earth Dragon Backstab, Thunderstorm. 20 imaginary thorns drilled into the ground. Whoosh whoosh. It was like an earth dragon rushing forward. A ferocious beast, leaping into mid-air, was pierced through its body. With a violent surge of electricity, he lost his life in an instant. Ah! There were screams and screams. A group of Imperial Beast Masters immediately lost consciousness. And in Fong Ran's ears, the prompts were endless. Gene points +6. Gene points +8. Gene points +5. The slime behind him looked stunned. Less than a few seconds were exchanged. A dozen or so ferocious beasts then died violently on the spot, with only the Lord class surviving. Up! Dread Devil, kill him! That Lord Imperial Beastmaster was horrified. Whoosh! Before his words left his mouth, he felt a blackness before his eyes, and the head of the fearful abuse demon flew high into the air. In the last blurry image, only a delicate figure could be seen flashing by. You! That white-haired old man's pupils were shocked. He couldn't believe that the favored beast of the person in front of him actually resembled the resurrected god so much. In the next second, the blonde figure came from afar and slashed down. The moment. There had been chaos above the floor. A group of members of the Imperial God Society fled in terror. Can I kill them? Xiao Tian's head was covered with a divine ring and holy fire burned. She seemed very calm at the moment. Feel free. Fong Ran opened his mouth. He acquiesced in Tiny's murderous behavior. This was originally something that needed to be corrected extremely well by the Sentinel. But, these people of the Imperial Divine Council, unlike those usual people, did not deserve sympathy. Xiao Tian raised her veiled hand towards the top, and a divine spear of holy power condensed behind herself. The ferocious beasts in the entire underground facility were all quiet at this moment. The sudden change of heart terrified them. What happened? A couple of blind Angelinos inquired. It's an angel, she's so beautiful and strong. The angelic race has always been Muqiang. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where the Imperial Beast in turn orders the Imperial Beast Master. Higher angels, who hold supreme status among the angelic race. At this moment, several angelic races were completely attracted to that figure. And a bunch of slimes. Instead, he similarly looked at the slime that had come closer, unsure of what to do. Now, their lives depended on the decision of the Imperial Beastmaster in front of them. It's me. The ancient language of the race is sent out year after year. The slimes were visibly stunned, and after a moment asked a question back in confusion. Neen nodded slightly. The slimes rocked. You? Really a queen? Of course, can I still lie to you guys? I told you long ago, I'll definitely make it. Xiaonian's pair of tentacles crossed in front of his body, following the example of humans. A few slimes were still a bit incredulous. Xiaonian ignored them and looked up at Fongran. Master, these are my people, can you spare them? No. Hearing Fongran's words, Xiaonian froze. Even the group of slimes in the cage were in cardiac arrest, though they didn't have hearts at all. Why? It said a little sadly. It's fine to let them go, but you'll have to stay and pay their debts for them, and serve me as a royal beast for the rest of your life. Fongran was like a black-hearted businessman. Hearing this, Slime's heart was touched and his eyes reddened. A few token tears were squeezed out with the slime. Yes, I'll do whatever my master tells me to do. Well then, don't fight with Xiaotian in the future, let go of your prejudices and live in harmony. Except this one. It spoke instantly. I thought you said you'd listen to me on everything? Ah. She's her, you're you, and I always get an uncomfortable feeling when I'm close to her. Uncomfortable? Fongran was thoughtful. Thunder Celestials and their contracted Imperial Beasts are all contracted with similar attributes. Xiao Tian's holy power and Slime's darkness-based ability were two extremes. It does seem a bit difficult to get them to coexist peacefully. Instinctively, they repel each other. But it could be something else. A few moments later, Fongran released a bunch of slimes, with angels and a bunch of ferocious beasts. They possessed an intelligence not weaker than that of humans, and naturally knew that Fongran had come to save Mam. Hide for now, don't hurt anyone. Fongran was underground and found a dark passage that led to the mountain range. These ferocious beasts, it is through this dark passage that they enter and exit this underground facility. The next day. Early in the morning. The crowd then gathered at the textile mill. I didn't expect to encounter a ferocious beast attack just a day after arriving here. Last night, who saved you guys remember? Chen Chang inquired. It's a young man, and his imperial beast is one that can wield tentacles. An employee said. Not far away, Cannon was the first to react. It's Fongran, his slime possesses this ability. A few people looked at the corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground and couldn't help but nod their heads frequently. It's more than normal for a lord level to be able to deal with a dozen or so higher fierce beasts at the same time. After all, one level away is one evolution away. The gap in between transcends species. No, Fongran has only participated in the competition before, isn't his slime the second imperial beast? Yes, that's right, maybe Fongran got the slimes involved in the fight as well. Did you, at that time, ever see an angelic? Faced with several inquiries. The employee thought for a moment and shook his head vigorously. No, just slime, and that sentinel. These words caused the crowd to be surprised for a moment. There were only slimes, it was hard to believe that in such a short period of time, his second imperial beast had already reached the lord level? This evolutionary speed, it was a bit too exaggerated, it was on the verge of catching up with them. Fong ran. He's already a double Lord Imperial Beastmaster? Cannonball was struck again. Chapter 124, Upgrading Skills, Gap Excessive Gene Points. As a late Lord Imperial Beastmaster. Caught up with a student so quickly? There shouldn't be any mistake, the angelic race features are obvious, especially Fong Ran's Imperial Beast. Canon added. Angelic races with holy power are known to glow at night. That holy light, though not obvious, was approachable. Dual Lord class Imperial Beastmasters? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. One couldn't help but be shocked at how powerful Fong Ran was. Among them, most are still mid-lord. Pre-dual Lord Imperial Beastmasters, in terms of strength, in terms of prospects, were already enough to be compared to single Lord late-stage Imperial Beastmasters. Of course, that's not talking about battle prowess, but the value he possesses. That is to say, today's Fong Ran. Among them, it was already in the top 3 levels. This caused a group of old Imperial Beastmasters to be secretly shocked. Talent that makes their hearts powerless. After a long time, Fong Ran brought Xinyun and came here with a gloomy face. Without waiting for the crowd to open their mouths to speak, Fong Ran took the lead and said, I encountered a ferocious beast attacking the textile factory last night, chased a ferocious beast into the textile factory, and in the factory manager's room, I found a tunnel that leads straight to the ground where a large number of ferocious beasts are being held, and there are also symbols that are exclusively belonging to the Imperial Spirit Society. Fong Ran's speech was not fast. Everyone in the room heard it loud and clear. For a while, several people's faces became grave. Take me to see. Chen Chang said. A few people walked side by side. Huge cages were soon found in the basement. The crowd froze on the spot, their expressions carrying shock. How dare you set up a facility in such a dangerous place, lights out. Well done, Fong Ran, discovering the stronghold of the Imperial Spirit Society, you've made a great achievement, and you're fully entitled to be honored and promoted by the Imperial Beast Association. Chen Chang took a deep breath and continued, however, this matter is outside the scope of our mission. You and Xinyun just finished the mission, I'll go tell Mayor Fong and he'll handle it. That's the normal way to handle it. After all, their primary goal was to complete the mission to get the reward. Especially for the Imperial Beastmasters in the team, they definitely didn't want him, the captain, to cause any trouble. Good. Fong Ran didn't say much. He had done what he had to do, and the rest was naturally handled by specialists. It was just that Fong Ran was a bit curious that Windy City had actually been infiltrated so deeply without being discovered. Separate from the crowd. Fong Ran and Xinyun, keeping watch outside the textile factory during the day. At night, it also remains in the neighborhood. With the presence of the two of them, the guards of the textile factory felt a sharp decrease in pressure. But the rest of the world is not looking good. The rest of the places guarded by the Imperial Beastmasters were attacked by a large number of ferocious beasts. The only place where the number of ferocious beasts attacked had plummeted was the textile factory, with the places Fong Ran had visited. These ferocious beasts, they know where their people are being held. Fong Ran muttered. Otherwise, why don't you attack this place, and the place where the slimes are being held? At night, outside the factory. Slime repayment skill complete. Thunderstorm's touch proficiency, use Thunderstorm 10 times. Corrosive body proficiency, devour the source of corrosion 10 times. Earth Dragon backstab proficiency, proficiency in using Earth Dragon backstab 10 times. Complete 3 skill debts. Fong Ran's eyes. Then 3 water-like advanced tips emerged again. Does it advance Thunderstorm touch mastery proficiency? Does it advance corrosive body mastery proficiency? Does it advance the proficiency of Earth Dragon backstab mastery? Advance, all of it. Fong Ran's words fell. Successful advance of Thunderstorm's touch mastery. Successful pre-corrosion body mastery. Successful advance Earth Dragon backstab mastery. In a split second. Familiarity flooded Slime's mind. Making its body, it couldn't help but dance. The enhancement of the 3 skills caused his mastery of the skills to come to a new level once again. The debt of 3 skills is still releasing 10 times, and with Slime's physical ability, releasing 2 to 3 rank skills a day is already the limit. And that's with having a list recipes. Otherwise, the rate of physical exertion will be faster. Advanced proficiency in Forbidden Symbiosis and Black Tide Embodiment. Fong Ran continued. Successful advance on Forbidden Symbiosis proficiency. Successful advance of Kuroshio proficiency. 2 more skill upgrades. Slime couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Each time it gets an ability boost from its master, it feels like it understands the skill better. Forbidden Symbiosis proficiency can fuse with living beings as a symbiote, possessing all of their abilities and 20% of their own. A 20% fusion boost means that by fusing symbiosis with Xiao Tian, you can utilize 120% of your power. Fong Ran decided to prioritize raising the proficiency of Forbidden Symbiosis. However, this skill has to remain fused for 24 hours before it works, and it clashes somewhat with other skills. But the lift is also huge. In times of danger, it can be used as a killer. Nyan, get on me every day and practice your symbiotic abilities a little more. Slime was naturally pleased. It instantly stuck to Fong Ran's body surface, covering his entire body in it. After the upgrade, the effect is really stronger. Fong Ran noticed that even his eyesight had improved. For the details in the air, the swaying of the leaves, see it all. Master, I can only last up to 3 hours a day, and only 1 hour if fighting. Slime said silently. It's exhausting, but he likes to stick with his owner. Especially when it was in front of Xiao Tian, it gave it a vague sense of superiority. Well, there's no need to fight, just keep it up for 3 hours a day. Fong Ran spoke. The rest of the time, it was enough to digest the food and regain strength. As long as it's needed. It was enough that it could provide a sizable increase in battle power for Xiao Tian. The opponent that Windy City faced this time was a transcendent level skeleton Wolf King, and Windy City's strongest Imperial Beast Master was only a transcendent level. Compared to U City, Wind City did not have any Monarch Imperial Beastmasters returning to the city, and the only transcendent Imperial Beastmaster in the city was still sent over by the Imperial Beast Association. At least it gives me the ability to escape when facing a transcendent level ferocious beast. As for confrontation, Fong Ran didn't dare to think about it. Check the data on Tiny Sky. In front of Fong Ran, a data line emerges. Skills: Celestial God Evolutionary Method Introductory, Ruling Sun Will Mastery, Sacred Flame Fire Feather Mastery, Sacred Fire Giant Sword Breakthrough, Celestial God Body Breakthrough, Dragon Soul Molten Introductory, Light Feather Instantaneous Shadow Introductory, Storm Bow Introductory, Basic Evolutionary Method Introductory, Holy Spirit Evolutionary Method Introductory, Heavenly Vault Sacred Spear Introductory Pupil of God's Light. View Gene Points. Gene Points, 198. It's too close to upgrading the basic evolution method, so why not upgrade the other skills first? Fong Ran couldn't get enough of the 10,000 gene points in order to upgrade the basic evolution method. Chapter 125 Sacred Chain Casting Sword, Meeting the Windy City Imperial Beast President. Advance the Great Sword of Holy Fire. Fong Ran's words fell. Does it consume 100 gene points? Yes. 100 gene points consumed, 98 gene points remaining. Q drop. Fong Ran waited for a moment. Memories flooded into Goten's mind and flesh, causing her brows to knit lightly. Acquired skill: Sacred Chain Casting Sword. Sacred Chain Casting Sword Mastery, Sword of Broken Sin, each hit can plunder part of the opponent's power, up to 5%. Holy Chain Cast Sword Mastery, wield the Holy Sword 1,000 times. A few moments later, Goten tried to extend his palm. A large amount of holy power coalesced until it drained a third of the power from its body, and a giant sword burning with hot holy fire emerged. At the hilt of its sword, a chain wrapped around Xiao Tian's right hand, constantly drawing power. The sword is inscribed in the language of the Tenjin clan, meaning the time of judgment. So heavy. Goten's legs were bent so that both hands could be lifted. But it was also caused by the sudden increase in weight, and by the time she reacted, the Norm was able to hold the sword in both hands. Swing hard. Swish. A violent sound of breaking wind came out. Before the blade touched the ground, a clear crack appeared on it. A single strike that consumes 1% of the sword's holy power. If it consumes at least 5% with a full attack, this is at least an A rank, or even S rank skill? Fong Ran's 2 eyes lit up. An innate skill that can actually be raised above a rank after reaching the Broken Realm? Thinking of this, Fong Ran placed his gaze on another of Xiao Tian's innate skills. Advanced Celestial God Body. Does it consume 50 gene points to advance the Heavenly God's physique-breaking realm? Yes. 50 gene points have been consumed, 48 gene points remain. Acquired skill: Body of War Mastery. Body of War Mastery, holy power spreads over the body surface, can consume holy power to quench the body. Body of War Mastery, consume holy power to harden the body 0-100 times. A few moments later, Khoten uses the Body of War. The Dao Dao Saint force constituted, like cybertech-like veins, covering Xiao Tian's body. The Dao Saint force nourished and strengthened Xiao Tian's body. A painful thrill surged, causing Xiao Tian to frown slightly. Strengthening the body directly is more promising than consuming holy power to resist. Fong Ran commented. This wave is definitely earned. Sooner or later, the holy power will run out. If the enemy took this opportunity to attack, Xiao Tian would be in a desperate situation. Try the advanced storm bow. Fong Ran lacked a long-range, strong enough damage skill. However, after he tried again and again, the system did not respond. Not enough gene points? Rule that out first. Earlier, when he didn't have gene points, the system would have prompted. I see, the Storm Bow is already the result of the Holy Leader Divine Bow's advance upgrade, and skills that have been advanced naturally cannot be advanced again. Essentially, this skill has also been perfected to the extreme. Advance again, and it's a complete turnaround. Xiao Tian's two skills, swinging the sword 1,000 times, consumes 1% of the holy power, and it also takes at least 7 days to pay it off. Another skill for forging the body. Again, it takes 7 days to pay it off. However, it's just repayment, and Khoten can still enjoy the fruits of his skills. Fong Ran didn't care much about that. Reimbursement on one side, while utilizing the mastery-level Body of War to refine his body. When the repayment was complete, the strength of Xiao Tian's body wouldn't have a problem with hard resistance against a transcendent strike, right? Accumulate more gene points. I want an advance on the basic evolution method. Fong Ran was looking forward to it. What will become of this evolutionary law when perfected? After 2 days of working out, Slime's and Sky's skills, both of which have been improved. And also at this time, several facilities, under the siege of ferocious beasts, had fallen into crisis. Especially with electrical installations, intelligence of casualties is coming out on a daily basis. Finally, Fong Ran and Shen Yun were temporarily pulled to the power facility. Electric utilities are being targeted, and there's something fishy going on here, too. Fong Ran pondered in his mind. Outwardly, but not outwardly. And with the addition of his 2 Lord Imperial beasts. Sure enough, it greatly relieved the pressure on the electric utility. Especially Xiao Tian, wielding his huge sword like a god of death that reaped life, blood splattered wherever he went. 2 days. Fong Ran then became the main force this time, greatly reducing the pressure on the crowd. The gene point also spiked to 290. Sure enough, it's better to come from actual combat. Watching Fong Ran grow more and more courageous, the crowd of guards, as well as the Imperial Beast Masters, couldn't help but follow suit and cheer up. After another attack was over, an Imperial Beast Master came closer. Fong Imperial Beast Master, that's amazing. Where did you contract your angel from? Yes, it's really just like the existence in the myths. Can't it be that you're really a divine messenger? Don't be superstitious, don't they all say, don't mythologize any sentinel. A group of guards surrounded Fong Ran. No more tension from earlier. The fellow Imperial Beast Masters, on the other hand, recognized the gap between them and the talented Imperial Beast Masters. Fong Ran's age, even much younger than all of them, already possessed 2 Lord-level Imperial Beast Masters. To say where it's bad, it was the fact that Xiao Tian was so cold that people didn't even dare to go and climb into a conversation. After all, in the battlefield, the terror of the Lord Fierce Beast had long been engraved in the hearts of the crowd. And there is the same presence added. It naturally relieves the pressure on the crowd. Royal Beast Master Fong, Senior Chen Chang, our Wind City's Royal Beast Chairman is here to invite you. A guard came into view. Invite us? Chen Chang's few people looked at each other for a few moments. The Imperial Beast's Chairman of Windy City. But Windy City's only transcendent Imperial Beast Master. Such an existence, which they could hardly see on a regular basis, actually took the initiative to invite them over. It was reasonable to say that they were also just employed by the Windy City government, and the crowd were not natives of the Windy City, so there was no need to condone them to do so. Let's go and take a look. Chen Chang proposed. This power facility was guarded by him and 2 other stronger Imperial Beast Masters. With Shang Ran and Shen Yun, there were already 5 Lord Imperial Beast Masters here. A few moments later, 5 people crossed the barbed wire gate. Soon, it came to an office of the electric utility. Along the way, a large number of curious and admiring gazes fell on the crowd. They're all Lord Imperial Beastmasters, so handsome. What's the young one's name? Looks to be in his early 20s. Several female employees whispered and looked at Fong Ran with excitement. The president is at the second floor. For a long time. The 5 crossed the stairs to the second floor office. Knock, knock. Come in. Push open the door to the room. A stoic figure, standing behind a desk, he was dressed in unusual clothing, and his gaze was deep as he looked at the crowd. Fong Ran? Are you the Fong Ran from the Imperial Capital Academy? He crossed the desk and took it upon himself to welcome the crowd. Hello, President, it's me. Fong Ran nodded. Well, indeed the meter is extraordinary. I've heard about your battle results in the past few days. Is there any interest in staying in Windy City to develop? Chapter 126 Sudden Change, Contractor of the Gods? I can see that. President Windy City, Fong Ran was very fond of him. Where wouldn't such a gifted beastmaster be liked? Ahem, President Fong, there's no need for small talk. What is it that you're looking for us for this time? Chen Chang stepped forward and made his position known. He's the leader of this team. President Win's smile faded and he was silent for a moment. And then slowly said, We've checked out that facility you reported. It is indeed the work of the Imperial Spirit Society. They imprison ferocious beasts and sell them for profiteering. It is only recently that their actions have become more and more drastic that they have been discovered. The main reason for this visit is to recognize Fong Ran for his merit in reporting. You can get $1 million prize from the Windy City government. The words fell. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. $1 million, and that's about it for a Lord Sentinel. And, of course, the 30 contribution value. The contribution value, on the contrary, caused many people present to move slightly. The more contribution value you have, the more advanced materials you can exchange at the Imperial Beasts Club to make your favored beast stronger as they advance. President Fong, just in that case, there's no need to come specially to inform, right? Fong Ran inquired. Naturally, the time for your employment has come. Mayor Wind has prepared a dinner party, so you will be able to leave Wind City tomorrow. The president's words fell. Many fellow Imperial Beastmasters breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it was over, at least there was not a single casualty until now, thanks to Fong Ran. Buzz off. All of a sudden. Alarms are going off outside the city. Another ferocious beast has attacked. Go out and look. The crowd came outside the facility. Only a short distance away, a group of skeleton wolves stood in one place, silent. And among the skeleton wolves, a wolf king with a body size as tall as a 3-story building and 2 white boneheads stared at this place and wandered from side to side, with a pair of flame-burning tails behind it flicking back and forth. Its pair of skeletal skulls were also filled with blazing scarlet fire. Merely being stared at by it. The transcendent level of pressure then caused the group of guards to resist trembling in their legs. Even the few Lord Imperial Beastmasters present were on guard, their hearts tense. No way? The eve of the mission's imminent completion. This skeleton wolf king was actually planning to take matters into his own hands? If they were to face a transcendent level ferocious beast, it was inevitable that someone's Imperial beast would encounter danger. Whoosh! Xiaotian and Slime floated in front of Fong Ran, blocking the other party's line of sight. That skeleton wolf king crossed over the crowd and gazed at the Windy City's Imperial Beast Chairman, and after a moment, he faded away with his skeleton wolf pack like a tidal wave. As he was leaving, Fong Ran always felt that the other party gave him a deep look. Phew! The crowd let out a long breath. A few guards were even so weak that they couldn't help but fall to the ground. Night. A group of Imperial Beast Masters gathered at the Windy City banquet. The mayor of Wind City, with the president of the Imperial Beast Association gathered, invited all the famous Imperial Beast Masters of Wind City. This time, I have to thank Chen Chang for informing me of the news of the Imperial God Society. After spending a few days, I've purged all the strongholds of the Imperial God Society within Windy City. These words fell. There was a sparse round of applause. Purging the strongholds of the Imperial Gods Association would make his status rise with it, and he might be able to head to the Imperial capital for a position in the future. And thanks to Fong Ran, who helped stop the textile factory from being attacked by the ferocious beasts. Mayor Feng smiled and looked at Fong Ran. Applause ensued in person. Snap! A sparse crowd applauded. After a long time, the prepared food was served with it. Quite a few Windy City Imperial Beast Masters came to climb in front of Fong Ran, and among them, there was no shortage of Windy City's little-known third-tier actresses. This could attract a lot of enemies for Fong Ran. Even though he excused himself, he still couldn't avoid the crowd climbing on him. Envious, Beast Master Fong is so young and has so many beautiful women falling all over him. For sure, how old is he now? Anyone who isn't blind can see that there's a great future ahead. If we don't strike while he's young, it won't matter if Fong Ran is a first-tier star when he becomes a monarch, haha. Several fellow Imperial Beast Masters were envious. Even Chen Chang could only shake his head. Leave a comment on "It's still all about training." As for why Fong Ran was able to chat with the female guests present, that's because Mayor Wind helped prepare top-notch ingredients for the crowd's Imperial Beasts as well. The Imperial Beast Master and the group of Imperial Beasts dining at the same place were not in the same location, while Xiao Tian and Slime were both sent to the other side by Fong Ran. A few moments later, Mayor Feng came close to Fong Ran. Fong Ran, you're so young, you'll be able to grow to at least the monarch level in the future, right? Why don't you stay in Windy City? I can provide you with resources that far exceed those of the Imperial capital. Fong Ran let out a light laugh. This reaction displeased Mayor Wind. I used to, and boasted of being the #1 genius in the country in the liberal arts, only to end up being tasked with managing the Windy City. In the past, no matter how much effort was expended, the city couldn't be saved, but it's different now. Windy City has flourished under my management, transforming from a small city into a large city capable of accommodating 10 million people. Haven't you been to my factory? Mayor Wind smirked. You mean, the textile mills? Of course not. How much money can a textile factory earn? The resources I'm talking about are naturally produced from those ferocious beasts. Compared to them, isn't it only right to be able to benefit more humans? When necessary, sacrificing a few people is also not a bad idea. Mayor Wind spilled his guts and seemed to be thrilled. Join me, and then you'll be a monarch royal beast master, an existence above all others. Even with your talent, it's not impossible to become a contractee of an artificial god. These words fell. On the side, Fong Ran didn't react. On the other hand, Chen Chang, who heard his words, was shocked in his heart. Look, you're running out of time. Mayor Windy City held his wineglass and pointed it not far away. Several Imperial Beast Masters' favored beasts, with fierce glares on their eyes, were walking step by step towards their own Imperial Beast Masters from another banquet venue. Little Xiao Chang? You? What's wrong with you? Without waiting for that Imperial Beast Master to react, the sharp blade flew by and the head was thrown up high. He still couldn't believe, at the last moment, what had happened. This sudden turn of events caused the group of Imperial Beast Masters to instantly tense up, and instead of fleeing, they quickly called out to their favored beasts. Looking at the picture in front of him, Windy City Mayor laughed his head off and spilled the wine in his hand. Look. See, Fong Ran, this is only a part of a god's ability. Without their favored beasts, the Imperial Beastmasters are just a bunch of ordinary people. A bunch of bulls and goats to be slaughtered. Having the ability to manipulate Imperial Beastmasters is what makes them true gods. At this moment, even the little cutie also realized that something was wrong, not to mention the Imperial Beastmaster. For a moment, a portion of the crowd rushed towards the closed door, while Chen Chang violently rushed towards Mayor Feng. To the side, the Imperial Beast President slowly paced over. Mayor Wind was still nonchalant as he said, "You have a chance to become a god's candidate indentured servant, don't give up this rare opportunity." Chapter 127, I don't want to be an Imperial Beast anymore. Don't ink with him. The Windy City Imperial Beast President opened his mouth. Hear this. Mayor Windy just had to stop. After a ringing finger, an iron gate fell down, sealing off the entire space. If you're to blame, you're only to blame for your curiosity. Wouldn't it be fine to do your mission honestly and go back to the Imperial capital? Looking at the icy look on the duo's faces, the few Imperial Beast Masters present had their hearts turn cold. The Windy City's Royal Beast Chairman was a transcendent Royal Beast Master. They were no match at all. Enjoy it, the most painful ending for an Imperial Beast Master is to be betrayed by a favored beast. The Imperial Beast Chairman stuck one hand into his pocket and laughed softly a few times. Said. The two turned to leave. At this moment, Shin Yun, along with a few fellow royal beast masters, came together in one place. What to do? Fong ran. Cannon was the first to speak. He was out of town and had no idea what was going on. He had worked diligently to complete his mission, and had just returned and was eating dessert when Mayor Windy City exploded. Just let the two of them get away? He's a transcendent imperial beast master, not to mention the favored beasts. His physical qualities alone can hang us up and beat us. Chen Shang said silently. The key, he has a gun on him. Fong Ran said. These words caused the hearts of the crowd to hang in the air. Lord-level imperial beast masters, who could not yet reach the point of ignoring hot weapons, could only rely on their favored beasts to help fend them off. A significant portion of imperial beasts that had reached the lord level were already capable of reacting to the speed of bullets. But that also means that they can't summon the imperial beasts either, and will be just as affected. Shin Yun reminded. Think about it. The crowd couldn't help but look into the distance. The weaker favored beasts were already in a riot at this moment. Only the imperial beasts that exceeded the lord level could still barely maintain their sanity, but they were also like 100 claws scratching their hearts, staring at all the living beings around them with red eyes. It's a familiar image. Shin Yun had heard his grandfather talk about it. It was the ability of the very same angel that was held in the dungeon outside of Yuqing. She is just as capable of influencing the imperial beasts and even manipulating the beast tide. Firefly? Shin Yun looked into the distance. Her own imperial beast, which was waving its wings with vigor, was approaching her. Before coming close, Xian kept releasing her flame ability, blocking the ferocious beasts that wanted to get close to Shin Yun and fell into a frenzy. Tyrannosaurus, are you okay? An imperial beast master gulped and kept his distance from the imperial beast. No one dared to go up and touch this kind of imperial beast that could go out of control at any time. The trust between the imperial beast master and the favored beast has been primed to be broken. The moment. The group of Lord Imperial Beastmasters present no longer had the confidence they had in the past. Having lost their favored beasts, they had truly become useless, as the Royal Divine Council had said. It's a double-edged sword. Finally showing another Fong. Come here, it's safer here for now. Chen Chang shouted. The Royal Beast Masters of Windy City came to the neighborhood in droves. And some of the Imperial Beastmasters who didn't trust the crowd ran towards the villa on their own. Who knows when the Lord-class Imperial Beasts will riot? At least it could still run a bit when facing a high-level ferocious beast. If you are targeted by a Lord level, they'll just have to die. In order to ensure their safety, the several Lord Imperial Beast Masters could only immediately shed their Imperial Beasts when their spirits were slightly off. Go find Xiao Tian, her spiritual power is far stronger than normal people, perhaps the Celestial God Clan will be unaffected. Fong Ran opened his mouth. Yes. Shin Yun nodded. The crowd went all the way, bringing Firefly to another compound. It didn't take long to see a figure burning with holy fire from afar, standing in the middle of the compound. On the ground to the side, several imperial beasts struggling in pain fell. Goten! Fong Ran opened his mouth and shouted. He stepped forward and said again. Goten? What am I doing? Xiao Tian looked at the blood in his palm. A hint of scarlet color filled his pupils. An uncontrollable desire to fight gradually emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Fong Ran frowned. Still. Okay. She whispered. Listening to Fong Ran, stating the ins and outs. His words and voice, from being clear in the beginning, gradually became blurred. It's Windy City. The mayor, the Goshinkai. They manipulated you. Take us out of Windy City first. Yeah, the mayor of the Windy City, he's the one who led to where we are now. The master keeps mentioning his name, just so I can go kill him. Once I kill him, I'll be a qualified imperial beast and my master won't abandon me. Xiao Tian's pupils surged with a lava-like color. In this instant, intense pressure surged to the tips of everyone's hearts. A group of imperial beast masters, looking at the monster in front of them, unknowingly opened their mouths. Fong. Imperial Beast Master Fong. Your imperial beasts, are they really lord level? Someone asked the question on their mind. In that instant, their pressure was in no way less than facing off against a transcendent level skeleton wolf king. It's hard to believe. Her level of evolution has long since reached the peak level of the late Lord stage? In any case, the priority now is to get out of here immediately and pass the information to the imperial capital. The signals are all cut off. I guess the villa is surrounded by loaded guards. No need for them to make a move, it won't be long before we're killed by the berserk imperial beasts. Along the way, the crowd had shed their favored beasts. The entire compound was filled with the hissing of ferocious beasts fighting each other. It wouldn't be long before Mayor Windy City could come in and collect their bodies. When the time came, they would just make up a reason, saying that their ferocious beasts had inexplicably gone berserk and slaughtered the imperial beast masters, and that the deaths could not be proved. The hearts of the crowd sank to the bottom. Xiao Tian, can you take us out of here? Fong Ran whispered. Unexpectedly, a white tender hand grabbed Fong Ran's wrist, and she looked at Fong Ran with affection. This sudden scene. The crowd around him was so scared that they couldn't breathe. Didn't you say the imperial beasts would be affected? Old Iron, you seem to be a bit off with this influence. What am I doing? Goten jerked his palm back. Some of the lost sanity returned. In that moment just now, she nearly couldn't suppress the desire that her heart was hiding from her master, something that should never be done to her master. Xiao Tian, we can only rely on you now, the others imperial beasts have gone mad. Fong Ran shook her. The crowd gulped darkly. We can only rely on Fong Ran, only his imperial beast still maintains its sanity. Didn't wait for the crowd to react. Why don't you get that slime to help you? Goten turned his head and grunted. It was a stance that was very different from the calm one she had taken before. Ha! I still need you to say that for me to help? And I, emerging from Fong Ran's neck, was very unhappy with Xiao Tian's words. After fusing with Fong Ran, slime could almost guarantee complete sobriety. This was the reason why Fong Ran was calm along the way. Anyway, I can't help you for nothing, I no longer want to be just my master's imperial beast. Little Sky proudly said. Oh, wait until I memorize your current ugliness and act it out for you later. Slime muttered. You don't want to be killed or forget about it. Fong Ran reminded. I don't know why Goten became like this, but at least he's safe now. And this image of the scene in front of him caused the eyes of the surrounding people looking at Fong Ran to gradually become strange. Chapter 128, Number 13, The Artificial God Egg of the Goshinkai. Windy City. At the Central Signal Tower. The slightly weakened mayor of Windy City stood side by side with the serious-faced president of Imperial Beasts. After so much time has passed, they should have died at the hands of their favored beasts, right? Mayor Windy City looked towards the banquet place that had long since burned up. A large number of sirens sounded from all around the city, and the neighborhoods were in a state of chaos. Naturally, no one can stand in the way of God's power, and even the toughest of human-favored relationships can break. Behind the duo. The entire center of the signal tower has been caved in. An egg of flesh and blood was suspended inside the Windy City's signal tower, whose lights beat in rhythm with its heartbeat. A trail of beast blood and expensive materials fell into the hole in its egg along with the instruments. And on top of the huge eggshell was a number composed of digits, NO, 13. Soon, it'll hatch soon, and by then, you and I will both be the core backbone of the Imperial God Society. Mayor Wind was excited. None of this matters. When will I be allowed to advance to monarch? The Imperial Beast President frowned. Ever since he was lowered down to Windy City, the path of evolution has stagnated. Top-notch materials, top-notch ingredients, and top-notch training resources were simply impossible to buy with Windy City's meager salary. But fortunately, after joining the Royal Gods Association, his rank soared, and the Windy City's development rose by leaps and bounds, giving him the possibility of being promoted to a monarch. When I have higher power, I can naturally make Windy City better. You don't have to be in a hurry. After this egg hatches, you'll have nothing more to do with the Imperial God Society. Mayor Win looked at the city filled with smoke and fire in the distance. Couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Windy City is thriving under his leadership? It made him incredibly happy and relieved inside. It had cost him an unimaginable amount of money to develop this city, which was less than a village, to such an extent. Cultivating ferocious beasts and hunting them for the Imperial Divine Council, the perfect network that took 10 years to establish, helped feed the city with a lot of blood. What about Fongran? If something happens to him here, the Imperial Academy will definitely send someone over. The Windy City's Imperial Beast President turned his head and said, "That's out of your hands. Mayor Wind laughed lightly. It looks like it's very confident. In the face of him looking like this, the Imperial Beast President could only nod his head. However, recently, isn't the Imperial God Association getting more and more excessive, asking for too much fierce beast blood? There are already quite a few people reporting it. The Imperial Beast President said. Giving money to appease is, after all, they are making gods. Mayor Wind looked at the egg behind him and couldn't help but touch it. This egg, the egg of a god, hatched a monster codenamed Quilpran. It can manipulate the mental power of a ferocious beast, infinitely amplifying the desires of its heart, with its latent hatred. This is fatal to all Imperial Beastmasters. What are the desires of a ferocious beast? The natural thing is to kill, to be free from control, to do as you please. Regardless of how it is corrected, it is the greatest desire hidden in the deepest recesses of their hearts. Even if it's a flash of light, it's infinitely magnified by Quilpran. It is the strongest weapon capable of manipulating this world. This thing. It's too dangerous. What does the Goshinkai want to use it for? The Gashinboku chairman's fingers trembled, and there was a slight hesitation within him. That ferocious beast utilized the signal tower, enough to spread this signal that affected the ferocious beast's mind, outside of Windy City. Its ability caused him, a transcendent Imperial Beastmaster, to feel overwhelmed for the first time. If the Imperial Beasts were controlled, what would he rely on to fight? It's almost time to go back and take a look. That group should be done. The Imperial Beast President nodded and turned around, heading towards the banquet. That. Fong Imperial Beast Master, your Imperial Beast is fine, right? The female sentinel in the group inquired. It should be fine, at least it won't attack us. Fong Ran explained. But what a worrying state of mind she's in. Staring at him all the time always made Fong Ran feel furtive inside. There are at least 7 or more Lord Imperial Beasts. Can we rely only on Xiao Tian to protect us? Yeah, my royal beast just looked at me the wrong way, and I left him in the main hall for now. We can't get out of here if we stay here. Sooner or later we'll get a whiff. The crowd was tense. Except for Fong Ran and the others. Some of those called to the party had reported it to the mayor, and some had tagged along out of pure curiosity. Having lost their Imperial Beasts, their hearts were in an extreme state of unrest at the moment. Don't worry, Fong Ran, he's a genius from the Imperial Capital Academy. Cannon explained to the crowd. One moment. Countless envious gazes were cast. Especially that third-tier star, he even came close to Fong Ran. Really? You're an Imperial Beastmaster from the Imperial Academy? Junior in college? Freshman year, I just started school, so you can call me Fong Ran. Of course the moment the name is uttered. Then someone in the audience recognized him. After all, he was quite famous in the Imperial capital, recently. It's you! That winner of the second Imperial Beast competition. Is it really that Fong Ran? I heard he came out of a small city too. Fong Ran. So you're still young, but you're Imperial Beast. That star's 2 eyes lit up, and just as he wanted to come up, he was met with a huge sword across his neck. Get out of here. Xiao Tian's pupils were permeated with lava like fire, and his face was cold. The actress gulped and took 2 steps back, not daring to come forward again. My name is Yang Xing. Just call me Yang Xing. The crowd introduced themselves. On the side, Xiao Tian had a cautious look on his face. This perverse gesture caused many Imperial Beast Masters present to wonder in their hearts. All of their Imperial Beasts had begun to wreak havoc. How come Fong Ran's was the only one that was completely different and more protective of its master? How about finding a place to hide? It's a little safer that way. Yeah, Fong Ran, he's only a freshman. Even if he's more talented, how can he deal with all of us Imperial Beasts? Yes, not to mention those 5 or 6 Lord Imperial Beasts, even the higher Imperial Beasts add up to more than 20. Several Windy City's Royal Beast Masters were uneasy with Fong Ran. Better hide first, the fire butterflies are setting fires everywhere again. Xin Yun frowned. Her fire butterflies were completely disobedient. The previous orders forbidding it to set random fires were also completely disobeyed. On the contrary, Fong Ran's Imperial Beast made Xin Yun envy him from the bottom of his heart at the moment. Well, it's good to hide. Songda and I's Imperial Beasts are both at the late Lord stage, so if they find us, Fong Ran could have no time to worry about us. Chen Chang said. I'll tell you the weaknesses of my Imperial Beasts first, and when the time comes, just go all out. Chen Chang informed the weaknesses of his favored beasts one by one. At a time like this, it was no longer possible to care so much. A group of Lord Imperial Beastmasters, too, spoke up. Now that their lives were in Fong Rant's hands, they naturally wouldn't care about anything else. Brother Fong, when the time comes, don't keep your hands off, just don't kill them. Zhang Sungda said.